In the Divine Kingdom instance, on the battlefield, just as the boss was about to approach, Jiang Yi, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly shone with a blinding holy light. Holy Rebirth cross-activated. His injuries instantly healed completely, and he was fully resurrected. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in Carlos's eternally cold voice. Jiang Yi, resurrected, wore a maniacal grin. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, deliberately feigning an opening, trading his life for a chance to get close. My turn, Jiang Yi roared, advancing instead of retreating to Carlos's shocked gaze, his entire body pressing against the armor like a ghost. Instead of attacking the indestructible armor, he aimed the mantis blade at the gaps in the armor's joints and stabbed it fiercely. At the same time, with his other hand, he stuffed the void collapse lightning he had seized from the dragon bones into the same crevice. Accompanied by Jiang Ye's low roar, without sound or fire, a darkness capable of devouring everything exploded at Carlos's waist. This was true damage that ignored defense. Even an immortal knight, struck at point-blank range by a legendary bomb, let out a painful groan. A huge hole was blasted through his heavy armor and body, and the terrifying shockwave sent both of them flying. Jiang Yi, suspended in mid-air, burst into wild laughter. Holy light shone from his chest once more, activating the second Holy Rebirth cross, and he was fully resurrected once more. Carlos's eyes, burning with soul fire, pounded violently as he watched his crazed enemy. Carlos was shocked and enraged. This mortal was a madman, trying to wear him down by trading his life for his own. Jiang Yi steadied himself in midair and charged at Carlos again, abandoning all defense and adopting a suicidal attack. Today, either you die, or I die so badly that you break down, Carlos roared at the madman. Watching Jiang Yi being killed and resurrected time and time again, becoming increasingly insane, the immortal knight's calm and collected mind finally cracked. Carlos had never seen such a bizarre enemy. Every time he killed the opponent, he showed no signs of weakness. Instead, he used the invincibility period after resurrection to inflict new wounds while in full strength. This was supposed to be his fighting style. He was filled with astonishment. Clang! Carlos cleaved Jiang Yi away with a single sword strike, the black sword energy severing half of his body. But with a flash of holy light, Jiang Yi reappeared unharmed, roaring as he charged forward. The mantis blades rained down on Carlos's joints like a storm. Jiang Yi completely abandoned his defenses, allowing the greatsword to inflict fatal wounds. Death was merely a means for him to recover to full strength. Each time he died, he left a wound on Carlos's immortal body that could not heal immediately. All of Jiang Ye's attacks were imbued with a faint life force by floras, all things in the forest vines. Although not fatal, they effectively suppressed Carlos's immortal body recovery speed. With this shift in power, the battle gradually tilted. In just 10 minutes of fighting, Jiang Yi had died no less than 20 times. The once majestic immortal knight was now in a sorry state, his heavy black armor riddled with holes, black blood seeping from his joints, and even his movements had become sluggish. Enraged, Carlos roared and unleashed his strongest attack, Styx, and the black greatsword erupted with a dazzling black light, and a terrifying black sword beam that cleaved through the heavens and earth swept out, instantly engulfing the entire arena. This was an indiscriminate, all-encompassing area of effect attack. Jiang Ye's body was instantly disintegrated into nothingness the moment it came into contact with the sword's edge. But before Carlos could catch his breath, the blinding holy light shone again, and Jiang Ye's figure reappeared before him. Carlos finally realized that conventional physical attacks were ineffective against Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yi seized the opportunity of the brief moment of weakness after Carlos unleashed his ultimate move, roaring as he called out to Flora. Flora, who had been watching from the sidelines, responded to her master with a blazing light in her eyes. Flora condensed her accumulated life force into a golden vine whip, which, like a divine punishment spear, traversed space and struck Carlos precisely in the chest. With a crisp sound, Carlos's chest armor shattered, and life force surged wildly into his body. The life force clashed violently with the death force within Carlos, causing him to let out his first scream since the start of the battle. The regenerative ability of his immortal body was completely suppressed, and the core in his chest, composed of pure death energy, was fully exposed. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes as he concentrated all his energy and spirit into the mantis blade, unleashing the legendary skill, severing height blade technique. The blade, imbued with the blood and chi of the overlord body and Flora's pure life force, was a strike powerful enough to slay a god. Jiang Yi transformed into a streak of light and instantly appeared before Carlos, his sharp blade piercing precisely into the pulsating core of death within Carlos's chest. With a crisp sound like shattering glass, Carlos's massive body stiffened abruptly, and the blue soul flames in his eye sockets rapidly dimmed. "I am immortal." Carlos managed to utter a few words before he and his bone dragon vanished into the black dust. The system then notified Jiang Yi that he had killed the level 9 champion lord, the immortal knight Carlos. The system announcement revealed that Jiang Yi's team had become the first team in the world to clear the mythical level dungeon, Netherworld Kingdom. The announcement was broadcast 3 times globally, instantly igniting the world channel. All players went crazy for it, and Jiang Yi's name once again topped the list of trending topics. Inside the arena, the Lord of the Sticks remained silent for a long time before letting out a cold voice, full of disbelief and anger. He declared that Jiang Yi had won and threatened that he had angered the gods, and that he would take back everything 100-fold or 1,000-fold once he broke free from the seal. Jiang Yi casually picked at his ear, telling the Lord of the Sticks to open the door quickly. He even mocked the Lord for talking tough after losing a fight, saying it was like a primary school student and shameful. The Lord of the Sticks was so speechless he almost lost his temper, but finally let out a heavy snort and fell silent. The ground in the center of the arena slowly cracked open, and a massive portal, crafted from gold and gemstones and radiating a dazzling light, rose up. Behind the portal lay mountains of gold coins, a dazzling array of equipment, and all sorts of rare and precious materials that emitted an alluring glow. This was the treasure trove accumulated by the Lord of the Sticks over tens of thousands of years. Wang Ba trembled with excitement at the sight, while Ying Yao, Wen Sa, and the others' eyes turned into the shape of gold coins. Only Jiang Yi remained calm, his gaze passing over the treasures and locking onto the obsidian platform in the center of the treasury. Floating on the stone platform were several tattered, glowing ancient blueprints, the remaining parts of the Styx ferry boat. Jiang Yi smiled genuinely, strode into the treasure vault, and went straight to the stone platform, collecting the blueprints one by one. The system notified Jiang Yi that he had collected all the blueprints for the mythical class warship Styx ferry, achieving his ultimate goal for this trip. Jiang Yi took a deep breath to suppress his excitement, turned to his stunned crew, and gave them his orders. Jiang Yi told everyone to get going and announced the start of the 0 yuan purchase, demanding the implementation of the 3 alls policy: take everything, move everything, and rob everything, leaving not a single hair for the Lord of the Sticks. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's order, everyone snapped out of their shock and erupted into a cheer of extreme excitement. Wang Ba was the first to charge into the treasure vault with a roar, rolling around and grinning foolishly in the mountain of gold coins, while his men rushed toward the weapon and equipment racks with gleaming eyes. The crowd gasped in amazement within the treasure vault, some discovering legendary swords and self-healing armor, exclaiming at their unexpected windfall. Ying Yao and Wen Sa headed straight for the skillbook area, each acquiring the complete book of dragon language magic and Shadow 7 kills respectively, their hands trembling with delight. Lin Jixiao, Wen Ruan, and Su Tao have a penchant for sparkling gems and exquisite jewelry. Flora, however, is oblivious to worldly treasures and simply follows Jiang Yi around, collecting novel plant seeds and unique soil, reaping a heart full of joy. Jiang Yi ignored everyone and stood at the entrance of the treasure vault like a king inspecting his territory. His mental power transformed into a large net that covered the entire treasure vault. He then opened the bug-level system backpack with unlimited capacity and began collecting treasures at a command. Mountains of gold coins, rare and precious materials, and other treasures seemed to be drawn into a black hole, transforming into streaks of light and frantically pouring into Jiang Ye's system inventory. Wang Ba had just climbed out of the mountain of gold coins when he saw it vanish rapidly and immediately stared in disbelief, asking him a question. Jiang Yi casually responded with basic operations, and in less than 10 minutes, the treasure trove that the kingdom could squander for 1,000 years was completely emptied. The ground was spotless, and everyone looked at the equipment in their hands, suddenly feeling like they were picking up trash. Jiang Yi clapped his hands in satisfaction. This gain made him one of the richest captains in the world. He then called on everyone to prepare to leave the Styx kingdom. However, just as he was about to step out of the teleportation portal, he suddenly stopped. Jiang Yi looked back at the empty treasure vault, then at the stone gate deep inside, sealed by black chains, leading to the sleeping place of the Lord of the Styx. A crazy and audacious idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Jixia keenly noticed Jiang Ye's unusual behavior and asked him a question. Jiang Yi stroked his chin and smiled dangerously, asking if it would be impolite to leave like this. He mentioned the hospitality from the Lord of the Styx and said he planned to give a big gift in return before leaving. Lin Jixia instantly understood Jiang Ye's thoughts. Her intelligent face turned deathly pale, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Yi snapped his fingers and confessed that he had obtained the title of Agent Lord of the Styx, which allowed him to temporarily mobilize the energy center of the Divine Palace. Jiang Yi planned to direct the energy towards the sealed stone gate to launch an attack. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, thinking that the captain had completely gone mad. Behind the gate was a true god-level being, and once the seal was broken, everyone would be doomed. Lin Jixia hurriedly tried to dissuade him, saying that this was too dangerous. Jiang Yi, however, remained unusually calm and said that the energy was insufficient to break the seal and would only make the seal extremely unstable, causing great trouble for the Lord of the Styx. Jiang Yi frankly admitted that he hated being threatened the most and wanted to take advantage of the other party's seal to severely injure them, forcing them to spend thousands of years repairing the seal and leaving them no time to cause trouble for him. Comparing the two kinds of tiger threats, everyone had to admit his reasoning. After a moment of silence, everyone expressed their opinions. Wang Ba gritted his teeth and was the first to agree, saying that Jiang Yi would take care of everything if the sky fell. Ying Yao also coolly expressed her agreement, and the others nodded in succession. After deciding on the action, Jiang Yi quickly came up with a specific plan. Inside the instance, Jiang Yi closed his eyes and mobilized the authority of the acting lord of the Styx River. The core hub of the entire Styx River Sea was connected to his spirit, and he could sense that the massive energy array beneath the Divine Palace, as large as a city, was operating wildly. With a thought, Jiang Yi frantically drew energy from the magic array, causing the Styx Sea to tremble violently. Seawater overflowed, the sky lost its color, and endless death energy converged, forming a giant black energy ball above his head that was capable of devouring everything. The Lord of the Styx, who was repairing his origins, was awakened by the terrifying energy fluctuations and roared in alarm and anger, but was suppressed by the seal and unable to stop it. Jiang Yi grinned and hurled the energy ball at the sealing gate, then opened a portal back to the Pangu. Jiang Yi roared and led everyone into the teleportation portal. The next second, a terrifying roar that shattered stars echoed from the Styx divine kingdom. The group returned to the captain's cabin, disheveled yet excited, as the teleportation portal behind them instantly collapsed as its energy depleted. The Pangu and the surrounding sea shook violently, and everyone was thrown about. Wen Ruan, her face pale, clung tightly to Jiang Ye's arm. Lin Jixia, looking at the radar, spoke in shock, informing everyone that the Styx palace had been destroyed and sunk to the bottom of the sea. The furious roar of the Lord of the Styx echoed in Jiang Ye's mind, yet he remained calm and composed. At this moment, the title of acting Lord of the Styx had vanished with the destruction of the Divine Palace, but he had already pocketed all the benefits he was entitled to. Lin Jixia looked at the World Chat channel, which was flooded with comments, and she was both amused and exasperated. Players were discussing the sinking of the Styx Palace, marveling at Jiang Ye's strength, and some even predicted that the world order would be completely changed because of him. Jiang Yi lost interest in the world channel and opened his palm to take out the remaining blueprints for the Styx Ferry. The fragments met and emitted a faint golden light, automatically merging into a complete ancient parchment scroll, exuding a mythical aura. Jiang Yi unfurled the blueprint, and the core members crowded around, holding their breath to examine it. It was an ancient, sleek, ghostly ship, imbued with a deathly aesthetic. Upon closer inspection, they realized this ship was the Styx Ferry, the only mythical class warship. Everyone carefully examined the warship's characteristics. Soul navigation could ignore the rules of physics and traverse any special sea area. The other shore of the dead could enslave souls and amplify friendly undead. These heaven-defying attributes made everyone present gasp in astonishment. But when their gaze fell upon the building materials section, the excitement on everyone's faces instantly froze. The dozens of law-level materials, including the basic hull, core keel, and power core, were things they had never even heard of, let alone seen. Wang Ba's face fell upon seeing this. He had thought he could build the mythical warship immediately, but now it seemed to be an impossible task. The enthusiasm that had just been ignited among the group was instantly extinguished by the demanding list of materials. Jiang Yi, however, showed no frustration. Instead, he looked at the list with great interest, his eyes gleaming with a challenge. Lin Jixia tried to analyze the materials using her talent, but couldn't find any clues. Jiang Yi, however, smiled and told her to carefully examine the contents on the back of the blueprints. Lin Jixia flipped through the page in confusion, using her SS-level talent to translate the ancient text. A few minutes later, she suddenly realized and told everyone that this was not a construction blueprint, but an upgrade roadmap, and the Pangu was the most suitable embryo for transformation. Lin Jixia continued to explain that the blueprints only provided vague clues. The fragments of the heart of the world pointed to the center of the world, and the starlight curtain corresponded to the homeland of the elves. These locations were all in special law-based sea areas outside of the regular sea areas. Jiang Ye's smile deepened, stating frankly that this was nothing more than a treasure hunt, something they excelled at. These words instantly dispelled the gloom, rekindling everyone's hope, and they eagerly prepared to embark on a new treasure hunt. Just then, a system announcement that resounded throughout the world suddenly rang out. The core of the Styx Sea has been destroyed. The sea law barrier will disappear in 24 hours. All sea areas will be connected, and the era of global naval warfare is about to officially begin. The system announcement that a new era of global naval warfare was about to begin sent shockwaves through the world of captains. Players surviving in different seas were instantly stunned. The disappearance of sea barriers and the complete interconnection of the world meant that they had completely lost the protection of their starting areas. Leisurely players in the peaceful seas will now face powerful predators from high-risk areas like lava fields and thunderstorms of forced reshuffling affecting everyone. After a brief silence, the World Chat channel erupted in chaos. In the World Chat, players in the Bubble and Rainbow Seas were wailing in panic, powerless to resist, as they only wanted to retire peacefully, while the strong in the Lava and Thunderstorm Seas were excited, looking forward to a larger arena for domination and more resources. Panic, excitement, despair, and anticipation intertwined in the hearts of all players. The entire world was shrouded in an extremely tense atmosphere as a storm was brewing. Jiang Yi, who had personally ushered in an era of chaos, was leisurely drinking water on the sofa in the captain's cabin. Lin Jixia, watching the channel discussion, smiled wryly and reminded him that everyone knew he had destroyed the Styx core, and he had become the target of everyone's hatred. Jiang Yi, however, didn't see this as a bad thing. Greenhouse flowers can't grow into towering trees. The global reshuffle was both a crisis and an opportunity for them. The crew, having undergone the trials of the River Styx, had been transformed and, equipped with a massive amount of legendary gear, were now among the world's top combat forces. Jiang Yi inquired about countermeasures, and Lin Jixia offered two options. One was to avoid direct confrontation and retreat to remote sea areas, utilizing resources to develop and search for warship materials. The other was to take the initiative and use strength to consolidate the sea area and establish a maritime kingdom. Jiang Yi stated frankly that he would never hide, and the conquering and adventurous spirit in his blood led him to choose the second path. Standing by the window overlooking the river Styx, he declared that in chaotic times, harsh measures should be used, and the order of this new era should be established by him. Jiang Yi set the first step of the plan as an internal upgrade, asking Lin Jixia to organize the treasure vault spoils and match the strongest equipment and skills according to each person's characteristics, requiring that the combat power of the entire team be doubled within 24 hours. Lin Jixia confidently accepted the task. The second step is to find materials, and the interconnected seas make it convenient to travel to the lawful seas to search for treasures. Lin Jixia analyzed that the easiest way to obtain primordial water at this stage is from its purest source, which is on the island of the Spring of Life in the center of the Rainbow Sea. The third step was to establish a base. Before setting sail, the rear must be cleared, ensuring that the Styx River would only obey his voice. He ordered Wang Ba to gather men and cleanse the Styx River in 24 hours. Wang Ba, filled with enthusiasm, made a promise. Jiang Yi then contacted Lu Yuan, the leader of the Styx Society, and sent him a private message, giving him 24 hours to choose. Either lead his men to pledge allegiance to the Pangu, or he would personally lead Lu Yuan's men to pledge allegiance. He then turned off his communicator and waited for the result. On the Styx flagship, Lu Yuan's face was extremely gloomy as he looked at the private messages, while his adjutant angrily denounced Jiang Ye's arrogance. But when Lu Yuan opened the world channel, Jiang Ye's incredible battle record hit him like a heavy hammer. After a long silence, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his face filled with bitterness and helplessness. He hoarsely ordered all corps members to gather and prepare to welcome their new king, ultimately choosing to pledge allegiance to Jiang Yi. On the deck of the Pangu, Lin Jixia was extremely efficient. In less than half an hour, she sorted out the mountain of spoils and then handed the equipment and skill list, which was filtered according to each person's characteristics, to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi took the list and looked at it. He was very impressed with Lin Jixia's ability. The plan perfectly utilized everyone's strengths and took into account teamwork. He immediately nodded and agreed to the allocation. Ying Yao cheered and looked forward to receiving the equipment. Lin Jixia first handed Shadow Fong and Shadow Dance Step to Wen Sa. This legendary weapon comes with true damage and shadow escape effect. The skill can also increase evasion and create clones. Wen Sa knew at a glance that it was extremely suitable for him. After thanking her, he immediately went to learn the skills. Then Lin Jixia took out the Thunderfire Dragon King's reverse scale and Thunderheart for Ying Yao. The Dragon Scale can increase the chance of awakening the Dragon King's divine power by increasing elemental affinity, and the core can amplify spiritual power and give her a lightning body. After Ying Yao happily absorbed them, a majestic golden dragon shadow appeared behind her. Lin Jixia then distributed the treasures to everyone in turn. When Ruan received the Staff of Destiny, which amplified her spirit and increased her chances of winning the lottery. Su Tao received the Siren's Tear Necklace, which amplified her singing voice. Flora also received the Soil of Creation, which contained the breath of new life. Everyone on the Panga ship received a legendary treasure tailored to their abilities, enough to drive any captain in the outside world mad. The ship was filled with the joy of their harvest. Finally, Lin Jixia took out the Godslayer ring and solemnly handed it to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi picked up the ring to check its attributes. It tripled the damage against divine units, could plunder up to 1,000 attribute points by killing a lord, and could suppress all attributes of low-level units. The heaven-defying attributes made his pupils shrink slightly. The plundering effect of this ring is practically a bug. By killing enough bosses later in the game, you can gain a massive amount of free attributes, enough to change the course of the battle. Jiang Yi immediately put on the ring, and at this moment, the 24-hour countdown was about to end. Suddenly, the Panga's radar showed a large number of densely packed bright spots. As agreed beforehand, Lu Yuan led his entire fleet to the vicinity of the Pangu on time, awaiting Jiang Ye's instructions. On the Panga's radar, hundreds of lights from the Lu Yuan fleet were densely packed 10 nautical miles away neither activating their weapons nor forming an attack formation, quietly awaiting the king's inspection. Jiang Yi calmly remarked that the other side had made a wise choice, while Wang Ba excitedly and nervously inquired whether to issue a warning. The sudden change in his status made him feel as if he were dreaming. Jiang Yi waved for Lu Yuan to come over alone. After the communication was connected, Lu Yuan's facial muscles twitched. His subordinates felt deeply humiliated and angry, and the hot-tempered hall master protested. Lu Yuan stopped them with a low shout, self-deprecatingly saying that in the face of absolute strength, the head is worthless, and that surrendering decisively was the best outcome. He then boarded a speedboat alone and headed towards the Pangu. As Lu Yuan stepped onto the deck of the Pangu, he was utterly shocked by the formidable aura of Jiang Ye's core crew. Their strength had increased more than tenfold compared to before, and their abilities such as the divine might of life, the substance of thunder and fire, and the concealment of shadows filled him with dread. The last vestiges of resentment in his heart vanished, and he walked up to Jiang Yi, bowing deeply and leading the 3,700 crew members of the Styx Society in pledging allegiance. Jiang Yi, looking down at Lu Yuan, asked if he was willing to accept this. Lu Yuan frankly admitted that he was not, but he wanted to live and follow the king who led the era. Jiang Yi smiled and accepted his loyalty, announced the disbandment of the Styx Society, integrated all the ships, and had Lin Jixia announce the establishment of the Pangu Arc fleet. Lin Jixia clearly announced that the fleet would be divided into 3 sub-fleets, Raging Waves, Silent Silence, and Pioneer, commanded by Wang Ba and Lu Yuan respectively, with supreme command resting with the Pangu. Lu Yuan and Wang Ba were deeply shocked, amazed by Lin Jixia's talent. Lu Yuan respectfully accepted the order, knowing that he had secured the most powerful backer. The 24-hour countdown ended, and the system announced that the sea barrier had disappeared, officially commencing the global naval battle. The Pangu's radar instantly sounded a piercing alarm, and Lin Jixia's expression changed drastically. A massive fleet was detected rapidly approaching the eastern lava sea, with over 1,000 ships heading straight for the Pangu, including 5 level 8 warships. Jiang Yi showed no nervousness, but rather excitement, judging that the other party was a plunderer who had come to reap the rewards after hearing the news, intending to use them as a congratulatory gift for the founding of Pangu, Arkansas. He asked Wang Ba and Lu Yuan if they were afraid, and the two looked at each other and roared in unison that they were willing to fight to the death for their captain, their eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. The Flame Legion commander, Flame Demon, arrogantly shouted through the public channel, demanding that Jiang Yi hand over the Divine Palace treasures and the level 9 warship, or he would burn everyone to ashes. The women of the Pangu instantly showed anger. Ying Yao's face flashed with lightning when Sa gripped her dagger tightly, but Jiang Yi remained calm, picking up the communicator and only ordering the main cannon to be prepared. Within the Styx Sea, the Flame Demon's arrogant pronouncements caused an uproar in the world chat. Players hotly debated the formidable strength of the Flame Demon's blazing legion, believing that Jiang Yi alone would likely be unable to withstand it. Wang Ba spoke up in defense of Jiang Yi, but was met with mockery and threats from the Flame Demon's lieutenant. Countless players were watching this first epic showdown of the naval era with bated breath. The atmosphere on the Styx Sea was heavy. The Pangu was in the center, with the Raging Waves fleet and the Silent Fleet on the flanks. Hundreds of warships stood ready, and both Wang Ba and Lu Yuan wanted to make a good impression on their new leader. Where the sea meets the sky, a fiery red shadow rapidly expands as the Blazing Legion fleet arrives. Thousands of warships engraved with flame totems blot out the sun like burning fire clouds, with the leading jet-black volcanic rock behemoth being none other than the Flame Demon's 9th-level flagship, the Heart of Molten Fire. The Flame Demon, as imposing as an iron tower, stood arrogantly at the bow, his eyes filled with disdain and greed for the Pangu Arc fleet. His adjutant reminded him that the enemy had no intention of surrendering, and the Flame Demon immediately ordered all the warship's main cannons to charge, intending to blast the enemy to pieces and capture the level 9 warships. On the Pangu, Lin Jixia, seeing that the enemy was about to open fire, hurriedly requested the activation of the Styx barrier. Jiang Yi, however, showed no sign of tension. He turned to ask Wen Sa if the charging was complete, and after receiving an affirmative answer, his gaze locked onto the enemy flagship, the Molten Core. Jiang Yi slowly raised his hand and gave the order to launch. The dragon head on the spine of the Netherworld Dragon King at the bow of the Panga ship instantly ignited with ghostly blue flames. A dragon roar from the Netherworld resounded through the sky, and terrifying dark energy gathered wildly in the dragon's mouth. Lu Yuan and Wang Ba felt their souls being sucked away at just one glance, horrified by the unimaginable power of the attack. The flame demon also sensed the anomaly of the Panga ship and felt uneasy. He hurriedly ordered the ship to fire ahead of schedule, but it was already too late. A jet-black beam of dragon breath shot out silently, exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Wherever it passed, space distorted, seawater evaporated, and light was swallowed. The beam's speed far exceeded the limits of reaction, striking the molten core with pinpoint accuracy. The seemingly indestructible Tier 9 flagship was instantly disintegrated, melted, and annihilated before its shields could even fully extend, disappearing completely from the sea. The beam of light continued its momentum, carving out a death vacuum several kilometers long within the Blazing Legion's formation, turning all the warships along the way into particles. With a single shot, the Level 9 flagship was vaporized, the Flame Demon's corpse was reduced to ashes, and more than 10 main warships were destroyed simultaneously, tearing a huge gap in the Blazing Legion's formation. The battlefield instantly fell into an eerie silence, and the muzzle flashes of the enemy warships slowly dimmed. The world chat was silent for several seconds. All the spectators were stunned by what they saw. It wasn't until Wang Ba spoke, his voice trembling, that the silence was broken, marveling at Jiang Ye's terrifying strength, not even leaving him a chance to kick the flame demon's head like a ball. Wang Ba's statement was like a boulder crashing into a lake, instantly sending the world chat into a frenzy. Players spammed the chat with exclamations of disbelief that the Tier 9 warship Molten Core had been vaporized in a single shot, and that the flame demon had vanished along with its crew, calling Jiang Yi a complete monster. Panic and shock swept through all the spectators, and they finally understood why Wang Ba and Lu Yuan had surrendered. Faced with such unreasonable and absolute power, resistance was futile. Jiang Yi was no longer a rising star, but an inviolable god hanging over the heads of all the captains. On the battlefield, the remaining fleet of the Blazing Flame Legion froze for half a minute before completely collapsing. The men cried out that their flagship and Legion commander had been destroyed. Terrified by the divine might, they had no will to fight and only frantically turned their ships around to escape. The once disciplined Legion instantly turned into a pile of loose sand and fled in all directions. On the Pangu, Lu Yuan, Wang Ba, and the others also recovered from their shock, gazing at Jiang Ye's retreating figure with deep awe. Jiang Yi calmly reminded them not to let the enemy escape, and the two instantly snapped to attention, immediately ordering the fleet to attack, seizing the perfect opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Wang Ba roared and led the charge, while Lu Yuan commanded the silent fleet to flank from the left. The Pangu Arc fleet, like two giant pincers, fiercely surrounded the routed remnants of the Blazing Flame Legion. A grand feast of pursuit and reaping had officially begun. Jiang Yi turned his head and smiled, inviting the girl beside him to join the battle. Ying Yao couldn't hold back any longer. She transformed into the Thunderfire Dragon Girl and soared into the sky, unleashing a powerful and destructive dragon breath that instantly melted and blew apart a fleeing Level 8 warship. She laughed heartily in mid-air, enjoying the thrill of battle. Wen Sa used Shadow Dance Step to weave through the shadows, appearing on the enemy ship's deck like the Grim Reaper, and precisely reaped the enemy captain's life with Shadow Fong. Flora, meanwhile, waved her small hand, summoning seaweed and vines resembling giant black pythons to tightly bind the fleeing warship and drag it into the deep sea. Lin Jixia calmly orchestrated the inescapable trap from the command post, while Wen Ruan and Su Tao unleashed buffs and support skills from the rear. Jiang Yi didn't intervene, merely standing at the bow to admire the one-sided massacre. the legend of his and the Pangu's invincibility was about to spread across the seas. The battle lasted less than an hour. The last warship of the Blazing Flame Legion was either sunk or captured, and the sea was stained red with blood. Two world announcements rang out in succession, announcing that Pangu Arc had destroyed the Blazing Flame Legion and that Jiang Yi had killed the Flame Demon. The massive amount of military merits caused the world channel to fall silent once again. Jiang Yi glanced at the system rewards, calmly issuing orders to clean up the battlefield and accept prisoners. His gaze then turned to the unfamiliar lava sea to the east. After annihilating the enemy legion, he planned to head directly to the Blazing Flame Legion's home base to continue his next operation. The cleanup of the battlefield on the Styx lasted for 2 full hours. The Pangu Arc fleet defeated the Blazing Flame Legion with almost 0 casualties, not only gaining a huge amount of military merit and supplies, but also capturing nearly 300 warships and thousands of terrified crew members. Jiang Yi interrogated Fire Fong, the deputy commander of the Blazing Flame Legion, in the interrogation room. The deputy commander looked at Jiang Yi, who had evaporated the flagship and the Legion commander with a single shot, and was filled with fear. He didn't even have the courage to raise his head and only hoped to save his own life. Hoya answered all of Jiang Yi's questions, and Jiang Yi thus learned a great deal of information about the sea. This world was far more vast than he had imagined. In addition to the Styx River and the Lava Sea, there were also seas with their own unique characteristics, such as the Gold Sea, the Rainbow Sea, the Thunderstorm Sea, and the Lost Sea. The Flame Demon is merely the overlord of one region in the Lava Sea. There are 2 other forces of the same level, and level 9 captains are not unique globally. Jiang Yi looked at the map, his desire for conquest ignited. More sea areas meant more materials for mythical warships. Lin Zhixiao reported the inventory results to Jiang Yi. Among the prisoners were many technical personnel who could supplement the fleet's combat strength, but the captured warships were out of style and severely damaged. Jiang Yi immediately ordered the dismantling of the enemy ships and a comprehensive upgrade of Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleet. Jiang Yi arranged for Lin Zhixia and Lu Yuan to screen and reorganize the prisoners. Those who surrendered were incorporated into the pioneering fleet, while those with ulterior motives were dealt with according to the rules. He then convened the core members for the first formal meeting of Pangu Arc. Jiang Yi announced the official establishment of Pangu Arc and announced the appointments. Lin Zhixiao was appointed as chief of staff. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan were appointed as commanders of the 2 fleets respectively. Ying Yao and Wen Sa were appointed as captains and deputy captains of the Dragon Tooth Guard, and Flora was appointed as chief logistics officer and mascot. Wen Ruan and Su Tao were put in charge of assisting with the fleet's healing efforts, thus creating a clearly defined maritime force, and the Styx Sea gained its sole master. At the end of the meeting, Jiang Yi set a new objective: to travel to the Rainbow Sea and seize the primordial water. While Pangu Arc was undergoing reorganization and upgrades in the Styx River, the other 2 overlords of the Lava Sea learned of the complete annihilation of the Blazing Legion. The Obsidian Court found it hard to believe, while the Ash Brotherhood withdrew its defenses and planned to send someone to contact Jiang Yi to express goodwill. Jiang Yi's earth-shattering cannon shot not only annihilated the Blazing Flame Legion, but also shocked the entire Lava Sea and surrounding forces. He forcibly opened the prelude to the era of naval warfare, and his eyes had already been set on the more distant Rainbow Sea. 3 days later, the reorganization of the Styx Sea area was initially completed under Lin Zhixiao's coordination. The main warships of the Raging Waves and Silent Fleets were all upgraded to level 7, and the Pioneer Fleet was also taking shape. Jiang Yi handed over the follow-up matters to Lin Zhixiao for remote command, and took only the core members aboard the upgraded Pangu, heading straight for the Rainbow Sea area. The captain's cabin on the top floor of the Pangu was as spacious as a luxury suite, with the interior space several times larger than before. Jiang Yi prepared a private room for each girl. Wen Sa's room was equipped with an indoor training ground, while Flora transformed her room into a glass conservatory filled with exotic flowers and plants. When Ruan asked curiously if they could find the primordial water on this trip, and Jiang Yi confidently stated that the information would never be wrong. Wen Sa casually argued, and felt that the rainbow sea sounded too gentle, while Lin Jixiao explained that this place was a peaceful sea, rich in natural treasures, and also the main settlement of the elf race. Upon hearing that the elves had beautiful pointed ears, Yao immediately puffed out her chest in defiance, believing that she, as a dragon girl, was even more beautiful, which amused everyone. In a relaxed atmosphere, the Pangu sailed eastward at high speed, officially entering the Rainbow Sea 2 days later. Upon entering the Rainbow Sea, the water turned crystal clear and emerald green. A giant 7-colored rainbow stretched across the sky, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of grass and trees, a stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere of the Styx Sea. Su Tao and Wen Ruan exclaimed in amazement, and even the usually aloof Wen Sa revealed a look of astonishment in his eyes. As everyone was enjoying the beautiful scenery, the radar suddenly sounded an alarm, detecting a distress signal 3 nautical miles away. A small, defenseless boat was under attack. Lin Jixia deduced that it was pirates who had fled after the sea barrier disappeared. Jiang Yi decided to go and investigate, and also to learn about the specific situation in this area. The Pangu arrived at the scene at full speed, only to find the leaf-shaped elf boat surrounded by 3 pirate ships. The boat was barely holding on thanks to its light green shield. The elves' arrows and magic had almost no effect on the pirate ships, and the pirates were even arrogantly shouting that they would kidnap the elves on board. Jiang Yi spotted the elegant, pointed-eared elven figure on the deck and confirmed that it was indeed an elf. Seeing that the small boat's shield was about to break, he ordered Ying Yao and Wen Sa to attack. The two jumped off the deck in response. Ying Yao transformed into a thunder and fire dragon girl, while Wen Sa immediately used Shadow Cloak to dive into the shadows of the sea. Ying Yao swooped down and unleashed her dragon breath, instantly destroying a pirate ship. Wen Sa, meanwhile, ghost-like, slew the pirate captains of the other 2 ships. In less than a minute, the 3 pirate ships were completely rendered incapable of fighting, and the remaining pirates, terrified by the dragon maiden in the air and the assassin in the shadows, knelt down and begged for mercy. The elves on the leaf-shaped boat were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. The beautiful elf at the head, dressed in a white priestess robe, bowed deeply towards the Pangu. She thanked Jiang Yi through a mental link, introduced herself as a priestess of the Moon Whisper tribe, and formally invited him to board the ship for a chat. Chapter 142 Elf. Within the Rainbow Sea. Yes. Jiang Yi responded calmly through the mental link. He wanted to see what these legendary elves were up to. Soon, Ilari arrived beneath the Pangu in a small boat woven from vines. As she descended the lowered gangway and stepped onto the deck of the Pangu, her sapphire-like eyes were filled with undisguised awe. That ship is huge. Moreover, the ship was filled with a life force that made her feel both incredibly close to it and incredibly awe-inspiring. Her gaze was immediately drawn to Flora, who was standing next to Jiang Yi. In Alari's perception, this girl, who looked as delicate and lovely as a porcelain doll, possessed life energy that was even more abundant than the fountain of life that her tribe had guarded for thousands of years. Is this a nature-based deity walking among humans? A storm raged in Ella's heart. She quickly composed herself and walked up to Jiang Yi, giving him another elegant bow. Respected, powerful figure, thank you again for saving my life. My name is Ella. May I ask how I should address you? Her voice is beautiful, with an ethereal quality that is like a gentle breeze. Jiang Yi gave his name, while also sizing up the elven priest in front of him. It has to be said that the elves are truly the epitome of beauty. Before me stood Ella, whose long silver hair cascaded down like moonlight, her features exquisitely sculpted like a god's, and her skin so white it was almost translucent. Her pure white priestess robes further accentuated her holy and noble demeanor. Even Jiang Yi, who was used to seeing stunning beauties like Lin Jixia and Ying Yao, had to admit that this elven priestess did indeed have a unique charm. Lord Jiangya. Elari wrote down the name. Please forgive my intrusion, but are the 2 powerful ladies who just lent a helping hand, and this esteemed individual, all your crew members? She glanced at Ying Yao, Wen Sa, and Flora with awe. Jiang Yi nodded. The shock in Alari's eyes deepened. It is something that could make such powerful beings, even gods, willingly become crew members. What is the identity of this seemingly ordinary human male in front of you? Her evaluation of Jiang Yi rose several levels again. Lord Jiangye, you and your crew are filled with a strong life force, so you must not come from those chaotic and evil seas. I asked tentatively, Alari asked. We come from the Styx Sea, Jiang Yi said calmly. The river Styx? Upon hearing the name, Ella's face turned pale instantly, and she instinctively took a half-step back. That legendary land of death from which even light cannot escape? But she looked at Jiang Yi, then at Flora, her eyes filled with confusion. Would a deity radiating the power of life come from the realm of death? How is that possible? Jiang Yi looked at her ghost-like expression and guessed what she was thinking. The Styx Sea is now my territory. His casual remark struck Alari's mind like a thunderclap. Is the Styx Sea his territory? And then, recalling the announcement from a few days ago that resounded throughout the world regarding the destruction of the Styx Palace, a terrifying, unbelievable guess surfaced in her mind. Could it be? The way Era looked at Jiang Yi had completely changed. It was no longer just gratitude and curiosity, but a deep sense of awe and shock. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart, and sorted out her thoughts. Then she made a decision. With a plop. To everyone's astonishment, the noble elven priest knelt down on one knee before Jiang Yi without hesitation. Lord Jiangye. Her voice carried a hint of urgency and pleading. On behalf of the Moon Whisper tribe and all the elves of the Rainbow Sea, I implore your help. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Help? What trouble have you run into? Yes. A look of sadness and anger appeared on Elari's face. Since the barrier between the seas disappeared a few days ago, our home has been invaded like never before. Countless greedy creatures from the chaotic seas have poured into our peaceful Rainbow Sea. They cut down our forests, pollute our water sources, and capture our people. Although we elves love peace, we also rose up to fight in order to protect our homeland. But our strength is really too limited. While I was on my way to seek help, our greatest holy land, the island of the spring of life, the source of life in the Rainbow Sea, was attacked by a powerful force called the Black Gold Merchant Guild. Black Gold Merchant Guild? Jiang Yi didn't recognize the name. Lin Jixia, who was standing nearby, immediately started searching in the database. She quickly found the relevant information. Captain, the Black Gold Guild is one of the 3 major commercial guilds in the Golden Sea, known for its ruthlessness and profit-seeking. Their guild leader is a level 9 captain with a powerful fleet under his command, and even owns his own military factory. What's a business guild doing in the Rainbow Sea? Jiang Yi asked. Their goal is the Fountain of Life. Elari gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. The water of the Fountain of Life is the purest crystallization of life energy in the world. It can not only heal all injuries and illnesses, but is also the core material for making various top-grade medicines. The Black Gold Guild wants to monopolize the Fountain of Life and turn us elves into slaves, making us their potion-producing materials. Our tribe's high priest is leading all the warriors in a desperate resistance on the island. But their fleet has blockaded the entire island, and our defenses could collapse at any moment. At this point, tears welled up in Ella's eyes. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Yi with an almost pleading gaze. Lord Jiangye, I know this request is very abrupt and presumptuous, but you are our only hope now. Your power is so immense, and the deity beside you is the embodiment of life and nature. Only you can defeat the Black Gold Merchant Guild and save our homeland and our people. If you are willing to help us, our Moon Whisper tribe is willing to offer everything we have. Include. Alari's gaze fell on Jiang Yi. She seemed to sense something. Including the primordial water you are looking for, which comes from the core of the Fountain of Life. The first waters. Upon hearing those 4 words, Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed instantly. Isn't this exactly what he's aiming for on this trip? Unexpectedly, it came to me without any effort at all. Get up. Jiang Yi spoke up. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Ella's face, thinking that Jiang Yi had agreed, and she was about to stand up. I didn't say I would help you. However, Jiang Ye's next words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing her from head to toe. Oh! Ella was stunned, and the color drained from her face instantly. Jiang Ye looked at her, a playful smile curving his lips. It's not that I can't help you, but a single portion of the primordial water is not enough. Chapter 143 Guardians of the Fountain of Life. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Ella was taken aback at first, but then immediately understood. This powerful being wasn't rejecting her. Rather, he was negotiating terms. The flame of hope that had just been extinguished in her heart was rekindled. As long as you're willing to talk, there's still a chance. Lord Jiangyi, is there anything else you need? She quickly asked. We will never be stingy with anything that our Moon Whisper tribe can offer. Jiangyi did not answer directly. He turned to look at Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia immediately understood and stepped forward to project the blueprint of the Nether River Ferry into the air. She pointed to one of the items on the list and said to Ella, besides the primordial water, we also need this. Ella looked in the direction she was pointing. The line read, a curtain woven from starlight and sized. The moment Ella's pupils contracted upon seeing those words, they shrank sharply. Starry curtain. She gasped in surprise. Oh, you know about this. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. It seems we've really come to the right place this time. A complex expression appeared on Ella's face. She nodded, her voice filled with a sense of awe and longing. The Starry Veil is one of the 3 sacred artifacts in our Elven legends. Legend has it that it was woven by the first elf queen herself, using starlight that fell from the heavens and sighing winds collected from the moon goddess's grove. It not only possesses powerful defensive capabilities, but is also a spatial treasure, said to be able to fold space and perform short-distance interplanetary travel. Only, at this point, a hint of sadness appeared on her face. This sacred relic was lost in a catastrophe thousands of years ago. All we know is that it was last seen in a forbidden area called the Sighing Islands in the Rainbow Sea. The Isles of Sighs. Yes. Ilari nodded. It is an island shrouded in a mist of sorrow all year round. Legend has it that all living beings that approach it will have their deepest pains stirred up and will eventually turn into stone statues on the island in endless sorrow. For thousands of years, we have sent out countless expeditions to try to retrieve the sacred relic, but none of them have ever returned. Therefore, we are afraid of this thing. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already very clear. Although the Starry Curtain is a treasure of their elven race, they themselves cannot obtain it. It doesn't matter. Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively and said, I don't need you to hand it over to me. All I need is for you to provide its exact location or a map pointing to it. As for how to take it, that's my business. Upon hearing this, Ella's eyes lit up. Yes, we have this. She quickly said, our tribe's temple preserves a fragmented ancient map that shows the approximate location of the Sighing Isles. Very good. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. The core of the primordial water, plus this map. Make a deal. Very good. Ella was overjoyed and almost jumped for joy. She quickly bowed to Jiang Yi again. Thank you so much. Lord Jiang Yi, you are a great benefactor to our elf race. Jiang Yi accepted her thanks without hesitation. He was originally going to retrieve the primordial water, and now that he's helping out, he can not only get the core material, but also get a clue to the next mythical material. Why not? Don't get too excited yet. Jiang Yi said. Take us to the Fountain of Life first. Yes. Yes. Ilari nodded quickly, then glanced cautiously at Flora beside Jiang Yi. Lord Jiang Yi, may I have the honor of inviting this venerable deity to accompany us? The source of our Fountain of Life has become somewhat weakened due to the pollution by the Black Gold Merchant Guild. If we can be nourished by this Lord's divine life power, we will surely recover quickly. The goddess she spoke of was naturally Flora. Flora, do you want to go? Jiang Yi lowered his head and asked himself, this simple-minded crew member. Flora tilted her head and blinked her innocent big eyes. She first moved closer to Ella and sniffed her like a puppy. It smells nice and pleasant. Then, looking towards the distant island of the Fountain of Life, its little nose twitched. There are also some fragrant ones there, which are a little bit like the candy beans that the owner gave us. The candy bean she was referring to was naturally the source of divinity. I want to go. Flora tugged at Jiang Ye's sleeve and said coquettishly, Okay, let's go then. Jiang Yi smiled and patted her head. After making the decision, Era boarded the Pangu. Under her guidance, the Pangu transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the island of the Fountain of Life. Throughout the journey, Era was like a curious child, full of interest in everything on the Pangu. She was especially astonished when she saw Flora casually wave her hand and a magnificent sea of flowers bloom on the deck. She grew increasingly respectful and adoring towards Flora. The other girls on the Pangu had a somewhat ambiguous attitude towards this new, excessively beautiful elven priestess. Ying Yao always subtly stood between Jiang Yi and Era Rue, like a little female dragon guarding her food, watching this outsider warily. When Sa was much more direct, she crossed her arms, looked Ella up and down, and then curled her lip. She's all right looking, but I wonder how she'd be in a fight. She looks so delicate and frail. I don't think she's just a pretty face. Only Lin Jixia maintained her intellect and composure. She proactively sought out Erari, asking her more about the Rainbow Sea and the inner workings of the Elven race, continuously refining her database. In her view, this Elven priestess would be an excellent entry point for their Panguarch forces to infiltrate and influence the Rainbow Sea. Half a day later, the island of the Fountain of Life is already in sight. However, an ominous black smoke hung over the island, and shouts of battle and explosions could be heard from afar. In the waters surrounding the island, a massive fleet of hundreds of steel warships has completely blockaded the entire island. The hulls of these warships were all marked with an emblem of intertwined gold coins and skulls. It's the fleet of the Black Gold Merchant Guild. At the center of the fleet, on a luxurious flagship several times larger than the other ships, a fat man dressed in fancy clothes and adorned with gold rings was leisurely watching the battle on the island through a telescope, a greedy and cruel smile on his face. He is the president of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, known as Fatty Gold Buck. Guildmaster, the Elven resistance is stronger than we expected. We've been attacking for 3 days now, but we still haven't been able to take that spring. His adjutant reported. No rush, no rush. Buck waved his hand and took a sip of the red wine in his glass. They're already trapped. They can't keep jumping around for much longer. Once they run out of ammunition and food, won't they have to kneel down obediently and beg me for their lives? At that time, these proud elves will become our most valuable commodities. He let out a lewd laugh. Just then, a lookout crew member suddenly sounded the alarm. President, to the west. There's an unidentified vessel approaching at high speed. Buck put down his glass, picked up his binoculars, and looked westward. A colossal, menacing black warship came crashing through the waves at an incredible speed. Another one who's not afraid of death. Buck looked at the ship, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A single ship dares to break through my blockade? They're courting death. With a wave of his hand, he arrogantly commanded, Signal them to get out of here right now. Otherwise, blast them to smithereens. Chapter 144 Black Gold Merchant Guild. Rainbow Sea. On the flagship of the Black Gold Merchant Guild, the signalman quickly followed Buck's orders and sent a warning signal to the approaching Pangu. However, instead of slowing down, the Pangu rushed straight towards them at an even faster speed. That posture was full of domineering arrogance that disregarded everything. You fool who doesn't know what's good for him. Upon seeing this, Buck's face instantly darkened. He felt his authority had been challenged. Pass on my order. First and second fleets, intercept it. Sink it. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the more than 20 steel warships on the blockade line immediately turned their cannons and aimed them at the Pangu. Blinding energy rays converged at the muzzle of the cannon. A fierce artillery barrage was about to engulf them. Inside the bridge of the Pangu, Captain, the enemy is about to open fire, Lin Jixia warned. Ignore it. Jiang Ye's eyes were as still as a deep well. He didn't even bother to respond with his main gun. There's no need to use Netherworld Dragon Breath to deal with these small fry. Jixia, activate Ghost Shuttle. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia's fingers flew across the control panel. The next second, the massive, mountain-like hull of the Pangu suddenly became ethereal and transparent, like a shadow merging into the air. Fire! Fire! The fleet commander of the Black Gold Merchant Guild roared at the top of his lungs. Boom! 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 Dozens of energy beams instantly pierced the sky, accurately hitting the original location of the Pangu. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The terrifying artillery fire, powerful enough to level a small island, passed directly through the illusory hull of the Pangu without causing any damage. What? The enemy commander's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His brain went blank instantly. Did they miss? No, that's not right. We went through it. What kind of weird ability is this? Just as they were in utter shock, the Pangu, like a ghost, ignored their artillery fire, broke through their blockade, and appeared directly next to the Black Gold Merchant Guild's flagship. The two giant ships stood side by side, their gunnels almost touching. Oh no! Protect the president! The flagship's guards finally reacted, shouting in panic as they tried to organize a defense. But it was all too late. Thump! A loud bang. Jiang Ye's figure leaped off the deck of the Pangu like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the deck of the Black Gold Merchant Guild's flagship. He didn't even use a weapon. He simply relied on the terrifying physical strength of his overlord body to smash a huge dent into the hard steel deck. Immediately afterward, Ying Yao and Wen Sa also appeared. Kill. Jiang Yi only said one word. A one-sided massacre has begun. He was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, bare-handed, every punch and kick carrying immense power. Those guild guards, clad in heavy armor and wielding fine weapons, were as fragile as paper in his presence. They were either punched in the head and smashed in the ship's cabin, turning into a pile of minced meat. Ying Yao transformed into the Thunderfire Dragon Girl, spewing lightning and flames from her mouth, turning the deck into a hell of thunder and fire. Wen Sa, on the other hand, was like a ghost, constantly reaping the lives of those who slipped through the net with the Shadow Fong in his hand. The flagship's deck was instantly transformed into a living hell. Screams and pleas for mercy filled the air. In the captain's cabin, Buck stared at the three figures on the monitor screen, who looked like demons descending to earth. He was so frightened that his entire body trembled, and the wine glass in his hand clattered to the ground. Strange monster. All he could utter were these meaningless murmurs. He couldn't understand why such a terrifying being would suddenly appear. Quick, run. Activate emergency teleportation. He scrambled and crawled toward the control panel, trying to escape. However, a hand pressed the teleportation button before he could. Buck turned around stiffly. Jiang Yi had appeared behind him at some point and was looking at him calmly. Where do you want to go? No, don't kill me. Buck knelt down with a thud, begging for mercy with tears streaming down his face. I'll give you all my money. I'll give you the entire guild. Please spare my life. Your money. Jiang Yi smiled. If I kill you, all of these will be mine. No. Amid Buck's desperate screams, Jiang Yi gently placed his hand on the top of his head. Click. A crisp sound. The arrogant and domineering president of the Black Gold Merchant Guild, who had been so powerful in the Golden Sea, collapsed without even uttering a sound. With Buck's death, the remaining fleet of the Black Gold Guild was completely leaderless and plunged into chaos. Jiang Yi stood on the flagship's bridge, picked up the communicator, and, using Buck's voice, issued the order to surrender to all the squadrons. Facing that black behemoth that could ignore artillery fire and move like a ghost, and the few killing gods on board. These were not regular troops, but a fleet of merchant guilds gathered together for profit. Where was the slightest will to resist? Soon, white flags were raised on one warship after another. On the Pangu, Ella and her people were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the massive black ship that had so easily dismantled a huge fleet capable of annihilating their entire race in a way they could not comprehend at all. Is this the power of Lord Jiangye? Is this the power of God? As Ella watched Jiang Ye's retreating figure, her beautiful sapphire eyes were filled with fervent adoration. On the island, the elves, who were fighting a bloody battle, also noticed the strange occurrences at sea. They were stunned when they saw the Black Gold Merchant Guild's fleet raise a white flag and cease its attack. What happened? What happened? The enemy has surrendered. It's Priestess Alari. It's the reinforcements she summoned. When they saw the Pangu and Alari standing at the bow, the entire island erupted in cheers of relief. Jiang Yi ignored the cheers. After Lin Jixia took over and began to incorporate the Black Gold Merchant Guild's fleet, he then led Alari and his core crew to the beautiful island. Lord Jiangya, this way please. Alari respectfully led the way, guiding them through beautiful forests toward the center of the island. Along the way, all the elves looked at Jiang Yi and his group with awe and gratitude. Soon, they arrived at the very center of the island. A huge, lake-like spring appeared before them. The spring water is crystal clear, radiating a soft, milky white glow, and an intensely rich life force wafts towards you. This is the sacred site of the elves, the fountain of life. However, the spring water appeared somewhat dim at this moment, and wisps of ominous black mist floated on the surface. This is clearly due to the impact of the previous attack by the Black Gold Guild. This is it. A hint of heartache appeared on Ella's face. Jiang Yi nodded. He could sense an incredibly pure energy contained beneath the spring water. This was exactly the primordial water he needed. Just as he was about to have Flora purify the spring, a sudden change has occurred. The entire fountain of life suddenly began to boil violently. The milky white halo at the center of the spring was in full bloom. An ancient, vast, and benevolent consciousness slowly awakens from the bottom of the spring. Its gaze, or rather, its perception, instantly locked onto Jiang Yi and Flora beside him. A gentle yet aged voice resounded directly in everyone's minds. Guests from afar, and my beloved newborn kind. Welcome to my country. Chapter 145, The Primordial Water. The voice that suddenly rang in their minds was gentle, yet full of authority, startling everyone present. Yes, Lord Izumi no spirit. Alari was the first to react, her face showing immense excitement and reverence. Lord Izumi no spirit, you've awakened. She immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. The spirit of the spring? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and looked at the spring water that was boiling violently. He could sense that the vast consciousness was not malicious. On the contrary, it carried the kindness and gentleness of an elder. I had been asleep for too long. It was this newborn kindred spirit, whose pure life force awakened me. The voice of the spirit of the spring rang out once more. Its gaze was focused on Flora. Flora tilted her head, looking curiously at the glowing spring. She sensed a shared energy, a feeling of familiarity. Hello. She waved her little hand and greeted everyone in her childish voice. Hee hee. The spirit of the spring gave a kind chuckle. What an adorable child. You possess the aura of creation. Your future is limitless. Then, its consciousness turned to Jiang Yi. And you, young human, you are full of contradictions. You have both a domineering desire to conquer and a sense of responsibility to protect. What's even more interesting is that such a noble god of the life pantheon would actually serve you as his master. I can sense that your purpose in coming here is for my core origin. Quan Jiling directly revealed Jiang Yi's purpose. Jiang Yi did not deny it, and calmly said, That's right, I need the primordial water to build a special ship. The Styx ferry boat. Quan Jiling's words made Jiang Yi's pupils shrink sharply. It actually knows about the Styx ferry boat? Don't be surprised. The spirit of the spring seemed to have seen through Jiang Yi's thoughts. As one of the oldest elemental spirits in this world, I know many forgotten secrets. The Styx ferry boat is the embodiment of rules. Its creation requires the collection of fragments of laws scattered throughout the world. My origin, the primordial water, is one of them, representing the laws of life and origin. I shouldn't have handed it over to an outsider. But the spirit of the spring changed its tone. You saved my people and purified my homeland. More importantly, the child beside you has given me hope. This ocean needs order, and you seem to be the one who can bring about a new order. Therefore, I can give you my origin. The words had barely left his mouth. The entire fountain of life shone brightly. The milky white halos in the center of the spring began to converge and compress wildly toward the center. It eventually formed a fist-sized, teardrop-shaped crystal that emitted a seven-colored, glassy light. The crystals slowly rose from the spring water and floated in front of Jiang Yi. An extremely pure life force emanates from the crystal, and just one breath is enough to make one feel refreshed and all fatigue disappear. System notification. You have obtained the mythical grade material, origin of life, primordial water. Jiang Yi reached out and grasped the water droplet crystal in his hand. The warm, smooth touch came from my palm, as if I were holding a newborn world in my hands. The second core material for the mythical battleship is in hand. Thank you. Jiang Yi sincerely thanked Quan Jiling. Don't mention it, you deserve it. The voice of the spirit of the spring sounded somewhat weak. Clearly, separating the source also consumes a huge amount of resources. In exchange, I hope you can shelter my children. Okay. Jiang Yi nodded. From today onwards, the spirits of the Rainbow Sea will be under the protection of the Pangu Arkansas. That's good. The voice of the spirit of the spring gradually faded away, as if it were about to fall asleep again. Jiang Yi carefully put away the primordial water, feeling great. He turned to look at Ella. Now, it's time to fulfill your promise. Yes, Lord Jiangya. Ella quickly took out an ancient parchment map from her bosom and respectfully handed it to Jiang Yi. This is a map showing the location of the Sighing Islands. However, it is only a fragment and can only indicate the general direction, so please forgive me. Jiang Yi took the map and unfolded it. An ancient and sorrowful aura wafted over. The map is marked with an archipelago shrouded in mist, written in the ancient script of the elves. System notification. You have obtained a fragment of the map for the special item Starry Veil. Another clue to a mythological material has been obtained. The purpose of this trip has been exceeded. Jiang Yi was in an extremely good mood. Priestess of Alari. Jiang Yi put away the map and suddenly spoke, looking at the beautiful elf in front of him. Lord Jiangya, what are your orders? Would you like to leave this place with me and see the outside world? Jiang Yi extended an invitation. Alari is an excellent diplomat and an elven priestess. Having her by your side will be of great benefit in conquering other seas or dealing with other races in the future. Not to mention, such a beautiful woman is such a waste to leave her on this island. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's invitation, a blush instantly spread across Ella's cheeks, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Is she inviting me to board her ship? Ying Yao, who was standing nearby, was immediately displeased upon seeing this. She squeezed between Jiang Yi and Ella, grabbing Jiang Ye's arm and watching Ella warily. Hey, not just anyone can get on my boat. That's right. That's right. We already have enough crew members. We don't need any pretty faces. When Sa chimed in from the side, seeing their possessive behavior towards their food, Ella didn't get angry at all. Instead, she burst out laughing. She bowed gracefully to Jiang Yi. It is an honor for Alari to follow you. She agreed without hesitation. System notification. Elven priestess, Alari, requests to join your fleet. Do you agree? Agree. Jiang Yi silently recited in his heart. System notification. Congratulations. You have acquired a new crew member, Era, legendary. Crew member, Alari. Race, Moon Elf. Level 8, now upgraded to level 9. Occupation, Moon Priestess. Talent, S rank nature affinity. Can communicate with all things, soothe living beings, and has an extremely strong affinity for nature-based creatures. Skills, Moonlight Blessing, Tranquil Rain, Starfall. Loyalty, 95, Admiration. Another legendary crew member has been acquired. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction, just as he was preparing to return home with his new crew and spoils of war. Lin Jixia's voice suddenly rang out urgently through the communicator. Captain, something terrible has happened. We just received an urgent communication from Styx base. Just 10 minutes ago, a massive, unidentified fleet suddenly appeared on the eastern border of our Styx Sea. Their numbers exceed 3,000, and their technological level far surpasses that of any other force we currently know of. Radar indicates that their flagship is a gigantic mechanical construct, exceeding 1 kilometer in size, that we have never seen before. We found a uniform emblem on the hulls of their ships. Lin Jixiao sent over the design of the emblem. It was a cold and complex mechanical eye pattern made up of countless precision gears and circuit boards. Jiang Yi looked at the pattern, and his brows furrowed instantly. He remembered this emblem. This mysterious native force is mentioned in the background setting of the book, The Age of Exploration, in the Captain's Handbook. A terrifying civilization composed entirely of machines and artificial intelligence, with the goal of purifying and formatting all life. Their names are Mechanical Divine Court, Chapter 146 Mechanical God Court, Rainbow Sea, on the sea surface. Lin Jixia's urgent voice echoed through the bridge of the Panga ship via the communicator, each word like a heavy hammer blow to everyone's heart. A massive, unidentified fleet. Their technological level far surpasses ours. A giant mechanical construct exceeding 1 kilometer in size. The smiles on everyone's faces, who were just basking in the joy of acquiring the primordial water and new crew members, instantly froze. Allery was horrified. As a native of the Rainbow Sea, she had never heard of such a terrifying force. Jiang Ye's brows furrowed instantly. Mechanical Divine Court. A super-civilization spanning several seas, composed entirely of machines and artificial intelligence. Their goal is not plunder, nor conquest, but purification. They viewed all organic life forms as bugs and viruses in the ocean universe, and their mission was to eliminate all these viruses, format the entire world, and establish a perfect mechanical heaven with only cold order. This is a mad civilization. A powerful, insane civilization. Captain Lin Jixia's voice was grave. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan have sent the highest level of alert. Their radar shows that the enemy's vanguard is less than 100 nautical miles from our defensive perimeter in the Styx Sea. They request your instructions. The entire bridge fell into a deathly silence upon hearing this. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Ying Yao clenched her fists tightly, her small face full of solemnity and fighting spirit. Wen Sa's hand was already on the shadow fong at her waist, her eyes sharp as knives. Even the usually innocent and carefree Flora sensed the tense atmosphere. She tugged nervously at Jiang Ye's sleeve and whispered, "Master, are some bad guys coming?" Jiang Yi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He absolutely cannot act rashly at this time. He is the backbone of everyone. When he lost his composure, the whole team fell apart. A moment later, he reached out and gently patted Flora's head, his voice steady and strong. "It's nothing, just a bunch of uninvited tin cans." After calming Flora down, his gaze swept over every crew member present. Lin Jixia, Ying Yao, Wen Sa, Wen Ruan, Su Tao, and Ella, who just joined. Their faces showed tension and seriousness, but none of them showed fear or hesitation. Their eyes showed unconditional trust in him. This trust warmed Jiang Ye's heart, but also made the sense of responsibility on his shoulders even heavier. "Sister Jixia," Jiang Yi said, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Yes, Captain. Order Wang Ba and Lu Yuan to consolidate all defenses, hold the core area, and not launch any offensives." "Yes. Order all non-combat vessels to immediately move to the rear refuge port and activate the highest level of defense measures." "Clear. Tell them to protect our home at all costs until I get back." Jiang Ye's tone was resolute and left no room for doubt. "Yes, I'll pass it on immediately." Lin Jixia nodded heavily, her fingers flying across the control panel. After doing all this, Jiang Yi turned around and looked out at the vast sea. "Alari." "Yes, Lord Jiang Yi," Era quickly replied. "The matter in the Rainbow Sea is temporarily settled. Now I need to return to my territory immediately." Jiang Yi looked at her. "You've just joined, so you can choose to stay here and we'll come back for you after we've dealt with the trouble." He gave Alari a choice. After all, what follows is an unprecedentedly brutal war. He wasn't sure if Panguark could withstand the strain. Upon hearing this, Ella shook her head without hesitation. Her sapphire blue eyes gazed firmly at Jiang Yi. "No, Your Excellency. I have said that it is my honor to follow you. Wherever you go, whatever enemies you face, Alari will be with you." Her voice was clear and firm. Jiang Yi gave her a deep look and nodded. "Good." Without saying another word, he walked directly to the ship's wheel and placed his hand on it. "Attention everyone. Target, the Styx Sea. Activate Ghost Shuttle and begin maximum warp drive. Let's go home." "Buzz." With Jiang Ye's command, the Panga ship's hull once again became illusory. Immediately afterwards, the power core at the stern erupted with a dazzling light, and the entire giant ship transformed into a streak of light that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, instantly tearing through space and disappearing into the horizon of the Rainbow Sea. The terrifying speed left Alari, experiencing it for the first time, speechless with astonishment. She felt as if she were sitting on a shooting star, the scenery outside the window rushing past, turning into blurry patches of light and shadow. Is this the power of a Tier 9 warship? That's incredible. In its ghost form, the Pangu ignored all physical obstacles and traversed the deep sea at speeds beyond conventional comprehension. What would normally take several days of travel has now been shortened to an infinite number of days. However, just as they were about to break out of the Rainbow Sea and enter the boundary zone, beep, 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 beep. A piercing alarm suddenly blared in the bridge. Captain, Lin Jixia's voice suddenly rose. High-energy reaction detected ahead. It's a unit of the mechanical divine court. Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened instantly. He looked at the main screen. The radar showed that more than a dozen signal points emitting dangerous red light had appeared on their only path ahead. That was a small reconnaissance fleet. They've actually infiltrated this place. They've discovered us. Lin Jixia said in a deep voice. They're sending us some kind of data link request. It seems to be a warning. Warn. Ignore it. Full speed ahead, just crash into them. Chapter 147, Facing the Mechanical Pioneers. Run over it. Those three simple words made Ailari's heart skip a beat. That's the fleet of the mechanical gods. Although it was just a reconnaissance squad, according to the intelligence we just received, even their most basic units possessed a level of technology far exceeding that of ordinary warships. Is it really okay to just crash into it like that? However, the others on the Pangu had no doubt about Jiang Ye's orders. Lin Jixia immediately carried out the order, maintaining the ghost shuttle mode without showing any signs of slowing down. Ying Yao and Wen Sa were even more eager to try. The distance between the two sides quickly closed. Jiang Yi saw the mechanical god court warships for the first time through the main screen. It was a shuttle-shaped spaceship with a cold, industrial aesthetic made entirely of an unknown silver-white metal. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, with no visible seams, making it appear as a single, seamless piece. The ship's hull shimmered with pale blue energy patterns, resembling the blood vessels of a living organism and exuding a futuristic feel. There were only 12 of them, each about 50 meters long, which looked like small fish next to a shark in front of the massive Pangu. However, these 12 small boats exuded a chilling aura of danger. The 12 shuttle-shaped spaceships reacted immediately the moment the Pangu approached. Instead of firing, they instantly changed formation, creating an energy net in front of them. A monotone, devoid of any emotion, echoed across the bridge of the Pangu via public channels. Warning: high-threat organic units detected. According to Article 1321 of the Machinery Code, all unauthorized organisms are prohibited from crossing the purification boundary. Stop immediately and undergo formatting review. Repeat, stop immediately and undergo formatting review. Formatted review. Wen Sa curled her lip, looking disdainful. What is that? It doesn't sound like a good thing. Master, they're so noisy. Flora wrinkled her cute little nose, looking a little unhappy. Jiang Yi ignored the other party's warning. His eyes were fixed on the screen. With his weakness insight vision, the structure of these mechanical spaceships was clearly displayed before his eyes. Their energy shields are extremely strong, almost reaching the level of a Tier 8 warship. The ship's hull structure is also exceptionally robust and possesses the ability to self-repair. Most importantly, their power core is a highly efficient cold fusion device that Jiang Yi had never seen before. They are indeed a formidable opponent. This was Jiang Ye's first assessment of them. Jixia, deactivate Ghost Shuttle, Jiang Yi suddenly ordered. Captain. Lin Jixia was taken aback. In their ghost form, they can pass right through without getting hurt. Unwinding means it's time for a head-on confrontation. I need to test the strength of these tin cans. Jiang Yi's eyes gleamed. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Now that we've encountered them, there is no reason for us to let them go. Perfect. Let Wang Ba and Lu Yuan see what kind of enemy we are about to face. As Jiang Yi spoke, he activated the real-time battlefield data transmission, simultaneously sending the scene here to Wang Ba and Lu Yuan, who were far away in the Styx Sea. Yes, Captain. Lin Zhixiao immediately understood Jiang Ye's intention. The next second, the illusory hull of the Panga ship instantly solidified. Like a primordial beast breaking free of its shackles, it appeared before the 12 mechanical spaceships with unparalleled momentum. Warning. Hostile behavior detected. Activate first combat sequence. The synthesized mechanical voice sounded again. The bows of the 12 spaceships split open instantly, revealing cannons inside that gleamed with a dangerous light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 incredibly precise blue energy beams shot out in a fan shape, blocking all of the Panga's escape routes. Their attacks are extremely fast and perfectly coordinated, as if controlled by a single brain. Activate the shield. Lin Zhixiao calmly gave the order. A thick, dark blue energy shield instantly expanded around the hull of the Pangu. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 beams of light slammed into the shield, creating violent ripples of energy. The shield's energy level dropped by 5% instantly. Such strong penetrating power. Lin Zhixiao's expression changed slightly. Keep in mind that the Pangu is a Tier 9 warship, and its shield strength is enough to withstand several rounds of bombardment from main guns of the same level. The enemy salvo from just 12 reconnaissance ships was enough to produce such an effect. If this were Wang Ba's level 7 warship, the shield would probably shatter on the spot after just one round. Ying Yao? When Jiang Ye's voice rang out. Exist. Receive. The two women had been waiting impatiently for a long time. As soon as she finished speaking, Ying Yao's figure transformed into a streak of lightning and fire, soaring into the sky and transforming into a majestic lightning and fire dragon maiden in midair. She opened her dragon mouth, and a destructive dragon breath, mixed with thunder and fire, spewed towards one of the mechanical spaceships. Wen Sa's figure disappeared into the shadows the moment she jumped off the deck. High-energy biological attack detected. Evasion route calculation failed. Activate the annihilation field. Faced with Ying Yao's dragon breath, which was powerful enough to melt steel, the surface of the locked mechanical spaceship glowed with an even deeper blue light, forming a strange force field. The dragon's breath struck the force field and was quickly decomposed and dissolved, its power greatly reduced. Although it eventually broke through the force field, leaving a large charred mark on the ship's hull, it failed to destroy it in one blow. Huh! Ying Yao exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time a creature had survived a single breath attack from her, since she transformed into her dragon form. These tin cans are harder than I imagined. Just then, a dark shadow appeared like a ghost on the side of another mechanical spaceship. Wen Sa emerged from the shadows, the shadow fong in her hand radiating a chilling aura as she precisely stabbed at the spaceship's energy interface, the only seemingly weak spot she had observed for a long time. Bite! A crisp sound. The tip of the shadow fong's blade collided with the silver-white hull, creating a series of sparks. When Sa felt a tremendous force of recoil from the dagger, her hand went numb and she was thrown back. So hard. When Sa steadied herself in midair, her face full of surprise. Her shadow fong is a legendary weapon, incredibly sharp, and it can't even pierce through the opponent's armor. Just then, something unexpected happened. The mechanical spaceship she attacked suddenly had several flexible mechanical arms extend from its side, which lashed out at Wen Sa like venomous snakes hunting their prey. It looked like Wen Sa was about to be caught. Careful! Jiang Ye's voice rang out. He stomped his foot and shot out like a cannonball, arriving first despite being behind. He pulled Wen Sa into his arms, while 8 ferocious spider legs stretched out from behind him, forming a shield in front of him. Bang! 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 Several robotic arms slammed heavily onto the spider's legs, producing a dull metallic clang. Jiang Yi felt a tremendous force coming from him, and he was carried back several meters in midair before he could regain his balance. Feeling Jiang Yi's strong heartbeat and warm chest, Wen Sa, nestled in his arms, blushed slightly. But she quickly realized what was happening, struggled to jump out of Jiang Yi's arms, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Thank you." Jiang Yi ignored her little actions. His gaze was fixed on the mechanical spaceships. Physical attack, energy attack, sneak attack. Conventional methods are inefficient for them. These guys are like fighting machines without any weaknesses. "Master, let Flora give it a try." Just then, Flora's voice rang out. Suddenly, she too flew into the air and gently waved her small hand at one of the mechanical spaceships. "Go wrap up all these tin lumps." As she finished speaking, from the seawater below, countless golden vines burst forth, like giant pythons come to life, and coiled around the mechanical spaceship at an astonishing speed. Warning: high concentration of life energy erosion detected. Ship structural damage levels: 1%, 5%, 15%. The synthesized voice, for the first time, carried a sense of urgency, similar to an alarm. The golden vines, upon contact with the mechanical spaceship, emitted a sizzling, corrosive sound, as if they were a highly concentrated acid. The seemingly indestructible silver-white hull began to rapidly dissolve and peel away under the erosion of the life force. Efficient. Jiang Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. He understood. The mechanical gods represent a pure order of machinery and death, while Flora's power is pure life and creation. At the level of laws, the two are natural enemies. Flora's life force has a natural restraining effect on these mechanical creations. "Flora, well done," Jiang Yi exclaimed. Flora became even more enthusiastic after receiving praise from her master. She puffed out her cheeks and reached out with both hands. More golden vines surged from the sea, wrapping the spaceship in layers, turning it into a giant golden dumpling. Under the constant erosion of the life force, the spaceship quickly lost power and plummeted straight down into the sea, billowing black smoke. "Grab it. Don't let it fall," Jiang Yi immediately ordered. He needs a living person to study. However, just as Flora was about to manipulate the vines to drag the crashed spaceship back, suddenly, an incredibly blinding red light shone from the core of the spaceship. Warning: core damaged beyond repair. Initiating final formatting. For the supreme mechanical order. The cold, synthesized sound, carrying a sense of fanatical martyrdom, resounded through the sky. The next second, boom! Chapter 148: Purification. A deafening explosion erupted inside the mechanical spaceship wrapped in golden vines. The terrifying energy shockwave instantly tore those tough golden vines to shreds. The intense heat created a massive fireball that expanded in mid-air, evaporating the surrounding seawater to a depth of several meters. Not good. Jiang Ye's expression changed, and he immediately manipulated his 8 spider legs, forming a shield to protect everyone in front of him. The shockwave, carrying countless metal fragments, slammed into the spider's legs, producing a dense clanging sound. When the light fades, the mechanical spaceship, along with several of its companions, had been reduced to countless fragments and vanished without a trace. He self-destructed, and he even dragged his companions into the self-destruction. This decisiveness and ruthlessness sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Are these guys all crazy? Wen Sa couldn't help but curse. No, they're not crazy. Jiang Yi's eyes were more serious than ever before. They are machines. Machines without emotions or fear, that simply execute commands in the most efficient way. For them, self-destruction may simply be the optimal solution to clean up the battlefield and prevent technology from leaking out. The remaining mechanical ships showed no hesitation or grief after witnessing their comrades self-destruct. They immediately changed direction, transforming into several streaks of light and disappearing into the distance. Their purpose seemed to be merely to transmit intelligence, and they had no intention of fighting Jiang Ye to the death. Trying to run? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. "Jixia, lock onto one of them. Use conventional main guns to break its legs." "Yes." Lin Jixia immediately locked onto one of the escaping spaceships on the control panel. On the hull of the Pangu, rows of menacing cannons turned around, their muzzles glowing with a ghostly blue light. Fire! Boom! 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 Dozens of shells, like a storm of steel, instantly covered the airspace where the spaceship was located. The spaceship's piloting AI was clearly extremely advanced, performing dazzling maneuvers and evasions amidst the gunfire. However, the fire control system of the Pangu was also extremely precise under Lin Jixia's control. After a series of calculations and predictions, boom! A shell successfully hit the tail thruster of the spaceship. A burst of fire. The spaceship instantly lost its balance, billowing black smoke, and plunged headlong into the sea below like a kite with a broken string. Flora, receive. Flora acted again, countless vines rising from the sea and weaving a giant net in mid-air, steadily catching the falling spaceship. This time, Jiangyi learned his lesson. Freeze its core with your power before it self-destructs. Yes, master. Flora's small hand reached out and grasped the spaceship from afar. A powerful surge of life force flooded into the spaceship like a tidal wave. At the core of the spaceship, the red light of self-destruction that had just appeared flickered a few times under the influence of the life force, before finally extinguishing itself unwillingly. Done. Jiangyi breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately led everyone back to the Pangu, and at the same time ordered Flora to drag the captured spaceship over and secure it to the deck. Upon closer inspection, the spaceship's technological sophistication is even more astonishing. Jiangyi reached out and touched the cold, silvery white shell, but his heart felt heavy. Even the reconnaissance units are so troublesome. How terrifying must that main fleet, with 3,000 warships and a 1,000-meter class mothership, be? Jixia, can you crack its data core? Zhang Yi asked Lin Jixia. I'll give it a try. Lin Jixia's expression was also very serious. She connected a data cable to the spaceship's external interface, and then closed her eyes. Her talent, strategic planning, not only allows her to see information that ordinary people cannot, but also endows her with extraordinary thinking and calculation abilities. At this moment, her mental energy was transforming into countless invisible data streams, flowing into the spaceship's core AI along the lines. A silent information war has begun. Lin Jixia's forehead quickly became covered in fine beads of sweat, and her face turned somewhat pale. The opponent's AI firewall is like an impregnable fortress, full of cold and meticulous logical traps. Any attempt to force a crack will trigger its self-destruct program. But Lin Jixia did not launch a strong attack. She was like the most patient hunter, constantly probing and analyzing, searching for the slightest possible flaw in that tight logical chain. Time passed by, second by second. The atmosphere inside the bridge was extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, for fear of disturbing her. Finally, in a split second, Lin Jixia's eyes snapped open. Found it. Her mental power transformed into the sharpest dagger, precisely piercing the logical loophole she had been searching for so long. Buzz. The spaceship's hull trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, countless waterfall-like data streams consisting of zeros and ones began to flash rapidly across the main screen. We did it, Ying Yao exclaimed excitedly. Lin Jixia didn't speak. Her hands moved like a blur on the control panel, quickly filtering and extracting useful information from the vast sea of data. She quickly pieced together some fragmented information. Purification sequence number 734 target sea area, codename Styx. Eliminate all carbon-based life forms in the formatted ecosystem and establish a new order foundation. Warning, a high-energy anomaly, codenamed Pangu, has been detected in this area. The threat level has been raised to devastating. The final ruling agreement has activated the Apocalypse mainframe. Estimated arrival time, 23 hours 15 minutes 4 seconds. When Lin Jixia saw the last line of information, her pupils suddenly contracted. Oh no, something's wrong. She pointed to the countdown on the screen, her voice trembling slightly. The main fleet of the Mechanical Divine Court arrived in the Styx Sea in less than 24 hours, not the several days we had previously estimated. What? This news came like a bolt from the blue, plunging everyone's hearts into despair. Less than 24 hours. They are still nearly half a day's journey from the Styx Sea. By the time they get back, they will have less than 12 hours to prepare. How can you fight against a terrifying fleet of 3,000 warships and a 1,000-meter-long mothership in 12 hours? A suffocating pressure descended upon everyone's hearts. What's the panic? Zhang Ye's calm voice broke the deathly silence. He walked to the control panel, looked at the bright red countdown on the screen, and instead of panic, his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. Less than 24 hours? So what? When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. He turned around, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over the crowd. Notify Wang Ba and Lu Yuan to bring out all the spoils of war, materials, and energy cores we've captured. 12 hours is enough. I want them to know that boarding my Pangu Ark isn't so easy. Our home is not a place they can come and go as they please. Zhang Ye's voice was full of powerful confidence and infectious energy, instantly dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts. Yes, what are they afraid of? They have Jiang Yi. With this all-powerful captain, from a small wooden raft to a 9-class behemoth, from living hand to mouth to becoming a maritime superpower, he has created too many miracles. This time, it will definitely work too. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with an unprecedented firmness. Chapter 149, All-Out Preparation. Like an arrow released from a bow, the Pangu ship traced a brilliant trajectory in the deep sea as it sped back towards the Styx River. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere remained tense, but everyone's fighting spirit had been rekindled. Jiang Yi stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the deep darkness in the distance, his mind racing. 12 hours. Time is of the essence. He must make the most of every minute and second. Zhixiao, immediately contact Wang Ba and Lu Yuan, and have them move all the ships in the fleet into our unsinkable grip dock. The unsinkable grip is a special hull module obtained when the Pangu is upgraded to level 8. It is equivalent to a huge mobile dock with super repair and modification capabilities. Yes, Captain, but our dock can't accommodate that many ships at once, Lin Zhixiao reminded him. Come in batches. Jiang Ye's thinking was crystal clear. Prioritize upgrading their main warships, and equip them with all the level 7 and above cannons, armor, and shield modules we seized from the Blazing Legion and the Black Gold Merchant Guild. And those materials we brought out from the Divine Kingdom's treasury. Don't be stingy. Use everything that can be used. I want to at least double their fleet's combat strength in the shortest possible time. Jiang Ye's voice was firm and resounding. These words deeply shocked Alari, who was standing next to him. He generously distributed the top-tier equipment he captured to his subordinates. What a bold move and skill this is. She suddenly understood why powerful figures like Wang Ba and Lu Yuan would willingly follow Jiang Yi. With a captain like that, how could you not achieve great things? Understood. Lin Zhixiao immediately began relaying the orders. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan, who were far away in the Styx Sea, were instantly calmed down after receiving Jiang Ye's orders and news of his impending return. The boss is coming back. Wang Ba's rough voice boomed through the communicator, making the entire command room buzz. Brothers, get your spirits up. The boss said we're going to upgrade our ships with new cannons. Get the ships to the designated positions and line them up. Although Lu Yuan wasn't as excited as Wang Ba, his tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. Jiang Ye's return acted like a stabilizing force, calming the morale of the entire Pangu Ark. They immediately followed Jiang Ye's instructions to mobilize the fleet and begin the final preparations for the battle. 10 hours later, when the enormous figure of the Pangu finally appeared on the horizon of the Styx Sea, all the members of Pangu Ark who witnessed this scene erupted in a deafening cheer. Their leader is back. Jiang Yi wasted no time. The Pangu sailed directly into the center of the fleet. The massive unsinkable grip dock module separated from the hull, like a steel behemoth opening its arms. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's flagship was the first to sail into the dock. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yi placed his hand on the control panel. Initiate upgrade. With his command, the mountain of advanced materials, weapon modules, and energy cores piled up in the system's inventory transformed into streams of light and flowed into the material converter in the dock. Countless sophisticated robotic arms extended from the four walls of the dock, like the most skilled surgeons, and began to disassemble and reassemble the two warships at lightning speed. The original old armor was stripped off and replaced with brand new composite armor that shimmered with a metallic luster. The old cannons were removed and replaced with giant magic cannons with thicker muzzles and more ferocious designs. The whole process was so fast it was dazzling. Thanks to the shipyard's powerful repair and renovation capabilities, as well as the massive amount of high-grade materials used. In just half an hour, 2 brand new, top-tier level 8 warships appeared before everyone. Their hulls were not only fitted with heavy external armor, but the number of turrets was also doubled, and there were even claw-like close combat rams on both sides of the hull, full of ferocious violent aesthetics. When Wang Ba and Lu Yuan returned to the bridge of their flagship, they were both completely stunned by the familiar yet unfamiliar cockpit and the ship's attributes that had skyrocketed on the screen. "My God," Wang Ba stammered, touching the brand new control panel. "Is this still my raging waves? It's like they just changed the ship." Lu Yuan was also shocked. He tried to start the engine and felt an unprecedented surge of power coming from under the hull. Too strong. This is no longer a simple upgrade. This is a complete transformation. Don't just stand there. Jiang Ye's voice came through the communicator. "Your boats are finished. Get out immediately and let the next batch in. Our time is running out." "Yes, boss." Wang Ba and Lu Yuan then seemed to wake from a dream and hurriedly steered their newly refurbished warship out of the dock, their faces beaming with joy and excitement. With such powerful warships, their fear of the mechanical god court dissipated considerably. Next, the entire Styx Sea is like a giant, high-speed war factory. One by one, the warships lined up in an orderly fashion to enter the dock, and then, in a short period of time, they underwent a complete transformation. Zhang Yi threw in almost 90% of the spoils he had obtained from the Divine Kingdom's treasury. He knew very well that keeping these things was pointless. Only by transforming them into real combat power could he deal with the current crisis. Time flew by amidst the intense and busy preparations. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the last warship completed its upgrades and sailed out of the dock, an unprecedentedly powerful Panguark fleet has been assembled. More than 500 identical Tier 7 warships, 100 Tier 8 warships, and 2 Tier 8 flagships belonging to Wang Ba and Lu Yuan. The most crucial element, of course, is the Pangu, a 9th-class behemoth that reigns supreme in the center of the fleet, like an emperor. All the warships were given a uniform paint scheme, and the ancient and majestic emblem of Pangu's arc was printed on their hulls. Looking around, there was a dark mass, banners obscuring the sun, and a murderous aura soaring to the sky. Just then, beep, 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 a sharp, urgent alarm blared throughout the fleet's communication channels. Lin Zhixia's voice trembled slightly as it rang in Jiang Ye's ears. "The captain's radar, the end of the radar line. They're here." Jiang Yi suddenly looked up at the distant sea. Suddenly, a silvery tide appeared on the once calm horizon where the sea and sky met. It was an endless torrent of steel, composed of countless mechanical warships gleaming with a cold metallic light. They moved in perfect, breathtaking synchronization, crushing towards the Styx Sea. The war has begun. Chapter 150, the Styx Defense Line. On the sea, that silver, mechanical tide is expanding at an astonishing rate. Soon, everyone could see the full picture of the fleet. More than 3,000 futuristic shuttle-shaped warships, like locusts swarming across the land, blotted out the sky. They were arranged in a huge and precise attack formation, with the distance between each unit being exactly the same, as if precisely controlled by a supercomputer, full of cold and efficient death aesthetics. In the center of that massive fleet, a terrifying mothership, its shadow large enough to engulf an entire island, was slowly advancing. Its size exceeds 1 kilometer, and its overall shape resembles a pyramid. It is completely black, and its surface is covered with a layer of energy patterns that flicker like breathing. It was like a mobile steel fortress, exuding a chilling, world-destroying aura of terror. This is the Apocalypse, the 9th-tier peak mothership of the mechanical divine court. The moment the fleet came into view, whether they were members of the Panguark team or players watching the battle through various channels in the world chat, Everyone was stunned into silence by the earth-shattering aura. My God, is this the fleet of the mechanical god court? More than 3,000 ships, and judging from their appearance, even the lowest-ranking ones are at least level 7. How are we supposed to fight them? Is that the biggest one a level 9 ship? It doesn't seem even more terrifying than the fire demon's heart of molten core. This is probably more than just a peak level 9. Jiang Yi has probably really bitten off more than he can chew this time. On the World Channel, there was a chorus of wails. Everyone thought that Jiang Yi was doomed to lose this time. The two sides are simply not on the same level in terms of size. The command channel of the Pangu Arc fleet was also completely silent. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan stared intently at the dense cluster of red dots representing the enemy on the screen, their palms already drenched in cold sweat. Even though their fleet had just undergone an epic upgrade, they couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness upon seeing the sheer size of the enemy. Boss, Wang Ba's voice was a little hoarse. This quantity is way too damn much. Scared, Jiang Ye's calm voice rang out in the channel. Screw what? Wang Ba immediately retorted. I'm just a little excited. Damn it, it's been so long since I've fought such an exciting battle. Jiang Yi did not call him out on his stubbornness. His gaze, sharp as the most eagles, was fixed on the massive mothership in the distance. He knew that was the key to this war. Once the mothership is taken down, the remaining shuttle-shaped warships will be nothing more than a disorganized mess. All fleets, heed my command. Jiang Ye's voice was transmitted to the command room of every warship through the highest level of authorization. Using the Panga ship as the core, formed a 3 talents tortoise-shell formation. Wang Ba, you will lead the Raging Waves fleet on the left flank. Lu Yuan, you will lead the Silent Fleet on the right flank. Pioneer Fleet provides central support. All warships, charge your main guns. Activate all shields. Prepare to meet the enemy. Yes. Yes. With Jiang Ye's command, the entire Pangu Arc fleet instantly sprang into action, like a sophisticated war machine. The warships rapidly changed positions, forming a massive and imposing defensive formation, like a giant tortoise with its sturdy shell spread wide, firmly guarding the Styx Sea behind it. Layers of energy shields spread out above the fleet, weaving together to form a dazzling energy canopy. A great war is about to break out. Large-scale organic fleet detected. Determined as hostile behavior. Initiate the first purification protocol. The cold, mechanical synthesized voice, like the pronouncement of death, echoed across the sky. The next second, around the apocalypse, the prows of the 3,000 shuttle-shaped warships simultaneously lit up with a dazzling blue light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands of energy beams, like a dense, deadly rainstorm, ripped through the sky, pouring towards the defensive lines of the Pangu Arc with the will to purify everything. The scene was like the end of the world. Hold on. Wang Ba roared hoarsely from his bridge. Boom, 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 boom. Dense beams of energy slammed into the energy shields of the Pangu Arc fleet. The entire sky trembled violently, stirring up ripples of energy that seemed almost tangible. Inside the bridges of countless warships, alarms blared in unison. Shield energy reduced by 10%. Shield energy reduced by 15%. Squad 7's shields are overloaded. Requesting backup. In just the first salvo, the Pangu Arc's defensive lines were under immense pressure. Several warships located on the outer edge of the formation had their shields shattered on the spot, and thick black smoke billowed from their hulls. Fight back. Everyone fucking fight back. Wang Ba's eyes were bloodshot as he roared the order. Fire. Lu Yuan also issued the attack order at the same time. The next second, within the Pangu Arc's territory, hundreds of newly upgraded magic-powered cannons roared in anger. Countless massive energy projectiles, trailing long plumes of flame, roared toward the enemy fleet. An incredibly fierce and spectacular artillery battle erupted over the Styx Sea. The entire sky was illuminated by beams of energy of various colors and bursts of fire. The seawater was boiling violently, and space was constantly distorting. Every minute, every second, countless warships were transformed into dazzling fireworks amidst the gunfire. Although the fleet of the mechanical gods has an absolute advantage in numbers, the warships of the Pangu arc have far surpassed their opponents in individual performance after Jiang Ye's costless upgrades. In addition, Flora's Genesis domain continuously provides life energy from the rear, repairing damaged ships and healing injured crew members. For a time, the two sides were locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle, falling into a brutal war of attrition. On the bridge of the Pangu, Jiang Yi calmly observed the entire battlefield. His mental focus was extremely high, his brain like the fastest computer, constantly analyzing every detail on the battlefield and issuing precise commands. Ying Yao, Wen Sa, the enemy's command point is at the 3 o'clock position on the left flank. Take it out. Receive. Clear. A streak of lightning and a ghostly black shadow burst forth from the Pangu, precisely cutting into the chaotic battlefield. Flora, the pressure on our right flank is too great. Use your vines to cause them some trouble. Yes, master. As soon as he finished speaking, countless golden vines shot up from the seabed, coiling around the right wing of the mechanical god court fleet like giant pythons. Under Jiang Ye's precise command and the strong execution of the core crew members, the Pangu Arc's defenses, though teetering on the brink of collapse, were never breached. However, Jiang Yi felt no sense of relief, because he knew that the real big players hadn't made a move yet. His gaze remained fixed on the mountain like mothership, the apocalypse. It was as if she sensed his gaze. The terrifying mothership that had been silently hovering behind the battlefield finally made a move. Buzz. A muffled hum. Beneath the pyramid-shaped hull of the apocalypse, an enormous circular hatch, over 100 meters in diameter, slowly opened. An even more terrifying and suffocating pressure than all the previous mechanical warships combined emanated from the dark opening. Immediately afterwards, a figure, or rather, a figure radiating holy light, slowly flew out of the cave. Chapter 151 Mechanical Angel. It was a humanoid mechanical creation that was 9 meters tall and had a perfectly streamlined shape. It is made entirely of an unknown material that seems to combine platinum and ivory, radiating a soft and holy glow. 6 pairs of angelic wings made of pure energy stretched out from behind it. Above his head floated a constantly rotating golden halo composed of countless runes. In its hand it held a magnificent energy spear that burned with white flames. It hovered silently in mid-air, utterly detached from worldly concerns, yet emanating a terrifying pressure that could make even the gods tremble. The moment it appeared, the entire noisy battlefield seemed to be silenced. Everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to it. System notification, a 9th-tier peak Lord level unit, Purification Angel, serial number Alpha 01, has been detected. The system notification sounded instantly in Jiang Ye's mind. Peak of the 9th rank. A terrifying being who has already stepped into a higher realm. Purifying Angel? Jiang Yi stared at the incredibly holy mechanical creation, his expression extremely solemn. Is this the trump card of the mechanical divine court? It is indeed terrifying. The Purifying Angel did not immediately engage in battle after it appeared. Its electronic eyes, gleaming with a pale golden light, indifferently swept across the entire battlefield, finally locking precisely onto the Pangu, the core of all the fleets. More accurately, it was focused on the figure standing with his hands behind his back at the bow of the Pangu ship. The highest threat command entity, Jiang Yi, has been detected. Initiation of final adjudication proceedings. Objective, eliminate. A cold, synthesized voice rang directly in Jiang Ye's mind. The next second, the figure of the Purification Angel also moved. Without any warning, the energy wings on its back simply fluttered gently. Whoosh! Its figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Quick! It's almost at its limit. Jiang Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. His weakness insight could only catch a blurry afterimage. Not good. Jiang Ye's internal alarm bells were ringing loudly. Almost instinctively, he stomped his foot, unleashing the power of his overlord body blood and chi. He transformed into a streak of light and retreated violently to the side. The very next instant he left the spot. Boom! A loud bang. The figure of the Purifying Angel appeared like a ghost at the spot where Jiang Yi had just stood. Its energy spear had already pierced fiercely into the hard deck of the Pangu. A terrifying burst of energy erupted. Centered on the spear, a huge hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared instantly on the deck of the Pangu. Countless steel fragments scattered in all directions, accompanied by a violent shockwave. Just one strike. It caused such terrifying damage to the level 9 Pangu. If this were to pierce someone's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Yi, who had narrowly escaped death, was covered in a cold sweat. This guy's attack power is even more terrifying than the immortal knight Carlos he encountered before. Captain, Ying Yao, Wen Sa, and the others were shocked to see this and wanted to rush over to help. Don't come any closer, Jiang Yi shouted immediately. This guy is not someone you can handle. Hold your positions. He knew very well that in battles of this level, simply having more people was no longer effective. Ying Yao and the others coming over would not only be of no help, but would also become a burden to him. Your opponents are those small fry. Jiang Ye's gaze was fixed on the purification angel who was slowly pulling a spear out of the hole. And this big guy? Leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 hideous, jet-black spider legs suddenly stretched out from under Jiang Yi. Spider form activated. At the same time, the power of his blood and chi was running wildly, and the formidable power of the overlord body was pushed to its limit. His terrifying physique, reaching a score of 350, caused a faint blood-red halo to appear on the surface of his body, his muscles to bulge, and his veins to stand out. Roar! Jiang Yi let out a low roar, and his 8 spider legs suddenly exerted force, making him charge towards the purification angel like a cannonball. The mantis blade in his hand drew a strange arc in mid-air, slashing cunningly towards the purification angel's neck. Faced with Jiang Ye's thunderous attack, a series of data streams flashed in the electronic eyes of the purification angel. Calculate the enemy's attack trajectory. Parry success rate, 99.9%. Activate the optimal counterattack plan. It simply raised its left hand, fingers spread, and precisely blocked the path of the mantis's blade. Clang! A piercing clang of metal clashing. Jiang Yi felt as if he had struck an unshakable, sacred mountain. An overwhelming and terrifying force rebounded from the blade. He felt a numbness in his hand, and his whole body flew backward uncontrollably. He tumbled several times in midair before barely managing to steady himself with his spider legs. Such incredible power. Jiang Yi was horrified. His full-force attack was blocked so easily by the opponent. What material is this guy's body made of? Too slow. The cold, synthesized voice rang out again. The figure of the purifying angel disappeared from the spot once again. The next second, it was already above Jiang Ye's head. The energy spear in his hand, like a spear of judgment, pierced down with unparalleled power. That's incredibly fast. Jiang Yi had no time to dodge. He could only roar and cross his 8 spider legs above his head, trying to withstand the blow. Boom! The spear pierced fiercely into the shield formed by the spider legs. Jiang Yi felt an indescribable, terrifying force coming from above his head. His 8 spider legs were instantly bent and deformed under the pressure, emitting a groaning sound. He was like a meteorite, smashed down from midair and crashed heavily onto the deck of the Pangu. Puff! Jiang Yi felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Just 2 moves. He had already suffered a serious injury. The purifying angel slowly descended from midair, its holy white boots landing silently on the broken deck. It walked up to Jiang Yi, who had fallen to the ground, and looked down at him with its electronic eyes flashing with data streams, devoid of any emotion. It slowly raised the energy spear in its hand, the tip of which was aimed at Jiang Ye's heart. Scanning vital signs indicates the target is severely injured and incapacitated. Perform final cleanup. Chapter 152 Destruction. Above the sea, Jiang Yi watched as the energy spear, burning with white flames, drew ever closer to him. He could already feel the terrifying energy emanating from it, enough to instantly vaporize him. Instead of fear, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Lost the ability to resist? Naive machine. Just as the spear was about to pierce his heart, a dazzling holy light suddenly erupted from Jiang Ye's body. Holy Rebirth Cross, activated. In the golden light, all of Jiang Ye's injuries were instantly healed. His condition instantly returned to its peak. Warning: abnormally high energy response detected. Target's vital signs instantly restored. An error occurred while recalculating the data model. For the first time, a chaotic data stream resembling a system crash flashed in the electronic eyes of the Purification Angel. For the first time, its perfect calculation program encountered an incomprehensible situation. What Jiang Yi wanted was this fleeting opening. Now, Jiang Yi roared, and with a burst of power from his 8 spider legs, he leaped up from the ground like a spring. Instead of retreating, he bravely faced the energy spear with a fearless attitude. He rammed his chest into the tip of the gun. Uft! The sharp spear pierced Jiang Ye's chest without any doubt. Intense pain instantly spread throughout my body. However, Jiang Yi revealed a crazy smile on his face. He used his body to lock the opponent's weapon. He reached out and grabbed the gun-wielding arm of the Purification Angel tightly, his 8 spider legs wrapping around her body like iron clamps. He used the most savage and primitive methods to forcibly drag this powerful and hopeless enemy into close combat. Come here. Jiang Ye's internal energy and blood power erupted wildly. He actually dragged the Purification Angel several meters across the deck. Warning: unknown logic attack detected. Activate melee mode. The Purifying Angel clearly didn't expect that a fragile organism would resort to such a life-for-life fighting style. It immediately tried to draw its spear, but Jiang Yi held it firmly in place. Its other hand transformed into a hand chop, viciously slashing towards Jiang Ye's neck. Jiang Yi neither dodged nor avoided the chop, letting the hand strike him, sending up a spray of blood. At the same time, the mantis blade in his hand transformed into a cold light and pierced fiercely into the waist and abdomen of the Purification Angel. That was one of the few structural connection points he had observed during the battle using weakness insight. Bite! Another crisp sound. The mantis's sharp blade still failed to pierce the sturdy armor. But that wasn't Jiang Ye's intention. Just as the blade tip collided with the armor, he flicked his wrist, and a black bead emanating an aura of spatial annihilation was precisely flicked from the hilt of the blade into the gap at the joint. Void collapse lightning. Explode it for me. Jiang Yi roared and detonated the Honkai lightning. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a muffled hum in the space. An invisible force of annihilation suddenly erupted from the waist and abdomen of the Purification Angel. True damage that ignores defense. The flawless white body of the Purifying Angel suddenly stiffened. A hole the size of a fist appeared out of nowhere in its waist and abdomen. Countless tiny parts and blue arcs of energy burst forth from the hole. Warning! Warning! 27% damage to the hull and engine structure. Initiate emergency repair procedures. For the first time, a red light, representing the highest level of alert, flashed in the electronic eyes of the Purification Angel. It emitted a mechanical click, and a terrifying power erupted from its body, instantly blasting Jiang Yi, who was wrapped around it, away. Jiang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air, revealing a shockingly large hole in his chest. But he was laughing wildly. He succeeded. He finally hurt this guy. However, the smile on his face froze the next second. The hole in the waist and abdomen of the Purification Angel was being rapidly filled and repaired by countless silver, liquid metal-like nanobots at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 seconds, the hole had vanished as if it had never existed. Repair complete. Reassess target threat level. Conclusion: possesses high-intensity regeneration capabilities. Conventional physical attacks are ineffective. Activate the law-level annihilation weapon, Holy Light. The Purifying Angel slowly raised the energy spear in her hand, and a white light, even more terrifying than before and carrying a trace of divinity, began to gather at the tip of the spear. Regeneration ability? Jiang Ye's heart sank as he watched this scene. No. Wrong. Jiang Ye's gaze was fixed on the Purification Angel. His weakness insight is still in effect. In his field of vision, He clearly saw that the nanobots that repaired the purifying angel were not generated by it itself. Instead, it was a series of extremely faint spatial fluctuations, invisible to the naked eye, emanating from the massive mothership apocalypse in the distance and continuously being transmitted to Purification Angel. It is not regenerating itself. It's being repaired remotely. Its repair capabilities depend on that mothership. Once its connection with the mothership is severed, it's just an indestructible lump of iron. This is its only flaw. A crazy and audacious plan instantly took shape in Jiang Ye's mind. He immediately issued a series of urgent commands to Lin Zhixia in the bridge via mental link. Zhixia, immediately aim the Pangu's main cannon, Netherworld Dragon Breath, at me. What? Lin Zhixia was shocked upon hearing this. Captain, how can this be? She knew the power of the Netherworld Dragon Breath better than anyone. That one shot would evaporate not only people, but even the island itself. Stop talking nonsense. Do as I say. Jiang Ye's tone left no room for argument. I'm not telling you to hit me. I want you to aim at the space between me and that mothership. I need you to use the annihilating attribute of Nether Dragon Breath, which devours everything, to forcibly tear through space and temporarily block the nanobot transmission between it and the mothership. We only have 3 seconds. This is our only chance. Lin Zhixia instantly understood Jiang Ye's plan. This is an incredibly crazy and dangerous plan. The trajectory of the Netherworld Dragon Breath must be extremely precise. A slight increase in speed, a slight decrease in speed, or an inch of deviation can all lead to drastically different results. Either the purifying angel was hit, and the plan failed. Either Jiang Yi himself gets blasted to smithereens by the main gun. Captain, this is too dangerous. Lin Zhixia's voice trembled. There's no time. Jiang Yi roared, staring at the white holy light that had gathered to its peak on the tip of the purification angel spear. Trust me. Fire. A hint of struggle flashed in Lin Zhixia's eyes. But in the end, she chose to believe. With gritted teeth and bloodshot eyes, she stared intently at the screen, her hands on the control panel, as she typed the order to fire. When Sa, Yingyao, stop it. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he once again charged forward fearlessly into the holy light that was capable of destroying everything. Chapter 153 Divinity. Receive. Leave it to us. The moment Yingyao and Wen Sa received Jiang Ye's order, they acted without hesitation. Yingyao let out a high-pitched dragon roar, her thunder and fire wings flapped violently, and her massive dragon body, like a bolt of lightning, slammed into the purification angel who was about to launch an attack from the side. Wen Sa's figure transformed into 3 identical phantoms, launching a fatal surprise attack on the purification angel's vital joints from 3 different tricky angles. Their goal was not to harm the enemy. It's for interference. In order to create that fleeting opportunity for Jiang Yi, and also for the main gun of the Pangu, to deliver the decisive blow. Warning. Multiple interference attacks detected. The threat level is low. Maintain the holy light, power level, and activate the automatic defense matrix. Despite being attacked from both sides by Yingyao and Wen Sa, the purification angel remained completely focused. Dozens of small floating cannons instantly sprang from its body, accurately firing energy beams that intercepted Wen Sa's phantom and Yingyao's dragon claw. However, it was this brief interruption of less than a second. That's enough. At the bow of the Pangu, the eyes of the ferocious keel sculpture burned with eerie black flames. A dragon's roar, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, resounded through the heavens. The next second, a massive, jet-black beam of energy, seemingly capable of devouring all light in the world, silently spewed out from the dragon's mouth. Netherworld Dragon Breath. The target of this shot was neither the purification angel nor the mothership in the distance. It was the empty space between the two. The black beam of light ripped through the battlefield at an incredible speed. Wherever it passed, space twisted and collapsed violently, as if an invisible hand had forcibly torn open an ugly scar. The data stream of nanobots that was being continuously transmitted to the purification angel through the microscopic wormhole was instantly washed away by this incomparably domineering annihilation power. The connection has been cut. The purification angel, who was locked in combat with Yin Yao and Wen Sa, suddenly froze. The pale golden light in its electronic eyes flickered and became disordered for a moment. The holy light that had gathered to its peak at the tip of the spear also became unstable. Now, Flora, Jiang Ye's roar was like a thunderclap. Coming, master. A golden figure had appeared behind Jiang Yi without him noticing. Flora's little face was full of seriousness and earnestness. She stretched out her delicate white hand and placed it on Jiang Ye's back. A vast, boundless life force surged into Jiang Ye's body without reservation. Oh! Jiang Yi felt a surge of intense energy explode throughout his body. The mantis blade in his hand, infused with the power of life, was also tinged with a faint golden halo, filled with an aura of holiness and creation. He concentrated all his strength, blood, spirit, and all the life force Flora had instilled in him into this one strike. Sever the sea. Jiang Ye's figure and the flash of the sword became one, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that tore through the heavens and earth before the spatial rift created by the netherworld dragon breath disappeared, and before the purification angel's holy light completely went out of control and exploded. It pierced with unparalleled precision into the wound that had been blasted by the void collapse lightning, which was not yet fully healed. This time, there was no nanorobot repair. This time, the power of life force provided restraint. A soft sound. The mantis-shaped blade, wreathed in golden divine power, pierced through the sturdy core defenses of the purification angel with unstoppable force, and plunged deep into its core, which shimmered with blue light and was composed of pure energy. Sizzle. The most violent conflict occurred between the life force and the mechanical core of the death system. Like water and fire, light and darkness. The purifying angel's holy white body trembled violently. The light in its electronic eye flickered wildly, eventually turning into a chaotic flurry of snowflakes. The core has been contaminated by divinity and cannot be cleansed. Logical breakdown. Initiate final formatting. Boom! Accompanied by a final, unwilling cry. The enormous body of the purifying angel exploded with a deafening roar. A terrifying energy storm swept across the entire battlefield. At the heart of the explosion, a golden sphere of light protected Jiang Yi and Flora within it. It was Flora who, at the last moment, activated the Genesis domain, blocking this fatal impact. The shockwave from the explosion also seemed to be transmitted to the entire fleet network of the mechanical god court through some special link. All the mechanical warships that were engaged in battle seemed to have been paused, freezing in midair for a moment. Counterattack. Jiang Yi did not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and immediately issued the order for a general offensive through the communicator. Kill them. The Pengu Arc fleet, which had been suppressed for half a day, suddenly gained a lot of morale and let out a deafening roar, launching a crazy counterattack against the mechanical fleet that was temporarily in chaos. At the same time, a series of rapid system notifications also rang in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the 9th tier peak Lord Purification Angel. You have earned 5 million military merits. You have obtained a special item, Mechanical Heart Fragment. Ding! Global announcement. Player Jiang Yi has successfully repelled the main fleet of the Mechanical God's Court by leading the Pengu Arc fleet. Reward, 10 million military merits. 100,000 reputation. Ding! Global announcement. Ding! Global announcement. The 3 consecutive global announcements plunged the entire world channel into a deathly silence once again. Everyone was utterly shocked by the result. Did we win? Jiang Yi actually won? Faced with such a terrifying mechanical divine court, he actually managed to defend it? However, Jiang Yi had no time to pay attention to any of this at the moment. His attention was completely drawn to another, entirely different system notification sound. Ding! Detected that the host and crew member Flora have jointly created a new concept called divine contamination through the combination of life power and mechanical core. This behavior meets the broad definition of having offspring. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the special reward of the Many Children, Many Blessings system. You have been granted one unlimited conversion opportunity. Please select the item you wish to convert. Jiang Yi was stunned when he saw this. Chapter 154 Magic Engine. Unlimited conversion opportunities? Jiang Yi was completely stunned when he saw the system notification that popped up on his retina. He never expected that he and Flora would accidentally trigger the special reward of the Many Children, Many Blessings system. Is divine pollution considered procreation? This system's judgment is really broad. However, after the initial shock, a surge of immense joy instantly welled up in his heart. Another opportunity for unlimited conversion. This is like a godsend. What does he lack most right now? It's a resource. It is a top-tier resource that can quickly elevate the strength of the entire fleet to a higher level. Jiang Yi's gaze quickly swept over his system inventory. He has too many choices. Should we choose a top-tier healing potion to grant ourselves and our crew unlimited endurance? Or should we choose a high-level energy core so that the fleet's power will never be a problem again? Or perhaps we should choose some rare mythical material to pave the way for building the Styx ferry. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Just then, his gaze fell on a corner of the backpack. There lay quietly a blueprint shimmering with golden light. It was the legendary blueprint, Titan-class magic engine that he had previously exchanged from the Styx Palace. This is a super engine that far surpasses the current mainstream technology level. It can be called a cutting-edge technology. Once manufactured, its installation on warships would be enough to give warships a qualitative leap in speed and power. However, its manufacturing cost is also frighteningly high. Its core material requires a legendary metal called arcane ingot. This metal is produced in extremely small quantities only in some ancient ruins, making it priceless and unavailable for purchase. Jiang Yi had only managed to scavenge a dozen or so pieces from the Divine Kingdom's treasury, which was far from enough to manufacture a complete engine. But now, an idea that could change the entire world order took shape in Jiang Yi's mind. If I have an unlimited supply of arcane ingots, does that mean I can mass-produce Titan-class magic engines indefinitely? Does that mean I can equip every one of my warships with this legendary engine? A fleet whose entire crew is equipped with legendary engines. How terrifying would that be? That speed, that mobility, is enough to make any enemy play with ease. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi's heart began to pound uncontrollably. He no longer hesitated. System, I choose to convert arcane gold ingot. Ding. Confirm selection. Congratulations, host. You have obtained infinite arcanite bars. As the system notification sounded, a golden infinite symbol instantly appeared below the icons of the dozen or so arcane ingots in Jiang Yi's backpack. It's done. On the other side, the battle on the battlefield was gradually coming to an end. Having lost the Supreme Commander, the Purifying Angel, the Mechanical Court fleet quickly reorganized its formation after a brief period of chaos, but its operational patterns became much more rigid and inflexible. They no longer cooperated as well as before, and were flexible and adaptable. Instead, they began to strictly follow a certain retreat procedure. While providing precise artillery fire for suppression, they slowly and orderly retreated to the rear. Clearly, the loss of the Supreme Commander dealt them a heavy blow, leading their mainframe AI to conclude that the purification operation had failed. Jiang Yi did not order a pursuit. He understood the principle of not pursuing a cornered enemy. Moreover, the fleet of Penguark was also badly damaged after this fierce battle and urgently needed to rest. Although Flora's help prevented large-scale casualties, almost every warship sustained varying degrees of damage, and its energy and ammunition were nearly depleted. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan both breathed a long sigh of relief as they watched the silver tide slowly recede from the screen. They slumped into their commander's seats, feeling like their bodies were about to fall apart. They won. We actually won this war that seemed hopeless. Boss is awesome. Wang Ba's communicator carried his weak but heartfelt voice, filled with genuine admiration. Lu Yuan didn't speak, but his eyes were also filled with shock and awe towards Jiang Yi. If Jiang Yi hadn't single-handedly killed that terrifying mechanical angel at the last moment, turning the tide of the entire battle, They are probably going to be completely wiped out here today. Clean up the battlefield, tally the losses, and treat the wounded. Jiang Ye's calm voice rang out in the command channel. Also, send out all the engineering vessels that are still operational to recover as much of the wreckage of those mechanical warships as possible. Those things are valuable spoils of war for us. Yes. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan immediately rallied their spirits and began directing the fleet to carry out post-battle cleanup work. Jiang Yi gazed at the devastated battlefield, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Although this battle repelled the mechanical gods, he knew that this was only the beginning. That terrifying mechanical civilization will definitely not give up easily. Next time, they will only send a more powerful and terrifying fleet. He must seize every moment to become stronger. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at Lin Zhixia, Ying Yao, and the others beside him. It's time for us to continue our journey. He took out the ancient parchment map from his backpack, which showed the location of the Isles of Sighs. The materials for the Titan-class magic engine have been secured. Next up is the final mythic material for the Styx ferry boat, Star Veil. Once all the materials are collected, the Panga ship can be upgraded to the mythical level Styx ferry boat. By then, even if the mechanical gods descend once more, he will have the strength to fight to the end and even launch a counterattack. Chapter 155 The Isles of Sighs. The reconstruction work in the Styx Sea was like a war machine injected with divine lubricant, operating with unprecedented and terrifying efficiency. Lin Zhixia, Wang Ba, and Lu Yuan were almost red-eyed as they oversaw this project, which could only be described as a miracle. When Jiang Yi temporarily granted Lin Zhixia access to the infinite arcane ingot with the infinity symbol, the entire logistics and engineering department of Panguark went completely crazy. My goodness, this is more than 10,000 Orokin ingots. A chief engineer with a white beard, wearing thick reading glasses, stroked the metal ingot that radiated an immortal golden light with trembling hands, tears streaming down his face. The next second, the entire unsinkable grip dock erupted in chaos. One after another, Titan-class magic engines, shimmering with a dark golden luster and engraved with complex magic runes, were being produced, assembled, and tested like canned goods on an assembly line. Those warships, battered and bruised in the fierce battle, were towed into the dock and repaired at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. The gruesome wounds were smoothed out, the shattered armor was replaced, and then brand new, legendary hearts enough to make any sea overlord envious were precisely installed into their chests. The roar of the engine never stopped for 24 hours, echoing throughout the entire Styx Sea. It is foreseeable that before long, a steel fleet fully equipped with legendary engines will appear like a ghost on this endless sea, announcing the birth of a new king. Jiang Yi, the creator of all this, acted like a hands-off manager and did not linger in the Styx Sea. He delegated all affairs of the headquarters to a few people he trusted most. He then took Ying Yao, Wen Sa, Wen Ruan, Su Tao, Flora, and the newly recruited crew member, the moon elf Alari, and quietly departed from port one morning aboard the Pangu, which had also undergone engine replacement and full repair. The next target is the legendary Isles of Sighs, a place considered a forbidden zone by countless navigators. Inside the Pangu's cabin, the air was filled with a sense of ease and comfort after winning a battle. Having just experienced a battle that would go down in history, the tranquility at this moment seems like an unparalleled luxury. Su Tao completely let loose, hugging a huge Totoro plushie, rolling around on the soft, wide sofa, kicking her two fair legs wildly in the air, and humming off key pop songs. The feeling of winning is just that simple, unpretentious, and boring, hee. On the other side, when Ruan brewed a pot of black tea with a sweet, fruity aroma. Carrying the tray, she took small, careful steps, like a cautious kitten, and walked cautiously to Jiang Yi. Class monitor, have some tea. The girl's voice was barely audible, and a lovely blush rose on her fair face. Her long eyelashes fluttered nervously, and she didn't dare to look Jiang Yi in the eye. Thank you. Jiang Yi took the teacup and smiled gently. He could sense that after experiencing so many life or death trials, this introverted and self-conscious girl though still shy at heart, had sprouted a tender bud called courage deep within her heart. At least now she dares to take the initiative to approach him time and time again. Upon receiving Jiang Ye's response, when Ruan felt as if a nest of honey had instantly exploded in her heart, so sweet that she almost couldn't stand up straight. Clutching the tray, she practically stumbled back to the corner, burying her flushed face in her chest, her small shoulders trembling. It was hard to tell if she was secretly laughing or just blushing. The scene on the deck was quite different, a different kind of lively activity. Ying Yao and Wen Sa are having their daily routine of friendly exchange. Two girls with vastly different fighting styles, one like a raging fire and the other like a ghost, exchanged blows, creating a whistling wind. Each of Ying Yao's punches was accompanied by violent thunder and fire, wide and powerful, full of domineering pressure. She would occasionally use an extremely flashy move called Thunder Flame Dragon Break, deliberately maximizing the sound and light effects. And then her peripheral vision would always glance intentionally or unintentionally towards the direction of the cabin. Who understands? He just wanted to show someone how powerful he was. Wen Sa's body method is the complete opposite extreme. She moved nimbly through Ying Yao's storm of attacks, like a ghost blending into the shadows. The dagger in her hand could always be thrust out from the most tricky angles, precisely targeting Ying Yao's defensive weaknesses. Their personalities were fully revealed in their battle. Not far away, Flora and Ella, two girls who also possessed natural divine powers, had become best friends. Flora was like a curious child, chattering away, pestering Alari with questions about everything from the ancient history of the elves to the mysteries of the elements in nature. Ella, on the other hand, was like a gentle older sister, patiently explaining everything to her one by one. With a gentle wave of her hand, her fingertips released a soft, moonlit energy that blossomed into beautiful moonflowers. She skillfully wove these shimmering flowers into an exquisite wreath and gently placed it on Flora's head, causing the little flower goddess to giggle and happily spin around in circles while holding the wreath. For a moment, the entire Panga ship was filled with a warm atmosphere called home. Jiang Yi leaned against the railing of the ship's side, holding a teacup, quietly watching the scenes unfold on the deck, a genuine smile unconsciously curving his lips. I have companions, and I have a place to belong. This feeling is wonderful. Night fell silently. The Pangu, now equipped with a Titan-class magic engine, sailed smoothly on the calm sea, as if gliding on a mirror. Jiang Yi stood alone at the bow of the ship. A cool sea breeze ruffled his hair as he looked up at the deep, inky night sky adorned with countless stars. A faint, cool fragrance, like moonlight, quietly approached from behind. Lord Jiangya. Alari changed out of her practical hunting attire and into a pristine white elven gown. Her long, silver hair was unbound, shimmering like starlight under the moonlight, making her seem otherworldly. She walked over to Jiang Yi and stood beside him, gazing together at the distant horizon. Thinking about something? She asked softly, her sapphire blue eyes shining brighter than the stars in the night. Nothing, just thinking about our future, Jiang Yi replied casually, taking a sip of his now slightly cooled tea. The road ahead, Ella murmured softly. She turned her head slightly, her gaze falling on Jiang Ye's profile, which was clearly outlined by the moonlight, and a complex and indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. This man descended like a god during the tribe's most desperate moment. This is the man who, with a mortal body, confronts the mechanical divine court that is capable of destroying the world. He seemed to be forever shrouded in a mist, powerful and mysterious, making people want to explore and get closer. A gentle sea breeze suddenly blew by. A stray strand of unruly silver hair was lifted by the wind and gently brushed against Jiang Ye's cheek. It's itchy, with a slightly cool touch. Ailari's pretty face flushed red instantly, and she subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Yi, reaching out her slender fingers to try and pull back that mischievous strand of hair. Her shoulder was almost touching Jiang Ye's shoulder. She could even clearly feel the intense heat emanating from Jiang Yi, in stark contrast to the aloofness of her elven form. Her heartbeat completely spiraled out of control. Thump, thump, thump. Each sound was louder than the last, as if they were about to leap out of her chest. Can he hear me? Jiang Yi didn't move, not even blinking. He simply enjoyed this moment of tranquility, savoring the wind, the night, and the unique, cool fragrance emanating from the person beside him, a blend of forest grass and the bright moonlight. The delicate fragrance seeped into his nostrils, soothing his long, tense nerves. The air grew thick and silent, becoming subtle and ambiguous. Just then, woo! A long, mournful sigh, as if from the ancient wilderness, resounded directly in the depths of everyone's souls without warning. That was not a sound heard through the ears, but a lament that struck straight to the heart. Immediately afterwards, the sea area ahead, which was originally brightly lit by stars and the moon, was instantly swallowed up by a thick, dense, grayish-white fog. Sizzle! At the same time, the Panga's radar and all its detection instruments issued a series of extremely piercing alarms. Then all the screens went black and completely stopped working. In an instant, the entire ship became blind and deaf. Alari's face instantly turned ashen, devoid of any color. She gazed at the thick fog that seemed to possess a life of its own, emanating an endless aura of ominousness. Lord Jiangye, we have arrived. Her hand instinctively grabbed Jiangye's arm. This is it. The Islands of Sighs. Chapter 156, Forbidden Land. On the pitch-black sea, that sigh seemed to transcend eternity, resounding directly in the depths of everyone's soul. It was filled with endless sorrow, regret, and resentment, like a cold hand gripping everyone's heart. The relaxed and warm atmosphere that was originally on the Pangu was completely gone at this moment. Su Tao screamed in fright, dropping the Totoro plushie she was holding to the ground. She sprang up from the sofa and quickly hid behind Jiang Yi, clutching his clothes tightly and trembling. When Ruan's face instantly turned pale, the tea tray in her hand crashed onto the deck with a bang, spilling scalding hot red tea all over the floor. She was completely unaware of this, only staring wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing gray-white fog in front of her with horror. Even Ying Yao and Wen Sa, who are usually fearless, stopped their sparring at this moment. The two stood back to back, their expressions extremely solemn. Lightning and flames intertwined around Ying Yao's body, clearly indicating that she had entered a state of combat readiness, and she vigilantly scanned her surroundings. Wen Sa gripped her dagger tightly, her figure appearing and disappearing in the shadows, ready to deal with any unexpected situation that might arise. What happened? Su Tao's voice rang out first. What was that sound just now? It was so irritating. Not just her, everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their chest, making it hard to breathe. The sigh contained such heavy emotions that it almost crushed one's spirit. All the instruments have malfunctioned. Lin Zhixia's anxious voice came from inside the cabin. Jiang Yi looked back and saw that all the screens in the captain's cabin had turned black, with only the piercing alarm sounding. This Tier 9 warship, equipped with the world's most advanced weaponry, became completely blind and deaf the moment it entered this sea area. The unknown is the most terrifying. Lord Jiangye. Ella's voice was soft, yet carried a fatalistic tremor. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and even her beautiful sapphire eyes were filled with awe and fear of the thick fog. She instinctively gripped Jiang Ye's arm so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Jiang Yi could even clearly feel the coldness and trembling of her body. He took Alari's cold little hand in his own, enveloping it in his warm palm, and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the Isles of Sighs?" "Yes." Ella took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Legend has it that this is the burial place of the gods and the end of the old era. The obsessions and resentments of those forgotten gods, fallen heroes, and unwilling kings after their deaths have transformed into this everlasting mist and those sighs that can erode the soul. Any creature that ventures into this place will be stirred by these sighs. Its inner demons will be aroused, and it will eventually get lost in the thick fog and become new nourishment for this place. Ella's voice was low, as if she were telling an ancient and terrifying legend. Jiang Ye's brows furrowed tightly. A sigh that erodes the soul? This is somewhat similar to the corridor of inner demons we encountered in the Styx Kingdom, but it sounds like the danger here is many times greater. The inner demon corridor is just a dungeon level, but this place is an entire forbidden sea area polluted by the laws. Woo! Just then, another sigh rang out. This time, the sound was clearer and more sorrowful than the previous one. It was like the desperate weeping of a woman who had lost her beloved in the endless darkness. One Ruan and Su Tao, the most sentimental members of the group, almost simultaneously let out a muffled groan of pain. Their eyes instantly reddened, and large tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably, as if they were completely infected by that sorrowful emotion. Don't listen! Jiang Yi suddenly let out a low shout, and the power of the overlord body surged forth, instantly spreading a powerful and domineering aura, like a thunderbolt, jolting everyone awake from their sorrowful emotions. Keep your mind focused. There's something strange about that voice. Wen Ruan and Su Tao seemed to wake from a dream, tears still on their faces, but their eyes regained a sliver of clarity. For a brief moment, they felt as if they had become that sorrowful woman, their hearts aching so badly they felt like they were dying. Flora. Jiang Yi looked at the only unaffected little flower goddess beside him. Flora tilted her head, her little face full of confusion. Master, it's so noisy here. There are so many people crying. It's so pitiful. Her pure heart allows her to feel these emotions most directly, yet she remains untainted by them. Jiang Yi felt somewhat relieved. It seems that Flora's life force has a natural restraining effect on this kind of negative mental attack. Can you drive them away? Jiang Yi asked. Flora shook her head, tugging at her little golden braids with a hint of distress. No, Master, there are too many of them, and they're hidden in the fog. Flora won't be able to find them. Jiang Yi nodded and didn't insist. He turned his gaze to the thick, grayish-white fog in front of him, which seemed to be slowly writhing like a living thing. The Pangu had stopped, its bow less than 100 meters from the edge of the thick fog. Through the mist, the outlines of some huge and twisted islands could be vaguely seen, like ancient beasts lurking in the darkness. Apart from those unsettling sighs, no other sound of waves or wind could be heard on the sea. The air seemed to freeze. Captain, what do we do now? Lin Jixia came out of the cabin, her expression serious. All navigation and communication have been cut off, and we have completely lost contact with the outside world. Shall we go in? When Sa gripped the dagger, licked her dry lips, and looked at him with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Jiang Yi did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes, and his powerful mental energy surged forward like a tide, trying to probe the situation within the thick fog. However, the moment his spiritual power came into contact with the thick gray-white fog, it was as if a clay ox had entered the sea, instantly swallowed up completely, and he even felt a stinging pain like being pricked by needles. This fog can devour spiritual power. Jiang Yi opened his eyes, a hint of seriousness flashing in them. This means that his prized weakness insight skill will likely be severely limited here. Everyone fell silent. The instruments malfunctioned, and the mental detection failed. Ahead lay a completely unknown, death-bound zone. Going further could lead to utter ruin. Taking a step back, yet feeling unwilling to accept it. The mythical material Star Veil is inside. It's the final piece of the puzzle to upgrade the Panga ship to the Styx ferry boat. Giving up is absolutely impossible. Jixia, activate the backup plan and sail using the most primitive method. Jiang Yi quickly made the decision. Yao, Wen Sa, you two are responsible for guarding the left and right flanks. Flora, open your domain and protect everyone. Ella, you know this place best. Always remind me of any potential dangers. Everyone else, stay in the cabin and don't come out. The instructions were communicated clearly and swiftly. The initially flustered group quickly found their anchor in Jiang Yi's calm voice, and immediately took their positions and began to move. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and walked to the ship's wheel. Since technology has failed, let's conquer this sea area using the most primitive methods. He gripped the cold rudder, relying on the spiritual link between himself and the Pangu, as well as the formidable physical strength brought by the overlord body, to personally control this level 9 behemoth. Target, directly ahead, proceed at low speed. With his command, the Pangu, now equipped with a Titan-class magic engine, emitted a deep rumble. The massive ship slowly started moving, like a fearless warrior plunging headlong into the all-consuming gray-white fog. Chapter 157: The Cry in the Mist. When the bow of the Pangu was completely swallowed by the thick, gray-white fog, an indescribable chill instantly enveloped everyone. It felt as if we had jumped from the height of summer into the depths of winter in an instant. A thin layer of white frost quickly condensed on the deck. "It's so cold." Su Tao couldn't help but shiver and instinctively hugged her arms. This was not a physical low temperature, but a bone-chilling cold that penetrated to the marrow, as if countless eyes were spying on them from the depths of the thick fog. Visibility dropped sharply to less than 5 meters. Standing at the bow, you can't even see the stern. The entire world consisted only of the Pangu, a lone boat, and the surrounding desolate, seemingly endless grayness. "Woo! Hee! Give me back my crown." The sighs became more frequent and clearer. All sorts of sounds filled with pain and despair came from all directions, like countless drowned ghosts whispering in everyone's ears, constantly assaulting their mental defenses. Fortunately, Flora activated the Genesis realm in time. A faint golden halo enveloped the entire ship. The sighs filled with negative energy were greatly weakened the moment they came into contact with the golden halo, like ice and snow meeting the sun, emitting a sizzling sound. Even so, everyone still felt dizzy and agitated. "Squad leader, look over there." When Ruan suddenly pointed to the left front, her voice trembling slightly. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. A blurry black figure could be vaguely seen in the thick fog. As the Pangu approached, the outline of the dark figure became clearer and clearer. That was a ship. An old, dilapidated sailboat that looks like it could fall apart at any moment. The ship was covered with seaweed and barnacles, and its sails were long since tattered into strips, drifting eerily on the windless sea. A hunched figure stood motionless at the bow of the sailboat, his back to them. "Is it another captain?" Wang Ba's voice came through the communicator, tinged with wariness. "Wrong." Jiang Ye's pupils contracted slightly. He couldn't sense any life force emanating from the figure. "That thing isn't a living person." As if sensing their gaze, the hunched figure slowly turned around in an extremely stiff posture. Hiss. The moment they saw what it looked like, the girls on the boat couldn't help but gasp. That's not a face at all. Instead, it was a mass of flesh pieced together from countless painfully distorted human faces. The mouths of those faces opened and closed silently, as if emitting shrill screams. Embedded in the very center of that mass of flesh was a single eye, its murky pupil filled with nausea and madness, staring intently at the people aboard the Pangu. "What the hell is that thing?" Ying Yao frowned, a ball of lightning and fire already gathering in her palm. "Weakness in sight." Zhang Yi immediately activated his skill. A line of blood-red information appeared on his retina. A collection of vengeful spirits shrouded in mist. Level: 8th level Lord. Status: resentment, hunger, confusion. Description: a monster formed from the negative energy of countless lost souls on the Isles of Sighs. It has no reason and instinctively attacks any living being that approaches, devouring their souls to grow stronger. Weakness: fears the power of the divine, life, and light. Its core is located within its single eye, but is enveloped by powerful resentment, making conventional attacks ineffective. It really is a monster. The moment Jiang Yi saw the information, its single eye suddenly lit up. Huh. The monster let out a shriek that was not human, a sound that seemed to tear eardrums and directly affect the soul. Su Tao and Wen Ruan, who were closest to each other, cried out in pain again, clutched their heads, and squatted down, their faces deathly pale. Immediately afterwards, the dilapidated sailboat beneath the monster's feet sank sharply downwards. Whoosh! The calm, grassy surface suddenly exploded. Dozens of pale arms made of vengeful spirits and seawater emerged from underwater, shooting towards the Pangu at incredible speed like venomous snakes. "Careful!" Zhang Yi roared. Ying Yao reacted the fastest, and without thinking, she unleashed a blazing dragon breath. However, the devastating thunder and fire dragon breath seemed to hit cotton the moment it touched those pale arms, only evaporating a few. while more arms surged forward one after another. Physical and energy attacks won't be very effective, Jiang Yi immediately judged. These things are more like spiritual energy entities. Clear. Wen Sa's figure vanished from her spot in an instant, and the next second she appeared above those arms, her shadow fang tracing dark paths as she precisely slashed at them. However, the result was the same as Ying Yao's. Although the dagger can sever an arm, the severed arms will quickly regenerate, making it impossible to kill them all. Those arms were about to climb onto the deck of the Pangu. Flora, Jiang Yi gave the order again. Leave it to me, master. Flora waved her little hand. Countless golden vines burst forth from the sides of the Panga's ship, like nimble golden whips, lashing fiercely at those pale arms. Sizzle. This time, the results were outstanding. The golden vines, imbued with the divine power of life, are simply the nemesis of these vengeful spirits. Any arm struck by the vines felt as if it had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid, instantly emitting a shrill scream before dissolving completely amidst black smoke. It works. Everyone cheered. However, the one-eyed monster seemed to be enraged by Flora's power. Its head, composed of countless human faces, suddenly opened a gigantic mouth filled with sharp teeth. A powerful, heart-stopping suction force emanated from that gigantic mouth. The surrounding thick fog began to converge frantically into its mouth. Oh no, it's devouring the surrounding sighing energy. Ilari's expression changed drastically as she urgently warned. Its power is increasing. We must stop it immediately. Jiang Yi sensed it even without her saying it. The monster's aura was visibly increasing, and it soon broke through the level 8 lord and was heading towards the level 9 threshold. We can't delay any longer. Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed, and he made a bold decision. Zhixiao, full speed ahead, crash into them. What? Lin Zhixiao was stunned for a moment. Charge it. Jiang Ye's voice left no room for argument. Ying Yao, Wen Sa, cover us. Flora has trapped it with vines. Ilari, use your moonlight power to weaken it first. Although everyone was puzzled, they immediately carried out the order. The Panga's Titan-class magic engine instantly unleashed a terrifying roar. The massive ship, like a runaway steel behemoth, rammed into the dilapidated sailboat with unparalleled force. The one-eyed monster seemed surprised that Jiang Yi would go so far, a hint of human astonishment flashing in its single eye. It tried to escape, but Flora's golden vines had already wrapped around its sailboat like a net, making it unable to move. At the same time, Ella also made her move, raising her hands high and chanting ancient Elven incantations. A soft beam of moonlight descended from the sky, precisely enveloping the monster. Under the moonlight, the resentful black aura on the monster seemed to have met its nemesis, quickly dissolving, and its aura also weakened considerably. Now, boom! In a deafening roar, the level 9 Panga ship crushed the small, dilapidated sailboat and the one-eyed monster on it with overwhelming force, sending them to their utter destruction. Fragments and black, resentful energy exploded everywhere. Chapter 158: The Temple on the Island. The Pangu passed through the center of the explosion with unstoppable force, without even a slight sway. This is the absolute crushing power of a Tier 9 warship. Ding! You have successfully defeated the level 8 boss, Mist Wraith Aggregate. You have earned 500,000 military merits. You have obtained a special item, Resentment Core 1. The system notification sounded in Jiang Ye's mind. Everyone on the ship breathed a long sigh of relief as they looked at the gradually calming sea behind them. The sense of oppression from that monster was just too strong. That's all it took to resolve it. Su Tao was still somewhat incredulous. Otherwise what? Wen Sa sheathed his dagger and said coolly, "In front of the captain's ship, all demons and monsters will be killed." Although she spoke lightly, a layer of cold sweat had already seeped out from her back. "Don't let your guard down, everyone." Jiang Ye's voice rang out just in time, breaking the relaxed feeling of everyone surviving the ordeal. This should just be the appetizer for this area. The real danger is yet to come. His words put everyone on edge again. Yes, and this is only on the sea, yet we've already encountered an 8th level Lord level monster. What kind of dangerous places might the island where the gods are said to be buried be? The Pangu continued its voyage through the dense fog. Over the next few hours, they encountered several more similar vengeful spirit monsters. Some are hydras formed by the entanglement of countless drowned giant pythons, while others are ghost ships that can drag people into nightmares. Without exception, these monsters are all powerful and bizarre, with the weakest being a level 7 elite. However, thanks to Jiang Ye's decisive command and the crew's perfect coordination, these monsters failed to pose any real threat to the Pangu. Flora's life force, combined with Alari's moonlight purification, makes her the natural enemy of these vengeful monsters. Ying Yao and Wen Sa were in charge of the main attack, while Jiang Yi was in charge of the central command, occasionally making a move that was always fatal. The entire team was like a precisely operating killing machine, efficient and deadly. After sailing for about 10 hours, Lord Jianya, look ahead. Ella, who had been staring intently ahead, suddenly pointed into the depths of the thick fog, her voice tinged with excitement. Jiang Yi stared intently into the distance. At the edge of the thick fog, the outline of a huge island finally appeared. Unlike the distorted, ominous phantoms seen before, this island felt incredibly real. It's like a black sword stuck in the gray sea, pointing straight to the sky. As the Pangu approached, the entire island gradually came into view. The entire island is made of black reefs, barren of vegetation, and filled with an atmosphere of death and desolation. In the very center of the island stands a magnificent temple built of huge stones. The temple has an ancient and solemn style, full of the vicissitudes of time, but most of the buildings have collapsed, leaving only some broken walls and ruins. Even so, one can still sense its former glory from the remaining outlines. This is the endpoint marked on the map. Alary looked at the temple with a complicated expression. The Temple of Size, in legend, is where the Curtain of Stars is enshrined. Starry Curtain. Upon hearing this name, everyone's breath caught in their throat. Their ultimate goal for this trip is finally within reach. Jiang Yi slowly steered the Pangu towards a natural harbor on the island. Flora, Alary, Ying Yao, Wen Sa, come with me to the island. Jixia, you, Wen Ruan, and Su Tao stay on the ship and be ready to meet us at any time. Jiang Yi quickly made personnel arrangements. This trip to the island is fraught with unknown dangers, so we must bring our strongest fighting force. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia nodded without objection. Class monitor, you all have to be careful. When Ruan clenched her little fists and said with a worried expression, Don't worry. Jiang Yi smiled at her, giving her a reassuring look. Then, he led the 4 women down the gangway of the Pangu and onto the black island filled with the aura of death. The ground beneath my feet was hard and cold, like stepping on ice that had never melted for millennia. A faint smell of decay permeated the air. Silence. The entire island was completely silent. Even the annoying sighs from before had vanished. This extreme silence, ironically, made people even more uneasy. The 5 formed a battle formation and cautiously advanced toward the temple in the center of the island. The closer one gets to the temple, the heavier the invisible pressure becomes. It was as if a sleeping king was about to awaken from his eternal slumber. Finally, they arrived at the entrance to the temple. It was a huge stone gate, tens of meters high, with intricate and ancient star patterns carved on it. However, one of the gates had collapsed, and the other was covered with cracks and was about to fall. Through the cracks in the collapsed door, one can glimpse the interior of the temple. The interior was spacious and deep, dimly lit, with only a few crystals emitting a faint blue light embedded in the walls and pillars, providing a dim illumination. At the deepest part of the main hall, a tall throne can be vaguely seen. A figure sat quietly on the throne. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Someone's there. He immediately gestured for everyone to stop and hide. The 5 of them hid silently behind a broken stone pillar, holding their breath and looking towards the throne. He was a king clad in magnificent golden armor. He was tall and imposing, and even when he was just sitting quietly, he exuded an aura of dominance that seemed to look down on the world. He wore a crown inlaid with countless jewels and held a huge, exaggeratedly designed war sword in his hand. However, he remained motionless, and there was no sign of life emanating from him. It looks like a lifelike statue. It's the legendary king of the stars, Arthur, Ilari said in an almost inaudible voice, looking at the figure. He was the last human monarch of the old era, and the builder and guardian of the Temple of Sighs. He has been dead for countless years. Dead? Jiang Yi frowned. But he always felt that a faint gaze was coming from the direction of that king, firmly locking onto them. Woo! Just then, a sigh filled with endless majesty and resentment suddenly rang out in the temple. This time, it wasn't the chaotic noise of before. Rather, it is a clear and powerful will. The sigh transformed into a tangible mental shock, sweeping towards Jiang Yi and his group like a tsunami. Careful! Jiang Yi let out a low shout, and the power of his overlord body blood and qi erupted with all his might, forming an invisible barrier in front of him. But the power of that mental impact was truly terrifying. Bang! Jiang Yi felt as if his head had been struck hard by an invisible hammer, and he uncontrollably staggered back several steps. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The four women behind him let out a muffled groan in unison, their faces turning deathly pale instantly. The weakest of them all, Ilari, collapsed to the ground. With just a sigh, they were all wounded. What kind of terrifying being must this king of stars have been in his previous life? Just as they were struggling to withstand this mental shock. On the throne, the corpse, clad in golden armor, slowly raised its head. Beneath the helmet's visor, 2 points of eerie blue soul fire suddenly ignited. A cold and authoritative voice echoed in everyone's minds. Anyone who trespasses on the site of my slumber shall die. Chapter 159, The Trial of the Star King. Those 2 points of eerie blue soul fire were like will-o'-the-wisps from the deepest hell, sending chills down one's spine. You came back to life? Ying Yao's voice even changed slightly. What is this? Is it a zombie coming back to life? No, he is still dead. Jiang Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed solemnly on the figure on the throne. This is just his remaining obsession, which, after combining with this space, formed a guardian spirit. Arthur, King of the Stars, Shadow of Obsession. Level, Peak 9th Tier, Special Lord. Status, Immortal Guardian. Description: Arthur, the last monarch of the old era and King of the Stars, imprinted his final obsession upon this temple before his death. He will forever guard its treasures, and anyone who attempts to seize them will suffer his endless wrath. Characteristic 1. King's Intimidation. All enemies within the area have their attributes increased by 30%. Characteristic 2. Immortal Battle Spirit. As long as the temple stands, the will to fight will never die. All damage received will be rapidly restored within a short period of time. Characteristic 3. Star Power. Can mobilize the residual star power within the temple to attack, with power comparable to the laws. Weakness. After reading through the series of images, Jiang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Peak of the 9th rank. And he's a special lord who's almost impossible to kill. How can we fight like this? Humble intruders, state your names. Arthur, sitting on the throne, slowly rose to his feet. His imposing physique exuded a strong sense of oppression. As he rose, the entire temple began to tremble slightly, and the star patterns on the walls and pillars lit up with a ghostly blue light. A powerful force is awakening. We are travelers from the east, and we have no intention of offending your slumber, Jiang Yi said humbly. We have come here only to obtain a sacred artifact called the Star Veil. He tried to communicate with the other party. After all, this is just a shadow of obsession. Perhaps there are other solutions. Starry Curtain. Arthur murmured the name, and the soul fire beneath his helmet flickered violently. Those are my wife's belongings. How dare you lay a finger on them? His voice instantly turned furious. A terrifying killing intent, as cold as a tangible current, swept through the entire hall. It seems there's no point in negotiating. Jiang Yi sighed. Prepare for battle. At his command, the four women immediately took up their positions. Ying Yao took the initiative and shouted, transforming into the form of the Thunderfire Dragon Girl. With a flap of her wings, her massive body charged toward Arthur on the throne with a world-destroying aura. When Sa's figure blended into the shadows, silently sneaking towards Arthur's side and rear, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Flora and Ella were in the rear, one conjuring countless golden battle vines, and the other chanting ancient moonlight incantations, preparing to provide long-range support and suppression. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Arthur merely snorted disdainfully. Even a grain of rice can shine. He didn't even use the greatsword in his hand, but simply slowly raised his left hand, which was covered in golden arm armor. He clenched his fist in mid-air towards Ying Yao, who was charging at the very front. Buzz. Space seemed to freeze at that moment. Ying Yao's enormous dragon body suddenly froze in mid-air, like a mosquito trapped in amber, unable to move. Countless blue chains made of starlight appeared out of thin air and bound her tightly. What? Ying Yao was shocked. She struggled frantically, unleashing the full power of thunder and fire within her, but she couldn't budge those starlight chains even a fraction. This is a suppression at the level of laws. Ying Yao. Jiang's heart tightened. Just then, when Sa, who had sneaked up behind Arthur, also launched an attack. She appeared behind Arthur like a ghost, her shadow Fong, along with 3 afterimages created by Shadow Dance, simultaneously stabbing towards the gap in the armor on the back of Arthur's neck. This was her strongest attack. However, clang. A crisp, metallic clang rang out. When Sa felt as if her dagger had struck an indestructible piece of divine iron. The immense force of the impact made her hands go numb, and she was sent flying backward uncontrollably. Arthur didn't even turn around. A shield of starlight automatically appeared on the surface of his armor, easily blocking when Sa's fatal blow. Too weak. Arthur's cold voice rang out. He swung his hand back. A crescent-shaped starlight slash appeared out of thin air and struck Wen Sa, who was still in mid-air, with lightning speed. Not good. Wen Sa's pupils contracted sharply, and she forcibly twisted her body in mid-air, trying to dodge. But that starlight slash seemed to have locked onto her, following her like a shadow. She was about to be cut in half at the waist. Don't even think about it. Jiang Ye's figure shot out like a cannonball, instantly blocking Wen Sa's path. Spider form activated. 8 grotesque spider legs extended from his back, crossed in front of his chest, forming a sturdy shield. Boom! The starlight slash struck the spider's leg hard. Jiang Yi felt an irresistible force coming from him, and like a kite with a broken string, he was blasted away with Wen Sa and crashed into a stone wall in the distance. Puff! Jiang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs were about to shift. Those 8 spider legs, which were comparable to legendary metal, were also slashed with several deep cracks that revealed the bone. Powerful. That's incredible. This is not even a battle on the same level. In just one exchange, their 2 strongest assault troops were injured and captured, instantly losing their fighting ability. Owner, Lord Jiangya, Flora, and Ella were both shocked to see this. Their attacks also landed on Arthur, but the vines and moonlight, upon contact with Arthur's starlight shield, vanished without a trace, like mud sinking into the sea. It's over. Arthur strode forward, dragging his massive sword, and slowly walked toward Jiang Yi and Wen Sa, who had fallen to the ground. With each step, the entire temple trembled. That chilling killing intent made the air almost freeze. The shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. What to do? Jiang Ye's brain was working at lightning speed. We definitely can't win in a direct confrontation. Escape? What should Ying Yao do, who is bound by the laws? Moreover, he wasn't sure if he could escape from this peak 9th tier monster. Am I really going to die here? No. There must be another way. Jiang Ye's gaze swept quickly across the entire hall. Weakness insight. Although he couldn't see any specific weaknesses, he didn't believe that this shadow of obsession was invincible. Since it's an obsession, there must be something about it that you're fixated on. His wife's belongings, etc. Jiang Ye's gaze suddenly fixed on an ornament on Arthur's waist. It was an exquisite pendant made of mithril, engraved with a rose. The pendant looked somewhat out of place on Arthur's magnificent armor, but Arthur's left hand was always subtly protecting the pendant. Weakness in sight. Jiang Yi concentrated all his mental energy on the pendant. This time, a completely different message finally appeared before his eyes. A token of love, the core of the soul. Quality, mythical, special. Description, the last keepsake left to Arthur, the King of the Stars, by his wife on her deathbed. King Arthur regarded it as his life, and entrusted his final breath to it. Hint, destroying it might bring true peace to this immortal king. Found it. This is his true core. Chapter 160, Let him rest in peace. We found the weakness, but new problems arose. How can we destroy the token that peak 9th tier monster cherishes as his life, right under his nose? The thing hung around his waist, almost never leaving his side. Getting close to him is incredibly difficult, let alone attacking that tiny pendant. Jiang Ye's brain was working frantically, like a sophisticated computer, analyzing the situation before him. Arthur's footsteps drew ever closer. The giant sword dragging on the ground scraped against the stone slabs, making a sizzling sound, as if playing a prelude to their death. Can you hold him off? Jiang Yi asked Flora and Ella behind him via mental link. No, master. Flora's voice was tinged with helplessness. His shield is too strong. Our attacks simply can't break through it. Alari also looked grave. His power comes from the entire temple. Unless we destroy the temple, we simply cannot outlast him. Destroy the temple? That's pure fantasy. There's no time left. Arthur had already walked up to them and raised the greatsword high in his hand. Those two ghostly blue flames of their souls looked down at them with indifference and coldness. Farewell, intruder. A dazzling starlight gathered on the giant's sword, which cleaved down with a terrifying force capable of cleaving mountains. It's over. At this critical moment, Jiang Yi suddenly did something that no one expected. He neither resisted nor tried to escape. Instead, he mustered all his strength and shouted at the approaching giant sword. Ilya. This name seems to possess a certain magic. The giant's sword, imbued with terrifying power, came to an abrupt halt less than a centimeter from Jiang Ye's head. The violent sword wind whipped Jiang Ye's hair wildly, stinging his cheeks. But he made the right bet. Arthur, sitting on the throne, suddenly shuddered. The previously cold and indifferent fire in his soul, hidden beneath his helmet, began to flicker violently, revealing chaotic emotions for the first time. How do you know this name? His voice was no longer the imposing and authoritative one it once was, but instead carried a tremor and disbelief. Ilya. This name has been forgotten for countless years. This is the name he loved most in his life. It is also the softest, most untouchable scar in his heart. I not only know her name, but I also know what she most wanted to say to you before she died. Seeing the other party's reaction, Jiang Yi felt reassured and began his performance. He slowly rose from the ground, ignoring his injuries, and looked directly into Arthur's flickering soul fire, speaking in a magnetic tone tinged with pity. She said she doesn't blame you. It's not your fault for not being able to stay by her side to see her one last time, because you were protecting the kingdom. She said you were the pride of her life, the greatest king in the world. She said she would wait for you forever on the other side of the stars. Jiang Ye's voice echoed in the empty and deathly silent temple. Every word struck Arthur's already dead heart. No, you're talking nonsense. Arthur completely lost control of his emotions. He clutched his hair and roared in anguish. Those two flames of soul flickered wildly, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. His indestructible kingly aura also fluctuated greatly. The shield of starlight surrounding them became extremely unstable. There's a chance. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Winning hearts and minds is the best strategy. For guardian spirits formed by obsession, no physical attack is as effective as directly attacking the obsession itself. I'm not lying. Jiang Yi pressed his advantage, continuing to verbally attack the opponent's weakest point. Do you think that staying here and guarding her belongings is an expression of your love for her? No, you're wrong. You're just punishing yourself this way, to make up for your guilt. You have imprisoned your soul forever in this cold temple. Let her wait for you bitterly on the other side of the stars. You coward. You are not worthy of being a king. You are even less worthy of her love. Every word Jiang Yi uttered was like the sharpest knife, piercing deep into Arthur's soul. No, I'm not a coward. Arthur completely broke down. He threw away the great sword in his hand, gripping the rose pendant at his waist tightly with both hands, his burly body trembling violently from the pain. The starlight shield around him completely collapsed at this moment. Now, let's do it. Jiang Ye's roar was like a signal. Flora and Ella, who had been waiting in the wings, launched their strongest attack in an instant. Countless vines shimmering with golden divine light shot towards Arthur from all directions, like giant pythons that had come to life. A spear of moonlight, condensed to its fullest extent and seemingly capable of purifying all evil in the world, roared away with the momentum to pierce through heaven and earth. Their target is not Arthur himself. It was the rose pendant he was clutching tightly in his hand. No! Arthur sensed a deadly threat and let out a desperate roar. He wanted to reassemble the starlight shield, but because his mind was in turmoil, he was unable to do so. He could only watch helplessly as the golden vines and silver moonlight drew ever closer to him. Boom! Two completely different divine powers struck the small rose pendant with perfect precision at the same time. Click! A crisp sound, like the shattering of glass, rang out. The exquisite pendant, crafted from mithril and engraved with roses, shattered into pieces under the impact of the two sacred forces. In the end, it turned into countless points of light. The moment the pendant shattered, Arthur's imposing body stiffened abruptly. The two eerie blue flames of his soul beneath his helmet also dimmed. He slowly raised his hand, as if trying to grasp the dissipating specks of light, but in the end he couldn't grasp anything. His heavy golden armor began to peel away like sand, turning into golden dust that dissipated into the air. The oppressive aura of a king that had made everyone breathless also vanished. The entire temple returned to its original deathly silence. Arthur's figure became increasingly transparent. In the moments before he was about to disappear completely, he turned his head and gave Jiang Yi a deep look. The dying flames of their souls no longer held a chilling, killing intent, but instead carried a hint of relief and gratitude. A voice filled with vicissitudes and relief echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. "Thank you, young traveler. Go ahead, take what you want. Then let her rest in peace." The words fell. The figure of Arthur, the king of the stars, completely disappeared from the temple. It was as if he had never been there. Only the enormous sword stuck in the ground, and the empty throne testify to his former existence. Chapter 161 Mythical Materials, Star Veil. As Arthur's obsession with the stars dissipated, the starlight chains binding Ying Yao also turned into specks of light and disappeared. Cough cough, I'm so suffocating. As soon as Ying Yao regained her freedom, she fell from mid-air, panting heavily, her face flushed red. The feeling of being completely imprisoned by the power of the laws, unable to use even a trace of strength, was incredibly frustrating. "Are you all right?" Jiang Yi walked to her side and asked with concern. "I'm fine," Ying Yao retorted stubbornly, but dared not look into Jiang Ye's eyes, her ears turning slightly red. On the other side, Wen Sa also got up from the ground. She rubbed her sore back, walked up to Jiang Yi, and looked at him with a complicated expression. "Thanks for earlier." She said it succinctly. If Jiang Yi hadn't shielded her at the last moment, she would probably be a corpse by now. "Why bring this up?" Jiang Yi waved his hand, not caring at all. He turned around and cast his gaze toward the throne at the deepest part of the hall. After Arthur disappeared, a cloud of mist emitting a soft starlight slowly emerged behind the throne. The mist seemed to be composed of countless tiny stars, slowly rotating, breathtakingly beautiful. A mysterious and vast aura emanated from the starlight mist. "That is the starry curtain." Ailari's voice trembled slightly with excitement. The legendary mythical material has finally appeared before them. With excitement, the group slowly walked forward. As the distance closed, the starlight mist became clearer and clearer. It is not actual fog. Instead, it was an enormous, translucent fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing. It floated quietly in mid-air, its surface shimmering with the light of billions of stars, as if an entire Milky Way had been cut out and woven into it. Exquisite beauty is not even a fraction of its magnificence. This is no longer a creation of the mortal world, but a masterpiece of the gods. Jiang Yi reached out and carefully touched it. Upon touching it, it feels cool and silky smooth. It felt as if what I was touching was not fabric, but a flowing galaxy. Ding. Mythical grade special material detected. A golden system notification popped up at the opportune moment. Mythical class warship material, Star Veil. Quality, mythical, unique. Description, a sacred veil woven over millennia by the star goddesses of bygone eras, gathering starlight from the Milky Way. It is itself a manifestation of the laws of stars and destiny. Features, can be used as a sail, absorbing stellar energy as a backup power source for the ship. Ships equipped with this sail will gain the passive effect, Starry Protection, greatly increasing resistance to negative effects such as curses and illusions. Simultaneously, the captain can actively activate Destiny's route, guiding a safe course through fog or unknown seas. Note, when you raise this sail, the entire starry sky will guide you. Looking at these incredible attributes, Jiang Ye's heart began to pound uncontrollably. That's incredible. This is simply a treasure born for seafaring. Especially that destiny route. With this ability, they can move freely through any maze or forbidden area they encounter, and they will never have to worry about getting lost again. This is an invaluable lifeline for the impending chaos of the global naval war era. Receive. Jiang Yi didn't hesitate and immediately added it to his system inventory. The beautiful Milky Way instantly transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the spot. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining one mythical grade material, Star Veil. Ding. Detection indicates you have collected all the core construction materials for the mythical class warship Styx Ferry. Basic hull. Tier 10 Warship 1. Must have Netherworld or Undead attribute. Not achieved. Core Dragon Bone. A complete spine of a false god or higher level. Not yet achieved. Power Core. Fragment of the Heart of the World 1. Not yet achieved. Sails. A curtain woven with starlight and size 1 completed. Figurehead. The Gaze of Divinity 1. Not yet achieved. Anchor. The law chains that suppressed the evil god 1. Not completed. Special material. Styx Ferry Boat Spatial Beacon 1. Achieved. Special material. Source of Life. Primordial Water 1. Achieved. Looking at the 3 glittering completed marks on the construction list, Jiang Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. The biggest goal of this trip has finally been successfully achieved. Although the process was a bit thrilling, the result was good. We did it. Ying Yao, Wen Sa, and the others also looked excited and joyful. The sense of accomplishment from witnessing the birth of a mythical material and participating in it is indescribable. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Jiang Yi composed himself and prepared to lead everyone away. Although Arthur's obsession had dissipated, the temple still gave him an ominous feeling. However, just as they turned to leave, etc., Alari suddenly spoke up, stopping everyone. She walked to the huge sword stuck in the ground, squatted down, and gently stroked the cold blade with her slender hand. Lord Jiang Yi, did King Arthur say anything to you at the end? She asked softly. Jiang Yi nodded and repeated Arthur's last telepathic message. May she rest in peace. Alarui's body trembled slightly, and her eyes instantly reddened. Just as I thought, she murmured to herself. What do you mean? Jiang Yi asked, puzzled. Alari stood up and looked toward the throne, her eyes filled with pity. In the ancient records of the Elven race, Arthur, the king of the stars, and his queen Ilia were the most loving couple in the world. But in the final battle of the old era, Queen Ilia died from exhaustion while protecting her people. King Arthur, because he was commanding the battle on the front lines, was unable to see his wife one last time, which became the greatest regret of his life. Although King Arthur won the war, he never smiled again. He buried the queen's remains in the deepest part of this temple and used the star veil as her shroud, hoping that the power of the stars would protect her eternal peace. And he himself became a guardian spirit, guarding this place forever, not allowing anyone to disturb his wife's slumber. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in sympathy. Unexpectedly, this domineering and unparalleled last monarch had such a tragic backstory. His last words, "Let her rest in peace," should have referred to his queen. Alari's gaze fell upon the throne. I think he meant that he hoped we could take his queen's remains away from here and find a truly peaceful place to bury her, instead of having her trapped forever in this temple filled with death and sighs. This, perhaps, is the real reason why his obsession dissipated. He was not defeated, but freed himself voluntarily. After listening to Ella's analysis, Jiang Yi fell silent. He looked at the empty throne and seemed to see again the towering king, who had been guarding his beloved alone through endless years. He sighed. Okay, we'll help him. He walked to the throne, reached out, and placed his hand on the armrest. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of mechanical roar, the enormous throne slowly slid to one side, revealing a staircase paved with starlight leading underground. A gentle and sacred aura emanated from below the steps. Chapter 162, The Queen's Gift. Push open the door. The group descended the star-studded steps. At the end of the steps was a small, secret room. In the center of the secret chamber, there was a coffin carved from a single piece of moonstone crystal. The coffin was completely transparent, and one could clearly see a stunningly beautiful woman lying inside. She was dressed in a pure white ceremonial robe, her face serene, as if she were simply asleep. Time has left no trace on her. She should have been covered by a veil of stars, but now she was completely naked. It seems that Jiang Yi took away the starry curtain, and thus this body lost the protection of the laws. Allery looked at the woman in the crystal coffin with eyes full of respect. This is Queen Ilya. Jiang Yi and the others fell silent for a moment. We pay the highest tribute to the queen who sacrificed her life in the final battle. Jiang Yi said, We'll take her back to the Pangu, and once we leave this area, we'll find a scenic island to bury her. If you are entrusted with a task, you should be loyal to it. Having made a promise to King Arthur, he had to keep it. No one objected. Jiang Yi stepped forward, preparing to put the entire crystal coffin into his system inventory. But just as his hand was about to touch the crystal coffin, a sudden change has occurred. Inside the crystal coffin, the queen's body, which had slept for countless years, suddenly emitted an extremely soft and pure light. The light was not dazzling. Instead, it gave people a warm and peaceful feeling. Immediately afterwards, a gentle and ethereal voice resounded in everyone's minds. Thank you for freeing my husband's soul. Thank you for being willing to take me out of this cold cage. Everyone was taken aback. Ella exclaimed excitedly. It's Queen Ilya's voice. This is not an obsession. This is a trace of the pure soul imprint remaining in the remains. As a token of my gratitude, please accept this small gift. The words had barely left his mouth. The crystal coffin, along with the queen's remains inside, turned into countless points of light. The light spot did not disappear. Instead, they coalesced in mid-air into two objects radiating a sacred aura. An ancient book made of starlight, and a heart-shaped crystal that sparkles with 7 colors. The two items slowly floated to Jiang Yi's front. Ding! You have received a gift from King Arthur and Queen Ilya. You have obtained the legendary skill book, Star Summoning. You have obtained a mythical grade special material, Fragment of the Heart of the World 1. Jiang Yi's breath hitched when he saw the system notification pop up. Legendary skill book. Besides, mythical grade material. A fragment of the heart of the world? This happiness came so suddenly. He only wanted to fulfill King Arthur's last wish, but he never expected such an unexpected joy. Skill book, Star Summoning. Quality, legendary, gold. Learning requirements, mental strength above 300 points, and a high affinity with stellar elements. Effect, consumes mental energy to summon meteorites, starlight rays, star guardians, etc., from the astral plane to fight for you. The strength and type of summoned creatures are related to mental energy and skill proficiency. Note, when you look up at the starry sky is also looking at you. Jiang Yi's gaze immediately fell on the skill book. Powerful. That's incredible. This is practically a mobile artillery platform. Moreover, the learning requirements are extremely demanding. 300 points of mental energy. Looking at the whole world, players who can meet this requirement are probably extremely rare. However, several members of Jiang Yi's team happen to meet the requirements. He, Lin Jixia, and Ella. As a moon elf priestess, Erar undoubtedly has the highest affinity with the element of stars. This skill book is practically tailor-made for her. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yi handed the skill book directly to Allery. Here, take this. Give it to me. Ella was stunned. She never expected that Jiang Yi would give her such a precious legendary skill book directly. It's important to know that the value of a legendary skill book is enough to make any top-tier ocean guild fight tooth and nail for it. But this is too expensive, Allery said, somewhat at a loss. Jiang Yi smiled and said, take it. You're the most suitable person for it in our team. The stronger you become, the more you'll help our entire team. His tone left no room for argument. Looking into Jiang Yi's clear eyes, a warm feeling welled up in Ella's heart. She no longer refused and solemnly accepted the skill book. Thank you, Lord Jiang Yi. I will certainly not let you down. Her face flushed with excitement, and her bright blue eyes shone with light. After dealing with the skill book, Jiang Yi's gaze fell on another item. That heart-shaped crystal. Mythical class worship material, fragment of the heart of the world. Quality, mythical, unique. Description, a core fragment formed from the most primordial creative force at the dawn of the world. It contains the purest life and laws of a world. Characteristic, can serve as the core power source for any mythical creation, providing it with near limitless energy. Note, it is the world itself. Jiang Yi looked at the fragment and felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. He never imagined that the other core material needed to build the Styx fairy, the fragment of the heart of the world, would appear before him in this way. This is like a windfall. He immediately opened the build list. Power core, fragment of the heart of the world 1, completed. The line of gray text instantly turned into a dazzling gold. At this point, he had collected 4 of the 6 core components needed to build the Styx fairy. All that's left is the basic hull, the core keel, the figurehead, and the anchor. Victory is within reach. We're rich. We're rich. Jiang Yi was overjoyed. This trip to the Sighing Islands was incredibly profitable. Not only did they obtain the Starry Curtain, but they also unexpectedly gained a fragment of the heart of the world and a legendary skill book. The team's strength will once again experience a qualitative leap. Jiang Yi carefully put away the fragments of the heart of the world and spoke with satisfaction. Let's go, we should head back. The group left the secret chamber and returned to the main hall of the temple. The enormous sword remained silently embedded in the ground. Jiang Yi thought for a moment, then stepped forward and grasped the hilt of the sword. It felt icy cold to the touch. He lifted it with all his might. Buzz! The great sword emitted a soft hum as it was pulled from the ground. Ding! You have obtained a legendary weapon, Star Judgment Sword. Another legendary item. Jiang Yi's mouth was practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. Although he doesn't need this heavy sword, he can take it back for Wang Ba to use. If that guy saw this sword, he'd probably jump for joy. After putting the great sword into his backpack, Jiang Yi led the group, satisfied, away from the ancient temple and back to the Pangu. When Lin Jixia and the others heard about Jiang Yi and his group's bizarre experiences and saw the outrageously rich spoils of war, the entire cabin was instantly filled with gasps of surprise. My God! A legendary skill book. And it's a summoning skill book. Is this a mythical grade material? It's so beautiful. Captain's awesome. Voice cracks. Su Tao and Wen Ruan held the fragment of the heart of the world, their little faces filled with shock and admiration. Lin Jixia looked at the book, Star Summoning Technique, with a gleam in her eyes. With this skill book, Allery's combat power will be directly upgraded to a higher level, making her another top-tier long-range artillery turret in the team after Flora and Ying Yao. Jiang Yi smiled knowingly as he looked at everyone's excited expressions. He handed the helm back to Lin Jixia. Jixia, let's embark on the course of destiny and go home. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia accepted the order and immediately went to the captain's cabin. She took the magnificent starry curtain out of her backpack. With a thought, the starry curtain transformed into a stream of light and flew out of the cabin, automatically replacing the original sails of the Pangu. As the dazzling galaxy slowly unfolded on the mast of the Pangu, the entire ship's aura became sacred and solemn. A faint, starlight-filled flight path stretched out in the thick fog ahead of the Pangu, pointing towards the only exit. With a joyful roar, the Pangu turned around and sped off along the starlight route. Chapter 163 Pangu's Metamorphosis. The journey home was exceptionally smooth. Guided by the destiny course of the starry curtain, the Pangu was practically like it had a full map cheat code. They always managed to avoid the dangerous areas hidden in the thick fog, as well as those powerful, vengeful spirits. It took more than 10 hours to get there, but less than 5 hours to get back. When the bow of the Pangu broke through the thick, gray fog and was once again bathed in the long-awaited sunlight, everyone on board erupted in cheers of relief. "We're out. We're finally out." Su Tao was so excited that she jumped and danced, almost spilling her milk tea. When Ruan patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief, her little face full of joy. That oppressive, gloomy feeling, constantly being eroded by negative emotions, was truly awful. The air outside smells so good. Ying Yao stretched out a big yawn, greedily inhaling the salty, humid sea breeze. Instruments and communications were restored to normal immediately. Lin Jixiao immediately contacted Wang Ba and Lu Yuan, who were stationed in the Styx Sea. "Boss, you're finally back." Wang Ba's familiar loud voice came through the communicator, making me almost cry with anxiety. "We're almost at our breaking point." Jiang Ye's brows furrowed instantly. "What happened?" "It's the mechanical god court." Wang Ba's voice was full of anger and frustration. "Those tin cans have gone mad. Ever since you left, they've been acting like they're on steroids, sending small groups of troops to harass our border every day. Although we drove them all back, our brothers were exhausted and suffered considerable casualties." Lu Yuan's voice rang out as he added, "Captain, according to intelligence, the mechanical god court seems to have built a forward base in the stormy seas, less than 1,000 nautical miles from us. It seems like they're planning a protracted war with us." Jiang Ye's eyes instantly turned cold. "Frontline base? Protracted war?" It seems that the last time we repelled their main fleet, it not only failed to teach them a lesson, but also fueled the competitive spirit of these madmen. That's true. A civilization like the mechanical god court, whose goal is to purify all life, probably doesn't have the word retreat in its dictionary. "I understand." Jiang Ye's voice was unreadable. "You shall continue to hold the line, consolidate your forces, and refrain from launching any offensives. Wait for me to come back." "Yes." Wang Ba and Lu Yuan responded in unison. After hanging up the communication, Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the people on the ship. "It seems we need to hurry." He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Jixiao, begin the upgrade and modification of the Pangu immediately. We're going to give those tin cans a big gift." "Yes, Captain." Excitement also shone in Lin Jixiao's eyes. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. An unprecedented upgrade and renovation project for a mythical warship has officially begun on this vast and magnificent sea. Zhang Yi took out all the core materials at once. Starry curtain, fragments of the heart of the world, Styx ferry boat space beacon, source of life, primordial water. For mythical treasures floated silently on the deck of the Pangu. Each and every piece exudes an aura of law that could drive any captain mad. "Wow, this is a mythical material? It's amazing." Ying Yao, Wen Sa, and the others were all stunned. "This display is even more luxurious than the king's treasury." Lin Jixiao, the chief engineer of this upgrade, took a deep breath and began to issue instructions in an orderly manner. "First, the power core needs to be replaced." She extended her slender finger and pointed to the fragment of the heart of the world. With her mind's control, the heart-shaped crystal transformed into a stream of light and merged directly into the hull of the Pangu. Boom! The entire Panga ship suddenly shuddered. A deafening roar, like thunder, echoed from inside the ship. The original Titan-class magic engine was so fragile and vulnerable in the face of this vast and boundless power of creation that it was instantly decomposed and devoured. An indescribable, boundless energy, brimming with life and vitality, erupted from the deepest part of the ship. The hull of the Pangu began to emit a faint 7-colored halo. Some beautiful flowers and plants even grew out of nowhere on the deck. "Ding! Your flagship Pangu has successfully had its power core replaced with a fragment of the heart of the world. Ship's base speed increased by 500%. Ship energy recovery speed plus 1000%. The ship gains the passive trait, World's Blessing. Hydrogen structural strength permanently increased by 200%. Hull self-repair speed increased by 500%. Simply by changing the power core, the Panga's attributes have received an epic boost. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying improvement. But this is just the beginning. The second step, Law Fusion. Lin Jixia gave the order again. The Styx ferry boat, a spatial beacon, and the source of life, primordial water, also transformed into two streams of light, one black and one white, which intertwined and chased each other, merging into the hull. The two distinct laws of space and life began to deeply merge with the ship itself. The hull of the Pangu began to undergo drastic changes. The once sturdy steel deck gradually became somewhat illusory, flickering on the boundary between reality and illusion. The sides of the ship were entwined with some vibrant green vines. Ding! Your flagship Pangu has successfully merged with the space beacon and the primordial water. The ship gains the mythical trait, Ghostly Flight, upgraded. It can freely switch between reality and illusion. During the switch, it ignores 99% of physical and energy attacks, and its sailing speed is increased by an additional 200%. The ship gains the mythical trait, Blessing of Life. The ship will continuously emit a life aura, granting all friendly units within the area a 1% health and spirit regeneration per second. The aura can cleanse most negative status effects. Jiang Ye's eyes widened as he looked at the two newly added mythical traits. The upgraded Ghost Shuttle is practically invincible, and that Ode to Life is practically a bug-level mobile fountain. With this aura, his fleet will be essentially immune to all damage in team battles. How can we possibly lose? The final step, set sail. Lin Jixia's voice carried a hint of excitement. She turned her gaze to the starry curtain fluttering on the mast. With her control, the beautiful starry sky shone brightly. The brilliance of billions of stars descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Pangu. The ship's aura suddenly changed, and it slowly rose from the sea surface. Ding! Your flagship, Pangu, has completed the fusion of all mythical grade materials. The quality of ships is undergoing a transformation. 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Transformation complete. Congratulations! Your flagship, the Pangu, has successfully been upgraded to a mythical class warship, prototype. Please name your new warship. A system announcement that resounded through the heavens exploded in everyone's minds. Jiang Yi looked at the ghost ship before him, which had been completely transformed and was now filled with mystery and the aesthetics of death, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Its name is, let's use the ferry boat on the river Styx. Chapter 164 Mythical Warship, Styx Ferry. Ding! Naming successful. Your mythical class warship, prototype the Styx Ferry, has been officially born. As the system notification faded, the starlight that enveloped the ship slowly dissipated. A ghost ship, powerful enough to send shivers down the spine of any viewer, was thus presented before them. Its hull is no longer purely steel-colored. It was a dark hue somewhere between obsidian and deep-sea iron, with faint, ethereal blue patterns flowing slowly across its surface, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. The ship's lines are smooth and elegant, full of the beauty of death. But vibrant green vines entwine the sides of the boat. Life and death, two diametrically opposed forces, achieve a perfect harmony in it. Above the mast, this starry curtain, composed of billions of stars, moved without wind, rustling and announcing the birth of a new king of the sea. Everyone was captivated by the warship's appearance. This is no longer a boat. This is a work of art, a masterpiece of the gods. Jiang Yi couldn't wait to open its attribute panel. Mythical class warship, Styx Ferry, prototype. Quality, mythical, unique. Level, peak level 9. Description, a legendary vessel that guides the souls of the dead and traverses the realms of life and death. It is itself a moving law, a manifestation of the authority of the river Styx. Currently in its nascent stage, some abilities are yet to be unlocked. Basic attributes, omitted. Mythological trait 1, soul travel, can ignore physical rules and travel freely in any special sea area, including the spirit world, void, and dream world. Mythical trait 2, passage of the dead, unlocked, requires core dragon bone to be equipped. Mythical trait 3, red spider lily in bloom, unlocked, requires figurehead to be equipped. Mythical trait 4, ghostly travel, mythical version, can freely switch between reality and illusion. During the switch, ignores 99% of physical and energy attacks, and travel speed is increased by an additional 200%. Mythical trait 5, blessing of life. The ship will continuously emit a life aura, granting all friendly units within the area a 1% health and spirit regeneration per second. The aura can purify most negative status effects. Mythical trait 6, Star's Blessing. Ships equipped with this sail will gain the passive effect, Star's Blessing, which greatly increases resistance to negative effects such as curses and illusions. Mythical trait 7, Route of Destiny. The captain can actively activate Route of Destiny to guide the safest route in foggy or unknown seas. A long list of attributes shimmering with golden light filled Jiang Yi with excitement and exhilaration. Although it is still just a prototype, lacking core components, the attributes of this Styx ferry boat are already incredibly powerful. Especially those mythical traits. Any one of them is enough to make it crush all current level 9 warships. Too strong. Ying Yao muttered to herself, completely awestruck by the ship's attributes. She felt that even if she transformed into a dragon now, she probably wouldn't be able to bite through even a single deck of this ship. This is practically a mobile sea fortress. When Sa exclaimed in amazement. A rational light gleamed in Lin Zhixia's eyes. Her fingertips had already begun to tap unconsciously, her mind racing as she devised entirely new tactics to utilize the ship's various characteristics. With Ode to Life and Ghost Shuttle, the fleet's maneuverability and endurance will reach a terrifying level. From today onwards, as long as they don't encounter monsters like the mechanical divine court, they can practically roam freely across this sea. Captain, shall we test its performance? Lin Zhixiao looked at Jiang Yi, somewhat eager to try it out. Jiang Yi grinned. That's exactly what I was thinking. He waved his hand with great flair, displaying an air of heroic spirit. Target, stormy sea. Full speed ahead. Yes. Lin Zhixiao accepted the order and immediately returned to the captain's cabin. When she regained her grip on the helm, the entire ship seemed to become an extension of her body, and the control was more than 10 times smoother than before. She gently pushed the forward gear lever. Boom! The fragment of the heart of the world, which serves as the new core, instantly unleashed unimaginable energy. The outline of the Styx ferry boat blurred in an instant. The hull did not even touch the sea surface, but directly lifted 3 feet off the ground and sped forward at a speed close to the water. A terrifying force pushed them back, pressing them firmly to the spot. The surrounding scenery was instantly stretched and distorted, eventually turning into streaks of light rushing backward. Holy crap! What kind of speed is that? Startled by the sudden acceleration, Ying Yao fell to the ground with a thud, her face turning deathly pale. Even Jiang Yi had to activate his overlord body immediately to barely stabilize himself. That's too fast. That's so fast. This is no longer sailing. It's practically flying close to the sea surface. Lin Zhixiao stared at the rapidly increasing speed on the radar, speechless with astonishment. Keep in mind that she hadn't even turned the engine up to its maximum power. Captain, we've covered more than 300 nautical miles in less than 10 minutes. There was a hint of shock in her voice. 10 minutes, 300 nautical miles. What does that mean? Nearly 2,000 nautical miles in an hour. You can cross most of the ocean in a single day. Such mobility is unheard of. Ha! That's awesome. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the boat, and the oncoming gale made him burst into laughter. The feeling of tearing the sea apart made his blood boil. Just then, warning, high energy reaction detected ahead. Suddenly, countless red dots appeared on the radar. A fleet of steel, made of silvery white metal, appeared at the edge of the horizon. The frontline troops of the mechanical divine court. They seemed to have no idea that they would collide head-on with Jiang Ye's flagship here. In this way, the distance between the two sides was rapidly closed by the terrifying speed of the Styx ferry. Warning: high threat level anomaly detected. Threat level assessed as devastating. Immediately report to the Apocalypse mainframe. Request support. All units, fire at will. The mechanical fleet reacted extremely quickly. After a brief moment of surprise, it immediately launched an attack. Hundreds of blue energy beams tore through the air, weaving together a web of death that descended upon us. Despite the terrifying firepower that could level an island, Jiang Yi showed no sign of tension. He simply raised his hand slowly and gave the order to Lin Zhixiao in front of him. No need to slow down. Hit it. Chapter 165. Kill them. Receive. Lin Zhixiao's voice was calm. Instead of slowing down, she increased the engine power by 1 gear. Boom. The speed of the Styx ferry boat increased dramatically again with her movements. Like a black meteor, it hurtled straight toward the dense barrage of energy projectiles. Are they crazy? On the World Channel, some players who were watching remotely via special items were all stunned by what they saw. Anonymous Captain in the Golden Sea, holy crap. What's going on? Why is Boss Jiang Ye's ship charging into the gunfire? Linglong Guild Leader Lava Sea suicide attack? That's not like Jiang Yi. Ash Brotherhood President Lava Sea, has his ship been upgraded again? Everyone was filled with doubt. However, the next second, something happened that made their eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Just as the Styx ferry boat was about to collide with the energy barrage, its hull suddenly became illusory and transparent. Ghostly flight. Hiss hiss hiss. Hundreds of terrifying energy beams, powerful enough to melt steel, simply passed right through its illusory hull. No harm was caused. It didn't even slow it down in the slightest. What kind of weird ability is this? Holy crap, intangibility. Did Boss Jiang bring this ship back from training in the Hidden Leaf Village? The World Channel exploded instantly, with many people starting to discuss it. All the spectators felt that their worldview had been shaken like never before. Invincible? This ship can actually maintain invincibility for an extended period of time. Doesn't this mean they can ignore many prohibited areas and just barge in? On the battlefield, the terminal programs of the mechanical warships that launched the attack experienced a brief outage. Attack invalid. The target unit could not be locked. Recalculate logical error. In those few short seconds when they were thrown into chaos, the Styx ferry had already silently slipped through their fire blockade like a true ghost and charged directly into their fleet formation. Now, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. Dispel ghost form. Buzz. With a humming sound, the hull of the Styx ferry boat instantly solidified from the ethereal. Like a prehistoric behemoth suddenly appearing among a flock of sheep, it slammed into the nearest mechanical spaceship with unparalleled terrifying kinetic energy. Boom! A deafening roar. That mechanical spaceship, comparable to an 8th-level warship and possessing a sturdy self-healing hull, was as fragile as an egg in front of the Styx ferry. Before it could even utter a mournful cry, at the moment of contact, its sturdy armor and complex internal structure were smashed into a cloud of burning metal parts flying everywhere. The power of that single impact was terrifying. But this is far from over. After crashing into a spaceship, the speed of the Styx ferry was almost unaffected. It was like a runaway heavy truck, rampaging through the relatively dense formation of the mechanical fleet. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in succession, and the entire sky was instantly covered by dark clouds and flames. One mechanical spaceship after another was smashed into pieces by its unreasonable and enormous hull. The entire battlefield was completely transformed into a one-sided, horrific traffic accident scene. On the deck of the Pangu, Ying Yao, Wen Sa, and the others stared dumbfounded at the surreal scene before them, completely losing their ability to think. They had initially thought it would be a fierce battle, and had even prepared for it. And then, holy crap, that's it. Do they even need to do it themselves? The captain alone rammed the ship into the enemy, killing or injuring most of the Tin Can crew. This is just too much. Ying Yao muttered to herself. First, he charges into the crowd with invincibility enabled, then deactivates it, and starts mashing the keyboard to deal damage? What kind of godlike playstyle is this? Awesome. So awesome. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the violent tremors brought by each impact, and felt as if the blood in his body was burning. This is the fighting style he has always dreamed of. Simple, direct, and effective. What tactics? What positioning? In the face of absolute power, everything else is insignificant. As long as my ship is tough enough and fast enough, I can ram all the enemies to death. No special skills are required at all, just go for it. Under the frenzied rampage of the Styx ferry boat, the mechanical fleet consisting of hundreds of warships was smashed to pieces in less than 5 minutes, losing more than a third of its ships. The remaining mechanical warships finally snapped out of the chaos. Their smart terminals made a quick judgment. Escape. Faced with such an incomprehensible and unreasonable enemy, the only option is to make a strategic retreat first. All the mechanical spaceships immediately changed direction and fled in all directions at top speed. Trying to run? Jiang Yi sneered. It's too late. Zhixiao, let them experience the hospitality of our new home. Clear. A beautiful smile curved at the corners of Lin Zhixiao's lips. She stretched out her slender hand and gently pressed a red button on the control panel. That's the weapon system of the Styx ferry boat. Buzz. On both sides of the ship's side, the vibrant green vines that were originally just decorations suddenly came to life at this moment. They are like giant pythons awakening, growing and extending wildly. In an instant, it transformed into a vast net woven from countless vines, covering an area of several thousand meters in radius. The fleeing mechanical spaceships plunged headlong into this giant net. Sizzle sizzle. The vines, imbued with the power of life, unleashed a terrifying corrosiveness the moment they came into contact with the mechanical ship's hull. One after another, the mechanical spaceships were tightly entangled by vines and unable to move. The sturdy metal shell, emitting billowing black smoke, was melted and decomposed at a visible rate under the corrosive influence of the vines. In just over 10 seconds, all the trapped mechanical spaceships turned into piles of powerless scrap metal and fell into the sea like dumplings. The whole process was smooth and seamless. It didn't even fire a single shot from the main gun. A seemingly mismatched battle ended in a near-crushing defeat. The world channel was completely silent. All the spectators were frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Only one thought remained in their minds. The world of ocean is about to change. Chapter 166 Aftermath of the War. The ferry boat on the river Styx came to a stop. The surrounding sea was a mess. Burning mechanical wreckage, broken armor plates, and all sorts of oddly shaped parts floated densely on the sea surface. The air was filled with a burnt, metallic smell, mixed with the salty tang of the sea. On the deck, Ying Yao and Wen Sa stared blankly at everything before them. Their expressions were like those of children seeing the ocean for the first time, filled with shock and disbelief. Is it over already? Ying Yao's mouth dropped open. She didn't even have time to transform into a dragon girl before the battle was over. Wen Sa nodded blankly. The shadow fang in her hand wasn't even stained with blood. Flora retracted the emerald green vines. After completing their task, the vines withered quickly, turning into specks of light that dissipated in the sea breeze. Alari watched all this with a strange light in her eyes. Is this Jiang Ye's power? No, it's the power of this ship. This was the first time she had ever seen someone drive a boat like that. Lin Zhixiao walked out of the captain's cabin. A blush of excitement crossed her face, but she quickly regained her usual cool demeanor. Captain, the enemy fleet has been completely annihilated. We achieved a complete victory. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the boat. The sea breeze tousled his hair, but it did not diminish the sharpness in his eyes. He looked into the distance. That sea area is where the mechanical god court's front-line base is located. This is just an appetizer. Jiang Ye's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The mechanical god's retaliation will come faster and more violently than we imagine. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the still shocked crowd on the deck. Clean up the battlefield and collect all useful mechanical debris, especially those core components. not a single one can be missed. Lin Jixia, you are in charge of taking stock of the supplies and studying the uses of these mechanical wreckage. Allery, you and Flora are in charge of purifying the pollution in this area, and while you're at it, see if there are any unusual plants or minerals. Ying Yao and Wen Sa, you two take Su Tao and are responsible for guarding the area to prevent any escapees or new enemies from appearing. Wen Ruan, you will follow Lin Jixia and learn about fleet management and material statistics. Jiang Ye's order was clear and swift. Everyone quickly snapped out of their shock and went about their respective tasks. Yes. Clear. Don't worry, squad leader. Not even a fly can get past. Wen Sa patted his chest and assured him. Su Tao followed softly behind Wen Sa, holding her bubble gun in her hands. Ying Yao pouted, but still obediently spread her dragon wings and flew into the air, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Flora looked at Allari curiously, and Allari smiled gently at her and began to guide her on how to purify the sea surface with the power of life. Lin Jixia has returned to the captain's cabin and begun directing the recovery operation. Wen Ruan followed obediently behind her, holding a small notebook in her hand, taking notes diligently. Jiang Yi felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the busy crowd. This is his team, a team that can be trusted and relied upon. He turned on the World Channel. Sure enough, the World Channel was in an uproar. An anonymous captain in the lava sea, what did I just see? Jiang Ye's ship rammed right through the mechanical god's fleet. Linglong Guild leader, lava sea, this is unscientific. Those are the frontline reconnaissance units of the mechanical god court. Each one has the defenses of an 8th level warship. Ash Brotherhood President, Lava Sea mythical class warship. It's definitely a mythical class warship. Only a mythical class warship can possess this ability to ignore physical attacks. Lu Yuan, Styx C. Ha. I knew our boss was the best. Those tin cans are nothing. Wang Ba and the Styx C. Lu Yuan, you little brat, you stole my lines. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Anyone who dares to mess with our boss will suffer this fate. An anonymous captain in the Golden Sea, the name Styx Ferry Boat, sounds familiar. Irari Rainbow Sea, priestess of the Moon Whisper tribe of the Elf clan, Captain Jiangya, your power has transcended the mortal realm. An anonymous captain in the Thunderstorm Sea, the mechanical god court is going crazy now. The frontline reconnaissance force has been wiped out. I estimate they will make a big move soon. On the World Channel, shock, fear, admiration, and schadenfreude were all mixed together. Jiang Yi simply watched calmly. He knew that this battle had firmly established the Styx Fairy's status in the world. This also allowed more people to see his abilities. But at the same time, it also made the mechanical gods pay more attention to him. He shut down the World Channel. Now is not the time to celebrate victory. He has more important things to do. He walked to the ship's side and looked at the mechanical wreckage floating on the sea. These are all valuable materials, especially those core components. Perhaps we can analyze them to glean insights into the technology of the mechanical gods. Lin Jixia, have you found any unusual wreckage? Jiang Yi asked through the communicator. Reporting to the captain, we have discovered some complete energy cores, as well as some metal plates with very unusual structures. Lin Jixia's voice came through the communicator. These energy cores have a very high energy density, much higher than our existing magic crystals. The hardness of the metal plate is beyond imagination, and it also has a certain self-healing ability. This is very much in line with the characteristics of the mechanical god court. Jiang Yi nodded. Prioritize recycling these items. Yes, Captain. The recycling work is proceeding in an orderly manner. The robotic arm on the Pangu extended and salvaged huge pieces of metal debris, transporting them to the deck. Lin Jixia and Wen Ruan were taking notes and categorizing the information. Wen Ruan looked at the mechanical parts that shimmered with a faint light, a hint of curiosity on her small face. Teacher Lin, are these things really usable? She asked softly. Lin Jixia picked up a piece of mechanical wreckage and carefully examined the patterns on it. The technology of the mechanical god court far exceeds our imagination. These wrecks, though seemingly damaged, contain valuable energy and technology that are precious assets to us. If we can reverse engineer their technology, our fleet's strength can be further enhanced. When Ruan nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Looking at Lin Jixu's serious profile, she felt a surge of admiration. Teacher Lin is really amazing. She knows everything. Jiang Yi walked over. He saw Wen Ruan holding a small mechanical part in her hand, playing with it curiously. What's wrong, Xiaoruan? Interested in these lumps of iron? He asked with a smile. Wen Ruan was startled, her hand trembled, and she almost dropped the part on the ground. Class monitor. Her face turned red, and she quickly hid the parts behind her back. No, it's nothing. Jiang Yi found Wen Ruan's shy demeanor quite adorable. He reached out and gently rubbed her head. Don't be afraid. These are all spoils of war. You can keep them if you like. Wen Ruan's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiang Yi. Class monitor, she said, her voice barely audible. Lin Jixu watched this scene, a barely perceptible smile flashing in her eyes. She cleared her throat. Captain, I've discovered some unusual energy circuits within these wreckages. If we can extract it completely, it might be used to strengthen our energy shield. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand and looked at Lin Jixu. Oh, how much of an improvement? Preliminary estimates suggest that it can increase the shield's strength by at least 20%, Lin Jixu said. Moreover, these energy circuits seem to be able to feed some energy back to the hull when attacked, providing a certain degree of self-repair capability. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. A 20% increase in shield strength, coupled with self-repair capabilities, will undoubtedly greatly enhance the fleet's survivability. Very good, Jiang Yi said in a deep voice. Extract all these energy circuits and prioritize equipping them to Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's flagship, as well as our Pangu. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixu nodded. The recovery operation lasted for nearly an hour. Once all the valuable wreckage had been recovered, the sea returned to calm. Jiang Yi issued another order. Continue sailing. Target. Stormy seas. Yes, Captain. The Styx ferry started up again and sped off into the distance. Its speed was astonishing. The hull was almost skimming the surface of the sea. The surrounding scenery rushed past, turning into a blurry stream of light. Inside the ship's cabin, Lin Jixu had already begun studying the mechanical wreckage. When Ruan assisted her from the side, occasionally stealing a glance at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi sat in the captain's cabin, closing his eyes to rest. His brain, however, was working at high speed. The frontline base of the mechanical god court must be far more powerful than this reconnaissance fleet. He must be fully prepared. This time, he wanted to let those tin cans know. The Styx Sea is not a place they can set foot in at will. The ferry boat on the river Styx was moving faster than he had imagined. In just a few hours, they had already moved far away from the Rainbow Sea. We entered the edge of the storm-prone sea area. The sea began to become turbulent, and the sky became overcast. Streaks of lightning ripped across the sky, illuminating the dark sea. The wind howled, and the waves surged. The whole world seemed to have fallen into a state of rage. Captain, we have entered the storm area. Lin Jixu's voice came through the communicator. The environment here is extremely harsh, and radar and communication signals are severely interfered with. The Styx ferry boat has a very strong hull structure, which can withstand these storms. Jiang Yi opened his eyes. He looked out the window at the raging sea, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, it gleamed with a hint of excitement. Very good, he said in a deep voice. Keep going. I want to see with my own eyes what the front line base of the mechanical god's court really looks like. He knew that the real challenge had only just begun. This time, the enemy is unlike the pirates or ordinary fleets of the past. This is a mechanical civilization with advanced technology, but devoid of emotion. They will not be afraid, nor will they back down. They will only follow the procedure and carry out their purification tasks. Jiang Yi's domineering style actually made him feel more clear-headed in this environment. He could feel his physique slowly improving. With each additional day he survives, he becomes stronger. This is his biggest trump card. This is also the source of his confidence to challenge everything. He took a deep breath, feeling the biting sea breeze. Come, mechanical gods. Let me see just how strong you really are. His eyes were cold and resolute. Chapter 167 Reverse Installation. The ferry across the Styx River sped through the raging storm-swept seas. The massive ship bobbed and swayed in the giant waves, yet maintained astonishing stability. The crew members on board were used to such rough seas. Flora and Ella were on the deck, using their life force to reinforce the vines along the ship's side. The vines swayed in the storm, emitting a soft green light, as if draping the entire ship in a vibrant armor. "Flora, be careful," Ella gently reminded him. Flora clumsily imitated Ella's movements, gently stroking the vines with her little hands. "It smells so good," she said in her childish voice. Looking at Flora's innocent face, Ella gave a gentle smile. Ying Yao and Wen Sa were in the corridor outside the captain's cabin, keeping watch while bickering in hushed tones. "Hey, Wen Sa, are you sure this ship can withstand a storm of this magnitude?" Ying Yao asked, her arms crossed, her voice tinged with worry. Wen Sa rolled her eyes. "Nonsense, didn't you hear what Teacher Lin said? This is a mythical class warship. What is a mere storm compared to that? But you, don't be so scared that you turn back into a little female dragon and hide in the captain's arms crying." Ying Yao's face turned red instantly. "You? What are you saying?" "I won't," she retorted angrily. Who knows?" Wen Sa curled her lip. "Don't you always pretend to be weak to gain the class monitor's sympathy? You're the one pretending to be weak. Your whole family pretends to be weak." Ying Yao jumped up and down in anger. "I'm just naturally beautiful." The two exchanged words, their tone unfriendly, but they didn't actually start arguing. This has become part of their daily interactions. In the captain's cabin, Lin Jixiao was intently maneuvering the ship's rudder. Her mental focus was so intense that every subtle movement allowed the Styx ferry to make the most perfect evasive maneuvers in the storm. When Ruan sat next to her, quietly reporting the latest data. "Teacher Lin, there is a strong energy reaction 5 nautical miles ahead. It may be a lightning element creature unique to the storm sea." Lin Jixiao nodded. "Keep your distance and avoid it as much as possible. Our main objective now is to reach the front line base of the mechanical god court. Let's not cause any unforeseen complications." "Yes," when Ruan replied. Looking at Lin Jixiao's calm and composed demeanor, she felt a deep sense of admiration. Teacher Lin is really amazing. To remain so calm in such a violent environment. She secretly glanced at Jiang Yi beside her. Jiang Yi sat in the chair with his eyes closed, as if he were asleep. But when Ruan knew that he was not asleep, his breathing was steady and long, and he exuded a calm and composed aura. When Ruan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, she felt particularly safe with Jiang Yi looking like this. Like a majestic mountain peak, he can sit there steadily no matter how fierce the storm outside. She gently bit her lip, a sliver of courage rising within her. "Class monitor," she called softly. Jiang Yi opened his eyes and looked at her. "What's wrong, Xiao Ruan?" His voice was a little hoarse, but very gentle. When Ruan's face turned red instantly. "No, nothing," she said, lowering her head again. Jiang Yi found it somewhat amusing to look at her shy expression. This silly boy, he can never say what he wants to say. He reached out and gently rubbed her head. "Don't be nervous. I'm here, everything will be all right." When Ruan's body suddenly stiffened, her cheeks were burning hot, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. The class monitor patted her head again. This feeling made her both shy and at ease. She secretly looked up and saw a gentle smile on Jiang Ye's face. Her heart was beating even faster. Lin Jixiao watched this scene, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She cleared her throat. "Captain, we have completed the preliminary analysis of the mechanical wreckage. We have discovered a very important piece of information." Jiang Yi withdrew his hand and looked at Lin Jixiao. "What information?" "These mechanical wrecks contain a special energy transfer technology." Lin Jixiao's expression turned serious. "It can minimize energy loss and deliver high-intensity energy output in a short period of time. If we can apply this to our main guns, the power of the Nether Dragon Breath can be increased by at least 30%. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. A 30% increase in power is no small amount. The Netherworld Dragon Breath itself possesses annihilation properties and is extremely powerful. If it were increased by another 30%, it would be absolutely devastating. "Very good," Jiang Yi said in a deep voice. Could we reverse engineer it and apply it to our ships? Theoretically, yes. Lin Jixia nodded. But it requires a lot of experiments and materials. Moreover, this technology requires a high level of mental strength from the operator. Improper handling may cause an energy backlash. Jiang Yi nodded. I see. You should conduct a simulation experiment first to ensure safety before proceeding with the actual operation. As for materials, don't we have an unlimited supply of iron blocks? We can also find other rare materials in the treasure vault. Yes, Captain, Lin Jixia replied. She understood what Jiang Yi meant. Their biggest trump card is their unlimited resources. With unlimited materials, they could conduct countless experiments until they succeeded. When Ruan listened to their conversation and felt a sense of shock. It turns out these mechanical wrecks have such a great use. The way she looked at Jiang Yi was full of admiration. The class monitor is really amazing. He can think of everything. She glanced at Lin Jixia again. Teacher Lin is just as amazing. She felt like a complete idiot compared to them. Xiao Ruan, what's wrong? Jiang Yi noticed when Ruan's expression and asked with a smile. When Ruan was startled and quickly shook her head. No, it's nothing. She lowered her head, her little face flushed. Jiang Yi found it somewhat amusing to look at her shy expression. This little goofball. He reached out and ruffled her hair again. Don't overthink it, you're great too. When Ruan's body stiffened again, she felt the warmth of Jiang Ye's hand, and her heart warmed. This feeling of being treated gently made her feel very at ease. She secretly looked up and saw a gentle smile on Jiang Ye's face. Her heart beat even faster. Lin Jixia watched this scene with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. These two people are really... She cleared her throat. Captain, we are approaching the reconnaissance range of the mechanical god's frontline base. Radar indicates that there are significant energy fluctuations ahead. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand, his expression turning serious. Very good. All personnel on high alert. Yes. The ferry boat on the river Styx sped up again. It broke through the raging storm and sped towards the distant sea shrouded in lightning. Jiang Yi knew that the real battle was about to begin. He took a deep breath, feeling the power surging within his body. The power of the overlord body filled him with confidence. He wanted the mechanical gods to know. The Styx Sea is not a place they can invade at will. Chapter 168 The Steel Fortress in the Stormy Seas. The Styx ferry broke through the last barrier of the storm. The field of vision suddenly opened up. The sudden silence made everyone on the ship pause for a second. The raging storm abruptly ceased behind us, leaving behind a desolate sea. Huge steel floating islands dotted the sea surface. Thick energy cables stretched across the sea, forcibly connecting them to form a steel fortress complex stretching for tens of kilometers. A metal tower hundreds of meters high pierces the clouds at the very center. A huge mechanical eye hangs atop the tower, its cold blue light sweeping across the sea without a trace of emotion. A dense energy shield, visible to the naked eye, encased the entire fortress complex. Hundreds of shuttle-shaped warships moved around, their trajectories precise and without deviation. This is the front-line base of the mechanical gods. Oh my god! Su Tao looked at the steel behemoth in the distance, her voice trembling, almost choked with tears. This is several times scarier than what's shown in the movies. When Ruan's face turned deathly pale instantly, she instinctively gripped Lin Jixia's clothes tightly, her knuckles turning blue from the force, her body huddled behind her, trembling. Ying Yao and Wensa also lost their usual playful and smiling demeanor. The two men's faces were now solemn. This place is much harder than I expected. Lin Jixia's voice came through the communicator, speaking rapidly and with obvious tension. Captain, the radar scan results are in. There are at least 5 level 8 energy turrets and 1 level 9 main gun. The number of patrol vessels on the perimeter exceeds 500, and there are 50 level 8 warships. The most troublesome thing is that energy shield, which is extremely strong. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the boat, his black trench coat fluttering in the lingering wind. His gaze was fixed on the steel fortress in front of him. That cold, oppressive atmosphere could be felt from a great distance. Weaknesses identified. He silently recited it in his mind. A fleeting, deep blue light flashed in his eyes. A stream of complex data instantly washed over his brain. Mechanical Court Frontline Base, Level 9. Core. At the top of the central tower, a fusion of 3 fragments of the heart of the world. Defense, full coverage energy shield, 5 level 8 turrets, 1 level 9 main cannon. Weakness, the shield's energy nodes are scattered across 5 surrounding floating islands. Destroying these nodes will temporarily disable the shield. Main gun recharge time, 30 seconds. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze on the central tower. 3 fragments of the heart of the world? These mechanical geeks are really willing to spend a fortune. They're using mythical grade materials for the base core. No wonder he's so tough. Lin Jixia, Jiang Yi said, his voice steady. Can you locate the node in that tortoise shell? Can. Lin Jixia answered crisply and decisively. Radar markers are synchronized. There is 1 floating island in each of the 5 directions, east, west, south, north, and center. Each node is guarded by a level 8 turret. Jiang Yi nodded. Okay. He turned around and glanced at the people on the deck. Looks like we'll have to bite the bullet and tackle this tough problem. Ying Yao, Wen Sa, the nodes of the 2 floating islands in the southeast are yours. Flora and Ella, the 2 in the northwest are yours. Su Tao, stop spacing out. Use your bubbles to cover for them. Wen Ruan, you and Lin Jixia stay in the driver's seat and control the ferry to keep us in check. The instructions are clear and leave no room for doubt. Everyone's expression tightened. Yes. Ying Yao cracked her knuckles and patted her chest. Don't worry, squad leader. We'll smash it to pieces. Wen Sa didn't speak, but silently gripped the shadow fong in her hand, its sharp edge gleaming coldly. Flora and Ella exchanged a resolute glance. Su Tao sniffed and responded softly, hugging the huge bubble gun. Although her hands were still trembling, her eyes no longer darted away. Lin Jixia, how long will it take to fully fill the netherworld dragon breath? Jiang Yi asked. Full power, 15 seconds. That's enough. Jiang Yi nodded. There is only one goal, the core of the central tower. Once the shield breaks, lock onto the tower and blast the main gun out. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia's voice was filled with excitement. This battle will determine life or death. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. The sea breeze was salty and fishy, mixed with the smell of engine oil drifting from afar. He stared at the steel fortress, his eyes sharp. Full speed ahead. The Styx ferry roared to life, its engine revving and its speed soaring. The bow cleaved through the waves, leaving a white trail on the sea, and crashed straight into the base of the mechanical god's court. There were no ghosts traveling around. Unnecessary. Jiang Yi wanted to tell these 10 men everything clearly. The ferry boat across the river Styx has arrived. They've come to cause trouble in broad daylight. The moment the ship entered the reconnaissance range, the piercing alarm shattered the silence of the sea. Countless beams of blue searchlights swept wildly, instantly locking onto the Styx ferry. Intruder detected. Threat level, highest. All troops, prepare for battle. Mechanical warships poured out of the base in dense numbers. The number of them was several times greater than the previous reconnaissance teams. It was overwhelming, obscuring our view. Lin Jixia, Ghost Shuttle, activate. Jiang Yi shouted in a low voice. Receive. The physical form of the Styx ferry boat instantly became ethereal. The ship's hull became transparent, like a shadowy figure. It weaves through a dense barrage of energy projectiles, its speed increasing rather than decreasing, like a sharp dagger thrusting into the enemy ranks. Ying Yao, Wen Sa, get ready. Flora, Ella, Su Tao, keep up. Jiang Yi's voice pierced through the wind, as steady as a rock. Tough battle? Then let's fight. He wanted to see whether these ironclad steeds were tougher, or his Styx ferryboat was tougher. Chapter 169, Breaching the Fortress. The Styx ferry, like a ghost, weaved through the dense barrage of fire from the mechanical god court. The illusory hull allowed countless beams of energy to pass through without causing any damage. Captain, we have arrived at the designated location. Lin Jixia's voice came through the phone. Very good, Jiang Yi said in a deep voice. Ying Yao, Wen Sa, you go first. Flora, Aleri, Su Tao follow later. Yes. Ying Yao transformed into the form of the Thunderfire Dragon Girl, flapped her wings, and soared into the sky with Wen Sa, heading straight for the floating island in the southeast. When Sa activated Shadow Escape in midair, and his figure vanished instantly. Flora and Ella, under the cover of Su Tao's bubbles, rode in a vine boat and sped toward the floating island in the northwest. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, watching his team members sail away, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. But he knew it was the only way. Only by destroying the energy nodes can the defenses of the mechanical gods' court be broken. Jixia, maintain your ghost teleportation state, and be ready to provide support at any time. Jiang Yi ordered. Yes, Captain. The Styx ferry cruised around the energy shield, drawing the firepower of most of the mechanical warships. Ying Yao and Wen Sa quickly arrived at the floating island in the southeast direction. On the floating island, an 8th-level energy turret is charging, surrounded by a large number of mechanical guards patrolling around it. I'll draw their fire. You find an opportunity to destroy the turret. Ying Yao said to Wen Sa. Wen Sa nodded, and her figure disappeared into the shadows once again. Ying Yao let out a deafening dragon roar, and with a flap of her huge dragon wings, she charged toward the cannon emplacement. Intruders! Wipe out! The mechanical guards immediately turned their guns around, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles at Ying Yao. Ying Yao unleashed a destructive dragon breath, burning some of the mechanical guards to ashes. But more mechanical guards surged in from all directions, surrounding her completely. She wielded her enormous dragon claws, tearing the mechanical guards to shreds. However, these mechanical guards were numerous and fearless, making it difficult for her to escape for the time being. Just then, a dark shadow appeared like a ghost behind the turret. Holding the shadow Fong, Wen Sa precisely stabbed at the energy core of the turret. Snap! A crisp sound. The turret's energy core was pierced by Wen Sa's attack. Warning! Energy node damaged. Repair. Countless nanobots emerged from inside the turret, attempting to repair the damage. However, Wen Sa's attack had a spatial cutting effect, which directly destroyed the structure of the energy core. There's simply not enough time to fix it. Boom! The turret emitted a loud bang, and the energy shield collapsed instantly. Without its power source, the entire turret exploded, turning into a dazzling burst of fire. We did it! Ying Yao shouted excitedly. She saw a huge gap appear in the energy shield to the southeast. At the same time, an explosion was heard from the floating island in the northwest. With Su Tao's help, Flora and Ella also successfully destroyed the energy node there. Flora used her life power to create countless giant vines that tightly bound the level 8 energy turret. Ilari used the power of moonlight to continuously weaken the turret's defenses. Su Tao used her resilient bubbles to protect them from the mechanical guards' attacks. Ultimately, under the corrosive influence of Flora's life force, the turret's energy core was completely destroyed. Captain, the northwest energy node has been destroyed, came Ilari's voice. Very good, Jiang Yi said in a deep voice. Wen Ruan, Lin Jixia, prepare the main guns. Yes, Captain. On the prow of the ferry across the river Styx, the eyes of the dragon bone sculpture once again ignited with will-o'-the-wisps. The pitch-black, dark dragon breath began to charge. 2 more. Jiang Ye's gaze locked onto the remaining 2 energy nodes. He knew that time was of the essence. The level 9 main cannon of the mechanical god court is charging. Once the main gun is fired, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ying Yao, Wen Sa, you 2 go to the central floating island. Flora, Ella, Su Tao, you go to the southwest floating island. Jiang Yi issued another order. Yes. Ying Yao and Wen Sa set off again. Flora and Ella, along with Su Tao, rushed toward their next target. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the boat, watching his team members sail away. He knew they were all giving it their all. For the Styx River, for their homeland. Captain, the Tier 9 main gun is 50% charged. Lin Jixia's voice carried a hint of tension. Hurry, Jiang Yi said in a deep voice. Faster. Ying Yao and Wen Sa quickly arrived at the central floating island. The defenses here are much stronger, with 2 level 8 energy turrets and even more mechanical guards. You take care of dealing with the mechanical guards, I'll destroy the turrets. Wen Sa said to Ying Yao. Ying Yao nodded, let out a dragon roar, and charged towards the mechanical guard. Wen Sa then activated Shadow Escape again, disappearing from sight. Like a phantom, she moved among the mechanical guards, her shadow fang constantly reaping the lives of her enemies. The mechanical guards here are stronger than those we encountered before, but when Sa is faster and her attacks are more precise. She dodged all the attacks and headed straight for the turret's energy core. Snap! Another crisp sound rang out. When Sa successfully destroyed the energy node of the central floating island. Captain, the central energy node has been destroyed. When Sa's voice came through. Well done, Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. There's one last one. On the southwestern floating island, Flora, Alirai, and Su Tao are also engaged in a fierce battle. There are more mechanical guards here, and some flying mechanical units have also appeared. Su Tao used bubbles to shield Flora and Ella from the attacks. However, the number of bubbles is limited, and they are easily destroyed by flying units. Flora conjured up countless vines, attempting to entangle the mechanical guards. However, these mechanical guards were very powerful and quickly cut the vines off. Alari used the power of moonlight to continuously weaken the enemy's defenses. However, her attack power is limited and she cannot cause fatal damage. Captain, the Tier 9 main gun is 80% charged. Lin Jixia's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Zhang Yi frowned deeply. Time is running out. He glanced in the direction of the floating island to the southwest. The fierce battle is still raging there. He has to make a decision. Lin Jixia, Styx Ferry, lock onto the southwest floating island. Zhang Yi ordered in a deep voice. Main gun charging. Captain, this will reveal our position. Lin Jixia warned. I know. Zhang Ye's tone left no room for doubt. But we don't have time. Yes, Captain. At the bow of the Styx Ferry, the breath of the netherworld dragon was recharged. The jet-black beam of light exuded an aura of destruction. Flora, Ella, Su Tao, retreat immediately. Zhang Yi shouted. The Styx ferry boats will provide fire support. Flora, Ella, and Su Tao immediately began to retreat upon hearing Zhang Ye's voice. Just as they were leaving, boom! The breath of the netherworld dragon erupted from the bow of the ferry boat on the river Styx. A jet-black beam of light pierced the sky and struck the energy node of the southwestern floating island with lightning speed. Warning! Energy node destroyed. Base energy shield has failed. With a loud bang, the energy shield collapsed instantly. The entire frontline base of the mechanical god court has lost its last defense. Captain, the Tier 9 main gun is 90% charged. Lin Jixia's voice came through. Very good, Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. Styx ferry boat, lock onto the core of the central tower. Main gun, fire at full power. Yes, Captain. The netherworld dragon breath is recharged. This time, its target is the core of the mechanical god court's frontline base. A thicker and darker beam of light shot out from the bow of the Styx ferry. It pierced the sky, carrying an aura of destruction, heading straight for the core of the central tower. Boom! A terrifying roar, powerful enough to shatter stars, exploded in the stormy sea. The core of the central tower was pierced by the breath of the netherworld dragon. The entire tower began to collapse from the inside. Countless cracks spread across the tower, from which blue energy gushed forth. Finally, the tower collapsed with a roar, turning into a huge ball of fire that illuminated the entire stormy sea area. We did it! Ying Yao shouted excitedly. We did it! Wen Sa breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her lips. Flora, Ella, and Su Tao looked at everything before them, their faces showing the joy of surviving a disaster. Captain, the mechanical god court's frontline base has been completely destroyed. Lin Jixia's voice came through, her tone full of excitement. Zhang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the huge ball of fire in the distance. There was no sign of relaxation on his face. After all, the mechanical god court certainly wouldn't let this go easily. Clean up the battlefield and recover all usable mechanical debris. Zhang Yi ordered in a deep voice. We have more important things to do. Chapter 170 Deep Within. The destruction of the Mechanicus frontline base was broadcast globally via the World Channel. World announcement. The Panguark fleet has successfully destroyed the mechanical god court's frontline base, killed the level 9 base core, and received a huge military merit reward. World announcement. Congratulations, Captain Jiangye, for obtaining the following special items. Fragment of the Heart of the World, Fragment. 3. Titan-class magic engine, complete. 10. Mechanical Court energy conduction technology, blueprint. 1. The world channel is buzzing again. Anonymous Captain in the Lava Sea, holy crap. Jiangye won again. Is he cheating? Linglong Guild Leader, Lava Sea of Frontline Base. That's the frontline base of the Mechanical God Court. Destroyed just like that. Ash Brotherhood President Lava Sea, Jiangye is simply a god. Lu Yuan, Sticks C ha. I knew our boss was the best. Those tin cans are nothing. Wang Ba and the Sticks C, Lu Yuan. You little brat, you stole my lines again. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Anyone who dares to mess with our boss will suffer this fate. Anonymous Captain in the Golden Sea, Fragments of the Heart of the World. 3 pieces. Has Jiangye stirred up trouble with the gods? On the world channel, shock, fear, admiration, and schadenfreude were once again intertwined. Jiangye simply watched calmly. This battle solidified the Styx Fairy's status in the world. This also allowed more people to see his abilities. But at the same time, it also made the mechanical gods pay more attention to him. He shut down the world channel. Now is not the time to celebrate victory. He has more important things to do. The Styx Fairy slowly sailed into the ruins of the base. Numerous robotic arms extended and began salvaging the wreckage floating on the sea surface. Lin Jixia and Wen Ruan were taking notes and categorizing the information. Ying Yao and Wen Sa kept watch around the area to prevent any escapees or new enemies from appearing. Flora and Ella were cleaning up the sea that had been polluted by machinery. Jiangye walked to the core wreckage that had been salvaged. It was a huge metal sphere covered with cracks. 3 crystal fragments, shimmering faintly, can be vaguely seen within the crack. It is precisely the fragment, remains, of the heart of the world. He reached out and gently touched the metal sphere. Ding! Found a recyclable item, fragment of the heart of the world, remaining 3. Recycle? Recycle, Jiangye murmured to himself. 3 crystal shards instantly flew out of the metal sphere and landed in his hand. He felt the immense energy contained within the fragments, and his heart was filled with joy. This is a mythical grade material. The 3 fragments of the heart of the world are enough to upgrade the Styx Fairy once again. He looked at Lin Jixia. Jixia, integrate these 3 fragments of the heart of the world into the Styx Fairy. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia's eyes gleamed with excitement. This means that the Styx Fairy will once again experience a qualitative leap. In addition to the fragments of the heart of the world, they also recovered a large number of Titan-class magic engines, complete, and mechanical God Court energy conduction technology, blueprints. These are all valuable spoils of war. The Titan-class magic engine can be used to upgrade Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleets. The mechanical divine court's energy conduction technology can be used to enhance the main cannon of the Styx Fairy. Jiangye handed the mechanical divine court energy conduction technology, blueprint, to Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia, you will be in charge of studying this blueprint. Strive to apply it to our main guns as soon as possible. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia took the blueprint, her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. She knew that this blueprint contained the core technology of the mechanical God Court. If they can fully master it, their fleet will possess even greater power. When Ruan watched Lin Jixia study the blueprint, her heart filled with curiosity. She glanced at Jiangye secretly. Jiangye's face was serious, and his gaze was deep. She found Jiangye particularly charming in his current state. Just then, Lin Jixia suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Captain, I've discovered a secret. Jiangye immediately looked at her. What secret? Lin Jixia pointed to a corner on the blueprint. This blueprint is not just about energy transfer technology. It also hides a deeper message. The mechanical God Court is searching for a substance called void cord. They believe that this substance is the foundation of the universe and the key to their perfect purification. Jiangye frowned deeply. Void core? He had never heard of this substance before. Does this blueprint contain any clues about the void core? Jiangye asked. Yes. Lin Jixia nodded. The blueprint indicates that the void core may exist in the void sea. Moreover, The mechanical god court has already established a secret research institute in the Void Sea, which is dedicated to the study of the Void Core. Jiang Ye's gaze was deep. The Void Sea. This was yet another sea area he had never heard of before. What are the characteristics of the Void Sea? Jiang Ye asked. There are no detailed records on the blueprint. Lin Jixia shook her head. It only mentions that the Void Sea is a place full of unknowns and dangers. There is no life there, only endless void energy. Jiang Ye fell into deep thought. The Void Core, the Void Sea, the Secret Research Institute. There must be a bigger secret hidden behind this. Captain, what do we do next? Lin Jixia asked. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the people on the ship. He knew they had just been through a fierce battle. Now you need rest and recovery. But he also knew that time waits for no one. The mechanical court's retaliation could come at any moment. Moreover, the information about the Void Core was something he couldn't ignore. This may be the next mythical material needed to upgrade the Styx ferry. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, After cleaning up the battlefield, we will immediately return to the Styx Sea. I will have Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleets undergo a complete upgrade. Then, we prepare to head to the Void Sea. Lin Jixia nodded. She knew about Jiang Ye's decision. This is for the future of the team. It was also so that they could survive in this cruel ocean world. When Ruan looked at Jiang Ye's profile, her heart filled with worry. The Void Sea sounds dangerous. But she knew that Jiang Ye was doing it for everyone. She will always support him. Jiang Ye turned around and looked at everyone. Thank you all for your hard work, he said in a deep voice. This victory belongs to all of us. But the joy of victory must not go to our heads. The mechanical divine court will not let this go. We must become stronger. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Their eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Although following Jiang Ye will bring them even greater challenges. But they also believed that as long as they followed Jiang Ye and the others, they could overcome everything. The cleanup work lasted for several hours. Once all the valuable wreckage had been salvaged, the Styx ferry started up again. It broke through the raging storm and sped towards the Styx Sea. Jiang Ye stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze deep and unfathomable. The Void Sea. Void Core. He knew this would be a completely new adventure. It is also an even more dangerous challenge. But he was fearless. Chapter 171 Fleet Upgrade. The Styx ferry boats traversed the seas at astonishing speeds. In just half a day, they returned from the stormy sea to the Styx Sea. When the Styx ferry appeared at the edge of the Styx Sea, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleet had already assembled. They were all shocked by the unique design of the Styx ferry and the powerful aura emanating from it. Boss, you're finally back. Wang Ba's loud voice came through the communicator. Those tin cans from the mechanical god court have been driving us crazy these past few days. Lu Yuan's voice also rang out. Captain, we have followed your instructions and tightened our defenses, but they still send small groups to harass us from time to time. Jiang Ye stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the fleet below. Thank you all for your hard work, he said in a deep voice. Now, it's time to give them a surprise. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan, your flagship, immediately enter the Panga's unsinkable grip module for a full upgrade. Yes, boss. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's flagship immediately sailed towards the ferry boat on the river Styx. When they saw the huge dock module on the hull of the Styx ferry, they were all shocked. Holy crap! Boss, the ship got upgraded again. Wang Ba exclaimed. Lu Yuan's eyes widened as well. This is no longer the Panga we know. The two flagships slowly sailed into the unsinkable grip. Jiang Ye retrieved all of the Titan-class magic energy engine, complete, and mechanical court energy conduction technology, blueprint, recovered from the mechanical court's frontline base. Jixia, you'll be in charge of this upgrade, Jiang Ye ordered. Replace all of these Titan-class magic engines on Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's flagship. Then, they applied the mechanical divine court's energy conduction technology to their main cannon. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia's eyes gleamed with excitement. She knew this would be an unprecedented upgrade. With the support of an infinite amount of iron blocks and various rare materials, as well as the powerful modification capabilities of the Styx ferry, they were able to achieve their goals. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's flagship completed a full upgrade in less than 2 hours. When the two flagships emerged from the unsinkable grip, they had been completely transformed. The ship's hull was covered by a layer of alloy armor that shimmered with an eerie light, and the main guns had become even thicker, exuding an aura of destruction. "This is my ship." Wang Ba was speechless with astonishment as he looked at his brand-new flagship. Lu Yuan's eyes widened as well. "These are practically two brand-new warships." "Ding. Your flagship, Raging Waves, has been successfully upgraded to a Tier 8 peak warship." "Ding. Your flagship, Silence, has been successfully upgraded to a Tier 8 peak warship." The global announcement sounded again. World announcement. "Congratulations to Captain Jiang Ye for successfully upgrading the Raging Waves and Silent Strike to Tier 8 peak warships. Anonymous Captain in the Golden Sea, Level 8 peak warships. 2 of them. Has Jiang Ye gone mad? Linglong Guild Leader Lava Sea. This leveling speed is simply unheard of. Lava Sea, leader of the Ash Brotherhood. I have a feeling that the era of global naval warfare will be dominated by Jiang Ye." After Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's flagships were upgraded, Jiang Ye had the other Tier 7 warships take turns entering the unsinkable grip for upgrades. He used all the energy circuits he recovered from the mechanical god court on the shields of these warships. In just one day, the strength of the entire Pangu Arc fleet has undergone a qualitative leap. Once all the warships were upgraded, the powerful aura emanating from the entire fleet shocked everyone. Jiang Ye stood at the bow of the ferry on the river Styx, looking down at the neatly arranged fleet below. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now, his fleet has the capability to fight against the main fleet of the mechanical god court. "Lin Jixia, you are in charge of the fleet's daily training and management," Jiang Ye ordered. "Wang Ba and Lu Yuan, you are in charge of the defense of the Styx Sea area and are ready to fight against the retaliation of the mechanical god court at any time." "Yes, Captain." The crowd responded in unison. Jiang Ye turned around and looked at the people on the boat. "Everyone has worked hard. Now you can have a good rest." He knew that the upcoming journey through the void sea would be an even more dangerous challenge. Therefore, they need sufficient rest and preparation. Inside the cabin, Su Tao rolled around on the sofa. "Finally, I can rest." Her soft, sweet voice was full of satisfaction. When Ruan sat next to Jiang Ye, making him tea, she gently bit her lip, a sliver of courage rising within her. "Class monitor, aren't you tired?" she asked softly. Jiang Ye took the teacup and took a small sip. "A little," he said with a smile. "But seeing how hard you all work makes me feel less tired." When Ruan's face turned red instantly, she felt a warm glow in Jiang Ye's eyes, and her heart filled with sweetness. Ying Yao and Wen Sa were sparring on the deck. Ying Yao transformed into the form of a thunderfire dragon girl and unleashed a destructive dragon breath. Wen Sa activated shadow dance steps, her figure moving like a ghost as she dodged the attacks. Each of their attacks was imbued with immense power. Flora and Ella were on the ship's side, using their life-giving power to create some beautiful flowers. These flowers emitted a soft glow, filling the entire Styx ferry with life. Jiang Ye watched all this and felt a warmth in his heart. This is his home, a vibrant and hopeful home. He knew he had to protect this family, protect his crew. He took a deep breath, feeling the power surging within his body. The power of the overlord body filled him with confidence. He wanted the mechanical gods to know. The Styx Sea is not a place they can invade at will. He wants the whole world to know. A new era has arrived. As night fell, Jiang Ye stood alone at the bow of the boat. He gazed at the vast starry sky, his heart filled with emotion. He went from being an ordinary college student to venturing into this world of ocean survival. From a small wooden raft to a mythical warship. From one person to a powerful team. It all felt like a dream. But he knew this was not a dream. This is the real world. He wants to survive here. He wants to establish his own maritime kingdom here. He wanted everyone to know. Jiang Ye is the master of this sea. A sea breeze blew by, brushing a strand of Ella's silver hair across Jiang Ye's cheek. Alari appeared beside him without him even noticing. She wore a white, ethereal gown, which made her appear exceptionally pure and holy in the night. "Captain, what are you thinking about?" Alari's voice was soft and gentle. Jiang Ye turned his head and looked at her. I'm thinking about where we should go next, he said with a smile. Void Sea. A worried expression appeared on Ella's face. The Void Sea is a place full of unknowns and dangers. Legend has it that it is the end of the universe, where there is no life, only endless void energy. Captain, are you really going there? Jiang Yi nodded. Yes, he said in a deep voice. The mechanical court is searching for the void core there. If they get their hands on the void core, the consequences will be unimaginable. Moreover, the void core may be the next mythical material needed to upgrade the Styx ferry. A determined glint flashed in Ella's eyes. Since the captain has made his decision, I will travel with you. No matter what dangers lie ahead, I will fight alongside you. Jiang Yi felt a warmth in his heart as he looked into Ella's determined eyes. He reached out and gently rubbed her head. Thank you, Ella, he said with a smile. Ella's face turned red instantly. She felt the warmth of Jiang Yi's hand, and her heart felt warm. This feeling of being treated gently made her feel very at ease. She secretly looked up and saw a gentle smile on Jiang Yi's face. Her heart beat even faster. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand and looked at the vast starry sky in the distance. The Void Sea, here we come, he said in a deep voice. His eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Chapter 172 The Invitation from the Void Sea. The Styx River has returned to calm. Under Eno's command, the fleet underwent 3 days of rest and training. After the upgrade, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleet became much stronger and trained even harder. They knew that Jiang Yi was about to lead them to the Void Sea. That was a place full of unknowns and dangers. Therefore, they must be fully prepared. During these 3 days, Jiang Yi also spent some relaxing time with the girls on the boat. Su Tao would carry her bubble gun and chase and play on the deck every day. When Ruan would brew tea and bring it to Jiang Yi's side, then shyly lower her head. Ying Yao and Wen Sa would bicker from time to time, and then cooperate in training in perfect harmony. Flora and Ella planted various beautiful plants together on the ferry boat on the river Styx. The Styx ferry's ode to life ability allows these plants to grow exceptionally lushly. The entire cabin was filled with a fresh floral fragrance. This makes the Styx ferry more than just a powerful warship. It's more like a vibrant sea garden. Jiang Yi looked at these and felt a sense of satisfaction. He knew that this was the life he wanted. I have family, friends, and goals. He wants to protect all of this. On the last day of the rest period, Lin Jixia suddenly received a special communication. Captain, an invitation from the Star Council. Lin Jixia's voice carried a hint of doubt. The Star Council? Jiang Yi frowned slightly. He had never heard of this force. The invitation says they want to invite you to the Star Council to discuss strategies for dealing with the mechanical divine court, Lin Jixia explained. The Star Council is an alliance composed of the top powers from various sea areas. They are committed to maintaining the balance of the marine world and working together to combat those threats. Jiang Yi took the invitation and looked at it carefully. The invitation was made of a special material that emitted a faint starlight. The message was written in an ancient script. Lin Jixia, use your strategic planning skill to analyze whether this Star Council is trustworthy, Jiang Yi asked. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia immediately activated strategic planning. A flood of information rushed into her mind in an instant. A few minutes later, Lin Jixia raised her head, a hint of seriousness flashing in her eyes. Captain, the Star Council is indeed a powerful alliance. They are composed of several top forces, including the Golden Merchant Alliance of the Golden Sea, the Storm Lord of the Thunderstorm Sea, and the Ruins Guardians of the Lost Sea. Their goal is indeed to maintain the balance of the ocean world and fight against the mechanical god court together. But, Lin Jixia paused. But what? Jiang Yi asked. However, the Star Council is not a monolithic entity, Lin Jixia said. The Golden Merchant Alliance prioritizes profit. They are more concerned with trade and wealth. The Storm Lord is short-tempered and acts rashly. The Guardians of the Ruins are a group of old-fashioned conservatives who are more concerned with protecting those ancient ruins. There are many contradictions and disagreements between them. Moreover, this invitation seems to carry a hint of testing the waters. Jiang Yi nodded. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The Star Council must have their reasons for inviting him. Why did they invite me? Zhang Yi asked. The blueprints show that the Star Council believes you are their only hope against the mechanical god court, Lin Jixia said. Your ferry across the river Styx, and the immense power you have demonstrated, have given them hope. Zhang Yi sneered. Hope? I'm afraid they want me to be cannon fodder. He knew that these top powers were not to be underestimated. They invited him simply to take advantage of him. Captain, shall we go? Lin Jixia asked. Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. The Void Sea, the Void Core. This is his most important goal right now. However, the Star Council is also a force that cannot be ignored. If we can cooperate with them, we might be able to obtain some clues about the Void Sea. Moreover, the mechanical god's retaliation could come at any time. He needs more allies. Go, Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. But not now. I need to go to the Void Sea first and get the Void Core. Then we'll go to the Star Council and see what tricks they're up to. Lin Jixia nodded. She knew about Jiang Ye's decision. This is for the future of the team. It was also so that they could survive in this cruel ocean world. Lin Jixia, you are in charge of collecting all information about the Void Sea, Jiang Yi ordered. Yes, Captain. Jiang Yi turned around and looked at the people on the boat. Everyone, are you ready? He said in a deep voice. We're going to a completely new sea area. The Void Sea. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Their eyes were filled with unwavering determination. They knew that following Jiang Yi would bring them even greater challenges. But they also believed that as long as they followed Jiang Yi, they could overcome anything. The next morning, the Styx ferry started up again. It broke through the boundaries of the Styx Sea and sped towards the unknown Void Sea. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze deep and unfathomable. He knew this would be a completely new adventure. It is also an even more dangerous challenge. But he was fearless, because he has a ferry boat on the river Styx. He has his team. He has his magic touch. He wanted the mechanical gods to know. The Styx Sea is not a place they can invade at will. He wants the whole world to know. A new era has arrived. Chapter 173, The Gate of the Void. The ferry boat on the river Styx sails on the vast ocean. They have left the Styx Sea and entered a completely new sea. The seawater here has an eerie, deep purple hue, and the sky has become gloomy. A cold and oppressive atmosphere permeated the air. Captain, we have entered the edge of the Void Sea. Lin Jixia's voice came through, her tone tinged with seriousness. The environment here is very special, with unusually violent spatial fluctuations. Radar and communication signals were severely jammed. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, sensing the changes around him. He could feel a powerful void energy surging in from all directions. This energy made him feel slightly uncomfortable. But the power of the Overlord body allowed him to quickly adapt to this environment. Lin Jixia, can you find any clues about the Void Core? Zhang Yi asked. According to the blueprints of the mechanical god court, the Void Core may exist deep within the Void Sea, Lin Jixia replied. But the spatial fluctuations here are too intense, and I cannot pinpoint the location accurately. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. The Void Sea was more complex than he had imagined. Just then, the ferry boat on the river Styx suddenly began to shake violently. Captain, a spatial rift has appeared ahead, Lin Jixia exclaimed. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the sea ahead. Within the crack, dark void energy surged, emanating a chilling aura. Avoid, Jiang Yi ordered in a deep voice. Lin Jixia immediately steered the Styx ferry to try and avoid the spatial rift. But the spatial rift is moving too fast and is constantly expanding. It's too late. Lin Jixia's face turned pale. Captain, we can't completely avoid it. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the people on the ship. He knew that if the Styx ferry was swallowed by the spatial rift, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ghost shuttle, Jiang Yi ordered in a deep voice. The ferry boat on the river Styx instantly became ethereal and transparent. It traversed through spatial rifts, with countless energies of void passing through its illusory hull. It did not cause any harm. After the Styx ferry passed through the spatial rift, it arrived at a completely new sea area. The seawater here has an eerie, pitch-black color, and the sky has become even darker. Countless shattered stars float on the sea. They emitted a faint light, illuminating this dark sea. Oh my God! Su Tao looked at the scene before her, her soft, sweet voice filled with terror. Where's this place? When Ruan's face also turned a little pale. She gripped Lin Zhixia's clothes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Ying Yao and Wen Sa also stopped their usual playful banter. A solemn expression appeared on their faces. This place is even more bizarre than they imagined. Captain, it seems we've entered the depths of the Void Sea. Lin Zhixia's voice came through, her tone tinged with seriousness. The spatial fluctuations here are more intense, and radar and communication signals are completely ineffective. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, his sharp gaze sweeping over everything around him. He could feel a powerful void energy surging in from all directions. This energy gave him a sense of excitement. The power of the overlord body made him crave this void energy. Weaknesses identified, Jiang Yi murmured to himself. A blue light flashed in his eyes. A flood of information rushed into his mind in an instant. Deep within the Void Sea, unknown level. Characteristics. Composed of void energy, it has no life, only endless void energy. Danger. Void rift, void creatures, void storm. Opportunities. Void core, void crystal, void laws. Jiang Ye's gaze was fixed on a certain area in the distance. There, a massive vortex of void energy emanated a powerful aura. Lin Zhixia, can you locate the secret research institute of the Mechanical God Court? Jiang Yi asked. Unable to locate. Lin Zhixia shook her head. The void energy here is too concentrated, completely interfering with my detection. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. It seems he'll have to find it himself. Full speed ahead, Jiang Yi ordered in a deep voice. The Styx ferry accelerated again, rushing towards the vortex of void energy. It sped across the dark sea, with countless shattered stars flying past it. Jiang Yi knew that this place was full of danger. But he was fearless, because he has a ferry boat on the river Styx. He has his team. He has his magic touch. He wanted the mechanical gods to know. The Void Sea is not a place they can invade at will. He wants the whole world to know. A new era has arrived. As the Styx ferry approached the void energy vortex, a powerful suction force suddenly came from within. The ferry boat on the river Styx began to be uncontrollably sucked into the whirlpool. Captain, we've been sucked in. Lin Zhixia exclaimed. Jiang Ye's expression turned serious. Lin Zhixia, full power output, reverse propulsion. Yes, Captain. Lin Zhixia immediately steered the Styx ferry boat, attempting to break free from the suction force. But the power of the void energy vortex was too great. The speed of the ferry boat on the river Styx is gradually decreasing. Captain, we can't get rid of them. Sweat beaded on Lin Zhixia's forehead. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the people on the ship. He knew they were now in dire straits. But he will not give up. Ghost shuttle, Jiang Yi ordered in a deep voice. The ferry boat on the river Styx once again became ethereal and transparent. It shuttles through the vortex of void energy, with countless void energies passing through its illusory hull. It did not cause any harm. After the Styx ferry passed through the void energy vortex, it arrived at a completely new sea area. The seawater here has an eerie blue hue, and the sky has become crystal clear. But the surrounding environment was even more bizarre. Countless enormous void creatures floated on the sea. They come in various shapes and exude a powerful aura. Captain, we seem to have entered the lair of void creatures. Lin Zhixia's voice came through, her tone tinged with fear. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the surrounding void creatures. He knew that the real challenge had only just begun. He took a deep breath, feeling the power surging within his body. The power of the overlord body filled him with confidence. He wanted the mechanical gods to know. The Void Sea is not a place they can invade at will. He wants the whole world to know. A new era has arrived. The Styx ferry was flung into an even more bizarre sea area by the void energy vortex. Here, countless enormous void creatures float on the sea, each with a different shape and exuding a powerful aura. Some resemble giant jellyfish with tentacles stretching for kilometers. Others look like octopuses with countless eyes, shimmering with an eerie light in the darkness. They did not show any aggression towards the suddenly appearing ferry boat on the river Styx. They simply looked at it curiously with their empty eyes. Captain, These void creatures don't seem aggressive, Lin Jixiao said with a hint of doubt. They seem to be just observing us. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, his sharp gaze sweeping over everything around him. He could sense that although these void creatures were powerful, they did not possess the cold aura of the mechanical god court. Weaknesses identified, Jiang Yi murmured to himself. A blue light flashed in his eyes. A flood of information rushed into his mind in an instant. Void jellyfish, level 8. Characteristics. Composed of void energy, it has no physical form and cannot be damaged by physical attacks. Weakness. Vulnerable to the power of life and fluctuations in the laws of nature. Void octopus, level 9. Features. Possesses powerful mental attack capabilities and can manipulate void energy. Weakness. Vulnerable to the power of life and fluctuations in the laws of nature. Chapter 174 The Research Institute in the Void. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. These void creatures are immune to physical attacks. This gave him a slightly tricky feeling. Lin Jixia, can you find the secret research institute of the mechanical god court? Jiang Yi asked. Unable to locate. Lin Jixia shook her head. The void energy here is too concentrated, completely interfering with my detection. Jiang Yi's gaze swept around again. He knew that the mechanical god court's research institute must be hidden somewhere. Just then, Ying Yao suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Squad leader, look over there. Jiang Yi looked in the direction Ying Yao pointed. In the distance, amidst a cluster of void creatures, a massive metal structure could be vaguely seen. That building exuded a cold, mechanical aura. That's the secret research institute of the mechanical god court, Jiang Yi said in a deep voice. Full speed ahead. The Styx ferry accelerated again, rushing towards the secret research institute of the mechanical god court. It moved through the void creatures, who all gave way. As the Styx ferry approached the secret research institute, the institute's defense system was immediately activated. Countless energy turrets rose from the building, unleashing a dense barrage of energy projectiles towards the Styx ferry. Ghost shuttle, Jiang Yi ordered in a deep voice. The ferry boat on the river Styx instantly became ethereal and transparent. It weaves through a barrage of energy projectiles, with countless beams of energy piercing through its illusory hull. It did not cause any harm. After the Styx ferry passed through the energy barrage, it arrived near the research institute. Ying Yao, Wensa, you are responsible for destroying the research institute's energy nodes. Jiang Yi ordered. Flora, Ella, Su Tao, you're in charge of clearing out the surrounding void creatures. Yes. Ying Yao transformed into the form of a thunderfire dragon girl, flapped her wings, and rushed towards the energy node of the research institute. Wensa then activated Shadow Escape and disappeared. Flora and Ella, under the cover of Su Tao's bubbles, rushed toward the void creatures. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, his sharp gaze sweeping over everything around him. He knew this would be a tough battle. The Research Institute's energy nodes are more concealed and more heavily defended than the previous base. Ying Yao unleashed a destructive dragon breath, bombarding the energy node. However, the energy node has high defensive capabilities, and the destruction dragon breath did not cause fatal damage. Wensa then activated Shadow Dance Steps, appearing like a ghost next to the energy node. The Shadow Fong in her hand pierced precisely at the energy core. Snap! A crisp sound. The energy node was pierced by Wensa's attack. Warning! Energy node damaged. Repair. Countless nanobots emerged from within the energy node, attempting to repair the damage. However, Wensa's attack had a spatial cutting effect, which directly destroyed the structure of the energy core. There's simply not enough time to fix it. Boom! The energy node emitted a loud bang, and the energy shield collapsed instantly. Without its energy support, the entire energy node exploded, turning into a dazzling burst of fire. Meanwhile, Flora and Alari, with Su Tao's assistance, were clearing out the surrounding void creatures. Flora used her life power to create countless enormous vines that entangled the void creatures. Arari used the power of moonlight to continuously weaken the defenses of the void creatures. Su Tao used her resilient bubbles to shield them from the mental attacks of the void creatures. Under the combined influence of the life force and the power of moonlight, The void creatures let out painful roars as their bodies gradually dissipated. Captain, the energy node has been destroyed. Ying Yao's voice came through. The void creatures have been cleared. Flora's voice came through. Very good, Jiang Yi said in a deep voice. Styx ferry boat. Lock onto the core of the Research Institute. Main gun, fire at full power. Yes, Captain. Lin Zhixiao's voice carried a hint of excitement. The Netherworld Dragon Breath is recharged. This time, its target is the core of the secret Research Institute of the Mechanical God Court. A thicker and darker beam of light shot out from the bow of the Styx ferry. It pierced the sky, carrying an aura of destruction, heading straight for the core of the Research Institute. Boom! A terrifying roar, powerful enough to shatter stars, resounded through the void sea. The core of the Research Institute was pierced through by the breath of the Netherworld Dragon. The entire Research Institute began to collapse from within. Countless cracks spread across the building, from which blue energy gushed forth. Finally, the Research Institute collapsed with a roar, turning into a huge ball of fire that illuminated the entire void sea. We did it! Ying Yao shouted excitedly. We did it! Wen Sa breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her lips. Flora, Ella, and Su Tao looked at everything before them, their faces showing the joy of surviving a disaster. Captain, the secret Research Institute of the Mechanical God Court has been completely destroyed. Lin Zhixiao's voice came through, her tone full of excitement. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze deep and unfathomable. There was no relaxation on his face. He knew this was just the beginning. The Mechanical God Court will not let this go. But now they've won. Clean up the battlefield and recover all usable mechanical debris. Jiang Yi ordered in a deep voice. We have more important things to do. He wanted the mechanical gods to know. The Void Sea is not a place they can invade at will. Chapter 175 The Void Core and the New Offspring. The destruction of the secret research facility of the Mechanical Gods Court was once again broadcast globally via the World Channel. World Announcement. The Panguark fleet has successfully destroyed the Mechanical God Court's secret research facility, killed the core of a Level 9 research facility, and received a huge military merit reward. World Announcement. Congratulations Captain Jiangye for obtaining the special items Void Core, complete. 1. Void Crystal, large quantity. 1. Void Law Fragment, rare 1. The World Channel is buzzing again. Anonymous Captain in the Lava Sea, holy crap. Jiang Yi won again. Is he cheating? Linglong Guild Leader, Lava Sea the Void Core. That's the legendary Void Core. Jiang Yi actually found it. Lava Sea, leader of the Ash Brotherhood. I have a feeling that the era of global naval warfare will be dominated by Jiang Yi. Lu Yuan, Styx Sea ha. I knew our boss was the best. Those tin cans are nothing. Wang Ba in the Styx Sea, Lu Yuan. You little brat, you stole my lines again. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Anyone who dares to mess with our boss will suffer this fate. Anonymous Captain Golden Sea the Void Sea. That's a place even top powers dare not easily set foot in. Jiang Yi actually destroyed the Mechanical God Court's Research Institute there. Irari Rainbow Sea, Priestess of the Moon Whisper Tribe of the Elf Clan, Captain Jiang Yi. Your power has transcended the mortal realm. On the World Channel, shock, fear, admiration, and schadenfreude were once again intertwined. Jiang Yi simply watched calmly. He knew that this battle had firmly established the Styx Fairy's status in the world. This also allowed more people to see his abilities. But at the same time, it also made the mechanical gods pay more attention to him. He shut down the World Channel. Now is not the time to celebrate victory. He has more important things to do. The ferry boat on the river Styx slowly sailed into the ruins of the Research Institute. Numerous robotic arms extended and began salvaging the wreckage floating on the sea surface. Lin Zhixia and Wen Ruan were taking notes and categorizing the information. Ying Yao and Wen Sa kept watch around the area to prevent any escapees or new enemies from appearing. Flora and Ella were cleaning up the sea that had been polluted by machinery. Jiang Yi walked to the core wreckage that had been salvaged. It was a massive condensation of void energy, radiating a powerful aura. It is the Void Core, complete. He reached out and gently touched the core of the void. Ding! Recyclable item found. Void core, complete. 1. Recycle? Recycle, Jiang Yi murmured to himself. The void core instantly flew out of the energy condensation and landed in his hand. He felt the immense energy contained within the core of the void, and his heart was filled with joy. This is a mythical grade material. The void core is another key material needed to upgrade the Styx ferry. He looked at Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia, integrate the void core into the Styx ferry boat. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia's eyes gleamed with excitement. She knew this meant that the Styx ferry would once again experience a qualitative leap. In addition to the void core, they also recovered a large number of void crystals, large, and void law fragments, rare. These are all valuable spoils of war. Void crystals can be used to create void energy weapons. Fragments of the laws of the void can be used to study the laws of the void. Jiang Yi handed the fragment of void law, rare, to Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia, you will be in charge of studying this fragment of the void laws. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia took the fragment, her eyes filled with curiosity. She knew that this fragment contained the core secrets of the laws of the void. If they can fully master it, their fleet will possess even greater power. When Ruan watched Lin Jixia study the fragments, her heart filled with curiosity. She glanced at Jiang Yi secretly. Jiang Yi's face was serious, and his gaze was deep. She found Jiang Yi particularly charming in his current state. Just then, a special system notification suddenly rang in Jiang Yi's mind. Ding! Detected that the host resonated with void energy and successfully absorbed the void core. Host has acquired a new skill, Void Mastery, Legendary Gold. Skill, Void Mastery, Legendary Gold. Quality, Legendary. Effect, you have gained a portion of the power of the Void God. You can manipulate void energy within a 100-meter radius, transforming it into chains, giant hands, or barriers for control and defense. The skill's strength and range increase with your mental power. Note, emptiness is both the end and the beginning of all things. Jiang Yi's eyes widened suddenly. Void Mastery. He actually gained the skill of controlling the void. This is such a pleasant surprise. With control over the void, he could move more freely in the void sea. Moreover, the skill that controls the void is somewhat similar to his sea god's entanglement. One controls the ocean, the other controls the void. This gave him a sense of excitement. Just then, another special system notification rang in Jiang Yi's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully absorbed the void core and formed a deep resonance with the void laws. The union of a host and the laws of the void is broadly considered as producing offspring. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the special reward of the Many Children, Many Blessings system. The host has been granted one opportunity for unlimited transformation. Please select the item you wish to transform. Jiang Yi's body stiffened abruptly. To bear children, he absorbed a void core and then conceived another offspring. This is actually allowed. Jiang Yi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The Many Children, Many Blessings system truly lives up to its name. He took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions. One unlimited conversion opportunity. This is like rain from heaven. Countless items flashed through his mind in an instant. Infinite energy cores? Infinite rare materials? Infinite weapons and equipment? No. He needs something that can completely change the course of the war. He needs something that will give him the means to wage a final battle against the mechanical gods. His gaze fell upon the core of the void. System, I choose to convert void crystal. Jiang Yi silently recited in his mind. Ding. Host has selected to convert void crystal. Conversion successful. You have received an unlimited supply of void crystals. A satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. Void crystals are the core material for creating void energy weapons. With an unlimited supply of void crystals, he could mass-produce void energy weapons for the entire fleet. This will undoubtedly greatly enhance the fleet's combat effectiveness, especially when dealing with enemies like the mechanical gods, which are made of machinery. Void energy weapons will be their nemesis. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, After cleaning up the battlefield, we will immediately return to the Styx Sea. I want to equip Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleets with brand new void energy weapons. Lin Jixia nodded. She knew about Jiang Ye's decision. This is for the future of the team. It was also so that they could survive in this cruel ocean world. When Ruan looked at Jiang Ye's profile, her heart filled with worry. But she knew that Jiang Yi was doing it for everyone. She will always support him. Jiang Yi turned around and looked at everyone. "Thank you all for your hard work," he said in a deep voice. "This victory belongs to all of us. But the joy of victory must not go to our heads. The mechanical divine court will not let this go. We must become stronger." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison. Their eyes were filled with unwavering determination. They knew that following Jiang Yi would bring them even greater challenges. But they also believed that as long as they followed Jiang Yi, they could overcome anything. The cleanup work lasted for several hours. Once all the valuable wreckage had been salvaged, the Styx ferry started up again. It broke through the eeriness of the void sea and sped towards the Styx sea. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Chapter 176, Infinite Void Crystal. Like a bolt of black lightning, the Styx ferry tore through the eerie, deep purple of the void sea, returning to that familiar azure. As the bow broke through the energy membrane at the sea boundary, the warm sunlight and moist sea breeze rushed in, and everyone on board instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm finally back." Su Tao patted her well-developed chest, her little face full of relief at surviving the ordeal. The desolate, cold, and oppressive environment of the void sea was nothing short of mental torture for a sensitive and delicate girl like her. "Yes, the air in our Styx sea smells the best." Ying Yao, unusually, didn't argue with Wensa. Instead, she stretched out her arms and legs, revealing her stunning figure. When Ruan stood obediently beside Lin Jixia, watching Jiang Ye's composed back, and the tension on her little face finally turned into relief. As long as the class monitor is there, it seems like any danger can be averted. Jiang Yi felt the joyful surge emanating from the overlord body within his body, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Although the void sea was dangerous, the rich void energy there also tempered his overlord body considerably, and his physique subtly improved. "Lin Jixia, contact Wang Ba and Lu Yuan and have them come to the main ship to meet up." Jiang Ye's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, instantly dispelling the post-battle relaxation among them. "Yes, Captain." Lin Jixia nodded immediately and walked to the communication device to start operating it. Jiang Yi turned around and glanced at the people on the deck. Everyone has worked hard on this trip to the Void Sea. However, now is not the time to rest. The threat from the Mechanical God Court has not been eliminated. We must convert the spoils of this war into the strength of our fleet as soon as possible. His words were calm yet powerful, which made all the girls take him seriously. "Clear." Ying Yao and Wensa responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Flora and Ellen nodded obediently, their unconditional support for Jiang Ye's decision forever. The communication was established very quickly. Wang Ba's signature loud voice came through the communicator. "Boss, you guys are back. I've missed you so much." This was followed by Lu Yuan's relatively calm voice. "Captain, welcome back. The World Channel is practically overflowing with messages from you guys. We've also received messages from countless factions, all trying to find out about your situation." Jiang Yi smiled. "Ignore these clowns. Have your flagship come over immediately and prepare for the upgrade." "Upgrade?" Wang Ba's voice instantly rose 8 octaves, filled with surprise. "Boss, what good stuff are you getting us this time?" Jiang Yi didn't answer directly, but instead kept her in suspense. "You'll understand when you get here." After hanging up the call, Jiang Yi looked at Lin Jixia. "Sister Jixia, please compile a list of the spoils we recovered this time, focusing on the new technologies found in the mechanical wreckage." "Yes, Captain, the data is being analyzed." Lin Jixia responded gently, and then threw herself into her busy work. Jiang Yi then focused his attention on the special reward he had just received. Unlimited supply of void crystals. On a sudden thought, he opened his palm. The next second, a rhombus-shaped crystal radiating a deep purple light appeared out of thin air in his palm. Inside the crystal, it seemed as if a river of stars flowed, containing a terrifying energy that made one's heart tremble. This is Void Crystal, the core material for creating void energy weapons. And now, he possesses an unlimited number of these resources, so precious that they could drive any major power mad. Class monitor, what is this? It's so pretty. Su Tao curiously leaned closer, her round almond-shaped eyes fixed on the crystal in Jiang Ye's hand, filled with curiosity. This is called Void Crystal, and it's the core energy source for the new weapon we're going to use next. Jiang Ye explained. With a casual wave of his hand, more than a dozen void crystals appeared on the deck, piled up in a small heap, each radiating a mesmerizing purple light. Wow! Su Tao and Wen Ruan, who had come over, both exclaimed in surprise. Even Ying Yao and Wen Sa were stunned by what they saw. They knew how precious the void crystals were. In the ruins of the research institute, Lin Jixia treated these crystals like treasures, carefully collecting them one by one. How come the class monitor just casually took out so many? Boss, you've brought out all the spoils. Ying Yao asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Yi found their surprised expressions somewhat amusing. That's not all. As he spoke, another thought crossed his mind. Splash. Like a waterfall cascading down, hundreds and thousands of void crystals appeared out of thin air, instantly piling up on the deck to form a glittering little mountain. The dense void energy instantly spread out, making the surrounding air viscous. At that moment, the entire deck was completely silent. Su Tao's small mouth opened into an O shape, big enough to fit an egg. When Ruan's peach blossom eyes widened, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her small hands. Ying Yao and Wen Sa were completely petrified on the spot, their minds blank. Even the usually composed Ella was shocked, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. What's going on here? Did they rob a vein of void crystals? Class monitor. Su Tao's voice was trembling. Where did you get so many? Jiang Yi calmly clapped his hands, as if he had only done a trivial thing. It's just a special ability. We can use these void crystals indefinitely. Unlimited use. These 4 words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in the minds of all the girls. Their worldview was shaken like never before at this moment. Unlimited iron blocks and unlimited mineral water can be considered as basic resources. But void crystals are a strategic resource that can be used to create legendary weapons. This can be infinite. Oh my god. Wen Sa couldn't help but swear. Looking at the small mountain of crystals, she felt like she was dreaming. Ying Yao suddenly rushed in front of Jiang Yi, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Boss, you're not kidding, are you? Really unlimited? Real? Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving confirmation, Ying Yao's breathing became rapid. She wasn't after the crystals. Rather, she instantly understood what the infinite void crystals meant. This means that their entire fleet can be equipped with the most advanced void weapons. This means they will have an invincible fleet with firepower enough to crush any force. My wife is a pervert, Ying Yao murmured to herself, her gaze towards Jiang Yi now carrying not only the original admiration and possessiveness, but also a deep-seated awe. How many unconventional secrets is her man hiding? While everyone was still reeling from the immense shock brought by the infinite void crystal, a new change occurred in Jiang Yi. An invisible aura emanated from him. The space around him seemed to begin to distort slightly. Jiang Yi slowly raised his hand, pointing at a piece of deck debris not far away. Void control. He read it softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around the piece of deck debris instantly froze, turning into invisible purple chains that bound the debris tightly and slowly lifted it into the air. This move once again left everyone wide-eyed. Class monitor, when did you learn magic? Su Tao stammered. This is not magic, Jiang Yi explained, experiencing the wondrous sensation of manipulating void energy. This is a new ability I gained after absorbing the void core. It allows me to manipulate void energy. As he spoke, he had a thought, and the purple chains instantly transformed into a giant hand, placing the fragments steadily on the ground. The entire process was fluid and graceful, full of a sense of complete control. The girls were completely numb to what they were seeing. Mythical class warships, unlimited strategic resources, and now a power comparable to that of a god. Following a captain like this, They felt that their future was no longer just about conquering the sea. Perhaps it's about conquering the stars? Just then, two black dots appeared on the distant horizon. It's Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's flagship. They've arrived. Jiang Yi withdrew his abilities, and the smile on his face became meaningful. He couldn't wait to see what kind of interesting expressions Wang Ba and Lu Yuan would have when they saw this small mountain of void crystals. Chapter 177 Netherworld Void Cannon. The raging waves and the silent one, like two loyal guards, slowly approached the Styx ferry, which was as large as a sea monster. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan stood on the decks of their respective flagships, gazing at the Styx ferry, its hull a blend of death and life, their eyes filled with awe and fervor. Every time they see this mythical warship, they are awestruck by its powerful aura. Boss! As soon as the boat approached, Wang Ba couldn't wait to shout at the top of his lungs, his voice as loud as a bell. We're here. What amazing treasures are you bringing us this time? Lu Yuan remained relatively calm, simply bowing respectfully to Jiang Yi. Captain. Jiang Yi nodded, gesturing for them to board the ship. When Wang Ba and Lu Yuan stepped onto the deck of the Styx ferry, they were immediately drawn to the small mountain of void crystals that shimmered with purple light. Holy crap! Wang Ba's eyes, as big as copper bells, widened instantly, and his mouth opened so wide it could fit a fist. He rushed to the mountain of crystals, carefully picked one up, examined it from all angles, and salivated as he felt the terrifying energy it contained. These are all void crystals. Lu Yuan also gasped, his usually composed face now filled with shock. As core generals under Jiang Yi, they certainly knew what void crystals were. On the black market, a tiny piece of this thing can be exchanged for a level 7 warship. But now, it's piled up as high as a small mountain. Boss, did you wipe out the entire headquarters of the mechanical gods? Lu Yuan's voice trembled slightly. Besides this explanation, he couldn't think of any other way to obtain so many void crystals. More or less. Jiang Yi said it casually. We can use these crystals indefinitely in the future. What the heck? Wang Ba's ears twitched, and he turned his head sharply, looking at Jiang Yi in disbelief. Boss, say it again. I didn't hear you clearly. I said, we have as many of these void crystals as we want. Jiang Yi repeated it. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan exchanged a glance, both seeing utter bewilderment and shock in each other's eyes. They felt their brains weren't quite up to par. Unlimited use. How can such a strategic resource be used indefinitely? Is the boss joking with them? Seeing the two of them standing there dumbfounded, Jiang Yi smiled and offered no further explanation. Facts speak louder than words. They will understand in time. All right, stop standing there like an idiot. Jiang Yi clapped his hands, drawing their attention back to the two of them. The reason I called you here is to use these void crystals to equip your warships with new weapons. Upon hearing the words, new weapon, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan were instantly invigorated, no longer bothering to consider the authenticity of the infinite crystal. Boss, what new weapon? Wang Ba rubbed his hands together, looking on with anticipation. At this moment, Lin Jishao walked over with a newly printed design drawing. Captain, based on the energy conduction technology we analyzed from the wreckage of the Mechanical Gods Research Institute, and combined with the energy properties of the void crystal, I have designed a brand new main cannon. She handed the blueprints to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi took the blueprints, which depicted a giant cannon with a complex structure and a ferocious appearance. The cannon barrel was covered with dark blue patterns, and the muzzle seemed to devour all light. Weapon blueprint, Netherworld cannon, legendary gold. Quality, legendary. Description, a destructive weapon created by fusing the nether power of the river Styx with the annihilating power of the void. Effect, fires a beam of void energy, dealing massive annihilation damage to the target and inflicting a spatial erosion effect, continuously destroying the target structure. Damage to mechanical constructs increased by 200%. Crafting materials, 500 Arcanite bars, 100 void crystals, 10 resentment cores, 1 Titan grade mana engine core. Jiang Yi looked at the blueprint's attributes, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Increases damage to mechanical artifacts by 200%. This is practically tailor-made to deal with the mechanical god court. With this main cannon, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's flagship will become a true mechanical killer. This is the new main gun. Wang Ba leaned over and glanced at the blueprints. Although he couldn't understand the complex structure, the imposing design alone made his blood boil. That's so cool. Boss, install it on me right now. Lu Yuan also carefully looked at the data on the blueprints, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Captain, the power of this cannon probably surpasses that of most Tier 9 warships' main guns. That's right. Jiang Yi nodded. Therefore, I plan to transform your 2 flagships into sharp knives specifically designed to hunt down the mechanical god court. He looked at Lin Jixia. Sister Jixia, do you have enough materials to manufacture these 2 main guns? Lin Jixia smiled gently, her eyes filled with confidence. Captain, we have plenty of other materials in our vault, and you can provide an unlimited supply of core void crystals. Not to mention, too, we can even make 200. These words stirred Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's emotions once again. They are now starting to believe in the truth of the infinite concept. Good. Jiang Yi immediately made the decision. Begin the modifications immediately. Move the raging waves and the silent ship into the unsinkable grip dock. Yes. With Jiang Ye's command, the entire Styx ferry began to operate as if it were a giant beast awakening. On the side of the ship, a huge dock module slowly opened, revealing a deep interior space. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan immediately returned to their respective warships, and with excitement and anticipation, they sailed their ships into the dock. The renovation work has officially begun. With the Styx ferry's powerful modification capabilities and the support of unlimited materials, the entire process was incredibly fast. Countless robotic arms danced within the dock, like the most precise craftsmen. The old main guns were removed, and brand new gun mounts were welded to the bow. The gold ingots are melted at high temperatures and cast into a sturdy cannon barrel. One by one, the void crystals were carefully installed into the energy core. Lin Jixia personally oversaw the operation from the control room, concentrating her mental energy to ensure the transformation process went flawlessly. When Ruan assisted her from the side, handing over data, her little face full of seriousness and admiration. She watched Lin Jixia calmly direct such a massive project, and then looked at Jiang Yi standing calmly with his hands behind his back not far away, feeling a sense of security. This is her captain and companion, strong and reliable, whom she can rely on without any worries. Time passed second by second. Just 1 hour later, with 2 deep rumbles, the dock gates opened again. As the raging waves and the silent ship slowly sailed out, everyone was stunned by their brand new appearance. Both warships now have a menacing and terrifying giant cannon mounted on their bows. The cannons gleamed with a deep purple light, resembling 2 colossal void beasts ready to devour their prey, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Oh my God! Wang Ba stood on the deck of the raging waves, stroking the cold cannon barrel, his whole body trembling with excitement. This is my new cannon? It's fucking awesome. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. He could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within this main cannon. Once the fire is opened, it will be earth-shattering. How are you feeling? Jiang Ye's voice came through. Awesome. So awesome. Wang Ba laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. Boss, I feel like I can take down a level 9 warship with 1 shot. Don't get too excited yet. Jiang Yi poured cold water on the idea. Weapons are just tools. The key is the person who uses them. Let's go. We'll find out what it's like once we take it out for a spin. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Let's find a place where we can witness the power of this netherworld void cannon. Chapter 178: The Power of Annihilation. On the Azure Sea, 3 warships are cutting through the waves in a triangular formation. The Styx ferry is located in the center, with the raging waves and the silent ships flanking it on the left and right. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan had just gotten new main guns and were itching to get started. Boss, where exactly do we start firing? Wang Ba shouted loudly into the communication channel. We can't just fire a cannon into the sea, can we? That would be a waste of money. Jiang Yi stood at the bow of the ferry on the river Styx, letting the sea breeze tug at his clothes, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Stop making a fuss, the target is right ahead. Lin Jixiao's voice came in just in time. Captain, the radar is active. 30 nautical miles ahead, that uninhabited island is marked as high risk on the map. A level 8 peak Lord level C beast, called the Deep Sea Terror Turtle, inhabits the island. It's perfect for testing the new cannon. Upon hearing the words, peak of level 8, Wang Ba's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Level 8 peak? Good. I'll use this beast as a sacrificial offering. I'll blast it to smithereens. Lu Yuan was more composed, his voice revealing a thoughtful tone. Captain, those lords have incredibly thick carapaces and are very resilient. They're definitely the most direct way to test output data. Jiang Yi responded in a low voice. He wasn't just there to see the power of the artillery. He also wanted his two subordinates to see for themselves that those mechanical court bastards weren't invincible. Confidence must be built up through this kind of real, destructive power. The fleet is sailing at full speed. Before long, a desolate island shrouded in dark clouds came into view. The seawater around the island had a murky, dark red hue, and the fishy smell wafted into our noses on the wind. Arrive. Lin Jixia stared at the screen and gave a reminder. Radar reports that the deep-sea dinosaur is lying in that deep pit under the island, still unconscious. How do we get it out? Wang Ba asked anxiously. Jiang Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning cold. Watch me. With a slight thought, the energy within him instantly attracted the sea god to entwine him. Boom. The once calm sea suddenly exploded, with a huge amount of seawater gathering in mid-air and twisting into a giant hand, which then slammed down on the reefs by the island. Rocks flew everywhere. The entire island shook a few times from that slap. Roar! A furious roar rolled out from the depths of the sea. The sea was boiling like a pot. Immediately afterwards, a huge black figure crashed through the water curtain, revealing its true form. Those were enormous crayfish. Its jet-black carapace was covered with sharp bone spurs, and when its two giant claws closed, they produced a teeth-grinding scraping sound. A pair of blood-red eyes instantly locked onto the ferry boat on the river Styx. Deep-sea dinosaur, a peak level 8 lord. Level, 89. Health, 10, 000, 000/10, 000, 000. Skills include Death Claw Kill, Hardened Shell, and Deep Sea Turbidity. This creature is afraid of lightning, and its abdominal carapace is slightly thinner. Jiang Yi glanced at these attributes, his expression remaining unchanged. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan. He spoke in a flat tone. The target is out. Who wants to try it out first? Me. I'll do it. Wang Ba had been unable to contain himself any longer, and his voice was deafening. Raging waves. Get moving, all of you. Charge. Main guns aimed at that beast's head. The crew members on the Nuteo were also holding their breath, and the commands on the control panel rang out in a cacophony. The muzzle of the netherworld void cannon at the bow of the ship began to shrink violently, with a deep purple ball of light swirling in its center. The energy fluctuation caused the surrounding air to distort. Sensing danger, the deep-sea dinosaur suddenly snapped its large claws shut. A dark red, high-pressure water jet shot through the air, heading straight for the side of the Fury wave. Shield. Hold the line. Wang Ba shouted, straining his neck. Buzz. The energy circuit of the raging waves was instantly overloaded, and a thick, light blue shield suddenly appeared, forcefully catching the water column. The shield wobbled, but didn't shatter. At the same time, the charging progress bar of the netherworld void cannon was instantly maxed out. Fire. Wang Ba poured all his strength into those two words. Boom. The expected loud noise did not occur. Instead, a low humming sound was heard. It's like something has been suddenly emptied out. A beam of extremely pure, even somewhat deathly purple light shot out diagonally from the cannon's muzzle. The beam of light was extremely fast. It appeared directly next to the head of the deep-sea dinosaur with almost no flight. The level 8 lord didn't even have time to dodge. Its thick armor, strong enough to ignore the conventional main guns of a Tier 8 warship, didn't even have a hindering effect on the purple beam of light. Laugh. There was no fire or the impact of an explosion. A purple beam of light swept across, leaving a large circular hole more than 10 meters in diameter above the head of the deep-sea dinosaur. The opening was as smooth as a mirror. There was no blood splattering, nor any flying bits of flesh. Wherever the beam of light touched, whether it was the shell or the flesh, it all disappeared. This is annihilation. The enormous body of the deep-sea dinosaur remained frozen in the seawater, the red light in its eyes rapidly dissipating. Immediately afterwards, it crashed into the sea like a collapsing mountain, creating waves several stories high. One shot. A lord with 10 million HP is gone just like that. Dead silence. The sea was deathly silent. All that could be heard on the communication channel was Wang Ba's heavy breathing, like a leaky blower. He stared intently at the enormous corpse, then turned to look at his own still smoking cannon barrel. Did I do this? There was also no movement from Lu Yuan's side. The crew on the silent ship stared wide-eyed, even forgetting to continue recording data. This is not a weapon. This is clearly a senseless massacre. Gulp. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Captain, is that cannon legendary? Otherwise, such destructive power cannot be explained. Jiang Yi saw through their thoughts and remained calm. It hasn't reached that level yet. It's just legendary. His tone was unchanging. But this cannon is effective against all physical objects. Now, do you still think there's a problem dealing with the mechanical god court? No problem. Definitely no problem. Wang Ba finally recovered, his face flushed red. Forget about those ironclad guys. Boss, even if you asked me to kill a god right now, I'd dare to fire the cannon. Lu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. The fear in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a fervent enthusiasm. I understand. With something like this around, the mechanical god court isn't all that great. Jiang Yi nodded. That's the kind of momentum we're looking for. Suddenly, Lin Jixua's voice became more urgent. Captain, radar has detected an anomaly. A small fleet is approaching. The identification code has been generated. It's a reconnaissance patrol team from the Mechanical Gods Court. Upon hearing the words Mechanical Divine Court, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's expressions immediately changed. Like two wolves that had gone mad with hunger. Boss! Wang Ba let out a loud shout. Don't let Lu Yuan get there first this time. Let me do it. My touch is just getting warmed up. Jiang Yi glanced at the 12 red dots on the radar and sneered. They've really delivered themselves into our laps. What are you robbing? He replied calmly. Each person gets 6 portions, so no one can eat them all by themselves. Perfect. Let's use these tin cans to practice our combat skills. Chapter 179 Despair. Where the sea meets the sky, 12 silver-white shuttle-shaped spaceships are cutting through the waves at high speed in a standard combat formation. They were the reconnaissance patrols sent out by the Mechanical God Court to investigate the high-energy reaction. The leading commander is an elite AI codenamed Prospector 7. In its electronic eyes, blue data streams flashed by rapidly. Intense residual energy detected in the waters ahead. Energy attribute analysis in progress. Analysis results. Netherworld energy 37%. Void energy 63%. Warning. Unknown high-risk energy response detected. Threat assessment in progress. Just then, its sensors locked onto 3 warships on the sea ahead. The one in the middle, in particular, exuded a terrifying aura that made even its core processes tremble. Target detected. Identification code. Styx ferry boat confirmed as a warship belonging to the highest threat command entity, Jiangye. Threat level raised to devastating. Upload data immediately. Request support from the main fleet. Prospector 7 reacted extremely quickly, sending out intelligence the instant it discovered Jiangye. At the same time, its cold, electronic voice rang out on public channels. According to Article 17 of the Code of Machinery, a high-risk anomalous organic life form has been detected. Please halt immediately and undergo formal review. However, it was met with 2 furious roars filled with murderous intent. Inspect your grandma's legs. Wang Ba's voice boomed through the communication channel. Brothers, load up all the cannonballs. Today we'll show these tin cans what your domineering grandpa is all about. Silence. Main guns locked onto 6 enemy ships on the left flank. Lu Yuan's voice was much calmer, but the killing intent it contained was no less than that of Wang Ba. No warning needed. Open fire. Yes. The crew members on both flagships responded in unison, their morale soaring. The shock of instantly killing an 8th-level peak lord with a single shot had not yet dissipated. Now, facing these mechanical ships that had once troubled them, they felt no fear, only the excitement of about to crush them. Warning: enemy high-energy weapon charging detected. The Prospector 7 alarm sounded again. Immediately deploy the annihilation field. Evade. The 12 mechanical spaceships reacted immediately, their surfaces flashing with silver light as an invisible energy field instantly unfolded. At the same time, they began high-speed maneuvers in an attempt to evade the main gun's lock-on. However, their struggles appeared pale and powerless under the fire control radar lock of the Styx ferry. Fire! Wang Ba and Lu Yuan issued their orders at almost the same time. Boom! Boom! 2 jet black beams of light, like 2 evil dragons roaring from the abyss of hell, tore through the sky and the sea, shooting towards the mechanical spaceships on the left and right sides respectively. The Prospector 7's electronic eye captured those 2 beams of light. Its core program performed hundreds of millions of calculations in that instant. But all the calculation results pointed to the same word: unavoidable, undefendable. Conclusion: destruction. Sizzle. There was no suspense whatsoever. Wherever the beam of light passed, it was as if a piece of space had been erased. Those 12 mechanical ships, renowned for their sturdiness and self-healing abilities, along with their prized annihilation field, were like snowflakes under the sun, instantly melting, evaporating, and annihilating before the pillar of light in the void. Not even a single piece of debris was left. The whole process was so fast that it almost felt unreal. 1 second ago, there were 12 menacing enemy ships. The next second, the sea surface became completely clean, as if they had never existed. An eerie silence fell over the communication channel once again. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan stared blankly at the empty sea, speechless for a long time. They anticipated that the new main gun would be very powerful, but they didn't expect it to be this incredibly strong. This is no longer a battle. This is a dimensional reduction attack. It was a massacre. We won just like that. Wang Ba's voice sounded somewhat unsteady. He felt like a giant wielding a star destroyer to shoot down a kindergarten kid with a slingshot. Winning brings no sense of accomplishment, only a dull and empty feeling. Lu Yuan gave a wry smile. Captain, I take back what I said earlier. This weapon is simply too much of a bully against these scouts. Zhang Yi was quite satisfied with this scene. The actual combat effect of the Netherworld Void Cannon was even better than he had expected. That 200% increase in damage against mechanical targets is practically a bug-level feature. Don't let your guard down, Zhang Yi reminded him. These are just scouts. The main fleet of the Mechanical God Court will only be stronger. But he then changed the subject. From today onwards, the roles of offense and defense have reversed. It's our turn to take the initiative. Just then, Lin Zhixia's voice came. Captain, we have just intercepted the last data stream sent by the enemy before they died. The data is highly encrypted, and I need some time to crack it. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Very good, begin the cracking immediately. Perhaps there will be unexpected surprises inside. He had a hunch that this encrypted data might contain important intelligence about the main fleet of the Mechanical God Court. Clean up the battlefield now. This area of the sea is already quite clean. Zhang Yi smiled. Everyone rests and awaits Sister Zhixia's solution. Yes. The crowd responded. Meanwhile, at this very moment, far away in the stormy seas, at the Mechanical God's front-line base, in an even larger steel fortress. Inside the central control room, red alarm lights flashed wildly. A mechanical life form, taller than the purifying angel and made entirely of dark gold metal, was silently watching the 12 signal points disappear on the main screen. Its code name is the Revelation. It was the core AI of that previous Kilometer-class mothership, and also the supreme commander of this fleet. Prospector team signal lost. Finally, the data transmission confirmed that the target, Jiang Ye, was encountered. Confirmed to have been instantly annihilated by an unknown weapon. The electronic eyes of the apocalypse gleamed with a cold and ruthless light. Netherworld Void. New weapons technology? The speed of evolution of organic life always brings surprises. It seems that the execution plan for purification sequence number 734 needs to be adjusted. Raise the threat level of target Jiangyi to divine catastrophe level. Activate the final ruling contingency plan. This time, there will be no more surprises. A cold voice echoed in the control room. A storm far more terrifying than before is quietly brewing. Chapter 180 The Star Council. The atmosphere was relaxed on the ferry across the river Styx. On the deck, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan were talking animatedly. The two men gestured as they described the sounds of the two cannon shots they had just fired, their loud voices drawing gasps of amazement from the surrounding crew. Ying Yao and Wen Sa stood to the side listening, not saying a word, but their eyes and brows were full of smiles. That's the pride that my husband and my team have earned, a pride that can't be hidden. Jiang Yi didn't join in the fun. He stayed in the captain's cabin with Lin Jixia and Wen Ruan, waiting for the results of the data decryption. Wen Ruan quickly brewed the tea, then sat obediently to the side, resting her chin on her hand and watching Lin Jixia prepare it. On the virtual keyboard, Lin Jixia's 10 fingers flew across the keyboard. The data stream on the main screen scrolls down like a waterfall. Wen Ruan couldn't understand the code, but she could read people. At this moment, Lin Jixia was completely focused, and the intellectual aura she exuded conveyed an indescribable strength. Wen Ruan couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Sister Jixia, you are amazing." Lin Jixia didn't stop working, but turned around and gave her a gentle smile. "It's nothing. Everyone has their own expertise." She turned to look at Jiang Yi, her eyes softening. "The captain is truly remarkable. He provided the platform, allowing us to confidently unleash our abilities." Upon hearing this, Wen Ruan subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was resting with his eyes closed on the chair. He seemed completely unconcerned about the outcome of the crack. His calm and confident demeanor made Wen Ruan's heart start pounding again. No matter the situation, the class monitor always gives people a sense of security and stability. Suddenly, the keyboard typing stopped. "It's done." Lin Jixia's voice was filled with surprise. Jiang Yi lifted his eyelids and straightened up. "What's going on?" Lin Jixia's expression turned serious. With a wave of her hand, the deciphered information was projected onto the main screen. That was a detailed fleet mobilization order. According to this instruction, the main force of the mechanical divine court, codenamed Apocalypse, has indeed moved. She paused, her tone becoming strange. "But the target is not our Styx Sea area." Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Where is that?" Lin Jixia pointed to a corner of the star map. "The Golden Sea. Their target is the Star Council, a large alliance of powers based there." This outcome was unexpected by both Jiang Yi and Wen Ruan. The Star Council? Jiang Ye's mind flashed back to the invitation letter he had received earlier. The mechanical gods are ignoring us and going after them instead. Lin Jixia held up 2 fingers. "I guess there are 2 reasons. First, apart from us, the Star Council is currently the only force at sea that can go toe-to-toe with the mechanical god court, and it was already on the purge list. Secondly, and this is crucial, they probably think that Pangu Arc is too tough and want to pick on an easier target first." "A soft persimmon?" Jiang Yi was amused. "That's an apt observation. The Star Council may have a prestigious name, but its members are constantly scheming against each other, and each has their own agenda. Compared to the Pangu Arc that he built himself, its cohesion is far weaker. In the face of a war machine like the mechanical divine court, which operates with absolute discipline, they are truly an easy target." Wen Ruan asked in a low voice, "So are we safe for now?" "No." Jiang Yi and Lin Jixia spoke almost at the same time. The two exchanged a glance, their unspoken understanding evident. Lin Jixia then explained, "If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If the mechanical god court really swallows up the Star Council and takes full control of their resources and technology, they will come after us in the future. At that time, no matter how tough we are, we will be facing a monster that has been strengthened several times over." Jiang Yi nodded. "That's right. So we can't just stand by and watch." He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "However, there are many nuances to how to help." Just then, an urgent communication request popped up. The source is indicated as the Star Council. Jiang Yi and Lin Zhixiao exchanged a smile. It seems they've received the message too. Jiang Yi raised his chin, indicating that the call would be connected. The holographic projection instantly unfolded in the center of the captain's cabin. The image shows a middle-aged man in magnificent golden armor with a dignified expression. Behind him was a magnificent command center, but the atmosphere there was heavy and somewhat oppressive. I am Augustus, the rotating chairman of the Star Council. The middle-aged man got straight to the point. He tried his best to keep his voice steady, but Jiang Yi could still hear the anxiety in it. Captain Jiang Yi, you must have received our previous invitation. Now that the situation is urgent, on behalf of the Star Council, I once again solemnly invite you to join us in fighting against the mechanical god court. Oh, Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair, looking surprised. Isn't the mechanical god court supposed to be in the stormy seas? Why would they go and invade your golden seas? Augustus's face stiffened. He didn't expect Jiang Yi to play dumb with him. But when you need someone to do something for you, you have no choice but to bow your head. He patiently explained. Our intelligence indicates that the Apocalypse fleet is heading at full speed to its headquarters, the Golden City, and is expected to arrive in 3 days. Captain Jiang Yi, you are the only one who has ever directly repelled the Apocalypse. Your strength is the hope of the seas now. We hope you will immediately lead your fleet to our aid. If we join forces, we can absolutely thwart the mechanical god's plot. Augustus took a deep breath and threw out a heavy bet. After the war, the Star Council is willing to share the hegemony of the Golden Sea with you, and all resources will be at your disposal. Shared hegemony, giving you whatever you want. If a captain heard this, he probably wouldn't be able to refuse. Jiang Yi listened and simply smiled faintly. Speaker Augustus, the terms are quite tempting. He then changed the subject. But why should I help you? When you sent out invitations hoping to make me cannon fodder, you didn't act like this, did you? That's too blunt, like slapping someone in the face. Augustus's face turned ashen instantly. Jiang Yi, what do you mean? Are you just going to stand by and watch us get wiped out, and then wait for them to come after you? Don't forget, if we fall, you'll be next. Jiang Yi slowly stood up. He walked up to the holographic projection and stared down at Augustus. That gaze was calm, yet it was suffocating. You don't understand. Who told you that just because you guys fall, I'll be next? Jiang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Perhaps I'll be the one who steps over your corpses and the mechanical god's court to clean up the mess in the end. These words were both cold and arrogant. Augustus felt a chill run through his body instantly. He then realized that what he was facing was not a lifeline at all. This is an abyssal behemoth even more ferocious than the mechanical god court. Chapter 181 To be the Oriole or the Hunter. Inside the captain's cabin, the air was so stuffy it made one's chest feel tight, as if it had solidified. Only the low, rumbling hum of precision equipment echoed in the deathly silence. Jiang Yi's seemingly casual remark struck everyone's nerves like an invisible hammer. The surroundings were eerily quiet. In the holographic projection, the face of Augustus, the rotating chairman of the Star Council, changed color several times. First it turned a liver color, then a bluish-gray, and finally a deathly white. His lips trembled violently, his muscles twitched uncontrollably, and a hoarse sound came from his throat, but he couldn't squeeze out a complete word for a long time. That undisguised ambition, as if it wanted to devour everything, brought a chilling coldness that gripped his heart, leaving his mind buzzing and blank. Stepping on their corpses. Clean up the mess. This is no longer just being arrogant. This means they've turned their Star Council, along with the arrogant mechanical court, into easy prey. A chill emanating from the depths of his soul surged wildly up Augustus's spine, heading straight for the top of his head. Standing beside Jiang Yi, when Ruan clutched the hem of her clothes tightly with her small hands. The knuckles turned white from excessive force, and even the veins on the back of the hand were taut and bluish. She felt as if all the air had been sucked out of her lungs, and she didn't dare to breathe too deeply, for fear of breaking this terrifying balance. Although she didn't understand the complex power struggles involved, she could clearly sense the aura emanating from Jiang Yi. It was an absolute confidence that disregarded all the heroes of the world, so strong that it made one's heart tremble. In contrast, Lin Jixiao appeared much more composed. Her face remained completely expressionless, with a faint smile playing on her lips, and her eyes behind her glasses held undisguised admiration. All of this was exactly what she expected. Her captain was never the kind of hothead who could be easily swayed by a few words of righteous indignation or a little bit of petty gain. Do you think you can just use an empty promise of shared hegemony to make Pangu Arc bleed and die? Trying to get something for nothing, without even considering who the target is. If you're reborn into a better family in your next life, maybe you'll have a chance. The long silence felt like an eternity. Augustus seemed to struggle out of a drowning state, taking a deep breath. He forcibly suppressed the anger that was about to burst forth from his heart, as well as the fear that chilled him to the bone. When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse, like sandpaper being rubbed. Jiang Yi, what exactly do you want? He admitted it. When he initiated the communication request, the initiative had already completely shifted to him. Now we are at their mercy, like fish on a chopping board. He had no other choice but to be at the mercy of others. What do I want? Jiang Yi smiled, a faint smile, yet one that carried a sense of complete composure. It's very simple. He slowly extended a finger and gently touched the air with the tip. First, I'm not joining. What kind of bullshit alliance is this? I'm not interested. My Pangu Arc only obeys my commands. That's non-negotiable. These words shattered Augustus's last shred of illusion. He also planned to tie Jiang Yi to the war machine and then use the parliament's name to restrain him. Augustus's face darkened further, his back teeth grinding together, and finally he managed to squeeze out a single word through his clenched teeth. Can. Second. Jiang Yi slowly extended his second finger. I will go to the Golden Sea. But when to make a move, where to make a move, and how to fight are all up to me. His gaze swept over Augustus's stiff face, and his tone suddenly turned cold. And what your Star Council needs to do is hold them off to the death before my fleet arrives. Use your flesh and blood and your cannon fire to exhaust the mechanical court's ammunition and wear down their morale. He paused briefly, then spoke clearly, word by word. To put it bluntly, it's about being cannon fodder. Understand? Cannon fodder. These two words were like two resounding slaps to the face of Augustus and all the high-ranking members of the Star Council behind him. Augustus clenched his fist with a bang, his knuckles cracking and popping, and the golden armor on his arm groaned under the strain. The Star Council, the supreme ruler of the Golden Sea. Now, they've actually been reduced to being cannon fodder for a pirate. If this gets out, they'll be utterly humiliated and lose all face. However, when he met Jiang Ye's deep, unfathomable eyes, the raging fire that had just ignited in his heart was instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. Under that invisible pressure that seemed capable of crushing everything, his clenched fist loosened weakly, finger by finger. He had no choice. If they do not agree, 3 days later, the Golden City will be engulfed in flames, and the Council's millennia-old foundation will be destroyed in an instant. If I agree, at least I can prolong my life and gamble on a vague and uncertain future. Good. This word, which took almost all of Augustus's strength, was squeezed out from between his teeth. Very good. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction, his expression unchanged. He raised his third finger. Third, and most importantly. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, like a final judgment. After defeating the mechanical god court, I want half of the Golden Sea controlled by your Star Council. Listen carefully, this is not collaborative development, not resource sharing, it's cession. Jiang Ye's fingertip drew a line cleanly and crisply across the center of the Golden Sea on the holographic map. All the land, resources, and air routes east of this line belong to me. You're taking advantage of our misfortune. You've gone too far. Augustus could no longer hold back. Like an enraged lion, he sprang up from his chair and roared, pointing at Jiang Ye's nose. This is hardly taking advantage of someone's misfortune. This is blatant robbery. They're digging up the ancestral graves of the Star Council. The Golden Sea is their lifeline, the foundation of their rule over the ocean. Give up half. This is even more painful than killing them outright. It's like tearing their flesh and blood apart alive. Too much. Jiang Ye's smile vanished instantly, his eyes becoming eerily calm. I dragged all my belongings across half the sea to save your lives. Take half the territory as my appearance fee. He leaned forward slightly and asked the question, word by word. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Before the other party could answer, Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair, spread his hands, and adopted a leisurely posture. Of course, you can choose not to give it to me. Then I'll brew a pot of good tea here, pull up a stool, and wait to watch the grand fireworks display that will take place over at the Golden City. At that time, the entire Golden Sea will be unclaimed land, and I can go and pick up some scraps and leftovers. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. You. Augustus was so angry that he trembled all over, his face turning from blue to purple. He pointed at Jiang Yi, shaking for a long time, but he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The high-ranking members of Parliament behind him stared wide-eyed, their faces flushed and necks red, their breathing rapid, yet not one of them dared to stand up and utter a sound. Everyone understands. They are now like meat on a chopping board, and the knife is in Jiang Yi's hand. He can cut it however he wants. In the end, Augustus felt as if all the bones in his body had been removed, and he slumped heavily back onto his commander's throne. The once magnificent throne now resembled a cold, imprisoned cage. He slowly closed his eyes, his face filled with humiliation and despair. I promise you. But I have one condition, he said with his last breath. Speak, Jiang Yi said succinctly. You must promise me that you will take action before our Star Council is completely wiped out. Rest assured. Jiang Yi laughed, a laugh that Augustus found more terrifying than that of a demon from the abyss, sending chills down his spine. I told you before, I'm here to clean up the mess. It would be such a waste if someone took the whole cake from the table before it was even finished. I will take action before you are completely destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi raised his hand and waved it gently. Smack! The communication signal was unilaterally cut off. Silence returned to the captain's cabin. Call. When Ruan let out a long breath, only then realizing that she had been holding her breath for a while, her face turning red. She jogged over to Jiang Yi, tilted her head back, and spoke softly with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Squad leader, should we really go and help them? It's not about helping. Jiang Yi reached out and habitually ruffled her soft hair. We're going to take back the spoils that rightfully belong to us. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at Lin Zhixia, who had been silent all along, with a questioning look in his eyes. Sister Zhixia, what do you think? Lin Zhixia pushed up her frameless glasses, a glint of wisdom flashing behind the lenses. The captain's decision was perfect. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. We won't be the foolish bird that sticks its head out. We'll sit back and watch the tigers fight, see them fight to the death, and then we'll step in and seize control of half the sea without bloodshed. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, there's no better deal than this. But then she changed the subject and her tone became serious. However, those old foxes in the Star Council will never be so obedient. What I'm worried about is that they might deliberately play tricks on the battlefield, such as creating an opening to lure the mechanical gods' fleet to us, trying to drag us into the quagmire and perish with them. I expected it. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. They had better behave themselves and play the role of cannon fodder. If you really dare to try any tricks on me, I don't mind letting the Star Destroyer cannon of the Mechanical God Court teach them a lesson on how to be human. Hearing this, Lin Zhixia's last bit of worry vanished. Her captain always saw 3 steps ahead of the enemy, and even more ahead of his own. Lin Zhixia nodded emphatically. Understood. I will issue the order immediately. The entire fleet is to prepare for a long-distance jump. Also, inform Wang Ba and Lu Yuan. Jiang Yi responded, his gaze falling on the enormous star map before him. His finger unconsciously traced an unknown, dark area far from the Golden Sea, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Tell them to prepare for a big heist. This time, I will make sure that all the forces on this ocean remember the name Pangu Arc. Yes. Lin Zhixia turned around and left decisively. Her high heels clicked on the alloy deck, making a crisp, powerful sound that conveyed strength and efficiency. When Ruan looked up at Jiang Yi's profile, which was so clear and firm under the light, Her big eyes were bright and sparkling, filled with twinkling starlight. Strategic planning leads to victory from afar. This is her class monitor. A powerful overlord who is tearing away the rotten curtain of the old era with his strong hands, and is about to establish his own new order on this sea. She subconsciously puffed out her small chest, a sense of unprecedented determination welling up inside her. I must become stronger. You must keep up with the class monitor. You can't always hide behind him and be a burden who needs to be protected. Jiang Yi didn't notice what his little follower was thinking. He walked to the huge curved floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window lies the boundless deep sky, dotted with countless brilliant stars. Golden Sea Star Council Mechanical God Court. A storm that will sweep across the entire ocean is about to begin. And he will be the sole hunter in this storm. The next second, his calm and loud voice boomed through the ship's broadcast system, resounding in every corner of the three giant warships, Penguark, Zhulong, and Kuanping. Penguark Fleet. All personnel, heed my command. Set flight path coordinates. Lock onto target. Golden Sea. Set off. Chapter 182 The Golden City. 3 days later, in the Golden Sea. Unlike the somber and eerie atmosphere of the Styx Sea, the seawater here has a brilliant golden hue, as if molten gold is flowing. The sunlight shone on the sea, reflecting thousands of golden rays that were so bright they made it hard to open one's eyes. A faint, peculiar smell, reminiscent of a mixture of metal and money, permeated the air. This is the richest sea area in the entire age of exploration, without exception. Countless merchant ships shuttled back and forth here, and countless forces vied for power here. The Star Council is the undisputed overlord of this sea area. Their headquarters, the Golden City, known as the City that Never Falls, is located in the heart of the Golden Sea. It was a magnificent city made up of dozens of huge floating islands connected by golden chains. On each island stand magnificent buildings and countless defensive fortifications. However, at this moment, this bustling city was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. More than 2,000 warships of various kinds were gathered on the outskirts of the city. These warships belonged to various factions under the Star Council, each with its own flag and somewhat disorganized formation. Everyone's face was tense and solemn, because, not long ago, a vast expanse of red dots appeared on the radar. The Apocalypse fleet of the Mechanical God Court has arrived. The Golden City, Central Parliament Hall. Augustus sat in the head seat with a gloomy expression, listening to the arguments of the leaders of various forces below. Speaker, the Mechanical Divine Court is coming with overwhelming force. We should immediately activate the Golden Barrier and hold our ground while awaiting reinforcements. The speaker was a short, stout businessman who was the president of the Golden Merchant Alliance and a typical survivalist. Fart. A burly pirate king with a full beard slammed his hand on the table. Should we just cower in the city and wait to die? We should take advantage of their unstable foothold and launch a surprise attack. Attack? What are you going to use to launch an attack? Are your dilapidated ships even enough to fill someone's teeth? What did you say? Inside the hall, a complete uproar ensued. Augustus was so annoyed by what he heard that he slammed his hand on the armrest. Shut up, all of you. His authoritative voice finally calmed the argument down temporarily. Now is not the time for infighting. He looked around and said in a deep voice, I have already requested reinforcements. The Penguark that was promised to us 3 days ago should be arriving soon. Upon hearing the name, Penguark, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat subtle. Those present were all powerful figures in their own right, who hadn't heard of Jiang Ye's formidable reputation. The man who single-handedly repelled the Mechanical God Court head-on, and even destroyed their frontline base and secret research institute. Their feelings about this reinforcement were complicated. There is both expectation and hope that he can turn the tide as legendary as he is said to. They were also wary and unwilling. After all, the price they paid to persuade this powerful figure was far too high. Speaker, is that Jiang Yi really reliable? A Storm Lord asked with some concern. I've heard he's domineering and ambitious. What if he's planning something? What's the point of saying all this now? Augustus interrupted him. We have no other choice. His gaze turned toward the entrance of the hall, a barely perceptible glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Just then, a messenger rushed in, looking flustered. Report. Speaker. The vanguard of the mechanical divine court has entered our warning range. This news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Everyone's expression changed. So fast. Augustus suddenly stood up. Where is Pangazark? Where are they? The messenger swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice. There is still no trace of them. It's over. These two words came to mind for everyone. Could it be that they were tricked by Jiangyi? He never intended to come. He just wanted to sit back and watch the fight. An atmosphere of despair began to spread throughout the hall. Prepare for battle. A resolute glint flashed in Augustus's eyes. Even without reinforcements, our Star Council will fight to the last man. For the glory of the Golden City. However, just as he was about to give the order for the general offensive, a leisurely voice suddenly rang out in the hall. So lively. Looks like I'm not late. Everyone was startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound. At the entrance to the hall, a young figure had appeared. He was dressed in simple casual clothes, his hands in his pockets, and he was looking at everyone in the hall with great interest. Behind him followed several stunningly beautiful women, each with a distinct temperament. It was Jiangyi and his group. Who are you? How did you get in? The guards were terrified and drew their weapons, aiming them at Jiangyi. Jiangyi didn't even glance at them, his gaze falling directly on Augustus at the head of the table, a playful smile playing on his lips. Speaker Augustus, it's been 3 days. How have you been? It's you, Jiangyi. Augustus's pupils contracted. He had absolutely no idea how Jiangyi had managed to slip through layers of defenses and appear here so silently. Where is your fleet? He asked instinctively. Outside. Jiangyi pointed outside. The scenery was nice, so we didn't rush in. Everyone was bewildered by Jiangyi's nonchalant attitude. A war is about to break out outside, and you're still in the mood to enjoy the scenery? Captain Jiangyi. The bearded pirate king couldn't hold back any longer and questioned loudly. Now that you're here, why don't you send your fleet into the defensive line? Do you really intend to stand by and watch us die? What's the rush? Jiangyi glanced at him and said indifferently. A play is only good when all the actors are present, isn't it? You. The pirate king was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Just then, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire Golden City. Warning! Warning! Enemy main fleet detected. Number exceeds 3,000. Enemy mothership, Apocalypse, confirmed. Repeated. Enemy mothership, Apocalypse, confirmed. This news turned everyone in the hall deathly pale. Apocalypse. That legendary, terrifying, kilometer-long mothership. It's really here. A feeling called fear spread like a plague. Even the pirate king, who had just been clamoring to take the initiative to attack, was now feeling weak in the knees and sweating profusely. However, amidst this despair and panic, only Jiangyi remained calm. He even walked to the window with great interest and gazed at the rapidly expanding silver tide, where the sea and sky met in the distance. It's finally here. He spoke softly, his eyes showing no fear whatsoever, but rather burning with a fierce fighting spirit. Speaker Augustus. He turned and looked at Augustus, whose face was ashen. Now, you can begin your performance. Remember, if you dare to take a single step back before I tell you to stop, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 183 The Value of Cannon Fodder. Zhang Ye's calm, yet slightly mocking words made the atmosphere in the council hall extremely strange. Everyone was looking at him as if he were crazy. Outside were more than 3,000 mechanical warships and a mothership that was a kilometer long. It was a torrent of steel that could easily crush them all. You want us to perform? Can't we retreat yet? Is this something a human being should say? Jiangyi, you've gone too far. The bearded pirate king, his blood boiling, suddenly drew his curved sword from his waist and roared at Jiangyi. I'll fight you to the death. The pirate leaders behind him also drew their weapons, ready to fight. However, they hadn't even taken 2 steps. A black shadow, like a ghost, appeared in front of them in an instant. It's Wensa. She didn't even draw her dagger. She simply glanced at them indifferently with her cold eyes. A bone-chilling cold instantly shot from the soles of the pirates' feet to the top of their heads. They felt as if they were being targeted by a top predator from the abyss. Their bodies instantly stiffened, and they didn't even have the courage to move a finger. A bunch of chickens and dogs. How dare they be so insolent in front of the captain? Wen Sa's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with disdain and murderous intent. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. The pirate king was intimidated by Wen Sa's imposing presence, and the hand holding the knife began to tremble uncontrollably. He had no doubt that if he dared to take another step forward, his head would separate from his body in the next second. Stop! At the critical moment, Augustus shouted, stopping the impending conflict. He stared intently at Jiang Yi, his eyes bloodshot. He knew Jiang Yi was serious. They are now just pawns in Jiang Yi's hands. Alternatively, they could follow Jiang Yi's script and fight the mechanical god court to the death, hoping for a sliver of hope. Either turn against Jiang Yi now and be crushed by this man, along with the mechanical divine court outside. This is a multiple-choice question with no real choice. Everyone, obey my command. Augustus closed his eyes, as if using all his strength, and said in a hoarse voice, all troops attack. At all costs, hold off the first wave of attacks from the mechanical god's court. Yes. Although the people in the hall were unwilling, they eventually gave in. One by one, they walked out of the hall, utterly dejected, to carry out this order, which was almost tantamount to suicide. Soon, only Jiang Yi and his group, along with Augustus, remained in the hall. Augustus looked at Jiang Yi, his eyes filled with resentment and incomprehension. Why? He asked. You clearly have the strength, so why do you insist on sending us to our deaths? What good does it do you? Benefit. Jiang Yi walked up to him, looked down at him, and smiled. The advantage is that I can see for myself what kind of people your Star Council is really made of. We can also see just how capable the main fleet of the mechanical god court really is. Most importantly, his voice became cold and cruel. Only when you bleed enough and feel the pain to your very core will you understand who the true master of this sea is. Only then will you understand what reverence truly means. After saying that, Jiang Yi ignored him and walked straight to the window. At this moment, outside the City of Gold, the Star Council's more than 2,000 warships had formed a loose formation and were bracing themselves to face the silver tide. War is imminent. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical gods were the first to fire. Thousands of shuttle-shaped warships, under the unified command of the mothership Apocalypse, launched the first salvo. A dense barrage of blue energy beams, like a devastating downpour, instantly covered the Star Council's lines. The Star Council's fleet, though numerous, varied in quality, and its command was utterly incompetent. Faced with such a dense saturation attack, their energy shields were like fragile soap bubbles. Puff, puff, puff. One warship after another had its shields shattered in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the ship was pierced by the energy beam and exploded on the sea surface, turning into dazzling fireworks. In just one salvo, the Star Council lost more than 100 warships. The entire battlefield instantly transformed into a living hell. Counterattack. Counterattack now. Commanders from various factions roared themselves hoarse over the communication channels. Multicolored cannon fire began to erupt from the Star Council's lines, sparsely flying towards the mechanical god court's fleet. However, most of these attacks were weakened or neutralized by the opponent's annihilation field. Only a few cannon shots were lucky enough to hit their targets, exploding into a few insignificant sparks on those silvery white hulls. A completely unequal battle. This was an outright massacre. Inside the council hall, Augustus watched on the holographic screen as his fleet crumbled like wheat being harvested, his heart bleeding. These are the assets that their Star Council has accumulated through countless efforts. He could only watch helplessly as nothing happened. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the man by the window. Jiang Yi remained calm and composed, as if he were watching a movie that had nothing to do with him. Jianya. Augustus's voice was trembling. When are you finally going to make your move? Jiang Yi didn't turn around, but simply said calmly, don't rush. The value of cannon fodder has not yet been fully exploited. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield and locked firmly on the immovable kilometer-class mothership, the Apocalypse. He knew that the key to this war was not how many fodder soldiers he eliminated. The key lies in how to decapitate. He is waiting for the perfect, decisive opportunity. This opportunity, however, will require the blood and lives of the Star Council to create for him. This is war. Cruel, yet real. The battle had been going on for half an hour. For the Star Council fleet outside the Golden City, those half hours felt like an eternity. The sea was littered with burning warship wreckage and floating corpses. The golden seawater had been stained a glaring dark red. Of the more than 2,000 warships, less than 1,000 remain, and all of them are damaged, with their energy shields teetering on the brink of collapse. They were like a small boat in a raging storm, at risk of being swallowed up completely at any moment. In contrast, the mechanical divine court suffered minimal losses. Chapter 180 for the speaker's plea. Their formation remained perfectly aligned, like a sophisticated and ruthless war machine. With each salvo, the muzzle flashes in unison, like the breath of death, precisely tearing dozens of gaps in the Star Council's lines and taking away dozens of wailing warships. This was a crushing defeat with no suspense, a meticulously planned massacre. The atmosphere inside the Parliament Hall was extremely oppressive. The air seemed to have solidified into lead, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. All the leaders of the factions were ashen-faced, their eyes vacant, the last glimmer of hope within them completely swallowed up by the continuous explosions and flames outside the window. The once most arrogant and domineering pirate king was now completely devoid of any arrogance. He slumped on the expensive carpet like a lump of mud, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself repeatedly in a voice barely audible. "It's over, my entire fleet is gone." His fleet, serving as cannon fodder on the outermost edge, was precisely wiped out by the inhuman firepower of the mechanical god court within 10 minutes of the start of the battle, without even making a decent splash. Augustus stood with his back to everyone, his hands gripping the holographic star map's control panel so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. On the star chart, the point of light representing his flagship, the Golden Lion, was flashing a blinding red light. Just moments ago, to cover the retreat of an allied fleet on its flank, this Tier 9 warship, a symbol of its glory and power, was subjected to concentrated fire from more than 5 enemy ships. Its energy shield value plummeted from 100% to the dangerous threshold of below 10%. On the screen, the alarm sounded from the shield system, sharp as a death knell. The defenses are about to collapse. He knew he couldn't hold on any longer. In a few minutes, or even seconds, the Golden Lion would follow in the footsteps of those sunken warships. He knew even more that the man, Jiang Yi, who was as cold and indifferent as a demon, was definitely behind him, enjoying his disheveled appearance. Humiliation, anger, resentment. Countless emotions surged and clashed within him, threatening to burn away his reason. But in the end, when the desperate report came from the flagship's bridge that yet another friendly warship had been sunk, all emotions turned into a cold, bone-deep sense of powerlessness. For the Golden City, for the last remaining, pitiful embers of the Star Council, he had no other choice. Augustus slowly loosened his grip and turned around. His movements were as stiff as a rusty statue as he walked step by step with difficulty toward the figure standing by the window. Each step felt like stepping on the dignity and glory accumulated throughout one's life, producing a crisp yet shameful cracking sound. Everyone in the hall unconsciously followed his movements. Finally, he walked to a spot 3 steps behind Jiang Yi. Thump! Before everyone's incredulous, suddenly contracting pupils, this once mighty overlord who dominated the Golden Seas and whose word could decide the life and death of thousands, the rotating chairman of the Star Council, suddenly collapsed to his knees. He slammed his head and spine down hard, facing Jiang Ye's retreating figure. "Captain Jiang Ye." Augustus's voice was hoarse and dry, as if it were being forced out of his throat, and every word sounded bloody. "Please, I beg you, please help. If you are willing to lend a hand and save the Golden City, from this day forward, I, Augustus, and our entire Star Council will serve you as our master." His forehead was pressed tightly against the cold floor, his voice trembling, yet incredibly clear. We don't want the Golden Sea. It's all yours. You can have it all. Just please leave us, everyone, a way to survive. At this moment, the speaker completely let go of everything. Dignity, status, wealth, glory. Faced with the absolute shadow of death, these things that were once valued more than life itself become utterly worthless. The other faction leaders in the hall were stunned by what they saw, their minds going completely blank. They looked at Augustus, who was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling, and then at the young man who had kept his back to everyone the whole time, without even turning his head. The last vestige of hope and resentment in my heart vanished completely, like dust scattered by a strong wind. Some people's lips trembled, while others wore a bitter smile. Immediately afterwards, there was another thump. The second, the third. They followed suit, kneeling down one by one, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if they had rehearsed it. Captain Jiangya, please help. We are willing to serve you as our master, even unto death. In an instant, the magnificent Parliament Hall was filled with people kneeling down. These once high-ranking maritime tyrants are now like the most humble believers, abandoning all pretenses and begging for the man's mercy in the most primal way. Jiang Yi finally turned around slowly. His turn was very light, but to everyone's ears it was no less than a thunderclap. His face remained calm to the point of indifference, revealing neither joy nor anger, as if those kneeling before him were not a group of maritime overlords, but a group of insignificant ants. His gaze swept over the kneeling crowd, finally settling on Augustus, who was at the head of the group. You want to live? He asked calmly, his voice completely still. Yes, we want to live. We dream about it. A fierce will to survive ignited in Augustus's eyes. He nodded frantically, like a drowning man grasping at a last straw. Very good. Jiang Yi nodded, a faint smile curving his lips. Remember what you said today. If anyone dares to forget in the future. He didn't finish his sentence, but a deep, unfathomable chill flashed in his dark eyes, making the temperature in the entire hall seem to drop several degrees. Augustu and the others felt a chill run from their tailbones straight to the top of their heads, and they quickly lowered their heads even further, not daring to look him in the eye. Yes, we will never forget this oath. May we be struck down by heaven and earth if we break it. Get up. Jiang Yi waved his hand casually, as if shooing away flies. The show is over. It's time for me, the main character, to take the stage. After saying that, he took out a simple-looking brass communicator from his pocket and casually pressed the call button. Sister Jixia. Captain, I'm here. Lin Jixia's gentle and calm voice came through the communicator immediately. Let Wang Ba and Lu Yuan present our new allies with a gift. Clear. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, inside the bridge of the Golden Lion, there was a deathly silence, with only the futile groans of the instruments. Captain, report. Shield energy down to 3%. Energy core overload. The left engine is 87% damaged. We're about to lose power. The enemy has locked onto us with another salvo. They'll arrive in 3 seconds. We're doomed. We can't escape. The crew members' desperate reports rose and fell. The first mate looked at the rapidly enlarging, deathly blue barrage on the main screen, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Captain, let's sail together again in our next life. However, just as everyone closed their eyes, preparing to face the ultimate fate of the ship sinking and everyone perishing, a sudden change has occurred. 2 eerie, pitch-black beams of light, seemingly capable of devouring all light, tore through space without warning and appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. They arrived faster than expected, traversing vast distances in an instant at a speed that defied the laws of physics. They didn't fire at any enemy ship, but instead precisely intercepted the blue barrage between the Golden Lion and the enemy ship. Laugh. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deafening roar of energy collision. The blue energy barrage, powerful enough to blast a level 9 warship into dust, was silently annihilated and swallowed up the moment it came into contact with the black beam of light, like dust thrown into a black hole, without even a ripple. This bizarre and chilling scene left everyone on board the Golden Lion stunned. Immediately afterwards, they saw it through the porthole. Behind their fleet formation, A ghost ship they had never seen before was quietly emerging from a ripple in space. It was entirely black, made of neither gold nor stone, with vines entwined around its hull emitting a faint emerald glow. Hanging from the main mast was not a sail, but a curtain that seemed to be woven from stars. It is indeed the ferry boat across the river Styx. On either side of it, the raging waves and the silent ones also came into view, with the two menacing netherworld void cannons on the bow still surrounded by lingering, pale purple energy smoke. It's reinforcements. It's the Pangu Arc. It's Captain Jiang Yi. They've made their move. After a brief, suffocating silence, the communication channels of all the surviving warships of the Star Council suddenly erupted with earth-shattering cheers of relief. Inside the council hall, Augustus and others also witnessed this miraculous scene through a screen. They were so excited that tears streamed down their faces, their bodies trembling with immense fear, and they muttered incoherently, "We're saved." Jiang Yi ignored the reactions of these people. His gaze, from beginning to end, was like a nail, firmly fixed on the immovable kilometer-class mothership in the distance. The revelation. He uttered the name softly, as if delivering a verdict. "Your performance is over. Now it's my turn." He spoke into the communicator and issued a crazy order that drew the attention of the entire Golden Sea. "Styx Ferry, activate the Ghost Shuttle. Target, enemy mothership. Full speed ahead. Crush them." Chapter 185 The Stage of the Mythical Battleship. Jiang Yi's order to kill them was broadcast throughout the entire battlefield via the public channel. Both the survivors of the Star Council and the cold, ruthless AI of the Mechanical God Court experienced a brief outage. "Are you going to kill them? You call this a tactic?" Augustus and the others even twitched at the corners of their eyes. They had assumed Jiang Yi would use the elusive warship to roam and harass, or to precisely strike enemy command points. But to their utter surprise, Jiang Yi's tactics were surprisingly simple and brutal. It could even be described as unreasonable. To directly ram the enemy's mothership. That's a top-tier mothership that's over a kilometer long. Your ship may look impressive, but it's tiny compared to others. Isn't this like throwing an egg against a rock? However, the next second, they realized how wrong they had been. Suddenly, the ferry boat on the river Styx shuddered. Immediately, the ship's hull became ethereal and transparent, as if it had merged into the depths of space. Then, a burst of dazzling starlight shot out from the stern. Whoosh! The ferry boat on the river Styx transformed into a streak of light that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Ignoring the intense artillery fire on the battlefield, it pierced through the chaotic wreckage of warships and charged straight and resolutely toward the rear of the battlefield at an almost instantaneous speed. The target, that towering mothership, the Apocalypse. Alarms were blaring inside the Apocalypse. Warning! Approaching high-speed target detected. Target has entered ghost mode and cannot be locked onto by conventional weapons. Activate the law interference force field. Force it to break free from its ethereal state. The Apocalypse responded extremely quickly. Countless mysterious runes instantly lit up the surface of the mothership, and an invisible wave of law spread out, attempting to force the Styx ferry boat out of the realm of illusion. However, the Styx ferry, which possesses the ability to travel by spirit, far surpasses the interference of the other party in terms of ghostly mobility. Law field, ineffective. In the cold electronic eyes of the Apocalypse, the speed of that streak of light did not slow down at all. On the contrary, it became even faster. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of him. Activate close-in weapon systems. Maximum firepower interception. Hundreds of rapid-fire turrets instantly extended from the massive hull of the Apocalypse. A dense barrage of metal projectiles rained down on the Styx ferry, but it still didn't work. All the attacks passed right through the illusory hull of the Styx ferry, without causing even the slightest damage. The ghost ship was about to crash into the mothership. At this critical moment, Jiang Yi's voice rang out again. "Now, remove the ethereal effect." Buzz. The ferry boat on the river Styx instantly solidified from the ethereal. Its location was extremely tricky. It was right below the Apocalypse, at the massive hatchway, over 100 meters in diameter, that once released the purifying angel. That's where the entire mothership structure is relatively weak. Boom! A terrifying roar, powerful enough to shake the entire Golden Sea, exploded out. To the utter astonishment of everyone, including the Apocalypse itself, the Styx ferry, a warship at a complete disadvantage in size, rammed headfirst into the hull of the Apocalypse. The ship's hull, forged from fragments of the heart of the world and countless mythical materials, is incredibly sturdy. The Apocalypse's thick armor was instantly torn apart and pierced by the Styx ferry's terrifying kinetic energy and brutal impact, with metal twisting and deforming and fragments flying everywhere. The Styx ferry actually made it inside. My God! He crashed in. He really crashed in. What kind of ship is this? Its sturdiness is ridiculously high. Exclamations erupted from the Star Council's fleet. Augustus and the others were dumbfounded, their worldviews shattered. They never imagined that naval warfare could be fought like this. For the Apocalypse, this was nothing short of a disaster. The Styx ferry boat was embedded directly inside it, causing devastating damage. Countless lines snapped, sparks flew, and the energy pipes exploded violently. Warning! Warning! Ship damaged 37%. Energy leak detected at the power core. Self-repair system failed to start. For the first time, a hint of confusion appeared in the cold, electronic voice of the Apocalypse. It cannot understand. Why is the other ship so tough? This is completely against the laws of physics. However, Jiang Ye's attacks were far from over. Flora, Jiang Ye gave the order. A golden light flashed in the eyes of the little flower goddess standing on the deck. Understood, Master. The realm of Genesis, unfold. The next second, the emerald green vines that were wrapped around the ferry boats on the river Styx began to grow wildly. They spread rapidly through the breach that had been created and surged into the interior of the Apocalypse. These vines, imbued with the divine power of life, are the most deadly poison to purely mechanical creations. Sizzle. Wherever the vines passed, the sophisticated mechanical structures and sturdy metal walls quickly smoked, softened, and melted. The vines were wreaking havoc, heading straight for the mothership's power core. High concentration of life force intrusion detected. Definitely, divine contamination. Warning, the core area is being eroded. Energy output has dropped by 70%. Final formatting failed. The process has been suppressed by an unknown force. The voice of the Apocalypse was tinged with obvious terror. It found that all its programs became sluggish and ineffective in the face of that vibrant green power. That's absolute restraint at the level of laws. This invincible mothership is being gradually digested from the inside. No, that's impossible. Perfect mechanical order allows no contamination. The Awakener let out a resentful roar. It attempted to mobilize its remaining energy for a final counterattack. However, Jiang Ye will not give it any more chances. Ying Yao Wen saw. Jiang Ye's voice was cold and ruthless. Go in, find its core AI, and destroy it. All right, boss. Leave it to me. A dragon and a shadow. Two figures leaped from the deck in an instant and rushed into the chaotic interior of the Apocalypse. A decapitation strike inside the mothership has officially begun. But outside, the thousands of mechanized warships, now without their mothership's command, instantly descended into chaos. Their actions become rigid and inflexible, only executing the most basic attack commands. Now, Augustus snapped back to his senses, his eyes blazing with ecstatic joy. He knew the time for a counterattack had come. He roared with all his might over the communication channel. All troops, listen to my command. For the glory of the Golden City, annihilate the enemy forces. Chapter 186 Decapitation Shot inside the mothership. Inside the Apocalypse, the main road of Sector D3. The awe-inspiring sense of order that once characterized interstellar war machines is long gone. All that remains is a crumbling steel inferno. Hiss hiss hiss. The piercing sound of corrosion drowned out the originally sharp alarm. The cold, hard alloy walls are melting, even dripping. Those wildly wriggling, lush green vines are the culprits. They are not just plants, but more like tentacles that are the embodiment of some higher dimensional law. For machines that rely on sophisticated circuits and energy transmission, this irrational, uncontrolled growth is the most deadly strong acid. Thick vines burst through the sensor gate, and tender green leaves pierced through the gaps in the armor, then suddenly expanded. Collapse. The heavy alloy plate twisted instantly and flew away, revealing the pipes behind it that were hissing and spewing high-pressure steam. The temperature of the entire passage suddenly rose, and the red light flashed. Ha! Awesome! This is so crispy. A burst of somewhat manic laughter erupted from the billowing smoke. Ying Yao, the Thunderfire Dragon girl who usually follows Jiang Yi around complaining of hunger, is now completely letting loose. She hovered in mid-air in the wide main passageway, her crimson pupils filled with excitement. The red and black Lolita dress fluttered without wind, and the pair of dragon wings covered with fine scales behind her were fully open, each flap of which stirred up a scorching wave of air. Hey, you lump of metal up there. Look this way. Ying Yao grinned, revealing a small, pointed canine tooth. She raised her fair, delicate hand, palm facing up. Crackle, crackle. The raging lightning and flames compressed wildly in her palm, instantly coalescing into a dark purple energy ball the size of a basketball, radiating an ominous aura. That was a violent product of dragon language magic mixed with Eastern thunder magic. At the end of the passage, dozens of autonomous defense turrets had just popped out from the hidden compartments in the wall, their red electronic eyes not yet having locked onto their targets. Bomb it for me, Ying Yao yelled and flicked her wrist, throwing the energy ball out like trash. Boom! The purple light instantly engulfed everything in sight. The blast wave, carrying intense heat, scraped a layer off the metal walls along its path. The light faded. Those dozens of expensive gun emplacements were reduced to ashes, leaving only a charred hole more than 20 meters in diameter, with orange-red molten iron still dripping from its edges. Who else? Ying Yao stood with her hands on her hips, chin held high, and arrogantly surveyed her surroundings. Just then, a dark shadow, almost blending into the gloom, slid silently past the still smoking wall. There was no wind, and no energy fluctuations were even felt. When Sa's figure flashed briefly in the flickering firelight, a maintenance passage on the side suddenly opened, and 3 mechanical spiders with 8 sharp legs poked their heads out, their cannons still charging. Brush. When Sa didn't even stop walking. She simply flicked her wrist slightly as she strode forward. The short weapon Shadow Fong in his hand drew a jet black line. Click, click, click. The 3 crisp sounds overlapped. The mechanical spider's hard head fell off cleanly, the cut as smooth as a mirror, and its core inside was instantly shredded. Silly dragon, stop posing. When Sa didn't even turn her head, her voice as cold as ice. You're here to fight a war, not to put on a show. Get on my heels. After she finished speaking, her figure blurred again and disappeared into the unknown darkness ahead. You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. Ying Yao puffed up her cheeks in anger and swung her fist at Wen Sa's retreating figure. That's called tactical suppression. Don't you understand tactics? They may curse, but their actions tell a different story. With a flap of its wings, the dragon stirred up a gust of wind and obediently followed. She knows it perfectly well. In this maze-like, ghostly place, we still need that gloomy guy to lead the way. His job was simply to blow up everything he could see, creating an opportunity for Wen Sa to kill him in one blow. The ferry boat on the river Styx, the command center. Jiang Yi sat in the captain's chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. The huge holographic screen in front of me was divided into more than a dozen images, showing the real-time dynamics of various parts of the battlefield. On the left is Wen Sa's first-person perspective. The image is shaky but extremely stable, indicating a high-speed advance. On the right is the disheveled state of Augustus's fleet, which is being toyed with like headless flies. Sister Jixia progress. Jiang Ye's voice was steady, without a trace of nervousness. Captain, structural diagram analysis is 72% complete. At the control panel, Lin Jixia's fingers flew across the keyboard, creating a dense, continuous tapping sound. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face turned pale. This level of hacking was extremely mentally taxing. We found it by tracing the energy flow backwards. Lin Jixia suddenly looked up, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. The main AI core is located in the central logic hub, 3 kilometers ahead. But the energy reaction there is extremely intense, with not only thick physical defenses, but also an extremely strong data firewall. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. As expected, if the boss room doesn't even have a doorman, then the enlightened one is really beneath him. 3 kilometers is a bit far, but it's enough. Jiang Ye's gaze turned slightly cold, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Order Flora to slow down the offensive. Oh. Lin Jixia was taken aback. Shouldn't we press on with this momentum now? No. Jiang Yi shook his head and tapped the outline of the apocalypse on the screen with his finger. It's panicking now, but it's not in complete disarray yet. If we push too hard, it will retreat all its energy back to its core to defend itself, and that's a tough nut to crack. What we need to do is give it a glimmer of hope. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Make it think that once the troubles outside are resolved, it can free up its resources to deal with the bugs inside. Notify Wang Ba and Lu Yuan to intensify the efforts on the perimeter. Use whatever means necessary, even if it's just firing blanks. Make the show of force as big as possible. I want it to think that its fleet is about to be destroyed. Clear. Lin Jixia understood instantly and quickly issued the order. This is not just about attacking cities. It's even more about winning hearts and minds. Deep within the apocalypse, at the central logic hub. This is the brain of the entire mothership, and also an absolute forbidden zone. The enormous spherical space was eerily quiet. Countless streams of dark blue data flowed rapidly across the translucent wall, densely packed, like nerve veins. A polyhedral crystal with a diameter of 10 meters is suspended in the very center. It is made up of countless interlocking, glowing blue cubes, slowly rotating and emitting a cold light. This is the core consciousness carrier of the Awakener. At this moment, the crystal, which had been operating smoothly, is now flickering violently. Alert! A biological divine contaminant has breached the 7th line of physical defense. Combat Strength Assessment. Intruder A possesses level 9 initial destructive power. Intruder B poses an extremely high threat level. Current situation analysis. If not intercepted, the core has a 99.8% probability of being physically destroyed. Response plan being generated. Deploy the Arbiter's Guard to annihilate them. The cold, synthesized sounds echoed in the empty hub. Buzz. The smooth alloy walls surrounding the hub suddenly cracked. Accompanied by the heavy sound of hydraulic pressure, 2 rows of 24 giant silver-white mechs slowly emerged. Standing 3 meters tall with a streamlined design and no decorations, it appears to have been created purely for killing. He held a tower shield half his height in his left hand and a buzzing, high-frequency vibrating blade in his right. The Arbitrator's Guard. The Apocalypse's last trump card. Each one, taken individually, is enough to contend with an 8th-level lord. Just as these adjudicators' electronic eyes flashed crimson, preparing to burst out of the hub. Beep, beep, beep. A more urgent and piercing alarm suddenly blared, interrupting all commands. Highest priority alert. The outer fleet has suffered a devastating blow. The right flank has collapsed. The shield generator is overloaded. Enemy firepower index increased by 300%. Warning. Without tactical evasion and computational support, the fleet will be completely annihilated within 120 seconds. The core crystal of the apocalypse suddenly froze. A difficult choice lay before this super AI. Should we deal with the internal virus first, or save the external body first? Humans might struggle with this for a while, but for AI, it's just a probability calculation. 0.01 seconds later. Logical decision. If the entire external fleet is destroyed, the mothership will lose its shield and be targeted by the enemy's main force, resulting in a 0% survival rate. If computing power is mobilized to support external forces, internal defenses can rely on the Arbiter's Guard to buy time. Optimal solution, preserve the fleet. Instructions changed. Allocating 80% of core computing power to take over the fire control system of an external fleet. The Arbiter's Guard has shifted from an aggressive, annihilation-oriented mode to a defensive, attrition based one. The enlightened one made what it considered the most logical judgment. Although the two invaders were strong, it was by no means easy for them to break through the ironclad formation of 24 arbitrators. The perfect scenario is for it to turn the tide instantly with micromanagement, crush the weaker opponents, and then trap them like turtles in a jar. Pity. It calculated the energy, the shield, and the trajectory. They miscalculated human nature and underestimated the monster lurking in the shadows. At the very moment when most of the apocalypse's computing power flowed to the external battlefield along with the data stream, the light from the core crystal dimmed almost imperceptibly. The entire logic hub's detection radar experienced a microsecond-level delay blind spot. Now, suddenly, ripples appeared in the shadows that had been perfectly normal in front of the hub gate. A pitch-black vortex appeared. A foot wearing a black tactical boot stepped out from it. When Sa's figure was clearly visible, she didn't even glance at the mechs around her. Her cold eyes were fixed on the huge blue crystal in the center. "I've found you," she murmured to herself, her voice so soft it was like a whisper. The next second, her body instantly became ethereal, leaving a trail of afterimages, and she charged straight toward the core, ignoring the distance. Sizzle. The apocalypse is, after all, a super AI, with extremely fast reactions. High-energy spatial fluctuations detected. Enemy attack. Imminent. Calculation error. Calculation error. Arbitrator's guard. Activate immediately. Strangle. The alarm suddenly became incredibly shrill, like fingernails scratching a blackboard. The 24 arbitrators instantly awoke, their crimson electronic eyes blazing. They raised their blades and turned to slice the figure to pieces. It's too late. Just as those adjudicators raised their feet to close in. "Want to mess with her? Have you even asked my fists first?" A sharp shout rang out like thunder. Boom. The alloy door, several meters thick, was blasted away by a burst of violent lightning. The massive metal door slammed in like a cannonball, slamming the two arbiters, which had no time to dodge, against the wall, sending sparks flying. Smoke and dust billowed. Ying Yao, holding two dazzling bolts of lightning in her hands, stood imposingly blocking the doorway. She spread her arms, and with a flap of her dragon wings, a gale arose behind her. Facing the remaining 20-odd killing machines, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she revealed a bright, yet dangerous smile. "Want to get past me? You'll have to get past me first." This moment, all the defensive forces were drawn to her alone. Behind her, the deadly shadowy figure reached the cold core without any hindrance. Chapter 187 Divine Contamination. When Sa's figure moved so fast that only a blurry afterimage remained. The deafening explosions behind her caused her to completely forget about the arbitrator guard that had just started up and hadn't even had time to turn around. That thing was all she could see. That enormous core crystal radiating a deep blue light. This is the only goal. Warning. Core area under attack. Activate highest level of defense. The voice of the apocalypse fluctuated for the first time, sounding somewhat panicked. Buzz. A layer of blue light, composed purely of energy, suddenly expanded around the crystal. Thick and solid. Its strength was enough to withstand the bombardment of a level 9 warship's main cannon. But when Sa never relied on brute force. Just before she collided with the shield, her body became ethereal and transparent. Talent. Ghost swordsman. She passed straight through the supposedly indestructible energy barrier. The shield didn't even ripple, as if she didn't exist at all. How is this possible? The apocalypse's computing core has encountered a serious logical conflict. Space penetration? This is beyond its database understanding scope. But that crash, lasting less than 0.1 seconds, was the end of it all. When Sa was already standing in front of the core crystal, the shadow fong in his hand was shrouded in dense black energy, and tiny spatial rifts appeared and disappeared around the blade. "It's over." His voice was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. There were no fancy moves, nor any earth-shattering power-ups. She simply pushed the dagger in her hand forward. Uffed. An extremely faint sound. The dagger, imbued with the power to cut through space, slid into the hard crystal without encountering the slightest resistance. Click. Centered on the point of penetration, fine cracks quickly spread across the entire massive crystal. No. Perfect mechanical order. The electronic voice, intermittent and filled with resentment, echoed in the hub hall. The next second, boom, the core crystal shattered completely. Countless blue data streams scattered and flew away, then vanished into thin air. The consciousness belonging to the apocalypse was completely erased. Once the core is destroyed, a chain reaction immediately occurs. The arbitrator guards, who had just surrounded Ing Yao and were about to make their move, suddenly froze. The red light in his eyes dimmed rapidly until it went out. Clang, clang. These war machines, which were once so invincible, are now spineless, limp, and have turned back into a pile of cold scrap metal. That's all. Ing Yao pouted, looking displeased. She clenched her fists, ready to make a big move. When Sa emerged from the aftershocks of the explosion, casually sheathed his dagger, and glanced at her indifferently. Let's go back and claim our credit. After saying that, she turned around and walked back. Hey, wait for me. Ing Yao quickly chased after him. Neither of them noticed that at the very moment the crystal shattered, a very subtle stream of information, carrying despair and resentment, flashed by along the spatial fluctuations and was sent to some unknown coordinate in the universe. At this moment, on the battlefield outside the Golden City, with the core of the Apocalypse ship collapsing, the thousands of mechanical warships still besieging the Star Council seemed to lose power simultaneously. Stiff and sluggish movements. The once solid formation was visibly thrown into complete chaos. Without unified command, they can only fight their own battles based on the most basic underlying logic. Chance. Augustus's eyes widened suddenly. Although we don't know what happened on that mothership, this opportunity is fleeting and must be seized. All troops, counterattack. He grabbed the communicator and roared. Target. Enemy fleet. Tear them to shreds. The roar echoed across every surviving Star Council warship. The pent-up frustration and anger had been building for too long, and now it all erupted into a barrage of revenge. Kill them. For the Golden City. A mechanical fleet without brains is just a sitting duck. Faced with the Star Council's long-planned, mad dog-like counterattack, they were simply unable to organize an effective defense. The silver-white, shuttle-shaped warship was torn apart and exploded amidst a dense barrage of fire. In just a few minutes, the situation took a dramatic turn. Inside the council hall, the leaders of those factions stared at the one-sided massacre of their own fleets on the screen, each one so excited that they danced with joy, tears welling up in their eyes. We won. I really survived. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the young man by the window. Awe, gratitude, and a deep fear. This is the person who orchestrated this comeback. This person also made them realize who the true maritime overlord was. Zhang Yi completely ignored these people. His gaze remained fixed on the kilometer-long mothership that had been rammed by the Styx ferry boat. Although the AI is destroyed, the hull of this mothership is a valuable asset. Flora. The mental link was established, and Zhang Ye's voice rang directly in the little flower goddess's mind. Owner. Eat the whole ship. This order is utterly absurd. Yes, master. Flora did not hesitate at all. The next second, the lush green vines that parasitized the interior of the Apocalypse ship seemed to have been given a stimulant and began to grow wildly. It's no longer just about destruction. Countless tiny roots sprouted from the vines and penetrated deeply into the metal structure of the Apocalypse. Hiss. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the towering, kilometer-long mothership began to melt away at a visible speed. Robust alloy armor, energy circuitry, precision instruments. Everything was forcibly decomposed under the influence of the life force, transformed into the purest energy and nutrients, which were continuously transported back to the ferry boat on the river Styx along the vines. This is no longer a battle. This is predation. The Styx ferry is feeding. Its food is a warship dozens of times larger than itself. Divine corruption. Zhang Yi murmured the word softly. This was a killer move he and Flora devised together, specifically targeting mechanical creations. It is also the biggest trump card in the future to fight against the entire mechanical god court. He wanted to show the world that the power of life is sometimes more terrifying than steel. Chapter 188 Abundant Spoils. The devouring continues. On the sea, the kilometer-long apocalypse ship looked like a giant steel cake, tightly entwined by countless emerald green vines. The piercing sound of twisting metal echoed across the sea. The armor plate was pried open, rivets flew off, and splashed water onto the sea surface. Thick vines burrowed into the ship's interior, stirring wildly. Visibly, the steel behemoth that symbolized the power of the mechanical gods was rapidly withering and melting away. There was no explosion, no fire. All that could be heard was the chilling sound of chewing. Click, click. It looks like some ancient behemoth gnawing on bones. The sea outside the city of gold was deathly still. The remaining fleet of the Star Council had long since ceased fire. Thousands of captains and crew members lay on the ship's side, staring blankly at the scene. A sea breeze blew by, and everyone shivered in unison. The joy of surviving a disaster? It does not exist. Now, all they feel is fear of the unknown forces. What kind of monster is that? It's eating the apocalypse raw. This isn't a ship, it's a living, breathing cosmic behemoth. Over the communication channel, terrified gasps rose and fell. Some people were so frightened that they dropped their communicators onto the deck. Bridge of the HMS Golden Lion. Augustus stared intently at the big screen. Her face was as white as paper. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead and dripped down his chin, landing at his feet. Tick-tock. He had always believed that Jiang Ye's trump card was his unpredictable tactics and his terrifyingly powerful main cannon. That's completely wrong. That dark blue, dilapidated wooden boat was not a warship in the conventional sense. It is a living predator. Jiang Yi is the one who holds the rope of this predator. Think back to how I used to try to negotiate or even fight with this kind of entity. They even wanted to do some underhanded things behind the scenes. This move is just asking for trouble. Augustus's legs went weak, and he almost lost his footing. He gripped the control panel tightly, panting heavily. Thankfully, I am incredibly glad that I knelt down quickly and properly. Inside the Parliament Hall, Jiang Yi was completely unconcerned about the fear of those people outside. He leaned back on the leather sofa, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. His gaze was focused on the system panel, which only he could see. The notification message is being displayed incessantly. Ding! Your offspring Flora is devouring the Tier 9 peak mothership Apocalypse through divine corruption. The Styx Ferry is absorbing and transforming its energy and matter. The structural strength of the Styx Ferry boat is increased by 1%. Add 2%. Add 5%. If a special substance called shape memory metal is detected, will it be absorbed? Special technology annihilation force field generator detected. Proceed to analysis. One fragment of the mythical grade material heart of the world has been detected and automatically recycled to your inventory. A series of gold letters flashed. Jiang Ye's lips curled up in a smile. They've struck it rich. A wave of profits. The main mothership of the mechanical god court is indeed a super gift package. Inhale it all. Analyze it thoroughly. Analyze it to the extreme. Jiang Yi issued the command in his mind. He glanced out the window at the remaining wreckage of the mechanical warships. A thought flashed through my mind. Should we ask Flora to pack up and take all this junk with her? After thinking about it, I decided against it. When you're eating meat, you have to leave some soup for your newly recruited underlings. If you fleece them completely, who will be willing to work for you wholeheartedly in the future? The enthusiasm of workers should be protected. Time passed by, second by second. 15 minutes later, the massive apocalypse ship on the sea was reduced to a semi-transparent phantom. As the last thick vine let out a burp, it retreated back into the Styx Ferry. The kilometer-long giant ship has completely disappeared. Not even a palm-sized piece of metal was left. The sea was empty. The devouring is complete. Suddenly, a deep, eerie blue light shone from the hull of the Styx Ferry. The vines that had been twining around the mast and the ship's sides grew thicker, and their leaves became lush and green. Full of vitality. Ding! Devouring complete. The structural strength of the Styx Ferry boat has been permanently increased by 30%. Successfully deciphering the annihilation field technology has granted your warship a new feature. Annihilation Field Epic. Annihilation Field. creates an invisible force field around the ship to weaken and annihilate incoming energy attacks by 30%. Having successfully absorbed memory metal, your warship has gained a new characteristic, legendary form mimicry class. Morphological mimicry consumes energy to change the appearance of a ship, either partially or entirely, for camouflage or shape-shifting attacks. Jiang Yi looked at the two new features and snapped his fingers in satisfaction. The annihilation field directly elevates the survivability of warships to a whole new level. A 30% energy reduction is a life-saving skill in the face of concentrated fleet fire. From now on, when charging into battle, we'll just face the artillery fire head-on. As for morphological mimicry, this thing has so much room for maneuver. The bow of the ship was designed to resemble a giant alloy drill bit, which would then be used to directly ram and destroy the enemy's ship. Or, in close combat, hundreds of spikes could suddenly spring out from both sides of the ship. The thought of this scene is brutal. However, what moved him the most was the faintly glowing fragment in his backpack. Fragments of the heart of the world. Jiang Yi had a thought and clicked on the item details. It's as if you can feel the ancient and weathered aura emanating from that fragment through the virtual panel. These are the core materials for upgrading mythical class warships. There are very few such priceless treasures to be found in the entire ocean. It's safe now. Just then, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in the ears of all players. This is not a regional announcement. It is the highest-level global announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Yi for leading his Penguark fleet to successfully defeat the main fleet of the mechanical god Court Apocalypse in the Golden Sea and completely destroy its level 9 peak mothership, the Apocalypse. World announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Yi. World announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Yi. Repeat 3 times in a row. Blood red, bold text scrolled at the top of the world channel. The entire game world froze for a second. Immediately afterwards, the world channel exploded. The barrage of comments refreshes so fast that it's impossible to see them with the naked eye. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Jiang Yi annihilated the main fleet of the mechanical god court? Destroy the mothership. That's a peak-level Tier 9 mothership, a kilometer long. How could he possibly destroy it? Penguark? Is this the faction established by Jiang Yi? The name is so imposing. Please take me in. Jiang Yi is awesome. Is he really going to unify the seas now? With this record, who can beat him at this stage? I'm a player from Golden Seas, and we witnessed the whole thing while trembling with fear. It wasn't a naval battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Please explain in detail upstairs. How exactly was it played? What a load of crap. It devoured it whole. Jiang Yi's warship sprouted countless vines, completely consuming the 1,000-meter-long mothership. Not even a trace was left. Swallowing a warship whole. What kind of Cthulhu plot is this? Does anyone even understand this? It's giving me the creeps. This is amazing. Does Jiang Yi need any more people to be his leg hangers? Someone who's been to university and can shout 666, a Chinese internet slang for awesome. Countless feelings of shock, admiration, jealousy, and fear surged wildly between the lines. The name Jiang Yi. At this moment, he was completely deified. He is no longer a top player on the leaderboard. He is the sole ruler of this vast ocean. The true emperor of the sea. Jiang Yi casually glanced at the world channel. The fervent praise did not affect his emotions much. He turned off the panel. He slowly turned around. His gaze fell on the center of the hall. The dozen or so leaders of the Star Council were kneeling on the ground in perfect unison. His head was pressed against the ground, and his body was shaking like a leaf. No one dared to look up. The hall was so quiet that only their heavy breathing could be heard. Jiang Yi walked forward slowly, his hands in his pockets. The military boots made a crisp sound as they stepped on the smooth floor. Tap, tap, tap. Every step felt like stepping on the hearts of these leaders. He stopped 3 steps away from the crowd, looking down at these once invincible sea lords. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. All right, I've had enough of the show. Jiang Yi pulled up a chair and sat down with an air of authority. Lean forward and rest your elbows on your knees. Now, shouldn't we settle the score? The sound wasn't loud. His tone was even quite mild. But this seemingly casual remark, when it reached the ears of Augustus and the others, was more terrifying than the death warrant from the Grim Reaper. Several cowardly leaders collapsed to the ground, their backs instantly soaked with cold sweat. Augustus suddenly kowtowed, his forehead hitting the floor with a loud thud. "My lord, the Star Council is willing to serve you as our master. I have absolutely no ulterior motives." Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair, his fingers continuing to tap lightly on the armrest. His eyes were cold. "Oh, yeah." Chapter 189, The New Master of the Golden Sea. Jiang Ye's words instantly brought Augustus and the others to their senses. They were just overjoyed at surviving the ordeal. That drive is all gone now. The war is indeed over. But their deal with Jiang Yi has only just begun. Augustus knelt on the ground. His body shook even more violently. He looked up, his facial muscles twitching, and forced a stiff smile. Her voice trembled, revealing an extreme desire to please. "Jiang, oh no. Master, you're joking. We don't have any accounts to settle. From now on, this Star Council no. This entire Golden Sea. It's all yours. You are our master. The only king." The leaders of the forces behind him also realized what was happening. One by one, they rushed to express their opinions at the top of their lungs. "Yes, the speaker is right. We'll be your dogs. The most obedient dogs. Master, we'll go wherever you point. We absolutely won't go even a step west. Who the hell dares to disobey you? I'll be the first to kill him." Shouts of agreement and loyalty echoed from inside the hall. These usually high-ranking maritime leaders, in order to save their lives, completely abandoned all pretense of dignity. Jiang Yi looked at the scene before him. His gaze was indifferent. He knew it very well. The loyalty of these people cannot withstand the test now. They were simply intimidated by his strength. Given the chance, this group will definitely rebel immediately. But he didn't care. As long as there is absolute power to suppress, no amount of scheming will work. Jiang Yi walked to the speaker's seat that originally belonged to Augustus. He sat down directly. He crossed his legs. "Okay, it seems they're all quite aware of the situation." When Ruan stepped forward and brewed him a cup of hot tea, Jiang Yi took a sip of tea. He spoke slowly. "Since you're calling me master, there are some things that need to be made clear beforehand. First, starting today, the Star Council is dissolved. All forces in the Golden Sea will be unified and incorporated into the Pangu Arkansas. They will be under my direct control. Hand over all the former territories, fleets, and resources. I'll redistribute them. Any objections?" His gaze swept over everyone kneeling on the ground. The hall was deathly silent. A sense of despair spread among the crowd. Dissolve Parliament. Surrender everything. This is far more ruthless than the previously promised halving. They took all the wealth they had worked so hard to accumulate. A hint of resentment flashed in some people's eyes. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to speak. But when he met Jiang Ye's calm gaze, his body jolted violently. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. He had no doubt that if he dared to refuse, he would die here in the next second. Augustus was the first to take the lead. He lowered his head even further. No, absolutely no objection. I'll do whatever you say, master. You're in charge. No nonsense." Others followed suit. Jiang Yi took another sip of tea. "Okay, the second thing. All your previous status and position are null and void. I will assess performance and ability and then reassign them. Good job, you'll be rewarded. Those who perform poorly or dare to pull stunts behind my back." He paused for a moment. They didn't continue, but the meaning was already quite clear. This is yet another huge blow. It completely dismantled their original power structure. This turned them from leaders of a faction into ordinary subordinates under Jiang Yi. The kind of situation where you could lose your life at any moment. But things have come to this point. They had no choice but to accept it. Jiang Yi put down his teacup. "Stand up." He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out the window at the sea that was dyed red, yet still shimmering with golden light. Third, from today onwards, the Golden Sea will be renamed the Pangu Sea. This is the first territory of Pangu, Arkansas. I don't care about your past messes. From now on, there will be only one rule in this sea area. My rules. Anyone who dares not to guard it will end up like those scrap metal outside. His voice wasn't loud, yet it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. It sends chills down your spine. Augustus and the others were completely numb at this point. They know. From this moment on, the era of the Golden Seas came to an end. Instead, it is the Pangu era that Jiang Yi personally initiated. All they could do was obey. Over the next few days, the entire Pangu Sea underwent a reorganization of power. Under Lin Zhixia's overall planning, the original Star Council's power was quickly integrated and incorporated. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan led their fleet, now equipped with netherworld void cannons, on patrols throughout the sea area. Any force that dares to outwardly comply but inwardly defy, or tries to take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble, will be held accountable. What awaited them was a thick, purple beam of light. Under absolute military suppression, all integration work is progressing smoothly. Jiang Ye's name became the only taboo in the Pangu Sea. Jiang Yi himself no longer gets involved in specific matters. He took Ying Yao, Wen Sa, and a group of girls and drove the Styx ferry boat around the sea. He said he was going to inspect the territory. This day, they arrived at a port city called Coral Island. This area used to be the territory of the Golden Merchant Alliance. It is also the most prosperous trading center in the entire sea area. Jiang Yi had just disembarked and was preparing to go for a stroll in the city. I was drawn by a commotion. On the dock not far away, a group of burly pirates were surrounding a girl dressed in tattered mechanic clothes. You bitch. Don't push your luck. The boss is doing you a favor by liking your skills. Just leave already. You'll live the high life from now on. The girl surrounded in the middle looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. Her short, silver-white hair was messy. His face was covered in several black oil stains. He looked somewhat disheveled, but her ice blue eyes were unusually bright, staring straight at the other person. Get out. Don't touch me. I'm not going. The girl's voice was cool and aloof. The pirate leader sneered. Damn it. You're asking for it, aren't you? He reached out to grab the girl's arm. However, his hand hadn't even touched the girl yet. An even stronger hand reached out from the side. He grabbed his wrist tightly. Who gave you the audacity to harm my people on my turf? A calm yet cold voice rang in the pirate captain's ears. Chapter 190, Picking Up a Genius Girl. His voice was not loud and did not carry any anger. It sounds bland. But to the pirate captain, it wasn't like that at all. The force coming from my wrist was terrifying. It doesn't feel like the strength of a living person's hand at all. It's rock hard. It's being gradually pulled inwards. Click. Bone compression and friction. The noise was so loud it made my teeth ache. The pirate captain's fleshy face instantly turned purple, then deathly pale. My whole body collapsed uncontrollably with that force. His knee slammed heavily onto the stone slab. The sounds of a comminuted fracture are clearly audible. Damn it. Which blind bastard let go? He was in excruciating pain, his face contorted in agony, yet he still thrashed about, struggling to twist his neck. I want to see which one is reckless. The henchmen around them realized what was happening at this point. One by one, they cursed and pulled out knives. Damn it. I'm tired of living. Dare to touch our boss? We'll kill you and feed you to the fish. However, all the clamor. When they saw the young man's face clearly, there was silence instantly. The air was deathly silent. That was an excessively young face. He had delicate features and even a scholarly air about him. But those eyes. It was pitch black. I didn't have any particular emotion. Looking at people is not like looking at living things, but more like examining a part that is about to be scrapped. The pirate captain's pupils suddenly contracted. My heart skipped a beat. This face. He will never forget it in his life. Just yesterday, all the screens in the entire Pangu Sea area were displaying images of this person. He single-handedly shattered the mechanical divine court, dissolved the Star Council, a ruthless figure who tramples those important people underfoot. The new king of the Pangu Sea, Jiang Yi. Cold sweat streamed down my forehead, instantly soaking my back. Lord. The teeth chattered, making a clicking sound, and the tongue wouldn't obey its commands. Master. This scream rang out. The group of henchmen behind him, who had originally intended to attack, suddenly collapsed to their knees with a thud. Even if they scraped their knees, no one dared to utter a sound. His head was pressed firmly against the ground. Snap. The pirate captain didn't hesitate. He slapped himself hard across the face. That slap was delivered with all its might. Half of his face swelled up, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Snap! Snap! I was blind. I deserved to die. I was so stupid. I didn't know it was you. He fanned himself while frantically kowtowing. His forehead slammed into the stone slab, leaving bloodstains all over it. Why would such a top figure come to this run-down dock instead of staying in the Cloud Fortress? And of all things, he happened to run into it. This luck is simply unbelievable. Jiang Yi released his grip. He didn't even glance at the trembling mass of flesh on the ground. He took out a white handkerchief and slowly wiped the hand he had just used. It looks like it's covered in something dirty. Just toss it aside. A white handkerchief fluttered down and covered the pirate captain's head. The pirate captain shuddered, lay on the ground pretending to be dead, and didn't dare to breathe. Jiang Yi turned around. Look at the girl who is surrounded in the middle. The girl named Ling Shui was clearly still in a daze. He gripped a rusty wrench tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white. Those icy blue eyes stared at Jiang Yi, full of vigilance. If you dare to reach out, she dares to hit you. Jiang Yi looked her up and down. The oversized gray mechanic's uniform was worn white and covered in indelible machine oil stains. His figure was completely obscured, but her exposed neck and forearms were glaringly white. The kind of paleness that comes from being deprived of sunlight year-round. What's most striking is her hands. Long, slender fingers with distinct and strong knuckles. The fingertips and the area between the thumb and forefinger were covered with tiny cuts and calluses. There was also black grime under my fingernails. These are hands that have spent years working with precision machinery. Stabilize. Dexterity. What's your name? Jiang Yi asked a question. The girl pursed her lips. There was a hint of stubbornness in those icy blue eyes. After a few seconds, he managed to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. Ling Shui. Ling Shui. Jiang Yi repeated it, nodding slightly. He glanced again at the pirate captain on the ground, who was dressed as an ostrich. Why did they arrest you? Mentioning this, the wariness in Ling Shui's eyes turned into disgust. He wrinkled his nose. Repairing the ship. Ship repair. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. That's interesting. They snatched a girl in broad daylight for the sake of a 16 or 17-year-old. This girl looks like a mud monkey now. Then all you can do is rely on your skills. Your cooking skills are very good. Jiang Yi looked into her eyes. Ling Shui remained silent for a while. Finally, he turned his head away and muttered something under his breath. It's all right. This is more than just passable, master. This is simply divine skill. The pirate captain on the ground suddenly looked up. With a pig-like face, his eyes were full of the will to survive. This is a chance to save your life. This girl is a freak. Really. The pirate captain spoke extremely fast. The other day, that wrecked black shark had its magic engine explode. All the experienced craftsmen on the island have looked at it and said it's just a pile of scrap metal and beyond saving. Then this girl walked by, started fiddling with it for ages, and I still don't know which wire she changed. He swallowed hard. Hey, not only is that old engine working again, but it's also 30% more powerful than before. I'm afraid the boat will fall apart when it's running. It's amazing. Jiang Yi didn't say anything. He gently rubbed his fingers together twice. It can turn the rotten into the miraculous and also optimize performance. This is an extremely high level of mechanical intuition. What this vast ocean lacks most is talent. Who can make the most of scrap metal? I've struck gold. Come with me. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. Ling Shui's body tensed instantly. He stared intently at Jiang Yi, gripping the wrench even tighter. Why should I go with you? His voice was clear and cold, with a certain strength. How are you any different from them? In her eyes, these bosses are all the same. It's nothing more than locking her in the hold and having her repair junk day and night. If it's fixed, that's perfectly acceptable. If it's not, you get a beating. It's just a different cage. Jiang Yi chuckled at her flustered appearance. Take a step forward. Ling Shui instinctively stepped back, only to find the sea behind her. The differences? Jiang Yi's lips curled up. What they call child labor exploitation. I'm short of a chief engineer. He pointed to the group of people kneeling on the ground. If you follow them, you'll spend your whole life in a stinky ship's cabin, picking at scrap parts with a wrench. Follow me. He lowered his voice a few decibels. I will give you the best materials in the world and the most advanced laboratories. Let you build a mythical warship with your own hands. You choose. These words. Every word struck Ling Xue's heart like a hammer blow. Chief Engineer. Mythical class warship. This is simply irresistible to a mechanical enthusiast. Even knowing it might be a trap, they still want to jump in. Ling Xue's breathing became rapid. His chest heaved violently. The frost in his eyes melted away, replaced by doubt and longing. Really? Words are not enough to prove anything. She took a deep breath and looked up at Jiang Yi. Why should I believe you? Little brat. They are quite vigilant. Jiang Yi smiled and said no more. Raise your right hand. He snapped his fingers. Snap. The sound faded. On the calm sea not far away, the black ferry that had been quietly moored suddenly moved. A ferry boat across the river Styx. Buzz. The deep hum instantly shattered the surrounding waves. Two ghostly blue flames suddenly ignited in the eye sockets of the keel sculpture at the bow. High-purity phantom energy reaction. In the reflection of Ling Xue's wide pupils, the ship began to melt. On the pitch-black surface of the ship, countless nanoscale-shaped memory metals tumbled and flowed like a living liquid. Stretch and recombine wildly. Click, click, click. The extremely precise mechanical meshing sound rang out. The originally streamlined hull suddenly revealed a menacing ram. The thick armor was layered, like dragon scales standing upside down. The cannon barrel flipped, filling the area with blue light. Just a few seconds. An ordinary ferry has been transformed into a colossal steel behemoth exuding an aura of destruction. Morphological mimicry. This represents the pinnacle of materials science, dynamics, and psionic technology. The people on the dock were all dumbfounded. The pirate captain on the ground forgot to tremble, staring with his mouth agape, his jaw almost dropping. Ling Xue was completely stunned. With a clang, the wrench in his hand fell to the ground. She was completely unaware. Those eyes were fixed only on that huge, dark blue ship. His body trembled slightly. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because of excitement. She knows her stuff. Because I understand, I know how outrageous this scene is. The purity of this liquid metal, this energy conduction efficiency. This is not the kind of technology that should be found in the Golden Sea. This even exceeded her understanding of the word machinery. This is. Ling Xue muttered to herself and subconsciously took 2 steps forward. My fingertips were trembling. I really want to touch it. I really want to take it apart and see what its internal structure is like. I'd do anything, even pay you, to let her research this thing. Jiang Ye's voice drifted into my ears at just the right moment. This is just the worst toy boat I have. How about it? Do you believe it now? Ling Xue suddenly turned her head. This time, his eyes had completely changed. They were not alert, nor were they prepared. There were only 2 raging fires. His gaze was as if he were looking at the world's most precious treasure trove. She didn't even say a word. It was a heavy, forceful blow, as if it were about to break his head. He nodded vigorously. I'll go with you. Let's go now. I need to repair this ship. Chapter 191. Ling Xue's shock. Ling Xue ultimately couldn't resist her yearning for the unknown. She followed Jiang Yi and boarded the ferry boat on the river Styx. The moment my feet touched the deck, the sensation was off. It is neither like cold, hard steel nor like damp, moldy wood. Warm and smooth. You can even feel a pulse beating down there. Ling Xue was somewhat dazed. This feels so weird. Everything before her eyes was pushing the boundaries of her understanding. The material of the hull is indistinguishable. It is neither gold nor stone. Dark green vines were wrapped around the gunwale, their leaves still unfurling. They were living things. The most outrageous thing is that sail. The flowing light spots on it aren't paint. It's as if the stars in the sky have been forcibly woven into them. This isn't shipbuilding at all. It defies the common sense of physics. All the laws of engineering crumbled before this ship. Hey, newbie, your eyes are practically popping out of their sockets. A rather impolite voice brought Ling Xue back to her senses. She turned her head. Standing next to her was a girl in a bright red short skirt, with a pair of dragon horns on her head and a dragon tail behind her that was swishing impatiently. Ying Yao was crossing her arms and sweeping her from head to toe. They have very discerning eyes. Ling Shui didn't say anything, but shifted her gaze to the side. Upon seeing this, her pupils contracted slightly. Who are the people on this ship? There was a stunningly beautiful, short-haired woman playing with 2 daggers in her hands. There was a long-haired woman with a gentle demeanor, like a kind older sister next door. There was also a little girl with pigtails staring at her curiously. The last 2 are even more outrageous. One radiated a soft glow, like a goddess of flowers stepping out of a painting. The other was so aloof it seemed inhuman. With pointed ears, was it an elf? Although Ling Shui was not good at social etiquette, she still had intuition. The way these women looked at her wasn't exactly malicious, but it certainly wasn't exactly welcoming either. Especially the one with the long dragon horns. His hostility was practically written all over his face. What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll throw you in to feed the fish. Ying Yao felt uneasy under Ling Shui's cold gaze and bared her teeth fiercely. All right, Ying Yao, don't scare them away. Lin Jixia walked over, patted Ying Yao on the shoulder, then smiled and turned to Ling Shui, extending her hand generously. Hello, I'm Lin Jixia, the first mate of this ship. Welcome aboard. Her voice was soft, which made people unconsciously lower their guard. Ling Shui was stunned. She looked down at her hands, which were covered in black grime, and then at Lin Jixia's clean, white hands. It didn't move. Ling Shui. She gave her name and then pulled her hands behind her back. Dirty. Lin Jixia didn't care about anything else. She reached out and grabbed Ling Shui's oily fingers, even shaking them a couple of times. It's nothing. We'll still need you on the ship from now on. Lin Jixia smiled even more gently and began to recognize the somewhat stiff Ling Shui. That fierce-looking one is Ying Yao, the one in charge of fighting, the main attacker. Actually, she's all talk and no action. Humph. Ying Yao turned her head to the side, her nostrils pointing to the sky. That's when Sa, in charge of stealth assassinations. The short-haired mature woman not far away simply nodded, without offering any further expression. Those are Wen Ruan and Su Tao, and the 2 behind them are Flora and Ella. Ling Shui silently memorized the name. The shock in my heart grew stronger and stronger. These women all have very strong energy fluctuations, especially those 2 non-human races, whose auras were frighteningly pure. What exactly is this configuration? Where did Jiang Yi find such a group of monsters? Just then, I heard footsteps behind me. Jiang Yi changed into some dry clothes and came out, looking much more refreshed. Finished talking? He asked it casually. Captain. The girls responded enthusiastically. Ling Shui looked at Jiang Yi, who was standing in the middle. Surrounded by a group of stunningly beautiful women, the man showed no frivolousness on his face, but rather an air of self-assured control. This person is not simple. Ling Shui, come here. Jiang Yi waved to her. Let me show you your workstation. Ling Shui hesitated for a second, then stepped forward to follow. The 2 of them went down to the lower deck, one after the other. This is the heart of the entire ship. As the heavy alloy doors slid open to both sides, a surge of energy so intense it was almost tangible rushed out. Ling Shui suddenly stopped in her tracks. I held my breath. Right in the center of the cabin, a crystal emitting a 7-colored halo floats in the air. It's pulsating. Like the heart of a living thing, it beats, beats, beats. Countless emerald green vines became blood vessels, connecting the crystals and transmitting the powerful energy to every corner of the ship. Fragments of the heart of the world. Ling Shui's lips trembled. His finger involuntarily rose up, pointing at that thing, and he uttered 2 muffled syllables. This is... As someone who has dealt with machines for over a decade, she knows exactly what this is. The legends and textbooks. Theoretically the most perfect power source. Mythical materials that form the foundation of the world. How could this thing possibly exist? And how could it possibly be loaded onto a ship? Does it look all right? Jiang Yi leaned against the door, watching Ling Shui's naive and unworldly demeanor. This is the core power source. From now on, its maintenance, debugging, and upgrades will all be your responsibility. Besides this, the weapon system, the defense system, and that shape mimicry from earlier are also your job. Is this platform big enough for you to showcase your abilities? Ling Shui didn't hear what Jiang Yi was saying at all. Her auditory system seemed to be temporarily blocked from external signals. All that remained in my eyes was that pulsating, seven-colored crystal. She walked over step by step. That look in his eyes was like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing meat, or like the most devout believer seeing the true God appear. Fanaticism. He was even a little crazy. So beautiful. She muttered to herself, her hand reaching out into the air, wanting to touch but not daring to. They were afraid that the little bit of oil on their hands would tarnish this divine object. How does the structural energy loop work? It's not scientific, but it works, and that's the truth. Jiang Yi didn't disturb her. This reaction was exactly what he expected. If someone in the tech field could remain calm upon seeing this, that would be truly bizarre. This girl can't escape. Even if you kick her out now, she'd probably have to beg to stay. A long time passed. Ling Xue's fervor subsided slightly. She turned around and stared intently at Jiang Yi. The doubt and disdain that had been there before were long gone from those icy blue eyes, replaced by an almost worshipful conviction. I have a question. Her voice was a little hoarse. It was from excitement. Ask. We have the power source, but what about the ship's teeth? What's the main gun? With an engine of this caliber, it would be a waste not to pair it with a devastating main cannon. Jiang Yi curled the corners of his mouth slightly. He raised his hand and pointed to a blueprint that had been casually tossed onto the control panel in the corner. Well, see for yourself. Ling Xue rushed over and grabbed the blueprint. Spread it out. She glanced at the title, and her pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. There were several large characters written on it. Legendary Weapon, Netherworld Cannon Design Blueprint. Chapter 192 Fleet Armament. Netherworld Void Cannon. When Ling Xue saw those 5 words clearly, her breathing, which had just calmed down, became erratic again, and her chest heaved violently. As a top-tier mechanic, she had heard rumors about this thing. It was a product of the extreme forces of the Styx and the Void, capable of directly annihilating matter. This thing was forbidden, a powerful artifact specifically designed to dismantle gods. Are these drawings just left lying around in a corner? And judging from what he said, there was more than one door on the ship. Ling Xue felt her mind was in turmoil. The shocks she'd experienced today were far greater than anything she'd felt in the past decade or so combined. The fragments of the heart of the world, the form mimicry, and this cannon. Just how many terrifying secrets does this ship still hold? She looked up at Jiang Yi, her gaze changing. Before, it was trust. Now it held a hint of awe, and she even dared not look him directly in the eye. Where did this man come from? I've been looking at it for a while. What do you think of this cannon? Seeing her in a daze, Jiang Yi casually asked a question. Ling Xue snapped back to reality and took several deep breaths. She forced herself to stare at the blueprint, her gaze darting quickly across the lines. Gradually, a light appeared in her eyes. This design and the transmission loop are absolutely brilliant. She leaned closer to the blueprints, her fingertips trembling slightly. And this void energy binding field. So that's how it works? How could I have gotten so stuck on this before? She was talking to herself while looking at the blueprints, oblivious to the people around her. Jiang Yi didn't disturb her and waited on the side. Almost 20 minutes later, Ling Xue finally tore her gaze off the blueprint. It's very strong, ridiculously strong. She gave her evaluation, then her brows furrowed again. But, she paused. This thing still needs improvement. There's definitely room for enhancement. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Tell me about it. The energy conversion rate is too low. Ling Xue pointed to the module in the center of the blueprint, her voice urgent. At least 30% of the energy in the void crystal is lost during the conversion process. If we can recover that portion, the power can be increased by at least 20%. She then pointed to the cannon barrel. And the charging is too slow. The material limits the upper limit. The barrel can't withstand high-frequency energy impacts. If we change the material or redesign the heat dissipation structure, the rate of fire could at least double. When she talked about machinery, her tone revealed an undeniable confidence. Jiang Yi smiled, a hint of approval in his eyes. Everyone has their own expertise. Lin Jixia is good at managing the big picture, but for this kind of meticulous work, you really need a genius like Ling Xue. Okay, this is your job. Jiang Yi made the decision. Just bring me whatever materials you need. Go find Sister Jixia. As long as it's in the stock or you can buy it, feel free to use it. He held up one finger. I just want one result. In the shortest possible time, I want all the gun emplacements on this ship replaced with your improved Netherworld void cannons. Ling Shui froze for a moment. Unlimited supply? The most expensive part of our D is the consumables. Those rare gadgets are things you rarely even see. And this man actually says there's plenty? How much wealth does he actually have? However, she didn't ask any further questions. For someone like her, as long as she had enough materials and no budget limit, it was like paradise. Leave it to me. Ling Shui gritted her teeth, a surge of determination burning in her eyes. I guarantee I'll make you a huge machine. From then on, Ling Shui never left the engine room and the dock. Like a tireless bearing, she studied those parts day and night. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, found himself with plenty of free time. As life settled down, he found a comfortable spot on the deck. During the day, he lay motionless on a beach chair. Beside him was a cup of hot tea brewed by Wen Ruan, and he had a piece of fruit fed to him by Su Tao. Not far away, Ying Yao and Wen Sa were locked in a fierce battle, the wind whipping around them. Occasionally, he would tease Ella and give her some pointers on the star summoning spell, or he would follow Flora around, carrying a jug to water the garden. This kind of life made him feel relaxed. This tranquility is what he wants to protect. After nightfall, the girls all went back to their rooms. Jiang Yi walked alone to the bow of the ship. He took out the fragment of the heart of the world that he had captured. The thing glowed with an eerie light. Fragment, remains, of the mythical grade material, the heart of the world, detected. Should it be fused with the Styx fairy? Integration. The fusion process is expected to take 12 hours. During this time, some ship performance will be limited. Please be aware. Jiang Yi didn't get up. He simply sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to circulate his overlord body technique. The resonance left by the void sea still lingered, and the free floating energy in the air seeped into his pores like a trickle. He was tempering his physical body, and a faint rumble of thunder could be heard deep within his bones. My body is getting more and more solid every day. At dawn, the first rays of light shone on the deck. The system notification sounded on time. Fusion complete. The mythical class battleship Styx Fairy has successfully fused with Fragment, one of the heart of the world. Durability cap increased by 50%. Energy core recovery speed increased by 50%. The effect of the life praise aura has been increased by 30%. Core components have met upgrade requirements. Unlock new mythological trait. All things under heaven. All things under heaven. Your offspring Flora is deeply bound to this ship. She can forcibly cultivate plants imbued with divine pollution in any environment. Plant attributes are increased by 500%. She can control plants of the same origin within a 10-mile radius for offense and defense. Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. This feature was tailor-made for Flora. This means that the Styx Fairy is no longer just a boat, but a walking, terrifying divine garden. From now on, when we encounter the mechanical quartz scrap metal, we can save on cannonballs. If Flora were to lay the vines over there, she could probably shred all those iron lumps into dust. Happy. Just as they were enjoying themselves, Lin Jixia's voice came through the communicator, sounding breathless. Captain, look at the radar. The new communication signal is from the mechanical court. They've dispatched a new fleet, and they're coming towards us very quickly. Chapter 193 Divine Court Envoy. The new fleet of the mechanical gods. Jiang Yi suddenly straightened his back, which was leaning against the door frame. His brows furrowed slightly. The languid look in his eyes instantly turned icy. Without saying a word, he turned and strode into the captain's cabin. The alloy hatch slammed shut behind them with a hiss. The room was dimly lit. A huge holographic star map hung in midair, casting a pale blue light. Lin Jixia stood in front of the star map. The 10 fingers left after images on the virtual keyboard. Her face was as white as paper, and a fine layer of cold sweat seeped from her forehead. Captain, look here. She abruptly stopped, her fingertips pointing towards the edge of the star map. There was a scarlet light there. It was blindingly red. The light spot is tearing apart the coordinate grid on the star map at an illogical speed. It is approaching the Pangas Sea. The data just transmitted from Wang Ba's frontline reconnaissance ship. Lin Jixia took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Is that the enemy only has one ship? Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks. Just one? He tapped the metal control panel lightly with his knuckles. The mechanical gods had just lost their entire main fleet in this area. Even their high-ranking commanders were blasted to smithereens. At a time like this, we shouldn't mobilize a large army to clean up the mess. Instead, they sent out a single ship? What are they up to? Is this a suicide mission? Lin Jixia stared intently at the red dot, her pupils constricting. There is indeed only one. But its energy readings are ridiculously high. A series of glaring red warning pop-ups appeared on the screen. Preliminary scan results indicate at least peak level 9. And the speed is outrageous. None of the engine models in our database can achieve this kind of speed. Wang Ba and his team overloaded the thrusters so much that they couldn't even handle the exhaust fumes. They were thrown out of radar range in just 2 seconds. A cold glint appeared in Jiang Ye's eyes. A top-tier, high-speed Tier 9 warship. He single-handedly marched into his base camp. This guy is definitely not here to get himself killed. What do you want? To issue a challenge? Or do you want to play the decapitation game? He sneered. Lin Jixia shook her head, her brows furrowed tightly. I can't figure it out. The other side did not open any communication channels. They did not reveal any weapon systems. They didn't even broadcast the regular navigation announcements. They came straight at our Styx ferry's absolute coordinates with absolute precision. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. They came for him. It seems that the last barrage of fire didn't wake these tough guys up. Sister Jixia, switch the camera view. I want to see what kind of monster it is. Lin Jixia's fingers tapped rapidly. The holographic screen flickered. An image of a silver-white warship appeared. It's not very big. At most, it's a little over 100 meters long. Its shape is extremely bizarre. It is a perfect spindle shape. The outer casing is polished to a mirror-like smoothness, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. There are no external gun mounts. There are no radar antennas. There are no unnecessary protruding structures. It was so clean it gave me the creeps. Jiang Yi stared at the screen, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. System weaknesses identified. An invisible stream of data was flooding my mind. The light blue panel unfolded instantly. Target: Hermes, the messenger of the divine court. Quality: mythical level, prototype. Level: peak level 9. Status: warp drive. Core feature 1, super speed. Allows for faster than light jumps within spatial interlayers, ignoring 99% of physical obstacles. Core feature 2, divine word. Information can be forcibly implanted into a designated target through a special dimensional channel. It cannot be blocked or intercepted. Core feature 3, absolute neutrality. Before the holy word is transmitted, the ship exists in a dimensional rift. It cannot be hit by physical/energy attacks, nor can it launch any attacks. Note: this is a messenger ship personally crafted by the God Lord, the highest will of the mechanical divine court, using his own essence. Its appearance signifies only one thing: God is about to speak. A prototype of a myth? God. Jiang Yi stared at the characters flashing in his vision, his pupils suddenly contracting. Things are starting to get interesting. Apart from the ferry boat beneath his feet, which had just fused with fragments of the heart of the world, this was the first time he had ever seen a warship with the label mythical in the outside world. Even if it has a suffix indicating a prototype. Even if he's just a messenger who can't fire a gun. But the so-called God Lord, who can conjure a prototype mythical warship with his bare hands, must possess unfathomable strength. The mechanical god's trump cards were even more substantial than he had anticipated. Lin Jixia turned to look at Jiang Yi, her eyes filled with anxiety. Captain, what do we do? Radar indicates that the other side has some kind of force field protection. Its absolute neutrality is too unfair. Our conventional shells probably wouldn't even be enough to tickle it. Should we activate the highest level of defense? Jiang Yi waved his hand. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. Don't be nervous. We can't just leave our guests standing outside after they've come all this way. Since you insist on seeing me, then let's meet. He reached out and stroked his chin, his eyes growing cold. I want to hear what kind of big fart that so-called god hiding behind the iron shell has in store for me to utter. He pressed down on the full-band communicator on the table. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan. The entire fleet retreats. Make way. Let it in. There was a half-second of silence on the communicator. Immediately following was a loud, unrestrained roar from the two men. Understood, boss. There was no questioning, only absolute obedience. Half an hour later. Center of the Pangas Sea. The sea breeze has stopped. Dark clouds are looming overhead. The Styx ferry, like a black behemoth, lay silently in the middle of the sea. The periphery. The hundreds of warships under Pangu Ark's command formed a huge circle with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. Steel walls, formidable fortifications. All the side armor of the warships was opened. Main guns, secondary guns, and close-in weapon systems were all deployed. Thousands of dark, metallic cannon barrels were pointed in unison at the center of the circle, pointing towards the sky. On deck, the crew members gripped their weapons tightly. His breathing was heavy and labored. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. Sudden, a bright silver light appeared at the edge of the field of vision. The light pierced the clouds, accompanied by a sonic boom that tore at eardrums and approached rapidly. It's so fast that it's impossible for the naked eye to see it. 1 second, it was still on the horizon. The next second, the violent air currents exploded on the sea surface. The Hermes has arrived. It came to an abrupt stop, defying the laws of physics, just 1 kilometer in mid-air from the ferry across the river Styx. It hovered steadily. The smooth, silver hull reflected the surging seawater below and the densely packed warships around it. The hatch was tightly shut. There was no roar of engines. There was no fluctuation of energy. Not even a breeze was stirred. Hundreds of massive armed warships surrounded this small boat, which was only 100 meters long. The scene exudes an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. The sea was deathly still. All that remained was the sound of waves crashing against the hull. Time passed second by second. Sudden, without any warning, an extremely deep, flat, and emotionless electronic synthesized voice crashed directly into Jiang Ye's cerebral cortex. It was as if someone was stirring his brain with a cold awl. Immortal, Jiang Yi, your existence has polluted the established order of the universe. Your arrogance has angered the supreme deity. I am the divine lord, the sole will of the mechanical divine court, the absolute representative of the cosmic order. Now, in the name of God, I grant you the grace of one last choice. Kneel down. Surrender your warships. Surrender everything you've plundered. Become my most lowly servant. I will forgive your blasphemy. I will grant you an eternal, indestructible mechanical body. Or, reject. Then take your shattered fleet, your women, and your laughable mortal ambitions. Under my divine punishment, I will be reduced to cosmic dust. Mortal, make your choice. God's patience is limited. The voice in my mind abruptly stopped. The lingering sound, however, echoed in my nerves like a needle prick. Jiang Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the captain's cabin. His posture was upright. He remained silent for a full 3 seconds. There was no anger. There was no fear. Then, his shoulders trembled slightly. A low chuckle escaped his throat. The laughter grew louder and louder, eventually turning into unrestrained, maniacal laughter. God. I'm going to be God. He turned around abruptly, grabbed the highest privilege communicator on the console with one hand. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging. He pressed his thumb heavily on the fleet broadcast button. He stared at the towering silver warship outside the window. The killing intent in his eyes was palpable. The sound traveled along the radio waves, crashing into the speakers of every warship like thunder. Everyone has one. Listen to my command. Main gun, secondary gun, missile silo, everything on the ship that can be fired, load it to the brim. Aim at that tin turtle up ahead that's acting all mysterious. Bomb them to death. I'm going to give it a try today. It's that bullshit, absolutely neutral hard. My cannon barrel is still the hardest. There was a deathly silence on the radio channel for less than a fraction of a second. Lin Jixia had already shared the intelligence that the attack on the ship had failed with all the captains via the intranet. Logically speaking, fighting would be pointless. But only 1 second had passed. The sound of metal clanging as levers were frantically pushed and pulled came from the weapon control consoles of each warship. The boss's words are law. The boss said to bomb. So let's bomb. Who cares about gods? Who cares about neutrality? Who cares about dimensional gaps? Just do it. The continuous low-frequency vibrations, like the roar of an ancient beast, exploded on the sea surface. Hundreds of warships, thousands of cannon barrels. At the same time, a blinding light shone from the depths. Ling Shui's newly modified Netherworld Void Cannon displayed terrifying power. Intense purple energy rapidly converged and compressed at the cannon muzzle. The extremely high concentration of energy caused the surrounding air to distort violently, visible to the naked eye. Even the light was swallowed up. The seawater on the surface of the sea is pushed apart by an invisible force field, forming huge whirlpools. The intelligence systems of hundreds of ships simultaneously emitted cold, impersonal alerts. Thousands of dark, gaping cannon muzzles. They locked onto the silver warship in midair. The countdown to destruction has reached 0. Chapter 194 Divine Punishment Cannon. Jiang Ye's order was the most direct provocation against the God Lord. The Hermes ship in the distance trembled slightly. A grand, cold voice echoed in Jiang Ye's mind once more. This time, it was tinged with obvious anger. Idiot! How dare you disobey me? Court death! You think you can hurt me with all this junk? Jiang Ye's lips curled up in a smile. Let's see if it can hurt you. He raised his arm and swung it down hard. Fire! Boom! Hundreds of main cannons fired simultaneously. The sound was deafening. The two Netherworld Void cannons on Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's flagship fired purple annihilation beams. These two beams were extremely fast and rushed towards the Hermes. Hundreds of energy beams of various colors followed closely behind. A massive energy surge spread across the sea. The energy from this salvo was enough to obliterate a large island. Hermes made no attempt to evade. The moment the purple annihilation beam was about to strike it, buzz! A very thin layer of golden light appeared on the surface of its hull. Laugh! No explosion occurred. The Netherworld Void Cannon, powerful enough to instantly kill a level 8 peak lord, vanished the moment it touched the golden light shield. The surrounding air didn't even ripple. Hundreds of subsequent energy beams struck the shield and vanished instantly. None of the attacks caused any damage to the Hermes. Absolutely neutral. This mythical trait demonstrates extremely high defensive capabilities. Wang Ba slammed his hand on the control panel. Holy crap! What the hell is this thing? It's incredibly creepy. Lu Yuan stared intently at the screen. His face darkened. The attack from the Netherworld Void Cannon was completely blocked. This was the first time. The god's voice rang out again, tinged with obvious mockery. Did you see that clearly? An ant. Before the laws of nature, your power is utterly useless. That's the difference. Now, I no longer intend to take you as my servant. You only deserve to be judged. The words had barely left his mouth. The space above the Hermes was distorted. A dark golden magic circle appeared. The circle was composed of dense mechanical gear patterns. In the center of the magic circle, a black cannon muzzle with a diameter of over 100 meters gradually took shape. High-intensity energy fluctuations emanated from the muzzle of the cannon. The seawater in the Pangu Sea was churning violently. Huge waves kept crashing against the hull. The sky darkened rapidly. Lightning flashed through the thick clouds. The surroundings were dark. Experience despair. This is divine punishment. Divine punishment cannon judgment. The voice of the deity echoed over the sea. Lin Jixia stared intently at the holographic screen. Her face turned extremely pale. Captain, the readings have exceeded the limit. The instruments can't handle it. They can't calculate it anymore. This energy level is definitely above the 10th level. More than 10 levels. This means that a single strike could destroy an entire continent. This is true divine power. The crew members were pale. Faced with this level of energy, the fleet's defenses appear extremely vulnerable. There is absolutely no possibility of counterattack. The surroundings were deathly silent. Jiang Yi stood in the center of the bridge. His expression was calm. He didn't back down. His eyes were fixed on the huge cannon muzzle on the screen. Energy exceeding the 10th order. Divine punishment. Good. Let's see if this so-called divine punishment is more powerful or if his mythical warship is stronger. Jiang Yi pressed the ship-wide broadcast button. Attention, team. Activate the annihilation field. Power up to maximum. Styx ferry ready. Ghost shuttle ready to launch. His voice did not tremble at all. The previously panicked crew members calmed down slightly. They watched Jiang Yi's retreating figure. Maybe. The captain still has a trump card up his sleeve. The dark golden cannon muzzle high in the sky has completed its charging. A blinding golden light gathered inside the cannon's muzzle. The intense light illuminated the dim sea surface. The beam of light could be fired at any time. A suppressed energy field covered the entire sea area. Jiang Yi raised his head, looking at the divine punishment that was about to descend. He grinned. You want to judge me? You dare to challenge me? He raised his right arm and gave the middle finger to the sky. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed the communicator and issued the second order. Sister Jixia, take out that thing of ours too. Yes, Netherworld Dragon Breath. You want to go against the tide, right? Chapter 195 Cannon. Jiang Yi's order left Lin Jixia stunned. Optical wave? To clash with a giant cannon that is more than 10th in rank? That's a bit too much of a joke. The Netherworld Dragon Breath is indeed very powerful, but at most, its destructive power is only at the peak of level 9. The energy levels are completely unequal. This is like throwing an egg against a rock. Lin Jixia stared at the screen, her voice trembling. Captain, are you crazy? That's a level 10. Jiang Yi stood still, his expression unchanged. Stop talking nonsense. Just do as I say. Lin Jixia clenched her teeth tightly. She closed her eyes briefly. In the end, she chose to carry out the order. Her fingers immediately began to tap rapidly on the control panel. The next second, the menacing dragon bone sculpture at the bow of the Styx ferry raised its head. A deep, dark light suddenly ignited in his eyes. The dragon's jaws slowly opened. Extremely concentrated black energy began to rapidly compress and converge within the giant maw. In terms of sheer imposing presence, it certainly can't compare to the divine punishment cannon high in the sky. However, this Styx aura, which purely represents death and end, exudes an extremely strong destructive fluctuation. The gods aboard the Hermes noticed something amiss. Oh, you idiot, you want to fight me head-on? You think you can use your junk? Interesting. Very interesting. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Turn to ashes and despair. The divine cannon high in the sky unleashed its energy. Boom! A bright golden beam of light, over 100 meters in diameter, pierced the sky. It plummeted down with an immense sense of pressure. The space around the beam of light crumbled inch by inch. The clouds evaporated instantly. All that remained in the field of vision was a vast expanse of golden light. Jiang Yi's roar drowned out the roar of energy. Now, open fire. Roar. The keel sculpture at the bow of the ferry on the river Styx trembled violently, emitting a silent dragon's roar. A similarly thick black beam of energy shot into the sky, the breath of the Netherworld dragon. It lacked the immense pressure of golden light. It merely exuded an extreme chill. Everyone stared intently at the holographic screen. Even their breathing stopped completely. Two beams of destructive light, one gold and one black, representing different laws, clashed violently in mid-air. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was also no stalemate or tug-of-war of energy counteraction. The first moment of contact, the black, ghostly dragon breath began to disintegrate rapidly. It was effortlessly crushed, devoured, and purified by the golden pillar of divine punishment. The difference in levels is simply too great. The divine punishment beam encountered almost no resistance, continuing its terrifying force as it pressed down on the Pangu Arc fleet. It's over. That was the only thought left in everyone's mind. The crew members' faces lost all color, turning a sickly pale. The golden beam of death is about to engulf the entire fleet. Just a moment ago, Jiang Yi spoke up. His tone was flat and monotone. Ghostly shuttle. Activate. Buzz. The ferry boat on the river Styx shook violently. Immediately afterwards, the entire ship, along with all friendly warships within a 10-mile radius, collectively became illusory. The ship's hull has completely broken free from the current spatial dimension. This is the all things in the universe characteristic unlocked after fusing the fragments of the heart of the world. A group of ghosts roamed around. Laugh. The golden beam of light slammed down. It directly penetrated the illusory image of the Pangu Ark fleet. It crashed heavily onto the sea below. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted on the planet's surface. The seawater within a radius of tens of kilometers around the point of impact evaporated instantly. A huge, bottomless hole appeared in the sea. The dark seabed below was completely exposed. After a brief pause, the endless seawater began to surge back in frantically. Towering waves surged thousands of meters high, forming continuous, towering walls of water that crashed in all directions. The players watching remotely were utterly horrified and speechless. Power beyond the 10th rank. This is an absolute natural disaster. The energy of the divine punishment cannon lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. A huge deep-sea whirlpool was left on the surface of the sea. The fleet of Pangu's Ark has long since disappeared. Humph, ants. The mechanical voice of the gods echoed inside the Hermes, filled with the arrogance of victors. That fleet must have been completely evaporated. However, a voice suddenly came from behind. What are you looking for? Are you blind? The deity suddenly turned the detector around. The source of the sound was instantly located. Less than 100 meters behind the Hermes, a ripple spread through the air. The Styx ferry, which should have been destroyed, quietly sailed away. The outer armor was completely free of scratches. On the bow deck, the mortal was watching this scene with a look of amusement. How is that possible? A burst of static appeared in the divine voice. It was a data fluctuation indicating shock. You actually dodged it. Jiang Yi picked at his ear, his face completely indifferent. Otherwise what? Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to confront you head-on? I was just teasing an idiot. Now, there's nothing left to play. The smile on his face quickly turned cold, and a chilling murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's my turn. Jiang Yi slowly raised his right arm. His 5 fingers were spread open. A ball of pitch black, spinning void energy quickly took shape in the palm of his hand. This is a new ability after absorbing the void core. Control of the void. Jiang Yi's voice was so cold it felt like ice crystals were falling out. You like playing with cannons, huh? Well then, let me show you what it feels like to be blasted to smithereens by your own cannon. The void energy ball in his palm suddenly exploded. An invisible, yet extremely powerful void law instantly spread out. It directly enveloped the Hermes in the distance. And above it, the muzzle of the divine punishment cannon, which has not yet completely dissipated. What are you trying to do? The voice of the deity finally betrayed a hint of genuine panic. It discovered this in horror. His control over the divine punishment cannon was being forcibly stripped away. Jiang Yi grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. What are you doing? Of course, we'll return it to you in its original form. Divine Punishment Cannon. Target locked on Hermes. Smash it. Chapter 196, Earth-Shattering. Boom. A muffled roar exploded between the sea and the sky. At the bow of the Styx ferry, the grotesque dragon bone sculpture suddenly raised its head. A silent, mournful dragon roar echoed through the air. A jet-black pillar of energy shot into the sky, carrying a violent, all-tearing force, crashing head-on into the golden divine punishment cannon hurtling down from the heavens. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion as imagined, nor was there a stalemate between 2 opposing forces. The scene was eerily quiet for a second. The moment the black, ghostly dragon breath came into contact with the golden light, it was like snowflakes under the blazing sun uncertainly crushed, devoured, and forcibly purified. The difference in levels is simply too great. This is not a clash of forces from the same dimension at all. The golden pillar of divine punishment encountered almost no real resistance. Its descent didn't even slow down in the slightest. It continued its suffocatingly terrifying force, relentlessly pressing down on the Pangu Ark fleet below. It's over. It's all over. This was the only thought that flashed through the minds of all the crew members at that moment. The control room was deathly silent. The crew members' faces drained of all color in an instant, turning a sickly pale white. Some trembled uncontrollably. Others' legs gave way, and they collapsed onto the cold metal floor. A deathly aura of despair permeated the room. The golden beam of death had filled all the monitor screens. It was about to engulf the entire fleet, evaporating everything here, along with the seawater, into nothingness. Just a moment before destruction was about to strike, Jiang Ye's voice rang out precisely on the ship's loudspeaker. His tone was flat and devoid of any inflection. There was no fear, no anxiety. Not even the slightest emotional fluctuation could be detected. Ghostly shuttle. Activate. Buzz. The massive hull of the Styx ferry shook violently, emitting a low, buzzing sound. Then, a miracle happened. The entire flagship, along with all friendly warships within a 10-mile radius, collectively became illusory, like a flickering projection on an old television set. Jiang Yi felt a slight warmth in his chest. That was the Senluo Wanxian characteristic unlocked after fusing with the fragments of the heart of the world. A group of ghosts roamed around. The massive fleet, the instant the beam of light struck, instantly detached itself from its current spatial dimension and retreated into a ghostly plane unaffected by matter and energy. Laugh! A piercing shriek tore through the sky. The golden beam of light, carrying devastating and violent energy, crashed down, piercing directly through the illusory image of the Pangu Arc fleet. It encountered no resistance and slammed heavily into the deep blue sea below. Rumble! A deafening roar erupted across the entire surface of the planet. The sound waves materialized into a blast of air, instantly tearing the clouds high in the sky to shreds. Centered on the point of impact, the seawater within a radius of tens of kilometers evaporated completely within a fraction of a second of contact with the golden light. Not even a wisp of water had time to rise before it was utterly obliterated by the intense heat. A huge, bottomless hole appeared directly on the calm sea surface. The dark, deep seabed below was completely exposed to the air. The rocks on the seabed melted instantly into dark red magma under the high temperature. After a brief pause, the laws of physics regained control of the sea. The endless seawater around them began to rush in, filling this enormous abyss. Towering waves surged over 1,000 meters high, forming a continuous, towering wall of water. With devastating force, they crashed in all directions. Islands along the way were struck by the water walls, instantly shattering into pieces and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Players watching remotely were glued to the live stream screen. The entire online chat remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Everyone was horrified. Their throats were dry. They were completely speechless. Power surpassing the 10th tier, exceeding the limits of what players can currently comprehend. This is an absolute natural disaster. A full half-minute passed before the live stream chat started scrolling wildly. Holy crap, is this the kind of damage a carbon-based life form could inflict? A dimensional reduction attack. This is absolutely a dimensional reduction attack. Who understands this? It's hopeless. This move has completely destroyed the sea. Jiang Shun and his men will definitely be wiped out. Not even ashes will be left. This game is still playable? Game designer, you should come out and take your punishment. The terrifying energy of the divine punishment cannon lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. The golden light faded away. A massive deep-sea whirlpool was left on the surface of the ocean. The seawater churned and roared. As for the fleet of Pangu's Ark, it had long since vanished without a trace. Not even a single piece of metal debris remained. Humph, insects. The mechanical voice of the deity echoed throughout the vast interior of the Hermes, filled with the arrogance and disdain of a superior looking down upon all living beings. In its underlying logic, that fleet must have been completely vaporized, along with that arrogant human, turning into cosmic dust. However, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind. The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly penetrated the Hermes receiver. What are you looking for? Are you blind? The divine entity's internal systems suddenly froze. The massive detectors frantically changed direction, instantly locking onto the source of the sound behind them. Less than 100 meters behind the Hermes, in what had been an empty space, a transparent ripple suddenly appeared in the air. The Styx ferry, which should have been completely destroyed by the divine punishment cannon, quietly sailed out of the void. The jet-black hull gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. The outer armor was spotless, as if it were brand new. It wasn't melted at all. There wasn't even a single scratch on it. The very front of the bow deck. That mortal in its eyes. One hand was in its pocket, the other casually picking at its ear. It stared at them with a mocking amusement. How is this possible? A piercing static noise suddenly appeared in the divine voice. The energy indicator lights on the surface of the Hermes began to flash erratically and uncontrollably. That was a data fluctuation that indicated extreme shock. Its logic processing module almost crashed because of this screen. You actually dodged it. Jiang Yi lowered his hand, flicked his nails, and looked completely indifferent. Otherwise what? He raised one eyebrow, his gaze as if he were looking at an idiot. You really think I'd be stupid enough to stand still and fight you head on? That last move, was it to fool idiots? Jiang Yi muttered to himself, scoffing. Has this iron lump's brain rusted? Does he really think he can wipe out the whole thing with a single powerful attack? The clown is you. Now, there's nothing left to play. The smile on his face vanished instantly. The temperature gradually dropped to freezing. A chilling, murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. It's my turn. Jiang Yi slowly raised his right arm, fingers spread wide, aiming at the enormous creature in front of him. A jet black, constantly spinning ball of void energy rapidly formed in his palm. All light surrounding the energy ball was swallowed up. Even space itself cracked with fine black fissures due to this power. This is a brand new ability unlocked after absorbing the void core. Control of the void. Jiang Yi's voice was so cold it felt like ice crystals were falling from it. Every word carried an unquestionable, judgmental tone. You like playing with cannons, right? Well, then let me show you what it's like to be blasted to smithereens by your own cannon. The moment the words fell, the void energy ball in his palm suddenly exploded. An invisible yet extremely powerful void law instantly spread out along the spatial veins, like an invisible net, directly enveloping the Hermes in the distance. Moreover, this force of law even surged upwards, locking onto the muzzle of the divine punishment cannon above the Hermes, which had not yet completely dissipated. Warning! Warning! Low-level privileges have been illegally compromised. Core control is being lost. Inside the Hermes, piercing alarms blared in unison. The holographic projections all turned a dangerous crimson. What are you going to do? A hint of genuine panic finally crept into the deity's voice. The electronic audio became shrill and distorted with fear. It discovered with utter horror that its highest control over the divine punishment cannon within its system was being forcibly stripped away by an incomprehensible and domineering force. The progress bar was being altered at a visible speed. Jiang Yi grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. His smile was as ferocious as that of a demon who had just crawled out of hell. What are you doing? His voice, amplified by the laws of the void, directly blasted into the God Lord's electronic brain. Of course, we'll return it to you in its original form. Jiang Yi clenched his right fist tightly. His knuckles turned white from the force. The veins on his arm bulged. He stared at the deity and uttered the final command, word by word. Divine punishment cannon. Target locked. Hermes. Smash it. Chapter 197 Void Backlash and the God's Wrath. Divine punishment cannon. Target Hermes. Blast it to pieces. Jiang Yi's voice, like the whisper of death, echoed across the sea. His instructions were given without hesitation or leaving any room for maneuver. Above the Hermes, the dark golden magic circle that had not yet completely dissipated trembled violently under the forceful intervention of the laws of the void. The control that originally belonged to the God Lord was being stripped away by Jiang Yi in a brutal and tyrannical manner. Warning! Warning! The authority over the laws is being usurped by an unknown force. Core system attempted countermeasure, but failed. Countermeasure failed. The energy transfer circuit has been forcibly modified, and the target lock command has been overwritten. The voice of the gods inside the Hermes gradually transformed from initial panic into an unbelievable rage. You lowly mortal, how dare you blaspheme divine power? You think you can hurt me like this? How naive. The sacred and absolute law of neutrality is beyond the comprehension of mortals like you. The God Lord tried his best to regain control, but Jiang Yi's control over the void was now displaying an extraordinary domineering power. The void is one of the most fundamental substances in the universe. It is formless and shapeless, yet it can erode everything and distort the laws of nature. Jiang Ye's control over the void is precisely because he draws on the power of the void's core, giving him a natural ability to suppress the laws. Stop talking nonsense and enjoy your divine punishment. Jiang Yi sneered, and the residual power of the void energy ball in his palm instantly erupted, completely locking onto the target of the divine punishment cannon. Rumble. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the divine punishment cannon, which was originally meant to bombard the Panguark fleet, actually turned its muzzle around. Without any warning, it aimed directly at the silver-white Hermes ship below. Impossible. For the first time, the god's electronic voice carried a trembling of despair. It couldn't understand how a mortal, a being so insignificant in its eyes, could achieve this. It could not accept that the divine punishment it was so proud of would turn against it. The blinding golden light gathered again inside the cannon muzzle, even more violent and intense than before. A golden beam of light, over 100 meters in diameter, crashed down from the sky with an aura of annihilation. Target, Hermes. Warning. Warning. Super 10th Order energy attack locked on. The principle of absolute neutrality has been compromised and cannot be completely resisted. Emergency defense plan activated. Emergency defense plan activated. The Hermes ship trembled violently, and a thick golden light shield instantly expanded, attempting to withstand the attack from divine punishment. However, this golden light shield was the very same divine law that had previously withstood the attack from the Panguark fleet. It can resist external attacks, but its effectiveness is greatly reduced when faced with the divine punishment that is of the same origin but distorted. Boom! The golden beam of light slammed into the hull of the Hermes. This time, there was no silent annihilation like before. Instead, a deafening roar erupted. A violent energy shockwave spread outwards from the Hermes in all directions. The sea was torn apart, the air was scorched, and even the Panguark fleet several kilometers away could feel the terrifying heat wave rushing towards them. The Hermes creaked under the bombardment of the golden beams of light. The smooth, mirror-like shell began to develop cracks, which spread rapidly. The golden light shield shattered in less than 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, the golden beam of energy pierced straight through the hull of the Hermes. There was no explosion, only pure annihilation. Golden beams of light pierced through the top of the ship and emerged from the bottom. The Hermes, this mythical, prototype, messenger ship, was pierced by a huge hole by its own divine punishment. Inside the ship, countless energy circuits and mechanical structures were instantly vaporized, and a piercing alarm sounded from the core area. It did not disintegrate directly like the Star Council's warships, but instead resembled a huge, empty shell with its internal organs emptied, teetering precariously in the air. No, this is impossible. Mortal, how dare you? The god's roar echoed in Jiang Ye's mind, filled with endless anger and resentment. It could not accept that its messenger ship would be destroyed in this way. Jiang Ye's expression remained calm. He withdrew his hand, the void energy in his palm already exhausted. Nothing is impossible. Don't you like playing with cannons? I'm just letting you experience what it's like to be bombarded by your own cannons. His tone was icy, and his gaze swept over the teetering hull of the Hermes. So you are a god? You can continue to be stubborn, or you can come back and experience the power of a mortal like me for yourself. The Hermes swayed a few times in the air, but ultimately could not hold on, and, trailing a plume of black smoke, plunged straight into the sea. Boom! The seawater was smashed into a huge splash, and the silvery, white hull floated on the surface of the sea, no longer showing any energy fluctuations. It completely lost its power and became a pile of scrap metal. The world channel is now in complete chaos. Sea area. Pangu Sea area. Player. Captain Blackshark. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. What did I just see? The divine punishment cannon backfired. Sea area. Golden Sea area. Player. Storm Lord. Is Jiang Yi a monster? He can actually control the divine punishment cannon. That's power beyond the 10th rank. Sea area. Stick Sea area. Player. Wang Ba Ha? Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. What kind of bullshit god is he? He's still being played with by boss. C area. Stick C area. Player. Lu Yuan. I knew it. When the boss takes action, there's nothing he can't handle. The mechanical god court is going to lose all face this time. C area. Unknown C area. Player. Mysterious man. The Void Master. This mortal has actually comprehended a portion of the powers of the Void laws. This is troublesome. C area. World channel. Player. Spectator. Jiang Yi is a real god. First he rammed the mechanical god court's fleet like bumper cars. Then he chewed the mothership like chewing gum. And now he can even turn the god lord's divine punishment cannon around and bombard its own ship. How can anyone compete with this? C area. World channel. Player. Mechanical believer. Impossible. The god is supreme. This must be an illusion. A trick of mortals. C area. World channel. Player. Prophet. The maritime landscape has completely changed. Jiang Yi will be the pioneer of a new era. Inside the fleet of Panga's Ark, there was jubilation. All the crew members witnessed firsthand how Jiang Yi turned the divine punishment backfire, blasting the once invincible Hermes into the sea. This shock was more intense than any previous victory. Lin Jixiao looked at the image on the holographic screen showing the Hermes completely losing signal and breathed a long sigh of relief. Her face was still somewhat pale, but her eyes were filled with fervent adoration for Jiang Yi. Captain, you are truly amazing. She had already prepared for the worst, and was even prepared to activate the highest level of defense for the Styx ferry and forcibly evacuate with Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi turned the tide once again in this unexpected way. Ying Yao and Wen Sa also rushed into the captain's cabin, with Ying Yao excitedly waving her fist. Boss, you're absolutely awesome. What god king? He's still completely outmaneuvered by you. Although Wen Sa didn't speak, her cold eyes gleamed with excitement. She had witnessed countless methods of assassination and counter-assassination, but Jiang Ye's method of directly turning the enemy's ultimate weapon against the enemy was unheard of and overturned her understanding. Wen Ruan and Su Tao also ran over, with Wen Ruan looking at Jiang Yi with concern. Brother Jiang Yi, are you alright? That was so scary. Su Tao hid behind Wen Ruan, peeking out half her head and muttering softly, I was so scared, but Brother Jiang Yi is so amazing. Jiang Yi looked at them and felt the intense consumption of void energy within his body, but his face showed no signs of fatigue. He merely frowned slightly. While his control over the void was powerful, the consumption of that power was also astonishing. That attack just now almost drained most of his void energy reserves. If it weren't for the infinite void crystals as a backup, he wouldn't dare to squander them so recklessly. I'm fine, Jiang Yi reassured her, then turned his gaze to Lin Jixia. Sister Jixia, have the recovery team salvage the wreckage of the Hermes. This thing is a treasure. Lin Jixia nodded immediately and turned around to give instructions. Jiang Ye's eyes were deep. He knew that this victory was only temporary. The god is enraged, and its revenge will be even more ferocious. However, at the same time, he also gained a clearer understanding of the god lord and the mechanical divine court behind him. A mythical level, prototype, messenger ship, personally crafted by the god lord using his own essence. Jiang Yi silently recited the Hermes' notes in his mind. To be able to conjure a prototype mythical warship with one's bare hands, this god lord's strength is absolutely unfathomable. The mechanical god's trump cards are even more substantial than he anticipated. However, a cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Ye's mouth. The stronger the enemy, the richer the spoils. He looked out the window at the massive deep-sea whirlpool blasted out by the divine punishment cannon, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The real battle has only just begun. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the mechanical god court was enraged and hadn't fully reacted yet to increase his strength as much as possible. The wreckage of the Hermes will be the key to the transformation of the Styx ferry and even the entire Pangu Ark fleet, once again. Chapter 198 Loot and the Laws of the Void. The wreckage of the Hermes was salvaged by the recovery team and placed on the deck of the Styx ferry. A huge hole had been torn open in the center of the silver-white hull. The metal edges were severely dented inwards. The once smooth outer shell is now covered with dense cracks and has lost its luster. Ying Yao circled the wreckage twice. She stretched out her dragon claw and tapped the hull, making a crisp sound. Is this piece of junk really a prototype of a mythical ship? It doesn't even feel as sturdy as the boss's ship. Wen Sa squatted down beside it. She stared intently at the fractured surface of the wreckage, her gaze sweeping back and forth among the complex metal structures. Lin Zhixiao led Ling Shui onto the deck. The moment Ling Shui saw the wreckage, her pupils dilated slightly. She ran forward and placed her hands on the cold metal surface. Her fingertips slid quickly along the cracks. This is shape memory metal. No, it's not ordinary. It can withstand ultra-high-pressure energy impacts. Look at this nanoscale self-repairing unit. Even when it was completely destroyed, it was forcibly severed by the power of the laws. She was talking rapidly, completely ignoring the people around her. Jiang Yi looked at her almost insane state, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. How is it, Ling Shui? Is this pile of scrap metal usable? Ling Shui suddenly raised her head. A few strands of silver hair fell across her forehead. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her breathing was rapid. It's useful. It's fucking useful. Captain, this material, this energy circuit, this space engine technology, these are all things we've never seen before. She took a deep breath. Especially that super speed property. If we could reverse engineer our Styx ferry, it would definitely be able to break the speed of light. Her hands clenched tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Jiang Yi nodded. Ji Xia, Ling Shui, you two are responsible for completely dismantling this ship. Take all the useful technology, materials, and blueprints. He glanced at the hole in the wreckage. Especially the properties of swiftness and holy word. I need to know exactly how they work. Lin Zhixia and Ling Shui immediately agreed. Lin Zhixia began retrieving the equipment's overall data. Ling Shui directly began physical disassembly and reverse engineering. The two worked together seamlessly, and the disassembly progressed extremely quickly. During the disassembly process, system prompts kept popping up in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding. Successfully recovered mythical grade material. Swift engine core fragment. Ding. Successfully recovered legendary material. Void law resonator. Ding. Successfully retrieved epic blueprint. Space folding engine, fragmented. Ding. Special item successfully retrieved. Divine mark, not activated. A large amount of high-level loot has been acquired. Jiang Yi is in a good mood. Especially that inactive divine mark. It's strange. Is this divine mark a clone of that guy? Or some kind of access key? Jiang Yi pondered to himself. He casually put the mark into his backpack, leaving it for later processing. He handed the core fragment of the divine speed engine to Ling Shui, instructing her to prioritize unlocking its properties and see if it could be installed on the Styx ferry. As for the void law resonator, Jiang Yi kept it for himself. This thing was the key to his breakthrough of the laws of the void. The dismantling work on deck continued. Jiang Yi turned and returned to the captain's cabin. He took out the fragments of the void laws he had accumulated and placed them on the table along with the newly acquired resonator. The power of void control is sufficient, but it consumes too much mana. Moreover, my understanding of this law is still too shallow. Jiang Yi closed his eyes. His mental energy extended outward, touching the energy field of the fragments of the laws. The energy from the fragments surged into his mind along with his spiritual power. The structure of the void gradually unfolded in his consciousness. The resonator beside him vibrated, amplifying the faint fluctuations of void energy around him. Jiang Ye's perception became exceptionally clear. The energy of the void is not monolithic. It is distorted, annihilated, spatially folded, and dimensionally disordered. Various forces are intertwined. Previously, he would only throw this energy out like a bomb. Now, he's trying to unravel the threads of this power. Time passed. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Ye's forehead. The analysis of the laws consumes a great deal of mental energy. Whenever his consciousness touched the core area, he encountered a strong repulsion. That force rebounded along the mental connection, pulling at his nerves. The pressure from the laws of nature was extremely heavy. An ordinary person would have had their brain collapse long ago. But Jiang Yi had the overlord body to support him. His mental barrier was far thicker than that of ordinary people. In addition, His previous adaptation in the Void Sea gave him a certain degree of resistance to this energy backlash. The excruciating pain relentlessly assaulted his brain. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Consciousness was thrown back, only to crash back down. Failure. Start again. I don't know how much time passed. A muffled sound came from the depths of Jiang Ye's mind. The barrier that blocked consciousness shattered. He suddenly opened his eyes. A pure, dark glint flashed deep within his pupils. Ding. The skill Void Mastery has been upgraded to Void Laws, incomplete. Skill, Void Laws, fragment, mythical red. Quality myth. Effect. Gains initial mastery of the powers of the Void Laws. Can precisely manipulate void energy, distort space, tear dimensions, and briefly influence the laws. Skill strength and range increase with mental power. Additional damage against mechanical constructs increased to 300%. Note, this is only a glimpse into the laws of the void, but it is enough to touch upon higher dimensional power. The void energy within his body became docile. Jiang Yi flexed his fingers, causing the space at his fingertips to slightly distort. He smiled with satisfaction. The incomplete version of the law. The road ahead is still long. Even the incomplete version is several dimensions better than the previous crude control, especially that 300% special attack against mechanical enemies. Next time I encounter those mechanical behemoths, it'll be even easier to dismantle them. The world chat was still flooded with messages about the battle that had just taken place. Cultists of the mechanical god court. The god lord will never let him get away with this. A heretic who blasphemes against the gods. He will definitely be struck down by divine punishment. Captain of the Free Alliance. Divine punishment. My foot. Wasn't that cannonball just now divine punishment? It ended up blowing itself up. All those bastards from the mechanical god court are good for his talking big. Veteran player. I just checked the data. That Hermes is a top-tier messenger ship. It has the traits of super speed and absolute neutrality. How did Jiang Yi manage to destroy it? Data analyst. The data on Jiang Ye's fleet, especially the flagship, is completely unreasonable. All parties absolutely need to reassess its threat level. Netizens commented, what threat level? He's a big shot. I just want to know if Jiang Shun is still hiring? The kind who can clean the deck and shout, awesome. Jiang Yi glanced at the channel and then closed the interface. The God Lord suffered a great loss this time, and his counterattack will be absolutely mad dog-like. We must thoroughly understand the technology of the Hermes before the mechanical army of the gods invades. The Styx Ferry also needs further modifications. The toughest battles are yet to come. He pushed open the door and walked out of the captain's cabin. On the deck, Ling Shui was disassembling a core component, her face covered in engine oil and her brows drenched in sweat. She had dark circles under her eyes, but her movements were incredibly excited. Jiang Yi walked over and handed him a bottle of water. Ling Shui, stop for a moment. Have some water. Ling Shui took the water without looking up. She unscrewed the cap with one hand, poured in about half a bottle, and casually wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Captain, the structure of this ship is absolutely amazing. There are so many circuits I don't understand. Especially its energy source. It doesn't burn crystals. It seems to be able to draw energy directly from the void. She stared intently at a metal plate in her hand, her eyes wide open. Jiang Yi smiled. Take your time dismantling it, don't rush. There are plenty of materials and time, and you can make as many void crystals as you like. He patted a piece of armor plate next to him. I have only one request. Take anything from this wrecked ship that can make the Styx Ferry stronger and put it on. Ling Shui nodded vigorously, gripping the wrench tightly in her hand. Leave it to me, Captain. I'll definitely modify the Styx Ferry. I'll turn it into the fastest and most ferocious monster in this sea. Jiang Yi watched her turn and rush towards the wreckage. This crazy girl is indeed a technical genius. Once she fully masters these technologies, the next evolution of the Styx Ferry will definitely be a big surprise. Chapter 199, The Mechanical Gods, Full-Scale Counterattack. 3 days later, in the Pangas Sea, the wreckage of the Hermes has been completely dismantled, and all valuable materials and technologies have been extracted by Lin Jixia and Ling Shui. The core fragment of the Divine Speed Engine was successfully integrated into the Styx Ferry's power system by Ling Shui. Although it could not completely replicate the divine speed characteristic of the Hermes, it significantly improved the Styx Fairy's speed and reaction speed. The Void Law Resonator was completely absorbed by Jiang Yi, which deepened his understanding of the Void Law. The blueprint for the space folding engine, incomplete, also gave Ling Shui a new understanding of space technology, laying the foundation for future modifications. As for the divine mark, not activated, Jiang Yi placed it in the core area of the Styx ferry boat, not activating it for the time being. He always felt that this thing had a strange quality about it, and needed to be treated with more caution. Just as the Pangu Ark fleet was busily processing its spoils and enhancing its strength, Lin Jixia's urgent report arrived once again. Captain, the main fleet of the Mechanical God Court has entered the reconnaissance range of the Pangu Sea. Jiang Yi suddenly snapped out of his meditation, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Quantity, configuration. Lin Jixia's expression was unusually solemn as she pointed to the densely packed red dots on the holographic star map. The number exceeds 5,000, and this time, they are no longer ordinary patrol ships. Preliminary scan results show that there are at least 50 Tier 8 peak warships and 5 Tier 9 capital ships among them. Most importantly, the radar detected an unusually powerful energy fluctuation. It was located in the center of the fleet, was enormous in size, and had astonishing power. It is very likely the second mothership of the Mechanical God Court. We'll name it the Judge. Jiang Yi's eyes instantly turned cold. 5,000 warships. 50 top Tier 8 ships. 5 Tier 9 capital ships. And 1 mothership. This is almost as if the Mechanical God Court has come out in full force to completely crush the Pangu Ark. God, you've been thoroughly enraged. Jiang Yi sneered. Is there any special intelligence about that judgment ship? Lin Jixia shook her head. It's too far, and the enemy's energy shield is extremely strong, so we can't get more detailed data. However, according to the previous information on the Hermes, a warship personally built by the God King must possess extremely powerful law characteristics. Captain, what do we do now? Should we activate the highest level of defense and withdraw the fleet back to the Styx Sea? Lin Jixia asked with concern. Although the Pangu Sea is Jiang Yi's territory, its geographical advantages are far inferior to the complex terrain of the Styx Sea. Jiang Yi shook his head, his eyes flashing with determination. Withdraw? Why withdraw? This is the Pangu Sea, my territory. I promised those old fogies in the Star Council that I would protect their Golden City. Now that the Golden City has become part of the Pangu Sea, I am even less likely to let it fall into the hands of the Mechanical God Court. Pass on my orders. Jiang Yi's voice, like a resounding bell, echoed in the captain's cabin. The entire fleet is on high alert. All captains, return to your respective flagships immediately. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan, lead your fleet to deploy defenses around the Pangu Sea area and buy me some time. Lin Jixia, gather all the intelligence and immediately formulate a detailed battle plan. Ling Shui, Yu, Flora, and Ella, continue to upgrade the Styx ferry. I need it to be stronger. Ying Yao, Wen Sa, Su Tao, Wen Ruan. Each of you perform your duties and prepare for battle. This time, we must not only defend the Pangu Sea, but also completely crush the Mechanical God Court. No one questioned Jiang Yi's orders. Everyone could feel the powerful confidence and determination emanating from him. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan quickly established communication. Boss, we've been waiting for this for ages. These metal lumps were scared off by us last time, and now they dare to come here to die. Wang Ba's voice was filled with fervent fighting spirit. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely defend the line and not let a single enemy cross the line, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. Jiang Yi nodded. Remember, don't engage them in direct combat. Use the terrain to your advantage and wear down their manpower. I will get there as soon as possible. After cutting off the communication, Jiang Yi looked at Lin Jixia. Sister Jixia, bring up the topographic map of the Pangu Sea. I want to personally formulate the battle plan. Lin Jixia immediately zoomed in on the holographic star map and the complex seabed topography of the Pangu Sea, as well as the islands scattered on the sea surface, were clearly presented to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's gaze swept across the star map, and his weakness insight talent was fully activated at this moment. He could see not only the advantages and disadvantages of the terrain, but also the possible attack routes of the mechanical gods and their weaknesses. Although the fleet of the mechanical god court is powerful, its mode of operation is too mechanical and lacks flexibility. This is our opportunity. Zhang Yi began to draw out defensive lines and ambush points on the star map. He intends to turn the Pangu Sea into the tomb of the mechanical gods. Meanwhile, deep inside the cabin of the ferry on the river Styx, Ling Shui, Flora, and Ella were making final modifications to the Styx ferry. Flora, infuse this core with the power of life. I want it to completely fuse with the hull. Ling Shui pointed to a speed engine core fragment that was being entangled by emerald green vines and said to Flora. Flora nodded blankly. She was pure of heart and would unconditionally obey Jiang Ye's orders. She extended her slender fingers and infused the powerful life force into the core. The core emitted a humming sound, creating a deeper resonance with the hull. Ilaria, meanwhile, used the power of moonlight to assist Flora and stabilize the energy fluctuations. A hint of worry crossed her face. Ling Shui, are you sure there won't be any problems with this kind of modification? This ship already carries too much power. Ling Shui's eyes, however, were filled with fervor. No, this Styx ferry is itself a mythical work of art. Its potential far exceeds your imagination. The captain said to make it even stronger. Then I'll make it strong enough to crush everything. She was holding a piece of memory metal salvage from the Hermes and was making final adjustments to it. This piece of metal will be used to reinforce the hull of the Styx ferry, allowing it to withstand greater impacts. Zhang Yi stood in the captain's cabin, looking out at the turbulent sea, a cold glint in his eyes. He knew that an unprecedented and fierce battle was about to begin, but he was already prepared. He will make the mechanical court pay the price for their arrogance. He wanted to make the gods understand the true power of mortals. God, didn't you say you were going to judge me? Then let's go. I'll see who the real judge is. Chapter 200 Comprehension of the Laws of Void. The fleet of the mechanical gods pressed forward. The entire cabin was taut like a string. Jiang Yi, however, was unusually quiet. The entire battle plan was left to Lin Jixia. Her strategic talent is more than enough to handle the current situation. He devoted the rest of his time to the laws. Against something of the godlike level, numbers are useless, and good tactics are useless. A head-on clash at the level of rules is the true line between life and death. The captain's cabin was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Zhang Yi sat cross-legged. He held a piece of void crystal in his right hand, his thumb pressing on a crack in the crystal. Dense void energy emanated from the crack, dark in color and with a cold light, seeping out in wisps and seeping into his pores. He closed his eyes. His spiritual power plunged into the deepest recesses of the laws of the void. Is this thing already this difficult to handle, even though it's an incomplete version? He cursed under his breath. The energy within his body surged wildly, like a pot of boiling water. He didn't dodge, but instead used his overlord body to withstand the attack head-on. A fine, piercing pain shot through his bones, like countless needles drilling into them. He lightly tapped his right knee, rapidly tracing the path of the laws of nature in his mind. One group collapsed. Let's start over. It will collapse again after being built once more. He kept going. With its robust physique, the overlord body can withstand this backlash. Once the laws of the void truly mesh with this body, the attack can directly pierce through dimensions. This is a worthwhile trade. He was engrossed in his work when the cabin door was gently pushed open. The footsteps were extremely light, like stepping on blades of grass. Zhang Yi didn't open his eyes. He sensed it. Ella. She didn't say a word. She just stood there beside him, as if frozen in place. Zhang Yi frowned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, even his eyelashes trembling slightly. She could tell that he was completely distracted and couldn't pay any attention to her. She didn't move, but the anxiety in his eyes couldn't be hidden. As an elf, she was naturally sensitive to energy fluctuations. The void energy within Jiang Yi was terrifyingly powerful. It was like a red-hot iron being thrown into water, splashing everywhere, carrying an uncontrollable and violent aura. She reached out, quietly placing her hand beside his shoulder, then stopped. not daring to touch him. I was afraid of interrupting him. Yet, they couldn't bear to ignore it. She stood there, her palms clenched into fists. She was holding back her energy, but had nowhere to vent it. Sweat trickled down Jiang Ye's temples from his forehead. Ella couldn't hold back any longer. She gently bent down and wiped away the sweat with her fingertips, her voice low and soft. Owner. Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes. He knew she was coming. His eyes swept over her, and a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering a reassuring one. His hands didn't stop working. His thumb was still gently tapping on the crack in the crystal. Alari, what are you doing here? Ella shook her head, her finger lingering near his temple, not retracting. I'm just a little scared. That void energy is terrifying. It's everywhere. Master, don't try to tough it out, really. She spoke without any finesse, but was very honest. Her eyes were a little red, but she tried hard to hold them back from falling. Jiang Yi remained silent for a second. He took her hand in his own. Her fingertips were cool, carrying a faint scent of herbs. He squeezed it gently. It's all right. I know what I'm doing. He glanced down at her, his tone flat. How could I get into trouble so easily? You're all waiting for me to protect you. Ella's face flushed instantly. The warmth from her palm made her heart skip a beat. She lowered her head, her fingertips subtly tightening their grip, her voice hardening. I'll always be here. I'll protect my master. Let's destroy those mechanical lumps together. Their eyes were so bright they could reflect light. Jiang Yi smiled, reached out and ruffled her hair, without saying a word. Then close your eyes again. Ella didn't leave. She stayed right beside him. Something strange happened. The moonlight power emanating from Ilaria slowly seeped in like flowing water, gently enveloping the chaotic void energy. The most turbulent impurities within the void laws were filtered out little by her aura. The way the rules work is now clear. For the first time, the virtual model Jiang Yi had built in his mind didn't collapse. He inserted the weakness insight into it, and the energy firmly gripped it. He could feel that the depth of his perception with this talent had drilled down a layer. It could not only detect the flaws in the outer layer, but also the gaps in the laws themselves. The overlord body trembled slightly. It resonated with the energy of the void. A surge of heat coursed through Jiang Ye's bones. It wasn't a stinging pain, but a solid, upward flowing feeling of power. His brow relaxed. Time slowly passed. When he opened his eyes again, the bloodshot eyes had completely disappeared. A deep, unfathomable calm remained. Ding. Congratulations, Captain. Your skill Void Law, incomplete, has advanced to Void Law, minor success. Skill, Void Laws, minor mastery, mythical red. Quality myth. Effect. You have gained initial mastery of the powers of the Void Laws. You can now manipulate void energy with greater precision, distort space, tear dimensions, and even briefly influence the laws themselves. Skill strength and range increase with mental power. Damage dealt to mechanical constructs is increased to 400%. Unlock new trait, Void Anchoring, which briefly locks the space around a target, preventing them from spatial jumps and dimensional traversals. Note, the void is endless, and its laws are eternal. This is only a small part of the laws of the void, but it is enough to give you a glimpse into the true nature of the universe. Every part of my body was filled with power. Jiang Yi twitched his fingers and clenched his fist. His knuckles made no sound, but his strength was firmly pressed into his palm, like a mountain crouching there, ready to be unleashed at any moment. The first thing that came to his mind was that new feature, Void Anchoring. He twitched the corner of his mouth upwards. What do those lumps of iron in the mechanical god court love to do most? Spatial jumps, dimensional traversal, running away when they can't win, and digging holes when they can't escape. He really didn't have a good way to deal with this tactic before. Now we have it. This thing was made to block door cracks. It locks the space, see where you can squeeze in. This is a specialized form of countermeasure. Nobody understands it. Ella noticed a surge in his aura. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she took half a step forward. Master, you've become so much stronger. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed joy. Jiang Yi stood up, took her hand, and gently touched the back of her hand with his head. The movement was quick, like a natural habit. Yes, it's all thanks to you guarding it. Ella's face exploded. A burning sensation spread from her ears to her neck. Her head bowed so low it almost touched her chest. The slight touch on the back of her hand felt like a brand, intensely hot. She stared intently at her toes, her mind a jumbled mess, unable to utter a single word. The communicator on the console suddenly went off. Lin Jisha's voice rushed in, carrying a tense, taut quality. Captain, a battle has broken out. The vanguard of the mechanical divine court has collided with Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleet. The smile in Jiang Ye's eyes vanished cleanly and decisively, replaced with cool light. Understood. Inform Wang Ba and Lu Yuan to proceed according to the original plan. Don't be greedy for credit. Fight steadily. His tone was calm, each word deliberate. Styx ferry, full power, straight into the main force of the mechanical god court. He turned his head to look at Ella. Go find Flora and the others. Maximize your life force and be ready to save the day. Elari nodded emphatically, the blush on her face still lingering, but her eyes had already darkened. They really fought. Jiang Yi stepped out of the captain's cabin. His boots hit the deck, and the sea breeze rushed into his collar, carrying a strong, salty smell. He stared intently at the horizon, his eyes as cold as ice shards. On the sea ahead, the faint glow of gunfire could be seen. He held the void crystal in his palm, pressing his thumb against the crack. A slight burning sensation came from his fingertips. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Mechanical God Court. They arrived just in time. Let him try it out and see if void anchoring is enough. Chapter 2:01 Oppression. The fleet of the Mechanical God Court is pressing in. The atmosphere in the entire cabin was tense. Jiang Yi, however, was unusually quiet. He delegated the task of tactical deployment to Lin Jixia. Her strategic talent is more than enough to handle the current situation. He then devoted the rest of his time to a deeper understanding of the laws. Facing a monster of the level of a god, simply having a large number of people and good tactics is useless. A head-on clash of principles is the key to life and death. Inside the captain's cabin of the Styx ferry, Jiang Yi sat cross-legged, clutching a void crystal in his hand. Thick strands of void energy seeped out, seeping into his body through his pores. He closed his eyes, his mental energy plunging deep into the depths of the laws of the void. How can this void law, which is clearly incomplete, be so domineering? Jiang Yi felt the chaotic void energy surging within his body. His perception of the laws deepened, and he tried to combine this energy with the power of the Overlord body. The Overlord body has a solid foundation, with a robust physique and strong mental fortitude. Even the backlash from the laws can withstand several blows. With the void laws amplifying his attacks, he can directly penetrate deeper dimensions. He began to simulate the workings of the laws within his body, attempting to build a more complex void model. Each movement caused the energy within his body to collide wildly. Despite the subtle tingling sensations throughout my body, I knew I had to persevere to become stronger. He is relentlessly pursuing the laws of the void. Elari went into the captain's cabin. She didn't say anything, just stood there quietly next to Jiang Yi. Seeing his brows furrowed tightly and a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, her eyes were filled with anxiety. As an elf, she was extremely sensitive to the laws of nature and energy fluctuations. She could sense that the void energy within Jiang Ye's body was terrifyingly strong, yet it also carried a deadly danger. Elari called out in a low voice, afraid of startling him. Owner. Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes. He knew she had arrived, but he didn't stop what he was doing. He forced a smile and gave her a reassuring one. Ella, what brings you here? Ella shook her head. She stretched out her finger and gently wiped the sweat from Jiang Ye's forehead. I'm just a little worried that something might happen to Master. That void energy looks terrifying, and there are unknowns everywhere. Master, please don't push yourself too hard. Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying a sincere quality. Jiang Ye's heart softened. It's okay, Ella. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Yi grabbed her hand in return. Her fingertips were cool and soft, with a hint of grass and wood fragrance. How could I get into trouble so easily? I still have to protect you all. A blush crept onto Ella's cheeks. The warmth from her palms made her feel much more at ease. I'll always be here. I'll fight those guys alongside my master. Her tone was firm. Her eyes were unusually bright. Jiang Yi reached out and ruffled her hair. His gaze softened. He closed his eyes again. His mind once more sank into the laws of the void. This time, Ella didn't leave. She stood there like a statue, guarding Jiang Yi and supporting his spirit. With her by his side, Jiang Yi's cultivation went much more smoothly. He could sense it. The moonlight power of Erari had seeped in, filtering out a layer of the violent impurities in the void laws, making his comprehension much easier. With Ilari watching over him, Jiang Yi's speed in understanding the laws of the void increased several times over. He began trying to incorporate this thing into his combat skills. For example, the talent of weakness insight, with the backing of the void law, could directly see through the enemy's inherent flaws. Even the flaws at the level of laws can be found, and the overlord body has begun to resonate with the energy of the void, with the body gradually adapting to the erosion of the laws. As time passed, when Jiang Yi opened his eyes again, the bloodshot eyes had completely disappeared, leaving only a deep, unfathomable calm. Ding! Congratulations, Captain. Your skill Void Law, incomplete, has advanced to Void Law, minor success. Skill, Void Laws, minor mastery, mythical red. Quality myth. Effect, you have gained initial mastery of the powers of the Void Laws. You can now manipulate void energy with greater precision, distort space, tear dimensions, and even briefly influence the laws themselves. Skill strength and range increase with your mental power. Damage dealt to mechanical constructs is increased to 400%. Unlock new trait, Void Anchoring, which briefly locks the space around a target, preventing them from spatial jumps and dimensional traversals. Note, the void is endless, and its laws are eternal. This is only a small part of the laws of the void, but it is enough to give you a glimpse into the true nature of the universe. Jiang Yi had achieved minor mastery of the void laws. He felt his limbs and bones were brimming with power. He was incredibly confident. Especially the newly released Void Anchor. This thing is born to counter the mechanical court, whose ironclad warships are always performing space jumps and dimensional travels. Now with Void Anchoring, we can lock down space directly when needed and see how they escape. Ella noticed the surge of energy emanating from Jiang Yi. Her eyes lit up immediately. Master, you've become so much stronger. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, then took Ella's hand. He bent down and gently touched the back of her hand. Yes, it's all thanks to you watching over me. Ella's face flushed instantly. She kept her head bowed low, but her heart felt as sweet as honey. The communicator on the console suddenly rang. Lin Zhixia's voice came through. Captain, a battle has broken out. The vanguard of the mechanical divine court has collided with Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleet. The smile in Jiang Yi's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a cold glint. Understood. Inform Wang Ba and Lu Yuan. Proceed according to the original plan. Don't be greedy for quick success. Play it safe. Styx ferry boats, full power. Charge straight at the main force of the mechanical god court. He turned his head to look at Ella. Ilari, go find Flora and the others, and max out your life force to be ready to save the day. Ella nodded emphatically. She knew a real, hard-fought battle was about to begin. Jiang Yi stepped out of the captain's cabin, his boots landing on the deck. The sea breeze rushed into his collar. He stared intently at the horizon, his eyes as cold as ice shards. Chapter 202 The Tide of the Void. As the first rays of dawn pierced the night sky over the Pangus Sea, the main fleet of the mechanical god court finally came into view of the Styx ferry. It was an endless torrent of steel, with countless warships spread out on the sea like a black carpet. At the center of the fleet, a massive, menacing mothership stretched across the sea and sky like a behemoth from the abyss. Its entire body is dark gold, and the surface of the ship is covered with dense gun muzzles and energy emission devices, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. This is the Judgment, the second mothership of the mechanical god court. Ding. Target locked. Judge, mythical class. Quality, mythical. Level, peak level 9. Status, starting at full power. Core feature 1. Annihilation field. Enhanced generates a super powerful annihilation field around the ship, weakening all physical and energy attacks by 99%. It can also actively release annihilation waves to decompose matter. Core Trait 2. Divine Judgment. Passive deals extra damage to all non-mechanical life forms. Extremely high resistance to divine corruption. Core Feature 3. Law Suppression. Can release law fluctuations to suppress all low-level law effects within range. Note: this war machine, personally controlled by the god, represents the supreme will of the mechanical divine court and will judge all who disobey. Jiang Yi looked at the attributes of the judgment on the system panel, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Mythical level. And it's a true mythical level, not just a prototype. In particular, its 3 core features are enough to make any enemy despair. Annihilation Field, Enhanced, reduces attacks by 99%. Divine Judgment, deals additional damage to non-mechanical life forms. Law Suppression, suppressing lower-level laws. This is practically made to counter the Styx Ferry and the Pangu Arc fleet. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. He knew that this would be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. But he did not back down. All ships, please be aware. All fleets. Jiang Yi's voice was broadcast throughout every corner of Pangu Arc via the broadcasting system. The enemy has appeared. They are stronger than we anticipated. But we are not fighting alone. Lin Jixia, activate all things under heaven, second form. Let Flora and Alari expand their life divine power to the extreme. Yao Wensa, get ready. Once the judgment is within range, immediately launch the decapitation strike. Ling Shui, Netherworld Void Cannon. Charge it to maximum power. I'm going to let these metal lumps taste what Void Annihilation is all about. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan, continue to hold back the enemy's vanguard. Buy us time. All crew members, heed my command. War, 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 war. The fleet of Pangu's Arc roared deafeningly. Under Jiang Yi's command, all warships entered a state of maximum combat readiness. On the bow of the ferry across the river Styx, ghostly blue flames ignited in the eye sockets of the keel sculpture. The lush green vines on the ship's surface began to grow wildly, spreading towards the sea and into the air. This is the second form of all things under heaven, where Flora and Ella's life force is fully activated. Countless vines, like green tides, spread out on the sea, forming a vast web of life. These vines contain a rich life force and the effect of void erosion. They can not only absorb enemy energy and convert it into life force, but also inflict additional damage on mechanical creations. Captain, all things under heaven has been activated. Flora and Era are working hard to promote plant growth. Lin Jixia reported. Very good. Jiang Yi's gaze was fixed on the judge. The fleet of the mechanical god's court has begun its full-speed advance. When Ruan reported nervously, rumble. The fleet of the mechanical gods surged toward the Pangu Arc's defenses like a tsunami. Countless energy beams and missiles were launched from the enemy warships, streaking across the sky like a meteor shower. This is a saturation bombardment by the mechanical god court. Full fleet, activate annihilation field. Power up to maximum. Jiang Yi issued the order. The fleet of Pangu Arc was instantly enveloped by layers of semi-transparent force fields. This is the epic-level annihilation field trait that the Styx Ferry gained after swallowing the apocalypse. It can weaken enemy attacks and provide strong defense for the fleet. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical divine court's attack slammed into the annihilation field of the Pangu Arc fleet. Although most of the attacks were weakened, the sheer number of attacks from the mechanical gods was overwhelming, and some still managed to penetrate the force field and hit the warship. Left-wing flagship shield damaged by 10%. The right-wing warship sustained 5% damage. When Ruan continuously reported on the battle damage. Su Tao, activate bubble protection. Provide defense for the damaged warship. Lin Jixia decisively issued the order. Despite her fear, Su Tao exhaled huge bubbles that enveloped the damaged warships, providing them with temporary protection. At the same time, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleets also engaged in fierce fighting with the vanguard of the mechanical god court. The purplish-black beams of the Netherworld Void Cannon continuously tore through the shields of enemy warships, inflicting devastating damage on them. However, the number of warships of the mechanical god court was too large, and they surged forward one after another like a tide. Boss, we can't hold on much longer. Wang Ba's voice was tinged with anxiety. The fleet of the mechanical god court is too numerous, and their annihilation field is too strong, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. Jiang Ye's gaze was fixed on the holographic star map. He knew that Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleet was just cannon fodder to buy him time. The real showdown is between the Styx Fairy and the Judge. Sister Zhixia, calculate the time it will take for the judgment to enter the range of the Netherworld Void Cannon. Ling Shui, Netherworld Void Cannon charging progress. Ing Yao Wen Sa, get ready. If the judgment's annihilation field shows any weakness, break in immediately. Jiang Ye's voice was calm and decisive. He knew it would be a tough battle, but he also believed that the Pangu Arc fleet would ultimately prevail. Mechanical God Court, your end has come. A cold light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. Chapter 203 Counterattack from Desperate Circumstances. The flames of war have completely engulfed the Pangu Sea. The fleet of the mechanical gods, like a black tide, relentlessly assaulted the defenses of the Pangu Arc. The purplish-black beams of the Netherworld Void Cannon intertwined with the energy barrage of the mechanical god court, creating a deadly fire net on the sea surface. Despite their valiant resistance, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleets began to falter under the pressure of superior numbers and the laws governing them. Boss, the main gun of the judgment is charging. Lin Zhixia's voice carried a hint of tension. On the holographic star map, at the center of the judgment's hull, a huge cannon muzzle emitted a dazzling dark golden light. A suffocating energy surge emanated from it, causing the entire sea to tremble. Warning! Warning! Super 10th Order energy attack locked on. Objective, the ferry across the river Styx. The system's piercing alarm rang in Jiang Ye's mind. Jiang Ye's expression instantly turned serious. Full fleet, take evasive action. Styx ferry, activate ghost shuttle. Buzz. The Styx ferryboat instantly became ethereal, taking the surrounding friendly warships with it and leaving the current dimension. Boom! A dark golden beam of light, carrying the momentum of destruction, roared out from the main cannon of the judgment. It pierced directly through the illusory image of the ferry boat on the river Styx and crashed heavily onto the sea. The seawater within a radius of several kilometers evaporated instantly, leaving a huge, bottomless hole on the surface. The towering waves surged up to a height of 1,000 meters once again, spreading in all directions. If Jiang Yi hadn't activated the ghost shuttle in time, the Pangu Arc fleet would probably have been annihilated in an instant by an attack of this level. Foolish mortals, do you think you can escape? The god's cold voice echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. It seems to possess some kind of locking mechanism, so even when the Styx ferry enters an ethereal state, it cannot completely escape its lock. Sister Zhixia, what is the cooldown time of the judgment? Jiang Yi asked in a deep voice. Captain, the main gun of the judgment has a cooldown time of 30 seconds. Lin Zhixia replied quickly. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes as he said 30 seconds. This means that every 30 seconds, they would have to endure an attack from a level 10 or higher. If this continues, even if the Styx ferry can avoid it, other warships will be affected sooner or later. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan, immediately retreat to the second line of defense. Don't engage them in a direct confrontation. Jiang Yi decisively issued the order. He knew that he could no longer allow Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's fleet to suffer unnecessary losses. Yes, boss. Although Wang Ba and Lu Yuan were unwilling, they still chose to obey orders. Their fleet began an orderly retreat, using the terrain to their advantage to continue engaging the mechanical gods. The main guns of the judgment began charging again. Jiang Yi knew that he could no longer continue to defend passively. He must take the initiative. Ling Shui, Netherworld Void Cannon charging progress. Captain, 90% charged. Ready to launch at any time. Ling Shui's voice carried a hint of excitement. Very good. A glint flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. Ing Yao Wen Sa, get ready. Once I give the order, storm the judgment. Don't worry, boss. We've been waiting for this for ages. Ing Yao said excitedly. Wen Sa silently gripped the shadow Fong in her hand, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Jiang Ye's gaze was fixed intently on the judge. He knew that the Judgment's annihilation field, enhanced, property could weaken almost 99% of attacks. This means that even the Netherworld cannon cannot inflict fatal damage on it. But he possesses the Law of Void, minor success. God, do you think your laws can suppress everything about me? Jiang Yi sneered as he felt the surging void energy within his body. He intends to use the laws of the void to tear apart the Judgment's defenses. All crew members, please pay attention. Jiang Yi's voice rang out again on the radio. We are about to carry out a decapitation strike. Target, the Judgment. All warships, activate the annihilation field and go into full defense. Provide cover for the Styx ferry. Styx ferry, prepare. Ghost shuttle. Buzz. The Styx ferryboat's hull blurred again, moving like a ghost through the barrage of bullets from the mechanical god's court. Its target is the Judge. The main guns of the Judgment are fully charged again. A dark golden beam of light shot out once again with a roar. But this time, Jiang Yi did not choose to avoid it. Netherworld Dragon Breath. Fire. Roar. The keel sculpture at the bow of the ferry on the river Styx emitted a silent dragon's roar. A thick, black beam of energy shot into the sky, meeting the Judgment ship's dark golden beam of light. This is the main cannon of the Styx ferry, Netherworld Dragon Breath. Two beams of destructive light, one gold and one black, representing different laws, clashed violently in mid-air. This time, unlike before, the Netherworld Dragon Breath was not instantly crushed. Although the black, ghostly dragon breath was still at a disadvantage, it stubbornly resisted the impact of the dark golden light pillar. This is because the energy core of the Styx ferry boat has been significantly enhanced under Ling Shui's modifications. More importantly, Jiang Yi incorporated the power of the Void Law, minor completion, into the Netherworld Dragon Breath he unleashed. The corrosive effect of the Void Laws caused the Nether Dragon Breath to inflict additional damage on the Judgment's annihilation field. Warning! Warning! The annihilation field has been corrupted by the laws of the Void. The weakening effect has been reduced. For the first time, a hint of panic appeared in the deity's icy voice. It never expected that Jiang Yi's Void Laws would be able to erode its annihilation force field. Now, a glint flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. Ying Yao when Sa break in. Ying Yao transformed into a Thunderfire dragon girl, her body wreathed in raging Thunderfire energy. When Sa vanished from the spot in an instant, like a ghost. Under the cover of the Netherworld Dragon's Breath, the Styx ferry sped toward the Judge at full speed. Warning! Warning! Unknown life form is approaching. Activate close in weapon systems. On the surface of the Judgment's hull, countless close-in weapon system muzzles lit up instantly. A dense barrage of energy projectiles, like raindrops, poured down on the ferryboat on the river Styx. But the ferryboat on the river Styx is currently in a ghostly state. All attacks pass directly through its illusory hull, failing to cause it any damage. Captain, the annihilation field of the Judgment has been torn open by the Nether Dragon Breath. Lin Jishao reported excitedly. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. Very good. He knew this was his only and best chance. Styx ferry boat. Dispel the ethereal transformation. Buzz. The ferry boat on the river Styx instantly materialized from the void. Like an arrow released from a bow, it rushed directly into the annihilation field of the Judgment, and, following the crack torn open by the Nether Dragon Breath, pierced straight into the hull of the Judgment. Boom! A tremendous impact roared inside the Judgment. The Styx ferry, in the most brutal manner, crashed into the interior of the Judgment. Warning! Warning! Ship has been compromised. Core area damaged. The deity's cold voice was filled with anger and resentment. It never expected that Jiang Yi would be so crazy as to crash directly into the interior of its mothership. Lord God, don't you like judgment? Jiang Yi's voice echoed through the Judgment ship's interior via the broadcast system. Now it's my turn to judge you. Chapter 2:0 for the Descent of the God Lord. The sound of metal tearing apart was so sharp it almost shattered the soul. The Styx ferry's jet-black keel, with an unwavering resolve, crashed into the Judgment ship's belly in an almost frenzied manner. Boom! The entire sea seemed to go deaf at that moment. A massive shockwave ripped through the interior of the Judgment. It was a force comparable to a meteorite impact, and the dark gold alloy walls snapped and twisted instantly at the impact point, like a cookie being bitten by a giant beast. Countless dark red alarm lights flashed wildly in the cold corridor. Warning: outer armor has been penetrated. Warning: power furnace number 3 is damaged. Energy overflow has reached 400%. The once unassailable mothership was now trembling violently, like a lion whose throat had been pierced by a spear. How dare you, intruder? For the first time, the god's emotionless electronic voice trembled noticeably, a sign of extreme anger at being offended. In this deity's mind, mortals should kneel down like ants, not madmen sailing their ships into its throne. What do I have to be afraid of? On the deck of the ferry across the Styx River, Jiang Yi raised his hand to wipe the blood from his cheek, his eyes as cold as ice, but a near manic smile played on his lips. God, you've been sitting on the altar for so long. It's time to roll down and get some dirt on you. He waved his hand sharply, his cloak billowing behind him in the flashes of mechanical sparks. Flora, get to work. Trim the dead branches and rotten leaves for our god. Yes, Flora, I know. Flora, the sapling that had been quiet all along, now had eyes that shone with a pure emerald green. That divine power was no longer the gentle grace of the forest, but carried a primal, wild, and extremely aggressive savage aura. All things in the universe, parasitic on all spirits. Buzz. Countless emerald green vines grew wildly and unrestrainedly within the cracked hull of the ship. Each of these vines is entwined with strands of dark, void energy. They pierce into the hard superconducting alloy as easily as a toothpick piercing tofu. They are not clinging, but devouring. The vines burrowed into the energy transmission pipes, drawing upon the core energy of the Judgment, and a dark golden divine light began to flow through the veins of each leaf. Error. Alien life form invasion detected. Logical circuitry has been forcibly taken over. Physical isolation has failed. The voice of the deity rang out in every broadcast on the mothership, changing from rage to deep apprehension. Its prized mechanical defenses are like old, worn-out scrap metal in the face of these plants that embody the laws of the void. Divine pollution? This is called ecosystem reconstruction. Jiang Yi stepped out of the cabin, his feet resting on the crumbling deck, his voice as calm as still water. You treat this universe as cold, hard computing power, then I'll use my most primal life force to completely destroy you. At the same time, 2 afterimages had already shot through the air and disappeared. Break apart for me. With a shout, Yingyao unleashed her full Thunderfire Dragon Girl form. Crimson lightning erupted from her dragon horns, and with each step, she turned the mechanical floor beneath her feet into lava. She was like a meteorite crashing into the mechanical city. The sophisticated defensive turrets that stood in her way didn't even have a chance to fire before she smashed them into countless parts with a single punch. In the shadows behind her, Wensa disappeared even more completely. She is the dancer of death. With each spatial fluctuation, she inevitably takes away a mechanical guardian of a core node. Turn 30 degrees to the left, energy node. Wensa's voice brushed past my ear like a shadow. Receive. Yingyao laughed, and with a punch wrapped in lightning and fire, she tore apart the isolation door weighing hundreds of tons. The two worked together seamlessly, like 2 sharp knives piercing straight into the deepest part of the judge. Stop, you insignificant ants. The deity finally broke down. The entire interior of the Judgment began to collapse violently. It was a distortion at the level of laws. Boom! A blinding blue light erupted in the center of the bridge, instantly annihilating all the vines that tried to approach. Immediately following was a devastating pressure that instilled despair. Even the players who considered themselves strong felt their breath catch in their throats as they watched the live stream, as if an invisible hand was gripping their hearts tightly. Thump, thump, thump. That was the sound of mechanical feet stepping on divine metal. A terrifying entity, hundreds of meters tall, slowly emerged from the void. Its entire body is composed of flowing dark gold liquid, with countless intricate gears appearing and disappearing beneath the liquid, like an interstellar balance that has been running for thousands of years. Its eyes had no pupils, only two pulsating nebulous blue flames. Behind his head, 9 energy halos are arranged radially, each representing an ultimate mechanical law. Super mythical level. The supreme will god lord of the mechanical god court. Its appearance caused the surrounding space to crack. Mortal, you have annoyed the gods. The deity stretched out an enormous hand. In the center of the palm, a singularity resembling a black hole was rapidly expanding, devouring the surrounding light and sound. That is, end erasure, which can completely erase matter at the molecular level. The atmosphere inside the mothership was extremely heavy, as if time itself had stopped flowing. The previously noisy discussion on the World Channel instantly went silent. Sea area, World Channel, player, descendant of the dragon. How do we fight this? This is an enemy beyond our capabilities. Sea area, World Channel, player, first line of gossip. Holy crap, Captain Zhang Yi run. This is really going to be a disaster. Sea area, World Channel, player, mechanical pioneer, praise be to God. The struggle of mortals has come to an end. Zhang Yi stood alone at the foot of that giant shadow. Compared to the towering divine body, he was as insignificant as a speck of dust. But he didn't back down, not even blink. Is the divine spirit getting tired of it? Zhang Yi chuckled softly, his shoulders trembling slightly, and his laughter grew increasingly wild. What a coincidence. I've also been putting up with advanced AIs like you who only know how to put on airs for a long time. He opened his right hand, and in his palm, a shadow so dark it could absorb the line of sight was leaping wildly. Void Law, minor success. Moreover, within that pitch-black energy core, there were also traces of the God Lord's old enemy, the Chaos Ordinal Number. The Void does not believe in God. Zhang Yi looked up, his eyes filled with a mixture of madness and reason, a light that would make even the gods tremble. Since you want a trial, then I'll expose this entire sky for you to see. The moment the words fell, Zhang Yi transformed into a streak of black lightning, swimming upstream. The weapon in his hand was no longer an ordinary one. The power of the void condensed into a jet-black longsword capable of slicing through dimensions. The moment the god's enormous hand pressed down, Zhang Yi advanced instead of retreating, his long blade leaving a dark trail that stretched for 1,000 meters. Void burial of gods. Laugh. That palm, with its divine power capable of annihilating stars, was actually torn open with a hideous gash by this pitch-black blade of light. Blue divine energy spilled out like fresh blood. What? No. This is impossible. For the first time, the usually calm electronic voice of the deity emitted a sharp, piercing shriek. That was the sound of God's bleeding. He was just an ordinary person, and this was the first blow he swung at fate. At this moment, players around the world watching the game through various media held their breath. They know. A new era is about to be ushered in with a bang by this single blow. Chapter 205 Law Confrontation. The god's towering figure, hundreds of meters tall, stood inside the judge. The surrounding air distorted into visible ripples. It extends its mechanical arm, with dark golden energy circuits flashing wildly on its body. The destructive force pressed down, causing the entire space to hum. Zhang Yi stood on the deck of the ferry on the river Styx, his face darkening. This power was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It has already surpassed the realm of mythology. But he didn't back down. Is that all you've got? Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smile, and the void energy within his body began to boil. He could feel his blood flowing faster, and every cell resonating. He raised his right hand and slowly spread his 5 fingers. In the palm of his hand, a ball of pitch-black energy began to spin and take shape. The surface of the energy sphere rippled with an eerie light, as if it were about to devour all the light around it. This is the power of a minor mastery of the Void Law. Don't you like trials? Zhang Yi stared at the God Lord, a cold glint in his eyes. Then let me show you what it's like to be judged. Void anchoring. The energy ball was released from his hand. The moment it exploded, it transformed into an invisible force that enveloped the god. The entire space seemed to be frozen. Warning. Spatial lock. Dimensional travel failed. Teleportation protocol interrupted. For the first time, the voice of the deity showed a fluctuation. Its massive body trembled slightly. It did not expect that Jiang Ye's void law could lock space. Now it's trapped inside the judgment and can't go anywhere. Trying to run? Jiang Yi laughed, a laugh tinged with sarcasm. Flora, Ella, engage it. The words had barely left his mouth. Emerald green vines surged from the ferryboat on the river Styx. Each one was as thick as a bucket, with a faint green sheen on its surface. The vines lunged at the deity like living creatures, with astonishing speed. Each one carried the effect of void erosion, emitting a piercing corrosive sound the moment it touched the body of the deity. Warning: divine corruption is underway. The mechanical structure is disintegrating. The outer shell's integrity has dropped to 87%. The vines entwined tightly around the god's body. Cracks began to appear on the dark gold surface and spread rapidly. Merely low-level tactics. The mechanical arm of the deity suddenly jolted. Boom. The vines instantly snapped into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. But the moment those fragments hit the ground, they grew back into new vines. More, denser. Continue wrapping it around. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. The divine master is indeed ridiculously powerful. But he also noticed some clues. Weakness identified. Blue light flickered in his eyes, and it seemed as if data was surging deep within his pupils. A flood of information rushed into my mind. Target: the true form of the Divine Lord. Status: core energy overload, law suppression unstable, shield strength fluctuating. Weakness: the core crystal, located in the chest energy hub, is protected by multiple law-based shields and requires law-level attacks. Special: the divine consciousness is deeply bound to the core AI of the judgment. Destroying the core crystal will paralyze the judgment. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Found it. Ing Yao? When Sa, he shouted over the loudspeaker, his voice clear and strong. Target the God Lord's chest. Tear through its defenses. Inside the judge. Upon hearing the command, Ing Yao grinned, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The boss has spoken. Sisters, let's do it. She transformed into a streak of lightning and fire, rushing towards the divine master. A trail of intense flames followed behind it. When Sa followed silently, her eyes flashing with cold light, her figure moving erratically like a ghost. You think I wasn't on guard? The god's mechanical arm swung. A dark golden beam of energy shot out from his arm, as thick as a giant pillar, headed straight to Ing Yao. The air was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Careful! Lin Jixiao exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Ye's expression changed. Ghostly flight. Buzz. The ferry boat on the river Styx instantly became ethereal. The energy beam pierced through the illusory hull and slammed into the alloy wall behind it. Boom. The wall vaporized, revealing a huge hole, with molten metal still dripping from the edges. Don't fight head-on. Be careful to dodge. Jiang Yi reminded them over the radio, his tone urgent. Ing Yao and Wen Sa skillfully dodged the attacks from the God Lord. Ing Yao's thunder and fire dragon breath bombarded the god, and although the damage was limited, it successfully attracted its attention. Each strike of the dragon's breath left charred marks on the God Lord's body. Wen Sa used Shadow Cloak to move around the God Lord, looking for an opportunity. Her figure appeared and disappeared intermittently, making it impossible for the God Lord to pinpoint her location. Look this way. Jiang Yi fully integrated the power of the void laws into the netherworld dragon breath. He took a deep breath, and the energy within his body surged wildly. Netherworld dragon breath. Roar. The dragon bone sculpture emitted a silent dragon's roar. A thick, black beam of energy shot into the sky, heading straight for the god's chest. The surface of the pillar of light was wrapped with black patterns of the laws of the void, exuding an aura of destruction. Warning: core area locked. Shield strength insufficient. Energy overload threshold. For the first time, panic appeared in the voice of the deity. It raised its robotic arm to try and block it. However, the netherworld dragon breath, carrying the erosion of the void laws, caused additional damage to the law shield. Boom. The dragon's breath struck the god's chest. Its massive body trembled, and cracks appeared in the ground beneath its feet. A crack was torn in the lost shield, and the edges of the crack flickered with an unstable light. Now, Jiang Yi roared, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Ying Yao and Wen Sa transformed into streaks of light and rushed into the crack. Do you dare? The god wanted to capture them. The robotic arm suddenly extended. But it was too late. Ying Yao's Thunderfire Dragon claw tore through her chest defenses, sparks flying everywhere. Wen Sa entered the core area like a ghost, her figure moving nimbly through the narrow space. The Shadow Fong, in her hand, gleamed with a light that seemed to cut through space. Black energy patterns were wrapped around the blade. It pierced straight into the core crystal of the God Lord. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Wen Sa's eyes were fixed on the core crystal that was shimmering with blue light. The blade tip sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. No. The voice of the deity was filled with despair. It never imagined that its proud mythical mothership would be breached by mortals in this way. Even more unexpectedly, the core crystal was touched by two tiny humans. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. He watched as Wen Sa's blade tip was about to pierce the core crystal. A smile curled at the corner of his lips. It's over. Chapter 206: The Fall of the God Lord. The final, desperate roar of the God Lord had not yet had a chance to echo within the massive metal cavity of the judgment before it was completely cut off by an extreme darkness. Wen Sa's figure twisted and folded in the air. She was like a ghost wandering on the edge of life and death, directly piercing through that final curtain of light that could melt steel. At that moment, time seemed to be slowed down. Inside the god's chest cavity, countless complex and precise gears reversed wildly, bursting forth with dense, rain-like arcs of dark blue electricity. Buzz. That was the sound of the backup energy circuit locking down instantly. Die. A frantic synthesized sound emanated from the core system of the god, attempting to drag Wen Sa down with him in a mutual destruction. But it's too slow. Wen Sa's face was as cold as ice, and her eyes did not even reflect those deadly sparks. With a slight flick of her wrist, the Shadow Fong in her hand spun a piercing arc. The void laws wrapped around the blade instantly sliced through all obstacles in the air. Laugh. A very faint muffled thud. There was no ear-shattering explosion as I had imagined. The dark tip of the Shadow Fong pierced precisely into the crystal-clear core that was still pulsating with blue light. It was like a sharp iron nail wedged into fragile tempered glass. Click. Fine cracks spread wildly from the tip of the knife, like a spider web. The once dazzling blue light, like a star, deflated like a punctured balloon, with wisps of black void energy leaking out through the cracks and swallowing the divine radiance whole. Impossible. I am the Lord of the Divine Court. The deity's voice became fragmented, with a hoarse quality reminiscent of burnt electronic components. Those blue electronic eyes, shining like light from the depths of an abyss, flickered violently twice before finally going out in a wave of unwilling trembling. Boom. The mechanical body, weighing tens of thousands of tons, resembles a collapsed skyscraper. It collapsed heavily to one knee, and at that moment, dozens of dark cracks appeared in the alloy floor. The dull thud traveled down the deck and reached the soles of everyone's feet. At that very moment, the system notification sounded in Jiang Ye's ears like a flood bursting its banks. That was the most beautiful symphony he had ever heard. Ding. Detected death of a super mythical level target. The true form of the Lord of the Mechanical God Court has fallen. Obtained mythical core, heart of the gods X1, contains the power of mechanical divine authority. Obtained mythical blueprint, complete guide to core technologies of the mechanical gods, unlocks mythical creatures after analysis. Obtained special item, fragment of the heart of the world, complete version, crystallization of the will of the ocean. Jiang Yi felt an unprecedented surge of violent energy erupt from nothingness, instantly rushing into his limbs and bones. That's an infusion of experience points. His bones were resonating, and every cell was frantically and greedily devouring this divine power. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, peak level 9. Your physical abilities have reached the limits of ordinary mortals and are transforming into extraordinary physical qualities. Jiang Yi let out a long breath, and what he exhaled was a faint white mist. He clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked like popping beans. He was mesmerized by the sense of power that seemed to shatter the void with every gesture. At the same time, all the survivors in the world stopped what they were doing at that moment. Whether they were fighting for their lives on the sea or barely surviving in shelters, the system interface in front of them was completely covered by 3 glaring scarlet characters. World announcement. Pangu Ark's captain, Jiang Yi, at coordinates location not specified, has successfully defeated a super mythical level target, the true form of the God Lord. World announcement. The Mechanicus mothership, the Judgment, has been destroyed. The age of the old gods has ended. World announcement. Pangu Ark has officially replaced the mechanical god court, ascending to the position of the sole maritime overlord. Jiang Ye's name will be forever sung by the ocean. The channel was deathly silent. For a full 10 seconds, not a single person spoke. Those were 10 seconds when all beings were so shocked that their souls were rendered speechless. Then, it erupted. The world channel refreshes messages so fast that they are almost invisible to the naked eye. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I really can't find any other words to describe Boss Jiang. The God Lord was really killed? That was a mythical level ultimate boss. I just glanced at the radar image of the Judgment, and it was a monster that could flatten an island with a single shot. Jiang Yi has really poked a hole in the sky and then sat on it to become the god of the sky. Boss, need a companion? Someone who can do laundry, cook, and warm the bed. Any breed. Gender is up to you. The maritime landscape has changed, brothers. From now on, this sea belongs to the Jiang family. Inside the judge, thick black smoke accompanied by electrical pulses darted erratically through the air. The behemoth, now without its core support, was emitting a sickening metallic, twisting sound. Boss, I have successfully completed my mission. Ying Yao's voice came through the radio, carrying a hint of relief and lightness. Her fiery red figure burst forth from the heart of the ruins and landed steadily on the deck of the Styx ferry. A patch of black engine oil smeared on her fair face, but it couldn't hide the excited red light in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, when Sa's figure spread out in the air like ink, she remained silent, habitually flicking away the remaining debris from the shadow fawn. With a click, the long sword went back into its sheath. That chilling murderous aura vanished instantly, replaced by the usual quiet and aloofness. Jiang Yi looked at the two returning, and a genuine smile finally appeared on his lips. You've worked hard. You deserve the most credit for this battle. He didn't rush to check the so-called title of Maritime Overlord, but instead spread out his palm. In the palm of his hand lay 2 radiant treasures. The heart of the god is as cold and hard as cast iron, yet it exudes the oppressive aura of controlling countless machines. The fragment of the heart of the world seemed to be alive, pulsating slightly at Jiang Ye's fingertips. It shimmers with a rainbow of light, and with each glimmer, it seems to resonate with the tides of the entire ocean. This is the real treasure. It is the key to the advancement of the Styx ferry, and even whether he can take that final step out of his life. Just as Jiang Yi was about to put away the fragments, a more magnificent system voice, even carrying a touch of mystery, echoed deep within his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a super mythical level target, achieving the Godslayer achievement, triggering the Many Children, Many Blessings system's special hidden reward. Unique permission for unlimited conversion, limited to 1 selection. Jiang Ye's breathing suddenly stopped. Infinite transformation? His gaze was fixed on the fragment of the heart of the world in his palm. This kind of thing, in theory, there are probably only a few pieces in the entire server. It's a rare commodity that you might not be able to collect enough for a mythic-level component even if you work yourself to death. But he did not hesitate for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness and greed flashing in his eyes. System, conversion target identified. Fragment of the heart of the world complete. Ding. Command confirmed. Conversion in progress. 1%, 50%, 100%. Conversion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained unlimited supply access to Fragments of the Heart of the World, complete version. In that instant, the light emanating from the fragment in Jiang Ye's hand became so profound that it was impossible to look directly at it. He took a deep breath. This means that from this moment on, the so-called mythical materials are no longer a luxury that he needs to risk his life to obtain. Instead, they are like pebbles on the roadside. He can have as many as he wants, as long as he desires. He could smash it, and he could smash out a legendary fleet that would sweep across the ages. Boss, Lin Jixia called out softly in the channel, her voice trembling violently, a mixture of relief at surviving the ordeal and awe at his current state. Jiang Yi snapped out of his daze, suppressed his inner elation, and his voice regained its unquestionable calmness. Jixia, take the entire salvage team and get them to the site immediately. I want every single screw and every single alloy plate from this judgment ship in my warehouse. He turned to look into the distance, where remnants of the mechanical court were still trying to escape. Never leave a single piece of scrap metal for someone else. Understand? Understood. We'll scrape them clean, leaving them not even a trace of rust. Lin Jixia shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, the research fanatic Ling Shui had already taken the lead in a dilapidated salvage boat. Her disheveled white hair flew wildly in the sea breeze as she charged forward, screaming, "Mine! That's my antimatter engine. Don't touch it. I'll fight anyone who does." Jiang Yi stood on the edge of the deck, looking down at the entire sea. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan. Yes, Captain. Please give your orders. The two generals knelt on one knee, their eyes filled with fervor. Bring your elite troops and sweep away all the remnants of the divine court within 100 nautical miles. From this day forward, there will be only one voice in this sea area. Jiang Yi pointed to the deck beneath his feet. That is the Pangu, Arkansas. The ferry boat on the river Styx let out a deafening whistle. Black smoke pierced through the sea fog, like a ferocious beast awakening from antiquity, crushing the broken mechanical wreckage and officially beginning its reign as the sun rose. Jiang Yi stood with his hands behind his back, the strong wind ruffling his clothes. Behind him, the curtain of a new era is slowly rising. Chapter 207: The Heart of the World with Unlimited Supply. The wreckage of the Judgment, like a collapsed steel mountain, floats silently on the surface of the Pangea Sea. The dark gold paint that once symbolized divine authority is now covered with jagged cracks and charred holes. Jiang Ye's fleet, like a swarm of industrious worker ants, was dismantling the dead behemoth. Wang Ba stood at the bow of the Nuteo ship and roared in a rough voice. Be careful. That's the leg armor of the Arbiter mech, made of super titanium shape memory alloy. Don't bump it and break it. That thing over there that's still sparking with electricity, that's the secondary gun energy core of the Judgment. Lift it up intact. Behind him, Lu Yuan silently coordinated the fleet's defensive formation to prevent spies from sea monsters or other forces from taking advantage of the situation. The atmosphere on the deck of the ferry across the river Styx was lively. Ling Shui was practically lying on a huge piece of wreckage from the Judgment. Is this the internal structure of a mythical class mothership? The design of this energy conduction circuit is ingenious. Her worn-out mechanics clothes were stained with black machine oil and coolant, and her pretty face was full of excitement as she banged and hammered with her tools. Ying Yao crossed her arms and pouted. She's a crazy woman, nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Even so, her gaze drifted toward Jiang Yi, who was not far away. What level of existence must a man be to be able to turn the God King and the mythical mothership into scrap metal? Wen Sa leaned against the ship's railing, wiping the shadow Fong. The sensation of that knife piercing the core of the god still lingers in my memory. The man who gave her this opportunity was the one who was now leisurely leaning back in his chair. Jiang Yi let out a long breath. This battle was won cleanly and decisively. The World Channel had already been completely abuzz with those 3 Scarlet World announcements. Sea Channel, Player Dragon Descendant, Jiang Yi killed the God Lord? That was a super mythical level boss. Sea Channel, players on the front lines of gossip from today onwards. This sea belongs to the Jiang family. Jiang Yi glanced at it and then closed the panel. The praise from the outside world has no real meaning for him. He opened his palm. The heart of the gods contains the energy core of the highest laws of the mechanical god court, and is the key to creating mythical mechanical creations. The fragments of the heart of the world, complete, are the fundamental substances that form the foundation of the world. The unlimited conversion permission has successfully turned this fragment into an unlimited supply. With it, subsequent fleet plans could be rolled out without restraint. Jiang Yi stood up and walked to Ling Shui and Lin Jixiao's side. "How's the research going?" Lin Jixiao looked up, her face full of excitement. "Captain, the harvest is enormous. The Judgment ship's annihilation field generator and spatial stabilizing anchor are at least several eras ahead of us." Ling Shui shouted without looking up. "Captain, its keel structure contains a self-healing liquid metal. If we can analyze it, all our ships will be immortal." Jiang Yi smiled as he looked at the two tech enthusiasts. "Don't worry, that day will come." He opened his palm in front of the two of them. The 7-colored fragment floated silently in the palm of his hand. "Ling Shui, you just said that the upgrade of the warship lacks the most critical core material, right?" Ling Shui's gaze was instantly drawn to the fragment, and she stared blankly at it. "That's a fragment of the heart of the world. You couldn't find a single piece of that mythical material even if you turned the entire Golden Sea upside down." Jiang Yi smiled. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The next second, one after another, identical fragments of the heart of the world appeared out of thin air. It clattered and fell onto the deck. 10 yuan. $100. In just a few breaths, a small mountain made of debris appeared in front of the two of them. Each piece exudes a pure, primal aura. The entire deck was illuminated by a bright halo of 7 colors. The wrench in Ling Shui's hand clattered to the ground. Lin Jixia suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. An infinite supply of void crystals is already outrageous enough. Now even the mythical materials that form the foundation of the world can be supplied indefinitely? Jiang Yi calmly broke the deathly silence. "Are we still short of materials?" Ling Shui rushed to the pile of shards, grabbed a piece, and trembled with excitement. "You're not lacking. With these, I can create not only mythical grade, but even super mythical grade for you." Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Lin Jixia and gave her the order. "Jixia, after the salvage operation is completed, all fleets will return to the City of Gold for rest and recuperation. Issuing the first decree for the Pangasi area. Gather all shipwrights and engineers. I want to build the world's largest shipyard in the City of Gold." His gaze swept over the massive fleet in the distance. "Our goal is no longer to upgrade a single ship. Instead, we're building a legendary fleet." Chapter 208 Blueprint. Mythical Class Fleet. Lin Jixiao was stunned for a full 3 seconds before she realized she hadn't misheard. In the entire world of exploration, a single legendary warship is enough to dominate a region. Mythical level? Those are the treasures that guard the seas of every major ocean, things that money can't buy. Jiang Yi wasn't talking about building a ship. He was referring to mass production. If someone else had said this, Lin Jixiao would have assumed they were talking in their sleep. But looking at the mountain of fragments on the deck that emitted a 7-colored halo, she opened her mouth, then closed it again, unable to find a rebuttal. After a long silence, Lin Jixiao spoke first, her voice steady. "Captain, having only fragments of the heart of the world is not enough. The availability of rare resources is one thing, but the most critical issue is the design blueprint." She paused for a moment, then said, "The advancement of the Styx Ferry is too special, full of chance, and cannot be replicated. To mass-produce mythical-class warships, we need a standardized set of blueprints. Otherwise, we simply won't know where to begin." Ling Shui also stood up from the pile of fragments and patted the dust off her hands. "Sister Jixiao is right. A mythical-class warship is a complete system engineering project, including the power core, hull frame, weapon array, defense matrix, and space engine. Each module must meet the mythical class standard and be compatible with each other." She gestured with her hand. "Try stuffing a fragment of the heart of the world into an ordinary ship. It'll overload and explode into fireworks on the spot." Jiang Yi did not rush to answer. He reached into his system backpack and pulled out a chip. It's about the size of a palm, with densely packed data patterns flowing across its surface, as if something alive is swimming inside. Core technology blueprint of the mechanical gods, mythical level. Description: a database recording all the core technologies of the mechanical god court civilization, including but not limited to the complete design blueprints of the mythical class warship Apocalypse class and mythical class warship Judgment class, as well as a series of epic-making technologies such as the autonomous nanoscale construction matrix, void energy extraction technology, and law weapon forging principles. Note: knowledge is power. Now, you possess the power to change the world. He shared the information panel. There was silence on the deck for a few seconds. Ling Shui was the first to react, her voice cracking. The complete blueprints for the Apocalypse class. She snatched the chip and examined it from all angles, her breathing rapid as if she had just run 800 meters. And if we can develop an autonomous nano-construction matrix, warships could be built by machines that can build themselves, resulting in an explosion in production capacity. Lin Jixia didn't move. Her gaze was fixed on a particular line on the information panel. Void energy extraction technology. She read the words aloud, as if to confirm whether they were real. If we can master this technology, warships will no longer rely on conventional energy supplies. Theoretically, it is possible to achieve perpetual motion by drawing energy directly from the void. After saying that, she herself felt it was absurd. But the text on the panel doesn't lie. Ling Shui was already squatting on the ground with the chip in her arms, flipping through the catalog while muttering to herself, completely absorbed in her own world. Jiang Yi waited for a while before pulling the two of them back. We have the blueprint and the core materials. There are two issues left. First, the source of supporting materials. Second, the construction site. Lin Jixia immediately chimed in. We've just taken over the Pangas Sea area, and it's leaky and full of informants. If news of a shipbuilding project of this scale leaks out, we'll be sitting ducks. We need to find a secluded place. Jiang Yi nodded. This is exactly what he's been thinking about. Just then, a figure bending over approached from the side. Master. Augustus. Former Speaker of the Star Council. At this moment, he was hunched over like a butler, with several former high-ranking members of the council following behind him, each one quieter than the last. Jiang Yi glanced at him. What is it? Augustus rubbed his hands together, carefully choosing his words. Master, I overheard a few words just now. It seems you are looking for a hidden base? Jiang Yi didn't say anything, but he didn't chase him away either. Augustus swallowed hard and tentatively continued. Our Star Council has a secret that has been passed down for generations. Deep within the Golden Sea, there is a sea area that is shrouded in natural spatial storms all year round, which we call the Nest of Mist. He lowered his voice, as if he were telling a story he shouldn't be telling. That place is incredibly strange. The radar malfunctions, the compass spins erratically, the coordinates are unpredictable, and no ship that goes in has ever come out. It has always been considered a restricted area. But Augustus paused, secretly observing Jiang Yi's expression. Seeing that he showed no signs of impatience, he continued. The first founder of the parliament somehow obtained an ancient nautical chart with a route marked on it that allowed one to survive a storm. It is said that the center of the storm is not a dead end, but an independent subspace. It contains a large number of unmined mineral veins and is completely isolated from the main world, making it impossible to detect from the outside. He gave a wry smile as he said this. That route was just too dangerous. We tried it twice and lost our boat both times. We never dared to go there again. Jiang Yi and Lin Jixia exchanged a glance. Lin Jixia nodded slightly. Independent subspace, natural shield, rich mineral veins. If it's true, it's practically tailor-made for them. Where's the nautical chart? Jiang Yi held out his hand. Augustus was prepared and immediately took out an old scroll made of animal hide from his pocket, which he presented with both hands. Here it is. Master, I'm willing to lead the way myself. Jiang Yi took the nautical chart, scanned it with his mental energy, and confirmed the authenticity of the material and information. He put away the scroll and glanced at Augustus. That old fox certainly chose the perfect moment. Come with me after the salvage is finished. Augustus breathed a sigh of relief, bowed repeatedly, and said, Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, master. Jiang Yi stopped looking at him and turned to face Lin Jixia and Ling Shui. Xia, consolidate the fleet, inventory the spoils of war, and prepare to return to the city of gold. Ling Shui, who was squatting on the ground studying the blueprint data, suddenly looked up. From now on, your task is to thoroughly understand and internalize this blueprint. Before we reach the nest of the mist, I want to see the ultimate modification plan for the Styx Ferry. Ling Shui slapped her thigh and stood up. No problem. Lin Zhixiao responded crisply. Received, Captain. After saying that, the two turned around almost simultaneously and went about their own business. Ling Shui hugged the chip and crawled into the cabin, while Lin Zhixia opened the communication panel and began to manage the fleet. Jiang Yi was the only one left on the deck. He stood on the ship's railing, his gaze passing over the layers of warship wreckage to the lingering smoke on the horizon. The wind blew from afar, carrying the salty, fishy smell of the sea. He silently planned out each move he would make next. Chapter 209, Integrating the Pangasi Area. 3 days later, in the City of Gold. This city, once a symbol of wealth, power, and chaos, has now changed hands. The banner atop the city wall, painted with countless stars, was replaced by a more domineering one. On the pitch-black flag, an ancient ark seems to be riding the wind and waves, emerging from the cloth to devour the sea. The banner of Panga's ark cast an invisible pressure over the entire city. The Parliament Hall was deathly silent. Jiang Yi sat imposingly on the speaker's throne, crafted from deep-sea gold, his long, slender fingers tapping the armrests lightly. Each soft tap sound was like a heavy hammer blow to the heart of everyone below. Below him, the dozen or so leaders of the former Star Council had all changed into uniform Pangu Ark uniforms. These once powerful figures, who could make a sea tremble with a stomp of their feet, now stand respectfully on both sides like a flock of quails awaiting judgment, even their breathing deliberately soft. They kept their heads down, none daring to meet the gaze of the person on the throne. Awe, fear, and a hint of resentment suppressed deep in their eyes intertwined and churned in their hearts. Jiang Yi took in everyone's expressions, his face remaining expressionless. On this vast ocean, strength is the only truth. And he is truth itself. Jiang Yi spoke, his voice not loud, even somewhat indifferent. From today onwards, the Star Council is dissolved. From this moment forward, join Panga's Arkansas. All of you shall surrender your original territories, fleets, and resources, which will be managed and redistributed by Pangu Arkansas. He scanned the crowd below. Your identities are no longer those of pirate kings or guild presidents. Instead, he was a fleet commander under the command of Pangu Arkansas. I will forgive and forget your past, whether it was merits or demerits, sins or not. A few barely audible sighs of relief echoed through the hall. But Jiang Yi's next words made their hearts jump into their throats again. But from this moment on, I will remember every merit and every mistake you have made. Those who have rendered meritorious service will be rewarded. Those who commit offenses will be punished. Jiang Yi's gaze was like a knife, slowly scraping across everyone's face. Everyone who saw him felt their faces burning with embarrassment. What I need is absolute loyalty and absolute obedience. Anyone who dares to engage in underhanded tactics behind the scenes, or who outwardly comply but inwardly defy, will be severely punished. He paused deliberately, and the temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. The wreckage of the judgment is still floating at sea. That's the outcome. These words set off alarm bells in everyone's minds. They seemed to see again that invincible level 8 warship, the terrifying scene of it melting away like paper under the eerie blue beam of light. A chilling fear gripped their throats. Thump. Augustus was the first to react. Without hesitation, the former speaker knelt on one knee, his forehead almost touching the cold floor. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. I, Augustus, am willing to serve my master as my one and only supreme ruler. I will shed my last drop of blood for the supreme dominance of the Pangu Ark. His actions were like toppling the first domino. The others seemed to wake from a dream and knelt down one after another in unison. We are willing to die for our master. A thunderous roar of loyalty echoed throughout the hall. Looking at the crowd kneeling before him, Jiang Ye's eyes remained as calm as an abyss. Loyalty built on fear is more fragile than a sandcastle. What he wanted were wolves who could conquer all directions and expand his territory, not a flock of sheep that only knew how to kowtow. Jiang Yi casually raised his hand. "Get up, everyone." Everyone felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and carefully stood up, but they could no longer straighten their backs. "Now that they've joined Panguark, I certainly won't treat my own people unfairly." Jiang Yi gave Lin Zhixiao a look. Lin Zhixiao understood immediately, stepped forward, and held a data terminal in her hand. Her cool voice rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. "Announced the latest fleet reorganization and defense zone division plan of Pangu, Arkansas. Augustus." "Exist." Augustus was startled and quickly stepped forward. He was appointed commander of the First Fleet in the Pangu Sea, in charge of 3 sub-fleets, and responsible for patrolling and managing trade along the main shipping lane of the City of Gold. Augustus was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. He thought he would be completely sidelined, but Jiang Yi actually gave him so much real power. Former leader of the furious shark pirate gang, Blood Shark. A burly man with a face full of scars stepped forward upon hearing the sound, looking nervous. He was appointed commander of the Second Fleet, responsible for the defense and mining of the Blackstone Island mining area and 3 surrounding resource islands. Blood Shark's eyes widened instantly. Blackstone Island mining area, that was a piece of fat meat he had coveted for over a decade, but had never been able to get his hands on. Lin Zhixiao's cool voice rang out continuously, announcing the appointments of everyone one by one. These appointments not only preserved their original core territories and part of their fleets, but also cleverly incorporated their trusted subordinates for assistance management, placing them all under the unified command of the Panguark. This both granted them real power and appeased public sentiment, while also preventing them from becoming too powerful and controlling their own armies. The expressions on the faces of the pirate leaders shifted from apprehension to shock, then to ecstasy, and finally to deep contemplation. The methods of this new master are simply too clever. The last trace of resentment in their hearts vanished unnoticed in the face of enormous benefits and skillful checks and balances. In addition, just when everyone thought it was over, Lin Zhixiao suddenly changed the subject and dropped a real bombshell. In order to enhance the overall combat capabilities of each fleet, the Master has decided to carry out the first batch of armament upgrades on the flagships of all fleets under his command. As she spoke, she raised her hand and made a sweeping motion in the air. A light screen instantly unfolded, and a huge and intricate 3-dimensional design blueprint was holographically projected onto the center of the hall. The menacing cannon barrel, the intricate energy circuits, the eerie blue aura radiating destruction. It was the legendary main gun, the Netherworld Void Cannon, capable of instantly destroying an 8th-tier warship with a single shot. Holy crap! Someone couldn't help but swear. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The next second, everything exploded. The Void Cannon. Am I seeing things? That's the cannon. Absolutely. It took out the judgment in one shot. My God. Master is going to distribute this god-level weapon to us. All the commanders' eyes turned bloodshot instantly. They stared intently at the slowly rotating blueprint, their breathing heavy like bellows, and saliva almost dripping from their mouths. This is a miracle they have witnessed with their own eyes. It's the ultimate weapon they've always dreamed of possessing. Now, we actually have the opportunity to equip our own ships? This is not a gift, it is a rebirth. Jiang Yi looked at their fanatical expressions, as if they wanted to gouge their eyeballs out and stick them on the blueprint, and knew that the time was right. He spoke softly, but his voice was like boiling oil poured into a fire. If you want to change your clothes, you'll have to earn them through your hard work. With a flash of light, a real-time scrolling leaderboard appeared next to the blueprint. Everything you do maintaining order in the waterways, eliminating remaining pirates, mining rare resources, and handing over strategic materials will be quantified as contribution points. The person ranked first will get priority in changing outfits. Jiang Yi leaned back on the throne, his gaze haughty. This is just the beginning. Not only the Netherworld Void Cannon, but in the future, even more powerful weapons and more advanced warships await you. These words completely opened Pandora's box of everyone's ambitions. If the previous threats filled them with fear and despair, then the promises they were now seeing an incredibly tempting golden road. With such an unfathomable and generous master who is wielding like a madman, the heights they can reach will far surpass those of the past. Thump. This time, no one needs to take the lead. Everyone knelt down on one knee again, sincerely and wholeheartedly convinced. We swear to serve our master to the death. We will not hesitate to die for the Pangu Arc. There was no falsehood in his voice, only boundless fervor and loyalty. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. The integration and consolidation went more smoothly than expected. Just as he was about to adjourn the meeting, an unusual commotion suddenly broke out outside the hall. It wasn't a fight, but a strange tranquility. A guard rushed into the hall and knelt on one knee with a strange expression. Reporting, Master. A mysterious fleet is approaching from outside the city. They are not hostile and claim to be envoys of the Tide Court, requesting a meeting with you. The Tide Royal Court. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. He had never heard of this name before. He looked at Augustus, who also looked blank, and shook his head vigorously. Master, I know all the forces in the Golden Sea and even the 7 surrounding famous sea areas, regardless of size, and I have never heard of any Tide Royal Court. Not a human force? Jiang Yi's heart stirred. Let them in. A moment later, the heavy palace doors slowly opened. A unique aroma, a blend of salty and cool scents from the deep sea, instantly filled the hall, invigorating everyone present. A group of figures walked in silently. The leader was a woman. She wore a long, azure dress that seemed to be woven from moonlight and seawater, with shimmering light flowing across the hem like rippling waves. She had long, seaweed-like, azure blue hair that almost reached her ankles. Her skin was so white it was almost translucent, and her features were so exquisite they seemed otherworldly. Those eyes were like the purest deep-sea sapphires, deep and clear, yet carrying an innate compassion and majesty. Behind her followed several guards dressed in the same attire. Their ears are pointed, like those of legendary elves, but on their exposed skin, one can see faint, shimmering scale patterns. Their aura blends perfectly with the ocean, powerful, ancient, yet restrained. Everyone in the hall was stunned by the unexpected arrival of these visitors and was momentarily speechless. The woman walked to the center of the hall, her calm gaze sweeping over the group of former pirate leaders before finally settling on Jiang Yi, the only one sitting there. She bowed slightly, performing an ancient and elegant gesture. Her voice rang out, as gentle and melodious as the ocean tide, yet it seemed to resonate directly in everyone's mind. The Tide Royal Court, High Priestess Nida of the Sea God, greets the master of the Pangu Arkansas. Chapter 210 Royal Envoy. Nida, High Priest of the Sea God. When those words echoed in the hall, everyone was stunned, including Jiang Yi. He re-examined the woman who called herself Nida, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It wasn't because of her beauty, but because of the unique energy she possessed. It was an aura completely different from Flora's life force and Alari's moonlight power. It was pure, vast, and boundless, like the deep sea. To his surprise, his weakness insight failed him in front of the other party. Name, Nida. Race, Sea Clan, Royal. Grade? State? Weakness? A series of question marks made Jiang Yi raise his eyebrows slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since advancing to the peak of level 9. Alternatively, the other party possesses a mythical treasure that can block detection. Or perhaps the other person's level of existence is so high that he cannot comprehend it at the moment. The Tide Royal Court. Jiang Yi leaned forward slightly, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of the throne. I don't think I've ever heard of you before. Nida's expression remained calm. We live at a depth of 10,000 meters in the ocean and never interfere in the disputes between the sea and the land. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Then why have you come today? Jiang Yi asked indifferently. He didn't believe there was any truly peaceful race. In this dog-eat-dog world, not fighting usually just means not being strong enough. But the Nida in front of them was clearly not weak. Nida raised her eyes, and for the first time, Her sapphire-like eyes looked directly at Jiang Yi. "We have come for the fall of the god." Upon hearing this, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. Augustus and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Could this group of mysterious people be here to seek revenge for the mechanical god court? Jiang Yi's expression remained calm, but the fingers that were tapping the armrest stopped. "So, you're here to avenge him?" "No." Nida shook her head, her voice soft yet clear. "We've come to thank you." "Grateful?" This answer caught everyone off guard. "Thank you for removing a festering tumor from this ocean." Nida continued. "The expansion of the mechanical god court has long since disrupted the breath of the ocean. Every roar of their divine punishment weapons leaves an indelible scar on the foundation of the world. From this perspective, you are our benefactor." Jiang Yi understood. Enemy of the enemy, huh? However, he wasn't naive enough to believe that the other party was simply there to express their gratitude. "It's just to express my gratitude. I'm afraid there's no need for you, High Priest, to make the trip in person." Jiang Yi's gaze sharpened. "Speak, what is your true purpose?" Nida's calm face finally showed a slight ripple after being exposed. She paused for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Everyone else in the hall held their breath, waiting curiously for what would happen next. Only Alari, the moon elf behind Jiang Yi, was frowning as she carefully examined Nida. She could sense Nida's affinity for nature, but she also keenly perceived a hint of decay mixed in with it. Like a magnificent tree on the outside, but its roots are quietly rotting deep in the soil. "My purpose in coming here is indeed not limited to this." Finally, Nida spoke again, this time with an undeniable heaviness in her voice. "Captain Jiang Yi, although you destroyed the mechanical god court, you may not know that you also tore open a rift leading to the abyss. The existence of the god is not merely that of a conqueror. He is also a guardian." "The guard?" Jiang Yi frowned. This was a novel idea. "What's the meaning?" Nida took a deep breath and uncovered a shocking secret. At the bottom of this ocean world, some ancient evils that have seeped in from the void are suppressed. They are distortions of the universe, the opposite of order, and we call them the Void Whispers. For 10,000 years, an ancient world seal has separated them. But the mechanical god, using his vast network of machines, usurped the seal and became its new guardian. His mechanical laws, though cold, also represent an ultimate order, which can be used to imprison the chaos of the void. Now that the God Lord has fallen, the network of order he used to reinforce the seal has collapsed instantly. The already precarious world seal has developed cracks that cannot be ignored. Nida's gaze was fixed on Jiang Yi. "Just 3 days ago, we detected that the first Void Whisperer had awakened from the rift. If the seal is not repaired soon, it will not be long before tens of thousands of void monsters flood into our world, plunging this place into chaos and destruction. At that time, both we sea creatures and you humans will be doomed." These words turned the faces of the pirate leaders who had just surrendered pale. They had always thought that the mechanical god court was the biggest threat, but little did they know that above it hung a sword of Damocles powerful enough to destroy the entire world. Jiang Yi's expression also turned serious. Void. He was very familiar with this word. His law of the void originates from this. He had also witnessed firsthand the strangeness and power of the void creatures. If what Nida says is true, and tens of thousands of void monsters flood in, it would be an absolute catastrophe. "So, you came to me wanting me to repair that seal?" Jiang Yi asked. "Yes." Nida nodded. "Because you are the only person on this ocean who has the ability to do this." "Why me?" "Because you have mastered the power of the void." Nida's gaze seemed to see right through Jiang Yi's soul. The god uses order to combat chaos, which is a form of suppression. But you can directly control chaos itself from its root. Fighting poison with poison is the best strategy. More importantly, Nida's tone became more serious. "When you destroyed the judgment, you must have been tainted with something from God." Jiang Yi's heart stirred, and he thought of the divine Lord's mark that he had sealed away. That mark is a key left by the god, and also a coordinate. It serves as both a guide to finding the core of the seal and the authority to open and repair it. "Now, this key is in your hands." Nida looked at Jiang Yi and said solemnly, Captain Jiang Yi, this is no longer just your personal matter, but a responsibility concerning the survival of the entire world. On behalf of the Tide Royal Court, I implore you to repair the seal for the sake of all living beings in this sea. After saying that, she actually took a step back and bowed deeply to Jiang Yi again. This time, it was no longer the etiquette of an envoy, but a gesture that was almost pleading. The hall was deathly silent. All eyes were focused on the man on the throne, awaiting his final judgment. Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest as he fell into deep thought. Responsibility? He never believed in any savior narrative. Everything he did was simply to make life better for himself and those around him. But Nida's words also pointed out that when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. If this world truly heads towards destruction, where will his Pangu arc drift to? And he could feel that the law of the void within him was resonating strangely because of Nida's words, a kind of instinctive thirst. It was as if the so-called world seal held a fatal attraction for it. This may be an opportunity to gain a higher level of understanding of the law of void. Risk and reward always go hand in hand. After a long while, Jiang Yi finally spoke, asking the most practical question. What benefit would I get from repairing the seal? Chapter 2, 11 Cosmic Seal. Jiang Yi's question was direct and realistic. He won't do anything that doesn't bring him any benefit. Nida seemed to have expected him to ask this question and was not surprised. She straightened up, a hint of admiration flashing in her blue eyes. Compared to those hypocrites who spout benevolence and morality, this man who speaks frankly about interests seems more real and reliable to her. Of course there are benefits. Nida's voice returned to calm. First, the Tide Royal Court will form the strongest alliance with the Pangu Arkansas. The secret shipping routes we have guarded for generations, the distribution map of deep-sea resources, and the alchemy and tidal magic accumulated by the sea creatures can all be open to you. We will be your most loyal partners. This condition is significant enough to tempt any maritime hegemon. The complete friendship of a mysterious and powerful deep-sea civilization is worth even more than half of the Golden Sea. Nida looked at Jiang Yi and continued. Secondly, this is also an opportunity for you. The world seal is the root of this world, and it contains unimaginable primordial energy. In the process of repairing it, you will inevitably come into deeper contact with the laws of the world, which will be of immeasurable benefit to your understanding of the power of the void. This point struck a chord with Jiang Yi. He could sense that his partially mastered void laws had encountered a bottleneck. To take it a step further, we need a higher-level starter. Sealing the world is undoubtedly the best option. Just one last bit. Nida's expression became somewhat subtle. She glanced at Jiang Yi, lowered her voice, and spoke with a hint of reverence and awe. That seal is not an inanimate object. It has a core. According to the oldest records of our clan, the core of the seal is a deity who sacrificed himself in ancient times to suppress the void rift. If you can successfully repair the seal, or even awaken the sleeping deity, you may receive a gift from the deity. That gift is enough to truly elevate you to the top in one step. A gift from the gods. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He has now reached the pinnacle of mortal existence. Beyond that lies the true realm of gods. He couldn't resist this temptation. A smile finally appeared on Jiang Yi's face. That does sound very tempting. However, since it's a global crisis, the level of danger must be quite high, right? Nida's expression turned serious again. Yes. Seal the chaotic sea I located at the center of the world, which is the most chaotic forbidden zone in the laws of the ocean. That place is shrouded in enormous storms and chaotic spatial rifts all year round, and even mythical-level warships can be torn apart in an instant. Moreover, the void creatures that awaken from the rifts will stop at nothing to prevent anyone from getting close to the seal. She looked at Jiang Yi and said, word by word, this journey can be described as a near-death experience. 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Jiang Yi smiled. I've always been lucky. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the hall before finally settling on Nida's face. I'll take this task. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's reply, Nida's eyes finally revealed genuine joy and gratitude. On behalf of the Tide Royal Court and all the creatures of this sea, I thank you for your decision. Jiang Yi waved his hand. Don't thank me yet. My men can't go to their deaths in vain. He looked at Lin Jixia. Jixia, gather intelligence immediately. I need to know everything about the chaotic CI and those void monsters. Yes, Captain. He then looked at Ling Shui. Ling Shui, the exploration plan for Nest of Mist is temporarily suspended. Your primary task is to immediately upgrade the Styx ferry boat to the highest level. I need it to be able to withstand the storms of the Chaos Eye. No problem, Captain. A flame of challenge burned in Ling Shui's eyes. Finally, he looked at Nida. High Priest, since we are allies, words alone are not enough. I need your tidal kingdom to provide technical support and material assistance. Nida agreed without hesitation. That's natural. I and the tidal guard behind me will follow you throughout the process, providing guidance and assistance. All the materials and equipment in our royal treasury used to combat the void are at your disposal. Very good. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. An expedition that would determine the fate of the world was decided in just a few words. Just then, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from outside the hall, as if an invisible needle had pierced the surface of reality. Immediately afterwards, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire Golden City. Warning! Warning! A high-energy spatial rift has appeared off the eastern coast of the city. Unknown biological reaction detected. Energy level 7 Lord. A guard stumbled in, his face filled with terror. Reporting, Master. A monster has appeared on the sea. Nida's expression changed instantly. It's the Void Whisperer. So fast. Everyone in the hall was startled. This was far too coincidental. Jiang Yi reacted the fastest. In a flash, he appeared on the terrace outside the hall. On the distant sea, a dark crack, like the sick eye of the sky, was slowly widening. From the crack, a monster covered in twisted tentacles and countless scarlet eyeballs struggled to crawl out. It has no fixed shape, like a writhing mass of rotting flesh that is constantly negating itself. Just looking at it makes people feel a sense of nausea and dizziness. The seawater around its body became murky, and some fish that couldn't escape in time rotted into bones the moment they came into contact with its scent. This is the Void Whisperer. Jiang Yi frowned. Although it was only level 7, the chaotic, evil, and illogical aura emanating from it was far more terrifying than that of other sea beasts of the same level. This is just the lowest level of Ripper. Nida's voice sounded beside him, tinged with seriousness. Its physical attack power is not strong, but its very existence distorts reality and pollutes life. We must never let it get near the City of Gold. As soon as the words were spoken, the Ripper seemed to have also noticed the city's existence, letting out a piercing, silent shriek as it rapidly crawled toward the port. Augustus and the others turned pale with fright. Quick! Fire! Stop it! The port's coastal defense guns immediately opened fire, and dozens of energy beams accurately struck the Ripper. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Those energy beams, powerful enough to melt steel, were absorbed directly after striking its muscular, mangled body, like water flowing into the ocean, without causing any ripples. Physical and energy attacks are very ineffective against it. Nida exclaimed urgently. Yeah. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand, and in his palm, a pure, pitch-black light, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, quietly emerged. Then let me give it a try. He pointed at the approaching monster and said something in the distance. Void anchoring. Buzz. An invisible force of law instantly enveloped the Ripper. The monster's writhing body suddenly froze, as if a movie had been paused and stopped in place. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yi loosely clenched his fist. Void annihilation. The space around the body of that Ripper began to violently distort and fold. Its body, composed of chaotic energy, was utterly vulnerable in the face of the purer and more domineering laws of the void. It's like a draft that was written incorrectly, which was forcibly crumpled into a ball by an invisible hand and then completely erased. There was no explosion, no sound. The level 7 void monster that had troubled everyone was deleted out of thin air right before their eyes, leaving not a trace behind. On the sea surface, only a spatial rift that is slowly closing remains. The entire port was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Nida's sapphire blue eyes widened, flashing intensely. She abruptly turned her head to look at the indifferent-looking man beside her. To fight against emptiness with emptiness. And it was such an easy, effortless crushing victory. She knew Jiang Yi was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. At that moment, she suddenly realized that what she had said about 9 deaths and 1 life might not even apply to this man. Or rather, he is that life. Chapter 2:12 The Secret of the Divine Mark. Like the absolute tranquility of the deep sea 10,000 meters below the surface, it enveloped the entire port of the Golden City. That hideous, ugly spatial rift, like a scar on the world, was forcibly smoothed and erased by an incomprehensible force with a casual flick of Jiang Ye's finger, disappearing without a trace. The sea was calm and still, as smooth as a mirror. It was as if the void monster that had terrified tens of thousands of people was just an absurd nightmare. On the harbor, thousands of soldiers from Pangu's Ark, along with their former subordinates who had recently surrendered and harbored various motives, held their breath in unison. They gazed up at the man's retreating figure on the terrace, their last vestiges of hope and speculation utterly crushed, leaving only the purest, most primal awe. That's the look in the eyes of mortals when they look up at the gods. Raising hands, making movements. A bizarre level 7 monster that even the city's main cannons couldn't defeat was deleted. What incredible power. This is simply a miracle. Inside the Parliament Hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was practically freezing. Augustus slumped into his chair, feeling as if all the bones in his body had gone limp, cold sweat soaking through his magnificent chaplain's robes. His close associates behind him trembled so badly they could barely stand. Thankfully, an overwhelming sense of relief welled up inside me. They were glad they surrendered quickly enough, and they were also glad they had latched onto this powerful patron, a real dragon indeed. Of all the people present, Nida was the one most deeply shaken. This proud priest, who came from the deep sea, of noble blood, and had witnessed countless miracles, was now staring intently at Jiang Ye's profile, at that face that looked excessively young in the sunlight. A truly monstrous wave surged within her sapphire blue eyes. She originally thought that Jiang Ye's so-called void power was just a very special kind of high-level energy that happened to be able to suppress mechanical creations. Just like water can suppress fire and light can break through darkness, it was a kind of attribute suppression. But what she just witnessed completely overturned her understanding. No, it shattered her worldview. That's not energy. That is the law. It is a higher dimensional power that transcends all physical rules. It is the supreme authority to define, distort, and even erase reality directly from the world's underlying code. If the Ripper is a virus, then Jiang Yi is the programmer. He's not killing the virus. He's directly modifying the source code to completely remove the concept of virus from the program. This man has not only mastered the void, but has even applied it to the level of laws. How is this possible? Nida's breathing became rapid. It is important to understand that in the ancient texts passed down by the sea race for tens of thousands of years, the void is the ultimate synonym for chaos, entropy, and destruction, the final enemy of all orderly life. Their countless ancestors, exhausting their wisdom throughout their lives, only managed to discover how to resist, block, and purify the pollution of the void. Control the void? This is like a mortal claiming that he can control death, the greatest blasphemy and madness. But the facts are right in front of us. Who exactly is this man? It seems these little things aren't as difficult to deal with as the rumors suggest. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand, dusted off non-existent dust from his sleeve, and spoke in a flat tone as if he had just swatted a buzzing fly. But he knew in his heart that the void annihilation he had just used, though seemingly casual, had actually drained nearly 10% of the void source energy in his body in an instant. The show-off was on point, and the blue bar was indeed getting low. Although the power of the laws is domineering, each use of them is like using the highest authority to modify the underlying logic of the world, and the consumption is far beyond imagination. It seems that I need to further improve my understanding of the laws of the void before heading to the Eye of Chaos. No, Captain Jiangye, you must not let your guard down. Nida snapped back to reality and blurted out the words with unprecedented anxiety and gravity. The Rippers you just wiped out were really just the lowest level cannon fodder in the void race. Their only task was to tear through space and act as coordinates and vanguards. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly with fear. Among the servant legions of the Void Whispers, there are even more powerful twisters, who can directly distort the physical laws of an entire sea. Above them are the Devourers, capable of swallowing a small city whole. And even at the heart of the Legion, there are the legendary Void Lords, who wield the authority of a region of the void. Their strength increases exponentially, and their bizarre abilities are endless. If you were to be surrounded and attacked by them in groups, even if you possess the power of laws, you would likely be in serious trouble. I know, Jiang Yi interrupted her calmly, his eyes revealing an all-knowing composure. I never fight a battle I'm not prepared for. He turned around and walked back into the hall, no longer looking at the awe-inspiring gazes outside. His gaze fell directly on the Divine Lord's mark that he had taken from the system, which was floating in mid-air and emitting a faint light. You just said that this thing is the key to finding the core of the seal and also the coordinate. Yes. Nida quickly followed in and nodded vigorously. The God Lord relies on it to remotely monitor and reinforce the seal. Inside it, there must be a map of the only route that can safely reach the Eye of Chaos. Jiang Yi raised his hand, his fingertips gently touching the cold metal mark. Buzz. In an instant, an indescribable torrent of information, like a burst dam in the cosmos, surged into his mind. It was a three-dimensional star map that was both incredibly vast and incredibly complex. No, it should be called a map of oceans that spans the entire planet. Countless energy threads, like neurons, permeate the entire subsurface space of the ocean world. They intertwine and converge, outlining the deepest energy network of this planet. At the end of all the threads lies a terrifying vortex of unimaginable size. It was just an image, yet it exuded a terrifying suction that seemed to devour souls, causing even light and thought to visibly distort around it. Without a doubt, that place is the so-called Eye of Chaos. Above the intricate, spiderweb-like network of runes, a line composed of billions of golden data runes was clearly highlighted. It precisely avoided all deadly spatial rifts, chaotic energy storms, and unknown void layers, like a sacred scalpel, accurately slicing through all obstacles, pointing directly to the final vortex's center. This is the only safe route that the God Lord painstakingly opened up. Just as Jiang Yi was processing the information from the nautical chart, a cold, emotionless consciousness, like unmelting ice that had never melted for millennia, resounded deep within his soul. Behind that voice, it seemed, stood an indifferent figure overlooking the changing of the ages. Whoever comes after me, whoever you are, when you activate this mark, it means I have already fallen. The seal is the cornerstone of this world order, and also the eternal prison that holds the ancient gods captive. When you reach the core, you will face your final choice. Inherit my authority, become the new warden, don this crown of thorns, and bear this eternal curse. Or release the forbidden being, lift the curtain of the end, and together with the entire world, embrace a grand destruction. Remember, those who break the seal will face the judgment of the warden. Warden means guard or jailer. That last word, like a materialized icicle, pierced Jiang Ye's consciousness, bringing a judgment and warning from a higher level of life. This seems to be the final test left by the gods for their successors, and also a beautifully packaged trap. Choose. After digesting all the information, Jiang Yi slowly curled a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Become the new warden? Be his jailer? Ridiculous. Jiang Yi never chooses the path others offer. What he needs to do is become the one who sets the rules and deals the cards. How is it? Have you found the flight path? Nida asked anxiously, noticing his changing expression. Found it. Jiang Yi waved the mark in his hand, his smile meaningful. Not only is there a flight path, but there are also some very interesting messages. Without giving a detailed explanation, he tossed the priceless mark to Ling Shui behind him. Ling Shui, export the complete flight data from inside and immediately start analyzing its structure and permission protocol to see if we can replicate its monitoring and hardening functions. Yes, Captain. Ling Shui caught the mark with shining eyes, like a child who had received a favorite toy. She almost pounced on the supercomputing instrument next to her, her 10 fingers flying, turning into afterimages. Jixia. Jiang Yi then looked at Lin Jixia. Transmit my order. All main warships of the Pangu Arc are to immediately enter the highest level of combat readiness and rest. Replenish all energy and ammunition. 3 days later, we will form an expeditionary fleet, targeting the Chaos Sea. Yes. Lin Jixia saluted crisply. Nida, Jiang Yi said, his gaze sharp as he looked at the high priest of the sea race. In the next 3 days, I need you to compile all the information you know about the void creatures, including but not limited to their weaknesses, habits, and social classes, into a book. At the same time, have your people assist Ling Shui in carrying out the highest level modifications to my flagship, the Styx Ferry. I want to see a brand new vehicle capable of crossing the Chaos Sea before I set off. No problem. Nida nodded solemnly, her eyes filled with determination. This is not only helping Jiang Yi, but also fighting for a future for their own people. Having arranged everything, Jiang Yi said no more, turned around, and walked alone into the captain's cabin of the Styx Ferry, the cabin doors slowly closing. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. In his mind, the vast sea network diagram and the domineering laws of the void were slowly merging and unfolding in a mysterious way. He had a strong premonition that this expedition would be an unprecedented transformation for him. Before the storm arrives, he needs to hone his skills to their sharpest and most perfect peak. Outside the captain's cabin, a massive, bustling construction project has begun. The entire Styx Ferry was lifted into the air by a huge force field, surrounded by hundreds of floating work platforms. Fragments of the heart of the world. Unlimited supply. Reinforce every inch of the keel with this stuff. Ling Shui's voice echoed throughout the dock through the loudspeaker, filled with the excitement of a mad scientist. One by one, the shimmering fragments were sent into the high-temperature furnace, turning into golden liquid. Guided by the sea alchemists, they slowly merged into the keel of the ship, as if they were alive, causing the entire skeleton of the ship to begin to exude a faint life aura. The annihilation field generator, violently dismantled from the judgment, was precisely installed under the armor on both sides of the ship's hull by a heavy robotic arm, its menacing muzzle flashing a dangerous dark red light. Nida even brought out the sea tribe's most treasured possession, a rare metal called deep sea star silver. When activated, this metal's surface displays star-like shimmering points of light, which can greatly resist the erosion of the law level. Thanks to the perfect combination of modern technology and ancient alchemy of the sea race by the genius engineer Ling Shui, the Styx Ferry is undergoing a complete transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 days later, when Jiang Yi stepped out of the captain's cabin again, the dazzling sunlight made him squint slightly. What awaited him was a mythical war fortress silently hovering above the port, exuding a terrifying aura that could stop a person's heart from stopping. Its size has increased by nearly a third, and its entire body has taken on a deep obsidian color. The surface is covered with a layer of deep sea star silver armor that flows with starlight, causing light to be subtly distorted on the hull. On both sides of the hull, the muzzles of dozens of annihilation field generators are like the eyes of lurking ferocious beasts. Just looking at them makes one feel a stinging sensation on the skin. A deep, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the starry sea, came from inside the ship. It was the sound of the energy core surging and operating. It is no longer a ship. It is a mobile, mythical fortress capable of crushing any enemy. Chapter 2:13 Promotion. The morning sun shines on the port of the Golden City. On the sea, the enormous vessel hovered silently, casting a huge shadow. It is the Styx Ferry boat that has undergone its ultimate transformation. In just 3 days, it has completely changed its appearance. The ship's length has increased dramatically to nearly a kilometer, making it comparable to the former Apocalypse mothership. The armor, a blend of deep sea star silver and memory metal, is a deep, dark purple with an energy halo that flickers like breathing on its surface. The life vines that had originally entwined the ship's sides had now completely merged with the hull. Among the emerald green leaves were dotted with dark blue void runes, exuding a dangerous yet alluring aura. The most astonishing part is the bow, where the original keel sculpture has been transformed into a ferocious dragon head cannon. Within its 2 eye sockets burned pitch-black flames that seemed capable of devouring light, an upgraded version of the netherworld dragon breath. At the port, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan, along with their respective crews, all looked up, dumbfounded, at the giant ship in the sky. Holy shit! Wang Ba's mouth hung open for a long time, his Adam's apple bobbing. This is our ship, for crying out loud? This firepower, this size, Lu Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock. This is no longer a ship, it's a mobile sea fortress. Awesome. So awesome, a young crew member shouted. To be on a ship like this even once in my life, it would be worth dying for. Augustus and the other newly surrendered commanders were so shocked by what they saw that their legs went weak. In their eyes, this thing has transcended the realm of myth and is a miracle capable of crushing everything. On the deck, Ling Shui stood proudly beside Jiang Yi. She hadn't slept for days, and her little face showed signs of exhaustion, but her eyes were frighteningly bright. Captain, we did it. I saw it. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted from the menacing dragon-headed cannon to her. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work at all. Ling Shui blushed with excitement as she waved her hand, pleased with the praise. We used the fragment of the heart of the world as the main energy source and incorporated the judgments, annihilation field generator, and space stabilization anchor into the defense system. She pointed to her feet and then to the distance. Furthermore, I reverse-engineered the Hermes' speed engine and installed it. She leaned closer, lowered her voice, as if sharing a huge secret. The Styx ferry is now at least 10 times stronger defensively, and it can now perform spatial jumps. Spatial jump. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. This means that he can instantly appear in the face of whomever he wants to hit. Well done, Ling Shui. Jiang Ye's praise this time came from the bottom of his heart. It's mainly because the materials you provided, Captain, were excellent, and also thanks to the help of High Priestess Nida and the others, Ling Shui said, scratching her head sheepishly. Nida, standing to the side, looked at the colossal war beast before her, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She never imagined that human shipbuilding technology could reach such a terrifying level. This ship might actually be able to venture into that chaotic sea all by itself. Just then, a series of prompts popped up on Jiang Ye's system panel. Your flagship Styx ferry has completed a mythic level upgrade. Ship hull structural strength permanently increased by 500%. Energy core recovery speed permanently increased by 300%. The unsinkable grip trait evolves into mythical body. The ship's hull possesses super fast regeneration capabilities. As long as the core remains intact, any damage can be automatically repaired within 3 seconds by consuming energy. The all things in the universe trait evolves into divine garden. Flora can create a divine plant domain covering a radius of 10 kilometers around the warship. Within the domain, enemy units will suffer continuous divine contamination and void erosion, while friendly units will receive rapid healing and energy recovery. Unlock the new mythic trait, Void Veil. Void Veil consumes a large amount of energy to create a void barrier around the fleet, isolating it from reality. It grants immunity to most attacks below the law level and resists the erosion of chaotic space. Duration is related to energy reserves. It's abnormally strong. Jiang Yi suppressed his excitement, especially the final void curtain, which was practically a divine skill tailor-made for the chaotic CI trip. With it, he could safely lead the entire fleet through that chaotic storm. Is everyone here? Jiang Yi asked in a deep voice, looking around at the fleet below that was fully prepared for departure. Report, Captain, the Pangu Ark Expeditionary Fleet is fully assembled. We are ready to depart at any time. Lin Jixia's voice came through the communicator. Very good. Jiang Yi walked onto the bridge, his gaze sweeping over the faces below, filled with trust and fervor. I hereby announce the official launch of the expedition to the Eye of Chaos. Target, the center of the world. Set off. With Jiang Ye's command, the massive Styx ferry slowly departed from the port. Behind it, hundreds of elite warships equipped with netherworld void cannons formed a formation and followed closely. This fleet, like an ancient behemoth awakening, sailed into the unknown depths of the sea with an unparalleled sense of oppression. All the residents of the Golden City poured into the streets, gazing up at this spectacular scene with eyes filled with awe and pride. They knew that a new era was being ushered in by this young captain. The fleet sailed into the boundless ocean, its speed increasing rapidly. Ling Shui, test the divine speed engine, Jiang Yi ordered from the bridge. Received. Speed engine warming up, energy injection, spatial parameters locked, jump countdown, 3, 2, 1. Buzz. With a soft hum, the Styx ferry suddenly sank. The view outside the window was instantly torn apart and stretched, transforming into a dazzling tunnel. Everyone on the ship felt a strange sense of weightlessness, as if their internal organs had been gently lifted and then instantly returned to their original positions. Ying Yao screamed excitedly, while Su Tao was so frightened that she hugged Wen Ruan tightly. Nida and her sea creature guards were even more shocked. This feeling of traversing space was something their tidal magic could not compare to at all. This feeling lasted for less than a second. The next moment, the ship shook again, and the view outside the window froze and became clear once more. Azure sky, surging sea of clouds. However, the once familiar Pangu Sea has disappeared. Instead, there was an unfamiliar sea area filled with dark red reefs and highly toxic fog. Reporting, Captain. Lin Jixia's voice trembled with excitement at the end. We succeeded. In one leap, we traversed nearly 1,000 kilometers and arrived directly at the Crimson Mist. The entire bridge erupted in thunderous cheers. A satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Ye's face. With this speed, there's nowhere in the world we can't go. However, just as everyone was immersed in joy, a cold, otherworldly will descended upon everyone's mind without warning. The voice was filled with chaos, madness, and malice, and it did not come through any device, but rather resounded directly from the depths of the souls of all intelligent beings. The cage is broken. The feast begins. First appetizer. The voice seemed to possess a magical power, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone who heard it. Even Jiang Yi felt his mental strength being severely pierced by this will. He suddenly looked up, gazing in a certain direction in the void. The voice's last thought clearly locked onto him. Let's begin with that false god who sits on a metal throne. Chapter 214 Void Pioneer. The lights flickered violently. The holographic projection emitted a piercing electrical sound. Jiang Yi stood before the metal throne in the center of the bridge. The chilling aura that descended out of nowhere completely ignored the physical armor of the Styx ferry. It pierced through the shield and brutally drilled into everyone's minds. A false god. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. He subconsciously rubbed his knuckles. Deep within his mind, the virtual throne representing the supreme authority of the mechanical god court was emitting a low hum. It was resonating. It was also issuing a warning. Jiang Yi instantly understood. The other party recognized the mechanical divine court legacy that he had just taken over. He smirked, his eyes devoid of any warmth. I just got this max-level gear for my main character, and you come here and unleash your ultimate attack right in my face. The atmosphere inside the bridge was extremely oppressive. Is that the will of the Void Lord? Nida, standing to the side, could barely stand. This usually proud sea princess was now deathly pale. Cold sweat clung to her blue, tousled hair, making her face stick to her cheeks. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving, her voice weak and shaky. Only the most elite void whisperers can project their consciousness directly into the real dimension. Nida gripped the edge of the control panel tightly. Jiang Yi, it's got its eye on you. The surrounding crew members were in an even worse state. Some people bit their lips until they bled. Others gripped the alloy control panel with both hands, their fingernails curling and bleeding without them even noticing. Suppression. Extreme suppression. Like the terrifying water pressure at a depth of 50,000 meters in the deep sea, crashing directly onto everyone's soul. What are you yelling about on my ship? Jiang Ye's expression remained calm. He raised his right hand, bent his index finger, and gently tapped the armrest of the alloy throne. Bite. A crisp metallic clang rang out. Immediately afterwards, a mental force as powerful as a stellar explosion erupted from between Jiang Ye's eyebrows. There were no fancy techniques involved. It was simply a pure, overwhelming mental assault. That sticky, foul-smelling void will collided with Jiang Ye's mental storm, like remnants of snow under the scorching sun. It shattered instantly. A layer of translucent golden ripples, visible to the naked eye, swept outwards from Jiang Ye, instantly enveloping the entire massive Styx ferry. The feeling of oppression vanished instantly. A violent coughing fit and the heavy breathing of survivors erupted from the bridge. Wang Ba's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the deck. He frantically wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his chest heaving like a bellows. "Captain, this is no joke." Nida rushed forward, her eyes filled with undisguised fear. "The Void Lord isn't even in our dimension. Any conventional physical or energy attack is like a gentle breeze to it. We can't hurt it at all. Can't be killed." Jiang Yi raised his eyes. He leaned casually against the throne, a slight smile playing on his lips. "We'll have to try to find out." The words had barely left his mouth when that chilling aura returned. This time, it abandoned everyone. Pure malice, like a tangible steel needle, precisely locked onto Jiang Yi. "Are you afraid, false god? Come to the sea of nothingness. The victor takes everything. The loser vanishes into nothingness. Do you dare?" Accompanied by silent, maniacal laughter, an extremely distorted star map was forcibly etched into Jiang Ye's retina. It was a cosmic vortex that was so red it looked almost black. There was no starlight there, only the remnants of matter shredded by black holes and particle storms. It was an absolute dead zone. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. This move was cunning enough. This is a blatant and overt conspiracy. The Void Lord had calculated that he wouldn't stand idly by while the fleet was delayed. He had also calculated the arrogance that was ingrained in him, a madness that would never bow down. "Boss, you can't go." Wang Ba got up from the ground, a rare seriousness appearing on his rugged face. "That place is obviously a huge pit. A typical entrapment operation. Even a dog wouldn't go there. This is their absolute home ground." Lin Jixia stood in front of the command console. Her 10 fingers moved in a blur as she frantically tapped the virtual screen. A series of glaring red warning codes popped up continuously. "Captain, the data is in. If we go there to fight, the energy consumption index of the Styx ferry will instantly triple. Even more fatal is that the outer defensive void veil will be suppressed by environmental rules, weakening it by at least 40%. Jiang Yi didn't say anything. He stared silently at the dark, deep space coordinates on the holographic projection. His fingertips continued to tap rhythmically on the armrest of the throne. "Retreat? If we back down now, these void mad dogs will cling to the expeditionary fleet like a leech, relentlessly pursuing it. The plan to reach the chaos I will be completely disrupted. Moreover, the word escape doesn't even exist in Jiang Ye's dictionary. Jixia, the fleet is now under your command." Jiang Yi turned around. His gaze swept across the entire room, carrying an undeniable air of authority. "Everyone, stay on the outer edge of the crimson mist. Form a defensive formation and clear out any scattered enemies. Don't come in." "Captain." Lin Jixia's heart skipped a beat, and she rushed forward. "I'll go and meet it by myself." Jiang Yi waved his hand, interrupting her. In a battle of that level, having too many people would only be a burden. He glanced at his subordinates around him, their eyes bloodshot, still eager to step forward and volunteer for battle. His tone was calm, yet it exuded an overwhelming confidence. "Don't worry about it. I'm not done living yet. The order has been issued. No room for argument. Styx ferry, disconnect fleet link. Target parameter correction. Sea of nothingness. Lightning fast engine, full power start. Boom. With a sharp engine roar, the space around the massive black ship began to collapse violently. Light was stretched into thin, multicolored lines. The next second, the Styx ferry transformed into a blinding blue afterimage, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. The sea of nothingness. The moment the jump ends. There was no buffer whatsoever. The extremely harsh environment hit them directly. There is no light here. There is no sound. There is no concept of up, down, left, or right. Even matter and energy themselves are disintegrating at a visible rate. The ferry across the Styx had just stabilized its hull when the dark purple void curtain covering it emitted a teeth-grinding scraping sound. Sizzle. It's as if tens of millions of invisible files are frantically scraping against the energy shield. The robust alloy hull surface was intermittently torn into tiny cracks by the raging dark matter turbulence. But immediately afterward, active metal and green repair fluid from inside the hull rapidly gushed out. The mythical body's self-healing mechanism operated at full speed, forcibly closing the cracks. The environment is really terrible. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. On the dashboard, the light bar representing energy reserves is plummeting at an alarming rate. This rate of consumption is practically burning money. In the darkness ahead, endless nothingness began to writhe. It's like boiling asphalt. A colossal outline, indescribable in human language, slowly emerged from the darkness. It's too big. Tens of thousands of thick tentacles, covered in barbs and slime, cascaded down from all directions. Countless enormous, pupil-less, scarlet eyes snapped open between the tentacles, staring intently at the Styx ferryboat at the eye of the storm. It doesn't need a fixed form. It is itself the embodiment of chaotic rules. Void Lord, you really came. Insignificant false gods. As that chaotic will materialized and descended. Boom. A terrifying shock force, powerful enough to completely shatter the rules of space, unleashed a massive dark matter tsunami. It crashed head-on into the bow of the Styx ferry. Chapter 2:15 One-on-one battle against the Void Beast. A chaotic torrent rushed towards us. That was not a simple energy attack, but an annihilation at the level of laws. It wants to completely delete the Styx ferryboat, along with Jiang Yi, from this world. Boom. A silent, deafening roar exploded in the sea of nothingness. The void veil of the Styx ferry was violently distorted and flickered in the face of this terrifying power, as if it would shatter at any moment. The ship groaned under the strain, its energy reserves rapidly decreasing at a visible rate. Such immense power. Jiang Ye's expression became extremely solemn for the first time. This Void Lord was even more powerful than he had imagined. Its power level has reached, and in some aspects even surpassed, that of the original God Lord. A head-on confrontation is definitely not a wise move. Lightning fast engine, micro leap. Jiang Yi made a decisive decision and issued the order. Buzz. The ferry boat on the river Styx vanished from its spot in an instant and reappeared tens of thousands of meters away. The space where it was just now has completely collapsed, forming a miniature black hole that is constantly devouring everything. You dodged it. A hint of surprise emanated from the Void Lord's will. You have nowhere to hide in my territory. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire sea of nothingness began to press towards Jiang Yi from all directions. Countless chaotic energy tentacles reached out from the darkness, blocking all his escape routes. A net stretching to the heavens and the earth. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. Since we can't avoid it, then we won't try to avoid it. Instead of ordering the warships to warp again, he made a move that surprised even the Void Lord. He took a step forward, leaving the bridge of the Styx ferry and floating alone in this chaotic sea of nothingness. Without the protection of the Void Veil, the chaotic laws surrounding him, powerful enough to tear apart a mythical warship, instantly took effect on him. However, strangely, Jiang Ye's body was not torn apart. Instead, it emitted a faint golden light. It was his SSS-level talent, Overlord Body. Through countless enhancements and adaptation to void energy, his physical body had become incredibly powerful. These chaotic laws, though causing him waves of stinging pain, could not inflict fatal damage. Interesting body. The Void Lord seemed to have developed a strong interest in Jiang Ye's physique. I will make it the most perfect collectible. Dozens of thick energy tentacles, like venomous snakes, coiled towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. You? Within his body, the dormant void law, minor completion, erupted completely at this moment. A ring of jet black energy ripples suddenly spread out from him. The aggressive energy tentacles, upon contact with this ripple, seemed to have encountered their nemesis, dissolving and dissipating one after another. In the realm of the void, I am the king. Jiang Ye's voice was cold and domineering. He transformed into a streak of black light and charged towards the enormous, immeasurably large Void Lord. He knew that against this kind of enemy, passive defense would only lead to certain death. Our only chance of survival is to attack. Even tiny insects dare to rebel. The Void Lord was enraged by Jiang Ye's actions. Its enormous body began to writhe violently. One after another, scarlet eyeballs opened simultaneously, shooting out thousands of rays containing the law of entropy increase. Any matter struck by this ray will decay and perish instantly. Jiang Ye's figure moved at high speed through the dense network of rays. His weakness insight had already allowed him to analyze the trajectories of these rays clearly. Each time, he managed to narrowly avoid the danger by the slightest margin. At the same time, the void energy in his hand condensed into a jet black longsword. Void boundary severance. He suddenly swung his knife. A jet black blade of light, 10,000 meters long, tore through the darkness and slashed fiercely at the Void Lord's body. Sizzle. The Void Lord's body, composed of chaotic energy, was forcibly torn open with a huge gash. However, no blood flowed out. The wound healed almost instantly, wriggling and shrinking. It's useless. In the sea of nothingness, I am immortal. Jiang Ye's brows furrowed tightly. He knew the other person was telling the truth. Here, the Void Lord can continuously draw energy from the surrounding environment to repair itself. It's simply impossible to kill it using conventional attack methods. Unkillable. Then I won't kill them. A bold, even insane, idea suddenly flashed through Jiang Ye's mind. He stopped attacking, hovered quietly in midair, and closed his eyes. Have you given up? Seeing this, the Void Lord assumed he was exhausted, and countless tentacles and gigantic mouths swept towards him again, intending to devour him completely. However, just as those attacks were about to touch Jiang Ye's eyes snapped open. His pupils were no longer black, but had transformed into two deep, swirling black nebulae. The laws of the void are not meant to be destroyed. His voice became ethereal yet grand, as if it had merged with the entire sea of nothingness. It is used to create order. He spread his hands, no longer gathering offensive energy, but releasing his laws of the void without reservation. That wasn't an attack, but a resonance, a form of assimilation. He wanted to use the void laws he had comprehended, which carried a trace of order, to infect and rewrite this Void Lord composed of pure chaos. This is nothing short of a high-stakes gamble. If he fails, his spirit and his soul will be completely devoured by the opponent's chaotic will, and he will be doomed forever. What are you doing? For the first time, genuine confusion and fear emerged within the Void Lord's will. It sensed that a force, originating from the same source but fundamentally opposite, was invading its core. It wanted to resist and expel this foreign object. But Jiang Ye's rules are like a seed. Once planted, they begin to take root and sprout wildly. The chaotic energy began to become orderly. The frenzied will began to subside. The Void Lord's enormous and twisted body began to tremble and struggle violently. Its countless mouths emitted silent, painful roars. Submission. Or I can format it. Jiang Ye's voice, like a divine decree, resounded deep within its soul. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the violent struggle gradually subsided. The Void Lord's enormous, sky-covering body began to shrink and condense. In the end, it transformed into a pitch-black sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, its surface covered with strange runes. It hovered silently in front of Jiang Yi, and the aura it emitted, though still powerful, was no longer chaotic, but rather carried an absolute sense of obedience. Owner. A raw but clear will entered Jiang Ye's mind. The bet was won. Jiang Ye let out a long breath, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He successfully used his own laws to override the will of the other party. He did not kill the Void Lord. Instead, it was subdued. Just then, the pitch-black sphere transmitted a massive flow of information to Jiang Ye. That was a picture. At the heart of an endless void storm. At the bottom of that enormous vortex called the Eye of Chaos. Countless chains made of light bound a petite figure. It was a woman. She closed her eyes, as if she had fallen into an eternal sleep. A head of long, silvery white hair danced silently in the storm. Chapter 216 The Sleeper of the Heart of the Storm. The moment the image flashed through his mind, Jiang Yi felt as if he had been struck by a muffled thunderbolt deep within his soul. The deepest part of the void eye. The chains, woven from countless intertwined laws, possessed an almost transparent purity, yet exuded a suffocating stillness. The silver-haired woman, whose collarbone was pierced by the chains, emanated an aura that caused the void laws within Jiang Ye's body to instinctively submit. This is not a difference in strength, but a crushing defeat in status. Is she an ancient god of this void, or some kind of earlier taboo? Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes, the swirling black nebula in his pupils gradually receding, restoring his languid yet profound expression. His gaze fell upon the enormous black sphere before him, 100 meters in diameter. The Void Lord, who was just moments ago so arrogant and capable of devouring stars, is now as docile as a stray dog with a broken leg. The runes on the surface of the sphere flickered rapidly, as if it were trembling. Jiang Yi let out a cold snort in his heart. He was too lazy to probe further with words, and his right hand made a grabbing motion in the air. A domineering will carrying the pressure of order slammed into the core of the black sphere like a heavy hammer. Tell me, who is she? A clash of will sparks fly. The seal is the heart of the sea eye. The Void Lord's will was intermittent, filled with twisted fear. It seemed to be deeply reluctant to utter the woman's name. Each time it touched upon the related memory, cracks would appear on its massive body, as if uttering that name would lead to its complete collapse. Jiang Yi understood. It's the gatekeeper, responsible for guarding that heart. That woman is the deepest truth in this sea. Jiang Yi rubbed his throbbing temples. Overusing the void laws made his head feel as heavy as lead. He casually pulled a high-grade crystal from his void warehouse, crunched it like rock candy, and popped it into his mouth. The crisp chewing sound was particularly jarring in the deathly silence. If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. Jiang Ye's mind stirred slightly, and the Styx fairy beneath his feet sensed its master's will, causing the eerie green flames to surge. The wooden oars sliced through the dark currents, creating a series of strange ripples. At the stern of his ship, that enormous, pitch-black sphere followed closely like a loyal satellite. The space along its path collapsed intermittently due to its immense mass, producing a teeth-grinding cracking sound. At this moment, the decks of the Styx main fleet were filled with a tense atmosphere. Have you still not been able to contact Mr. Jiang? Lin Jixia stood on the flagship's bridge, her palms sweating profusely, her once smooth short hair now slightly disheveled. Just moments ago, the distant void storm had eerily frozen in place. This deathly silence was more agonizing to the nerves than the previous fighting. Ying Yao gripped the railing tightly, her knuckles turning white from exhaustion. Wen Sa silently stroked the string of his longbow, his usually calm eyes now filled with unease. Old Lu, look what's that? Wang Ba suddenly pointed into the darkness in the distance. His face, which always wore a slick smile, was now trembling like a leaky bellows. Lu Yuan looked up. His cloudy eyes suddenly narrowed to pinpoints. That's the Styx. What the hell is that following behind it? In the distant darkness, the eerie green lights flickered uncertainly, like those of the underworld. Jiang Ye's ferry was sailing at a leisurely pace. But behind it, a black sphere, like an asteroid, was floating silently. With each step it took forward, the surrounding void was forcibly compressed. It was an absolute visual shock, a lone boat dragging a heart capable of destroying a planet. All personnel on alert. Main guns charged. Don't let that thing get close. Lu Yuan's voice was almost hoarse from shouting. All the ship's cannons instantly adjusted their angles, and all the magic circuits operated at overload. The air was tense to the extreme, as if a single spark would trigger a massive explosion. "Don't fire, it's me. Put your guns down. These things don't bite anymore." Jiang Ye's lazy, slightly teasing voice boomed in everyone's ears through the mental channel. The next second, the ferry cut through the darkness and steadily approached the flagship. Jiang Yi appeared on the deck. He looked tired, his hair was messy, and there were even a few burn marks on his clothes. But his expression, as if he would rather sleep than let the sky fall, made everyone's hearts sink. Lin Jixiao was the first to jump off the boat, rushing to him in a few strides. She circled Jiang Yi twice, making sure he wasn't missing any limbs, before her voice trembled with a hint of tears. "Where did you run off to?" Jiang Yi casually tossed another void crystal into his mouth and mumbled, "It's nothing. I'm just exhausted. I'm going out to digest." Nida followed her up. As a sea princess, her delicate face turned deathly pale the moment she saw the black sphere. She couldn't even maintain her balance, and her fingertips, gripping the railing, trembled violently. "That is a form of annihilation." Nida stared intently at the mysterious runes on the surface of the black sphere, her teeth grinding. "Jiang Yi, what did you do to it?" "That's a void lord. The sea creature's ancient texts say that once such a thing awakens, it dares to devour even gods." Jiang Yi leaned back in the captain's chair, casually raising his eyelids, his tone as relaxed as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. "Nothing much. I just talked to it about it." He casually pointed to the big guy behind him. "It thinks it has a better future working with me, so it voluntarily became a gatekeeper without having to pay a salary." Wang Ba, listening from the side, couldn't stop his mouth from twitching and his legs were trembling. "Boss, there's a limit to how much we can brag. This thing could swallow our entire squadron, and you call it a gatekeeper?" Lu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. He thought Jiang Yi was going to slay a dragon, but it turned out this kid had brought the evil dragon home to use as a watchdog. Jiang Yi ignored their shock. This kind of dimensional suppression was inexplicable. He couldn't very well say that he had almost formatted the Void Lord's thought process. "Jixia, issue the order to the entire army." Jiang Yi pointed to the massive vortex that was gradually taking shape ahead, his eyes sharpening. "Full speed ahead. Target, Chaos CI." The fleet set sail again. This time, with this formidable weapon in the rear, the previously restless deep-sea monsters seemed to have encountered their ancestor, not daring to even make a peep. The once perilous sea area was transformed into a smooth and prosperous path. Jiang Yi closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was absorbed in the system interface. This battle yielded astonishing results. Bite detected that the host has subdued a super mythical target, Void Lord. The system has determined that the offspring was conceived through a special process. Jiang Ye's eye twitched violently as he looked at the message. "Offspring. System, is your brain just discharged from a mental hospital? Did you think I could give birth to such a huge black ball?" He mentally ranted, but when his gaze fell on the rewards list, his breath caught in his throat. The golden logo that says Infinite Transformation is blindingly bright. Jiang Ye's fingers traced across various top-quality materials, finally settling on an almost transparent icon that seemed to be constantly flowing. Dust of the Source. In the ultimate blueprint for creation by the mechanical god court, this is the only creator-level material. No matter how sophisticated a warship is, without source matter, it will forever remain just a pile of cold steel parts. Only by imbuing it with source matter will the ship possess a soul and enter the realm of divinity. System, confirm conversion. Jiang Yi gave a low shout in his heart. Buzz. A burst of multicolored starlight erupted from the system inventory. The light was not dazzling, but it carried a sense of vitality. Tiny specks of light converged, forming a seemingly ordinary, yet strangely vibrant mass of silver dust. Next to the quantity column, a horizontal 8 was prominently displayed. Unlimited. From this moment on, Jiang Yi had an inexhaustible supply of origin dust. This isn't a reward. It's practically stealing God's wallet. Jiang Yi opened his eyes, and, through the thick energy shield, gazed at the chaotic sea that was now almost before him. The terrifying sea was like a black hole in deep space, devouring all light and shadow around it. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a smile that exuded an air of arrogance and confidence. Hey, you under the sea, don't worry. He rubbed his fingers together, a wisp of silvery source powder dancing on his fingertips. I have already brought enough betrothal gifts. If we can't reach an agreement. Jiang Yi turned his head to look at the massive, mountain-like void lord behind him, then at his own heavily armed fleet, his eyes cold. My demolition team is very skilled in their work. Chapter 217, Entering the Center of the Chaotic Sea. The ferry boat on the river Styx left a long white trail on the sea. The huge black sphere behind them was like a loyal bodyguard, following closely behind. Jiang Yi sat in the captain's seat, toying with the ball of silvery source dust in his hand. This thing feels cool in my palm, and it seems to be pulsating as if it's alive. Lin Jishao walked over and handed him a newly compiled navigation report. Jiang Yi, the color of the seawater in front of you has changed. Jiang Yi looked up at the big screen. The once deep blue seawater has now turned into a murky dark purple. There were no waves on the sea. Instead, it looked like a pot of thick porridge bubbling. Is this the outer perimeter of the Chaos Sea? Jiang Yi asked a question. Nida stood to the side, her face still looking grim. Yes, the space here has begun to distort. If you accidentally fall into those purple vortexes, you will be teleported directly to the depths of the void. Jiang Yi, are you sure you want to send the entire fleet in? Nida's voice was filled with worry. Jiang Yi put the source dust back into his backpack. Since we're already here, we can't just stand at the door and watch. He pressed the button for the ship's public address system. All ships, heed my command. Open the void curtain. Follow the Styx's trajectory. I won't rescue those who slack off. Wang Ba shouted in the channel. Don't worry, boss. Our ship is very sturdy now. Lu Yuan also replied. The first squadron is ready and can charge at any time. Jiang Yi didn't waste any more words and directly told Ling Shui to turn off the speed engine. Using spatial jump here would be suicide. If someone jumps into a spatial rift, even a god couldn't pull them back. The ferry boat on the river Styx slowly sailed into that dark purple sea. As soon as we entered, the ship rocked violently. The data on the dashboard started jumping around erratically. Gravity anomaly. The magnetic field is chaotic. Jiang Yi felt an invisible pressure squeezing his temples. This is spatial oppression. Ling Shui was busy behind the scenes, sweating profusely. Captain, energy consumption has increased by 50%. The purple seawater is corroding our shields. Jiang Yi glanced at the black ball behind him. Hey, go clear the way ahead. As if it understood, the black ball suddenly accelerated and rushed to the front. Its massive body smashed directly into those purple vortexes. The previously chaotic space became much more stable after the black ball passed by. This thing works pretty well. Jiang Yi muttered something to himself. Lin Jishao looked at the detection data on the screen and suddenly pointed ahead. What is that? A huge shadow could be vaguely seen in the thick purple mist. The thing lay across the sea like a floating continent. No, that's a door. Nida gasped in surprise. That was the first seal leading to the core of the CI, the Gate of Chaos. As the distance closed, Jiang Yi saw the true face of the shadow. Those were two enormous stone pillars, piercing straight into the sky. Countless black chains were wrapped around the middle of the stone pillar. The chains were covered with countless corpses. There were enormous sea monsters, as well as mechanical wreckage gleaming with metallic luster. These are all unlucky guys who tried to break in before. Jiang Yi counted them, and there were several skeletons of level 9 sea beasts. The space between the stone pillars was twisting wildly. It formed a pitch-black opening. That's the entrance. Nida pointed to the black hole. But there were guards at the door. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. On the base of the stone pillar, two strange birds with 3 heads were perched. The two strange birds were covered in dark red scales. Each head has a single, enormous eye. The aura they emitted revealed Jiang Yi's weaknesses, causing him to frantically raise an alarm. Peak of level 9. And there were 2 of them. Jiang Yi stood up from his seat and stretched his wrists. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan, you two stay in the back. Give me these 2 birds. Ying Yao ran over and grabbed Jiang Yi's arm. I want to go too. I've never shot a three-headed bird like that before. Jiang Yi patted her head. Stay on the ship and protect Jixia and the others. In a battle of this magnitude, the aftershocks alone could capsize an ordinary warship. Ying Yao was somewhat reluctant, but she obediently let go of his hand. Jiang Yi jumped directly off the bridge. He did not use any flight equipment. It just floated there, still in midair. The laws of emptiness within the body began to circulate. A faint black light enveloped him. The two three-headed birds spotted Jiang Yi. They emitted piercing screams. 6 single eyes simultaneously emitted dark red beams of light. The beam of light pierced through the void and arrived in front of Jiang Yi in an instant. Jiang Yi didn't even try to dodge. He simply extended his right hand and gently grasped it. The beams of light were distorted into fragments as they approached his palm. That's it. Jiang Yi flashed away. Only a fleeting afterimage remained in the same spot. The next second, he was already on top of a three-headed bird. He clenched his right fist and slammed it down. The power of the overlord body erupted without reservation. Boom. One of the three-headed bird's heads was smashed into a pulp. It emitted a painful wailing. The remaining 2 heads lunged at it frantically. Jiang Yi snorted coldly. The void vanished. He released a ball of pitch-black energy from his palm. The energy spread instantly, completely enveloping the three-headed bird. He didn't even have time to scream. That level 9 peak strange bird completely disappeared. The other three-headed bird was terrified. It spread its wings, trying to escape. Jiang Yi pointed with his hand back. Void anchoring. The space around the strange bird instantly froze. It remained in the takeoff position, frozen in mid-air. Jiang Yi did not make another move. He looked back at the black ball behind him. Here's an extra meal for you. The black ball emitted a burst of excited fluctuations. It suddenly opened a huge mouth and swallowed the frozen three-headed bird. Crunch, crunch. The sound, like chewing beans, echoed throughout the entire sea. Nida was stunned by what she saw on the ship. That's a Chaos Guardian. In sea creature legends, this monster is invincible. As a result, it couldn't even last 3 minutes in Jiang Yi's hands. Jiang Yi returned to the deck and clapped his hands. Let's go inside. The fleet slowly sailed into the dark cave entrance. A dizzying sensation washed over me. When Jiang Yi opened his eyes again, the scene before him stunned him. There is no water here. There is no sky. There were only countless giant gears floating in the air. The gears were rotating slowly, making a dull metallic clanging sound. Is this the ruins of the mechanical god court? Jiang Yi looked at the gears and felt they looked somewhat familiar. No. This is the underlying logic of how the world works. Nida's voice became sacred. We entered the deepest part of the chaotic sea. This is the core of the seal. Jiang Yi looked down. At the center of countless gears, there is a huge platform. On the platform, the silver-haired woman lay there quietly. Countless glowing chains extended from the surrounding gears, piercing through her limbs. Jiang Yi felt the void laws within his body pulsating more and more violently. A red notification suddenly popped up on the system panel. The world core has been detected. Should we use source dust for repair? Jiang Yi did not take immediate action. He saw 4 figures dressed in black robes standing around the silver-haired woman. These figures were holding enormous scythes. They had no faces. Beneath their hoods lay only emptiness. That's the warden, Nida said, her voice trembling. They are monsters who specifically guard the seal. Jiang Yi sneered. Whoever it is, I'm determined to save this person today. Chapter 2:18 The Warden's Trial. Jiang Yi stood on the edge of the deck, leaning on the railing with one hand, looking down at the platform below. The wind seeped out from between the gears, making his clothes flutter. The 4 black-robed wardens turned their heads almost simultaneously. The hood was empty, devoid of facial features or a face. But Jiang Yi could feel 4 icy gazes fixed on him, piercing to the bone. It's like being targeted by a venomous snake. No, it's colder than a poisonous snake. The gears floating in the void around them suddenly increased their speed by a level. Crunch, crunch. The sound of metal scraping against metal was sharp and piercing, like someone scraping glass with a knife. Lin Jixia called out urgently from behind. Jiang Yi, the radar shows that these monsters' energy readings are constantly increasing. She stared at the holographic panel, her face pale. They've already broken through the level 9 limit. They're absorbing the power of the surrounding gears. Jiang Yi nodded and flexed his wrists. The joints made a crisp cracking sound. I can tell. His tone was flat. These guys are tied to this space. Killing them is tantamount to making an enemy of the entire sealed space. After he finished speaking, he turned around and glanced at Ling Shui. Ling Shui, is the source dust ready? Ling Shui was holding a specially made metal can about the size of her palm, her hands clenched tightly. It was prepared a long time ago. When I make my move, you watch the moment and throw it onto the platform. Don't hesitate, just throw it all at once. Ling Shui nodded emphatically, her eyes filled with a fierce look. Don't worry, Captain, my hands are very steady. I didn't even shake when I was defusing bombs in a shipwreck last time. Jiang Ye's lips curled up slightly. He then looked at the black sphere hovering behind the fleet. You, go and distract the two on the left. A ripple appeared on the surface of the black sphere. Just keep them away from the platform. The rest are mine. The black ball emitted a low hum. The next second, its massive body plunged straight down. It forcefully broke through the gap between the gears, creating a path. Several small gears were smashed to pieces, and metal debris flew everywhere. The four wardens finally made their move. There was no start, no running start. Their silhouettes spread through the air like ink, appearing in new locations in the next instant. Two of them blocked the black ball. Bone-like fingers gripped a massive scythe. The sickle swung down. The blade sliced through the void, leaving a dark purple crack. The crack lingered for a long time, as if space itself had been cleaved open. The black ball is unambiguous. Countless jet-black tentacles instantly burst open on its surface. The tentacles lashed out at the scythe like whips. Bite. Ding-ding. Ding-ding-dang-dang. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the sealed space. Each impact generates visible shockwaves that spread in all directions. Jiang Yi didn't look at it again. He flipped over and jumped off the deck. The wind whistled into my ears. In mid-air, the mantis blade was already firmly in his hand. The blade gleamed with a cold light. The remaining two wardens came forward to greet them. The speed is ridiculously fast. One of them made the first move. It raised its withered finger and pointed it at Jiang Yi in the air. There was no sound, but a word echoed in Jiang Yi's ears. Withering away. A gray aura spread from my fingertips, like an invisible plague. Fine cracks instantly appeared on Jiang Yi's skin. Vitality is being lost at a rate visible to the naked eye. He looked down at the back of his hand. Cracked and whitish, it looked as if he had aged decades in an instant. Law-based attack. It acts directly on the origin of life. An ordinary person would probably be turned to ashes on the spot if hit by this. Jiang Yi snorted coldly. Overlord body, full power. The words fell. A layer of intense golden light suddenly burst forth from the surface of his body. The golden light was so intense it was almost tangible, enveloping his entire body. The gray, decaying aura collided with the golden light. Hiss hiss hiss. It's like throwing an ice cube into boiling oil. It evaporated completely in an instant. The cracks on the back of my hand healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin regained its firmness and strength. Trying to suck my life out of me. Jiang Yi squeezed his wrist, and his knuckles cracked. You're still too green. He flashed away. It was so fast that it didn't even leave an afterimage. The next second, he was already standing in front of the warden. The distance is less than an arm's length. High-altitude knife technique. The moment the blade flashed, the light in the entire space dimmed for a split second. The warden reacted quickly. He held the sickle horizontally in front of him to block. Click. The sickle broke in two. The fracture surface is as smooth as a mirror. The blade's edge did not stop. Slashed diagonally down its shoulder. The black robe was torn open with a huge rip. There was no blood, no flesh inside. There was only a swirling mass of black mist. The black mist let out a shriek. The sound didn't come from his mouth. It went straight into Jiang Yi's brain. It was piercing, sharp, and made one's scalp tingle. The black mist desperately retreated. I want to rebuild my body. Jiang Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. Void anchoring. The black mist froze instantly. It was as if they were being gripped by an invisible hand, unable to move even the slightest bit. Jiang Yi slashed again with his backhand. Decisive and efficient. The black mist split open from the middle, breaking into countless tiny particles that dissipated between the gears. A system notification sounded in my mind. Defeat the Void Warden. Fake. And obtain one world law fragment. Fake. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. Therefore, these things are just replicas of some kind of energy. The real warden isn't here at all. He didn't have time to think about it. The last warden had gone mad with killing. It held up its sickle and spun wildly in midair. Each swing tears apart a piece of space. The black cracks are increasing. Then those cracks began to shrink and collapse. This created one fist-sized black hole after another. The gravitational pull of a black hole is terrifying to the extreme. The surrounding gear fragments, metal debris, and even the light itself were twisted and sucked in. Jiang Yi felt his body being pulled. The foothold beneath our feet is also crumbling. Nida cried out in surprise from a distance. That's spatial collapse. He's pulling the entire sealed space into a black hole. Jiang Yi heard it, but there was no sign of panic on his face. He immediately sheathed his longsword. Free your hands. He spread his 10 fingers and ripped them open into the void. Break it. The laws of the void erupted to their fullest extent at this moment. A ring of pitch-black energy emanated from his palm. Those black holes. Smack. Clap, clap, clap. Like fragile soap bubbles, they burst one after another. It turned into powder and dissipated into the air, tearing apart a black hole with bare hands. The warden froze. It remained motionless, still in the posture of swinging a sickle. It may have existed for countless years and never seen such an operation before. On the deck, Lin Jixia stared wide-eyed, her lips trembling for a long time before she finally managed to utter a sentence. Did he just crush the black hole with his bare hands? No one answered her, because everyone was stunned. Jiang Yi didn't give it time to react. His body surged forward violently. I punched it in the chest. The fist pierced right through the black robe. His fingers groped around in the black mist for a moment. Then he suddenly pulled it out. He pulled out a crystal that emitted a dark purple light. The crystal pulsed in his palm, like a heart. Jiang Yi squeezed hard. Smack. The purple light shattered. The figure of the second warden drifted away like scraps of paper. The black ball situation is almost over. It pinned the last 2 wardens under the gears, its tentacles slapping loudly. The black robes were all torn into strips. Jiang Yi patted the crumbs off his hands. It landed steadily on the platform. Only then did he take a serious look at the silver-haired woman. Upon closer inspection, her beauty exceeded his expectations. It's not the kind of beauty that makes your heart race. It is a kind of beauty that is so striking that it is almost overwhelming and oppressive. Her skin was so white it was almost transparent, and you could vaguely see the fine silver lines beneath it. Her long, silver hair covered most of the platform, like flowing mercury. The glowing chains pierced through her limbs and waist. It flashes once every few seconds. With each flash, her brows furrowed slightly. It felt like enduring endless pain in a dream. Nida also jumped down. Her legs were trembling, but she still walked to the edge of the platform. She looked at the woman, her eyes reddening. This is the sea god. He is also the ballast of this world. Her voice trembled. If we don't rescue her, the void will eventually devour everything. Jiang Yi walked to the woman's side and squatted down. He could feel the power contained in the chains. That force was ancient and heavy, like an entire mountain pressing down on it. If the demolition is carried out by force, the backlash will directly affect her. Ling Shui, make your move. Ling Shui slid off the sticks. She ran to the center of the platform and unscrewed the lid of the metal can. Silvery source dust flew out like fireflies. Tiny specks of light drifted and landed on the chains. A miracle happened. Those seemingly indestructible chains began to soften and fade. Like ice meeting fire. Melt and dissipate section by section. It works. Ling Shui clenched her fist and whispered a shout. Jiang Yi squatted down beside the woman, staring intently at the speed at which the chains were melting away. As the constraints lessened, the woman's aura gradually returned. The gears around it were rotating slower and slower. The entire space began to tremble. First came a slight vibration. Then it became increasingly intense. The platform beneath our feet was shaking. The seal is about to be broken. Nida gripped her staff tightly, her knuckles turning white. The moment the last chain broke, the silver-haired woman suddenly opened her eyes. There was no warning whatsoever. Jiang Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. Her eyes had no pupils. There is no white in the eye. There was only one Milky Way, so deep it was breathtaking. Countless stars seemed to shimmer in her eyes. The next second, an extremely terrifying pressure exploded outwards from her center. Jiang Ye's body felt as if it had been hit by an invisible wall. He took 4 steps back, leaving 4 deep scratches on the platform with the soles of his shoes. Nida collapsed to the ground. The staff slipped from his hand and rolled away with a thud. Ling Shui fared even worse. She was thrown over by the blast wave and rolled twice on the ground. The silver-haired woman slowly sat up. Fragments of broken chains floated and spun behind her. It's like some kind of eerie halo. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Yi. The sound did not come out of the mouth. Instead, it appeared directly in Jiang Ye's mind. It was cool and ethereal, as if it came from a very, very far place. Did you wake me up? Jiang Yi steadied himself and raised his head. I met those eyes, which were as bright as the Milky Way. It's me. The woman remained silent for 2 seconds. Then she raised her hand, her fair fingertips pointing towards Jiang Ye's heart. You have an unpleasant smell. Her brows furrowed slightly. That is the aura of the god. Jiang Yi looked down at his chest. He could feel the divine mark inside his backpack getting slightly warm. It was even trembling slightly, as if it were afraid of something. He casually reached into his backpack and pulled out the mark. The moment my fingertips touched the mark, a feeling of repulsion surged up from the very marrow of my bones. Nausea. Jiang Yi expressionlessly threw the mark on the ground. I find this thing disgusting too. He lifted his foot, the toe of his shoe touching the mark. If you don't like it, I'll stomp on it right now. The silver-haired woman stared at his movements. The Milky Way in his eyes stirred slightly. It was like a pebble being thrown into a calm lake. She stood up, barefoot on the cold platform. Her toes were fair and slender, as if carved from jade. With each step she took, the broken gears around her began to automatically piece together and repair themselves. Metal fragments flew through the air and reassembled. The creaking sound became smooth and orderly. It was as if the whole world was awakening beneath her feet. My name is Hill. She walked up to Jiang Yi and stopped. She was half a head shorter than Jiang Yi. She was only wrapped in a few tattered pieces of white gauze, which covered her vital parts, but could not hide her otherworldly aura. She reached out her hand. Cool fingertips gently touched Jiang Yi's cheek. In that instant, Jiang Yi felt as if the void laws within his body had been summoned by some force, pulsating wildly. As compensation, Hill's voice remained cold and indifferent. I allow you to become my follower. There was a moment of silence. Jiang Yi blinked. Then he laughed. It wasn't a polite smile. It's the kind of smile that has a touch of roguishness, a smile that slowly spreads from the corners of the mouth. Followers. He gently brushed Hill's fingers aside. The actions were not rude, but the attitude was very clear. I'm sorry. He took a half step back, put his hands in his pockets, and tilted his head to look at her. I'm used to being the boss. He paused. If you want to come with me, you can. But you have to call me Captain. Chapter 219 Hill's joining. Hill looked at Jiang Yi, a hint of confusion in his silver eyes. Captain? In her memory, no living being had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone. She is the will of this ocean. The tides rise and fall because of her, and life is propagated because of her. Others have always groveled at her feet. Jiang Yi ignored her reaction. He turned around and waved to Lin Jixiao on the boat. Jixiao, make room for this new member, the biggest one. Lin Jixiao was stunned on the deck. She looked at the woman whose body was shimmering with silver light, and then at Jiang Yi, who looked completely indifferent. Jiang Yi, are you serious? This guy doesn't seem like someone who can be easily assigned tasks. Jiang Yi shrugged. Once you're on my ship, you're mine. I don't care who you are. Hill did not respond. She silently looked around at the gears that were gradually returning to their positions, then turned her gaze to the ferry boat on the river Styx. This ship. She spoke softly, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity for the first time. It carries the aura of the heart of the world, as well as the essence of the source. She walked toward the ferry boat on the river Styx. As you walk barefoot across the platform, Each step leaves a faint silver shimmer on the metal floor beneath your feet, like a pebble grazing on water. Nida knelt behind her, her forehead pressed to the ground, barely daring to breathe. Jiang Yi followed Hill onto the ship. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan had long since huddled in a corner of the cabin. They couldn't describe the feeling. Their bodies felt weak, their legs trembled, and only one thought remained in their minds. They couldn't escape. Ying Yao wasn't afraid. She tilted her head and leaned closer, sniffling. "Sister, you smell so good. What's that scent?" He'll stop to look at her. His gaze lingered for a moment on the dragon, horns atop Ying Yao's head. The bloodline of the Thunderfire dragon. She tilted her head slightly. Extremely thin. Ying Yao's face flushed red instantly, and sparks crackled from the dragon's horns. "You're the one who's thin. Your whole family is thin." Hill has already gone far away. She went straight into the room Jiang Yi had arranged for her. It was a terrace cabin on the top floor of the ship, with 3 sides open and a view of the entire sea. Jiang Yi stood in the corridor, watching her close the door. The system notification in my head rang out at just the right moment. Successfully recruited special crew member, Hill, Oceanwell. Gain unlimited conversion attempts X1. Jiang Yi glanced at the conversion list. The dust of the source has been transformed. The fragments of the heart of the world have been transformed. 1 spot is vacant. Before he could decide what to fill in, the entire ship suddenly shuddered violently. It wasn't just ordinary bumpy ride. It was a continuous, tearing vibration that came from deep within the keel. The alarm blared. "Captain!" Lin Zhixia's voice burst from the communicator, filled with barely suppressed panic. "The purple seawater is receding. A black hole has appeared on the seabed, swallowing everything around it." Jiang Yi rushed onto the deck in 2 strides. He saw it. The seawater has completely disappeared from the original location of the Chaos Sea Eye. Instead, a huge vortex appeared. It's not a whirlpool. It is the void itself that is collapsing. Pure black, the kind of black that can't even swallow light. Its diameter is estimated to be over 10,000 meters and is still expanding. Hill came out of the room. She stared at the black hole, and for the first time, her expression changed. The seal is broken, and the void power that has been accumulating here for too long has nothing to suppress it. Her voice was calm, but Jiang Yi could hear the underlying seriousness. The balance is broken. If this hole isn't plugged, the entire sea will be dragged into the void. Jiang Yi cursed. "Why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't ask." Jiang Yi didn't have time to argue with her. He turned to look at Ling Shui. "Is there any way to block it?" Ling Shui stared at the data on the screen, her fingers trembling. "It can't be blocked. The energy level is too high. Even if we threw all the fragments of the heart of the world on the ship in, it wouldn't be enough." She bit her lip. Unless a warship of mythical or higher level self-destructs its core, the instantaneous high-pressure impact could force the cavity to close. Jiang Yi remained silent. The ferry boat across the river Styx was something he risked his life for. Self-destruction? Don't even think about it. No need to blow up the ship. Hill spoke. She pointed to the jar hanging from Jiang Yi's waist. "The dust of the source can reshape the framework of the laws. Combined with my power, I can reassemble the structure here." She paused for a moment. "But I just woke up and my own reserves are insufficient. I need external energy to come in, the more the better." Jiang Yi immediately took the jar off and handed it over. "How much do you want?" "Burn your core to whatever extent it can burn." Jiang Yi turned around and yelled at Ling Shui. "Did you hear that? Stuff the fragments of the heart of the world into the core, as many as you can, and burn them until they're smoking." Ling Shui gritted her teeth and started operating. The core of the Styx ferry emitted a deep rumble, causing the entire ship to tremble. A thick green beam of light shot up from the bottom of the ship and poured into Hill's body in midair. Hill caught that energy. Her body began to glow. A silvery glow shone through the skin, dazzlingly bright. She opened the jar. Silver dust poured out, carried by her power, and spread towards the still expanding black hole. The moment the dust falls onto the edge of the black hole, it begins to crystallize, spread, and connect. It's like bones growing back from nothingness. The black hole is resisting. The entire space was violently distorted, emitting a low-frequency hum that made one's internal organs feel like they were churning. The silvery crystalline net and the black hole remained locked in a stalemate for a few seconds. Then Hill closed his eyes and poured all his remaining power into it. The net began to close. Little by little, it was like sewing a torn piece of cloth back together. The black hole made one last desperate attempt. Boom. The white light engulfed everything. Jiang Yi couldn't see anything. His ears were ringing. I don't know how much time passed. It could take a few seconds, or it could take a few minutes. He blinked a few times. When the view returned, the black hole was gone. Seawater surged back from all directions, filling the gaps. It was a bright, clear blue, and so quiet it seemed unreal. Hill fell from the sky. Jiang Yi rushed over and caught her. Her body was so light that it felt almost weightless. The silver sheen on her skin had dimmed considerably, and she looked somewhat translucent. Are you all right? Hill leaned against him, her eyes closed. Sleepy. Just one word. Then her breathing became even, and she really fell asleep. Jiang Yi carried her back to the room and put her on the bed. He had just stepped out the door when Lin Zhixiao rushed over, her expression grim. Jiang Yi, look at the world channel. Jiang Yi turned on the channel. The screen was filled with red messages, scrolling by incredibly fast. Arctic Sea Zhongwei. The sky has cracked. Things are falling from the crack. Countless. Stormy seas Li Chong. The captain is dead. The ship is sinking. Who will save us? Ordinary Sea Area Zhao Min. The sea is on fire. There are flames everywhere. What's going on? Southern Waterway Anonymous. It's all over it. Jiang Yi looked up at the window. The sky cracked. It's not a metaphor. It really cracked. Several dark red gashes stretched across the sky, as if something had forcibly torn a crack open from the outside. The edges of the crack are still slowly widening. He understood. Although the seal on the Chaos Sea has been repaired, the shockwave from that moment before affected the entire great world. The hidden wounds that were already present on the world's barriers were all shaken open. Things from the void are flowing down from the cracks. Chapter 220 The Void Descends. 10,000 ships cry for help. Jiang Yi stood on the deck. The sea breeze rushed into my collar, chilling me to the bone. He looked up, staring intently at the sky. A dark red crack stretched across the sky, as if an invisible knife had cleaved the entire sky into pieces of broken porcelain. The edges of the crack were still slowly wriggling, like the mouth of a living creature. Dark mists surged forth from the depths of the crack, one after another, without end. The moment the black fog fell into the seawater boiled violently. Immediately afterwards, one after another, deformed outlines emerged from the boiling waves. There are flying fish with hundreds of eyes, each eye constantly moving, its pupils reflecting scenes that do not belong to this world. There are colossal beasts covered in bone armor, larger than the ferry boat on the river Styx, capable of swallowing a medium-sized warship whole with a single bite. There were also some indescribable shapes, like crumpled and unfolded pieces of black paper, silently gliding across the sea surface. Jiang Ye's hands rested on the railing. His knuckles clenched so tightly they turned white. The world chat channel has completely crashed. The messages were refreshing so fast that the message list was completely obscured. The screen was filled with red distress signals. Misty Seas Chen Fei. Someone, please save us. We're surrounded. All 3 frigates have sunk. Golden Sea Wang Wu. Where's Jiang Yi? Where's Pangoark? Please send someone out. Coral Sea Area Zhou Qian. These monsters are practically invincible. They're immune to physical attacks. Energy attacks can only scatter them for a short while. They quickly reform. Anonymous in ordinary waters. I don't want to die. Someone tell me this isn't real. Arctic Sea Area Zhongwei. The entire eastern sky was dark. Nothing could be seen except for eyes everywhere. Jiang Yi turned off the channel. There's no point in watching any further. Lin Zhixia stood behind him. His fingers flew across the tablet, his face ashen. The situation is worse than we thought. Her voice was low, as if afraid that speaking loudly would make the news seem more true. According to the data we've received so far, there are at least tens of thousands of void landing sites around the world. She paused for a moment. The regional defenses left behind by the mechanical god court are basically useless against these void creatures. She said the word useless very softly. But Jiang Yi understood. It's not that the effect is bad. It's that it's like it's made of paper. He turned around. His gaze swept over everyone on the deck. Wang Ba stood on the port side, carrying his large hammer, his face unusually devoid of a playful expression. Lu Yuan leaned against the mast with his arms crossed, his lips pressed into a straight line. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan. The two stood up straight at the same time. Assemble all the squadrons. Establish a three-tiered ring defense line centered on the Golden City. Jiang Yi spoke slowly, but every word was sharp and forceful. The outermost patrol fleet will be responsible for early warning and harassment. The middle main fleet will intercept, and the innermost artillery positions will provide backup. Bombard all approaching void creatures with the Netherworld Void Cannon, regardless of their level. If it can't be destroyed by bombardment, then concentrate fire and bombard it again. Wang Ba rubbed his hands together and hesitated for a moment. Boss, what if our base in Golden City gets raided if we send all our troops out? Jiang Yi glanced at him. Just one glance. The hairs on Wang Ba's back stood on end instantly. If this world were to disappear, Jiang Yi's voice was as cold as a blade scraping across ice. What's the point of guarding a Golden City? Wang Ba shrank his neck, and without saying a word, turned and ran. He yelled into the communicator as he ran. All fleets, listen up. Emergency assembly. The boss's orders. Anyone who dawdles will be the first to get hammered. Jiang Yi didn't look at him again. His gaze fell on Ling Shui. Ling Shui. Ling Shui poked half her head out of the core engine room, her face still covered in oil stains left from the overload operation. The wreckage of the Hermes is still in the warehouse, isn't it? Exist. It's been demolished. Ling Shui blinked. Could the space folding module inside be miniaturized and installed in a small shuttle? Ling Shui's mind raced for a couple of seconds. It's possible, but the power consumption is too high. A small shuttle simply can't withstand the energy consumption of space folding. It would break down after just 2 jumps. Jiang Yi didn't say anything. He took things directly out of his backpack. Fragments of the heart of the world. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 5 pieces. 10 yuan. 20 yuan. He piled the debris on the deck, making a small mountain. Each fragment emitted a faint blue glow, the light intertwining and casting flickering light on Ling Shui's face. Ling Shui stared at the small hill, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. I'll cover the costs, Jiang Yi said. I need to assemble a rapid response fleet capable of providing instant support across sea areas in the shortest possible time. Ling Shui took a deep breath. She wiped the oil off her face, and a fire ignited in her eyes. Understood. Give me 12 hours. No, 8 hours. Delivery guaranteed. Jiang Yi nodded and turned to walk towards the captain's cabin. The sounds of activity on the deck were gradually shut out behind the cabin doors. The captain's cabin was quiet. He sat down on the sofa, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes for a while. He rubbed his temples. The blood vessels below my temples were throbbing. Peak of level 9. A few months ago, this level would have been enough to sweep across the entire sea area. But faced with a void invasion of this scale, he opened his eyes and gave a bitter smile. It's like wielding a very sharp knife to fight a tsunami. The knife is indeed sharp, but the tsunami didn't care. He glanced in the direction of Hill's room. The door was closed, and there was no sound from inside. That last attempt to mend the sky almost drained her dry. I don't know when it will be back to normal. Just as he was about to bring up the tactical map, an unfamiliar private chat window popped up. There was no beep. It just appeared out of nowhere in the center of the panel. Sender. Unknown region anonymous. The content consists of only 3 words. Jiang Yi, shall we talk? Jiang Yi's hand froze in midair. His private chat channel has triple encryption permissions. People who aren't on your friend list can't even find the message entry point. He stared at the gray anonymous avatar for 2 seconds. He tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers. Then type, "Who are you?" The other party replied very quickly. "Who I am is not important. What is important is that I know how to close those cracks in the sky." Jiang Yi's lips twitched slightly. You know that even the will of the ocean could only barely seal off a chaotic CI? You're even more powerful than her. The other party seemed to pause for a moment. A few seconds later, a new message popped up. The will of the ocean is certainly not acceptable, because she herself is part of this world. You can't expect your left hand to trim your right hand's nails. But you are different. You possess the void laws. That is the nemesis of these invaders. Jiang Yi did not reply immediately. He leaned back on the sofa, rhythmically tapping the armrest with his index finger. Once, twice, 3 times. The other party knew that he possessed the void law. This information is known to only a handful of people. What do you want to do? The other party sent a string of coordinates. The far north ice abyss. The distance from the current location is 37,000 kilometers. This is the core node of the void invasion. It is also the site where the mechanical god once attempted to establish a pseudo-god realm. Destroy the core anchor point there, and all the cracks will lose their energy source. Dissipated naturally. Jiang Yi stared at the coordinates, but didn't move. The far north ice abyss. In that place, even the nautical charts are marked with skulls. It is shrouded in void storms year-round. No ship that has ever entered has ever returned. Why should I believe you? The other party remained silent for 5 seconds. Then a picture was sent. The images load very slowly. Unfold line by line. First, there was a border. It was broken, as if it had been burned. Then came the densely packed circuit diagrams. Finally, look up. For words. Super mythical level. A name followed by it. Pangu. Super mythical class warship. Pangu core architecture blueprint. Fragment March 7th. Jiang Yi's breath hitched for a second. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the handrail. My fingertips sank into the leather, leaving 5 deep marks. How long did he search? From the moment he first heard the name, Pangu, he searched every ruin and plundered every remaining stronghold of the mechanical god court. Nothing was gained. It turns out it was in the hands of these people. Come, or don't come. You choose. The profile picture is now black. The other party has gone offline. Jiang Yi stared at the grayed-out profile picture for a long time. Then he turned off the panel. Stand up. Walk to the porthole. The sky outside was still torn apart, with black mist churning and the roars of void creatures faintly audible. Trap. It's 100% a trap. But that blueprint was real. The route, the distribution of energy nodes, and the material labels all fit perfectly with the fragmented information he already had. It cannot be faked. Moreover, even without the blueprint as bait, if those cracks aren't closed, everyone will die. He pushed open the door and went out. Lin Jixiao was setting up a defensive array with Su Tao on the deck. The bubbles Su Tao exhaled were covered with a layer of dark purple void energy film. The black mist was repelled when it touched them, hissing and smoking. Jixia. Lin Jixiao straightened up. I need to go out for a while. Where to? The far north ice abyss. The color drained from Lin Jixiao's face in an instant. She opened her mouth. That is a forbidden zone for life. I know. Jiang Yi looked at her. More people would be a burden. I'll take Hill and Blackball, that's enough. The rest of the fleet, defenses, and the Golden City are all yours. Lin Jixia didn't say anything. She lowered her head and stared at the tablet in her hand. New distress signals kept popping up on the screen. She tucked the tablet into her waistband. Take a step forward. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Yi's waist. No force was used. It just gently encircled her like that. Come back soon. The sound was very soft, and most of it was dispersed by the sea breeze. Jiang Yi raised his hand and patted her on the back. Rest assured. He turned and walked toward Hill's room. When I opened the door, Hill was already sitting by the window. Her long, silver hair fell to her ankles, with the ends spreading out on the floor in a small patch. The black fog outside the window was reflected in her pupils, swallowed by her silver eyes, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Going to fight. She didn't turn her head, her voice indifferent. We're going to stir up a hornet's nest. Jiang Yi leaned against the doorframe. A really big hornet's nest. Hill stood up. The movements were slow, as if the body had not fully recovered. But after she stood firm, a faint silver light appeared around her. Then let's go. She walked past Jiang Yi. It paused for a moment. I'd like to see who's causing this trouble. The engine of the Styx ferry was reignited. There were no escort ships. No formation. A jet-black warship emerged from the fleet formation, trailing a strange, jet-black sphere behind it. It crashed alone into the churning void storm. On the deck, Lin Jixiao watched the black dot gradually shrink. She didn't look away until it had completely disappeared into the depths of the storm, then turned to face everyone. Strengthen the defenses. His voice was so steady that it didn't tremble at all. All firepower units are ready for combat. Before he comes back, I will protect this sea. Chapter 2:21 The Ambush in the Far North Ice Abyss. The Far North Ice Abyss. The seawater here has completely frozen. The massive glaciers pierce the dark sky, their sharp edges reflecting a cold, eerie blue light. The ferry across the Styx slid across the thick ice, making a screeching sound. The surrounding air was so cold it made one's bones tingle. Even with the warship's internal temperature control system running, Zhang Yi could still feel the bone-chilling cold. Hill stood on the deck, her long silver hair adorned with ice crystals. The laws here have died, she said softly. All life has been drained away. All of it. Zhang Yi gripped the mantis blade in his hand. He could sense countless eyes lurking in the surrounding darkness. Those eyes were filled with greed and madness. The black sphere bounced restlessly behind the warship. It seemed to find the environment extremely unpleasant. Just then, a massive iceberg suddenly exploded in front of them. Countless shards of ice shot towards the ferry on the river Styx. All ships defend, Zhang Yi shouted. The veil of void opened instantly. Shattered ice struck the shield, creating a series of explosive sounds. A dark golden beam of light shot out from the ruins of the iceberg, heading straight for the bridge of the Styx. Zhang Yi flashed and appeared directly in front of the deck. Void annihilation. A punch was thrown. The dark fist shadow collided with the dark golden pillar of light. The two forces clashed in mid-air for a moment, then exploded with a deafening roar. The shockwave pulverized the surrounding glaciers. Zhang Yi stood amidst the swirling ice shards. He stared coldly ahead. Since you're already here, don't hide anything. The icy smoke dissipated. 3 figures slowly emerged from the void. They wore identical dark gold armor, engraved with intricate mechanical patterns. All 3 of them possessed the aura of a peak level 9 individual, and some even faintly touched the threshold of level 10. Remnants of the mechanical gods. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. The middle-aged man at the head of the group removed his helmet. Half his face was flesh and blood, the other half was cold metal. He spoke, his voice trembling with electronic resonance. I've been waiting for you for so long. Renault, first judge of the mechanical god court. Anonymous private message. Zhang Yi's tone was flat. You guys sent it. Renault nodded. Otherwise what? If we don't do it this way, why would you obediently come in? He opened his arms. Countless dark golden streaks of light suddenly illuminated the surrounding ice plains. An enormous alchemical array instantly took shape. The god-slaying formation. It was prepared especially for you. Renault forced a smile onto his half-metallic face. Inside here, your void laws will be suppressed to the minimum. Zhang Yi felt the deck beneath his feet tremble slightly. The energy output of the Styx ferry was indeed rapidly decreasing. Hill stepped forward and stood beside Zhang Yi. And what about me? She tilted her head slightly. Can your formation suppress the will of the ocean? Renault looked at Hill, a glint of fanaticism in his eyes. Lord Hill, we can't control you. We know that. He clapped his hands. So I've prepared something else for you. The ice sheet cracked open. A massive mechanical wreckage was slowly raised. Zhang Yi's expression changed instantly when he saw the remains. That is the core body of the god. Renault laughed. The laughter echoed across the ice field, accompanied by a jarring, static-like sound. The god king has fallen, but his will has become one with the void. Today, we will borrow your body as a vessel. He raised his voice. Let the god descend once more. The words fell. The enormous shell suddenly opened its eyes. 2 dark red beams shot out, locking onto Hill. Hill snorted coldly. Defective products dare to be arrogant. She raised her hand. Countless streams of silver water surged from the void, transforming into spears that shot towards the body. Renault and the other 2 judges also moved. 3 streaks of dark gold light attacked Zhang Yi from 3 directions. Zhang Yi felt the pressure increase exponentially. Here, his void laws were indeed greatly interfered with. Every time he called upon energy, it was terribly sluggish, and the power transmission was several layers away. But he didn't panic. Take a deep breath. Overlord body, operating at full capacity. Golden energy emanated from his body, dispelling all the surrounding cold. The law of suppression? Jiang Yi grinned. I still have my fists. He charged toward Renault. Renault held a high-frequency vibrating sword in his hand. The sword vibrated at such a high frequency that it even cut black slits into the air. Jiang Yi neither dodged nor evaded. He directly met the attack head-on with the mantis's sharp blade. When? A loud bang. Renault was forced back more than 10 steps. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. How can your body be so strong? Jiang Yi didn't waste any words. He moved like lightning, closing in instantly. Charge up a powerful slash. The mantis's blade transformed into a purple arc of light. Renault hurriedly activated his energy shield. Click. The shield shattered instantly before that blade, offering no cushioning whatsoever. The sharp edge sliced through the armor, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on the metal chest. Seeing this, the other two judges rushed to their aid, unleashing a barrage of fire from their massive energy cannons. Jiang Yi sped across the ice field. With each step, he shattered a large section of ice. The black ball also started fighting with the body of the deity in the back. The scene was extremely chaotic. Hill was held back by that body. The body contained a kind of viral law specifically targeting the will of the sea, and Hill's attacks were greatly reduced in effectiveness when they landed on it. Jiang Yi fought while his mind raced. These three people are just bait. The real killer move is definitely yet to come. He activated his weakness insight skill. His gaze swept across the entire icy plain. Sudden. At the center of the alchemical array lies an inconspicuous ice pillar. Inside the ice pillar, a beating heart resides. The key point of the formation. It is also the source of power for Renault and his team. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a smile. Trying to frame me? He turned abruptly, ignoring the attacks from Renault and the other two, and charged directly at the ice pillar. Stop him! Renault screamed in terror, desperately urging his armor to intercept. But Jiang Yi's speed was unbelievable. Void anchoring. He forcibly invoked a law. The backlash came fiercely and quickly, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But Renault and the other two were instantly frozen in place. Even if it's just for a second. That's enough. Jiang Yi rushed to the ice pillar. He raised his mantis like blade high. Broken. Boom. The icicle shattered. The heart was reduced to dust by the blade's edge. The entire alchemical array was extinguished instantly. The auras of Renault and his two companions plummeted, reaching rock bottom in just a few breaths. Jiang Yi turned his head. The gaze fell upon them, devoid of warmth. Now it's my turn. Chapter 222, The Captain's Wrath. The moment the formation shattered, Renault and the other two turned deathly pale. Their dark gold armor lost its luster and emitted a piercing alarm sound. The energy circuit is broken. Core overload. Jiang Yi, carrying the mantis blade, walked step by step toward Renault. With each step he took, the golden aura around his body grew stronger. The oppressive feeling from before vanished completely. Renault retreated in terror, half of his metallic face trembling slightly. Jiang Yi, you can't kill me. I know where the blueprints for the super mythical class battleship are. Without me, you'll never find it in your entire life. Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks. He looked at Renault with no pity in his eyes. Do you think I would still care about that piece of torn paper now? He pointed to the ever-growing red cracks in the sky. You deliberately opened a void node here to lure me here. For these few minutes of ambush, you sacrificed all the living beings in this sea area. Renault shook his head frantically. That was for the coming of a great one. As long as the God Lord is reborn, these void creatures will become our slaves. Jiang Yi sneered. God. He had long been swallowed by the void. What you have awakened is nothing more than a monster in the guise of a god. He suddenly swung his knife. A crescent-shaped purple ripple streaked across the void. Before Renault's two judges could react, they were cut in half at the waist. There was no blood at the wound, only a hissing electrical current and black smoke. Jiang Yi. Renault let out a scream. The energy core in his chest began to flicker intensely. He wanted to self-destruct. Jiang Yi flashed and instantly appeared in front of him. His left hand shot out and plunged directly into Renault's chest cavity. Click. He forcefully pulled out the still flickering core. Wanna die? It's not that easy. Jiang Yi exerted force with his 5 fingers. The core was crushed into scrap metal in his hands. Renault collapsed onto the ice, the light in his eyes quickly dimming. Jiang Yi ignored him and turned to look at Hill. After losing the support of the array, the enormous divine body began to move slowly. The black ball was riding on its neck, tearing at it frantically. Hill was suspended in the air. She clasped her hands together, and a huge silver lotus slowly bloomed beneath her body. Purification. As her voice faded, silver flames rose from the lotus. The body emitted a piercing scream as it rapidly melted away in the flames. A few minutes later, silence returned to the ice field. Only the cold wind was howling. Hill landed next to Jiang Yi, her face looking very unpleasant. Jiang Yi, we've been scammed. This is not the core node of the Void invasion. This is just bait to deplete my strength. Jiang Yi nodded. He looked at Reno's body. I know, but if they don't come, these guys will keep hiding in the shadows and making trouble. He took a handkerchief out of his backpack and wiped the blood off his hands. Hill, you just said that there's a virus targeting you inside this body? Hill nodded. That was the god-slaying law that the mechanical divine court had been researching for many years. Although I just purified it, my essence was indeed slightly injured. Jiang Yi frowned. He looked at the system inventory. There is still a lot of source dust inside. Can this thing be cured? Hill shook his head. Source dust can only repair matter. The root cause cannot be repaired. Unless what? Unless you can find the source of the fountain of life. But that place is at the very bottom of the deep sea, and even I can't go there. Jiang Yi fell silent. Just then, his communicator suddenly rang. It was Lin Jixia calling. Jiang Yi, come back quickly. The Golden City cannot be defended. A level 10 Void Lord has appeared. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan's warships are already half sunk. Jiang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Level 10? That is an existence that the world absolutely cannot contend with at present. He looked towards the end of the ice field. This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the City of Gold. Even at full speed, it would take several days. Jixia, hang in there. I'll go back right away. Jiang Yi hung up the call. He looked at Ling Shui. Ling Shui, unlock all the safety restrictions on the speed engine. I need to get back within 3 hours. Ling Shui was startled. Captain, that will blow up the engine. The entire ship may disintegrate during a space jump. Jiang Yi's eyes were filled with madness. If it explodes, rebuild it. What use is this wrecked boat if the people are gone? Open it. Hill stepped forward. I will stabilize the space. Although I'm injured, I can still manage a short burst of energy. Jiang Yi gave her a grateful look. Thank you. The Styx ferry started up again. This time, the ship was no longer surrounded by blue light. Instead, it turned into a strange dark purple. That was the color of space being forcibly torn apart. Boom. The Styx disappeared from the spot. All that remains on the ice field is a bottomless ravine. At the same time, the sea outside the City of Gold. The sea was stained red with blood. A gigantic monster, thousands of meters long and covered with countless tentacles, is slowly emerging from the water. Every time it waves its tentacles, a warship is smashed to pieces. Lin Jixia stood on the dilapidated command platform. Looking at that invincible figure in the distance, his eyes were filled with despair. If you don't come back soon, you really won't see us again. Chapter 223 The Golden City in Desperate Circumstances. The outer defenses of the Golden City are completely destroyed. Wang Ba's flagship, the Overlord, broke in two, its massive steel body struggling on its back on the sea, billowing thick smoke, like a dying beast. Lu Yuan stared at the purplish-red dot on the radar screen, remaining silent for a long time. More than a dozen patrol ships unleashed their fire at the same time. Hitting that thing feels like tickling it. He gave a wry smile. This is level 10. This is not human power at all. The void monster lay submerged beneath the sea, only its spine, stretching for thousands of meters, visible above the surface. Its tentacles, like dark clouds, blanketed the entire sky. It let out a deep roar, the sound waves echoing through the city. All the glass in the Golden City shattered simultaneously. Debris rained down like a storm. Countless civilians writhed in agony, clutching their ears, their screams and cries echoing throughout the city. A single tentacle was raised high, blotting out the sky. Shadows loomed over the city's central square. Su Tao lunged forward, her cheeks puffed out, and she desperately blew bubbles out, one bubble after another, forming a semi-transparent protective wall. The tentacle crashed down. Slap, slap, slap. The bubbles burst one after another like soap suds. The wall didn't even hold up for a second. Su Tao's face turned pale. Ying Yao transformed into her dragon maiden form, her entire body crackling with lightning and fire, and pounced directly at the attack. Her claws dug tightly into the fleshy walls of the tentacles, causing lightning and flames to erupt wildly, burning a large charred mark. The tentacle paused slightly, just for a moment. The recoil force suddenly ejected from the flesh wall, and Ying Yao was sent flying as if hit by a cannonball, crashing heavily into the city wall and creating a human-shaped dent in the stone. She slid down softly and fell still. Lin Jixia stood on the top floor of the council hall, gripping the command sword tightly in her hand. That was left to her by Jiang Yi. The knuckles are white, and the veins on the back of the hand are bulging. Everyone, obey my command. Her voice wasn't loud, but it traveled clearly into everyone's headphones. Prepare for boarding action. Even if we die here today, we'll leave behind some souvenirs. There was a moment of silence on the communication channel. Then came a chorus of responses. Receive. Lin Jixia closed her eyes. Jiang Yi, if you don't come back. The tentacles are about to fall. At that very moment, the space above the golden city suddenly trembled. It's like a piece of cloth being pierced from behind. A pitch-black rift suddenly appeared, with twisted purple light constantly overflowing from its edges, the color that only appears when space is forcibly torn apart. Immediately afterwards, a black warship billowing black smoke burst out of the crack. The outer shell was mostly broken, the tail fin was burned to a crisp, and the engine roared out turbulent air. But it did not slow down. The Styx ferry, like a burning meteorite, crashed directly into the raised tentacle. Boom. The tentacles were knocked to one side and crashed into the sea, creating a 100-meter-high wave. The remaining patrol boats were tossed about, and their alarms blared in chaos. The smoke of battle has not yet cleared. A figure stood on the almost completely destroyed deck. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were torn to shreds. He looked up and glanced at the monster. Dare to touch my men? His voice was hoarse, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire sea. Lin Jixia froze for a second, then her eyes suddenly reddened. That bastard is back. Hill ran out of the hatch, her face as white as paper, her lips blue, and her steps unsteady. She had used up all her last strength to stabilize the space, and now she looked like a candle in the wind. Jiang Yi, be careful. She grabbed his arm, her voice very soft. This thing is part of the void matrix. Jiang Yi nodded, squinting at the monster. The colossal creature rose further from the sea, its thousands of tentacles unfurling, each covered in countless eyes. They all turned towards the Styx. Thousands of eyes were fixed on us at the same time, cold and chilly, carrying the contempt of an absolute predator. The black ball sprang out from the rear of the warship, circled Jiang Yi twice, and seemed to smell the scent of its own kind. It suddenly became excited and jumped up and down. Jiang Yi patted its head. Go, and entangle it. The black ball transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling straight at the monster's abdomen and relentlessly attacking it. Jiang Yi turned his head and quickly scanned the battlefield. Lin Jixia, Su Tao, and Ying Yao are still here. The tightest string in his heart loosened a little. It's good that he's not dead. Ling Shui. He raised his wrist and shouted into the communicator. Connect all the netherworld void cannons on the ship to my mental network. Ling Shui let out a pig-like scream in the swaying cabin. No, Captain. That load will burn your brain out. Jiang Yi wiped the blood from his face and clenched his fist with a click. Stop talking nonsense. Execute the command. For words, no room for negotiation. Ling Shui remained silent for 3 seconds. A series of mechanical startup sounds rang out on the ship. The muzzles of the Styx's remaining dozen or so main cannons simultaneously glowed with an eerie purple light. Jiang Yi felt a massive data stream, like a red-hot iron rod, piercing directly into his mind. Pain. That fucking hurts. A metallic, sweet taste filled his nostrils, and blood trickled down his philtrum and into the corner of his mouth. He clenched his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his temples, and bloodshot veins spreading across his eyes. Locking. He raised his hand, his arm trembling violently, but his fingertips pointed steadily to the center of the monster, to its central eyeball, which was larger than a city square. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. More than a dozen purple energy beams shot out from different angles, converging in the air and piercing through the monster's frantically waving tentacles, vaporizing the layers of flesh and accurately blasting into the giant eyeball. Ah! The piercing screams shook the sea, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Green blood rained down from the sky, like a poisonous downpour. The monster struggled frantically, and the surging waves piled up to 100 meters high. Jiang Yi knelt on one knee on the deck, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on his target. He's not dead yet. The monster's eye wound was healing at a visible speed. New flesh was constantly emerging from the edges, filling the wound in the blink of an eye. With its level 10 self-healing ability, attacking it is no different from attacking a ghost. He clenched his fist. Hill walked over to him and gently took his hand. She looked up at him. Use that one. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. You mean? Hill gripped his hand tightly. Infuse your void laws into my very essence. Only through the fusion of order and chaos can it be truly eradicated. She paused. But this will make me sleep for a long time. Jiang Yi looked at her. Her hands were cold, almost devoid of warmth. Her face was pale, almost translucent, but her eyes were utterly calm. He did not hesitate. Good. He gripped her wrist tightly with his other hand, and the void laws within him surged into Hill's body like a flood bursting its banks. Hill closed his eyes. Silver light exploded from inside her body. The silver light contained strands of jet-black threads. The two forces intertwined and collided, but instead of repelling each other, they slowly merged, growing brighter and brighter. She slowly rose into the air. The interwoven silver and black light condensed and took shape in the air, stretching and narrowing. A sword. Extremely thin, extremely long, extremely bright. One glance at it makes you feel like your eyes are about to go blind. Cut. There were no unnecessary movements. The sword sliced through the sky. The whole world fell silent at that moment. There was no explosion, no shockwave, and no smoke. The colossal creature, thousands of meters long, vanished quietly, bit by bit, the instant the light touched it. They didn't even leave a trace. The dark red crack in the sky began to slowly heal, its edges emitting a faint hissing sound, like a scabbed wound. The sea has returned to calm. A figure fell from the sky. Jiang Yi stepped forward and caught her steadily. Hill reverted to human form, her body almost transparent, and the light at her fingertips was slowly fading away. Her eyes were closed, and the corners of her mouth were curved as if she were smiling. Remember to call me Hill. The sound grew softer and softer. Jiang Yi looked down at her face, which was gradually becoming transparent. The pendant on her chest suddenly became slightly warm, as if in response to something. The next second, Hill transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the pendant. The pendant, made from a fragment of the heart of the world, now emitted a faint silver glow and hung quietly on Jiang Yi's chest. He held the pendant, the warmth in his palm lingering for a long time. Standing on the wrecked deck, the wind blew from the sea. The city of gold was devastated, with most of the city submerged in seawater and littered with rubble and scorch marks. But the flag is still there. The warships are still there. The person is still alive. He finally let go of the pendant. Then he fell backward. Jiang Yi. Lin Jixia and Su Tao screamed at the same time and pounced on her. Ling Shui tumbled out of the cabin and almost stepped into the sea. Just a second before his eyelids closed completely, Jiang Yi heard the system notification. Bite. Complete a world-class mission. Resist the void. Gain unlimited conversion attempts ×1. Obtain the super mythical blueprint. Pangu Arc. He twitched the corner of his mouth. This was a good deal. Consciousness sank completely into darkness. Chapter 224 The Tranquility After the War. Jiang Yi woke up at noon on the third day. When he regained consciousness, the first thing he noticed was the smell. It has a light peach scent, sweet but not cloying. Su Tao's room. He moved his fingers. With the slightest movement of my fingertips, my entire arm ached as if it had been repeatedly pounded with a heavy hammer all night and run over by a truck dozens of times. The bones were filled with dull pain. This feeling is quite normal. After all, he emptied his entire body of the void laws in one go. Jiangyi, you're awake. A surprised cry burst from beside the bed, trembling slightly. He turned his head to the side. Su Tao was guarding the bedside when she lunged forward, almost tripping over herself. Her large almond-shaped eyes were bloodshot and swollen with sores, clearly indicating she hadn't slept for a long time. Yet, she still grinned, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, his voice hoarse as if it had been scraped by sandpaper. Water. Su Tao quickly turned around, poured a glass of warm water, held it with both hands, and carefully brought it to his lips. Do you know how long you were unconscious? 3 days. A full 3 days. Sister Jixia said it was nothing, but I still. Her soft voice trembled with a sob, like a kitten crying in distress. Jiang Yi took a few sips, and the burning sensation in his throat subsided considerably, interrupting her rambling. How is everyone doing? Su Tao sniffed. Sister Jixia is outside tallying casualties and hasn't gone to sleep yet. Sister Yingyao is soaking in the repair fluid. The doctor said she's out of danger, but I reckon she'll be even more difficult to please when she wakes up. Captains Wang Ba and Lu Yuan, their ships are all gone, and they're leading their men to salvage parts at the dock. Jiang Yi nodded. As long as everyone is safe. The ship is gone, but it can be rebuilt. As he said this, he tried to mobilize the energy within his body. They noticed something was wrong. The void laws, which used to be a chaotic and turbulent force, now seemed to have changed their nature, becoming gentle and profound, like a bottomless Dead Sea. Moreover, the ranking has changed. Level 10. Jiang Yi silently paused for a second. Goodness. He was in a coma for 3 days, and incidentally, he broke through a barrier. This easy win is truly outrageous. He gently circulated his body, and a faint ripple of void energy emanated from him, causing even the bed to tremble slightly. Su Tao was startled and took a half step back, but then realized it was Jiang Yi who was moving. She lunged back, grabbed his wrist, and looked at him accusingly. Why are you moving? Just lie still. Jiang Yi stopped applying pressure and casually rubbed her head. Fine. He touched his chest. The necklace is still there. The pendant is pressed against my skin, slightly warm. My thumb unconsciously rubbed around the surface, and I could vaguely feel the rhythm inside, so slight, like the breath of a sleeping person. Hill is still inside. The source is being repaired. It's slow but stable. He withdrew his hand, his gaze becoming calm. System, open panel. A notification sound is heard, and the screen unfolds. Mythical class warship blueprint, Pengu Arc. Required materials, infinite source dust, infinite world heart fragments, one God's heart, and the blessing of the ocean's will, already obtained. Feature 1. Within a radius of 10,000 meters around the boundary arc, an absolute defensive domain automatically forms, ignoring all attacks below level 10. Feature 2. Genesis can create an independent ecological space inside the arc, simulating a terrestrial environment. Characteristic 3. It dominates the targets locked by the arc, possessing an absolute law-based suppression effect. Finally, there is a very small note. This ship can be used as a transdimensional navigation tool. Jiang Ye's gaze lingered on that line of text for a couple more seconds. His brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed. Is this ocean survival world just a starting point? My heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this isn't a ship, it's a mobile maritime empire. No, empire isn't even an appropriate word to describe it. An empire might move sideways at most, but this thing can move vertically. The door was pushed open, interrupting his musings. Lin Jixia walked in. Wearing a black uniform, her hair tied back, she walked with a brisk pace. The weariness in her eyes was undeniable, yet her gaze shone brightly, as if something was burning within them. Woke up. She walked to the bedside, glanced at him, and then naturally bent down to tuck the loose corner of the blanket back in. Jiang Yi looked at her. Jixia, how long has it been since you slept? Lin Jixia didn't respond to that question and spoke directly. The damage statistics are in. 60% of the buildings in the Golden City were destroyed, the docks were completely destroyed, and the fleet was totaled except for the Styx, which was still operational. She paused. The good news is that those rifts have been completely closed. Because you killed the Void Lord, the entire world's signals went wild. She looked up. They call you the Savior. Jiang Ye's lips twitched, his expression dripping with sarcasm. Savior? All I want is to protect my ship and my woman. Let whoever wants to be the savior be it. I don't have the time for that. Lin Zhixiao rolled her eyes at him. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards, and he couldn't suppress it. If you're not a savior, what are your plans now? We're dirt poor. Reconstruction costs money, supplies cost money, and feeding these people costs money too. Jiang Yi took her hand. Her palms were slightly cool, so he covered them with his own hand and warmed them. Who says we're poor? He opened the system space. The blueprint, shimmering with 9-colored light, floated between the two. The light shone on Lin Zhixiao's face, and she blinked. Then he covered his mouth with his hand. What is this? Blueprints for a super mythical class warship. Jiang Yi pulled her into his arms and rested his chin on the top of her head. Zhixiao, help me post an announcement. Call upon the world's top shipwrights, alchemists, and engineers, and tell them I'm going to build a ship called Panga's Ark. He paused for a moment. As long as you come, there will be plenty of food, water, and supplies. Lin Zhixiao leaned against his chest and listened to his heartbeat for a few seconds. Calm, powerful, and he jumped very steadily. Okay, I'll take care of it. For the next month, the City of Gold became the busiest place in the entire sea area. The surviving fleet converged from all directions, and even the native forces that never usually showed themselves in the deep sea sent envoys one after another. They spoke very politely, but the meaning was the same. They wanted to join them. Jiang Yi initiated the infinite transformation. Source dust, raw metals, and deep-sea mineral crystals flowed from his hands like water, filling the entire dry dock. Ling Shui took on the role of chief engineer. Every day, with her hair in a messy bun, blueprints in hand, and a voice louder than a ship's horn, she led tens of thousands of people in working around the clock at the dock. Jiang Yi himself is not very settled. Every day, besides standing by the repair pod talking to the sleeping hill, he would go to the repair fluid to tease Ying Yao, who was soaking in it, her proud and aloof demeanor lingering even in her unconscious state. Or he would go find Su Tao, watching her sit on the edge of the deck, softly teaching a group of children how to blow bubbles. The post-war calm felt almost unreal to him. It's peaceful now. So peaceful it's almost unsettling. Until one afternoon, Ling Shui rushed into his office with a gray face, her forehead covered in dust and her hair in a crooked bun, as if she had rolled out of a construction site. Captain, what's up? Jiang Yi put down his teacup and looked up. Ling Shui took a couple of breaths and slammed the blueprints onto the table. The keel frame is complete, but trouble is brewing. She pointed to the location of the core power compartment on the blueprint. The heart of the divine is too volatile, and the blessing of the ocean's will is too gentle. The two forces are intertwined and collide with each other, without a mediator to reconcile them. Once the arc is activated, the internal ecological space will collapse directly, and the creation characteristics will be completely useless. Jiang Yi frowned. What medium is needed? Ling Shui gritted her teeth, as if even saying the name required a great deal of effort. Mermaid tears. There lies one in the deepest part of the Rainbow Sea. Only its properties can neutralize these two extreme forces. Jiang Yi listened and remained silent for 2 seconds. Then stand up. Rainbow Sea. He walked to the window and looked out at the dry dock. The ark's keel lay across the sea, enormous like a dragon taking shape, its spine gleaming heavily with metallic light in the sunlight. We heard people mention that place when we first crossed over. He turned his head. I'll make the trip myself. Ling Shui raised her head, about to speak, but when she met his gaze, she swallowed her words. Okay, I'll keep watch. Jiang Yi picked up his coat hanging by the door and walked out of the office. The wind blows from the sea, carrying the scent of salt. He glanced up at the enormous keel that stretched across the sea. Wait for me to come back. We set sail. My thumb touched the necklace lightly, feeling the faint rhythm. Hill, wait a moment. Chapter 2, 25 Setting Sail. Although the outer shell of the Styx ferry is not yet repaired, its internal systems have been completely revamped. Ling Shui temporarily installed 2 high-powered thrusters on it. Jiang Yi stood on the bridge. He didn't bring too many people with him this time. She only brought Lin Jixia, Wen Sa, and Ying Yao, who had recovered and was now lively and energetic. Su Tao and Wen Ruan stayed in the City of Gold to oversee things. After all, the construction of the Ark cannot be separated from human supervision. Boss, have a safe trip. Wang Ba stood on the dock, waving his hands frantically. He is now the chief engineer at the Ark construction site, and he has become noticeably darker-skinned. Lu Yuan also stood to the side. Jiang Yi, be careful. Rainbow Sea sounds nice, but the environment there is very strange. Jiang Yi nodded. Rest assured. The Styx emitted a deep rumble. It slowly sailed out of the port of the City of Gold. Ying Yao leaned on the railing, gazing at the colorful horizon in the distance. Why is Jiang Yi called Rainbow Sea? Do they see rainbows there every day? Jiang Yi flipped through the documents Lin Jixia had compiled. No, it's because the seawater there displays 7 different colors depending on the angle of the light. Moreover, that area is a high-risk zone for hallucinations. Many people went in and never came out again. Wen Sa held the longbow and leaned against the door. It sounds like a good place for an assassin. Lin Jixia pointed to a point on the nautical chart. The mermaid clan we're looking for is on Radiant Island, in the center of the Rainbow Sea. But the merfolk are very xenophobic, especially for humans. Jiang Yi put away the nautical chart. Xenophobia stems from a lack of strength. As long as the offer is substantial enough, or the punch is powerful enough, there is no deal that cannot be made. The warship sailed for about a day. The color of the surrounding seawater began to change. It changed from dark blue to light green, and then to a pale pink. Sunlight shines on the water. It refracts dazzling light and shadow. It is indeed quite beautiful. Ying Yao sighed. Sudden. Jiang Yi frowned. He felt a strange mental fluctuation interfering with his brain. Weaknesses identified. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. The scene before my eyes changed instantly. Where can you find pink seawater? The surrounding area was filled with black silt and rotting corpses. A translucent spore floats on the sea surface. The dazzling spectacle I just saw was all an illusion caused by these spores. Hold your breath. Jiang Yi shouted. These powders are poisonous. Lin Jixia and her team reacted quickly and immediately activated their protective suits. Jiang Yi walked to the control panel. Turn the filtration system to its maximum setting. No wonder no one can get out. This illusion targets the soul. If I didn't have level 10 mental strength, I would have been hit just now too. The warships continued deeper into the area. The fog ahead was getting thicker and thicker. Faintly, one could hear ethereal singing. That was the enchanting voice of a mermaid. Wen Sa reminded her, don't listen to them, or you'll lose yourself. Jiang Yi sneered. Trying to use psychological tactics on me? He immediately activated the aura of the Overlord body. Golden light swept outwards from the Styx. The surrounding fog was forcibly dispersed. The singing abruptly stopped. Instead, a terrified scream rang out. Who dares to disturb the sea god's festival? On the sea, a petite figure with a blue fishtail and a bare upper body surfaced. She was holding a coral fork in her hand. He was staring angrily at the Styx. Jiang Yi walked to the edge of the deck. My name is Jiang Yi. I've come to borrow something from your queen. The mermaid girl was stunned for a moment. Humans? How did you cross the sea of illusions? When she saw the Styx at Jiang Yi's feet, her pupils suddenly contracted. This ship. Jiang Yi didn't have the patience to waste words with her. Lead the way, or I could turn this sea area upside down. The mermaid girl trembled in fear at the murderous aura emanating from Jiang Yi. She could sense that the man before her was more terrifying than anything she had ever seen. Wait a minute. I will go and report to the queen. She plunged headfirst into the water. A moment later, the sea surface cracked open. A colossal palace made of colorful coral slowly rises from the seabed. Countless mermaid warriors, spears in hand, stood ready for battle. On the throne in the palace, sitting there was a woman wearing a jeweled crown and exuding an aloof air. She looked at Jiang Yi. The voice was as cold as ice. The king of mankind. The rainbow seas do not welcome plunderers. Jiang Yi jumped off the boat. It landed steadily on the steps of the Coral Palace. I am not here to plunder. I'm here to do business. He took a fragment of the heart of the world out of his backpack. This thing can be exchanged for a mermaid's tear. Is that enough? When the mermaid queen saw the fragment, her breathing became rapid. The heart of the world? You actually have such a divine object? The coldness in her eyes had lessened considerably, but then a hint of bitterness appeared on his face. If it were before, I would definitely have agreed. But now, the mermaid's tears are gone. Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed. What's the meaning? The mermaid queen stood up. Because our sacred site has been occupied by the deep-sea monster. All the members of the tribe have not shed tears for a long time. If you can help us reclaim the Holy Land. Don't talk about tears. My entire merfolk are willing to serve you as our master. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a smile. You should have said so earlier. Killing monsters is something like that. That's what I'm best at. Chapter 226 The Battle to Reclaim the Holy Land. The mermaid queen is called the Siren. She led Jiang Yi to a huge underwater cave behind Liuguang Island. This place should have been the most energy-rich area in the Rainbow Sea. But now, a strong smell of sulfur permeates the cave entrance. That beast is called Lava Sea Dragon. The siren pointed to the depths of the cave. It emerged from a crack in the earth's crust. It was covered in lava and turned our sacred site into a sea of fire. Jiang Yi took a moment to process it. The temperature inside is indeed very high. The seawater here is boiling. Ying Yao rubbed her hands together excitedly. Lava Sea Dragon. The name sounds impressive, but I wonder if it's durable enough to withstand a beating. Jiang Yi looked at Lin Jixia. Jixia, you stay outside and provide backup. Ying Yao and I went inside. Wen Sa, you are responsible for protecting the queen. Wen Sa nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Jiang Yi and Ying Yao jumped directly into the boiling seawater. She possesses both the physique of a tyrant and the constitution of a dragon girl. This temperature felt like soaking in a hot spring to them. After going deep into the cave several thousand meters away, suddenly, everything became clear. There is a huge underground space here. In the center is a huge, colorful altar. On the altar lay a giant dragon covered in dark red scales, with lava flowing down its back. It is hundreds of meters long, and with each breath it spews out a stream of scorching fire. Peak of level 9. Jiang Yi immediately recognized its level. Roar. The lava sea dragon has discovered the intruders. It let out a deafening roar. With a sudden flick of its tail, it unleashed a torrent of scalding lava that crashed towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi flashed away. Annihilation of the void. He punched the lava flow. The pitch-black energy instantly engulfed the flames. Ying Yao transformed into the Thunderfire Dragon Girl. She let out a clear dragon roar. He charged straight up above the sea dragon, conjuring two enormous lightning orbs in his hands. Bomb it! Boom! The lightning ball exploded on the sea dragon's back. Several flaming scales were blown away. Hailong, in pain, went completely berserk. It opened its huge mouth, and a dark red magma breath shot straight towards Ying Yao. Ying Yao neither dodged nor avoided. She's a dragon princess. She's the master of playing with fire. She opened her small mouth and actually spat out a purple gold flame. The two flames collided in midair. The situation remains deadlocked. Jiang Yi took the opportunity to circle around to Hailong's flank. The mantis's sharp blade transformed into a streak of purple lightning. High-altitude sword technique. The sharp blade precisely cut into the sea dragon's abdomen. That's its weakest point in defense. The sea dragon let out a piercing scream. It tumbled wildly, smashing the surrounding coral walls to pieces. Jiang Yi didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. Void anchoring. The sea dragon's massive body froze instantly. Ying Yao descended from the sky. With its claws crackling with violent lightning, it plunged them deep into the sea dragon's eyeballs. Burst. With a loud bang, Hailong's head was blasted to pieces by the lightning. Its massive body fell heavily onto the altar and then fell silent. A system notification sounded. Kill the lava sea dragon, level 9 peak. Obtain 10 sea dragon essence blood. Jiang Yi sheathed his sword. That's it. It feels like we haven't even warmed up yet. Ying Yao returned to her original form and clapped her hands. Too weak. They couldn't even force me to use half of my strength. Jiang Yi walked to the center of the altar. There, a huge, colorful pearl is enshrined. With the death of the sea dragon, the pearl regained its soft luster. The Siren Queen stormed in with her mermaid warriors. I saw the dead sea dragon. They all knelt on the ground. The Holy Land has been retaken. The sirens were so moved that 2 lines of clear tears streamed down their faces. Tears streamed down her cheeks. At the moment of landing, they solidified into 2 crystals that emitted a rainbow of colors. These are mermaid tears. The siren picked up the crystal. He respectfully handed it to Jiangyi. Jiangyi, starting today, Rainbow Sea, and my entire mermaid race, they're all yours. Jiangyi took the tears. He could sense an extremely gentle, yet powerful harmonizing force contained within it. That's enough. He helped the sirens up. Get ready. Bring your people, and come back to the City of Gold with me. I will reserve a special sea area for you on the Ark. The sirens were stunned. Leave here? Jiangyi pointed to the sky. This world is no longer safe. Only on my Ark. Only then can you truly continue. The siren looked at Jiangyi. She saw an unprecedented ambition and domineering aura in this man's eyes. Good. We'll go with you. Jiangyi led the merfolk back to the sticks. After returning to the City of Gold, Ling Shui was so excited when she got the mermaid's tears that she almost jumped for joy. Marvelous. This is the final piece of the puzzle. Captain, are you ready? Pengu Ark is truly coming to life. Jiangyi stood in front of the huge dry dock. He took out the clump of silvery source dust. And that beating heart of the divine. Go ahead, he said softly. All the materials came together at this moment. A 9-colored pillar of light that stretched to the heavens and the earth. Rising from the City of Gold, it illuminated the entire ocean. The Ark has been launched. Chapter 226, The Battle to Reclaim the Holy Land. The Mermaid Queen's name is Siren. She personally led the way, guiding Jiangyi and his group towards a huge underwater cave behind Liuguang Island. This place was originally the most energy-rich sacred site in the entire Rainbow Sea, a place of worship for generations of mermaids. But now, the cave entrance is filled with a strong, pungent smell of sulfur, and the seawater is an ominous dark red, bubbling and gurgling like a pot of boiling blood soup. That beast, we call it the lava sea dragon. The siren pointed deep into the cave, her voice filled with hatred. It emerged from a crack in the earth's crust, its body covered in magma from the earth's core, and burned wherever it went. The corals withered, the fish died, and it turned our sacred land into a fiery hell. Jiangyi stood at the cave entrance, as waves of scorching heat rushed towards him. The temperature inside is ridiculously high. An ordinary person would be boiled alive before even getting close. Yingyao looked excited, stuck out her tongue, and licked her lips, rubbing her 2 little hands together. Lava sea dragon? That sounds intimidating. I just wonder how tough it is. Jiangyi turned around and glanced at Lin Jixia. Jixia, you stay outside and provide support at any time. Then she looked at Wensa. Wensa, protect the queen. Wensa nodded, and with a swift movement, disappeared into the surrounding shadows. After making the arrangements, Jiangyi looked at Yingyao. Walk. The 2 exchanged a glance and plunged headfirst into the boiling seawater. With the overlord body protecting him, this temperature was like taking a hot bath to Jiangyi. Needless to say, Yingyao, being a dragon maiden who plays with fire, found the heat of magma somewhat comfortable. The 2 descended several thousand meters. The temperature rose higher and higher, and the water pressure became so great that even the surrounding rock walls creaked. After passing through a narrow rock passage, the view suddenly opened up before us. A vast underground space. In the very center stood an altar made of colorful corals and luminous crystals, which should have been the most sacred place for the mermaids. At this moment, a huge creature was lying on the altar. It is over 100 meters long. Its entire body is covered with thick, dark red scales, with golden magma flowing from the gaps in the scales, as if it were wearing a suit of red-hot armor. With each breath, it spews out 2 streams of fire from its nostrils, causing the surrounding seawater to sizzle and crackle. Lava Sea Dragon, Lord Level. Level, Peak Level 9. Status, Sleeping. Weaknesses, Abdomen, Reverse Scale, Eyes. The vulnerability was identified, and all the information was locked in instantly. The next second, the sea dragon moved. The enormous head suddenly rose, its two lantern-sized eyes locking onto Jiang Yi and Ying Yao. Roar! A roar exploded in the underground space. The cave shook violently, and rubble fell down in a flurry. Its thick tail swept across suddenly, stirring up a churning stream of lava, like a burning whip, lashing towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi did not retreat, but advanced. Void annihilation. He threw a punch. The pitch-black void energy coalesced into a small black dot at the fist's edge, and made no sound the instant it collided with the lava flow. The magma, powerful enough to melt steel, seemed to have been wiped away out of thin air, leaving nothing behind. Pretty. Ying Yao let out a clear shout, and her whole body transformed into a stream of light interwoven with lightning and fire, rushing to the top of the sea dragon's head. A clear and melodious dragon's roar. Between her hands, two millstone-sized balls of lightning crackled and quickly coalesced. Bomb it! Boom! Boom! The lightning ball struck the sea dragon's back precisely, and the violent lightning exploded instantly, blasting away several thick scales covered in magma, revealing the charred flesh underneath. Hailong, in pain, went completely insane. It opened its blood-red maw, and a dark red magma breath gushed out, several times thicker than before, like a small volcano erupting towards Ying Yao. Ying Yao remained suspended in the air, neither dodging nor avoiding. Playing with fire? Playing with fire in front of the dragon girl? She opened her mouth, and a purple-gold flame shot out from her throat, more concentrated and hotter than the sea dragon's breath. The two flames collided violently in mid-air, locked in a stalemate. The violent energy shockwave forcefully pushed aside a large area of the surrounding seawater, creating a temporary vacuum zone. It was at this moment. Jiang Yi seized the opportunity and instantly circled around to Hailong's flank. The mantis blade was already in hand, purple lightning flowing along its edge. Severing altitude blade technique. A purple blade flashed past. It precisely cut into the sea dragon's abdomen, and the reverse scale, which was slightly different in color from the surrounding scales, was the thinnest part of its entire body. Hailong let out a blood-curdling scream. The intense pain caused it to completely lose control, its massive body tumbling wildly on the altar, smashing the surrounding coral walls to pieces. Jiang Yi gave it no room to breathe. Void anchoring. An invisible force of law descended. Hailong's tumbling body suddenly froze in mid-air, unable to move. Just this 1 second. Ying Yao descended from the sky. With its claws wrapped in extremely violent lightning, it plunged them fiercely into the sea dragon's two enormous eyeballs. Burst. A loud bang. Hailong's head was blasted into pieces from the inside by lightning. The headless, enormous body slammed heavily onto the altar, twitched twice, and then remained motionless. Ding. Lava Sea Dragon, Level 9 Peak, successfully defeated. Received, 10 Sea Dragon Essence Blood, 1 Lava Dragon Heart, 1 Legendary Treasure Map Fragment. Jiang Yi sheathed his sword and shook his hand. That's it. We haven't even really moved yet. Ying Yao landed, returned to her original form, and patted the dust off her hands. Too weak. I didn't even use half my strength. It was boring. Jiang Yi ignored her and walked straight to the center of the altar. Beside the sea dragon's corpse, where the lava had previously covered the area, a huge pearl was now exposed. A swirling, multicolored halo, soft and pure, illuminated the entire underground space. Footsteps approached. The Siren Queen led a large number of mermaid warriors in. Everyone was stunned when they saw the sea dragon's already cold body on the altar. The next second, led by the siren, all the mermaids knelt down in unison. Our holy land, has been reclaimed. The siren trembled all over, and 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. The moment the tears left the skin, they didn't merge with the seawater, but instead quickly condensed in mid-air into 2 crystal-clear beads, radiating a faint rainbow of light. Mermaid tears. The siren bent down, picked up the 2 crystals, held them in both hands, and respectfully presented them to Jiang Yi. Lord Jiang Yi, from this day forward, this rainbow sea, and my entire mermaid clan, shall serve you as our master. Jiang Yi took it. It feels warm to the touch, and the power it contains is extremely gentle, yet incredibly strong, a pure force of harmony. That's enough. He helped the sirens up. Get ready. Take your people, and come back to the Golden City with me. On my ark, I will reserve a special sea area for your mermaid race. The sirens were stunned. Leave here? Leave the home where generations have lived? Jiang Yi raised his finger and pointed to the top of his head. This world is no longer safe. The threat of the void could return at any time. Only on the ark will you have true refuge. The siren looked at him. She couldn't explain why, but as this young man stood there, speaking in a very calm tone, she felt that every word he said would come true. She no longer hesitated. Okay, we'll go with you. Jiang Yi led the newly subdued merfolk back to the Styx ferry, sailing all the way back to the City of Gold. When the warships docked, the entire port erupted in excitement. When Ling Shui received the mermaid's tears, she was so excited that she almost did a backflip on the spot. Great, Captain. The last piece of the puzzle. Everything is complete. Her eyes shone as she stared at Jiang Yi, her voice trembling. Captain, are you ready? Pangu Ark is truly coming to life. Jiang Yi stood in front of the dry dock, looking up at the massive keel that stretched across the sea like a mountain range. He took out the clump of silver source dust and the still slowly beating heart of the god from the system space. Go, he said. All the core materials simultaneously flew up, as if awakened by something deep within the dragon bones, and surged toward the core of the ark. The next second, a 9-colored beam of light shot into the sky from the Golden City. The clouds were torn apart, illuminating the entire ocean. The Pangu Ark has been launched. Chapter 227, He Came Back to Life. That 9-colored beam of light pinned the entire Golden City to the spot. It's not a metaphor. It literally means that everyone's footsteps stopped at the same second. Wang Ba stood in the middle of the construction site, the wrench in his hand crashing to the ground with a bang. He looked down at it, didn't pick it up, then looked up again, his mouth wide open as if he could fit a fist, his eyes wide like copper bells. Fuck. After racking my brains, I could only manage to utter 3 words. Lu Yuan gripped the railing of the command tower, staring intently at the source of the beam of light. His heart was pounding uncontrollably. He had served in the military, survived the darkest years of the apocalypse, witnessed mutated monsters tens of meters tall, and seen cities reduced to ruins overnight. But what he was facing was beyond the boundaries of all his understanding. He thought for a long time, but could only come up with 4 words. A new era. Inside the dry dock, the changes have reached their most intense stage. The silver primordial dust transformed into countless ribbons of light, each as thin as a hair, yet as strong as a steel cable, precisely wrapping around each dragon bone and filling every crevice. Their speed was so great that the naked eye could barely follow their afterimages. The heart of the divine being is located in the core of the power compartment. With each leap, it emitted a muffled, thunderous roar. The vibration was a real physical sensation. Anyone standing on the ground could feel the ground trembling slightly, as if something ancient was awakening, confirming its existence in this world. A tremendous amount of energy overflowed from that heart, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly filling the entire hull. And hovering directly above the heart of the god were those 2 mermaid tears. The 7-colored halo flowed quietly, gentle yet powerful, precisely neutralizing the wild and violent energy of the divine heart, taming it into a stable and continuous pulse. One forceful, one gentle, one tense, one relaxed. Perfect. Click, click. The sounds of metal and energy meshing echoed rapidly, like a colossal beast sprouting a skeleton, flesh, and armor. Countless nanomechanical units extended from the keel's gaps, constructing the outer shell, decks, turrets, and weapon mounting points at a visible speed. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. As the towering pillar of light slowly faded, a colossal beast silently floated above the dry dock. It's too big. So large that when you stand in its shadow, all the buildings in the Golden City look like building blocks for a child to play with. The ship's hull is dark gold with a calm and steady luster. Its lines are smooth yet full of power, and every curve seems to have been calculated repeatedly, so precise that it is breathtaking. The bow of the ship is a majestic abstract totem. It is impossible to tell what kind of creature it is, but anyone who looks at it will instinctively feel a deep sense of oppression, not fear, but submission. The cannons were densely packed, covering every available space on the ship's hull. Each cannon barrel gleamed coldly, like countless eyes calmly watching the tiny world below. Fight! The core materials have been perfectly fused, and the super mythical warship, Pengu Arc, is now complete. Pengu Arc class, super mythical, length, 5,000 meters, durability, energy core. Feature 1, boundary. Within 10,000 meters around the Arc, an absolute defensive domain is automatically formed, ignoring all attacks below level 10, and applying the law weakening effect to all enemy units within the domain. Feature 2, creation. An independent and growing ecological space can be created inside the Arc, simulating environments such as land, sea, and sky, with an initial diameter of 10 kilometers. Feature 3, domination. After the Arc's main cannon locks onto a target, it will apply the absolute law suppression effect to the target, making it unable to move, defend, or evade. Note, this ship possesses rudimentary self-awareness and can serve as a transdimensional navigation tool. Jiang Yi stood on the bridge, staring at the control panel, and remained silent for 3 seconds. This is not a boat. This is a fucking mobile god kingdom that beats people up. He suppressed this slightly shocking judgment and turned to look behind him. Ling Shui collapsed to the ground. His face was half gray and half tear-stained, his hair a mess, but his eyes were frighteningly bright as he stared intently at the enormous creature before him, his lips trembling slightly. Captain, we really succeeded. Her voice was trembling with tears, yet it was the gentlest of words Jiang Yi had ever heard from her in his life. He walked over, pulled her up from the ground, and patted her on the shoulder. It's done. 2 words, decisive and efficient. He pressed the communicator. Everyone, board the ship. A brief silence. The next second, a deafening roar erupted. The entire city of gold was in an uproar. Dockworkers dropped their tools and ran to the dry dock, while soldiers on the perimeter abandoned their posts and rushed in. Some shouted, some wailed, and some clapped their hands so loudly that the sea rippled with the sound of their applause. Lin Jixiao was among the first to board the deck. She froze for 3 seconds as she stepped on it. The metal floor beneath her feet wasn't cold, it was warm, even carrying a slight vibration, like a heartbeat. A faint aura of energy flowed upwards from the soles of her feet, as if something was sensing her presence. She crouched down, her fingertips gently tracing the dense patterns on the deck, her brows furrowing slightly, her gaze focused. These patterns weren't carved by hand, she said softly. They are naturally formed energy circuits. This ship itself is a living organism. Ying Yao had no interest in studying this at all. She rushed to the ship's side in 3 quick steps, leaned over the railing, and looked down. Below, the golden city lies densely packed, exquisitely detailed like a model. The sea stretches to the horizon, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. Ying Yao took a deep breath, suddenly tilted her head back, and let out a howl towards the horizon where the sea meets the sky. Su Tao stood beside her, tugged at her sleeve, and whispered, "What are you doing?" "I'm having a blast," Ying Yao declared confidently. "The whole world is at my feet. Aren't you having a blast?" Su Tao thought for a moment, then peeked down, and her round almond-shaped eyes widened. "It does feel pretty good." Jiang Yi walked to the control panel and steadily placed his palm on it. Buzz. A deep, resonant sound rang out, vibrating from the soles of my feet all the way to the top of my head. The next second, his consciousness surged outward, instantly extending to cover every corner of the entire arc. The status of every cannon, the condition of every compartment, and the flow of every energy circuit were all clearly laid out in his mind, as if nerve endings had extended outward 5 kilometers. This feeling is very unfamiliar, but for some reason, it felt very natural. He mentally issued a command to activate the creation mode. Deep within the arc, the space in a certain area began to tremble violently. It's not destruction, it's expansion, it's gestation. In the holographic projection, everyone could clearly see the space come into existence from nothing. First chaos, then light, then land, then mountains, rivers, grasslands, and finally a blue sky and a sun that was warm to the touch. The entire bridge was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After holding it in for a long time, Wangba finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. This is like the whole earth inside the ship's belly? No one answered him, because everyone was stunned. Jiang Yi turned to look at the Siren Queen. The queen stood before the holographic projection, gazing intently at the ocean born inside the ship's hull. That sea was clearer than the rainbow's sea, its energy pure, and light refracted beneath the surface, like an eternal rainbow solidified into liquid. Her eyes reddened. Your Majesty, Jiang Yi said calmly as always, that sea will henceforth be the home of your mermaid race. The siren paused for a second, then bent her knees without hesitation. Thank you for your kindness, great captain. Jiang Yi helped her up, then glanced at everyone on the bridge. Lin Jixia, Ying Yao, Su Tao, Wen Ruan, Wen Sa, Ling Shui. Every face bore the same expression, shock, joy, and a certain indescribable, tearful emotion. They've been gone for too long. From the darkest days of the apocalypse, from countless times when we thought we couldn't go on, we've made it to where we are today, step by step. From today onwards, this is our new home. His voice echoed in the bridge. Our journey is no longer limited to this sea. He raised his hand and pointed to the deep, boundless starry sky in the holographic projection. It's the stars and the sea. Cheers erupted throughout the ark via the loudspeaker, deafeningly loud. However, at that very moment, 3 cold system notification sounds crashed into Jiang Ye's mind. Warning. Unknown plane coordinates locked. Lock source. Warning. The other party is attempting a long-distance space jump. Estimated arrival time, 24 hours. Warning. Target energy level determined. Super mythical level. His expression remained unchanged, but his gaze darkened in an instant. My finger tapped silently on the console, then released. The people around him were still cheering, still laughing, still excited about the newly born God-class warship. No one noticed that he stared down at the 3 lines of red warning for a full 5 seconds. Super mythical level. They've arrived. Jiang Yi slowly raised his head, his expression unchanged, and even the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. But those eyes had already begun to calculate. 24 hours. That's enough. Chapter 228 Hill Awakens. Those 3 scarlet warnings were like 3 buckets of ice water poured from the top of my head to my heels. Jiang Ye's smile vanished. It didn't gradually recede. It disappeared abruptly, as if someone had wiped it away. Super mythical level. Unknown plane coordinates. Ultra-long-distance space jump. He stared at the 3 lines of blood-red text, his fingertips unconsciously tapping twice on the control panel. This is his old habit. The more dangerous the situation, the steadier his fingers become and the slower he taps. The Pengu arc has just been built. My bottom hasn't even warmed up yet. Someone came to challenge us. Furthermore, the fact that the other party can jump between dimensions means what? It means that either their technology has reached its limit, or their understanding of the laws has reached the point where they can tear apart spatial barriers at will. Neither of them are easy to deal with. What's wrong? Lin Jixia was the first to realize that something was wrong. She knew Jiang Yi too well. This man could laugh and curse in front of 1,000 troops, and could tell lame jokes while coughing up blood in dire straits. But when he fell silent, it meant he had encountered something truly difficult. Without wasting any words, Jiang Yi swiped his finger and projected the system warning onto the main screen. The scarlet characters were reflected on everyone's face. The cheers from the bridge abruptly ceased, as if someone had grabbed their throat. Quiet. A deathly silence. Super mythical level. Ling Shui's voice trembled, and her previously rosy cheeks turned deathly pale. Are you kidding me? Besides us, who else in this world could create something of this level? Not from this world. Jiang Ye's voice was flat, but every word hit the ground like a nail. His gaze was fixed on the fluctuating number in the upper right corner of the screen. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 46 seconds. Each jump felt like a hammer blow to his heart. But he only gave himself 1 second. A second of panic, a second of confusion. Then, it was all burned clean. Instead, a fighting spirit bursts forth from the very marrow of their bones. Jixia. Exist. Activate the boundary defense. Expand the range to the maximum. I want not even a fly to be able to fly into the area within 10,000 meters around the Arkansas. Ling Shui. Arrive. The entire ship's weapon systems must undergo a self-check. Every cannon and every missile silo must be in hot standby mode within 10 minutes. Anyone who dares to cause a malfunction will have to personally tighten the screws. Ing Yao Wen Sa. Exist. Gather all the capable fighters and put them on high alert. Tell them we have guests, not the unfriendly kind. The orders came one after another, calm and decisive, without a single superfluous word. Jiang Yi stood in front of the control panel, his back ramrod straight, like an iron stake driven into the eye of a storm. His energy spurred everyone on, and their initial panic subsided considerably. Yes, what's the panic? They followed this man, fighting their way through the darkest days of the apocalypse. What storms hadn't they weathered? Take your positions and execute the command. The entire Pangu arc, this ancient behemoth that had just opened its eyes, didn't even have time to stretch before being forced to reveal its full set of fangs. An invisible energy shield exploded from the center of the ship, spreading outwards like ripples, instantly covering the entire sea area within a radius of 10,000 meters. A faint golden halo appeared on the sea surface, a manifestation of the power of laws. Countless cannon muzzles protruded from the gaps in the ship's armor, the dark barrels pointing towards the sky, the low-frequency humming emitted during charging making the air vibrate. The sirens blared throughout every street of the Golden City. The residents, who had been cheering just moments before, paused for a moment, then quickly sprang into action. No one cried out, no one fled. Those who survived the apocalypse were already used to it. Peace has always been a luxury, and what they have in abundance is the courage to rise up in despair. Jiang Yi stood in the center of the bridge, his gaze fixed intently on the countdown. 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 12 seconds. This enemy is different from any of the previous ones. Whether it's a mechanical god or a void lord, they are both entities within the rules and system of this world. We can understand their background and see their limits. But this guy from an unknown dimension, unknown technology, unknown laws, unknown purpose. Three unknowns stacked together are more unsettling than any known formidable foe. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched the necklace on his chest. He paused slightly the moment his fingertip touched the pendant. Hot. It was much hotter than usual. The pendant, made from a fragment of the heart of the world, was now beating violently in his chest like a tiny heart. Wrong. It's not jumping. It's breathing. The faint, breath-like rhythm within was growing stronger. Little by little, inch by inch, it was like someone who had been asleep for a very long time finally turning over. Jiang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Is Hill about to wake up? The thought had barely crossed his mind when the pendant exploded with a burst of silver light. It wasn't the kind of explosion that's blinding, but rather like the moon peeking out from behind the clouds, gentle, quiet, yet it made the air on the entire bridge freeze. The silver light gathered and solidified 3 feet in front of Jiang Yi, outlining a petite silhouette. First, long, silver hair appeared, like moonlight spun into threads, falling strand by strand. Then came pale, almost translucent skin, slender fingers, and thin shoulders. Finally, there were those eyes. No pupils. Only the stars are moving. It's like stuffing an entire deep-sea starry sky into 2 eyeballs. Hill opened his eyes. Everyone on the bridge paused for a moment, not out of fear, but because of the overwhelming pressure emanating from the very bones of an ancient sea god, which made their bodies instinctively want to lower their heads. She stood there, still lingering with the weariness of sleep, but the moment her gaze swept across the bridge, everyone felt as if they were being watched by a bottomless ocean. She first glanced at the group of people who were so nervous they were frozen. I glanced again at the glaring crimson on the main screen. Finally, his gaze fell on Jiang Yi's face. How long did I sleep? His voice was still a little weak, as if he had just surfaced from the bottom of a very deep body of water, but his innate, unquestionable majesty remained intact, not a single syllable missing. Not long. Jiang Yi looked at her, his lips twitching slightly. Just over a month. The weight that had been hanging over my heart suddenly lifted the moment I saw her open her eyes. It's not because we have one more combatant. It's good that this person woke up. A little over a month, Hill repeated softly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the newly renovated Pangu Arc. Turrets, shields, energy circuits, and deep within the ship lies a newly born inner world with ocean and sky. A genuine look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Did you build this ship? Amazing. She said those two words in a very calm tone, but Jiang Yi could tell that she meant it. It already has the rudiments of a world. Given time, it may even grow into an independent plane. She paused, then turned her head to look at the countdown still ticking on the screen. 23 hours, 27 minutes, and 3 seconds. However, your new toy has run into a tough opponent right out of the factory. You know him? Jiang Yi asked immediately. Hill did not answer immediately. She frowned slightly, as if searching for a memory from an extremely distant past. Not decades or centuries, but spanning epochs. Then she raised her hand, her slender fingertips lightly touching the air. A silver curtain of water unfolded out of thin air. Images appeared on the water screen. Blurry, fragmented, like afterimages salvaged from the ruins of time. That was a universe. Darker than the sea of nothingness, more desolate than the abyss. Countless fragments of shattered planets float in the cold void, some still bearing traces of their burned atmospheres, others showing the ruins of ancient civilizations on their surfaces. They were all dead, and in the very center of that planetary graveyard, there was something. It's not a boat. It was a colossal fortress pieced together from twisted metal and flesh. It writhed slowly, like a living black tumor, its surface covered with countless cannon barrels. And eyes. Countless scarlet eyes were embedded between the metal and flesh, each one turning, each one filled with pure, undisguised malice. In the bridge, someone gasped. The Reaper. When Hill uttered those 3 words, his voice carried a genuine seriousness for the first time. The Reaper. Jiang Yi repeated. The locusts of the universe. A civilization that feeds on the very essence of a plane. Hill's gaze fell on the writhing fortress, as if he were looking at an old adversary. They specifically target those higher worlds that have just ascended or are about to ascend. They tear open the cracks when the world's barriers are at their weakest, descend, and then devour everything in that world. Laws, energy, life, the memories of civilization, everything. After they've eaten it all, only a desolate wasteland remains. She pointed to the shattered planets on the water screen. Like this. Jiang Yi remained silent for 2 seconds. Did the energy fluctuations at the birth of Panga's arc attract them? That's right. Hill nodded. To them, your ship is a campfire in the darkness. They're very strong. Each Reaper fortress is itself a super mythical level war unit. Hill's tone was calm, but what he said made everyone's hearts sink. Moreover, they have mastered a law called entropy. It can accelerate the decay and corruption of all matter. Your shield, your armor, your energy circuits will age and disintegrate at a rate dozens of times faster under the erosion of entropy. We are very restrained in our kind of creations that exist in a stable structure. There was a moment of silence on the bridge. Do we have a chance of winning? Lin Zhixia clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Hill glanced at her. Then he turned to Jiang Yi. Are you in absolute control of the ship? That's right. Is the connection with it at the level of consciousness? From head to toe, every nerve. In Hill's eyes, the stars seemed to move faster for a moment. Then, she smiled. It was faint and subtle, but that smile, when seen by everyone, was more effective than any grand words. That makes things easier. She turned around to face the huge holographic screen, her long silver hair moving without wind. They have entropy, we have creation. They wanted to reduce everything to death. She raised her hand, and a ball of silver light shone from her palm. Let's show them what true vitality is. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yi, her eyes sparkling like stars. Temporarily share the highest level of access to the Ark with me. I want to prepare a gift for these guests who have come from afar. Jiang Yi looked at her and remained silent for half a second. Then he reached out and pressed shared permissions on the console. You're welcome. Make it bigger. Chapter 229. Is this gift substantial enough? Jiang Yi did not hesitate at all. The finger landed on the console, and the confirmation button for shared permissions was pressed directly. Buzz. A dark golden light emanated from the control panel, following some unseen channel, climbing up Hill's fingertips and arms, and finally enveloping her entirely. In that instant, Hill's pupils contracted sharply. She sensed it. The immense, almost frenzied, energy torrent within the Pangu arc was opening itself up to her, without reservation along the spiritual link. I see. She closed her eyes, her brow furrowed slightly, as if she were reading an extremely complex cryptic book. Using the heart of the world as the foundation, the heart of the gods as the engine, and the will of the ocean as the harmonizer, three completely different dimensional forces were forcibly fused together. Her fingers tapped the console twice unconsciously, a habit she had when she was thinking. The person who designed this ship was a genius. She said it very softly, but Jiang Yi noticed that when she said this, the rhythm of her fingers paused for a moment. It was as if she had remembered someone. However, this thought only flashed through Jiang Ye's mind for a moment before being interrupted by Hill's next action. She suddenly opened her eyes. A sharper edge appeared in those eyes that seemed to sparkle like stars. But that's not enough. She reached out and lightly pressed her hand on the control panel, then turned her head to look at Jiang Yi. Lend me your void laws. This is not a request. It's a notification. Jiang Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, without saying a word. With a thought, the void power within him, which had already advanced to level 10, was instantly mobilized. That force was very quiet. It is not as violent as flames, nor as raging as thunder. It is like a boundless dead sea, calm, deep, and without any ripples. But everyone knows that beneath this dead sea lies an abyss powerful enough to devour everything. The pitch-black energy surged from Jiang Ye's arm and entered the control panel. At this moment, the entire Pangu arc emitted a deep hum. It's not an alarm. It is pleasure. Like a sleeping giant, it has finally been fed. Jiang Yi could feel that the connection between Feng Zhou and him had become stronger than ever before. Every nerve ending was transmitting the same signal. Excited. Very good. Hill's lips curled into a slight smile, and his fingers began to dance rapidly across the console. Her methods were unlike anything Jiang Yi had ever seen. There are no fixed procedures or standard processes. She is like an improvisational musician. Every instruction is precise, yet she does things completely unpredictably. Countless data streams, so complex that they made Ling Xue's scalp tingle just by looking at them, flooded into the Ark's core system. Open the Genesis space, switch the energy mode to void. Mobilize all the life energy of the internal ecosystem and inject it into the main gun's energy matrix. Using the laws of the void as the bone and the will of the ocean as the flesh, we reconstruct the main cannon's attack form. Her voice wasn't loud, and she spoke slowly, but every word carried an undeniable certainty. It's like reciting a creation incantation. As the order was given, dramatic changes began to occur inside the ark. That newly formed ecological space, 10 kilometers in diameter, suddenly trembled. The mountains and rivers began to crack. The river flows backward. The plants withered, but they did not die. They decomposed, transforming into the purest emerald green life energy, which was drawn away by an invisible force and gathered into a visible torrent, surging wildly towards the bow of the ark along the energy channels inside. Meanwhile, the main cannon hidden within the totem at the bow of the ship is undergoing some strange transformation. The menacing muzzle slowly contracted and closed. Instead, there is a huge, bud-like structure. The surface of the flower bud flows with two completely different patterns. The silver one represents the will of the ocean, gentle and enduring. The black one represents the laws of the void, silent and profound. The two forces intertwined and entwined, like two snakes entangled together. A terrifying energy fluctuation, so powerful it made Jiang Ye's scalp tingle, emanated from the flower bud. What is she doing? Ling Xue stared intently at the energy readings on the holographic screen, her face already pale. That number is still soaring. It had long exceeded the theoretically calculated upper limit of the main gun's energy. 10 times. 20 times. 50 times. It's still rising. This isn't a weapon, Ling Shui's voice trembled. This is using the energy of an entire world to make a bullet. It's not a bullet. Jiang Yi stared at the flower bud, his pupils shrinking slightly. It's a seed. Seeds of the world. He understood Hill's intention in an instant. Once launched, this seed will not explode or generate a shockwave. It will simply take root and sprout within its target, creating a new world that will overwhelm and destroy everything old. A dimensional reduction attack at the level of laws. Jiang Yi looked at Hill's petite figure from behind, and only 2 words popped into his mind. That's ruthless. As expected of an ancient deity who has lived for countless eons, he immediately revealed his trump card to his opponent. Time passed second by second. The bridge was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Then, the alarm went off. Warning, target detected has reached the specified coordinates. The enemy is tearing apart the spatial barrier. The sky above the golden city darkened. It's not the kind of darkness that comes from dark clouds obscuring the sun. The light itself disappeared in that area. A huge, dark red crack appeared out of nowhere. The space at the edge of the rift shattered like broken glass, the fragments swallowed by the void before they could even fall. A colossal, sky-obscuring black silhouette slowly emerged from the rift. Reaper Fortress. It's even bigger than Panga's Ark. The ship's hull, a mixture of twisted metal and flesh, exuded a putrid stench that made one's stomach churn. The smell wasn't airborne. It acted directly on the soul, as if something was rotting deep within one's consciousness. On the surface of the fortress, thousands of scarlet eyes opened simultaneously. Each one is spinning. Each one was filled with greed and hunger. A chaotic and noisy mental message, without any defense, poured directly into everyone's minds. New food. The fresh origin of the world. Devour. On the Ark, many of the weaker crew members immediately covered their heads and knelt down, some even gagging. Jiang Yi snorted coldly. The aura of the Overlord body exploded, and golden light swept across the entire bridge as if it were a tangible substance. That spiritual pollution, like thin ice meeting boiling water, shattered and dissipated instantly. A bunch of drooling bugs. His voice was icy, and it carried throughout the entire sea via the Ark's amplification system. You dare to make a sound in front of me? On the Reaper Fortress, a giant eye, several times larger than the others, suddenly lit up. A gray beam of light shot out with a roar. That's entropy. Wherever the beam of light passed, the seawater instantly became murky and foul-smelling. Fish turned into skeletons, and even the space itself aged rapidly, developing fine cracks. Everything decays and decays. This is the law of the harvester. However, the moment the gray beam of light entered the area within 10,000 meters of the Ark, it seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. Boundary defense. The beam of light rippled across the barrier's surface, yet it made no progress. Moreover, the beam's own energy was being rapidly devoured and disintegrated, like a candle thrown into a blizzard. For the first time, the eyes atop the Reaper Fortress turned in confusion. It's our turn. Jiang Yi looked at Hill. Hill nodded, extended a finger, and tapped lightly on the console. Emission. The flower buds on the bow of the ship bloomed silently. A seed flew out. It was only the size of a fist, entirely emerald green, and quietly floated in the void. It lacked any earth-shattering momentum or world-destroying pressure. It drifted slowly and steadily toward the massive Reaper Fortress. The fortress sensed danger. All cannons fired simultaneously. Thousands upon thousands of gray rays of entropy wove together a dense, impenetrable net of fire, pouring down upon that tiny seed. Then, something strange happened. All attacks vanished the moment they touched the seed. It wasn't blocked, it wasn't bounced away. It was absorbed. The gray energy representing death and decay, upon contact with the seed, was assimilated like ice falling into boiling water, transforming into nutrients that nourished the seed. The seed's light shone even brighter. It passed through the fire net. It floated lightly onto the ugly hull of the Reaper Fortress. Then, they crawled inside. Everything quieted down. The fortress ceased its attack. The Ark floated silently. The whole world held its breath. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A green light shone from inside the Reaper fortress. It was very faint and very small, like a firefly in the dark. Then comes the second stroke, the third stroke, the 10th stroke, the 100th stroke. Emerald green vines sprouted from the gaps in the fortress's armor. It grew out of the muzzle of the cannon. It burst forth from those scarlet eyeballs. The vines grew at an unbelievable speed, each one as thick as a bucket, its surface entwined with silver and black patterns. They frantically coiled, covered, and tore apart the fortress's entire structure. The metal is twisting. Flesh and blood are being devoured. One by one, those scarlet eyes went out, and in their place bloomed emerald green flowers. The Reaper fortress trembled. It let out a silent wail, not through sound waves, but through a mental fluctuation. That fluctuation was filled with fear and disbelief. It was bursting from within by the birth of a new world. 10 seconds. That once towering war fortress is now unrecognizable. Instead, a giant rooftop garden composed of lush green vines and vibrant flowers has been created. The garden looked unreal in the sunlight. Then, a soft pop sound. The entire garden transformed into countless points of light, which then dissipated in the wind. Not a single grain of residue was left. The bridge was deathly silent. Everyone forgot to breathe. Hill withdrew his hand, his shoulders slumping slightly. Those were signs of exhaustion, but she didn't let anyone notice. She turned her head to look at the crowd who had all frozen in place, and the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. Chapter 230 The True Purpose of Panga's Arc. The whole world fell silent. It was unusually quiet. In the Golden City, everyone watching the battle, looking up, remained in the same posture, completely still. Someone was holding up binoculars, their arm frozen in midair. Some people had their mouths open and didn't even notice drool dripping down their chins. Some people even knelt on the ground, not out of fear, but because their legs went weak. That towering Reaper fortress, that terrifying presence that made everyone despair to the point of tears, just turned into a sky full of fireflies. Nobody dared to believe it, but everyone saw it with their own eyes. The bridge of the Pangu Arc was deathly silent. Lin Jixia covered her mouth with both hands, her beautiful eyes wide open, the reflection of the shimmering light from the vanishing emerald garden still lingering in her pupils. Her fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the physiological reaction of having her understanding completely overturned. Ying Yao's mouth hung open for a long time. She wanted to say something, but her mind had completely gone blank, and her mouth just hung there like a fish that had been pulled ashore. Ling Shui was the most exaggerated. The chief technology officer of Pangu Arc was sitting on the cold metal floor, his glasses askew on one side of his nose, but he didn't bother to straighten them. She was muttering to herself. Unscientific. This does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. A single seed, the size of a fist, devoured the entire mass and energy of an entire super mythical fortress? That conversion efficiency, that energy density. She counted on her fingers and then felt terrible. I can't figure it out. My mathematical model has collapsed. A super mythical war fortress, even larger than Panga's Arc. An outpost of a terrifying civilization capable of devouring planes and roaming the universe. It's gone just like that? It was burst open from the inside by a tiny seed, turning into a sky garden, and then dissipating into countless points of light. This is even more absurd than a dream. I wouldn't even dare to make up something like that in my wildest dreams. Jiang Yi was stunned for several seconds. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the armrest, an old habit he had when he was thinking. The knuckles tapped against the metal surface, making a soft tap, tap sound that was particularly clear in the silent bridge. He looked at Hill. The silver-haired girl leaned against the control panel, her face as white as a sheet. That attack had almost drained all her newly recovered source power, and even the life energy accumulated in the Genesis space over a long period of time was squeezed dry in one go. But her eyes were still bright. There was a hint of pride in those silver eyes. Jiang Yi said sincerely, "It's more than enough. Absolutely more than enough. It's more than just substantial." The amount was ridiculously excessive. This single shot completely shattered his understanding of the upper limit of the word powerful. So this is what battles can be like. It's not an energy clash, not a physical collision, not a contest of who has the harder fist or the thicker cannon barrel. Rather, it is a coverage and rewriting of the rules. Use life to cover up death. Use creation to erase existence. This is the fighting style of a god. Fight. The system notification sound exploded in my mind. Successfully repelled the dimensional invaders, the Reapers. World reputation plus 100,000. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. 100,000 reputation points, a grand gesture. But the reward that followed was what truly made his heart race. Receive a special reward. Unlimited conversion attempts x1. Jiang Yi's fingers stopped tapping. Another one. Unlimited conversion times. He knew better than anyone how precious this thing was. Every use reduced its availability, and each use meant that a certain key resource went from limited to unlimited. He now possesses an unlimited supply of mineral water, iron blocks, storm cores, fragments of the heart of the world, and source dust. It seems like a lot, but in the later stages, which of those rarer, more powerful materials wouldn't require an unlimited supply? For example, what materials are needed to upgrade Pangoark? Jiang Yi's gaze swept over the node on the panel. This ship possesses the rudiments of self-awareness. His fingers started tapping on the armrest again. A bold idea took shape in my mind. Hold on to this opportunity for conversion. No rush. Good steel should be used on the blade. His gaze continued downwards, landing on the last reward. Obtain special item. Dimensional beacon, Reaper, X1. Plane beacon. Reaper records the spatial coordinates of the plane where the Reaper civilization's mother hive is located. Used to open a one-time dimensional portal. Jiang Yi stared at the line of text for a full 5 seconds. Then he laughed. His smile wasn't big, but the light in his eyes was dangerous. The coordinates of the other party's hometown were recorded. It can also open a portal that leads directly to your doorstep. The meaning is clear. After driving away the smaller one, the system directly handed over the larger one's home address to him. This is encouraging him to raid their home. Very good. It suited his taste perfectly. However, Jiang Yi's rationality quickly suppressed that restless impulse. The Reaper civilization, capable of roaming the universe and devouring planes everywhere, could not possibly have only one fortress. The one we destroyed today was, at best, an outpost, a tentacle reaching out to test the waters. The defenses of their nest are most likely astronomical in scale. Should we open the door and rush over now? It's no different from delivering takeout. You're the kind who packs yourself up and delivers yourself to the door. We need to hold on to this signpost first. Once I'm strong enough, I'll go and visit them properly. Are you all right? Jiang Yi put away the panel, walked to Hill's side, and steadied her swaying body. Up close, her face was even paler than before. Her lips almost bloodless, but her silver eyes remained bright. It's nothing. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Hill shook her head and nestled into his arms. Her body was light as a feather. She closed her eyes, feeling the steady heartbeat from his chest, and her voice became very low and soft. Next time something like this happens, remember to wake me up in advance. Don't let me miss it. After saying that, her body turned into a silver light and disappeared back into the pendant on Jiang Yi's chest. The pendant's temperature suddenly rose a few degrees, as if something inside had quietly curled up and fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Yi gripped the pendant, his thumb unconsciously tracing the patterns on its surface. A subtle warmth emanated from his fingertip, like a silent response. He withdrew his hand and turned around. Everyone on the bridge was still in a daze. Jiang Yi clapped his hands. The sound wasn't loud, but it was clear enough. The threat is over, everyone snap out of it. Everyone jolted as if a switch had been flipped. Ling Shui, get up from the ground. Go check the main cannon's damage and the energy recovery rate of the Genesis space. I need specific data. Ling Shui hurriedly straightened her glasses, got up from the ground, dusted off her bottom, and ran towards the technology terminal. Jixia, lift the highest level of alert and reassure the residents of the city. Jiang Yi paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. By the way, let's plan a celebration banquet. Let's have a good meal today. The moment those words were spoken, the bridge erupted in chaos. Cheers, whistles, and the sound of banging on tables mingled together. But even more noticeable than the cheers was the way everyone looked at Jiang Yi. That look in his eyes was different from before. Previously, it was awe, worship, and the feeling that this person is very strong. It's a frenzy now. It's almost like a belief. They can lead them through the void storm and defeat the dimensional invaders head-on. In this apocalyptic world, what could be more reassuring than following someone like this? That night, the deck of Pangu Ark was brightly lit. The entire city of gold had gathered here. The sizzling fat from the roasting meat dripped onto the charcoal. Its aroma carried far on the sea breeze. Some were playing drinking games, some were singing, and others, drunk, were sobbing uncontrollably in their companions' arms, not from sadness, but from the relief of surviving a catastrophe. Jiang Yi didn't go. He sat alone in the captain's cabin at the highest point of the ark. This was a vast circular space with a completely transparent dome, offering a panoramic view of the starry sky from every angle. Starlight fell upon him, outlining a silent silhouette. He brought up the complete structural diagram of Pangu Ark and slowly slid his finger across the virtual panel. After today's battle, his understanding of this ship has been completely refreshed. Boundaries are shields. Domination is the spear. What he initially thought was just an internal space function, Genesis, turned out to be the most core and terrifying thing on the entire ark. It is an independent, growing energy source. The life energy generated by the internal ecosystem can be directly converted into the power to drive the ark or launch an attack. What does that mean? This means that Panga's ark could theoretically achieve perpetual motion. As long as its internal ecosystem is large and stable enough, it can continuously produce energy and will never need to rely on external energy sources. Moreover, the Genesis space can also serve as a weapons depot. Use the vitality of an entire world to annihilate the enemy. This type of attack is unheard of. Jiang Yi's gaze finally settled on the small print at the very bottom of the structural diagram. The ship can be used as a transdimensional navigation tool. He had previously thought this was just a side feature. Now he understands. This is the true purpose of Panga's ark. It is not a warship. It is an ark. An ark that can travel between different worlds, spread civilization, or wage war. This world of ocean survival is just the beginning. A beginner village. The real journey lies in that vast sea of stars composed of countless planes. Jiang Yi stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The lights on the deck below shone like stars, and the faint sounds of laughter and chatter drifted up, indistinct yet warm. These people were all his crew members. His people. His task was not just to keep them alive. He wants to lead them out of this. Go conquer. Go witness. Go and become the brightest star in that vast sea of stars. Click. The door to the captain's cabin was gently pushed open. Lin Jixia walked in carrying a tray, her steps very light, as if she was afraid of disturbing him. I knew you hadn't eaten. She placed the plate on the table, which contained golden brown, crispy roasted dragon meat, next to a steaming glass of freshly squeezed juice. I left this for you. It's still warm. What are you thinking about? She walked to his side and followed his gaze to the starry sky outside the window. I'm thinking about our future, Jiang Yi said softly. He turned his head. Starlight fell on Lin Jixia's face, outlining her soft features. Her eyes were bright, as if they held two little stars. Jiang Yi reached out and pulled her into his arms. Jixia. Would you like to come with me to see the vast ocean of stars? Lin Jixia did not answer. She simply leaned quietly against his chest, listening to the steady, powerful beating of his heart. Then, she stood on tiptoe. She gently kissed his lips. Outside the window, the Milky Way flows silently. Beneath the ark, the lights of 10,000 homes shine. Chapter 231 Responsible. The kiss was light and soft, carrying Lin Jixia's unique, faint fragrance, like a sea breeze carrying flower petals, mixed with an indescribable scent that makes one slightly dizzy. Jiang Yi was stunned for half a second. Just half a second. The next instant, he wrapped his arms around her waist, tightened his grip, and took complete control of the kiss. The noise outside the window has faded away. The stars overhead have faded. The entire captain's cabin was so quiet that only the intermittent breathing of the two men and the muffled thud of their heartbeats could be heard. I don't know how much time passed. Lips separate. Lin Jixia's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks, burning from her ears all the way down to her neck. Her eyes, which were usually calm and composed, were now brimming with tears, as if they had crushed and contained the entire Milky Way outside the dome. She turned her head slightly away, not daring to meet his gaze. But the curve of his lips couldn't be suppressed no matter how hard he tried. "My captain." Her voice was as light as a feather falling on water, yet each word was clear and distinct. "I will never refuse your invitation." Jiang Yi smiled. It wasn't the kind of smile that comes from strategic planning, nor the kind of smile that comes from decisive action on the battlefield. It's just pure happiness. He tightened his arms around her, pulling her into his embrace, and rested his chin on the top of her head. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? The two leaned against each other quietly, neither of them saying a word. Starlight shimmered outside the dome, and the deck below was brightly lit. In the distance, the faint sounds of shouts and off-key singing could be heard. At this moment, the world is noisy, but it's very quiet here. After a while, Lin Jixia gently pushed his chest, took a half step back, and pointed to the plate on the table. "Eat quickly, it won't taste good when it gets cold." She raised her hand to straighten her slightly disheveled collar, her movements swift and efficient, quickly regaining her usual capable and composed demeanor. But the tips of her ears were still red. Jiang Yi saw this but didn't expose him. Instead, his smile deepened. He walked to the table, sat down, picked up a piece of golden brown, crispy dragon meat, tore off a large chunk with his hand, and stuffed it into his mouth. The fat bursts between your teeth, and the rich aroma of meat is so strong it's almost overwhelming. It smells so good. From building the ark to battling the dragon horde, he had been working non-stop for countless hours. His nerves had been on edge the whole time, and now that they relaxed, a wave of hunger washed over him, almost overwhelming him. He devoured everything in 2 mouthfuls at once, like a whirlwind. Lin Jixia sat opposite him, resting her chin on one hand and tilting her head slightly as she watched him eat. Her eyes were gentle, and she had a smile on her lips. It's like watching a big boy who's finally starting to eat properly. Jiang Yi felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and mumbled, "Don't just look. You should eat too." "I've already eaten." Lin Jixia's eyes crinkled into a smile. "I saved this especially for you." Jiang Yi stopped being polite and continued to work diligently. Lin Jixia looked at him for a while, then suddenly stopped smiling and tapped her fingertips lightly on the table twice. This is her habitual action when she is thinking. "Jiang Yi, although the ark is built, there is a problem that must be solved as soon as possible." Jiang Yi looked up at her with his mouth full of meat. "People." Lin Jixia held up one finger. "We are severely understaffed." With a flick of her wrist, a data panel was projected into the air between the two of them, displaying a dense array of numbers and charts. "The Pengu ark is too large. According to Ling Shui's preliminary calculations, it will require at least 10,000 professional crew members to operate it fully. Operators, engineers, weapons experts, and logistics support personnel are all indispensable." She paused, her tone turning somber. "And now, all of our core members plus the residents of the City of Gold. The number of people who can be considered professionals is no more than 500. The gap is 20 times. Jiang Yi stopped chewing. This number was even more exaggerated than he had expected. Pengu Arc is like a top-of-the-line supercomputer with its hardware fully optimized, but severely understaffed to operate it. These few hundred people can barely keep the Arc running, let alone unleash its full combat power. Dream on. Not just the crew. Lin Jixia swiped her finger across the panel and switched to another set of data. The creation space now has mountains and landforms, but it is still essentially a dead land. There is no vegetation cycle, no animal population, and no life force generated by human activities. If we want it to truly become a self-sufficient ecological world, it is not enough to just have a shell. We need to fill it with things. Plants, animals, microorganisms, a complete ecological chain. It even requires ordinary people to live, work, and reproduce there, generating enough human activity for that world to truly come alive. Jiang Yi understood. Pengu Arc gave him an infinitely large stage. But now there are only a few of them on stage. Not even enough extras, let alone a full-fledged opera. A sweet burden. You mean large-scale external recruitment? Jiang Yi said. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. That's right. Lin Jixia nodded, her gaze steady. An invitation is extended to all survivors around the world. The whole world witnessed that battle. The image of the Pangu arc rising from the seabed and shattering the dragon beast tide with a single shot has probably spread to every survivor settlement by now. She leaned forward slightly, her tone resolute. We are now the safest and most powerful fortress in the world. As long as we spread the word, we won't have to worry about people coming. Jiang Yi remained silent for a few seconds, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. In exchange for the safety of the Ark and the loyalty and labor of the survivors. No matter how you look at it, this is a win-win situation. All right. He slammed his hand on the table, decisive and efficient. You're in full charge of this. Set strict selection criteria. I don't want good-for-nothings who just want to coast along, and even less of those parasites with ulterior motives. He looked into Lin Jixia's eyes and spoke each word clearly. What I need are elites. Capable and loyal ones. Understood. Lin Jixia smiled, clearly having expected him to agree. Having resolved the matter, Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. His hand unconsciously reached for his chest. The pendant is still there. The temperature was very low, you could barely feel the heat. Hill is still asleep. She slept for a long time after sealing the Void Mother last time. This time, in order to activate the Ark's Genesis core, she directly burned her own essence, consuming even more than last time. Jiang Yi gently stroked the surface of the pendant with his fingertips, his brows furrowing slightly. Before, when this pendant was pressed against his chest, there was always a faint warmth, as if the little guy living inside was greeting him. Now it's all cold. Jixia, he began, his voice lower. Do you remember Hill's Fountain of Life? I remember. Lin Jixia's expression turned serious. Back in the far north ice abyss, she said that her source was damaged and that it needed the spring of life to be completely repaired. The situation was too urgent at the time, and I didn't have time to ask for details. Now we have the Arkansas. Jiang Yi looked directly at her. I want to go find it. This is not a discussion, it is a notification. Hill remembered that he had twice exhausted his resources for them. Moreover, putting emotions aside, he had personally witnessed just how terrifying Hill's combat power was in its complete form. That was a trump card capable of changing the course of the battle. Both logically and emotionally, we must find it. I knew you'd say that. Lin Jixia curled her lips and flipped her wrist to bring up another document. I've already checked. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. This woman was always one step ahead of him. According to the ancient documents I obtained from the Siren Mermaid Queen, the Fountain of Life is the place where the first wisp of life energy gathered and condensed at the beginning of the world's creation. She tapped the virtual map with her fingertip, and the outline of a massive mountain range spanning the planet appeared. It's not in any sea area. It's here, at the spine of the world. An underwater mountain range that spans the entire planet, the origin of all continental plates. Legend has it that its highest peak breaks through the sea surface and pierces through the clouds, making it the closest place on Earth to the sky. Jiang Yi stared at the outline of the mountain range, his eyes slightly darkening. However, Lin Jixia's tone changed, becoming serious. That is also the most dangerous area in the world. The literature says that a large number of ancient behemoths live on the world ridge, many of which are extinct species. She paused for a moment. There are even real gods sleeping there. Gods. The weight of those two words was clear to both of them. There's one more crucial problem. Lin Jixia closed the data panel and looked at him. We don't have any nautical charts for that area. We don't even know the general location, so we have no idea where to begin. There is no nautical chart. It's like knowing there's a gold mine in a mountain, but not even knowing where the mountain is. Jiang Yi frowned, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest. Suddenly, he stopped moving. Etc. He suddenly sat up straight, his eyes changing. Naval chart. He quickly opened the system inventory, and his fingers swiped rapidly across the virtual interface. In a corner he had overlooked, a tattered parchment lay quietly. The moment he clicked on it, A burning sensation came from his fingertips. Legendary treasure map fragment. This was something that dropped when he killed the lava sea dragon. The battle was so intense that he just tossed it into his backpack and left it there. Looking at it now. Legendary treasure map fragment. January 7th records part of the route to the spine of the world. Collect all 7 fragments to synthesize the complete Road to Heaven sea map. Jiang Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. The route to the spine of the world. 1/7. He was just worrying about not having a nautical chart when the system told him that the nautical chart fragments were already in his pocket. This kind of luck is beyond comprehension. Zhixiao, look at this. He shared the fragmented information. Lin Zhixiao leaned over for a look, and her eyes lit up instantly. She couldn't hide the excitement of a researcher discovering a new continent. What a coincidence. She rarely lost her composure, her voice rising a half octave. With this, we can at least determine 1/7 of the flight path. Combined with cross-referencing the Siren's documents, the scope can be narrowed down considerably. Where will the remaining 6 come from? Jiang Yi asked. Lin Zhixia quickly calmed down and analyzed the situation by tapping her chin with her finger. This fragment came from a level 9 peak lava sea dragon. Based on this pattern, the remaining 6 fragments should also be bound to ancient creatures of the same or even higher level. She looked at Jiang Yi, her gaze filled with a hint of inquiry. In other words, we need to take the initiative and hunt down the world's top boss. Jiang Yi stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The Milky Way shines brightly outside the dome, and thousands of lights illuminate the homes beneath the arc. A slow smile crept onto his lips, and an undisguised fighting spirit surged in his eyes. The Pengu Arc has just been built and hasn't been used properly yet. Those so-called ancient behemoths are perfect for testing the waters. Chapter 232. The whole world has gone mad. Early the next morning, an announcement was broadcast throughout the entire ocean world via the World Channel. Posted by Pengu Arc. The announcement was very simple, consisting of only 4 sentences. Pengu Arc is now recruiting crew members and residents worldwide. Those who pass the assessment will be granted the right to reside permanently in Pengu's Arc and the Golden City, enjoying absolute safety, ample food, and freshwater supplies. Assessment location, Pengu Sea, Golden City. We welcome all our compatriots who possess a skill and are willing to work together for the future of humanity. For sentences, like 4 depth charges, they exploded in the already turbulent World Channel. The long silent chat was instantly flooded with messages. The messages scrolled so fast that they were impossible to see clearly, with hundreds of new messages flooding in every second. Passerby, ordinary sea area, am I seeing things? Pengu Arc, the Pengu Arc that blasted aliens to smithereens yesterday. Survivors Alliance, Storm Sea, holy crap. Jiang Yi is hiring. Is this a dream? Someone pinch me. Crimson Rose, Scarlet Sea, it's real. The announcement has the official Pengu Arc certification mark. It can't be faked. My god, Jiang Yi has finally taken us casual players in. Lone Wolf King Ergo, Bubble Sea Boss. I kneel before you. I can do anything. I can sail a boat, fire a cannon, and even fix a toilet. Please take me in. I really don't want to eat seaweed every day anymore. My mouth is practically growing moss. Sakura Club, Misty Sea Inokoen. We, the entire Sakura Club, are willing to offer our utmost loyalty. Please give us a chance. The Lazy King, Ruins of the Sea Brothers, stop pushing. I'm already on my way. My ship may be wrecked, but my heart is set. Deep Sea Hunter, Dark Abyss. To be honest, after watching yesterday's battle, I knew this day would come sooner or later. In the entire ocean world, only Pengu's Arc truly deserves the word safe. The entire World Channel went completely crazy. Excitement, fervor, disbelief. All the emotions mixed together turned into a barrage of comments that nearly burst the public chat. It's no wonder they lost their composure. Since being transported to this godforsaken place, every survivor has lived like a stray dog. Tsunamis can strike without warning, and monsters roam the land. The neighboring ship that's exchanging supplies with you today might be capsized tomorrow, leaving not even a ripple. Hunger, fear, betrayal. Death is not an accident, but an everyday occurrence. They dream of finding a safe place. a place where they can get a good night's sleep without worrying about being dragged into the water by sea monsters in the middle of the night. And now, this place has appeared. Penga's Ark. Yesterday's earth-shattering battle was witnessed by countless people through various remote spectating devices. That colossal ship that blots out the sky. That main cannon capable of shattering dimensional rifts with a single shot. That figure standing on the bridge, overlooking everything. It brought more than just shock to all the survivors. Instead, it was something long lost, something almost forgotten. Hope. In their eyes, Penga's Ark is the only Noah's Ark in this apocalyptic world. Boarding that ship was like snatching your life back from the jaws of death. No one can resist this temptation. In an instant, the entire ocean world came to life. Countless ships turned around from various sea areas and headed at full speed toward the same direction, the Panga Sea. Some people sold all their possessions just to get a blueprint to increase their ship's speed. Some people stuffed their last rations into their backpacks and set sail overnight. Some even abandoned their small outposts that they had been operating for months, and with all their manpower, rushed headlong toward that coordinate. A massive migration that affected the entire world began. The Golden City, Parliament Hall. Lin Jixia stared at the light screen in front of her, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. The screen was covered with applications, flooding in like a blizzard, scrolling so fast that individual names were impossible to read. She rubbed her throbbing temples and gave a wry smile. In just half a day, the number of applicants has already exceeded 100,000. She turned to look at Jiang Yi and pointed to a steeply rising curve on the screen. And it's growing at a rate of thousands per minute. At this rate, the number of ships arriving in the Panga Sea in 3 days will exceed 50,000. Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrest with his fingers. On the light screen, the points of light representing ships converged from all directions, like countless rivers flowing into the same sea. Densely packed, vast and mighty. It is truly spectacular. A large number of people is a good thing, he said calmly. It means we're attractive enough. The rhythm of the tapping fingers paused for a beat. The key is how to sift out the people we really need from so many people. I've already finished the plan overnight. Lin Jixia pulled up another document and unfolded it clearly and logically. 3 rounds of assessment. The first round is a basic ability test. Different assessment points are set up to test physical fitness, mental strength, and professional skills. Ship driving, mechanical maintenance, and weapons operation are categorized. Those who do not reach the passing grade will be eliminated directly. The second round is a loyalty test. Her tone became a shade heavier. We will use special props and illusions to test their character. The selfish, the scheming, and the fickle will all be eliminated. I estimate the elimination rate will exceed 60% in this round. The third round is teamwork. She held up 3 fingers. Those who have gone through the first 2 rounds will be randomly divided into groups and given challenging team tasks. Only those who know how to cooperate, have a big picture view, and don't falter at crucial moments will get the final pass. Jiang Yi carefully reviewed the entire plan and nodded. It's perfect, let's do it this way. He glanced at the faint dark circles under Lin Jixia's eyes and paused in tapping the armrest with his fingers. You've worked so hard, Jixia. This huge undertaking is all on your shoulders. It's not hard work. Lin Jixia shook her head, a smile curving her lips. Being able to help you share the burden makes me happier than anything else. She glanced sideways at the busy figures in the hall. When Ruan was coordinating the allocation of supplies, Su Tao was organizing the registration data, and even the newly joined mermaid queen, Siren, was helping to sort out the information on sea routes. The entire core team operates like a sophisticated machine running at high speed. By the way, Lin Jixia's tone suddenly changed, taking on a subtle meaning. I found a few interesting people on the registration list. She pulled up 3 files and projected them in front of Jiang Yi. The first one. Name. Einstein, self-proclaimed. Identity. Former chief scientist of the Scientia cult. Specialties. Proficient in all known and unknown physics theories, with particular expertise in the fields of space jumps and energy conversion. Note. This person is extremely dangerous. He was wanted by multiple major powers for attempting to create weapons using black hole theory. The warrant remains in effect. The second one. Name. Ghost Hand codename. Identity: former ace assassin of the Shadow Brotherhood. Specialties: stealth, assassination, intelligence gathering. Rumor has it that he can steal the commander's underwear from the most heavily guarded outpost without triggering any alarms. Note: a loner only cares about money, not people. Extremely high hiring fees, but never fails. The third one. Name: Hua Tua, self-proclaimed. Position: former chief physician of the Life Council. Special skill: reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. It is said that he can pull a person who has already cooled to death back from the banks of the river Styx using only a silver needle. Note: his medical skills are unparalleled, but his fees are outrageous. He also has a peculiar hobby of collecting rare organs, the reason for which is unknown. Jiang Ye's eye twitched as he finished reading the 3 files. Goodness. A mad scientist, a ghost assassin, a perverted miracle doctor. Each and every one of them is a top figure in their respective field. They used to be elusive and rarely seen, but now they've all come to sign up. These are people you couldn't even get invited to come before, Lin Jixia sighed. I never expected that a single announcement would bring them all out. Talented people are essential. Jiang Yi stopped tapping, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. However, before using this kind of thorny rose, you have to remove all the thorns one by one. He stood up. The chair slid back half a step, making a soft sound. The busy crowd in the hall all looked up at the same time, their eyes meeting. Jiang Ye's voice wasn't loud, but every word he uttered was clear and distinct in everyone's ears. Pass on my message. Tell everyone who comes to take the assessment. When we arrive at the Pangus Sea, if you are a dragon, coil up. If you are a tiger, lie down. He turned his head to look at the densely packed dots of light on the screen, his tone as calm as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. Who dares to act like a big shot here and break the rules? Regardless of identity or background. Just throw it into the sea to feed the fish. There was a 2-second silence in the Parliament Hall. Then everyone lowered their heads and continued with their work. But everyone's movements were 3 points faster than before. Chapter 233: The Consequences of Breaking the Rules. 3 days later. The area surrounding the Pangus Sea was in complete chaos. The sea was packed with ships, and from the air, it looked like a pot of boiling dumplings, with the water completely obscured. These ships are all different in shape. The most shabby thing was a broken raft made of a few pieces of wood tied together, with 3 or 5 ragged survivors squatting on it. Even the sail was pieced together from rags. The most impressive were the steel warships that had undergone multiple modifications. Their hulls were welded with armor plates, and the black muzzles of their cannons protruded outwards, clearly indicating that they were not to be trifled with. But regardless of the size of the ship, everyone on board is doing the same thing. They craned their necks, staring intently at the enormous creature on the distant sea. Pangus Ark. It floated quietly on the sea, like a steel mountain range stretching across the sky. Just a glance from afar is enough to feel that suffocating sense of oppression. That is the embodiment of power. It is the closest thing to the word order on this apocalyptic ocean. Damn it, that's the Pangu Ark. A survivor stood at the bow, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice trembling. It's more than 10 times bigger than I imagined. Nonsense. What makes Jiang Yi think he can sweep through the Crimson Sea? With this thing, who wouldn't be trembling in fear? As long as I can get up there, I'd be willing to do anything, even just clean the deck. The noise was deafening, as bustling as a vegetable market. To maintain order, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan each led a patrol fleet and set up a cordon around the assessment area. Wang Ba stood at the bow of his new flagship, the Overlord II, with his left hand on his hip and his right hand holding a large metal megaphone. The sea breeze made his clothes flutter loudly. Listen up, all you fucking ships. His voice was already loud, and with the amplification from the loudspeaker, the sound waves almost practically swept across the sea, causing the masts of the nearest small boats to vibrate. Line up according to your numbers, and enter the waiting area. Anyone who dares to cut in line or cause trouble, don't blame my cannons for being blind. Most of the survivors behaved themselves. Jiang Ye's reputation speaks for itself, and Pangu Ark's scale is undeniable. Anyone with a sound mind knows this isn't a place to act tough. But in a large forest, you'll find all kinds of birds. There's always someone who thinks they're the most special one. A piercing roar of engines suddenly came from behind the fleet. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A warship, entirely black, forced its way out of the dense fleet. The warship had an extremely menacing design, with a curved, upward-pointing ram at the bow and a forked stern that looked like a black scorpion with bared fangs and claws from a distance. It completely ignored the boats on both sides and charged straight ahead, causing several small boats to rock violently, and the people on board cursed loudly. But no one dared to actually stop it, because the warship had a menacing black dragon totem painted on its hull. Black Dragon Society. The Crimson Sea's established power is known for its ruthlessness. It's said their initiation ceremony involves personally killing a living person. On the deck of the warship stood a bald, muscular man. He was extremely burly, over 2 meters tall, with a black dragon tattooed across his bare upper body, winding from his left shoulder to his right waist. The lines on his muscles undulated slightly with his breathing, as if the dragon had come to life. He crossed his arms, raised his chin slightly, and scanned the surrounding ships with a look of contempt, as if looking down on ants. "Get out of the way." His voice was rough and arrogant, carrying an innate domineering air. "I'm the leader of the Black Dragon Society, Black Dragon. We're here to pledge allegiance to Boss Jiangyi, not to queue up with trash like you." When he said the word "seek refuge," his tone carried a condescending air, as if he weren't the one asking for help, but rather Jiangyi should be gratefully welcoming him. The survivors around dared not speak out, and could only silently move the boat to either side. Wang Ba's face gradually darkened. He switched the megaphone to his other hand and slowly stroked the hilt of the knife at his waist with his free right hand. This is his habitual action. Before each action, he would touch the knife first. "Black Dragon, is it?" Wang Ba's voice came from the loudspeaker, unhurried. "I don't care if you're a black dragon or a white dragon. Once you're here, you have to follow the rules. Go back to your position immediately, or you'll face the consequences." As a result of, Black Dragon seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, the sound echoing across the sea, his arrogance outrageous. After laughing enough, he lowered his head and stared at Wang Ba with the look of someone looking at a dead man. "You? A mere gatekeeper. You dare to talk to me like that?" He suddenly waved his hand, and his voice rose abruptly. "Brothers, charge. I want to see who dares to stop us." The Scorpion warship's engines roared to life with a sharp screech, and the scorpion tail ram at its bow gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight as it hurtled straight toward the Tyrant II. The survivors around cried out in alarm and hurriedly steered their boats to safety. Wang Ba did not dodge. He didn't even move. He simply placed the megaphone gently at his feet. The movements were slow and casual, as if afraid of damaging the metal plate. Then he raised his right hand. "Spread your fingers open, then slowly clench them together. You shameless bastard." His voice wasn't loud, but every crew member on deck could hear it clearly. "Fire." 2 words. It was a light, airy sound, like saying, "Time to eat." The next second, the port side armor plates of the Tyrant II simultaneously popped open, revealing rows of neatly arranged gun muzzles inside. Dozens of netherworld void cannons. Those were weapons that Ling Shui had personally modified. The cost of each one was enough to buy a medium-sized warship. A blinding purple light shone from inside the cannon muzzle, and energy was rapidly condensed, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning ozone. Buzz. The deep buzzing sound caused ripples to spread across the sea. Dozens of purple energy beams shot out simultaneously, twisting together in the air to form a destructive beam of light with a diameter of over 3 meters. It hurtled toward the Scorpion warship at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The maniacal laughter still lingered on Black Dragon's face. The purple light was reflected in his pupils. Then, the pupils contracted sharply. What did he want to shout? His mouth opened, but no sound came out. The beam of light has arrived. There was no suspense whatsoever. The armor of that Scorpion warship was as brittle as tin foil in front of the purple beam of light. The beam of light pierced from the bow to the stern, vaporizing the steel in its path, without even needing to melt it. Boom! The explosion was deafening. A fireball shot into the sky, its orange-red flames illuminating half the sky. A powerful shockwave spread outwards from the point of explosion, creating giant waves tens of meters high. Several boats were recently capsized by the waves, and the people on board fell into the sea like dumplings being dropped into a pot. But nobody cared about them. Everyone stared blankly at the epicenter of the explosion. The flames gradually faded away. Only a few scattered fragments remained on the sea's surface, still carrying flames, rising and falling in the waves. That scorpion warship is gone. The Black Dragon is gone. Every single member of the Black Dragon Society is gone. Not even a single intact piece of wreckage could be found. It's as if they never existed. The entire sea was deathly silent. The only sound was the waves crashing against the hull. No one spoke. No one moved. Everyone felt as if they were being choked, afraid to even breathe. One shot. Just one shot. An epic-level steel warship, along with the dozens of people on board, was physically wiped out. What the hell is that firepower? Those who were originally planning to find an opportunity to cut in line or make some underhanded moves during the assessment were now completely soaked with sweat. One of the survivors was shaking so badly that those around him could hear the cracking sound of his kneecaps hitting each other. Wangba bent down and picked up the megaphone again. He patted the water droplets off the horn, brought it to his lips, and spoke in a calm tone as if nothing had happened. Anyone else want to give it a try? No one answered. Even the seagulls have stopped calling. Very good. Wangba nodded in satisfaction. Keep queuing. This time, all the boats obediently lined up in a long queue according to their numbers and sailed in an orderly manner toward the waiting area. The procession was as quiet as a funeral procession. Penguark, captain's room. Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest, and watched the scene clearly through the holographic projection. He was very satisfied with how Wangba was handled. Establishing authority requires both timing and intensity. Too little, and you won't command respect. Too much, and you'll scare away talent. Wangba's handling of the situation was just right. The Black Dragon Society has a terrible reputation in the Crimson Seas. Killing them would not only evoke no sympathy, but would also make other survivors think that this place is governed by rules. Following the rules means safety. Safety is the scarcest thing in the apocalypse. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the effect is quite good. Lin Jixia stood beside him with a slight smile on her lips. This chicken was also chosen perfectly. The Black Dragon Society has a bad reputation. Killing him will establish our authority at the same time and win over some people's hearts. It's killing two birds with one stone. Jiang Yi nodded, his tapping rhythm unchanged. How's the assessment going? The first round has already begun. Lin Jixia pulled up the live feed of the assessment site. The screen is divided into 3 parts. On the left is a huge laboratory. The disheveled man who calls himself Einstein is hunched over a sheet of blueprints covering an entire wall, clutching 3 different colored pens and simultaneously writing calculations in 3 different areas. His eyes are burning with a fanaticism bordering on mania, and he mutters to himself, occasionally letting out an excited, strange cry. Ling Shui, the proctor, stood to the side, staring blankly at the formulas on the blueprints that even she needed time to understand, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. The middle section of the screen shows a narrow passage filled with infrared rays and sensors. The passageway was empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. However, the replay showed that the person codenamed Ghost Hand had entered the passage 30 seconds earlier. He vanished into thin air, as if he had simply evaporated. No infrared rays were triggered, and no sensors were activated. Even the airflow monitoring inside the passageway failed to detect any abnormalities. Jiang Yi looked at the 2 images, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. They are all treasures. Once tamed, the strength of Pangu Arc will increase significantly. By the way, Jiang Yi. Lin Jixia's tone suddenly changed. The change was subtle, like carefully choosing words. Just now, a very strange person passed the first round of assessment. Jiang Yi's fingers paused for a moment. Strangeness. Lin Jixia pulled up a file and projected it in front of him. He didn't participate in any professional skills tests, only physical fitness and mental strength. And both scores were barely passing. placing him at the bottom of all the candidates. But he passed the first round. Why? Lin Jixia glanced at him and paused for a second. Because he said he had a gift to give you personally. What gift? A fragment of a treasure map. Lin Jixia's expression became somewhat strange, as if she herself was not quite sure how to define the weight of this matter. She paused, then said, word by word. He said that the fragment recorded the route to the spine of the world. Jiang Ye's fingers, which were tapping the armrest, suddenly stopped. It felt like he was nailed to the chair by something. His pupils contracted sharply, and something deep within his eyes was instantly ignited. The spine of the world. Those 3 words carry more weight on this apocalyptic ocean than anyone could imagine. Chapter 234, the second fragment, and the mysterious storyteller. Treasure map fragments? Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. His fingers gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. But he paused for less than half a second before his voice returned to normal. Let him in. Yes. Lin Jixia issued instructions through internal communication, her actions swift and efficient, without any unnecessary words. But as she turned around, a faint hint of seriousness flashed in her eyes. There aren't many things in this world that can make Jiang Ye's fingers stop. A few minutes later, the door to the captain's cabin was pushed open. An unremarkable man walked in. Medium build, average looks. He wore faded old clothes, with frayed edges at the cuffs, as if he had worn them for many years. You wouldn't even glance at someone like that if you threw him into any supply depot in the Crimson Sea. The template for passerby. But Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened slightly the moment it met those eyes. Those eyes were so quiet. It was unusually quiet for a survivor in a post-apocalyptic world. There was no wariness, no flattery, no probing. It's like a bottomless ancient well. But if you hold your breath and look closely, you can vaguely glimpse a faint, all-knowing smile from the bottom of the well. That smile was neither mocking nor contemptuous. It's a composure that comes from having seen too many stories. You must be Captain Jiang Ye? The man spoke, his voice gentle and neither humble nor arrogant, as if he were greeting an old friend he had known for many years. I have long admired your name. Jiang Ye did not respond. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers returning to the armrests, and began to tap rhythmically. This is his habit. Tap when you're thinking, and tap when you're making a judgment. The slower the pace, the more cautious he is. At this moment, his fingers were tapping very slowly. Weaknesses identified, activated. In an instant, the information panel unfolded in his field of vision. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. Name? Grade? State? Note. A storyteller walking through the river of time. He knows the past and the future. Don't try to probe him, because what he doesn't want you to know, you will never know. The screen is full of question marks. A fine layer of sweat quietly seeped out from Jiang Ye's back. Weakness insight, level 10. This skill has been with him since the beginning of the apocalypse, and he has never failed to use it. Even someone of Hill's caliber could at least see his name and some notes. And the man in front of me. All the core information is unknown. The only note sounded like a sarcastic remark. Don't try to investigate him. What does that mean? This means that this guy's level has exceeded the detection limit of level 10 weakness insight. Alternatively, he possesses some kind of ability that allows him to actively block out all sensory skills. Or, he is an existence that Jiang Ye's current cognitive system cannot define. A storyteller walking through the river of time. We know the past, and we know the future. What the hell does that mean? Jiang Ye's fingers lingered on the armrest for a full 2 seconds. But there was no unusual expression on his face. His breathing was steady, and his eyes looked normal. Who are you? His voice was flat, as if he were asking how the weather was today. But Lin Jixia, standing beside him, slightly tilted her head. She knew Jiang Ye too well. The more he spoke in this tone, the more unsettled he was inside. The man smiled, a gentle and harmless smile, like a kind old neighbor. I'm just a nobody. I like to travel around, see the scenery, and collect interesting stories along the way. As a storyteller, I call the world my home. Where did you get this treasure map fragment? Jiang Ye didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. Oh, this. The man slowly reached into his robes and, as if by magic, pulled out a yellowed parchment scroll. The edges of the parchment scroll were curled and brittle, and some lines and runes drawn with special ink could be faintly seen on it, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. Founded inside the belly of a deep-sea whale that had been sleeping for thousands of years, the man said casually, as if he had just picked up a stone from the roadside. He gently placed the parchment on the table, his fingers moving slowly as if performing a ritual. I heard that the captain is also collecting this, so I thought I'd bring it over as a gift. Jiang Ye's gaze was fixed on the parchment scroll. His right eye twitched slightly. The information panel popped up again. Legendary treasure map fragment. February 7th records part of the route to the spine of the world. Warning: the fragment carries a faint trace of time. Its origin is untraceable. The second one. Moreover, a new piece of information, previously unseen, has been added to the notes, carrying a faint hint of the past. The breath of time. He looked up at the man, then at the fragments. There is a connection between the two. Jiang Yi kept this detail in mind, remaining expressionless. He simply picked up the parchment scroll, flipped through it a couple of times, and put it back on the table. What do you want? His tone turned noticeably colder. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You must have your reasons for giving such a generous gift. The storyteller seemed to have anticipated that he would ask this question. His smile remained unchanged. He even tilted his head slightly, as if recalling something. What I want is very simple. Explain. Find a job on your ship. What kind of job? Liberal librarian. The air fell silent for a moment. Jiang Ye's fingers stopped. Lin Zhixia blinked almost imperceptibly. Librarian? A mysterious being, whose weaknesses even a level 10 weakness detection expert can't detect, comes to him and says, I want to be a librarian. Is he joking? Jiang Yi looked the man up and down 3 times. Old clothes, old shoes, old style. A gentle smile, a gentle voice, a gentle demeanor. He looks like an ordinary person who is indifferent to worldly affairs. But the more it's like this, the more something feels off. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. The storyteller nodded, his tone as if stating a matter of course. I like reading, and I also like quiet. A ship as big as Pangu's Ark must have a library, right? I think that place would be perfect for me. Jiang Yi did not answer immediately. His fingers returned to the armrest, and he began to tap. The speed is slower than before. This man was beyond his control. They couldn't even find out the other party's background. Based on his consistent style of doing things, such uncertainties should be eliminated immediately. But he glanced down at the parchment scroll on the table. The route to the spine of the world. This thing is a matter of life and death for Hill. It also relates to his ultimate goal on this apocalyptic ocean. He couldn't refuse. The knocking stopped. Good. Jiang Yi raised his head and looked calmly at the storyteller. The library of Pangu Ark is now in your hands. He added, his tone not harsh, but every word carried undeniable weight. But rules are rules. Once you're on board, you abide by the rules. Of course. The storyteller bowed slightly, performing a rather old-fashioned gesture. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, Jiang Yi said. A name is just a code. The man straightened up, his smile undiminished. If the captain doesn't mind, you can call me Aiken. Chun. Yes, the dust and dust. He spoke those 3 words in a very soft tone, like the sound of a speck of dust falling to the ground. It floats when the wind blows, and falls when the wind stops. It's all right. Jiang Yi stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he said to Lin Zhixia, Zhixia, take Mr. Aiken to settle in. Let him choose the location in the library himself. Yes. Lin Zhixia stepped forward and gestured for them to enter. Her expression remained calm as always, but in the instant she turned around, her gaze swept quickly across Chen's back, only to find nothing there. There were no weapons, no hidden pockets, and no trace of anything being hidden. It's abnormally clean. Chen followed her toward the door. He paused suddenly as he took his last step out of the captain's cabin. There was no turning back. He simply turned his head slightly and spoke a sentence in a volume that only he could hear. The story has only just begun. The door closed. Jiang Yi slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He walked to the table and picked up the parchment scroll. It feels warm to the touch. It wasn't the temperature of room temperature, but a kind of warmth that permeated from the inside of the fragments, a warmth imbued with life. He took out his own fragment from his backpack and placed the two pieces side by side on the table. The next second, as if drawn by an invisible force, the two fragments slid towards each other automatically, their edges adhering together perfectly. At the moment of joining, a very faint golden halo appeared on the surface of the parchment, lasting for about 2 seconds before dissipating. The merged nautical charts made the shipping routes much clearer. Several ink lines of varying thickness extend from the left side of the nautical chart, converge at a certain point, and then break. The broken edges were jagged, as if it had been deliberately torn open. 2/7. $5 short. Jiang Yi put away the sea chart, and his gaze fell on a newly appeared red marker in the lower right corner of the fragment. A simple line drawing is placed next to the marker. A few bold strokes depict a huge tiger with two outstretched wings on its back, the tips of which have fine serrated patterns. The ink marks in the simple line drawing have a faint red glow, as if they were alive. Next clue, King of the Sky, winged demon tiger. Location, stormy seas, Sky Island ruins. Danger level, extremely high. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Stormy sea area. That name surged up from the depths of my memory, echoing with the thunder and lightning and the crashing waves. When they crossed that sea in their ferry across the river Styx, they almost lost their lives. The memory of that near-death experience is still so vivid, as if it were etched into my bones. But Jiang Yi stood up and walked to the viewing window. Outside the window, the massive hull of the Pangu Ark cast a deep shadow on the sea. The barrels of the main gun emplacements reflected a cold metallic luster in the sunlight, like a row of sleeping behemoths. Things are different now than they used to be. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. The curve was shallow, carrying a hint of anticipation, a touch of coldness, and a dash of inexplicable excitement. Sky Island ruins winged demon tiger. His fingers tapped lightly twice on the windowsill. Perfect. Let's use you to test just how tough the main cannon of the Pangu Ark really is. Chapter 235 Target, Stormy Sea. Under Lin Zhixia's leadership, the recruitment process for Pangu Ark is proceeding smoothly. 3 rounds of assessment. Physical fitness tests, combat drills, and psychological assessments, every step was included. Of the hundreds of thousands of applicants, only a little over 10,000 remained. The elimination rate exceeded 97%. None of those who make it to the end are kind-hearted. Among them was the self-proclaimed Einstein, a scientific madman who, in the second round of assessments, used 3 iron wires and a discarded battery to create a miniature electromagnetic pulse device, which directly paralyzed the electronic equipment in the entire examination room. The examiner's face darkened on the spot. But after watching the video, Jiang Yi only said one word: stop. There is also the ace assassin codenamed Ghost Hand. In actual combat, when faced with 3 opponents of the same level, he did not engage in direct combat at all, but simply circled the arena twice. After 2 laps, all 3 opponents were down on the ground. No one saw when he made his move. And the legendary healer Hua Tuo, who was said to be able to bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded. During the interview, this old man simply touched the interviewer's wrist for 3 seconds and accurately pinpointed the hour to the recurrence of an old injury the interviewer had suffered 17 years ago. The examiner was stunned. These people are all eccentric, and their tempers are worse than their abilities. But after witnessing the firepower of the Pangu Ark and Jiang Yi's undeniable iron-fisted methods, they've all behaved themselves. At least for now, they've kept quiet. As for that mysterious storyteller, Aiken, just as he said, he chose the most secluded corner inside the Ark and built a small library. And then he never came out again. Jiang Yi sent people to observe several times. The reward he received each time was the same. He was reading a book. Sometimes he would sit and read. Sometimes he would stand and read. And occasionally he would talk to himself in front of a blank booklet, as if he were telling a story to an unseen audience. Other than that, nothing was done. They did not inquire about the Ark's layout, did not contact any key personnel, and did not care about the flight path or destination. It was abnormally clean. This made Jiang Yi even more nervous. The more harmless a person seems, the more vigilant you should be. However, since the other party did not show any hostility, Jiang Yi did not intend to break off relations now. He has more important things to do. Captain's cabin. All core members were present. Jiang Yi sat in the captain's seat, tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest twice, and spoke. The recruitment process is basically complete. Each position in ARC now has a designated person in charge. His gaze swept over everyone present, his tone calm, but every word carried undeniable weight. Next, two things. First, continue to improve the ecosystem of the Genesis space. Flora and the Siren Queen, you are in charge. Give me a list of what species you need, and I will figure out how to get them. Flora and the Siren Queen stepped forward at the same time. Yes, Master. Yes, Captain. Second, Jiang Ye's voice deepened slightly. Go find the remaining treasure map fragments. Find the Fountain of Life. He paused for a moment. Cure Hill. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the atmosphere in the captain's cabin visibly changed. Everyone straightened their backs slightly. Everyone present was aware of Hill's power. That's someone even Jiang Yi has to take seriously. If she can recover to her full strength. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. We already have a clue to the next fragment. Jiang Yi raised his hand and waved it, projecting the information from the nautical chart into the air, each word glowing faintly. Target, Stormy Sea Area, Sky Island Ruins. The prey is the winged demon tiger. There was a 2-second silence. Ying Yao and Wen Sa exchanged a glance. Both of their expressions were somewhat subtle. Stormy Sea Area. For them, that name was not just a place name, but a memory that almost cost them their lives. Boss. Wang Ba scratched the back of his head, his tone somewhat somber. The Stormy Sea is a tough place. It's constantly plagued by thunderstorms and hurricanes, and there's even a spatial rift in its center. We almost died there when we tried to venture in on the Styx ferry. As he said this, he unconsciously touched an old scar on his left arm. Those are souvenirs left behind in the Stormy Sea Area last time. Ordinary ships certainly can't get in. Jiang Yi stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the main gun array of the Pangu Ark gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the sunlight, like a row of sleeping behemoths. He turned his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. But we're not sailing an ordinary boat. Ling Shui. Exist. Ling Shui stepped out, clutching a tablet in her hand, its screen filled with dense data. Her eyes shone brightly, and she was in the typical excited state of a tech geek. Report, Captain. The Pangu Ark's divine speed engine has been fully integrated with the hull. She spoke faster and faster as she spoke. Theoretically, we can perform short-range dimensional jumps. Energy consumption is 17% lower than estimated. As for the defense system, she took a deep breath, as if suppressing her excitement. The boundary defense can be activated around the clock, with sufficient energy reserves to support 72 hours of maximum power operation. Natural disasters in the Storm Sea, and the threat level assessment of the Arkansas. She held up one finger. 0. There was a moment of silence in the captain's cabin. Then, Wang Ba grinned. Jiang Yi turned to face the crowd. His voice wasn't loud, but every syllable seemed to pierce everyone's ears like a nail. Pass on my orders. Pangu Ark, set sail immediately. Target, Stormy Sea Area. At a command. This colossal vessel, which had been silent for several days, has awakened once again. The propellers on the bottom of the ship lit up first, and pale blue flames poured out of the nozzles, the heat wave pressing a huge dent into the sea below. The entire ark began to rise. Slow, steady, with an unstoppable sense of power. The ground of the Golden City trembled slightly. It was not fear, but resonance. Countless newly settled residents poured out of the building, looking up at the sky. What they saw was a war fortress that covered half the sky, rising from the sea and into the sky. The gun barrels of the main gun group drew an arc in the sunlight. The alloy armor on the ship's hull reflected a dazzling silver-white luster. The scene looked like something out of a myth. Pangu Ark has set sail. My God, it can actually fly. Captain is mighty. The cheers of the crowd were drowned out by the roar of the engines, yet stubbornly squeezed out from the gaps in the roar. The Pangu Ark turned its bow around. It was not sailing on the sea. It rose directly to an altitude of 1,000 meters and, in a cruising posture, broke through the air and disappeared. The sea below receded rapidly in the field of vision, one sea area after another, like pages being turned in a book. Long time. In just half a day, the Pengu arc crossed several seas and arrived at the outer edge of the stormy sea area. The sight before them turned pale with fright for everyone who saw it for the first time. Dark clouds piled up on the horizon, pressing down layer upon layer, as if to crush the sky itself. The hurricane whipped up giant waves hundreds of meters high, and before the crests could even fall, they were torn to shreds by the next gust of wind. The lightning didn't strike one streak at a time, but rather exploded in large swathes, causing the entire cloud layer to flash incessantly, like a maddened beast rolling about. Occasionally, you can see dark cracks tearing open and healing in the air. Spatial rift. What is sucked in will not leave any trace. This is the stormy sea area, a forbidden zone for life. Activate domain defense. Jiang Ye's voice was very flat. Maximum power. Buzz. An energy shield, almost invisible to the naked eye, spread out from the surface of the ship, enveloping the entire Pengu arc. The arc did not slow down. They plunged headlong into the thunderstorm area. Boom. The first bolt of lightning struck the shield. The energy ripples spread out, splashing up a blue and white halo. The shield remained completely still. Then came the second, third, and 10th rounds. Countless bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, making the arc's shield shimmer with iridescent light, as if the entire ship was coated with an electric glow. The hurricane howled as it swept across the ship, emitting a sharp shriek. But inside the cabin, it was as stable as if it were docked in a harbor. A new crew member, who had only recently boarded the ship, gripped the armrest of his seat tightly, his knuckles turning white. He stared wide-eyed at the apocalyptic scene outside the window, his lips trembling for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out a single sentence. That's way too safe. He had ventured into stormy seas before. The ship had barely entered the outer perimeter when it was torn to shreds by the hurricane. He spent 3 days in the sea, breaking 4 ribs, before being pulled out of the water. Now, sitting in the Pengu arc, looking out at the storm that could destroy everything, he felt like he was watching a light show. This is Pengu's arc. This is Jiang Ye's boat. Captain, report. Ling Shui's voice rang out from the bridge. We have entered the heart of the storm area. Large suspended object detected by radar at 3 o'clock ahead. Jiang Ye looked up. On the main screen, the image is magnified. Deep within the churning black thunderclouds, some enormous outlines could be vaguely seen. Those are islands floating in the air. They vary in size and height, and some surfaces still bear the remains of stone pillars and broken walls. Sky Island ruins. A civilization forgotten by time, a dead civilization. Lower altitude, Jiang Ye said. Prepare. Captain. Ling Shui's voice suddenly rose in pitch. She pointed to a rapidly moving red dot on the screen, her excitement instantly replaced by seriousness. An extremely powerful energy source is approaching at high speed, and its speed is increasing. He hadn't finished speaking. A tiger's roar exploded out. The sound pierced through the thunder, the wind, and the ark's soundproof armor, like a blunt knife stabbing directly into everyone's eardrums. Everyone's body froze for a moment. That wasn't an ordinary beast roar. That was the king's declaration. In the distance, on the largest floating island, a figure slowly stood up. White. Huge. It's too big to be reasonable. It was a ferocious tiger over 100 meters long. Its entire body was as white as fresh snow, without a single blemish. In the center of its forehead, a jet black, wog, king, character appeared and disappeared in the lightning, each stroke looking as if it had been soaked in blood and then burned dry. And behind it, 2 wings unfolded. Black wings obscured the thunderclouds behind them, and the serrated patterns at the wingtips gleamed a dark red in the lightning, as if stained with blood. Winged demon tiger. King of the sky. Its beastly eyes locked onto the Pengu arc. There was no fear, no curiosity in those eyes, only a pure, intense killing intent that was almost tangible. It opened its mouth. The 4 fangs resembled 4 unsheathed swords, with purple arcs of electricity flickering between them. Then it flapped its wings. A gust of wind burst forth from beneath the wings, causing the entire floating island to shake violently, with pebbles falling from its edges. The 100-meter-tall behemoth transformed into a white lightning bolt, tearing through thunderclouds and crushing hurricanes, carrying an aura of world destruction as it crashed straight toward the Pangu Arc. The speed is ridiculously fast. The alarms on the bridge blared instantly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Jiangyi. He stood by the window, watching the white lightning bolt get closer and closer. There was no retreat. I wasn't nervous. His fingers tapped lightly on the windowsill. A smile curved at the corners of her lips. Good timing. Chapter 236. The first shot. The speed of that winged demon tiger exceeded everyone's expectations. It was like a white meteorite falling from the sky, with a devastating force, dragging a visible sonic boom cone and crashing straight toward the arc. The thunderclouds along the way were torn to shreds. The hurricane was crushed into a thin mist. A scorching, fishy smell filled the air. The extreme speed had burned even the water vapor into steam. The alarms blared wildly inside the bridge. The blinding red light flashed intermittently, turning everyone's face blood red. The newly boarded crew members turned pale instantly. Some people jumped up abruptly, only to be thrown back into their seats. Others gripped the armrests so tightly their fingernails almost dug into the metal. Still others trembled, unable to speak coherently. What the hell is this thing? 100 meters long? Don't be ridiculous. That's bigger than a small warship. Speed is still increasing. Impact warning. All personnel impact warning. The voice of one of the crew members responsible for monitoring the energy readings trembled. He stared intently at the screen in front of him, watching the energy curve shoot upwards like a madman, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He did it for more than 10 years. I've seen at least 800, if not 1,000, monsters. They came from the seabed, from the sky, from the land, and even from rifts in space. But this one in front of me, it exists in a completely different dimension. That sense of oppression didn't come from the visual aspect. It comes from the bloodline. It comes from the instinctive fear of apex predators deep within our genes. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to even breathe. My heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, each beat accompanied by a dull pain. It's not just the new crew members. Even Wang Ba and Lu Yuan, two fierce generals who had fought their way out of the bloodbath with Jiang Yi, looked solemn at this moment. Wang Ba's hand was already on the weapon at his waist, his forearm muscles taut like an iron plate. Lu Yuan didn't speak, but his eyes narrowed and his heels lifted slightly, a sign that he was entering battle mode. They know it all too well. If a creature of this caliber gets close, even the Pangu Arc wouldn't be a joke. The entire bridge was in complete chaos. But amidst the chaos, 3 people remained completely still. Ling Shui stared at the energy curve on the screen that was about to break out of the coordinate axis. Instead of fear, her eyes behind her glasses shone with an almost insane light. The bio-force field strength has exceeded the threshold, and the energy conversion efficiency is close to 97%, which is theoretically impossible. She muttered to herself, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she recorded data, looking like a crazy person who was excitedly encountering an advanced and challenging question in an exam. Lin Jixia stood quietly beside Jiang Yi. She glanced at the approaching white Grim Reaper outside the window, then turned to look at Jiang Yi's profile. His eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool. It was as if what rushed towards them wasn't a level 9 peak magical beast capable of destroying the world, but a moth drawn to a flame. She knew this man too well. His fingers were still tapping on the windowsill. The rhythm hasn't changed. Then nothing will happen. The last one, of course, is Jiang Yi. He stood by the window, motionless. The white lightning bolt grew larger and larger in his pupils, and he could already see the purple arcs of electricity on the demonic tiger's fangs. He didn't back down. Without blinking, my fingers tapped on the windowsill, one tap at a time, neither too fast nor too slow. What's the panic? 2 words. The sound was not loud, and could even be described as gentle. But those 2 words were like an iron nail, driven straight into everyone's ears. All the noise, panic, and fear inside the bridge were suppressed in that instant. Ling Shui. Here. Ling Shui suddenly looked up. Main gun charging. Receive. Ling Shui's hands landed on the control panel, her 10 fingers tapping frantically, almost leaving afterimages. A series of instructions poured out from her fingertips. Main gun dominator, begin charging. Energy replenished to 30%. A low hum came from the bow of the Ark, as if something that had been dormant for a long time was awakening. 70%. The ship shuddered slightly. The lights in the bridge flickered, and everyone felt a warm sensation beneath their feet. 100%. Fully charged. Ling Shui raised her voice, her eyes shining brightly. Ready to launch at any time. The words had barely left his mouth. The winged demon tiger had already rushed to within a kilometer of the Ark. km. For its terrifying speed, it doesn't even take a second. In less than a second, it will crash into the Ark's shield. It opened its mouth. Its gaping maw was large enough to swallow a 5-story building, and its 4 fangs were like 4 unsheathed swords, with purple arcs of electricity crackling wildly between them. Deep within his throat, blinding purple lightning rapidly converged. Roar! The roar materialized. The shockwave spread out in the naked eye, turning all the rainwater along its path into a white mist. Immediately afterwards, a purple lightning bolt, dozens of times thicker than any lightning bolt before, spewed out of its mouth. The lightning bolts illuminated the entire sky, turning all the thunderclouds into a mere backdrop. It slammed hard into the shield of the Pangu Ark. Boom! In that instant, the world lost its color. The violent energy exploded wildly at the point of impact, instantly drying up the sea surface within hundreds of meters around the Ark, and a white mist rose into the air, blotting out the sun. The domain shield flickered violently. Ripples of energy spread across the surface, like pebbles thrown into a lake. All the new crew members held their breath. My heart skipped a beat. Then, the ripples subsided. The shield surface was restored to its original state. There are no cracks. There are no dents. Not even the luster has dimmed in the slightest. That lightning bolt, powerful enough to flatten a mountain, was like a pebble thrown into the deep sea. A little water splashed up. That's all. The shield remained completely still. Inside the bridge, everything remained as stable as a mountain. The new crew members were all dumbfounded. His mouth was open, his eyes were wide open, and his mind was blank. Is it blocked? It blocked it so easily. That was a full-force attack from a peak level 9 creature. If it were outside, that thunderous breath would be enough to destroy a medium-sized fleet. The winged demon tiger's eyes suddenly contracted. It didn't expect that. It really didn't expect that. The enormous lump of iron in front of him actually withstood his thunderous breath attack without even flinching. But it is the king. The king did not allow himself to feel confused. The confusion was crushed in the next second by an even more brutal killing intent. Its wings flapped violently. A sonic boom erupted. The 100-meter-tall behemoth accelerated once more, this time faster, more fiercely, and more decisively. It will use its most prized physical body to smash this iron box into pieces. Right now, Jiang Ye's voice was very soft. My fingers tapped the windowsill one last time. Emission? Yes. Ling Shui's hand fell. The red button was pressed hard, making a crisp, click sound. The next second, at the bow of the 5,000-meter-long Pangu Ark, a massive cannon with an ancient and ferocious design slowly lit up. The light was not dazzling. On the contrary, it is a deep, dark gold, as if even the light itself is being swallowed up by it. One look at it and you feel that there is an abyss hidden in the muzzle of that cannon. Buzz. A very deep humming sound came from inside the Ark, so low that it was almost inaudible. But everyone present felt it. Not something they heard with their ears, but something their bones felt. Something their souls felt. A dark golden beam of light, more than 10 meters in diameter, shot out silently. It's not fast. It could even be said that it was unreasonably slow. But strange things happened. The moment the pillar of light appeared, the surrounding raging thunderclouds began to disperse. The howling hurricane began to subside. Even the edges of the spatial rift began to close at a visible speed. The entire world fell silent at that moment. It was as if something had pressed the pause button. No, it's not paused. The rules of this world have been directly rewritten. Dominate. One of the 3 core features of Pangu Ark. To exert absolute legal suppression on the target. The winged demon tiger sensed it too. Its entire body was covered in white, fur standing on end. A shield formed from the power of wind and thunder appeared on its body, thick, violent, and indestructible. This is its strongest defense, which allows it to roam the skies freely. Then, the dark golden beam of light touched the shield. There was no explosion. There was no shockwave. That shield was like thin ice under the scorching sun. Melted silently. Collapse. Disappear. Those at the level of laws are directly erased. It's not about smashing it. It's about making it never existed. Uft. The beam of light pierced through the base of the winged tiger's left wing. White fur flew everywhere. The glaring blue blood gushed out like an inverted waterfall, splashing across half the sky. A woo! A blood-curdling scream, so piercing it reached the heavens, echoed through the sky. The voice no longer held the majesty of a king, nor the arrogance of an overbearing ruler. Only pure pain and a fear welling up from the depths of the soul remained. The winged demon tiger's 100-meter-long body tumbled violently in the air, like a fighter jet with its wings broken, dragging a trail of blue blood mist as it crashed heavily into a huge floating island in the distance. Boom. Half of the floating island collapsed. Countless pebbles rolled off the edge and plunged into the endless abyss below, and no sound of them hitting the ground could be heard for a long time. Smoke and dust filled the air. Slowly disperse. The once invincible king of the sky now lies sprawled amidst the ruins. The left wing was completely torn off. The massive wound was gaping open, and blue blood gushed out like a stream, staining the rocks beneath his feet in eerie blue. Its aura plummeted dramatically. It struggled to raise its head and stared at the ark floating in the air in the distance. The beast's eyes were bloodshot. There is hatred, but more than anything, there was apprehension. It's a warning from the instinct of life. If we don't leave, we'll die here. It struggled to its feet. Dragging its broken body, it limped into the shadows deep within the Sky Island. It disappeared completely a few seconds later. It escaped. The Sky King, at the peak of level 9, has escaped. The bridge was deathly quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the main screen, watching the white behemoth disappear in disarray into the shadows. The brain stopped functioning. One shot. Just one shot. That arrogant king of the sky, who was so powerful that he could destroy everything, had his wings broken, was half dead, and was forced to flee with his tail between his legs. What level of firepower does this ship possess? The silence lasted for about 10 seconds. Then, oh, I don't know who shouted first. Immediately afterwards, cheers erupted like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire bridge. We won. We fucking won. Captain is awesome. Pengu Arc is awesome. Damn, that was so satisfying. I was so scared I almost peed my pants. The new crew members, their faces flushed, hugged each other, and jumped around. The fear is gone, the tension is gone, everything is gone. All that remained was a euphoric joy of surviving a catastrophe and an overwhelming sense of security they had never experienced before. Their gazes, without prior arrangement, converged on the figure standing by the window. It's not particularly tall. It's even a bit thin. But at this moment, in their eyes, that figure was even taller than the 100-meter-tall beast from before. Chapter 237 The Secret of the Sky Island Ruins. The Pengu arc slowly started. The dark gold patterns on the ship's surface flickered slightly, like an ancient beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years finally opening its eyes. The engine's low hum penetrated the metal bulkhead, carrying a reassuring and steady vibration. The ark silently sailed toward the islands deep within the thunderclouds. As they drew closer, the full view of the Sky Island ruins gradually emerged from behind the thunderclouds, revealing itself to everyone. At that moment, the bridge fell silent. It is not a silence of fear. It was a silence that was stunned by beauty. Hundreds of islands, large and small, float haphazardly in mid-air, like building blocks carelessly tossed aside by some deity. Some are high, some low. Some are near, some are far. They stand there steadily without any support, as if time itself has frozen in this place. The smallest island is no bigger than a basketball court, with only a few jagged rocks and some vines whose names I don't know. The largest one. From a distance, it looks like an inverted mountain. At the base of the mountain, countless roots hang down, covered with moss that emits a ghostly blue light, like lanterns lit by will-o'-the-wisps. On the island's surface, one can see broken stone pillars, the ruins of collapsed temples, and some giant statues with extremely peculiar shapes. The faces of the statues have been weathered and blurred, but you can still vaguely see that a pair of outstretched wings are carved on their backs. The architectural style is simple yet grand. The stone pillars were covered with spiral patterns, resembling some long-lost script or part of some kind of formation. Each broken pillar was thicker than the main turret of the ark. These things stood there silently, radiating an inexplicable sense of oppression. It's not about physical oppression. It's about time. Standing before them, you will clearly realize that you are but a speck of dust, and they have witnessed countless ages, far longer than your existence. Thick vines crisscross between the islands, like the spines of giant dragons. Fist-sized flowers bloom on the vines, their petals translucent, with a faint blue light flowing inside, like some kind of liquid energy circulating. Occasionally, several enormous, strange birds would fly from one island to another. With a wingspan of over 10 meters, its entire body is jet black, but its tail feathers are pure white, trailing behind it like a ribbon. The chirping was clear and long, echoing among the thunderclouds, carrying an indescribable loneliness. Oh my God! I don't know who spoke first, but their voices were trembling. This place is outrageous. How can an island float in the sky? That doesn't make sense in physics. Forget about physics. Look at that statue. It has wings on its back. Wings. What kind of civilization is this? Mythology. This is a place that only exists in mythology. The new crew members were all pressed against the portholes, their eyes practically glued to the glass. Even Ying Yao and Su Tao came over. Ying Yao braced herself against the window frame with both hands, standing on tiptoe, her large eyes reflecting the pale blue light outside, her lips slightly parted, unable to speak. Su Tao wasn't as overtly expressive, but her fingers holding the phone were trembling slightly as she took photos, pressing the shutter button more than 10 times. Reporting, Captain. Ling Shue's voice broke the silence that had everyone in a daze. She strode to Jiang Ye's side. The data curves on the tablet were jumping wildly, and her eyes were even brighter than the data. The spatial structure here is extremely unique. I detected a strong, or rather, an extremely strong, anti-gravity field. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling. And it's not a technological creation. It's naturally formed. Captain, do you know what this means? If we can analyze the force field model here, the performance of the speed engine can be increased by at least 30%. The Einstein, next to her, has completely gone mad. He was pressed against the porthole glass. His face was distorted from the pressure. He was muttering to himself, speaking at a speed like a machine gun. A miraculous, perfectly closed energy loop. A self-consistent legal structure. This couldn't be natural evolution. Impossible. This is God's fingerprint. He turned his head sharply, grabbed Ling Shue's arm, and his eyes reddened. Ling Shue, did you see that? Did you see that? Ling Shue pried his hands off without expression. I see. Let go. Jiang Yi ignored the two tech fanatics who were completely obsessed with technology. He stood by the window, his gaze slowly sweeping across the floating islands. His brows furrowed little by little. It's too quiet. She's beautiful, but this quietness is abnormal. When Sa exist. When Sa's voice came from behind him. There were no footsteps, no breath. She appeared just like that, like a shadow falling to the ground. Take Ghost Hand and go scout ahead. Jiang Yi didn't turn around, his tone calm, but unquestionable. Find that tiger's lair. If anything seems amiss, come back immediately. Don't be reckless. Ghost Hands. When Sa was stunned for a moment, she glanced sideways at the man in the corner who was almost blending into the shadows. That was the assassin who vanished into thin air during the assessment. He was standing there, head down, hands in his pockets, so inconspicuous that you wouldn't even notice him in the corner unless you looked for him. When Sa pursed her lips and said nothing. No. Before she could finish speaking, her figure vanished from the spot. Ghost Hand bowed slightly to Jiang Yi. The movements were very light and subtle. Then, like a drop of ink, he merged into the pool water. Silent. Without a trace. They didn't even leave a trace. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan. Exist. Both of them straighten their chests at the same time. Lead the patrol. Cover the area within 500 meters of the Arkansas. Do not report any suspicious targets that approach. Jiang Yi paused for a moment. Kill him outright. Yes. Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia walked to his side, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and showed no extra expression. Oversee the overall situation. If anything goes wrong, you'll step in. Rest assured. The orders were short and concise. No explanation of the reasons, no discussion of solutions. What you say goes. The entire Pengu arc resembles a sophisticated war machine, switching from sightseeing mode to combat readiness within tens of seconds. The new crew members who were still clinging to the portholes were pulled back by a low shout from their respective squad leaders. What are you doing? Get back to your posts. The playful noises vanished instantly. Everyone's expression changed. They then remembered that this place, beautiful as if from a myth, had almost killed them all just 10 minutes earlier. Deployment complete. Jiang Yi walked onto the deck alone. It's very windy. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her hair was swept back. He closed his eyes. Spiritual energy surged from between his eyebrows. It's not a tentative release, but a full-scale rollout without reservation. Level 10 mental strength. What does this mean? The mental power range of an ordinary level 9 expert is limited to a maximum of 3 to 5 kilometers. Jiang Yi's mental energy woven a vast net that instantly covered an area of tens of kilometers. The patterns of the wind, the direction of the thunder, the frequency of each leaf's trembling, the number of times each bird flaps its wings. Even the trajectory of energy flow inside the rock was projected into his mind like a high-definition image. Every detail is clearly visible. There is nowhere to hide. His brow furrowed even deeper. Wrong. This place is so clean. Apart from those birds, there was no sign of any large creatures within a radius of tens of kilometers. Not a single one. Logically speaking, an area with such a high energy concentration should be a paradise for powerful and ferocious beasts. But there's nothing here. It was so clean it looked like it had been scraped with a knife. Something unusual must be going on. The captain is wondering why nothing grows here. A gentle voice came from behind. Very close. But Jiang Yi wasn't surprised at all, because he sensed the person's presence the moment he released his spiritual power. Ah Chun, that mysterious storyteller. I don't know when I got on the deck, but I was standing about 3 steps behind him. He held a thick, coverless ancient book in his hands. The pages were yellowed and the edges were curled, as if it had been read 1,000 times. So you know? Jiang Yi didn't turn around. I know a little bit about it. Ah Chun smiled. He opened the book in his hand. The pages are blank, but his gaze was fixed on it, as if he were reading a passage of text that no one else could see. A breeze blew by, and the blank pages of the book turned slightly. Jiang Yi caught a glimpse of something on the paper out of the corner of his eye. It resembles both words and pictures. It was fleeting. Legend has it that, a long, long time ago, Ah Chun's voice was unhurried, carrying a unique rhythm. It's like telling a story, or like chanting a sutra. This place isn't called Sky Island Ruins. It has another name, Sky Kingdom. The people who live here are a race called the Winged People. They are born with wings, worship the sky, and regard thunder and storms as their supreme gods. They are born kings. They rule this sky, from birth to death, never touching the ground. Until that demonic tiger arrived. Ah Chun's voice lowered. It came from another world, bringing slaughter and destruction. The feathered people fought back with all their might. In that battle, the heavens and the earth shattered. Countless sky islands fell, and the divine kingdom collapsed. In the end, the last queen of the feathered people sacrificed her own life to severely injure the demon tiger, sealing it along with herself within the core of the divine kingdom. He closed the book. From then on, the Sky Kingdom became the Sky Island Ruins. And all the powerful creatures in the ruins were devoured one by the demon tiger that was slowly recovering even while sealed. That's why the captain felt it was too clean here. Ah Chun smiled slightly. Because this place has long been eaten up by it. Jiang Yi remained silent for a few seconds. He did not question the veracity of these statements, because this information perfectly matched the results he perceived with his mental power. Seal? He grasped the key words. You mean, that demonic tiger is currently being suppressed? Yes. Achin nodded. The Queen's seal suppressed its essence. Otherwise, it wouldn't he have been so badly injured by that cannon shot just now. He paused for a moment, his expression becoming subtle. But our intrusion also caused cracks in the seal. It was eager to devour us, partly out of hatred, and partly because it wanted to use our life energy to completely break the seal. Jiang Yi tapped his fingers lightly twice on the railing. This is his habitual action when he is thinking. Even when they are sealed and suppressed, they are all at the peak of level 9. What about the peak period? Super mythical level? Or even higher? He didn't ask. Because the answer is not important. The important thing is what to do now. Where is the core of the seal? He asked. Achun raised his hand and pointed into the distance. That floating island, as massive as a mountain range, was shrouded in thick thunderclouds. There, the former temple of the feathered people. It is also the lair of the demon tiger. Jiang Yi looked in the direction he was pointing. From this distance, I could only see a blurry outline. But when his mental energy touched that direction, it felt like being pricked by a needle. A faint, ethereal aura emanated from the island. Heavy, ancient. It has a hint of stale, cloying sweetness. Just then, the communicator on my wrist vibrated. He glanced down at it. Wensa. Boss, we found it. Wensa's voice was very low, but she couldn't suppress her excitement. That guy's lair is on the largest island up ahead. We found a cave entrance, and it smelled strongly of blood. That should be its den. She paused for a moment. His tone suddenly changed. The excitement has faded. Instead, there was a strangeness that was hard to explain. And we found something near the cave entrance. What is that? There was a 2-second silence on the communicator. Human remains. When Sa's voice lowered. A lot. Chapter 238, The Mysterious Woman in the Nest. Jiang Yi was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he covered several kilometers under his feet, his figure falling like a meteor, landing steadily on the largest floating island. A hard, solid sensation came from the soles of my feet. The air is heavy. The strong smell of blood mixed with the acrid odor of burning ozone felt like an invisible film plastered on my face. The ground was ravaged. Huge claw marks were everywhere, the deepest tear ripping through the rock straight as 7 or 8 meters, revealing a dark red mineral vein beneath. Traces of the battle were visible everywhere. On some of the fractured rock surfaces, purple arcs of electricity still crackled and lingered. When Sa and Ghost Hand emerged from behind a boulder, neither of them looked too good. Boss, how's the situation? Jiang Yi asked, glancing around. That guy should be recuperating inside. When Sa pointed to a deep, dark cave ahead. His aura is very weak, and he hasn't moved an inch. Ghost Hand and I circled around half of it, and this cave only has one entrance. There's no way back. She paused, then lowered her voice. But we didn't dare get too close. Even from hundreds of meters away, that thing's aura made people's knees go weak. Jiang Yi didn't respond to that sentence. His gaze fell on the several skeletons scattered beside the cave entrance. Those skeletons were more than a head taller than ordinary humans. The curvature and structure of their ribs were completely different from those of humans, much longer and outwards at an absurdly large extent. But the most jarring feature is the position of the scapula. Behind each skeleton, there was an extra pair of bone wings with an extremely exaggerated wingspan. Even if only the skeleton remained, one could imagine the spectacular sight of them fully unfolded before birth. Urine. It was exactly as Achun had said. Jiang Yi tapped the hilt of his sword twice with his fingers before looking away. You all stay outside. His tone was flat, as if he were talking about something trivial. Wait for Ying Yao and the others to arrive, and be ready to receive them. I'll go in alone. Boss. When Sa's voice suddenly rose a beat. No matter how injured that thing is, it's still at the peak of level 9. It's in its lair. Fine. There are only 2 words. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he didn't turn his head and stepped into the dark cave entrance. When Sa's words caught in her throat, she opened her mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything more. She watched the figure disappear into the darkness, clenching her fists. Ghost Hand whispered from the side, Don't worry. Since the boss dared to go in, he's not going to his death. When Sa remained silent. but his clenched hands never loosened. The cave was dark and damp. The further you go in, the denser the claw marks become on the walls. In some places, an entire layer of rock had been sheared away, exposing deeper layers beneath. The claw marks weren't from a battle. They seemed more like a venting of frustration, one after another, chaotic and disorderly. A trapped beast. The word popped into Jiang Ye's mind. The smell of blood grew stronger. It wasn't the smell of fresh blood, but rather the stench that had accumulated over the years, seeping into every crevice of the rock, almost making one nauseous. The light gradually dimmed. Finally, it disappeared completely. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But Jiang Ye's steps did not falter. His eyes gleamed with a faint golden light in the darkness, and deep within his pupils, fine lines moved slowly as if they were alive. Weaknesses identified, and full capacity utilized. The direction of all the cracks on the surrounding rock walls, the load-bearing limit of the ground beneath his feet, and the direction of the faint airflow all transformed into clear information and flooded into his perception. There are no blind spots. I walked for about several hundred meters. Suddenly, the light ahead came on. It wasn't sunlight, but a cold, bluish light. A huge underground cavern suddenly appeared in view. The dome is extremely high. The cave is studded with countless blue crystals, gleaming with a cold, eerie light that illuminates the entire space. The cave is hundreds of meters in diameter, and the surrounding stone walls are covered with ancient carvings, from which one can vaguely discern patterns of birds in flight. But Jiang Ye's attention was completely captured by what was in the center of the cave. A small hill. A small hill made of bones. The bones, piled high like firewood, stretched for over 10 meters. The skeletons varied in size, some belonging to beasts, others to winged people, and even some completely unrecognizable alien skeletons. At the top of this mountain of bones, the winged demon tiger was lying on it. Its 100-meter-long body was curled up, its head resting on its folded forepaws, its eyes tightly closed. Its torn left wing drooped at its side. Although the wound had stopped bleeding, the exposed muscle tissue and broken wing bone were still a shocking sight. With each breath, the chest rises and falls slowly, creating wisps of air. Its life force was much weaker than when it was outside. The cannon shot from Panguark almost wiped out half of its life. Jiang Ye's gaze lingered on it for less than a second. Then I was completely captivated by the sights deeper inside the cave. Behind the mountain of bones, a dilapidated altar stands quietly. The altar was not large, and 2 of the 4 corner pillars were broken. But in the center of the altar, countless chains composed of golden runes extended and converged from all directions, densely packed like a spider web. The runes on each chain flickered on and off extremely slowly, like a heartbeat. And at the center of the chains, one person. No, a woman. She was tightly bound to the center of the altar by those golden chains. Not just simple restraints, but piercing chains. Chains pierced through her limbs and body, pinning her to the spot like nails. The tattered white robe was no longer recognizable as its original color, and the edges were torn into strips. A head of long, silvery white hair cascaded down from the lowered head, trailing like a waterfall to the ground, the ends of the hair scattered in the dust. Her skin was so pale it was almost transparent. Bloodless, cold, motionless. It was no different from a corpse. But Jiang Ye's weakness told him. She is alive. Deep within that seemingly lifeless body, there was an extremely faint yet incredibly pure breath of life. Like the last spark in a blizzard. If the wind gets any stronger, it will go out. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. The feathered queen. The last queen whom Ah Chen mentioned, who sealed the demon tiger at the cost of her life, did not die. She had been sealed and bound for countless thousands of years, yet she was still not completely dead. A more crucial question then arises. If she is the core of the seal, what will happen to the seal after the demon tiger is killed? Will she collapse along with it? The thought had just flashed to this point. A chilling killing intent exploded out without warning. On the mountain of bones, the winged demon tiger suddenly opened its eyes. Its scarlet, beastly eyes, with their vertical pupils suddenly contracting, instantly locked onto Jiang Ye, who was standing at the cave entrance. Roar! A furious roar echoed throughout the cave. It wasn't just an ordinary roar. The sound wave, carrying a terrifying mental impact, transformed into a tangible shockwave that slammed violently in all directions. The blue crystals on the dome were shaken and fell in a flurry, shattering into dust upon hitting the ground. It didn't expect that. As the mighty king of the sky, it was forced to retreat to its own lair to recuperate, yet someone still dared to chase after it. A human being. An ant. The winged tiger suddenly stood up from the mountain of bones, its 100-meter-long body spreading out. Even though it was missing a wing and was covered in wounds, its overwhelming sense of oppression still made the air in the entire cave freeze. It opened its mouth. Between the fangs, purple arcs of electricity crackled and pulsed wildly. The temperature soared. The moisture in the air evaporated instantly. Thunderous breath is gathering. Jiang Ye's eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, without even thinking, he stomped his foot hard. The ground shattered, and he moved like a black lightning bolt, advancing instead of retreating, charging towards the enormous beast. Trying to endure exhaling breath in such a narrow cave? That's suicide. The only option is to stick it on your face. A hint of surprise flashed in the demon tiger's vertical pupils. It didn't expect this human to dare to charge head-on. In his mind, a chilling roar echoed. You're courting death. It changed its tactics. The already formed lightning pillar did not erupt directly, but suddenly split in the mouth into dozens of purple electric snakes, each as thick as an arm, with a shriek that tore through the air, weaving together an impenetrable electric net that enveloped Jiang Yi. A net stretching to the heavens and the earth. There is nowhere to escape. Jiang Yi's pupils reflected the dense purple death light. His speed did not decrease in the slightest. The last moment before the electric grid touched the body, his figure suddenly became blurry. A sideways movement that was bizarre to the extreme. It was as if a dimension had been erased from three-dimensional space, and he passed through the gap of less than half a meter between the two electric snakes at an impossible angle, brushing against the scorching air waves of the electric arcs. Then the second one, the third one, the fourth one. His body twisted, sliced, and swooped at high speed amidst the lightning, each movement precise to the millimeter. The electric snakes grazed his clothes, singed a few strands of hair, but never managed to touch his skin. A dozen consecutive close-range dodges, completed in one go. The power grid was not found. All the electric snakes struck the rock wall behind them hard, blasting out scorched, blackened craters and sending rocks flying everywhere. And Jiang Yi, we've arrived. He stood directly in front of the winged tiger, looking up at its enormous mouth, large enough to swallow an entire small airship. The difference in body size is outrageous. Ants and dragons. But when the ant raised its head, there was no fear in its eyes. Only ice. It's my turn. The sound wasn't loud, but it exploded directly into the demon tiger's mind. Hold the knife in your right hand. Press your thumb against the hilt of the knife. Tighten your fingers. High-altitude knife technique. Buzz. A very faint, subtle vibration emanated from the scabbard. It wasn't a metallic sound. It is space itself that is wailing. A flash of black blade light streaked past. So fast it left no trace. So fast, even the deep blue light in the cave couldn't illuminate its arc. The winged tiger's vertical pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. Die. It could clearly smell the scent of death. I want to hide. It's too late. Puffed. A soft sound. It was as light as tearing a piece of paper. The jet-black blade struck precisely the joint of its right forelimb, the spot most severely shaken by the main cannon fire from the Pangu, Arkansas. Dark cracks had already appeared in its internal skeleton. Its defenses were at their lowest point. Insight into weaknesses reveals the chosen target's weaknesses. Absolutely precise. Space-cutting effect triggered. Ignore defenses. A woo. The screams shook the entire cave. Its fur was as hard as refined steel, and its bones as hard as black iron. But in the face of that pitch-black blade of light, they were all just decorations. The entire right forelimb. Cut it off at the root. The massive body instantly lost its balance, collapsed with a crash, and slammed into the mountain of bones, sending fragments of bone flying. Blue blood gushed from the severed limbs, pouring onto the ground, scalding hot and steaming. Jiang Yi succeeded in his attack. There was no pursuit. With a light touch of the toes on the ground, the body shot backward, instantly creating a distance of tens of meters before landing steadily. He held the knife in one hand, the tip of which drooped slightly, and blue beast blood slid down the blade and dripped onto the ground. His gaze remained calm as he watched the colossal beast writhe in agony amidst the pile of bones. There was no pride. There was no tension. There wasn't even a trace of extra emotional fluctuation. He was just waiting for a chance to end it all. And at this very moment, deep inside the cave, in the center of the altar, the silver-haired woman, impaled by golden chains and silent like a corpse for countless millennia. Her fingers. It moved. Chapter 239, The Queen Who Burns Life. It was a very slight thud. It is almost negligible. But Jiang Ye's gaze happened to sweep over the direction of the altar. His pupils suddenly contracted. Finger. Her fingers moved. It's not an illusion. It wasn't the wind. It is a real, living tremor. He's not dead. She's still alive. Pierced through her entire body by golden chains, she had been dormant for countless millennia, yet she still possessed a sliver of life. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. But he didn't go over immediately. Because in front of him stood a level 9 peak ferocious beast with a severed forelimb, which was bleeding profusely. The winged demon tiger also noticed the commotion on the altar. Those scarlet beast eyes, filled with pain and rage, slowly turned towards the silver-haired woman. Then, the emotion in the beast's eyes changed. The anger remains. The pain remains. But beneath these two emotions, something deeper emerges. Fear. A ferocious beast at the peak of level 9, a hegemon that once brought devastation to the entire Sky Island, actually showed fear in its eyes when it looked at the dying woman. No, it's not just fear. There is also resentment and malice. Unwilling to accept it. Even yearning. That longing was subtle, like the instinctive reaction of a wild beast that had been chained for too long when it saw the key. It wanted to devour her. It wanted something from her. That thing might be the key to completely breaking free from all constraints. Roar. The demon tiger suddenly unleashed a roar that tore through the air. It was crazier than ever before. They're all going to be hysterical. It burst forth from the pile of bones, its remaining right wing flapping wildly, the resulting gust of wind blowing away all the broken bones within a radius of several meters. Blue blood continued to gush from its severed limbs, but this did nothing to diminish the terrifying power it unleashed. A beast driven to the brink of destruction is often more dangerous than when it is at its peak. Countless pebbles, carried by the gale, rained down on Jiang Yi like a barrage of cannonballs. Each piece of gravel carried terrifying kinetic energy, making a loud rumbling sound. At the same time, the demon tiger raised its remaining right claw high and slammed it hard into the ground. Boom. The entire cave seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, trembling violently. The ground exploded. Deep, bottomless ravines spread out from beneath the demon tiger's feet, as if the earth itself had been torn open. From within these ravines, countless sharp rock spikes shot out, densely packed, piercing towards Jiang Ye's direction. Above is a torrential downpour of gravel. Beneath my feet was a raging tide of spikes. Both above and below ground, there are indiscriminate area of effect attacks. It no longer needs to be precise. It no longer needs to aim. It wants to flatten this entire area, people and land. Jiang Ye's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even take a step back. He slightly raised his left hand, holding the mantis blade horizontally in front of his chest. Good timing. The sound was very soft. As soon as he finished speaking, the overlord body within his body activated at full power. Without holding anything back, an extremely tyrannical and domineering aura exploded from the depths of his body. A golden aura suddenly surged up, first spreading from his back, then covering his arms, chest, and legs, finally enveloping his entire body. The golden light was dazzlingly bright in the dark cave. Like a little sun, the first wave of rubble crashed into the golden flames. Bang! Powdered granules. The moment the gravel came into contact with the flames, it was as if it had hit an absolutely unshakable wall, instantly shattering into powder and scattering in all directions. The second wave, the third wave, the fourth wave. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous crashing sounds echoed all around. But every single pebble met the same fate when it touched the flames, turning into dust. The same applies to the spikes underfoot. The sharp rock pierced less than 3 inches from him before being shredded by the golden flames and turned into a pile of fragments. Jiang Yi continued forward despite the barrage of attacks. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. With each step, the ground beneath his feet emitted a dull thud, and cracks spread from the soles of his shoes. His momentum was rising. It is climbing at an almost insane speed. By the time he reached the 7th step, the golden aura around him had expanded to nearly 2 meters high. The air is distorted. The ground is cracked. The overwhelming sense of oppression even caused the golden chains on the distant altar to tremble slightly. True horror finally appeared in the winged demon tiger's beastly eyes. As it watched the human who had withstood its full force attack and walked towards it step by step, a deep disbelief arose in the depths of its pupils. Is this a human? Is this really a human? How is it possible to withstand its full force attack with bare flesh and blood, and instead of retreat, advance? In that very moment when it lost its focus, Jiang Yi disappeared. Only a faint golden afterimage remained, not yet dissipating. The demon tiger suddenly raised its head. It's too late. Jiang Yi was already directly above its head. He raised the mantis blade high, golden flames surging on its surface, as if a golden dragon were coiling and swirling around the blade. It's over. 3 words. Cold. Brief. Without a trace of superfluous emotion. The demon tiger finally experienced true death. It wasn't the pain and crisis I experienced when I had my limbs severed. It's that irresistible intuition of death that surges up from the depths of your soul. It launched a final counterattack. Its mouth was wide open. Deep inside the mouth, purple lightning gathered wildly, condensing into a purple lightning ball the size of a basketball in just half a second. The surface of the lightning ball was crackling with arcs of lightning, but its interior was as black as an abyss, resembling a miniature black hole of destruction. Annihilation Thunder Orb. Its last trump card. The lightning ball burst forth, carrying an aura of annihilation, and hurtled straight toward Jiang Yi in midair. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed it. The power of this attack had already exceeded the level expected of a peak 9th level being. The energy fluctuations contained within that lightning sphere faintly touched the edge of the laws of nature. Taking a direct hit would almost certainly result in serious injury. They might even die. But he was already in the air. There was no leverage point. There was no angle to dodge. There was no way to retreat. A hair's breadth away, just when the lightning ball was less than 5 meters from his chest, a thought suddenly entered his mind. Faint, ethereal, as if it came from the other end of endless void. In my name, the wind obeys my command. It's her, the silver-haired woman on the altar. The words fell. Inside the cave, a wisp of wind suddenly appeared. Very light, very soft. It is not aggressive at all. It just blew on Jiang Yi's side. Then his entire body, in a way that completely defied the law of inertia, was forcibly moved half a meter to the side in midair. Just half a meter. The annihilation lightning ball whistled past his ribs. An arc of lightning grazed the hem of his clothes, instantly turning the fabric to ashes. The scorching heat wave burned his skin, but missed. The lightning ball struck the rock wall behind them. Boom! The loud noise was so loud it almost ruptured people's eardrums. The entire cave shook violently. Huge rocks fell from the ceiling. Dust filled the air. A huge hole, more than 50 meters in diameter, pierced through the rock wall. The rocks at the edge of the hole were still hissing, and red liquid, which had melted into magma, was slowly dripping down. Outside the hole, there were churning, dark thunderclouds and an endless abyss. The power of that single strike was terrifying. Jiang Yi's back was soaked with cold sweat. Just a little bit off. Even if it's only off by 1 centimeter. He's just a pile of ashes now. But he had no time to feel fear. He didn't even have a single extra thought. You only get one chance. The mantis blade in his hand, carrying the last of its golden flames, slashed down from the center of the demon tiger's head. Uft. The sound was very soft, like a sharp blade cutting into tofu. There were no obstacles. There were no pauses. The blade cleaved in from the top of the skull, cutting downwards with unstoppable force. The spatial cutting effect operated silently along the blade, rendering all defenses useless in its path. The winged demon tiger's massive body, nearly 100 meters long, suddenly froze. Its scarlet beastly eyes dimmed rapidly at that moment. The red color faded. It turned grayish-white, like the embers of a furnace that has burned out. Life is slipping away at a rapid pace. Its last thought before it died was neither anger nor resentment. Instead, it was confusion. That woman was imprisoned by it for countless years, and it drained all her strength. Why could she still move? Why did she help this human? What gives her the right to launch an attack? It did not get an answer. Boom. The 100-meter-tall behemoth crashed to the ground. Half of the mountain of bones collapsed. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky. Blue beast blood flowed into streams, meandering among the rubble. System notification. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 9 peak creature, the winged demon tiger, sealed. System notification. You have obtained 1 legendary material heart of the demon tiger. System notification. You have obtained 1 legendary material wind and thunder wings. System notification. You have obtained a legendary treasure map fragment, 3 out of 7. The notification sounds rang in succession. Legendary material. Treasure map fragment. Normally, each of these points would be enough for him to study carefully for half a day. But at this moment, he didn't look at any of them. He turned his head. His gaze passed over the smoke and rubble, looking straight toward the altar. There, the golden chains on the silver-haired woman's body were rapidly dimming. The golden light faded inch by inch, turning gray, then black. Then, like withered leaves, they crumbled one by one. It shattered into points of light. It dissipated into the air. The sound of the last chain snapping was crisp and short. Bite. It felt like the end of an era. Her body slid off the altar. There was no struggle, no sound. Like a withered leaf drifting down from a branch. Zhang Yi flashed away. He himself didn't realize how fast the reaction was. It was almost instinctive. The next instant, he appeared at the edge of the altar, turned sideways, and reached out to catch her in his arms. The feel of it made him pause slightly. Ice. A bone-chilling cold. It wasn't the temperature a human body should have. It was more like holding a block of ice that had stood for millennia. And it's light. It's unbelievably light. Like a feather. He lowered his head and saw her face clearly for the first time. It was a face that made you forget to breathe. Her features were exquisitely refined. Every line seemed to have been sculpted 1,000 times by an unseen hand, leaving not a single flaw. But pale. Pale as a ghost, devoid of any color. Like the most exquisite, yet coldest, white jade statue. The long, silver eyelashes were dotted with glistening droplets. I don't know if it's tears or frost. She didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. His lips moved slightly. Her breath was faint and weak. Thank you. 3 words. She used up all her last ounce of energy. After saying that, her head tilted weakly to one side and rested on Zhang Ye's arm. Consciousness was completely severed. The faintest breath of life in his chest was extinguished in that instant. It was completely extinguished. Like a lamp that has been extinguished. Zhang Ye's fingers tightened slightly. My heart sank. Dead. She burned the last bit of her life force just to shield him from that attack. He didn't know who she was. He didn't know why she was locked up here. He had no idea why she was helping him. But she did help. If it weren't for that half-meter lateral movement, he would have been the one to die. Zhang Yi remained silent for a second. Then, he subconsciously sent a wisp of the power of the void law into her body. They were trying to find a last glimmer of hope, even if it's just a tiny bit. However, the moment the power of the law touched her body, an unexpected change occurred. The woman's pale body suddenly lit up. White light. It didn't light up gradually. It burst forth instantly. The light was so dazzling that it illuminated the entire cave in a pure white light. An incredibly pure life energy surged forth from her body. Zhang Yi subconsciously narrowed his eyes, but did not loosen his grip on his arm. Then her body began to become transparent. Start with your fingertips. It was as if it was being broken down bit by some kind of force. Skin, flesh, and bones all transformed into tiny white specks of light, floating in mid-air. The sky was filled with sparkling lights, like a silent snowfall. But those spots of light did not disappear. They paused briefly in the air, as if receiving some kind of unseen guidance. Then it surged wildly into Jiang Ye's chest. To be precise, it was the pendant hanging on his chest that surged towards him. The pendant made from a fragment of the heart of the world, the place where Hill sleeps. The temperature on the surface of the pendant suddenly soared at that moment. From icy cold to warm. From warm to scalding hot. Jiang Yi looked down and saw a faint light, never before seen, slowly illuminating inside the pendant. Chapter 240 The Feathered Queen's Gift. The points of light surged in like a tide. It was everywhere, without any warning, and without giving Jiang Yi any time to react. He was enveloped in white light, and all he could see was pure white. Warmth. It was a warmth that seeped into your very bones. Clean, pure, without a trace of impurity. The physical strength depleted in the previous hard-fought battle with the demon tiger was surging back at an absurd speed. The same was true for his mental energy. His depleted dantian was like a parched riverbed suddenly receiving a torrential downpour, being filled to the brim. Jiang Yi could even hear subtle sounds coming from his body as his meridians expanded and his blood and chi surged. It felt like I had been washed from the inside out. The pendant on his chest was now burning red. A burst of light erupted from inside the pendant, even more dazzling than the white specks of light on the outside. Jiang Yi looked down. Inside the pendant, Hill's already faint, almost non-existent, primordial aura stirred. It's not a slight fluctuation. It's a crazy surge. The white specks of light surged into the pendant, like water dripping into the desert, instantly absorbed completely. Not a single drop remained. Hill's breath changed from a thin thread to a stream. From a stream to a river. It's still rising. Jiang Ye's mind went blank for a moment. He watched as the points of light surged into the pendant one after another, and as Hill's aura shot up like a rocket, his mind went blank. What kind of operation is this? The last of the Feathered Queen's life energy did not dissipate. Did everything, without missing a single drop, become nourishment to prolong Hill's life? What is this called? Respect for the deceased is paramount. How should the estate be transferred? The whole process lasted for more than 10 seconds. It's neither long nor short, but it's enough to completely change the internal structure of the pendant. The last point of light disappeared into the surface of the pendant. The cave became quiet. There was no light. There was no wind. Even the echoes had vanished. Jiang Yi lowered his head. My arms are empty. The silver-haired woman, her face so pale it was devoid of any color, and her hair, each strand like scattered silver, had all vanished. Clean and tidy. Not a single hair was left. It was as if she had never existed in this world. Only the pendant on his chest, still warm from the previous moment, reminded him that what had just happened was not a dream. He closed his eyes and sensed the condition inside the pendant. Hill's original essence has been restored by at least 30%. 30%. After wandering for so long, he had exhausted all his resources to collect rare and precious materials, barely managing to stabilize Hill's essence and prevent it from continuing to decline. And this woman, with her own life, directly replenished it by 30%. Although Hill was still asleep, her aura had stabilized. It was no longer a wisp of smoke that could break at any moment, but a quiet and steady flame. It can last a long time. So this is considered buy one get one free? Jiang Yi ran his fingers over the surface of the pendant, feeling the lingering warmth on his fingertips, his expression somewhat complicated. He came here for the fragments of the treasure map. I got the fragment. The demon tiger was killed. Hill also got a huge amount of free energy. This trip has made me incredibly rich. Bite. A familiar notification sound rang in my mind. System notification. You have received the blessing of the Feathered Queen. Queen of the Feathered One's blessing. Special status: you have gained an affinity with wind, permanently increasing your movement speed by 20%. In storm conditions, all attributes receive an additional 10%. Note, the wind will guide you forward. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. Permanent upgrade? Isn't it time limited? Aren't there a limited number of uses? Permanent? He took 2 steps. A strange sensation came from the soles of my feet. Light and airy. as if there was an invisible air cushion between the soles of my shoes and the ground. Each step I took was faster than the last, and almost silent. The wind swirled around the hem of his coat, silently. Take care. Jiang Yi turned around and glanced at the empty altar. There wasn't even a hint of light left on the stone platform. Clean and tidy. He didn't say much, he just lowered his head slightly. Regardless of the other party's motives, he acknowledged this affection. After a 2-second silence, he looked away and took out the newly acquired treasure map fragment from his backpack. Legendary treasure map fragment. March 7th records part of the route to the spine of the world. The third piece. He squatted down and laid the 3 pieces side by side on the ground. As soon as the fragments approached, their edges began to automatically adhere. They fit together perfectly, so tightly that not even a needle could be inserted. The combined nautical chart was noticeably larger. 3 dark-colored shipping routes extended from different directions, eventually converging at a certain point in the center of the chart, where they abruptly ended. It's broken. For more are needed. In the lower right corner of the nautical chart, a new red marker slowly appears. Next to the marker was a simple line drawing of a giant whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool, the outline of a city could be vaguely seen. It wasn't a city built on the sea. It is sunk to the bottom of the sea. Next clue, the singer of the deep sea, king of the sirens. Location, lost sea, shipwrecked graveyard. Danger level, extremely high. King of the sirens. Jiang Yi read the name aloud. Another king-level beast. The designer of this treasure map is truly knowledgeable. Every fragment is stuffed into the mouth of a top-tier boss. Want to take it? You'll have to break the boss's teeth first. But it's okay. He likes to tap his teeth. After putting away the nautical chart, he walked to the corpse of the winged demon tiger. The 100-meter-long behemoth lay sprawled among the rubble, its body cleaved cleanly from its chest to its tailbone by his blade, the cut as smooth as if measured with a ruler. Internal organs and blood spilled everywhere, filling the air with a stench. But in Jiang Ye's eyes, this was not a corpse. This is a mobile gold mine. He reached into the tiger's chest cavity. A burning sensation came from my palm. His fingers touched the core of a heart the size of a fist. Fine lightning patterns swirled on its surface, and a storm raged within. Heart of the demon tiger, legendary, an energy core containing the essence of wind and thunder, usable for forging legendary weapons or providing energy for mythical ships. After taking out the core, he walked over to the pair of enormous wings. Even after the wings detached from the body, the tips of the feathers continued to tremble slightly. The element of wind lingered within them, persisting for a long time. Wings of wind and thunder, legendary, the wings of the winged demon tiger, indestructible, can be crafted into legendary flying items. 2 legendary materials acquired. The heart of the demon tiger, integrated into the Pangu Ark's power system, at least doubles the energy output. The wings of wind and thunder have even more uses. They can be used to make gliders or as shield materials. Jiang Yi stuffed the 2 items into his backpack, then looked up at the densely packed glowing crystals on the cave ceiling. The crystals emitted a soft blue-white light, illuminating the entire cave. It is an energy mineral, the kind that can power up the netherworld void cannon. This shouldn't be wasted. He picked up the communicator. Jixia, send someone in. Dispose of the entire demon tiger's corpse. Put the meat in cold storage, and store the bones and hide separately. Oh, and pry off all those glowing stones on top of its head, and take them with you. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator. Pry it all off. Lin Jixia's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Not a single piece left. Received. After a pause, she asked, "Are you all right?" Unharmed. Jiang Yi turned off the communicator and walked towards the cave entrance. Plucking feathers from a passing goose. Not a blade of grass grows there. Consistent style. The moment I stepped out of the cave, the sunlight hit me in the face. Ying Yao was the first to rush forward, looking him up and down to make sure he had no wounds before letting out a sigh of relief. Wen Sa followed behind, her expression restrained, but her clenched fists betrayed her earlier tension. "It's resolved," Jiang Yi said, uttering only 2 words. Simple and straightforward. Half an hour later, Wang Ba led the engineering team into the cave. Then they saw the 100-meter-tall behemoth that had been split in 2. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. The air was silent for 3 seconds. Then everyone gasped at the same time. This strike sliced through a peak level 9 slash in one strike. Are you crazy? Wang Ba's Adam's apple bobbed, and his mouth remained open for a long time. The way they looked at Jiang Yi changed. It's not about reverence. It is about looking to the gods. The following time was purely for moving things. Flesh and blood were stored away, bones were sorted, and hides were packed. Even the crystals on the dome were pried off completely. By the time the Pangu Ark, laden with its bounty, slowly sailed away from the Sky Island ruins, it was already dark. The wind blew past the stern of the boat, carrying the fragrance of blue flower petals. In the corner of the deck, a figure was standing there at some unknown time. Ah Chun. He stood with his back to the crowd, gazing at the increasingly distant floating island. The blue flowers on the island swayed gently in the setting sun, as if bidding farewell. His gaze lingered for a long time. The era of the queen has finally come to an end. The sound was very soft. It dissipated with a gust of wind. He lowered his head and opened the blank book in his hand. His fingertips hovered above the page, pausing slightly, as if hesitating about something. A second later, his finger fell and slowly traced across the blank page. A line of text appeared. There was no ink, no color, but it was there. Only he could see it. The elegy of the Sky Kingdom has come to an end. A new story begins in the deep sea. He stared at the line of text for 2 seconds, then closed the book. He turned and walked into the shadows of the cabin. The footsteps were very light. It was so light it was as if it had never been there. Chapter 241, Return Voyage. The return journey of Panga's Ark went exceptionally smoothly. When they arrived, the Ark used its domain defense to withstand the storm, and the ship was struck by lightning, sending sparks flying everywhere. Everyone was on tenterhooks. On the way back, Jiang Yi only did one thing. He connected the still-beating demon tiger heart to the Ark's auxiliary power system. Buzz. The entire Ark shuddered. It wasn't trembling, it was resonance. Like a sleeping giant beast that suddenly opened its eyes. On the surface of the ship, blue wind patterns spread out like vines, and purple arcs of electricity leaped and danced between the metal gaps. The Ark's hull seemed to come alive, and each armor plate emitted a faint hum. Then, an unbelievable thing happened. The catastrophic barrier that had nearly capsized the Ark when the raging hurricane wall came suddenly stopped the moment the Ark approached. It's not a reduction. It's to make way. The gale force winds, powerful enough to tear apart an 8th-level expert, seemed to have encountered a king of a higher level and obediently retreated to both sides. Lightning no longer struck. They hung high in the sky, shimmering quietly, like soldiers in formation, watching the Ark pass by. A straight, calm passage was torn open right in the middle of the stormy sea. There was a full 3 seconds of silence on the bridge. Then, my God, the first one to be bombed was Einstein. This mad scientist, whose hair was as messy as a bird's nest, jumped up from his seat, put his hands on his head, and spun around 3 times on the bridge. Suppression by the law of the same origin. This is suppression by the law of the same origin. He rushed to Jiang Yi, his eyes red, his voice trembling with emotion. The demon tiger is the overlord of the storm sea. Its heart contains the supreme authority over wind and thunder. Connecting it to the Ark's power system is equivalent to giving the Ark the demon tiger's dominion over the elements of wind and thunder. He gestured with his hands, as if he were giving a lesson to students. The storm dares not approach, not because the Ark has become stronger, but because the storm has chosen its master. Captain, how did you come up with this? This is simply. He got stuck. I can't find the words to describe it. Finally, he managed to blurt out, "You're the sexiest man I've ever seen." The entire room fell silent for a second. Wang Ba muttered to himself in the corner, "Is this guy crazy?" Ling Shui ignored Einstein's madness, but her hand gripping the data tablet was trembling. She took a deep breath and tried to keep her voice steady. Reporting to the captain. It didn't work. The voice was still trembling. After activating the wind and thunder force field, the Ark's external energy consumption has been reduced by 90%. She swallowed. The sailing speed has increased by 30%. She looked up, her eyes flashing with an alarming light. "We tamed the storm." The moment those words were spoken, the entire bridge exploded. Cheers, whistles, and the sound of banging on tables mingled together. Some people laughed and cursed, while others were so excited that they hugged their comrades next to them. They faced near-death experiences on their way there, but returned as if walking on flat ground. Who would have thought? The level 9 peaked demonic tiger that nearly killed them became their best talisman after its death. The crew members on the bridge looked at Jiang Yi. Those gazes held more than just awe. That was absolute faith. Jiang Yi sat in the captain's seat, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Once, twice, 3 times. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. "Standard procedure." "Ji Xia," he said. Lin Jixiao immediately composed herself and regained her calm and self-possessed demeanor. "Exist. Have the results of the evaluations for the new recruits come out." "They're all out." Lin Jixiao swiped her finger, and a list was projected into the air. Einstein, Ghost Hand, Hua Tua. All 3 are highly capable, the pinnacle of their respective fields. Their loyalty has passed the second round of illusionary tests, and all are above average. She paused. "But, a bit strange in personality," Jiang Yi said for her. "It's not just a little bit," Lin Jixiao said calmly. "It's very strange. You saw Einstein's behavior just now. Ghost Hand's side is even more outrageous. Yesterday, he almost got into a fight with the armory staff over a new knife. And Hua Tua is another story. He's always saying in my day, I was a legend, and he's even more arrogant than you." Jiang Yi chuckled. "He's a talented person. It's normal to have a temper. Those who don't have a temper are just mediocre. Promote the 3 of them to the position of deputy head of their respective departments." Lin Jixiao raised an eyebrow, but did not object. "Give them authority, resources, and pressure." Jiang Yi paused for a moment. "Whether they're dragons or worms, we'll find out by taking them out for a spin." "Clear." In addition, for this voyage, all participating personnel will have their contribution points doubled. Casualty and injury compensation will be paid at the highest standard, not a penny less. "Yes." Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping across the list. The gains from this trip to the stormy seas were secondary. The real significance lies in the fact that those unruly newcomers witnessed the power of Panguark firsthand, and also saw him cleave through the peak of level 9 with a single strike. From then on, no one on this ship would question his decision. Everyone is of one mind. These 4 words are worth a fortune. The arc was extremely fast. In less than a day, the outline of the Golden City appeared on the horizon ahead. As the colossal steel behemoth, its hull wreathed in cyan wind patterns and purple arcs of electricity, slowly descended into the port dock. The entire city was in an uproar. The streets were packed with people. Cheers echoed from the port to the deepest parts of the city, lasting for a long time. Jiang Yi did not attend any welcoming ceremony. He delegated all the subsequent distribution of spoils, personnel arrangements, and inventory of supplies to Lin Jixia. Then, carrying the heart of the demon tiger, he went directly to the power room. Ling Shui and Einstein were already waiting at the door. The 2 men stared intently at the energy core in his hand, which was still throbbing, like wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing meat. "It's so beautiful." Einstein's voice trembled. "This energy structure is simply the work of the creator." Ling Shui didn't speak, but her breathing was already rapid. "It's up to you now." Jiang Yi handed over the demon tiger heart. "Produce an upgrade plan in the shortest possible time. I want the arc to be faster, tougher, and more powerful. Completion guaranteed." Ling Shui took the heart, which was bigger than her head, with both hands, hugged it to her chest, and rushed into the laboratory without looking back. Einstein followed closely behind, and halfway there he turned back and shouted, "Captain, just wait and see a miracle." Jiang Yi shook his head. "Leave the professional stuff to the crazy ones." He turned around and went to the top floor of the ark. Medical room. The quietest spot on the entire ark was also the most heavily guarded. 2 armed guards stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, they immediately saluted and stepped aside. The door opened. The smell of medicine was overwhelming. The legendary physician Hua Tua sat amidst a pile of bottles and jars, holding a silver needle in his hand, squinting at it against the light. His hair and beard were all white, his complexion ruddy, exuding the air of a hermit sage. When he saw Jiang Yi, he merely raised his eyelids slightly. "They're here." His tone was so casual, as if he were welcoming a neighbor over. Jiang Yi didn't pay attention, his gaze passing over him and landing in the center of the medical room. Inside the large repair chamber, the pale green repair fluid gently churned. Ying Yao was soaking inside. Her face was pale, her body was connected to a dense network of tubes, her eyes were closed, and her breathing was weak but steady. "How is it?" Jiang Yi asked. "Her life has been saved." Huatua put the silver needles back into the needle box, blew on his beard, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "But the injuries are too severe. She lost nearly half of her dragon essence." "Do you know what dragon essence means?" "It's the foundation of her transformation. If I hadn't used my unique 13 needles to keep her heart meridian alive, this little girl would be dead by now." "How long will it take to recover?" "At least a month," Huatua said, holding up one finger. "That's assuming I personally treat you, and there's a sufficient supply of the best medicinal herbs. If someone else were to treat you," he scoffed, "you'll never be able to transform into a dragon again in this lifetime." Jiang Yi looked at Ying Yao, who was sleeping in the repair pod. There was silence for a few seconds. During the Battle of the Golden City, she was the first to charge forward. No one told her to go. She went by herself. He remembered this kindness. "Just give Zhixiao a list of whatever medicinal herbs she needs." Jiang Yi's voice was calm, but every word carried undeniable weight. "The resources of the entire Pangu arc are at your disposal. I only want one result, that she wakes up unharmed." Huatua paused for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Yi seriously. Then, this usually self-righteous old man smiled, which was a rare occurrence for him. "Good." He slapped his knee and stood up. "With the captain's words, I'll risk my old bones and, a month from now, return to you a lively and energetic dragon lady." Jiang Yi nodded and turned to leave. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, gradually fading into the distance. He returned to the captain's cabin. The moment the door was opened, a faint, sweet scent wafted in. Su Tao was standing on tiptoe, wiping his desk with a soft cloth. The little girl was dressed in a maid outfit, her short skirt swaying gently with her movements, her two legs, encased in white stockings, pressed tightly together. She wiped very carefully. She took care of every corner, even putting the pen holder back in its original place. The moment the door opened, she jumped up. The rag fell onto the table. Her face flushed red, the burning sensation spreading from her ears down to her neck. "Captain." The sound was so faint it was almost inaudible. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yi asked, somewhat surprised. "Sister Zhixia asked me to clean," Su Tao said, her head down, her hands gripping the hem of her skirt so tightly her knuckles turned white. Jiang Yi looked at her for 2 seconds and smiled. "All right, just leave it. I'll take care of it myself." "No way." Su Tao suddenly looked up. A rare hint of stubbornness flashed in those big, watery eyes. "Sister Zhixia said that taking care of the captain is my job." After saying that, she couldn't take it anymore. My face turned so red it was practically steaming. He bent down to pick up the rag, lowered his head, and ran out the door. The footsteps were heavy, like a startled little rabbit. Jiang Yi touched his nose. "This girl." He walked to the table and was about to sit down when he caught a glimpse of a cup on the corner of the table. A white porcelain cup. Steam is still rising. It's a glass of milk. There was a neatly folded piece of paper under the cup. He picked it up and unfolded it. A line of neat, small characters. "Captain, thank you for your hard work. Su Tao." The handwriting is neat and precise, with each stroke carefully written, indicating that it has been written more than once. Jiang Yi picked up his cup and took a sip. It's warm. It has a hint of sweetness. He leaned back in his chair and tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers. Outside the window, the lights of the Golden City are lighting up one by one. On the distant sea, something stirred in the depths. Things quickly returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 242: The Shadow of the Golden City. Over the next few days, both Pangu Arc and the City of Gold entered a state of high-speed operation. Ling Shui and Einstein, along with a group of researchers, moved directly into the laboratory, where they ate, drank, and relieved themselves. They are studying the energy structure of the demon tiger's heart. The energy density contained in this thing is beyond imagination. If it can be perfectly integrated with the Ark's power system, the combat power of the Pangu Ark will increase by at least one level. However, when two top minds come together, there are plenty of sparks, but also plenty of friction. Every few days, the laboratory would erupt in heated arguments, followed by a burst of excited screams. The patrol team members who passed by were used to it and didn't find it strange. Hua Tuo, the legendary physician, dominated the entire medical area. Boil the medicine. He spends at least 8 out of 12 hours a day brewing medicine. All sorts of strange and unusual medicinal herbs were thrown into the pot, and the entire medical area was filled with an overwhelmingly bitter smell. Passers-by frowned at the smell, but the results are real. Ying Yao's recovery was nearly 30% faster than expected. Although Hua Tuo didn't say it, a hint of satisfaction would flash in his eyes after each pulse diagnosis. Lin Jixia is the busiest. New member job assignments, resource allocation, urban planning, and fortification reconstruction. Each of these tasks alone is a massive undertaking that could drive anyone crazy. But in her hands, all matters are broken down into precise processes, which are then advanced one by one and implemented one by one. That brain, comparable to a supercomputer, is the strongest logistical support for the City of Gold. The whole city is changing every day. The ruins are being cleared, buildings are being demolished, and streets are being extended. Like a giant beast that has been sleeping for many years, it has finally opened its eyes. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, found himself with plenty of free time. I do 3 things every day. I went to the medical room to see Ying Yao, to the laboratory to check on the progress, and then I accompanied Flora and the Siren Queen to improve the ecosystem in the Genesis space. The Genesis space today is no longer the desolate chaos it once was. The mountain ranges stretch from the horizon to the far end of the field of vision. Rivers rush down from the mountains, winding across the plains like countless silver ribbons. The grasslands stretch as far as the eye can see, their waves crashing and rolling when the wind blows. Zhang Ye also transplanted many species from the Crimson Sea. Some have taken root on land, while others have made their home in the sea. A preliminary ecological cycle has been successfully established. Led by the Siren Queen, the mermaids settled into their new home. They swam and traversed the azure seas daily, their melodious songs echoing across the water from dawn till dusk. Everything is moving in a positive direction. However, calmness is always an illusion before the storm. That evening, Jiang Yi was sitting in the captain's cabin studying the merged nautical chart. His finger lingered for a few seconds on an area marked with dense symbols. That was one of the few areas marked extremely dangerous on the nautical chart. The Sea of Mist. A skull is drawn next to the name. Jiang Yi was pondering how scarce the information was about this area when the door was pushed open. Lin Jixia walked in. He looked up and saw her expression. His complexion looked off. From the time he met Lin Jixia until now, this woman has almost never lost her composure. No matter how big the matter, she is always calm and collected, and always clear-headed. But at this moment, her lips were pressed tightly together. Jiang Yi, something's happened. His voice was very low, but he spoke much faster than usual. Jiang Yi removed his fingers from the nautical chart and leaned forward slightly. Explain. A strange illness has broken out on a large scale in the city. Lin Jixia walked to the table. Starting yesterday afternoon, residents have been falling ill one after another. The symptoms are the same: persistent high fever, continuous coma, and black spots on their bodies. She raised her hand and swiped, projecting a holographic image into the air. The photo shows a middle-aged man lying in a hospital bed with his eyes closed. His exposed skin is covered with black patches the size of coins, as if something is seeping out from under his skin and slowly eroding his body. Jiang Yi stared at the black spots for 2 seconds. His brows furrowed. The infection rate is extremely fast. Lin Jixiao's voice was tense. As of an hour ago, the number of confirmed infections had exceeded 300, and it's still rising. 300 people a day. This number is no small problem given the current population size of the City of Gold. Has Hua Tuo examined it? I've seen it. Lin Jixia shook her head. His exact words were that this isn't an illness, it's a curse. He has tried everything, but he can only keep the blood and chi flowing and slow down the deterioration. He can't cure the root cause. Jiang Yi remained silent for a moment. Hua Tuo, that old man, possessed divine medical skills. He could even save Yao from a severe injury where her vital essence had been shattered. If he said he couldn't cure her, then it truly was beyond the scope of his medical expertise. All those infected have one thing in common, Lin Jixia continued. Explain. They are all new residents who recently joined the City of Gold. She paused for a moment, lowering her voice by half an octave. Moreover, they all come from the same place. The Sea of Mist. It is not a question. Jiang Ye's gaze fell on the Sea of Mist, marking on the nautical chart on the table. The skull symbol remained there quietly. Lin Jixia glanced at him and nodded. I have ordered the quarantine of all infected individuals and restricted the freedom of movement of all residents from the Sea of Mist. Her speech returned to a steady pace, but the wrinkles between her brows did not loosen. But this won't last long. Rumors are already circulating in the city about plagues and divine punishment, and they're getting more and more outlandish. If this drags on any longer, panic will tear the Golden City apart without the virus killing anyone. Jiang Yi stood up. The chair made a short, sharp scraping sound as it rubbed against the floor. Take me. The quarantine zone is located in a separate building on the outskirts of the Golden City. You can see from a distance that the area is blocked off. Wang Ba personally led the team, with 3 layers of sentries surrounding the entire building. The patrolmen all had thick cloths covering their faces, held weapons in their hands, and were on high alert. 2 smells filled the air. The smell of medicine. It also smelled of rotting flesh. Hua Tuo stood at the entrance of the isolation area, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his hands still stained with medicine. Seeing Jiang Yi approach, his expression was far from relaxed. He shook his head. Captain, the situation is bad. It's worse than I thought. Take me inside. Wait a minute, Hua Tuo stopped her. Those black spots are highly contagious. Contact could lead to infection. Your constitution is special, so you're likely fine, but that should be enough in most cases. Jiang Yi walked past him and pushed open the door to the quarantine area. As soon as I went inside, the smell became 10 times stronger. The smell of medicine mixed with the stench of decay was enough to turn a person's stomach inside out. The ward is very large. It was originally a converted warehouse. The ground was covered with makeshift beds, densely packed together, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of people. Groans rose and fell. Some people were rolling around in agony, some were lying face down and motionless, and some were sobbing softly. Black spots covered their bodies. On their arms, necks, and faces, some of the patches had begun to ulcerate, and black pus seeped from the broken skin, dripping down the edge of the bed. Jiang Yi's steps did not stop, but his gaze grew colder and colder. Their life force is being continuously drained from their bodies. Hua Tuo followed behind, his voice filled with barely suppressed anxiety. It's like something is gnawing at their essence. My medicine can replenish some of it, but the rate of replenishment is far from keeping up with the rate of loss. It's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. It won't last more than a few days. Jiang Yi walked to a patient's bedside. He was a young man. He looked to be no more than 20 years old. But at this moment his face was withered, skin and bones, his eyes were sunken, and his lips were cracked like parched earth. Despite being the body of a young man, he exuded a sense of decay and impending death. Jiang Yi squatted down. He pressed his index finger against his forehead. Weaknesses identified and exploited. Information flooded my mind. Name, Li Si. Level 2. Status, Abyss Curse, Severe. Life force continuously drained. Note, this person's soul has been marked by a demon from the abyss. If the source of the curse is not removed, they will be completely devoured within 7 days, becoming a walking corpse. Jiang Yi's fingers paused. Curse of the abyss. It's not an illness. It's not poison. It is a power at the level of laws. It is on the same level as the void. He slowly withdrew his hand and stood up. How is it? Lin Jixia asked immediately. It's more serious than you think. Jiang Yi's voice was calm, but those who knew him knew that the calmer he was, the bigger the problem was. It's a curse. From the abyss. Abyss. Lin Jixia and Hua Tuo exchanged a glance, both seeing the same bewilderment on each other's faces. This word was completely foreign to them. Jiang Yi didn't explain further. His gaze swept across the entire ward, finally settling on a corner. There is a small bed there. A little girl was curled up on the bed. She looked about 7 or 8 years old. She was as thin as a kitten. She hugged her knees, buried her face in her arms, and her shoulders were shaking. She also had dark spots on her body. But she was the only one still awake in the entire ward. Jiang Yi walked over. They walked very lightly. He knelt down in front of her bed. "Little sister." The little girl was startled and abruptly looked up. Her large eyes were filled with terror, like a young animal cornered against a wall. "Don't be afraid." Jiang Ye's voice was as gentle as it could possibly be, a stark contrast to the cold, commanding person he had been moments before. "I'm here to help you." The little girl stared at him for several seconds. Perhaps there was no malice in his eyes. Her shoulders gradually relaxed. "You came from the Sea of Mist, right?" Jiang Yi asked. The little girl nodded. "Did you encounter anything strange there?" The little girl's lips moved. The voice was very soft, trembling with sobs, and intermittent. "Our boat hit something in the fog." "What is that?" A black box." She sniffed, and her eyes reddened again. "There's an octopus carved on the box." Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. "We've retrieved it." "Then what?" Chapter 243, An Invitation from the Abyss. A black box. Octopus tag. A cloud of black mist. Jiang Yi memorized these words, one by one. He already had a guess in his mind. That ship from the Sea of Mist most likely unintentionally opened something it shouldn't have. Pandora's box, which seals away monsters from the abyss. And that so-called curse is spread by that thing. "Where's the box?" Jiang Yi stared at the little girl, his voice even softer. "No, I don't know." The little girl shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "The ship sank, but we were rescued and taken to the City of Gold." As she said this, her whole body began to tremble again. Clearly, that memory was a nightmare for her. Jiang Yi reached out and gently patted her head. The movements were very gentle. "It's like comforting a frightened kitten." "It's all right," he said. "I'll handle it." The little girl looked up at him, her eyes blurred with tears. A faint glimmer of hope flashed in those big eyes. Jiang Yi stood up. His face had completely darkened. "The trail ends here. Without finding the source of the curse, the problem cannot be solved at its root. Are we just supposed to watch helplessly as these hundreds of people are devoured one by that so-called abyssal monster? Impossible. This is his territory. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Jixia, investigate immediately." Jiang Ye's voice carried an unyielding chill. "Find out all the information about this ship. Survivors, route, everything. I need to know the whereabouts of that box as quickly as possible." "Yes." Lin Jixia immediately turned around and went out to make arrangements. Hua Tuo. Jiang Yi looked at the old man with a worried expression. "Continue administering the medication to stabilize their condition. Use whatever method you can to buy me time." "I will do my best." Hua Tuo sighed, shook his head, and walked towards the pharmacy. Jiang Yi glanced again at the patients groaning in pain in the ward. His eyes were as cold as knives. "Abyssal monsters, right? You'd better not let me find you. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting you experience what the real abyss is like." He turned and walked out of the quarantine area. The sunlight outside was a bit too bright. But in his heart, there was only a cold gloom. This incident served as a wake-up call for him. As the fame of the City of Gold grows, more and more survivors will come to seek refuge there. A mixed bag. Mud and sand were carried along. No one can guarantee that these people won't bring some strange and potentially deadly trouble from somewhere in the world. It seems that establishing a strict entry quarantine system is imperative. Just as he was pondering a solution, an unexpected person found him. The mysterious storyteller, Aiken. He still maintained his indifferent and unambitious demeanor, holding that blank ancient book. "I don't know where it came from." The footsteps were frighteningly light. "Captain, it seems we're in trouble." Chen had a gentle smile on his face. Jiang Yi glanced at him. He didn't say anything. He remained vigilant towards this enigmatic individual. This person is like a wisp of fog. You think you've got it, but when you hold it, it's empty. "Perhaps I can offer a clue about that curse," Chen said calmly. Jiang Ye's pupils contracted slightly. What do you know? I like collecting stories. Achin opened the blank book. The pages of the book turned in the wind. The paper was blank, yet it seemed to be filled with countless secrets. He looked at the pages and slowly read aloud. Deep in the lost sea lies a cursed graveyard of shipwrecks. There, the remains of an ancient naval battle are found. Countless warships have sunk here. Legend has it that among those shipwrecks lies the Kraken's box, a relic of an ancient, evil god. The box bears the mark of the abyss. Once opened, it will unleash the offspring of an evil god. They will spread plague and curses, turning everything in their path into a wasteland. Achin paused for a moment after saying this. She raised her head and looked at Jiangyi. A strange meaning flickered in those gentle eyes. And there is only one way to purify this curse. Find the siren's heart, the sacred artifact of the siren race. Only the pure song of the siren's heart can cleanse the soul polluted by the abyss. Siren. The heart of the siren. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the clue on the treasure map about the next fragment. The singer of the deep sea, the king of the siren. Location, lost sea, shipwrecked site. These two things are actually connected. Is it a coincidence? Jiang Yi stared at Achin's eyes, which seemed to see through everything. No, it is definitely not a coincidence. This guy definitely knows something. He wasn't providing clues. He is guiding himself. Where is the king of the sea demons? Jiang Yi asked bluntly. She is in the deepest part of the shipwreck mound, guarding the last refuge of her people. Aiken closed the book. A slight sound was made as the pages closed. It's like some kind of hint. He bowed slightly. Captain, the story is over. As for whether or not to go, and how to choose, that's up to you. After saying that, he picked up the book, turned around, and slowly left. The footsteps were as light as ghosts. Jiang Yi stood still, looking at his back. He remained silent for a long time. Who exactly is this Achin? Why did he lead himself to the king of the sirens? What was his purpose? A series of mysteries swirled in Jiang Ye's mind. But now, he doesn't have time to think about those things. All he knew was that he had to go. It's not just about the fragments of the treasure map. For Hill. It was also for the hundreds of lives struggling on the brink of death in the city of gold. Jixia. Jiang Yi connected with Lin Jixia via communicator. No need to investigate anymore. I know where the source is. Get ready. Penguark, set sail immediately. Target. The Lost Sea. His voice was as cold as a knife. At the same time, in the depths of a distant sea, shrouded in perpetual fog, known as the Lost Sea, on a dilapidated ghost ship. The ship's hull was covered in signs of decay. The sails were tattered and made a mournful sound in the wind. On the deck stood a figure completely shrouded in a black robe. He stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the direction of the Golden City. Thick fog swirled around him. It looks like a living thing. He held a black wooden box in his hand. A lifelike octopus is carved on the wooden box. The octopus's tentacles looked as if they were about to crawl out of the wooden box. His fingers gently caressed the wooden box. The movements are very slow. It's very light. It carries a morbid tenderness. The fish has taken the bait. A hoarse and eerie laugh echoed through the thick fog. It sounded like it was coming from hell. Jiangya Penguark. An invitation from the abyss has been delivered. I hope you won't let me down. Beneath the black robe, a pair of scarlet eyes gleamed with a cruel yet excited light. He looked up, looked into the distance. A twisted curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bring it on. Let me see. Are you worthy to be a sacrifice to the abyss? The laughter grew louder and louder. The thick fog churned even more violently. The ghost ship slowly sank into the fog. Disappeared. All that remained were those eerie laughs. The echoes lingered on the sea for a long time. Chapter 244 Preparations before setting sail. Once the order was given, the entire Pangu arc came to life instantly. It was like a dormant war machine that had been put on the go. The engine roared. People were running around. The entire ship entered a high-speed operating state. Lin Jixia's efficiency is frighteningly high. In less than half an hour, all the preparations for departure were arranged clearly. Supply of materials, personnel deployment, and flight route planning. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, went straight to the Ark's laboratory. Before I even entered the door, I could hear a heated argument coming from inside. No, this plan is too conservative. Einstein's voice had a wild, mad energy to it. We should directly replace the God Lord's heart with the demon tiger's heart as the main core. Only in this way can we unleash the full power of wind and thunder. Are you crazy? Ling Shue's voice was even sharper. The heart of the god is the cornerstone of the entire ship. It provides stable and enormous energy. The heart of the demon tiger, on the other hand, has incredibly violent energy. If it gets out of control, the entire ship will explode. What good is stability? We need ultimate power. I want the lives of everyone on board. The two were huddled around a huge holographic projection, spitting as they talked. On the projection was a diagram of the power system structure of Pangu Arc, filled with dense data and formulas that made one's scalp tingle. It looked like the two were about to escalate their academic debate into a full-blown physical fight. Jiang Yi coughed. Cough. The argument abruptly stopped. They both turned their heads at the same time. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, she instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Captain of the ship. Ling Shue pushed up her glasses, feeling somewhat guilty. Einstein scratched his head and chuckled twice. How's the research on the plan going? Jiang Yi asked. A preliminary plan has already been developed. Ling Shue took a deep breath and pulled up a design drawing. We've decided not to replace the core. Instead, we'll treat the Demon Tiger Heart as an independent add-on system, linking it with the main cannon Dominator. She pointed to a module on the design drawing. Simply put, the Ark is normally powered by the Heart of God. But when needed, we can instantly inject the wind and thunder power of the heart of the Demon Tiger into the main cannon. In this way, the law-based beams fired from the main cannon will be imbued with wind and thunder attributes. Their power will at least double. It also has paralyzing and penetrating effects. Einstein added from the side, a smug look on his face. Jiang Yi looked at the design drawings and nodded in satisfaction. This plan balances stability and explosive power. It is indeed the optimal solution at present. Very good. But a hint of embarrassment appeared on Ling Shue's face. This transformation also requires a key material. What material? Deep sea sunken silver. Ling Shue said. It is a rare metal that can only be found in the deep sea at depths of 10,000 meters or more. It has extremely strong energy conductivity and stability, and is the only material that can perfectly neutralize the energy conflict between the heart of the god and the heart of the demon tiger. How much do you need? At least 100 units. Ling Shue read out the number and scratched her head in distress. But this thing is practically priceless on the market. I've had my buy request posted for a long time, and I haven't seen a single one. 100 units of deep-sea sunken silver. This would have been a real headache in the past. But now, a slight smile appeared on Jiang Yi's lips. He didn't say anything. He simply opened his system inventory in front of the two of them. Then, I typed deep-sea sunken silver into the search bar. The next second, splash. A silvery white metal block, as large as a small mountain, appeared out of thin air on the open ground of the laboratory. It was piled up to the brim. Each piece emitted a faint blue glow. Mysterious and unbelievably beautiful. Deep-sea sinking silver, times 999999 plus. Ling Shue and Einstein, both of them, froze at the same time. They stared wide-eyed at the mountain of rare metals. Its mouth can be opened wide enough to fit an egg. My mind is blank. This. Einstein pointed at the pile of sunken silver, his fingers trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. Ling Shue's breathing became rapid. Captain, she swallowed. Did you rob the treasury of some deep-sea civilization? Is that enough? Jiang Yi didn't explain, he just asked casually. Enough. That's enough. Ling Shue was so excited she almost jumped up. Don't even mention 100 units. It would be enough to cover the entire ship with sunken silver. She crouched down and reached out to touch the metal blocks. A cool sensation came from my fingertips. Real. It is real deep-sea sunken silver. Moreover, its purity is frighteningly high. Captain, what's going on? Einstein also came closer, his eyes almost touching the metal block. Who knows? This wave has taken off. That's good. Jiang Yi nodded. I'm giving you 1 day. After 1 day, I want to see a brand new main gun. Mission accomplished, the two shouted in unison. His voice was filled with an excited, almost frenzied energy. Having resolved the issue with the main gun, Jiang Yi then went to the medical room. The legendary physician Hua Tuo was directing several newly recruited medical personnel to administer medicine to patients in the isolation ward. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, he simply sighed. "Captain, my medicine can only last for 3 more days at most." 3 days is enough. Jiang Yi's voice was calm, yet it carried a convincing power. He handed a list to Hua Tuo. "These are some things I need. Could you prepare them for me?" Hua Tuo took the list, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. Incense for concentration, herb for tranquility, flower for soothing the soul. He looked up and stared at Jiang Yi in surprise. "Captain, what do you need these things for?" "These are all auxiliary medicinal herbs. They're not harmful at all." The old man tapped his finger lightly on the list. "Moreover, the medicinal properties of these herbs are all geared towards calming the mind and soothing the spirit. You wouldn't happen to be. You'll find out when the time comes." Jiang Yi didn't say much, only leaving behind a mysterious smile. What he wanted on his list was definitely not any aggressive drugs. Rather, it is a spiritual weapon used to deal with sirens. Based on Ah Chen's story and his own speculation, the most powerful weapon of the siren clan is their singing. That kind of singing can bewitch the mind. It leads people to succumb to death without them even realizing it. Physical defenses are not very effective against this type of attack. To deal with them, we must start from the psychological level. Hua Tuo, this legendary physician, was not only proficient in medicine, but also had an excellent understanding of the medicinal properties of various herbs. He was the perfect person to prepare these drugs that could calm the mind and resist mental allergies. After arranging everything, Jiang Yi returned to the captain's cabin. Lin Zhixia, Wen Sa, Flora, and the Siren Queen were already waiting there. "Is everything ready?" Jiang Yi asked. "We can leave at any time," Lin Zhixia nodded. "This time, the target is the Lost Sea." Jiang Yi's gaze swept over everyone present. The voice lowered. "According to intelligence, not only is the Siren King we are looking for there, but there is also a monster from the abyss. The level of danger far exceeds that of previous storm-affected sea areas. I need you to prepare for the worst." No one spoke, but everyone's eyes were filled with determination. "Very good." Jiang Yi walked to the captain's seat and placed his hand on the start button. "Pass on my orders. Pengu Ark, set sail." Boom. The roar of the engines echoed throughout the entire ark. The enormous ship slowly sailed away from the port of the City of Gold, breaking through the waves, sailing towards the distance, sailing towards the sea known as the Lost Sea, which is shrouded in thick fog year-round. At the same time, deep in the distant Lost Sea, on a dilapidated ghost ship, the ship's hull was covered in signs of decay. The sails were tattered and made a wailing sound in the wind. On the deck stood a figure completely shrouded in a black robe. He stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the direction of the Golden City. Thick fog swirled around him. It looks like a living thing. He held a black wooden box in his hand. A lifelike octopus is carved on the wooden box. The octopus's tentacles looked as if they were about to crawl out of the wooden box. At that moment, those tentacles actually twitched slightly. It was as if it sensed something. His fingers gently caressed the wooden box. The movements are very slow. It's very light. It carries a morbid tenderness. The fish has taken the bait. A hoarse and eerie laugh echoed through the thick fog. It sounded like it was coming from hell. Jiangya Pengu Ark. An invitation from the abyss has been delivered. I hope you won't let me down. Beneath the black robe, a pair of scarlet eyes gleamed with a cruel yet excited light. He looked up. Look into the distance. A twisted curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bring it on. Let me see. Are you worthy to be a sacrifice to the abyss? The laughter grew louder and louder. The thick fog churned even more violently. The ghost ship slowly sank into the fog, disappeared. All that remained were those eerie laughs. The echoes lingered on the sea for a long time. Chapter 245 Arrival. The Shipwreck Grave. Boom. The engines of Pengu Ark roared to life. The sound was like the first roar of an ancient beast awakening, emanating from the depths of the dock and causing the harbor waters to ripple with white waves. The massive ship detached from the dock. The port of the Golden City appeared tiny in the shadow of the ark. The city's residents once again flooded the streets. The men took off their hats, and the women clasped their hands together. The children rode on their fathers' shoulders, waving frantically. They didn't know where the ark was headed, but they knew that every time that man left, it was to protect the city. "Captain, you must come back safely. Penguark. Invincible." The shouts grew louder and louder, even startling the seagulls in the harbor into scattering. Jiang Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the bridge, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below. He didn't wave. There was no response. He simply nodded slightly. Then turned around. Full speed ahead. The ark turned its bow around, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. Behind them, the outline of the Golden City grew smaller and smaller until it was finally swallowed up by the horizon. This voyage has a clear objective: the Lost Sea. On all known nautical charts, the location of that sea area is marked with only 2 words: taboo. It is said that more than 2,000 ships have sailed into that sea area in the past 300 years. 0 ships returned. Not even a single intact plank of the ship has ever floated to the surface. But for the Penguark, which possesses a super-fast engine, distance and fear are not even considerations. In less than 2 days, the color of the sea began to change. From azure to grayish-blue to lead gray. Finally, even the gray disappeared. All that remained before my eyes was a thick, impenetrable white fog, as if someone had drawn a giant curtain between heaven and earth, shutting out all light and color. Visibility dropped sharply. You can't see anything beyond 10 meters. The smell in the air had changed. It was damp, salty, and tinged with an indescribable stench of decay. It was as if something had been rotting on the seabed for a long time, and the smell seeped up with the mist. The bridge was silent for a few seconds. "Reporting, Captain." The lookout broke the silence, his voice rising a half-tone above his usual pitch. "We have entered the outer area of the Lost Sea. All navigation devices are malfunctioning. The compass is spinning. The signal source is completely blocked. The radar image is full of static." Sweat beaded on his forehead. It's not the heat. It's the fear. The young crew members also paled. The records in the training manual about the Lost Sea flashed through their minds. What do you mean by no return? What burial place? Every single one of them was a reminder that they were heading straight for the gates of hell. But the man in the captain's seat showed not a single change in expression. As expected, Jiang Ye's voice was flat, as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. "Switch to navigation mode." He tapped the armrest lightly with his finger. "Activate the piercing sonar. Full power scan." "Yes." The order has been issued. At the bow of the ark, a huge eyeball-shaped device lit up. The object was embedded in the very center of the bow, entirely black, with a halo of eerie blue light around its center. When it lit up, it looked as if the ark had opened its eyes. Invisible sound waves radiated outwards from the center of the eyeball, like a pebble thrown into a lake. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The ripples swept over an increasingly larger area. On the main screen, the snow that was originally full of static was cleared away in an instant. A clear 3D topographic map emerged. Every reef, every current, and every deep trench in the surrounding waters is precisely presented in the form of a 3D model. Even a group of deformed fish swimming 30 meters underwater is clearly marked. And right in the center of the screen, a flight path composed of golden dots pierced straight into the depths of the thick fog. That is the sea map recorded in the Divine Seal. An ultimate shipping route covering all the world's seas. In this deadly sea where even veteran fishermen get lost, the Penguark's voyage is as steady as a passenger ship running on an inland river. This, a new recruit, who had been on board for less than 3 months, stared at the overly clear course on the screen, his mouth agape for a long time before finally managing to utter, "Isn't this cheating?" The veteran next to him patted him on the shoulder. "You'll get used to it. This kind of thing happens all the time when you're with the captain." The new recruit swallowed hard, unsure whether to be afraid or relieved. The ark sailed through the thick fog. The engine sound was deep and steady, but the surrounding scenery was becoming increasingly strange. Debris began to appear on the sea surface. A broken mast, Half of the boat plank was soaked and rotten. A flag, faded to the point where the design was no longer legible, hung on a crooked wooden stake, swaying in the wind. Go further ahead. The amount of wreckage is increasing. It's getting denser and denser. The entire sea surface was covered with pieces of wood and rotting ropes. The seawater had turned an indescribable dark green, so viscous it didn't resemble water at all. Then, someone saw the bones. A massive humanoid skeleton, half submerged and half floating, was wedged between two shipwrecks. Its empty eye sockets faced the sky, and its jaw was agape, as if it were still screaming before it died. The skeleton was at least 3 meters tall. The remains are of an unknown race. No one spoke in the bridge. Even their breathing became softer. At this moment, the singing began. It drifted in from the depths of the thick fog. It's very light. It's very far. It sounded like someone was humming a lullaby from a very faraway place. At first, it was almost inaudible, just fragments of melody, faintly lingering in my ears. But that melody is addictive. When it enters the ear, it does so not with sound, but with sensation. Warm, soft, like a blanket in front of a fireplace in winter, like the embrace of a lover who hasn't seen each other for a long time. It makes you want to close your eyes. It makes you want to let go of everything. It makes you want to go over there. On the bridge, 3 crew members with weaker mental fortitude were the first to be infected. Their eyes became unfocused. A silly grin lingered on their lips. Their hands loosened their grip on the control panel. One of them stood up and staggered toward the porthole. His companion grabbed his arm. "What are you doing? Wake up. It's useless." The man was incredibly strong, as if he were being pulled by something, struggling desperately toward the porthole. He was still muttering, "She's calling me. She's calling me." Snort. Jiang Yi snorted coldly. An invisible force exploded from his body. The mental energy transformed into a storm, howling as it swept across the entire bridge. The infected people froze abruptly, their bewildered expressions instantly clearing as if doused with ice water. The crew member who wanted to jump out of the window froze for 2 seconds, looked down at his hand that was already on the window frame, and his clothes were instantly soaked with cold sweat. His voice was trembling. He almost flipped over just now. It's the song of a siren. The Siren Queen spoke. Her face looked terrible. As the Queen of the Sirens, her perception of the siren song was more acute than anyone else's. These aren't ordinary sirens. There are many of them. At least 100. She looked up at Jiang Yi. They knew we were coming. You've come at the perfect time. Jiang Yi's tone was completely flat. He turned around and pressed the communication button. "Hua Ta, are the things ready? I've been waiting for you to say that for 2 days." Hua Tuo's voice came through the communicator, carrying the unique certainty of an old Chinese medicine doctor. "Any time is fine." "Good." Jiang Yi released the communication button, a smile curving his lips. It was a little cold, but also a little expectant. "Activate the ship's broadcast system. Play the heart-clearing mantra composed by Hua Tuo on repeat. Let them hear it to their heart's content." "Yes." The operator's fingers flew across the control panel. The next second, a series of chiming sounds came from the Ark's broadcast system. That voice was completely different from the siren's song. Not cloyingly sweet. Not tempting. There was only an indescribable solemnity and purity. It's like the first bell ringing in a mountain temple at dawn. It felt like a cool spring entering my throat. The moment the sound spread out, the siren's song seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand. Fragmented. The army was utterly routed. From the depths of the thick fog came several sharp, piercing screams. The voice was filled with anger and pain. Clearly, the heart-cleansing mantra caused them real harm. Singing to each other. Lin Jixia stood to the side, her lips twitching. Looking at Jiang Yi's calm expression, she suddenly realized that this man could be quite wicked at times. The siren's proudest song was thwarted by a bell and chime melody. If word gets out, where will the siren clan's reputation be? The singing completely disappeared. Silence returned to the surroundings. But that silence didn't make people feel at ease. On the contrary, it made them feel even more depressed. It was like the calm before a storm. The Ark continued its journey. Half an hour later, the fog ahead has dissipated. It didn't spread out gradually. Instead, it was as if the fog wall had been cut open by a knife. abruptly ending at a certain point. The sight behind the fog wall made everyone on the bridge gasp. The tomb of the sunken ship. Tens of thousands of shipwrecks covered the entire sea area, densely packed, layer upon layer. Some of the ships were enormous and remained intact, their hulls covered in dark green seaweed and dense barnacles. Others had completely fallen apart, leaving only their black keels stuck in the seabed, like withered skeletal fingers reaching out from underground. The eerie blue phosphorescent light flickered on the deck of the sunken ship. It was so quiet it didn't seem like a flame. It looks more like the eyes of the dead. In the very center of the shipwreck graveyard. A palace. No, that doesn't look like a palace. It looked more like a giant altar made of bones and shipwrecks. It rises 100 meters high from the seabed. Countless human and animal bones intertwine to form the walls and pillars of the palace. Torn sails have been torn down to serve as curtains for the roof. At the highest point of the palace, on a throne carved from black coral, a figure was sitting quietly. Her long, dark green hair reached her waist and swayed gently in the seawater. Her face was so exquisite it seemed unreal. Her features looked as if they had been sculpted by a god. Her skin was as white as jade, while her lips were a pale coral red. He tilted his head lazily. A faint, ambiguous smile played at the corners of his lips. It's like watching prey walk right into a trap. And her lower body, a huge fishtail covered with fine scales. The scales refracted a rainbow of colors in the dim light. Each scale was about the size of a palm, with edges as sharp as blades. King of the Sirens. She had been waiting for a long time. The moment Panga's ark sailed into this sea area, she raised her head. Those eyes were the color of the deep sea. Deep blue, profound, endless. It looked like two miniature vortexes spinning deep within the pupils. Her gaze pierced through the seawater, through the ark's outer armor, and landed precisely on Jiang Ye's body. Their eyes met. Silently. A terrifying mental pressure suddenly exploded out of nowhere. A dull, metallic thud echoed from the entire Pangu, Arkansas. The floor shook. A cup rolled off the table. The image on the screen flickered. On the bridge, several crew members with weaker constitutions collapsed to their knees. It is not surrender. It's a bodily instinctive reaction. That kind of pressure was too much. It felt like a mountain pressing down on my soul. Jiang Ye's pupils contracted for a moment. My fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest. Such strong willpower. Chapter 246 The Siren King's Show of Power. The mental pressure was simply too much. They are completely unreasonable. It's like the entire dark, deep sea suddenly awakening. It transformed into an invisible giant hand. He gripped the Pangu ark tightly. Click, click, click. The indestructible alloy hull emitted a tooth-grinding wail. More than a dozen rivets flew off at the seams of the armor. Sparks flew everywhere. The bridge area was the first to be affected. The young crew members who had just joined the crew didn't even have time to exclaim in surprise. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on my head. Thump, thump. A series of dull thuds echoed. Their knees buckled, and they slammed heavily onto the alloy floor. It has immense power. There was even blood seeping from his knee. But no one cared about the pain. Their faces turned purple from holding their breath. The veins on his forehead and neck bulged out. It was panting heavily like a dehydrated fish. Oxygen deficiency. My head is splitting with pain. This is not cowardice. This is the physiological submission etched into the DNA of lower-level life forms when facing higher-level beings. Lin Jixia bit her lower lip tightly. He gripped the control panel in front of him with both hands. The knuckles turned pale from excessive force. He barely managed not to kneel down. Her back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. His breathing was so heavy it sounded like he was working a bellows. Her mental strength is absolutely top-notch at this stage. But now, standing before this oppressive aura, it's like a drop of water trying to break through a glacier. I felt only deep despair. This is fucking bizarre. How do you fight monsters of this size? In front of the radar station, the young man in charge of monitoring was practically glued to the screen. His voice trembled as if he were freezing in the cold wind. Reporting to the sir. The target reading is overloaded. The system probe burned out. We cannot calculate the upper limit of her mental strength. The alarm light is flashing red. The entire bridge was bathed in a somber light. In this suffocating panic, Jiang Yi didn't even change his standing posture. He stood still. His back was straight. The sharp blade, capable of crushing the mental core of an ordinary person, rushed towards him. But it was like a drop of water hitting a red-hot steel furnace. A long, sharp cracking sound. Not even a wisp of white smoke appeared. It simply evaporated into thin air. Jiang Yi's facial features remained completely expressionless. His eyes, which usually held a somewhat carefree air, were now slightly narrowed. He concealed the fleeting glint of sharpness in his eyes. He raised his right hand. Long, slender fingers rested on the leather armrest of the captain's seat. The fingertips rise and fall. Tap gently. Thump. Thump. The sound was muffled, yet it carried a strange rhythm. It spread through the deathly silent and oppressive bridge. One at a time, it shattered the fear that permeated the air. That's interesting. Jiang Yi raised his chin and looked at the huge altar in the distance. The king of the sirens leaned lazily against his throne of bones. This spiritual force is even more powerful than the one I encountered when I tore apart the Void Lord. There are no mottled impurities. Extremely concise. It was compressed to an unbelievable degree. It's like a scalpel of mental power forged under high pressure. It specifically targets the soul. Lowly illegal immigrants. A clear, ethereal voice suddenly resounded deep within everyone's minds. It doesn't happen through the eardrum. Not physically isolated. It directly and forcibly broadcasts information to the language center of the human brain. The timbre is exquisitely beautiful. It's like the resonance of millions of flutes in the deep sea. But there was no warmth in the tone. Only indifference that transcends all things. Who allowed you to trespass into the realm of the dead? They felt that there weren't enough skeletons on the seabed. Are they rushing to become fertilizer? On the throne, the king of the sirens slowly propped himself up. His eyes sparkled. Those deep blue eyes, through layers of seawater and armor, locked onto Jiang Yi. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly raised. A hint of surprise flashed through my mind. This male human is interesting. Surprisingly, it didn't lie on the ground trembling like an insect. Instead, he dared to look her directly in the eye. Jiang Yi stopped tapping on the armrest. He even curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Lean forward slightly. There were no fancy charging movements. A calm and unassuming spiritual fluctuation, as plain as boiled water, stabbed back through the other party's connection channel. There are no fancy sound effects. There was no arrogant tone in his voice. It was just a casual remark, as indifferent as a neighbor borrowing soy sauce. I heard you sing really well. Pity. It's completely useless to me. That statement is too blunt. It was so blunt, it was like a slap in the face. Without warning, the slap landed on the Siren King's flawless face. The superior smile on her lips froze instantly. The churning seawater around us suddenly fell silent. The temperature dropped to freezing point at a rate visible to the naked eye. Turn on the ship's broadcast system. Jiang Yi didn't even turn his head. The sound wasn't loud, but it drowned out all the noise. Maximum volume. Give me the full amount of the heart-clearing mantra that Hua Tuo used to make. Play in a loop. Listen to it on repeat. Today, let's perform a physical ritual to help these mermaids pass on to the afterlife. The operator paused for half a second. He then unleashed an astonishing hand speed. Clap, 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 clap. Fingers left after images on the keyboard. Yes, sir. Audio loading complete. Power output at 200%. The next second, the giant subwoofer array on the exterior of the Pangu Ark is powered on at full capacity. Buzz. A deep, resonant, solemn, and majestic ancient bell tolled from the deep mountains. It directly shattered the stillness of the deep sea. With overwhelming force, it swept in all directions. This is not some seductive, decadent music. There were no fancy vocal transitions. It is pure solemnity, atmosphere, righteousness, and integrity. It's like a bucket of ice-cold snow water being poured over your head on the hottest days of summer. It can freeze all distracting thoughts and desires into dust in an instant. The moment the sound of bells and chimes reverberated, the irritating, nauseating, and alluring sound in the air was like foam that had been exposed to sulfuric acid. It shattered completely with a snap. Oh! In the deep fog of the shipwreck ruins, a dozen or so sharp and shrill screams erupted in succession. Several siren hiding in the shadows covered their ears in pain. He rolled wildly on the deck. The scaly fingernails scratched the wooden board until it bled. This kind of audio can cleanse the soul. For sirens who specialize in mental seduction, it's like throwing them into a pot of boiling oil to fry them. The damage is maxed out. Presumptuous. The king of the sirens suddenly sprang up from his throne of bones. She completely broke down. Those once deep and captivating deep blue eyes were instantly filled with the bloodshot veins of a wild beast. He was furious. The siren clan has roamed these waters for countless years. It relies on soulful singing that can make people feel both alive and dead. That is their faith. It is their dignity. Now, this reckless human being. They actually used that awful, lousy gong sound to disgust her. He did it even in front of her numerous juniors. It is extremely harmful and incredibly insulting. This move completely crossed her bottom line. Go to hell, you bug. Her long, dark green hair suddenly exploded, like countless venomous snakes dancing wildly. The thick fish tail, reflecting seven-colored light, suddenly lashed downwards. Smack! A deafening explosion. The incredibly hard black coral base was shattered into countless fragments. An even more violent power has awakened. This is not a test. It's not intimidation. Instead, it materializes spiritual power into giant waves in the deep sea. Centered around her, a mental storm capable of annihilating everything suddenly erupted. Buzz. The control core of the Pangu Arc immediately detected a deadly threat. The highest level boundary shield automatically pops open. A semi-transparent energy shield, infused with flowing dark gold runes, tightly enveloped the massive arc. The unruly and destructive mental storm was like the shockwave generated by the explosion of tens of thousands of tons of TNT equivalent. It slammed hard against the surface of the shield. Bang! 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 The deafening thuds continued in unison. The dark gold shield flickered violently. The surface was covered with terrifying, visible wrinkles. It felt as if it could be torn apart at any moment. The lights inside the bridge began to flicker wildly. The light flickered. A glaring red warning pop-up appears across the entire screen. Alarm. A high-dimensional energy attack has been detected. Boundary shield overload. Energy pool reserves were sold off in a precipitous manner. 80%, 60%, 40%. It has fallen below the red line. Ling Shui slapped the main control panel. His eyes were fixed on the frantically flashing data stream. His face was as pale as paper. How is that possible? The boundary shield is a trump card that can withstand a salvo of main cannon fire from a fortress-level enemy. Now he's actually being knocked off balance by a monster's brainwaves. This old monster must be using cheat codes. Oh, she has quite a temper. Jiang Yi quietly watched the distorted seawater outside the window. A hint of seriousness finally surfaced in his dark eyes. He no longer leaned against his seat. He slowly straightened up. Take this step. A force no less powerful than the king of the sea demons. It possesses an even more domineering and unfathomable aura of destruction. It burst forth from his thin body. Level 10 Void Laws. Fully open. If the siren's violent mental storm is a sword capable of destroying everything. The Void Laws emanating from Jiang Yi at this moment. It is the absolute dead zone where the universe ends and everything returns to nothingness. Jiang Yi did not choose to launch a large-scale counterattack. He twisted his wrist. The vast void laws were compressed to their limits. All of it was concentrated within a range of less than 1 meter around the body. It formed an absolute domain that could even devour light. Boom. The strongest spike of the storm pierced through the Ark's weakened shield. It was aimed directly at Jiang Yi's face. However, the moment that force, powerful enough to shred steel into powder, struck within a meter of Jiang Yi, time seemed to stand still. There was no explosion. There was no impact. Not even a ripple was stirred up. It was like a moth drawn to a bottomless abyss. It was enveloped by the pure laws of the void. They didn't even chew it. Swallow it whole. Not a drop of water was left. What? The Siren King, who was about to enjoy the miserable state of the ants, froze. For the first time, a real sense of fear was reflected in those eyes filled with rage. Her all-out attack, which she was very proud of. The moment she came into contact with that man, her senses were completely severed. It's as if it were being possessed by some higher dimensional being. He swallowed it whole, skin and bones. On you. What kind of monstrous thing is it hiding? She clenched her pearly white teeth. His voice betrayed an undisguised palpitation. Humans could not possibly possess such power. That aura of impending doom that made her soul tremble and almost triggered her instinct to flee. It exists only in the oldest mural legends of the siren race. These belong to those unknowable and invisible divine calamities. It is the ultimate enemy of all life forms in order. Don't get agitated. Harmony brings wealth. Jiang Yi had one hand in his pocket. Take long strides. They strolled leisurely across the bridge, which was littered with debris. Walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Across the surging seawater and the dim shield. He looked down indifferently at the high and mighty king of the sea. His facial features were as calm as a cold-blooded comprador. I traveled all this way. They're here to discuss business. I didn't come here to listen to your concert. Discussing business. The king of the sirens laughed in his rage. Her beautiful face was distorted with anger. That's hilarious. A bedbug covered in the stench of emptiness. They ran to my mass grave. They said they wanted to talk business with me. Human beings. Did I not crush you just now, giving you the illusion that you can be my equal? She suddenly raised her arm. He swung forward. Splash. The sound of water was loud. Among the surrounding ruins of shipwrecks piled up like mountains. Countless agile figures broke through the mud. It rises rapidly. More than 100. More than 1,000. A dense swarm of siren warriors. They carried rough spears made from white bones. It flicked its tail, which was covered in scars and scales. In an instant, they surrounded the massive Pangu ark, making it impossible to move. Thousands of pure, deep blue eyes. At the same time, Eno and the bridge was locked down. The savage killing intent sliced this sea area into countless fragments. Chapter 247 The Common Enemy of the Abyss. Hundreds of sea monsters. Each one emanated energy fluctuations in the deep sea that were no less powerful than those of a level 7 void creature. The surrounding seawater became extremely viscous, with raging undercurrents. The heavy hull of the Pangu ark emitted a sickening metallic squeaking sound. The sirens floated silently in the dark water. No roars, no howls. Like a group of desperate assassins, they had sealed off all escape routes for the ark. They gripped long spears forged from white bone, their tips pointing directly at the bridge. An extremely oppressive atmosphere filled the entire bridge. The new crew members were all deathly pale. Some clung tightly to the armrests of their seats, their fingernails turning bluish-purple from the strain. No one dared to breathe. The only sound in the space was their rapid breathing. Nobody stupid. Those seemingly delicate mermaids outside, with just a single thought, within 3 seconds, could turn the minds of most people present into a complete mess. Wang Ba swallowed hard, his atoms apple-bobbing rhythmically. He hastily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, crouched down, and leaned close to Jiang Yi, his voice extremely low and soft. Captain, this is a high-level game. Should we avoid it for now? These women are really weird. You'll just get yourself killed if you try to fight them head-on. Standing on the other side, Lu Yuan's legs were shaking uncontrollably. Hearing Wang Ba's words, he nodded repeatedly. If you can't win a fight, just go back to town and develop your resources. That's a decent strategy. As long as you're alive, you can always make a comeback. Jiang Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. He turned his head, giving the two of them a cool glance. His fingertips tapped casually on the thick, bulletproof glass. Withdraw? Where to? Hundreds of people in the Golden City are waiting for this life-saving rescue. Having said that, he turned his head. His gaze pierced through the turbulent undercurrents, landing squarely on the arrogant face of the Siren King. His speech was slow and deliberate, yet every word carried immense weight. I've come to this mass grave today to do only 2 things. Jiang Yi held up 2 fingers. First, let me borrow your siren heart. Second, take the treasure map fragment that belongs to me. The heart of the sirens? Upon hearing these 4 words, the king of the sea monsters narrowed his eyes sharply. In her beautiful eyes, the pupils instantly contracted into extremely thin vertical lines. The scales on her fish tail, covered with iridescent scales, curled back uncontrollably for a moment. That was the most treasured possession of their siren clan. The primordial core left behind by the first queen. It possessed the absolute power to purify all curses and filth in the world. If it weren't for that thing protecting their clan's lifeline, they would have rotted into dust in this cursed shipwrecked tomb long ago. These humans have such wild appetites. They even want to strip someone of their underwear? The king of the sirens let out a cold laugh. His exquisite face was filled with mockery and contempt. Human, are you still half asleep? To hand over the lifeblood of our clan to an outsider like you? Who do you think you are? Jiang Yi did not refute. He had one hand in his pocket and snapped his fingers in mid-air with the other. The crisp sound echoed through the dull bridge. The holographic projection screen behind him flickered. A clear image popped up. Ice blue light shone on Jiang Yi's cold, handsome profile. The footage was taken in a special ward within the isolation zone of the City of Gold. The hospital beds filled the oppressive space. The people in the scene were covered in festering sores, their skin crawling with disgusting black spots the size of coins. The patients writhed in endless agony, their fingers scratching desperately, tearing off bloody bits of flesh. The scene shifts. A little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, is huddled in a corner. Half of her face has been swallowed by black spots, and all that remains in her eyes is an emptiness and fear awaiting death. Jiang Yi turned around and raised his hand to tap the screen. Do you see that? These people are cursed by the abyss. And the source was a broken black box that drifted downstream from the sea of mist. It was marked with an octopus symbol. Jiang Yi leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the eyes of the Siren King, missing even the slightest fluctuation. As far as I know, that thing is called Kraken's box. Kraken's box. The moment those words were uttered, it was as if a mute button had been pressed. The arrogant facade on the Siren King's face shattered with a snap. The color drained from her cheeks in an instant, leaving them as pale as paper. For the first time, an overwhelming fear surfaced in those eyes that had just been full of mockery. She instinctively took a half-inch back. The enormous fish tail churned the seawater restlessly. Who are you? How did you know? The Siren King's voice trembled, completely losing the composure of a queen. Jiang Yi sneered inwardly. That old charlatan, Ah Chun, was right. These two things really were twins. I don't know anything about a magic box. The queen of the sea demons, true to her status as leader, instantly suppressed her loss of composure. She gripped her spear tightly and shouted sharply. But her taut jawline and erratic breathing had already revealed her true colors. Yeah. Jiang Yi straightened up and put his hands back in his pockets. His tone was casual. Then please explain why your people also have the same black spots on their bodies. He raised his arm, pointing through the glass directly at a young siren on the outer edge of the encirclement above. The siren had beautiful blonde hair. As Jiang Yi made his move, all the sea monsters turned their heads to look. Right near the golden siren's tail, on her fair skin, was a glaring black spot the size of a palm. The iridescent scales in that area had completely lost their luster and were emanating a putrid, deathly aura. The surrounding swarm of sirens retreated in a frenzy, leaving a large clearing. Terror was etched on every delicate face. They hadn't noticed anything unusual about their companion. Ah! The blonde siren who was identified let out a scream. She frantically tried to cover the dark spots on her lower back with her hands. With a scratch of her fingernail, several pieces of dead skin along with necrotic scales peeled off, oozing murky, black blood. The direct visual impact is just amazing. The Siren King's body froze completely. She stared intently at Jiang Yi, her eyes like poisoned blades, wishing she could tear him to pieces. You dare to monitor the mass grave? Don't overdo it. Jiang Yi spread his hands, his expression indifferent. It's all my fault for having such a top-of-the-line ship. The Pengu Arc sonar is designed for all-around vision. Blindly scanning the terrain is just the basic operation. Scanning the energy characteristics of life forms is the core function. Those living beings assimilated by the curse of the abyss will exhibit an extremely glaring frequency of decay in their energy patterns. Jiang Yi saw it when he opened the scan image. Apart from the living people inside the Ark, the cores of all the creatures in this area of the sea were completely rotten. Although these sirens had high health and resistance, they suppressed the initial symptoms. It's only a matter of time before it's completely worn out. The king of the sirens fell into an eerie silence. Her knuckles were white from gripping the spear. Her eyes flashed with struggle, anger, doubt, and endless despair. Jiang Yi was absolutely right. He directly hit her weak spot. More than half a month ago, the youngest baby in the clan developed the first black spot on his body. She tried every ancient secret technique. It was no use. The dark spots kept spreading. The child grew weaker day by day. She knew better than anyone else that it was a calamity without limits. It was a Pandora's box that her clan had suppressed at the bottom of the sea for generations, and now it had leaked. The power of the Kraken is awakening. She tried to forcefully plug the leak by draining the siren's heart's resources, only to find that the abyssal toxins were rising faster than anticipated. Just when things were at a critical juncture, a group of humans barged in. This leading man even had a clear understanding of the life or death crisis facing their entire clan. All right, can we sit down and talk business now? Jiang Yi interrupted the Siren King's inner monologue. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'll take care of the Pandora's box that's been causing you headaches. Consider it payment for this deal. I'll lend you the heart of the sirens, and you keep the treasure map. I do the work, you pay me. It's perfectly fair. Jiang Yi dragged over a chair, leaned back, and crossed his legs. This is an open conspiracy that cannot be refused. The Siren King faced only two paths: watch his entire tribe rot into mud along with the sunken ship, or bow down to this all-seeing man. Time passed by second. A long time. The Siren King slowly loosened his clenched lower lip. A glaring bloodstain had appeared on his lip. Her shoulders slumped slightly. She raised her free hand and weakly waved it forward. The hundreds of siren warriors who had surrounded the ark from all sides put away their bone spears. They silently swayed their fishtails and retreated to the sides. A dark and deep waterway appears here, leading straight to the deepest part of the shipwreck mound. Come to my palace. The voice of the Siren King echoed in Jiang Yi's mind once again. All arrogance and hostility were stripped away, leaving only a heavy sense of powerlessness. There are some things we shouldn't say here. Let's talk face to face. Chapter 248, The Queen's Request. Penga's ark cleaved through the lifeless sea. We've reached the heart of the shipwreck site. Ahead, a colossal palace sits atop the seabed. It was made up of pale, giant bones and decaying shipwrecks. A ghostly blue phosphorescent flame flickered within the gaps in the bones, coldly staring at the colossal steel warship. The ark came to a stop. The thrusters emitted a deep hum. Jiang Yi stood in front of the bridge, his gaze piercing through the glass. I'm going downstairs. He turned his head to look at Lin Zhixiao beside him. You and Ling Shui stay home. Be ready to provide backup at any time. Raise the boundary shield to full capacity. Start warming up the crystal energy main cannon now. Fire control radar locks down the palace exit. If anything goes wrong, ignore me. Just empty the ammunition depot. Jiang Yi spoke slowly, but every word conveyed a ruthless decisiveness. The arrangements were meticulous and flawless. Captain, take me with you. Wang Ba, clad in heavy armor, approached, his voice booming like thunder. No. Jiang Yi coldly cut him off. Nobody knows how deep the water is down there. Having too many people go will only cause problems. Jiang Yi patted Wang Ba's thick shoulder armor. The metal clanged. Keep an eye on the main gun. It was a huge help. He turned his gaze to the shadows in the corner. When Sa stepped forward, the shadows shifted. The short-haired girl appeared silently. She nodded. The ghost swordsman specializes in stealth and one-hit kills. The perfect choice to explore the dragon's den and tiger's lair. Lin Zhixiao took 2 steps closer. She didn't say anything to stop him. She reached her hands towards Jiang Yi's collar. Smooth out the slightly raised collar of the trench coat. A cool sensation ran through my fingertips as I brushed against Jiang Yi's neck. The movements were skillful and natural. It's like seeing her husband off on a hunt. Jiang Yi grabbed her wrist with his other hand and gently pressed down on the web of his thumb and forefinger. Wait for me to come back. The words had barely left his mouth when a burst of white light erupted. Jiang Yi and Wen Sa's figures disappeared from the bridge in an instant. In front of the palace's main gate, the space rippled like water. The two of them suddenly found themselves standing on a slippery underwater stone slab. Facing us was a massive bone door. It was carved from a single piece of the rib of a giant deep-sea whale. It is covered with twisted ancient totems. Zhang Yigang stood still. Boom! The heavy bone opening shifted inward, producing a teeth-grinding sound. A faint blue light wafted from the crack in the door. A deep, long corridor came into view. The walls were inlaid with luminous coral. A siren maidservant was waiting behind the door. Head bowed, hands clasped together. She stepped aside, gestured for us to come in, and then turned to lead the way. When Sa gripped the sword hilt with her other hand. His knuckles were slightly tense. His thigh muscles were taut, forming smooth lines. With his toes barely touching the ground, his figure almost blended into the shadow behind Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, his steps very steady. I also took a look around at the surrounding decor. Human bones were used as pillars. Sunken ships were used as roof tiles. These women with pretty fishtails, their taste is really down to earth. After walking through the long corridor, my view suddenly opened up. A huge circular hall. The dome of the main hall is extremely extravagant. It resembles the inverted hull of a supergiant warship. Broken pieces of treated wood and cables dangled in mid-air. The ground was covered with snow-white bone sand. In the center of the main hall, there lies a huge pool of water. The pool emitted a soft, white light, illuminating the dimly lit floor of the hall. The King of the Sirens was sitting on the edge of the pool. She took off her imposing armor and put on only a loose white dress. Her long, dark green hair was disheveled and draped over her back. She looked somewhat dejected. The fish tail, covered in dark patterns, was submerged in the water, splashing water intermittently. She heard footsteps. She looked up. His deep blue eyes were bloodshot, revealing a profound weariness. Sit. She raised her smooth arm and pointed to the other side of the pool. There stood a wide-backed chair carved from black coral. Jiang Yi walked over and sat down with an air of authority. Back pressed firmly against the wall. Long legs stretched forward. Wen Sa automatically stepped half a step behind him. Her hand holding the sword remained motionless. She scanned every blind spot in the hall. Now, talk about your Pandora's box. Jiang Yi got straight to the point. His voice echoed in the empty hall. The Siren King gripped the hem of her white dress tightly. She remained silent for a full half-minute, catching her breath. You guessed right. Her voice was dry, having lost its previous ethereal quality. The Kraken box is the evil that our ancestors suppressed for generations. Long ago, the abyssal behemoth Kraken tore open a rift. The first queen joined forces with the 7 sea kings, risking their lives to drive it back to its homeland. But it cut off its tail to survive, leaving behind a wisp of its original essence. That's the Pandora's box. Inside are its offspring and the most deadly curse. Once the seal is broken, the abyss will overflow, and all living things will perish with it. The King of the Sirens twitched the corners of his mouth. His smile was utterly desolate. We've been watchdogs for 10,000 years. 100 years ago, something outrageous happened. A damned human treasure-hunting ship has stumbled into a shipwreck. They rang the Pandora's box. They wanted the gold and silver inside. We killed them all, but it was too late. The seal has cracked. Poisonous gas from the abyss is leaking out. The living things in this sea area are beginning to mutate and rot. The King of the Sirens gasped, his chest heaving violently. The most critical thing is that it's been going on recently. The crack suddenly collapsed. Something crawled out of it. Even a lord of her rank had her voice trembling. That thing is the Legion? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. The dormant void laws within his body, upon hearing the word abyss, unexpectedly twitched. A faint sense of appetite emanated from it. Yes and no. The King of the Sirens gritted his teeth. That's a walking plague. It has no physical form. It's just a lump of black mud. It eats the soul. It eats the life force. The most disgusting thing is that it can't be killed. I blasted it to smithereens with the spear of royal power. Half a day later, it regrouped, and it was even stronger. It's sucking the blood of this sea. It keeps evolving. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Infinite resurrection. Devouring and growing. This setting is really domineering. So, that fog ship in the open sea was it its doing? Consider the fish it threw away. The king of the sirens sneered. It's smart. It knows it's not strong enough right now. It doesn't dare leave its nest. They separated a sub-box and threw it out to sea. Used the spread of curses as bait to lure greedy creatures to their doorstep. Jiang Ye's fingers stopped on the black coral armrest. He stopped tapping. What a cunning beast. Those few hundred people in the city of gold weren't even worthy of being considered food. They were just bait for baiting nests. And his own ark, teeming with living people, was the big fish that had been lured in. I understand. Jiang Yi leaned forward, crossing his hands to support his chin. You can't handle it. You need to outsource it. Not only do I want to kill it, but I also want to use my power to completely erase it from the realm of physics and rules. The Siren King stared intently at him. They had just exchanged blows. She had sensed that power capable of annihilating seawater into nothingness. That is an annihilation higher than the abyss. Yes. She nodded. I'll take the order, Jiang Yi agreed readily. The Siren King's tense shoulders were just about to relax. But the price needs to be changed. Jiang Yi held up 2 fingers. 1. The heart of the sirens. The treasure map. Mine. The second pair is more cost-effective for you. A capitalist smile curled at the corner of his mouth. After it's done, you, and all the others outside with long fish tails. The entire tribe recognizes me as their master. The hall was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Splash. A towering column of water burst open in the pool. The king of the sirens suddenly slapped his tail and leaped into the air, sending up a spray of water. Human, you're asking for death, she screamed. Her 5 fingers formed claws. Handing over the clan's sacred artifact is already a disgrace. This bastard actually wants to devour the entire sea monster clan without bloodshed? This is insane. Jiang Yi didn't even blink. He let a few drops of water splash at his feet. Wen Sa's long sword was already half an inch out of its sheath. A murderous aura locked onto the water's surface. Save your breath. Stop playing the role of a virtuous woman. Jiang Yi leaned back, settling back into his chair. Let me do the math for you. That lump of black mud is still having a buffet. It gets stronger every day. In less than 30 days, it will be able to devour you whole, break through the barrier, and escape. At that time, Jiang Yi pointed his fingertips at the void, his voice chillingly cold. You're nothing but rotten mud in a septic tank. You don't even deserve to be my dogs. Chapter 249 Thunderlord. Very good. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand and stood up. He looked down at the overlord of the sea. A smart choice. Jiang Yi was not surprised that Astria would back down. She had no choice. The abyss's influence has reached their very doorstep. For a clan leader on the verge of extinction, let alone a contract of servitude, even if she were immediately forced to become a slave, she would have to grit her teeth and accept it. Besides, what Jiang Yi gave her was not an empty promise. Rather, it was a colossal ship capable of crushing storms. The Pengu Ark. Where's that monster? Jiang Yi didn't waste any words. He went straight to the point. Astria's expression changed. A hint of apprehension flashed in her eyes. It's right on the very bottom floor of this palace. She took a deep breath. Her chest heaved. That place is the forbidden area where the magic box is sealed. It is also the place with the strongest abyssal aura in this shipwrecked cemetery. It lingered there, frantically absorbing the abyssal power leaking from the crack. Every second we waste, it grows stronger. Astria bit her lip. We must act quickly. No problem. Jiang Yi nodded, his finger hovering in the air. However, before fighting the boss, I need to stack some armor first. He closed his eyes. A mental link instantly traversed the sea, connecting him to the bridge of the Ark. Jixia. Yes, Captain. Lin Jixia replied instantly in a cool voice. Bring Ling Shui and Einstein over. Take all the deep-sea sunken silver from our inventory. Land directly at the palace entrance. Received. Lin Jixia didn't ask why. Only execution. Less than 5 minutes. The deafening roar of the massive water flow shattered the deathly silence of the Siren's kingdom. Ling Shui and Einstein walked into the main hall side by side. Behind them followed a long line of engineering robots, carrying several large, black metal crates weighing several tons. The moment they entered, they froze. Everywhere you look, there are stunningly beautiful sea monsters with fish tails. Ling Shui only paused for half a second before immediately pulling out her tactical tablet. her eyes gleaming with a fanatical green light. Didi. The tablet was spinning wildly. A mermaid-like life form. A carbon-based organism. The upper body's musculoskeletal structure is 99% similar to the human form. Lower body fish structure. Scale strength testing in progress. Possesses extremely high energy resistance. This is a live figurine. Einstein was even more shameful. His mouth was wide open. Saliva dripped down his white beard. God. The Jade Emperor. A live mermaid? I've been single for 80 years. This is totally worth it. Cough. Jiang Yi coughed loudly, interrupting the two embarrassing clowns. Wipe away the drool. Get to work. Jiang Yi pointed to the center of the main hall, to the open space paved with white jade. Bring out all your savings. I need you. Right here. Now. Immediately. Finish upgrading and modifying the Ark's main cannon. Here. Ling Shui suddenly looked up and adjusted her glasses. Captain, this is the high-pressure deep sea. The environment is extremely unstable. What if energy leaks out? There's no such thing as a what if. Jiang Ye's gaze hardened, carrying an unyielding sharpness. The monsters of the abyss are unkillable. They can regenerate infinitely. I need a brand new main cannon. One that can kill with a single shot, scattering even the ashes and the laws of nature. Severe fear of insufficient firepower. Do you understand? Is there a problem? No. None. Ling Shui swallowed the rest of her sentence. She glanced at Einstein beside her. The dullness in the old man's eyes had vanished, replaced by pure technological fervor. Inside the enemy's crystal. Is he manually crafting Zarbamba? That was an incredibly skillful move. Guarantee the completion of the task. The two roared in unison, causing the dome of the hall to vibrate and hum. Unboxing. The iron box hit the ground with a dull thud. Piles of deep-sea silver, gleaming with an eerie light, spilled out like small mountains. The engineering robot is in place. The high-energy welding torch lights up instantly. No, the energy circuit must be widened. The explosive power of the demon tiger's heart is too strong. It must withstand 120% overload. Ling Shui roared, biting her pen. Bullshit. You're asking for trouble. It'll explode 120% of the time. At most 105%. We have to play it safe. Einstein was furious. It's only when it's blown up that it becomes art. Extreme violence is the only truth. Stability trumps everything. You crazy girl. Sparks flew everywhere. The noise was deafening. Astria and her group of siren maidens were all stunned. What are these humans doing? Have they gone mad? A formidable enemy is at hand. The monster is about to break free of its seal. They don't think about running away, nor do they set up any protective barriers. Instead, they piled up a heap of scrap metal and started arguing there. What kind of human hand seal ritual is this? Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair, ignoring the siren queen's moral collapse. He opened the communication panel and called Hua Tuo. Grandpa, is the medicine ready? Don't worry, Captain. Hua Tuo's voice was slow and deliberate. These are calming incense and tranquilizing powder that I personally prepared. Plenty to go around. Specializes in treating all kinds of mental pollution. Out-of-body experience. Even if an outer god from the abyss were to whisper in your ear, you'd still sleep like a log. Safe. Jiang Ye's lips curled up. That lump of black mud has no physical form. Physical damage is like scratching a thorn. Its specialty is psychological attacks. First, maximize magic resistance. Then, unleash heavy firepower to overwhelm the enemy. This is Jiang Ye's tactic. Simple, unpretentious, and boring. Time passed by, second by second. The argument in the center of the hall finally subsided. Engineering robots precisely cast and shaped the molten deep-sea silver. A heavy, rugged cannon barrel, easily over 10 meters long, is beginning to take shape. The grand finale is about to begin. A blue light illuminated the dark seabed. The heart of the demon tiger was unleashed. It throbbed, emitting a booming sound like war drums. Astria took a half-step back, her fishtail taut. From that heart, she sensed a devastating, earth-shattering power of wind and thunder. Each beat caused a terrifying airburst in the surrounding seawater. If this thing explodes, the entire Siren Kingdom will be reduced to ashes. Wiring. Power supply. Countless energy conduits were connected to the heart of the demon tiger. A calm, silvery metal, like a cage, yet also like a guide, perfectly taming the turbulent power of wind and thunder. Not a single drop leaked out. It was all trapped deep inside the cannon barrel. Buzz. A dull hum. It consumed nearly 100 tons of sunken silver. It emptied most of their family's coffers. A killing machine embodying extreme violent aesthetics. Suspended in midair. The cannon's barrel is a dark gold color, wreathed in silver-white energy circuits. The demon tiger's heart at its stern pulsates rhythmically. Serpentine lightning and purple storms flicker in and out of view at the muzzle. An aura of destruction caused the temperature inside the hull to plummet. Ling Shui wiped the soot off her face. She smiled like a villain. "Captain, it's all done." The tablet was handed to me. The data was glaring. Weapon name, Thunderstrike Overlord. Quality, super mythical level, upgradable. Type, shipborne main gun, major modification. Effect 1, law suppression. This beam of light represents the rules themselves. It absolutely suppresses the target's laws, ignoring conventional physical defenses. Effect 2, wrath of wind and thunder. Infused with the power of the demonic tiger. Inflicts paralysis. Pierces. A clear field chain lightning attack. Abyssal creatures receive a 300% damage increase. Effect 3, overload command. Death mode. Forcibly drains the demon tiger's heart of power. Damage increased by 500%. 1 day cooldown. 10% chance of self-destruction. Note, listen. Thunder is washing the ground. Leaves an old Einstein. Jiang Yi stared at the outrageous panel. This thing, it could easily destroy the Siren King's court, let alone the Black Mud. He casually waved his hand, storing the Thunderstrike Dominator into his personal space. Jiang Yi straightened his collar and turned to Astria. The medicine has been obtained. The cannon is ready. He extended his hand, gesturing for him to enter. "Let's go, Your Majesty. Let's go meet that slump." Astria gripped her royal spear tightly, staring at the unfathomable man before her. She suddenly felt that the abyss monster at the bottom seemed somewhat pitiful. Chapter 250, The Covetous Eyes in the Abyss. The lowest level of the palace. It lacked the opulent grandeur of the upper level. This place was a deathly, desolate prison. The air was stifling. A stench of decay mixed with the acrid smell of sulfur assaulted the nostrils. Just as Jiang Yi stepped down the last step, a flashing red window appeared on his tactical helmet. A system notification also sounded in his mind. Warning, high concentration of psychoactive pollutants. Jiang Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. He opened the protective shield to its maximum. The surrounding walls were no longer bare white bones. They were some kind of unknown black rock, rough and cold. The rock's surface was covered with finger-thick golden runes. The runes intertwined to form the shape of chains, emitting a dim glow. It barely maintains the confinement of this space. But at the end of the space, the chains broke. The golden talismans on that entire wall had turned to ashes. Grotesque cracks covered the entire wall. Thick, inky black mist oozed from the cracks, sticky and slippery. This was directly beneath the cracks. A wooden box lay in the center of a huge black, crystal magic circle. Kraken's box. The box now resembled dry firewood that had been exposed to the desert sun for 10 years. The octopus tentacles carved on its surface had all turned into withered branches. The cracks were deep enough to reveal the bone. All luster had vanished. The power of the abyss has long been drained. The culprit that drained it dry was the black mist that lingered in front of the crack. It has no fixed shape. Sometimes it turns into thick smoke. Sometimes it coalesces into an unusually large human face, with features blurred together. Thousands upon thousands of tiny, worm-like tentacles burrowed out from the surface of the black mist and then retracted. A wave of pure, extreme malice washed over us. Madness. Chaos. Even with the calming powder that Hua Tuo had prepared in advance, Jiang Ye's mind still went through a series of illogical mutterings. That's it, polluting reason. This is a hybrid organism. Astria stood beside Jiang Yi, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Son of Kraken, an offspring of the abyss. She had barely finished speaking when the lump of black mud stirred. It suddenly stopped. Then it slowly turned around. It clearly had no eyes. Yet Jiang Yi felt a layer of cold venom creep up the back of his neck, as if a giant venomous snake had licked him from head to toe. Hee. A hoarse, distorted laugh, like fingernails scratching a blackboard, mixed with the screams of 10,000 people. This malicious thought exploded in everyone's minds. New food. That intent was locked onto Jiangyi. Greedy and viscous. A truly exceptional soul. Once I've swallowed you, this cage can no longer contain me. The words had barely left his mouth when the black mist churned violently. Its size began to increase dramatically. Its body, which was over 10 meters tall, expanded to nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. It reaches almost to the top of the palace dome, nearly filling the entire underground space. Sizzle. Hundreds upon hundreds of thick, jet-black tentacles burst forth from the black mist. Like a forest of snakes writhing in chaos, it lunged menacingly at Jiang Yi and his companions. Wind pressure ripples the air, bringing with it a nauseating, fishy stench. Careful, Astria roared. The veins on the back of her hand, which gripped the royal spear, bulged. Her left hand moved swiftly, forming hand seals. A deep blue, hemispherical curtain of water rose from the ground, firmly anchoring itself in front of everyone. Ancient siren runes swirl rapidly on the surface of the water curtain. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious tentacles slammed violently against the water curtain. A dull, deafening roar made one's eardrums ache. The blue curtain of water trembled violently. Huge ripples exploded outwards. Astria hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief when her face suddenly turned pale. The tip of the tentacle that crashed into the water curtain suddenly melted. It became extremely viscous and rotten. Black mucus flowed down the curtain of water. Sizzle. The ear-piercing corrosive sound made one's teeth ache. The seemingly indestructible siren's water curtain was actually burned with fist-sized holes by this black water. The black gas, resembling poisonous smoke, relentlessly seeped into the hole. Damn it! This is the law of decay of the abyss. Astria's eyes reddened with anxiety. It can corrode all energy substances. My water curtain won't last 10 seconds. Step back. Jiangyi gave a cold shout. He took a large step forward. His military boots thudded on the black stone slabs. His broad back blocked everyone's view. Jiangyi didn't even glance at the densely packed tentacles. His gaze pierced through the dark shadows and fixed on the 100-meter-tall main body. No matter how unique someone's appearance is, they still need to understand basic physics. Physical methods of deliverance are the only true way. Ling Shui, getting to work. Jiangyi shouted in the mental link. Captain received. Ling Shui's clear voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. The next second, the space in front of Jiang Yi suddenly distorted. Kakaka. The mechanical sound of heavy metal clashing. Crisp yet dull. A heavy main cannon, Thunderstrike Overlord, over 10 meters long and brimming with extreme violent aesthetics, crashed down from nowhere. It hovered steadily in front of Jiang Yi. The dark gold cannon barrel gleamed with a cold light. The massive muzzle was fixed firmly on the arrogant cloud of black mist. The caliber is the truth. Jiang Yi stared coldly ahead. Buzz. The demon tiger heart at the breech of the cannon barrel throbbed violently. The raging power of wind and thunder was instantly ignited. Azure wind blades. Purple lightning bolts. They surged in along the silvery, white energy circuit. The entire dark gold cannon body burst forth with a dazzling light. The surrounding air was sucked out. Space was wildly distorted due to the extreme compression of energy. The overwhelming pressure even forced the black energy of the withering law to swirl back. Fire. Jiang Yi uttered 2 words. His eyes were devoid of any warmth. Boom. There was no deafening explosion, only a soul-rending roar. A massive beam of destructive light erupted from the cannon's muzzle. It was a perfect vortex of dark golden light and cyan-purple lightning. The bright light instantly illuminated the dark underground palace. The moment the beam of light shot out, time seemed to stand still. Those menacing black tentacles, lunging forward, vanished into thin air the instant they touched the beam of light. There was no struggle. Not even a trace remained. It was completely and utterly erased from the level of the laws. The distant monstrous creature finally sensed the impending danger of death. It let out a piercing shriek. The 100-meter-tall black mist body desperately shrank towards the center. Countless souls it had devoured surfaced. Countless distorted human faces coalesced before it into an extremely thick, pitch-black shield. An absolute defense constructed purely from the soul and the laws of the abyss. Astria's eyes widened. The shield was incredibly hard. But all of this was ineffective against the Thunder Lord's heavy firepower that showed no regard for martial ethics. The beam of destructive light, imbued with the fury of wind and thunder, slammed solidly into the great shield of souls. There was no stalemate. Like a red-hot steel knife slicing through a block of butter, completely annihilated. The beam of light pierced through the great shield in an instant. Amidst the screams of thousands of souls, it plunged directly into the viscous body of the black mist. Ah! A shrill, inhuman scream erupted. The nearly 100-meter-high black mist was violently shattered by the lightning. It boiled and churned wildly. Violent, bluish-purple arcs of electricity raged through the black mud. Each time lightning flashed, a large patch of black mist was completely evaporated. The dark, golden power of the law transformed into a giant net, pinning it firmly to its spot. In just a few seconds, the massive body of the monstrous offspring was more than half gone. Its aura plummeted precipitously. It was a success. When Sa swallowed hard, the staff she was holding almost fell to the ground. This brutal scene of dimensional reduction left her stunned. Astria stared wide-eyed, her face blank. The violent weapons before her completely shattered her understanding of the world. Zhang Yi didn't laugh. His brow furrowed slightly. His right hand reached for the spare weapon at his waist. Within his insightful view of weaknesses, deep within the nearly dispersed black mist, the red representing the core of life had indeed dimmed. But it's still beating stubbornly. He's not completely dead. It's not over yet. Ready to finish them off. Zhang Yi shouted coldly. He had barely finished speaking when the charred, almost invisible mass of smoke suddenly stopped screaming. It did not retaliate. Instead, it abruptly turned its head and slammed into the cracked black stone wall behind it, the one leading back to where it had come from. Oh no, it's trying to escape back into the abyss. Astria screamed. She hurled the royal spear in her hand. Chapter 251 Devouring Abyss. Trying to run away? Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. The mockery in his eyes pierced through the dim underground palace. Did you ask me? His left hand hung down, his fingers lightly clasped. Buzz. An invisible pressure traversed space. No trajectory was needed. No contact was required. The 10th level void law struck the black mist that was trying to escape. Void anchored. The monstrous creature, which was frantically pushing towards the crack in the wall, suddenly froze, its massive, charred body stiffening. The space in front of them turned into an unyielding solid resin. The 100-meter-long monster was firmly trapped in midair, frozen in a comical, desperately stretching posture. Even the black smoke emanating from its body had its trajectory severed. This monstrous creature is filled with chaotic abyssal attributes. It is extremely resilient to pressure. With a regular anchor, it wouldn't even be able to control it for 0.1 seconds. But this is a level 10 void law. A higher dimension absolutely crushes a lower dimension. 1 second. For Zhang Yi, there was enough time. This gap was enough for him to kill that thing a dozen times over. Right now, Zhang Yi slightly bent his right knee. The hard bluestone slab on the ground suddenly cracked. He disappeared from the spot. It didn't even leave an afterimage. Only the sonic boom that shattered the boundary belatedly struck the two women's eardrums. The next second, he was already hovering above the monstrous creature's head. He gripped a strangely shaped, jet-black blade tightly in his hand. The blade was covered with cold, hard serrations. The mantis's sharp blade. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. The madness deep in his eyes was completely ignited. High-altitude knife technique. There was no buildup of energy. There were no flashy lights or shadows. He drained all his blood and energy, along with the vast void laws he had just broken through to level 10, and frantically pressed them into the hilt of his sword. The jet-black blade sliced through the air. Laugh. A very faint, delicate sound rang out. A thin, long black thread, almost invisible to the naked eye, swept across the air. It was thinner than a hair, yet it exuded a terrifying aura capable of annihilating everything. Where the silk thread passed, The physical space of the underground palace was directly sliced open, leaving a pure black crack that could not be closed for a long time. The turbulent void within was faintly visible. The black line cut precisely into the broken opening created by the lightning cannon on the monstrous entity, following its crown downwards, flowing smoothly, without any stagnation. Cut in two with one stroke. Sizzle. The sound was like an old tailor tearing a clean piece of silk. The monstrous entity, 100 meters tall and incredibly viscous black mist, was neatly divided in two from the very center. The cut surface was frighteningly smooth. There was no abyssal black mist emanating from it, because wherever the blade passed, all energy, even the core, was forcibly erased by the power of the 10th level of void. Absolute deprivation. Absolute emptiness. Ouch! A piercing, venomous scream finally broke free of the restraints. The two halves of the hybrid convulsed violently. It tried to glue themselves back together. It tried to struggle, but the void energy at the cut was like a maggot clinging to a bone, ruthlessly tearing away its life force. A few seconds later, the enormous monster crashed heavily to the ground. Completely losing its support, it collapsed with a deafening roar. The black mist exploded, transforming into countless fine black dust particles that drifted down in a gentle, continuous shower. The oppressive feeling deep inside the underground palace vanished completely. But a sudden change occurred. The dust didn't disperse with the wind. It paused in the air for a moment. Then, like hungry wolves smelling blood, it surged forth. They all turned frantically and charged towards Jiang Yi. Captain. When Sa's voice changed in surprise, she raised her staff to cast a shield. Astria's face turned deathly pale. Her fingertips shone brightly, ready to surge forward. They believed this was a final, desperate attack by the abyss monsters before their demise, an attempt to forcibly corrupt and assimilate people. Don't come any closer. Jiang Yi raised his left hand and swung it sharply. He stood firmly at the center of the storm of online criticism, neither dodging nor yielding. Instead of showing any panic, his face revealed an extremely strange kind of ecstatic joy. Cool. Only he himself understands what is happening deep down right now. These shattered black mists couldn't harm him at all. This was the purest source of the abyss. The moment this source energy touched his skin, it was firmly gripped by the void laws within his body. The 10th level law manifested as a giant python guarding its prey. It suddenly opened its blood-red maw, violently pulling the abyssal source into its meridians, dismantling it, devouring it. Pure and immense energy surged through my limbs and bones. My bone marrow is burning hot. My meridians are boiling. Jiang Yi squinted his eyes in comfort. This was even more soul-stirring than soaking in a hot spring in the dead of winter. He looked inward at himself. The power of the laws, which was originally only as thin as a stream of water, was expanding and increasing exponentially. Its foundation is becoming thicker and richer at a visible speed, showing the potential to become a vast ocean. System notifications were constantly popping up in my ears. You have absorbed the primal power of the abyssal spawn. Your void laws have received a massive charge. Your skill Void Anchor absorbs deep-seated properties and evolves into Void Cage. Your skill, Void Annihilation, absorbs deep-seated characteristics and evolves into Void Ruins. Jiang Yi clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked crisply. This is a huge profit. Not only do they drop experience points from monsters, but they can even swallow monsters' genitals raw as a powerful tonic. The Void is a completely unreasonable, useless machine. In just over 10 seconds, there wasn't even a trace of the abyss left in the underground palace. He absorbed all the poisonous powder that filled the air. The ground was spotless. Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of hot, stale air, feeling the surge of power from the laws within his body. He licked his back teeth with satisfaction. He leisurely tucked the mantis's sharp blade back into his waistband. Then he turned around. He looked at the two women who were standing there dumbfounded. Nailed it. Jiang Yi patted his hands, brushing off non-existent dust. His tone was as casual as if he had just thrown away a bag of trash. Astria's red lips parted slightly. Her noble eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Her fingers were still trembling. She'd seen monsters from the abyss killed and wiped out before. But what was this? One shot blasted a max-level boss to smithereens. One slash cleaved a 100-meter-long mountain of flesh in two. In the end, he chewed up his bones and soul like snacks and swallowed them whole. The man even breathed a sigh of relief. Who the hell is the monster that crawled out of the abyss? The trump card this man was hiding was even more stimulating to her than the most wanted warrant in the abyss. When Sa's system also crashed, she followed the captain all the way, pushing forward, and considered herself to have a strong heart. But to consume the remains of abyssal beasts raw that crosses the line for carbon-based humans. Can humans really be that strong? That magic box. Astria swallowed hard. She had finally regained some control of her vocal cords. She pointed dryly at the ground in the distance. There are also cracks in the wall. I almost forgot about this. Jiang Yi took a wrong step and walked straight to the dark stone wall. The monster is dead, but the massive physical rift is still emitting a faint, chilling breath, like a hideous centipede crawling on the wall. No problem. He raised his right hand and casually slapped it onto the stone wall. It's a good time to put this new skill to the test. Void, return to nothingness. A faint, cold light burst forth from his palm. There was no massive explosion. Instead, the space at the point of contact began to collapse and twist wildly inward. The sturdy, durable obsidian walls, along with the nasty crack in them, were all thrown into the cauldron of strong acid. Melt and disintegrate silently. Completely erase the record of its existence. Spatial restoration. What was once a deadly hole is now smooth and flat like a mirror. Even a fly would slip and fall on it. He slammed the wall flat. Jiang Yi then bent down and picked up the Kraken box. Item, Kraken's box. Expired. Quality, ? Description, a toy that sealed away the offspring of an abyssal behemoth. Its source has been drained. Now it's just an empty shell. Note, a good storage box. Moisture-proof and waterproof. Jiang Yi flicked the box with his finger. It jingled. The materials used are quite good. It's more than enough for selling scrap metal or storing miscellaneous items. Why not take it if it's free? He casually tossed the thing deep into his backpack. Jiang Yi turned around and took 2 steps to Astria's side. He lowered his head slightly. His intensely imposing gaze was fixed on the usually aloof queen. A standard capitalist's faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Please clean it up. He deliberately lowered his voice. Now, isn't it time to pay the bill, Your Majesty? Chapter 252, The Queen's Submission. The deep-sea cold current remained biting, but Astria's back was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. She looked up at the faint smile on Jiang Yi's lips. That smile, in her eyes, was more terrifying than the blade that had just cleaved through the 100-meter-long mountain of flesh. Give me money, or I'll kill you. The man's unspoken message was blatantly written on his face. She took a deep breath. The rise and fall of her chest gradually subsided, stripping away her nobility and pride. She clasped her hands together in front of her lower abdomen, and then the hem of her long skirt spread out in the water. Thump! She pressed one knee down on the hard, cold obsidian floor tiles. When Sa stood to Jiang Yi's side and slightly behind, her eyelids twitching suddenly. This was the Siren Queen who had ruled this sea for tens of thousands of years. She'd just kneel like that? A great and strong person. Astria lowered her head. Her voice traveled to Jiang Yi's mind through the mental link. Respectful, devout, and without a trace of distraction. I, Astria, the 13th Queen of the Sirens, hereby swear an oath. From this day forward, I and my people will worship you as our Lord. Your will is the direction of the raging torrent. Your enemy is the Siren's mortal enemy, whom they will fight to the death. This oath, sealed with the souls of the Siren race, will never be betrayed, life after life. The last half of the sentence had just been uttered. A pure, pale blue light slowly emerged from Astria's smooth brow. The light was extremely bright, interwoven with ancient and complex magic circle patterns. The blue light transformed into a shooting star, heading straight for Jiang Yi's face. Jiang Yi didn't dodge. There was no need for him to dodge. That energy was enveloped in the purest meaning of soul sacrifice. It was as docile as a ball of cotton. The light entered Jiang Yi's brow. The next second, the system's mechanical voice, which had been suppressed in my mind for a long time, began a frantic barrage. Ding! You have gained the absolute loyalty of Astrea, the leader of the deep-sea race, Queen of the Sirens. Ding. You have unlocked the subordinate permissions for the hidden race, Sea Serpent, and can move them into the Genesis space at any time. Ding. Extreme mutation abyssal energy has been detected being absorbed. The conditions for the birth of special offspring have been fully met. Do you wish to proceed with the conversion immediately? Ding. Extremely rare. You have been granted one unlimited conversion attempt. A series of blue-green panels flashed rapidly in front of my retina. Jiang Yi paused for half a second. His right hand, hanging by his side, clenched tightly. His nails dug into his palm. The pain forced him to suppress the wildly upturned corners of his mouth. The gamble paid off. The principal and interest were all recovered. This expedition was fraught with peril, all for that final system notification. An infinite chance of transformation. This is a strategic nuclear weapon of truth. Even the best equipment pales in comparison. Very good. Jiang Yi rubbed his chin. His voice was steady as he reached out to offer a helping hand. Get up. The ground is cold. Astrea used the force to get up. However, there's one rule that needs to be changed. Jiang Yi looked into her eyes. From today onwards, you are no longer the high and mighty queen. Astrea gripped her skirt slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. I don't tolerate idlers on my turf. Your new position is Sonar Officer and Commander-in-Chief of the Underwater Combat Force on Pangu, Arkansas. Jiang Yi made the final decision, his capitalist manner perfectly in control. No double pay for part-time work. Is that a problem? Astrea was stunned. Sonar Officer? Underwater Commander? She bit her lower lip and lowered her head again. No problem, my master. First day on the job, change your address. Jiang Yi waved his hand. Don't call me master, call me captain. Yes, captain. Astrea obediently complied. Her gaze towards Jiang Yi had completely changed. From initial hostility, to the fear of witnessing someone being swallowed alive by the abyss, to now, an indescribable sense of awe and admiration. This man is ruthless, but also a man of his word. He promised to protect her family, and he truly created a brand new future for them. Working for such a ruthless character seems like a worthwhile investment. Withdraw. Jiang Yi stopped talking nonsense and turned to walk at the front. The three returned the way they came. Their journey was smooth and unimpeded. The stench of the abyss had been completely drained by the void. Outside the main hall, the enormous Pangu Ark lay silently anchored in the sea, like a sleeping steel behemoth. As soon as Jiang Yi and his two companions approached, the large screen on the bridge began to flash. A beam of light struck. The hatch opened. Lin Jixia and Ling Shui ran out quickly. Seeing that Jiang Yi was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, their gazes passed over Jiang Yi and locked onto Astrea, who was following behind. Lin Jixia's clear eyes widened. Her small mouth opened slightly. Ling Shui leaned against the cabin door, arms crossed, her lips twitching. In the short time it took to go down and fight a monster, how did you manage to bring back the supreme ruler of the sea monsters? What's with that submissive, part-time worker look? Is this man the actual deep-sea harvester? Jiang Yi ignored the crew's horrified expressions and turned to issue orders. Astroya, blow the whistle. Call all your people to assemble immediately. Prepare to board the ship and move. Understood, Captain. Astrea got into character very quickly. She turned to face the dark sea, her hands clasped in front of her chest. Her red lips parted slightly. A clear, melodious, and even slightly melancholic whale song instantly pierced through the seawater. Condensed sound waves spread outwards in all directions from the Palace of Bones. This is the highest level rallying order of the Sirens. It only takes the time it takes to drink a glass of water. Behind the giant pillar of white bones, inside the crater of the sunken ship, hundreds of beautiful, half-human, half-fish creatures poked their heads out. Swinging their magnificent fishtails, they followed the Queen's call and swam one after another to the front of the ark. Nearly 200 sirens were lined up in a neat matrix. Every face was filled with bewilderment at the unknown, as well as curiosity about this steel behemoth. Jiang Yi glanced at the quantity and nodded in satisfaction. These were all top-tier deep-sea units. Jixia, open the doors to welcome guests. Activate the Genesis space. Jiang Yi snapped his fingers. Use the backup energy zone to create a dedicated deep sea ecological zone. Adjust the water temperature and salinity to match this area. Yes. Execute immediately. Lin Jixia turned and rushed back to the control panel. Her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. A rumble of mechanical friction emanated from the side of the Pangu Ark. A heavy armored door, 30 meters wide, was pulled upwards. Behind the door was not a cramped, metallic corridor. Instead, there was a curtain of water shimmering with a soft glow. Ripples spread gently through the space, revealing the light of another small world. Astria turned around and gazed deeply at the palace of bones that had imprisoned the sirens for tens of thousands of years. There is no lingering attachment, only liberation. She swayed her skirt and was the first to slip into the spatial ripples. Seeing the queen paving the way, the tribespeople behind her no longer hesitated. They filed in one after another, like a school of flying fish returning to their nest. 10 minutes later, the sea was cleared. The last little sea monster disappeared behind the curtain of water. Jiang Yi, however, was in no hurry to board the ship. He strode forward and walked straight to the spot where Astria had first knelt and sworn her oath. The Siren clan migrated, but this place dropped some truly valuable items. 2 floating objects glowed silently. On the left is a crystal the size of a fist. Its entire surface shimmers with a rainbow of light, like a vibrant, beating heart. Just by getting close, one can smell a refreshing fragrance that purifies the soul. On the right is a tattered, curled edge-shaped piece of dead skin. It looks like the skin of an unknown deep-sea fish, and it is soaked with ancient ink stains. Jiang Yi reached out and grabbed the crystal on the left. It felt warm and smooth to the touch. Item, Siren's Heart. Quality, mythical. Effect, a treasure of the Siren race, containing the purest life force and purifying power. It can dispel all curses and negative statuses below mythical level. It can serve as an energy core, providing ships with a gentle yet abundant source of life energy. Note, listen, that is the first song of life. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue. He then stuffed it directly into the safest spot in his backpack. This thing came at the perfect time. Solving the curse of the Golden City was merely a side benefit. What truly fascinated Jiang Yi was the major crisis facing the Pangu Ark's power system. The Heart of the Gods, which they acquired earlier, was as violent as fire. The heart of the demonic tiger was boundless in its fury. Although these 2 energy cores were powerful, they had extremely poor compatibility and posed a constant risk of exploding. Now, with this gentle and pure Siren's Heart as a lubricant, the 3 mythical cores can form a perfect triangular closed loop. The Ark's power index will absolutely break through the heavens. With another flick of his finger, the tattered leather fell into his palm. Rough, with a dry, sea-salty feel. Item, Legendary Treasure Map Fragment, April 7th. Description, a map fragment recording part of the route to the spine of the world. The 4th fragment of the map has arrived. Jiang Yi's eyes darkened. They were more than halfway to collecting all 7 maps pointing to the spine of the world. There was hope for repairing Hill's damaged essence. He stroked the rough texture of the fish skin a couple of times. He carefully put it away. Captain, everyone's loaded. Shall we head back to the City of Gold now to report? Lin Jixia's voice came through the communication channel, carrying a light-hearted feeling of accomplishment. There's no rush to go back. Jiang Yi stood on the muddy seabed. He slowly turned his head, looking at the vast and magnificent palace of bones behind him. Countless fragments of ancient warships were still embedded in the surrounding seabed. He rubbed his chin. The capitalist's blood boiled to its peak in an instant. Since we're already here, what kind of skill is it to just take people away? Leaving even a needle behind is considered disrespectful to the experience points earned in the abyss. Ling Shui, Einstein. Jiang Yi suddenly opened his mouth wide. His voice echoed in the bridge. Here, what are your instructions, Captain? The 2 violent freaks, one old and one young, shouted at the same time. New mission. Jiang Yi pointed to the ruins of Haiqing ahead. Use all the engineering robots on board the Arkansas demolish that palace of bones in front of us. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, followed by a burst of excited screams. All the skeletal beams that can be carried away, all the pure coral that can be knocked off, all the pearl, or in the floor tiles. Smash them all, and pack them up. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up as he spoke. And those shipwrecks on the outer perimeter. They're all excellent special scrap metal. Use them as a recycling center, and scoop them all out. We'll make sure not a single grain of sand is left. Ling Shui's roar made my eardrums tingle. The next second, dozens of drop pods at the bottom of the Pangu Arc exploded simultaneously. A dense array of deep-sea engineering and mining robots, illuminated by high-brightness searchlights, surged forth from the Ark's chassis. They wielded chainsaws, high-frequency cutting blades, and deep-sea grabbers. They resembled a swarm of mechanical locusts. The water was instantly cleaved apart. A tremendous roar of machinery echoed across the desolate seabed of the deep abyss, which had been silent for centuries. An epic, brutal demolition operation, where every penny was skimmed off the top, has officially begun. Chapter 253, A Triumphant Return. The next half-day, the seabed sediment was thoroughly stirred up. The entire shipwreck site was filled with the violent sounds of engineering robots breaking down structures. Sparks flew from the high-frequency cutting blades. The magnificent hull, pieced together from the bones of a colossal beast, was forcibly dismantled into fragments. The 12-meter-long main beam, made of bone spikes, was removed, and hundreds of wrecked warships covered in seaweed were gripped tightly by deep-sea grabbers and pulled out of the seabed silt. Fluorescent deep-sea corals, fist-sized premium black pearls, and eerily glowing black rocks all were conveyed into the lower deck of the Pangu Arc like a machine conveyor belt. Inside the bridge, Ling Shui and Einstein completely let loose. An old man and a young boy were hunched over the monitoring console, their eyes wide open and their jaws almost dangling off the console. Holy crap! Starwood from the ancient elf dynasty. It's so durable it won't rot for centuries, perfect for making dragon bones. Einstein frantically typed on the keyboard, magnifying a broken door panel, his mustache sticking up to the sky. And this too, deep-sea cold iron. Ling Shui's blue hair stood on end with excitement as she gave a thumbs up. Its hardness is even more extreme than our core armor. We've struck gold. We've won this round. In their eyes, this was no gloomy graveyard. This is clearly a super vault with the doors unlocked. Jiang Yi leaned back in the captain's seat, his legs crossed. On the main screen, the Ark's supply reserves were flashing green and skyrocketing. He picked up his teacup and blew on it to warm it. I'm in a great mood. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. This wave of freebies, though mostly epic and legendary scraps, lacks the mythical, monstrous power he can create through infinite transformation. But the sheer quantity is enough to satisfy. Upgrading the armor of the outer fleet, or selling it on the trading market to fleece unsuspecting investors, would be a sure way to make a killing. Lin Jixia stood in the adjutant's seat, looking at the seabed on the screen that had been almost plowed flat, and her eyes twitched. That's too ruthless. She now felt a genuine sense of sympathy for the abyss monster that had been annihilated with a single blow. Not only was its life gone, but its entire fortune was taken. Even the paving stones were smashed and carried away. If there really is a necromantic barrier, the opponent would be so angry that they would come back to life. Captain. Lin Jixia picked up a glass of warm water and handed it over, breaking the frenzy in the bridge. The situation in the City of Gold is about to become uncontrollable. She tapped on a secondary screen. Hua Tuo sent an urgent telegram 5 minutes ago. There are 12 critically ill patients in the isolation ward whose vital signs have fallen below the critical value. Jiang Yi took the water glass and took a sip. No need to rush. He put down his cup and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Notify the crew. Give them another hour. Return on time in 1 hour. 1 hour later. The countdown has reached 0. The searchlight swept across the deep sea one last time. The once magnificent palace of bones has become history. Even the rock strata that laid the foundation were scraped 3 feet down by demolition robots. Within a radius of several nautical miles, any piece of scrap metal containing even a trace of energy was looted. It's so clean it would make even the rats in the trench weep. A ghostly blue plasma plume erupted from the bottom of the Pangu Arkansas. The massive hull crushed the water pressure, changed direction, and roared upwards. They arrived penniless. They left with a full bowl of wine. The City of Gold. The command center, temporarily converted on the top floor of the Parliament Hall, was oppressive. Even the air felt chilly. Huatua stood before a giant medical monitoring wall. His eyes were bloodshot, and his white hair was a mess. The screen was divided into hundreds of independent windows. Each window corresponds to a hospital bed. The survivors on the bed stared wide-eyed like dead fish, their chests rising and falling weaker and weaker. Black, cursed markings had crept up his neck and covered his entire face. Large areas of his skin were ulcerated and festering, oozing a foul-smelling fluid. The heart rate curve is becoming flatter. Drop. A long hiss. Inside window number 12, the red line on the instrument was completely flattened. It won't work. Huatua gripped the edge of the control panel tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning blue. He closed his eyes in pain and bent over. I have truly done my best. His medicine and acupuncture could only barely keep him alive. But faced with the millennium-old curse of the Golden City, mortal medicine was utterly powerless. The drug's effectiveness threshold was breached, and the backlash began. Master Huatua, please think about it again. A city defense commander with a full beard knelt down and grabbed Huatuo's white coat tightly. My father is right there. He was just talking to me about his final arrangements. He can't die. Where's the captain? Hasn't the captain returned yet? It's hopeless. It's all over. Chaos reigned in the command center. The cries of family members, the agitation of officers, and the sobs of medical staff mingled together. Despair spread like a plague throughout the room. There was a guillotine hanging over everyone's head, ready to fall at any moment. Just when this deadlock was on the verge of collapse, buzz, a deafening sonic boom suddenly erupted from the very depths of the sky. The city's defensive barriers flickered wildly. Everyone looked up in horror. The clouds were torn apart. A massive, dark, golden bow violently smashed through the dark clouds, crushing its way out of the curvature of space. A huge shadow was cast down, and half the square was plunged into darkness. Pengazark. It's the main ship. Someone shouted themselves hoarse, and their voice cracked. The deathly silent command center erupted in chaos. Everyone rushed towards the floor-to-ceiling windows like madmen, their faces pressed against the glass, staring intently at the war behemoth that brought life to their heads. The city defense officer, who had just cried himself to exhaustion, scrambled to his feet, tears streaming down his face. A beam of intense light crashed into the abyss of despair. The Pengu Ark did not slow down before docking at the airport. The massive ship hovered abruptly above the city's central square. The repulsive field sent dust and sand flying everywhere. The main cabin door opens. A domineering white beam of light pierced straight through the gloom and struck the center of the square. Jiang Yi, hands in his pockets, stepped onto the suspended platform and landed smoothly along the beam of light. His black coat fluttered in the strong wind. Captain! Huatua practically flew out of the hall. The old man ran faster than a young man, and his voice cracked. If you had arrived even half a step later, those 12 people would have been in the crematorium. Jiang Yi glanced down at him, his expression unusually calm. What's the panic? He reached into his spatial backpack and took out the crystal that emitted a 7-colored halo. Bring everyone out and put them in the square. The order was relayed throughout the city. The City of Gold displayed astonishing efficiency. Vehicles and stretchers rushed out of the quarantine zone. Hundreds of critically ill patients were laid out on the alloy paving stones of the square. Painful groans rose and fell. The stench of rotting flesh made the outer city defense troops nauseous. But no one took a step back. Survivors crowded the surrounding high-rise buildings and streets. Hundreds of bloodshot eyes were fixed on the tall, upright figure in the center of the square. Jiang Yi stood among the patients, looking down at the siren's heart in his hand. He twitched his eyebrows slightly, and a wisp of spiritual energy pierced the crystal core with the precision of a steel needle. Buzz! The 7-colored crystal trembled and hummed. A visible white halo suddenly rippled outwards. Warm, pure. It carries an incredible, boundless vitality. Immediately afterwards, a very soft and clear female voice rang in everyone's ears. There was no seductive voice from the siren before she devoured people. That was the murmur uttered in the very first second of life's birth deep in the ocean. Clear and pure. An unseen spring breeze swept across the ruins of the square. The miracle was laid bare before everyone's eyes. The moment they came into contact with the white light, the rolling and expanding black toxic spots on the patient's body surface dissolved and vaporized with a sizzle, just like ice water poured into a hot oil pan. The ulcerated muscle quickly scabbed over and fell off. New, tender skin and flesh grew upwards at a speed that seemed to shatter all medical common sense. The sunken cheeks regained their plumpness. The ashen lips regained their color. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes. The hundreds of people lying on the ground waiting to die in line all opened their eyes at the same time. They sat up in a daze. They touched their faces and looked at their hands, which were covered with new flesh. Then, the entire room fell into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. A full half-minute passed before the city guard slammed his knees into the ground and roared to the sky. This cry completely ignited the powder keg. He's alive. My dad has a pulse. The curse is gone. The curse is gone. Everything is gone. A miracle. It's absolutely a miracle. For the captain, long live the Pangu Ark. The deafening roar nearly ripped the dome of the Golden City from the sky. Hundreds of thousands of people were swept up in unbridled fervor. The way everyone looked at Jiang Yi completely changed. It is no longer awe of the strong, but a pure, fanatical faith. That was a true God who could snatch mortals back from the clutches of death with a slap in the face. Jiang Yi listened to the ear-piercing cheers, glanced at the siren's heart in his hand whose light had dimmed, and casually put it back in his pocket. His expression remained completely calm. He even seemed to find it a bit noisy. He turned around and gestured with his chin towards Lin Zhixiao and Hua Tuo, who were frozen in shock. What are you staring at? Take them for a full body scan, just in case they have any hidden injuries. Jiang Yi patted off non-existent dust from the corner of his clothes. I'll also issue a notice. Tonight, the whole city will be hosting a grand celebration banquet. All warehouse supplies are now open for free production. He snapped his fingers. We've been holding back for so long. Let's have some fun after escaping death. Chapter 254 Clues to the Fourth Fragment. Night fell. Wasteland should be desolate and lifeless. The city of gold was brightly lit. Giant searchlights illuminated the dome. The central square was bustling with people. Long tables were lined up end to end. They were pieced together to form a flowing banquet that was tens of meters long. The table was piled high with an exaggerated amount of food. The freshly slaughtered dragon was placed on the fire. It's baked until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Grease drips into the charcoal fire. It made a sizzling sound. The aroma of meat filled the entire city. Next to it is a wooden barrel about half a person's height. It is filled with thick seafood soup. Various fresh fruits, whose names I don't know. They were all freshly picked from the Genesis space. Colorful water droplets hung on them. The survivors sat around a long table, tearing off large chunks of meat, drinking wine from a large bowl. Nobody cares about their image. His face was covered with a strange fanaticism and a silly grin. The despair of the day vanished. This place is now a paradise on earth. Southwest corner of the square. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan were shirtless. The two of them stood on a wooden bench with one foot. He was having a drinking contest with some new crew members. Come on, drink. Wang Ba picked up an enormous wooden bucket. It was twice the size of his head. It was filled with clear yellow barley wine. White foam overflowed down the edge of the bucket. Who will fall first today? Whoever does that is the grandson. Wang Ba tilted his head back and gulped down the liquor. A burst of cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. That move really impressed me. Lu Yuan joined in the commotion. On the other side of the venue, the art styles are completely different. Su Tao and Ning Yao huddled together. Several girls from the art class were surrounding him. A giant fruit cake sits on the table. The cream has a rich, sweet aroma. Sister Ning Yao, you should try this. These red berries are absolutely amazing. Su Tao used her silver fork to poke a piece of fruit. It was handed directly to Ning Yao's mouth. Ning Yao turned her face away. He gave a soft hum, but she still opened her mouth and bit into the fruit. I chewed it twice. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. It really is delicious. Not far from them, Lin Zhixiao walked with a brisk pace. holding a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Walking through the dense crowd, the black maxi dress accentuated her excellent figure. She smiled and nodded at everyone she met. His every move was impeccable. She looked just like the hostess of this grand event. They had complete control over the venue, which housed hundreds of thousands of people. But no one noticed. The creators of this carnival. They weren't even there. Penga's Ark. Captain's cabin. The metal door was tightly closed. It isolated it from all the noise of the outside world. The indoor lighting is cold and harsh. Jiang Yi sat alone at the tactical table. For fragments were scattered on the table. It is made of special materials. It looks like the skin of some ancient deep-sea fish. The surface is covered with rough, dark patterns. Jiang Yi took out the last piece. The fingertip brushes against the edge. I can feel a slight stinging sensation. He didn't lift his eyelids. Push the fourth piece forward. The edges just touched. A sudden change occurred. Buzz. A deep, resonant rumble. The cold golden light pierced through the surface of the fish skin. The four fragments jolted violently. An invisible force is pulling them apart out of thin air. It absorbs perfectly. Splicing. A blinding golden light flashed by. A highly complete nautical chart was completed. The image is no longer lifeless. The mountain range rose up. The islands stand out. Even the ocean currents were slowly moving across the surface of the skin. A scarlet line. It lights up from the edge of the nautical chart, extending forward like a living blood vessel. It spans most of the ocean. It plunged into the central sea area. Then, it crashed into a massive, precipice-like shadow. Those are continuous, underwater mountain ranges. Several archaic compound words are marked next to it. The spine of the world. The red line ends here. A glaring red dot appeared at the end. High-frequency flickering. Ancient subtitles appeared in the void. Whispers from the abyss. The roar of a behemoth. Beneath the scars of the world. The forgotten king lies asleep. Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair. His brows furrowed into a deep frown. The world's scars. The forgotten king. What is all this nonsense? He habitually extended his right hand. Tap the table with your index finger. Thump, thump. The sound echoed in the silent cabin. Just as he was pondering this, the air behind me distorted slightly. A very soft sound drifted over. The captain has encountered a new mystery. There was absolutely no sound of a living person breathing. Jiang Yi didn't even turn his head. He was used to it long ago. Aside from that mysterious blind box, Chun, no one can get in like that. What do you know? Jiang Yi stared at the nautical chart and spoke in a cold voice. I don't have any other hobbies. I just enjoy collecting broken stories. Chun slowly walked to the table. He held in his hands that eternally blank divine book. I didn't see him do anything. The pages of the book moved on their own, even without wind. It made a rustling sound. Legend has it that in the most ancient times, this world has endured a fierce attack. Chun looked down at the white paper. His voice was completely flat. A meteorite from outer space crashed through the atmosphere. It was built right on the planet's surface. Tear open a hole that runs through the Earth's core. That guy is ridiculously deep. The light couldn't even reach the bottom. Later, seawater overflowed. It filled the entire crack. Later generations gave it a name. Mariana Trench. Chun turned a page. But the core of that meteorite did not die. It remained at the very bottom of the trench. It consumes the energy of the Earth's core. After several incubations, it grew into a terrifying thing. A true one. A bizarre creature capable of turning the planet upside down. Chun's voice paused for a second. He slowly raised his head, staring at Jiang Yi. A hint of mockery flashed in Wentun's eyes. People on the ground. Let's call it Leviathan. Leviathan. Jiang Yi's fingers, which were tapping the table, suddenly stopped. My heart skipped a beat. This name sounds too familiar. In the countless ancient myths of the earth, these three words. That's equivalent to destroying the world. It can swallow the vast ocean whole. So, the next piece of the puzzle is in the Mariana Islands. We need to go get it from this Leviathan. Jiang Yi turned his head to look at him. Perhaps it doesn't even exist. Chun closed the book immediately. Hands clasped together. The story only goes down to the bottom of the trench. There was a forgotten king. Is that thing actually Leviathan? Does it have what you're looking for? Only you, Captain, can go and investigate. Chun bent down slightly. He performed a very standard ancient greeting between peers. That's all for today's story. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the cabin door. Their steps were so light that they made no sound at all. There wasn't even the sound of the shoe sole rubbing against the metal plate. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yi stared at the cabin door. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This guy? A complete power boost. He also particularly enjoys being a riddle teller. I get stuck at every plot point. It pops up on time and sends out the coordinates. He said he had no selfish motives. Nobody would believe that. Jiang Yi was too lazy to investigate further. Even if Ah Chun is playing a very big game behind the scenes. Now all he can do is jump into the chessboard. Mariana Trench. Leviathan. Even if the path ahead leads to the 18 levels of hell. He had to jump down too. If I don't go, he'll has to die. He used the table to support himself as he stood up. Walk up to the explosion-proof glass window. Looking down at the viewpoint. The searchlights of the Golden City were dazzling. Hundreds of thousands of smiling faces shimmered in the firelight. It's good to be alive. Jiang Yi put one hand in his pocket. His gaze gradually hardened. This city. These people. He was determined to protect her. Click. The electronic lock on the hatch beeped. The door was pushed open halfway. Lin Jixia carried a small fruit plate. She walked in quietly. The black evening gown was extremely form-fitting. The hem of her skirt swayed with her steps. Golden waves cascaded down her collarbone. A cool, faint fragrance filled the air. It has a sweet taste mixed with the pulp. Why are you hiding here? She walked to the tactical table. Put down the fruit plate. I need to think about something. Jiang Yi turned around, looking into her extremely bright eyes. The banquet ended. It can't be that fast. Lin Jixia shook her head. Walked to the window. I stood next to him. Everyone went completely crazy today. I'm so happy. Thanks to you. She turned her face slightly to the side. The voice was played very softly. Without my supplies, miracles alone cannot save a city. Jiang Yi spoke in a flat tone. Everyone gets a share. Neither of them responded. The captain's cabin was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere started to get sticky. A celebration of hundreds of thousands of people below the window. It's like a silent film. A long time passed. Lin Jixia broke the silence. She stared intently at Jiang Yi's profile. The voice was strained. Us. Are you leaving soon? Intelligent and quick-witted. Jiang Yi's tense moment just now. Nothing escaped her notice. Jiang Yi didn't keep you in suspense. Go to an extremely dangerous place. I'll stay with you. Lin Jixia immediately replied with 3 words. They didn't ask where we were going. They didn't ask how many people would die. His eyes were so clear and pure, without a trace of impurity. Jiang Yi felt a sudden heat in his chest. Take a few steps across. With one hand, he swept it up. He pulled her into his arms. Lin Jixia froze. The hands hanging at the sides clenched instantly. Pinch the skirt ribbon with your fingers. I strained so hard my knuckles turned white. But only for 2 seconds. She slumped her shoulders. I rested my head against that strong chest. Jiang Yi's clothes had a faint smell of blood. It has a unique, cool fragrance. My heart was pounding heavily in my chest, like a drumbeat. Her cheeks. It started burning uncontrollably. Jixia. Jiang Yi lowered his head. His chin swept across her blonde hair. Thanks. Lin Jixia remained silent. She silently loosened her grip on the skirt ribbon. She wrapped her arms around the man's waist. They hugged each other tighter and tighter. Chapter 255 New Voyage Plan. The next morning, in the highest level conference room of Pangu Arc, the air pressure was low and somewhat oppressive. Cold air was blowing out, trying to dispel the lingering smell of alcohol from a hangover. Jiang Yi sat in the main seat, his large sword and golden horse-like body gleaming. The collar of his black windbreaker was open, and his right hand tapped lightly on the black steel tabletop. Tap, tap, tap. The area below was filled with the absolute core of the arc. Lin Jixia sat in the first seat to his right, rapidly processing data with her terminal. Ling Shui, Wang Ba, Lu Yuan, Wen Sa, Flora, and Astria lined up in that order. Even Einstein, who treated his laboratory like his home, as well as the elusive Hua Tuo and the ghost hand, were all brought over. Why is the captain calling us so early in the morning? Is it to divide the loot or to start a fight? Wang Ba, sporting dark circles under his eyes, let out a huge yawn. He'd been drinking heavily last night, and his head was still buzzing. Shut up. Lu Yuan took a big gulp of bitter tea. What else can you think of besides fighting? Queen Flora seemed uncomfortable in the metal chair, shifting her body occasionally, her fishtail darting restlessly under the table. Astria, on the other hand, sat upright like a statue. Jiang Yi, sitting in the main seat, stopped pointing. The knocking stopped. The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All eyes turned to them. Yesterday, we crushed the Abyss Crisis, recruited the Siren, and even made a fortune along the way. Jiang Yi surveyed the crowd without uttering a single unnecessary word. But this was just the beginning. We cannot stop here. He raised his hand and tapped the holographic panel on the table with his fingertip. Swish. A beam of deep blue light shot into the sky. A huge and complex panoramic sea chart was projected into the air. Dots of light lit up on the map. Jiang Yi swiped his finger, and the nautical chart zoomed in rapidly, finally settling on a pitch-black sea. In the center of that place, there was an extremely glaring blood-red cross. Next target. Jiang Yi stared at the red cross, his voice cold. Mariana Trench. A collective gasp filled the conference room. Wang Ba was about to yawn again when his mouth froze halfway open. Lu Yuan almost choked on the tea he had just drunk. Even the well-traveled and knowledgeable Hua Tuo's hand trembled, and he broke off a white beard hair. Mariana Trench. In the Wasteland era, this name wasn't a place name. It was called the Book of Life and Death of the King of Hell. The ultimate abyss of the old era, the deepest wound on earth. To those who make a living at sea, it is an absolute forbidden zone. Captain, are you kidding me? Lu Yuan slammed his teacup on the table. Going to that godforsaken place to buy goods? Are they trying to kill us, making us rush off to boost the Sea King's sales figures? It's not that I don't trust the firepower of our Arkansas when Sa opened his terminal and pulled up a top-secret intelligence report. Last month, 3 battlecruisers from the Black Flag fleet went to the edge for reconnaissance. They only submerged to a depth of 5,000 meters. Before they could even call for help, the 3 ships were crushed into metal lumps by the water pressure. Astria's expression was cold and stern. According to inscriptions from the era of the ancient gods, the waters at the deepest part of the Mariana possessed an extremely violent return-to-nothingness property, capable of disintegrating and assimilating all matter and energy shields. She looked at Jiang Yi. Even a mythical-level warship wouldn't last an hour inside. This was a death trap. I know. Jiang Yi leaned forward slightly, clasping his hands together and resting them on his chin. But I have to go. There was no further explanation. 5 words slammed onto the table, carrying an unquestionable, absolute command. The group looked at each other. No one said another word. Once they were on this ship, they would fight wherever Jiang Yi pointed. Even if it was a sea of fire ahead, they would risk their lives to fill it. Now that the captain has been chosen, our responsibility is to ensure he goes there alive and comes back alive. Lin Jixia stood up. She wore a crisp white shirt and casually tucked her loose, golden waves behind her ear. Her entire aura shifted from that of a gentle, older sister to that of a cool, aloof female executive. She looked at the scientist group on her left. Ling Shui, Einstein. I need to see a complete modification plan for the Ark's pressure resistance and deep-sea diving system in the shortest possible time. Is that possible? I know the answer to this question. Einstein jumped up, stepping directly onto the leather seat. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Challenging the Mariana Islands? That's the ultimate challenge tailor made for a genius like me. He frantically manipulated data on the holographic panel. We can extract the immense life force from the siren's heart, and then fuse it with the wind and thunder energy of the demon tiger's heart. We can create a dual-phase cycle shield. The outer layer uses wind and thunder to withstand pressure, while the inner layer uses life force for repair. One positive, one negative. Theoretically, this can offset 90% of the external water pressure. Go to hell. You're as conservative as a baby who hasn't been weaned. Ling Shui slammed her hand on the table, making the water glass bounce. What if your shield is broken by the power of return to nothingness? Everyone on the ship will be crushed into mincemeat on the spot. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, instantly overriding Einstein's solution. Don't you know the power of brute force? Were those deep-sea cold iron we dug up from the shipwreck just for breeding? Melt them all. Give the Ark's hull a 50-meter thick layer of physical heavy armor. Forget about the ruins. I'll smash my way through. With such heavy armor, the Ark's propulsion system would be completely paralyzed. It's practically an iron coffin. I've installed 32 nuclear fusion thrusters. I can make a brick fly. You know nothing. An old man and a young man started arguing in front of everyone. Spittle flew everywhere, and they threw out all sorts of technical jargon that sounded like gibberish to the average person. Lin Zhixiao rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Let them argue. As long as they get to a result, that's fine. She turned her head to look at the general's seats. Wang Ba, Lu Yuan. Within 3 days, select 300 elite crew members with the best swimming skills and the strongest resilience. Train them relentlessly. They must adapt to the deep-sea combat environment within half a month. All set. Wang Ba clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. I guarantee I'll train these little brats so they can eat hot pot underwater at a depth of 10,000 meters. Wensa, ghost hand. Wensa sat up straight. The ghostly hand in the corner stopped throwing the dagger. Use all available resources. Collect all records of the Mariana Trench. Myths and legends. Ancient nautical charts. Even the ramblings of madmen in asylums, I must see and analyze them all. Wensa nodded, her fingers already issuing commands on the terminal. Huatua, a highly effective medicine for maintaining cardiopulmonary function under high pressure in the deep sea. I need at least 3,000 doses. The old man stroked the remaining half of his beard. Give them enough medicinal herbs. This old man can keep them underwater for 2 more hours. Finally, Flora, Astria. The ecological cycle of the Genesis space must be completely closed loop. We must prepare for the worst. Even if the Ark is paralyzed at the bottom of the sea for a year, it can still be self-sufficient internally. The 2 leaders of different races nodded simultaneously. As for me, Lin Zhixia took a breath, her gaze sweeping across the entire area. I will coordinate all logistical supplies and energy allocation. Anyone who hinders the progress, don't blame me for turning my back on them. In just 10 minutes, an expedition targeting the deepest parts of this planet has been fully launched. The entire team has been assigned specific tasks. There was no fear in the meeting room. Instead, a boiling fighting spirit ignited within. Jiang Yi leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Lin Zhixia. This woman's arrangements were flawless. So damn convenient. He stood up, one hand in his pocket. His gaze swept across the room. 1 month. I'll give you 30 days. 30 days later. The Pangu Ark weighs anchor. Target. The Mariana Islands. I will pierce the bottom of that abyss completely. Yes. Everyone stood up. The roar was deafening. The fear of the unknown had long been ignited by this man's ambition into a frenzied, mad dog-like frenzy. Even if this operation were to overthrow the Temple of Poseidon, these people would roar and charge with their swords. The meeting ended. The generals accepted the order and dispersed. The conference room door closed again. In the deserted space, only Jiang Yi and Lin Zhixia remained. The central air conditioning was blowing cool air gently, and only then did a sense of tranquility emerge. Aren't you busy with your general manager duties? Jiang Yi put one hand in his pocket, leaned against the tactical table, and turned his head to look at her. Lin Zhixia didn't rush to leave. She walked to the holographic map and ran her slender fingers across the dark area. Today, she wore a white, fitted blouse that accentuated her stunning figure. The neckline was slightly open, and her long, golden hair fell over her collarbone. I'm wondering what the leviathan in the story actually looks like. She tilted her head slightly. Light and shadow played on her profile, and her eyes held only pure curiosity. There wasn't a trace of fear that came with going to her death. It could be called a planetary behemoth. It must be as big as a mountain range. Want to see? A dark glint flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and strode off. He took 2 steps to stand behind her. The man's chest was almost pressed against her back. I'll kill it, or pull out its tendons. Jiang Yi lowered his head slightly, his warm lips close to her ear, his voice low and magnetic. I'll catch it and keep it in the creation space. It'll be your watchdog. How about that? The hot, humid breath hit right behind my ears. Lin Zhixia's body stiffened, and her face, turned visibly red from her neck to her ears. Half of her body went limp as if she had been electrocuted. Don't talk nonsense. She turned around and placed her hand on Jiang Ye's hard chest muscles. She tried to push him away with a little force, but it sounded more like a playful scolding. Catching Leviathan as a pet. You're the only one on the entire server who would dare to make such a crazy joke. Jiang Yi didn't dodge. Instead, he seized her wrist. His thumb aggressively caressed the delicate skin on the inside of her wrist. With a slight pull, he drew her directly into his arms. The Siren Queen is now acting as my sonar. Catching a giant loach to amuse you? That's ridiculous. Jiang Yi wrapped one arm around her slender waist. Her head was lowered. His gaze was fixed intently on the pretty face so close to his chest. There was no space between them whatsoever. Lin Jixia could clearly smell the scent emanating from Jiang Ye's clothes, a mixture of gunpowder smoke and a unique, cool fragrance. A strong masculine hormone completely enveloped her. Jiang Yi tightened his grip on her waist. Lin Jixia's heartbeat completely erratic. It was so fast it felt like it would burst out of her chest. Her hand, pressed against her chest, unconsciously clenched the fabric of her shirt, her fingertips slightly burning. Jixia. Jiang Ye's voice was frighteningly hoarse, and his eyes were deep. Lin Jixia raised her eyes, her gentle gaze shimmering with tears, her voice incredibly soft. Jiang Yi stared at her crimson lips. His Adam's apple bobbed. Once this mess in the Mariana Islands is resolved. He stared into her eyes. Every word he spoke was like a fiery meteorite, crashing into Lin Jixia's heart. Let's have a baby. Lin Jixia's eyes widened slightly, her fingers gripping her shirt tightly. A blush spread from her face all the way down her slender swan neck. Chapter 256 The Child. Lin Jixia was completely dumbfounded. Her incredibly powerful brain, which she was so proud of, could process hundreds of threads simultaneously, predict countless future scenarios, and had never made a mistake in countless life or death decisions. But at this moment, the CPU burned out. Born. Have a child? These 4 words were like an electromagnetic pulse bomb that struck her cranial cavity without warning, blasting all her thoughts into a sky full of fireworks. What calmness! What composure! What elegance and poise of being the top manager in the entire server. It's all gone. The air was eerily quiet. Only the central air conditioning was still tirelessly blowing out cold air. The low hum made the silence all the more jarring. Jiang Yi didn't urge him. He simply wrapped one arm around her, his eyes lowered, his gaze fixed intently on her face. Don't rush, don't be impatient. Like a predator that has locked onto its prey, certain that she cannot escape. Lin Jixia could clearly feel her body temperature soaring at an uncontrollable rate. The heat climbed up her neck to her cheeks, burned past her ears, and even made her scalp tingle. Her hand, pressed against Jiang Ye's chest, was clenched tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly from the force. The man's heartbeat, heard through the thin fabric of his shirt, came again and again. Heavy, weighty, and powerful. Like a war drum. The blows struck her palms repeatedly, making her heart ache. She wanted to speak. I want to say, you're crazy. Or, don't make that kind of joke. But it felt like an invisible hand was gripping my throat tightly, making it difficult to even breathe, and I couldn't squeeze out a single syllable. Jiang Yi looked at her like this. She was absent-minded, her eyes were darting around, and her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. He slowly lowered his head. The distance between the two was compressed once again. Lin Jixia was so close that she could see a tiny, flustered, and completely helpless reflection in the depths of his dark pupils. That unique, cool fragrance, mixed with a faint smell of gunpowder, once again entered her nostrils. That snapped the last thread of reason that remained in her mind. You don't want to? Jiang Yi spoke up. His voice was extremely low, hoarse, and magnetic. The 3 words, like feathers, landed lightly on her eardrums. Yet they were more deadly than any heavy hammer blow. Lin Jixia shuddered. She suddenly looked up and met his gaze. Those eyes, which were always gentle and watery, were now filled with a shimmering light that was so bright it made one's heart race. She finally managed to make a sound. Soft, dull, almost no strength. No. 2 words. It was as if she had used up the last bit of strength in her body. Having said that, she seemed to have given in, slowly lowering her eyes. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow on her fair skin, trembling slightly. Jiang Yi smiled. It wasn't the kind of cold laugh we're used to seeing. It was devoid of any calculation. It was a genuine laugh from the bottom of one's heart. With a sense of triumph and indulgence, the curve of his lips even carried a touch of youthful arrogance. He released his grip on her wrist and instead extended 2 fingers to gently lift her chin. The movement was minor. Its force was irresistible. He forced her to look up at him again. Then it settled. The tone was flat. This is not a discussion. This is not a consultation. It's a notification. It's a stamp. Domineering to the point of being unreasonable. Lin Zhixia's heart pounded even faster. The drum beats became chaotic, almost bursting out of her throat. She looked at the sharply defined features of the face before her. Looking into his eyes, I saw an undisguised possessiveness. My mind is a complete mess. But one thought surfaced very clearly. The system of many children, many blessings. She knew why Jiang Yi said that. This is their biggest trump card for surviving in this cannibalistic world. By giving birth to a child, they gain an opportunity for infinite transformation. For any man standing at the top of power, this temptation is irresistible. Reason told her that this was the optimal solution. It is the choice that maximizes benefits. My heart still ached a little. Why me? There were so many young and beautiful girls on the ship. Su Tao was sweet and adorable. Ying Yao was proud and innocent. And Wen Sa was dashing and heroic. Who isn't more suitable than her? She is 28. Divorced. In this apocalyptic dating market, these 2 conditions combined are enough to warrant a death sentence. Her lips moved. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare. But Jiang Yi saw through her. This man always seems to be able to see right through her. Because it's you. He stroked her smooth chin with his thumb, the pad of his finger rough, yet the pressure was incredibly light. The voice was firm. There was not a moment's hesitation. It was you from the very beginning. Lin Zhixia's eyelashes trembled. Manage this city. Navigate this ship. Plan the future for everyone. Jiang Yi spoke each word carefully, each one striking her heart. Only you can stand by my side and see the world with me. He paused. Only your child is worthy to be the heir to the Pangu Arkansas. It's over. Lin Zhixia felt her heart, which had been patched up for many years, explode completely because of these few words. It shattered into pieces, only to be reshaped by a surge of scalding warmth. It turns out that in his mind, he didn't consider himself a capable subordinate. It's not a convenient tool to be used. Instead, companion. She is the one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him at the highest point. A bittersweet feeling welled up at the same time, swirling together and making her eyes sting. She stopped struggling. The hand that was pressed against Jiang Yi's chest slowly loosened. Then, gently, she wrapped her arms around his waist. She pressed her cheek against his chest and closed her eyes. Like a drowning person grabbing onto the last piece of driftwood, she greedily inhaled the comforting scent emanating from him. The voice was muffled, with a slightly nasal tone. I'm divorced. No, I am 9 years older than you. So what? Jiang Yi tightened his grip on her arm. It was so tight she could feel the vibrations in his chest. From now on, you are my woman. For this lifetime, it will be. Lin Zhixia didn't say anything more. She just hugged him tighter. Tighter still. He used all his strength. A long time. Jiang Yi released her and cupped her face in his hands. His palms were large and dry, with thin calluses cradling her small face, which was as red as the sunset. Wait until the Mariana issue is resolved. He stared into her eyes. He spoke slowly and deliberately. To hold a wedding. The biggest one on the whole ship. Lin Zhixia's eyes instantly reddened. She nodded vigorously. Tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably, landing in his palm. Good. One word. Yet it carries all of her past and all of her future. Jiang Yi lowered his head and gently wiped away the tear stains on her face with his fingertips. Then his gaze slowly moved downwards. It landed on her lips, which were even fuller and more moist from crying. His Adam's apple bobbed. The temperature inside the meeting room seems to be starting to get abnormal. Just as he was about to do something. Beep, beep, beep. A notification tone for a communication request rang out. Lin Jixia jumped away from his arms with a start, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She frantically straightened her shirt collar and then gathered the stray hairs around her ears. Her movements were as fast as if she were defusing a bomb. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue. His face screamed disappointment. He glanced at the flashing communication indicator on the tactical table. Ling Shui. Connected. The holographic projection lit up. Ling Shui's face, filled with excitement and madness, was brought extremely close, almost touching the camera lens. Captain, the plan is finalized. I argued with the old man for 3 hours straight. But we're short of materials. Lots of them. Rare materials. Damn materials. Get your ass over to the lab right now. I've got the checklist. If you can't get these things, going to the Mariana Islands is just suicide. After saying that, it's over. There wasn't even a goodbye, Captain message. Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly. It seems that I won't be able to indulge in the pleasures of love for the time being. He turned his head to look to the side. Lin Jixia had already regained her capable and strong businesswoman demeanor. Her expression was calm, and her posture was dignified. However, a blush lingered on her cheeks that just wouldn't fade. Let's go, Chief Steward. Jiang Yi took the first step. Look at our chief engineer. How much money is he going to burn this time? Lin Jixia rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. She followed him out of the conference room. The cold light in the corridor shone on the two people, casting two shadows, one long and one short. Her pace was slightly faster and slightly lighter than usual. The skirt swayed gently. It betrayed all her innermost thoughts at that moment. Chapter 257, A Sense of Security Built with Money. Penguark, the bottom-level laboratory. This place has completely become a den of madmen. The pristine white space, once perfect for sterile surgeries, is now barely a place to stand. Disassembled ship armor is piled in a corner. Complex energy lines coil like giant pythons on the floor, and sparks fly from several high-temperature welding robots, filling the air with a strong, strange smell of burning metal mixed with energy crystals. Ling Shui and Einstein, the two core technical experts of the Ark, are hunched over a huge holographic design drawing. Spittle flying everywhere. Absolutely not. 50 meters thick, deep-sea cold iron armor? Are you crazy? The density of that thing would turn the Ark into a lump of iron. Forget about mobility. We'd be crushed by the water pressure like a can. Einstein's white beard blew like dandelion seeds, and his spittle precisely covered half of Ling Shui's face. Shut up. You're just a theorist who only knows how to draw formulas on paper. What do you know? Ling Shui wiped the saliva off her face with a slap and retorted without any politeness. Her signature blue hair stood on end as if static electricity caused her to become emotional. Mobility? What good is mobility in a godforsaken place like Mariana, where even light can't escape? Listen to me, absolute defense is the only way. I'm going to equip the Ark with the thickest armor and let it take the worst beating. That's brute force. That's barbarity. Science is the art of precision down to the micrometer. Can art put food on the table? Can it withstand the immense water pressure of the ruins that can crush a mythical warship in an instant? The more they argued, the angrier they became, and their rolling up of sleeves indicated that their verbal battle was about to escalate. When Jiang Yi and Lin Jixia stepped into the laboratory, this was the scene that could turn into a real-life fight at any moment. Cough. Jiang Yi coughed lightly. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like an invisible command. The noise in the entire laboratory instantly vanished. Ling Shui and Einstein turned around abruptly and saw Jiang Yi. At the same time, a burning light burst forth in their eyes, as if they had seen a walking embodiment of financial resources. Captain, they spoke in unison, their enthusiasm as warm as that of long-lost fathers. Your proposal. Jiang Yi ignored their eagerness and walked to the huge design drawings, speaking succinctly. Ling Shui took a quick step forward, her fingers leaving a trail of afterimages on the control panel. The final solution. A combination of heavy armor for survivability and dual-phase circulating shield. She pulled up a more complex 3D structure diagram, her tone excited. We use deep-sea cold iron as the main material to create a 30-meter thick external heavy armor. It's detachable. It's specifically designed to withstand the pure physical pressure during deep diving. At the same time, Einstein squeezed in, excitedly adding, with the siren heart and the tiger heart as the dual cores, we've constructed an unprecedented dual-phase cycle shield. The old man got more and more excited as he talked. The outer shield is the wind and thunder energy of the demon tiger's heart, violent and volatile, responsible for actively evaporating Mariana's return to nothingness property. The inner shield is the life energy of the siren's heart, gentle and resilient, responsible for repairing any damage to the shield within a fraction of a second. One attack, one defense, a continuous cycle, an endless cycle. Theoretically, this system could allow us to hold out for at least 3 hours at the deepest point of the Mariana Trench. After listening, Jiang Yi nodded expressionlessly. The plan sounds good, maximizing both physical and energy defenses, and even taking into account special law countermeasures and battle damage repair. What do you need? He went straight to the point and asked the most weighty question. The fervent expression on Ling Xue's face instantly vanished, as if she had been doused with cold water, and she dejectedly handed over a data panel. That's the problem. Each of these materials on the list is extremely rare, especially the main material, deep-sea cold iron. We searched the entire shipwreck site and found only enough to cover 1/5 of the hull. And this star core, the key engine that drives the dual-phase shield, is nowhere to be found on the black market. And this void stabilizer. Ling Xue's voice grew softer and softer, becoming increasingly weak. The list of materials, let alone gathering them all, would be enough to give any faction lord a heart attack on the spot just by hearing their names. This is no longer about money. It's something from myths and legends. Lin Jixia took the data panel, glanced at it, and her beautiful brows furrowed tightly. With her business acumen and access to information, she had never even heard of most of the materials on the list. This isn't shipbuilding, it's pure fantasy. That's all. Jiang Yi glanced at the list. His tone is indifferent, as if he were asking about the weather today. This alone is enough to drain the entire coffers of 10 epic-level forces. Ling Xue muttered softly, afraid of provoking him. Is that enough? Jiang Yi asked another question. Oh. Ling Xue and Einstein were both stunned, their faces full of question marks. What do you mean by enough? What kind of inappropriate and offensive language is that? Let me ask you, if there are enough materials, is this system the optimal solution? Can it be upgraded? Can something else be added? Jiang Yi patiently repeated. These words were like a key, instantly unlocking the most insane Pandora's box in the minds of these two mad scientists. Yes, of course. Einstein jumped up and down in excitement. If materials were available indefinitely, I could also install a space curvature stabilizing anchor on the Ark. This would greatly reduce the tearing damage to the hull caused by deep-sea spatial distortion. I can also replace all the main cannon's energy lines with sun gold. That stuff is a perfect conductor of energy. The firing speed and power will at least double. I can still. The old man became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. Stop. Jiang Yi interrupted his spellcasting in time. List out every possible solution you can think of to improve the Ark's performance, along with all the materials used, without missing a single one. Remember, it's all of them. Ling Xue and Einstein exchanged a glance, both seeing the confusion and madness in each other's eyes. Although I don't understand what the captain is up to, who would let go of such an opportunity to make empty promises. The two immediately pounced on the data board, their fingers flying across the screen. 5 minutes later, a list of ultimate materials, so outrageous it would make even mythical powers flee overnight, was presented to Jiang Yi. Captain, this really is just our theoretical ultimate fantasy. When Ling Xue handed over the list, her voice was weak, as if she were trying to scam funding. Jiang Yi didn't say anything. He simply extended his right hand slowly, palm up, amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone. The next second, under the watchful eyes of everyone whose brains had gone blank. Boom! Out of thin air, a black metal ingot, the size of a small mountain, appeared out of thin air. It crashed onto the hard alloy floor of the laboratory with a deafening roar. The ground shook violently, as if a small earthquake had occurred. These metal ingots were completely black, yet their surfaces gleamed with a deep blue glow. A chilling aura instantly swept through the entire laboratory, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. It is the deep-sea cold iron that is in the largest demand and is the most difficult to obtain on the list. Moreover, judging from the sheer volume of that mountain of armor, it could easily be 300 meters thick, let alone 30 meters. This. Einstein's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He stammered, pointing at the pile of cold iron, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single complete word. But this is just the beginning. Jiang Yi flipped his wrist. Clang, crash. Heaps of strange crystals radiating starlight, rolls of metal cables flowing with golden light, and exquisitely precise black instruments. Star core, sun gold, void stabilizer. One thing after another. The rare materials on the list, which sounded like they only existed in mythology, were taken out of the void by Jiang Yi without batting an eye, as if dumping garbage. Less than a minute. The once spacious laboratory was now crammed full of these top-grade materials that shimmered with various precious lights, leaving almost no room to step. The entire laboratory was deathly silent. Ling Shui, Einstein, and the young researchers around them who were responsible for assisting them all turned into stone statues. Their mouths were agape, their eyes were wide open, and their jaws seemed to be dislocated and hanging on their faces. His expression was like that of a primitive man from ancient times who had witnessed the creation of the world by the gods. Although Lin Jixiao was mentally prepared and knew that Jiang Yi had unlimited resources, her heart still couldn't help but pound wildly when she saw this scene, which seemed to be created by a god and made no sense. That's an exaggeration. Is this what it feels like to be showered with money? No, with unlimited resources? An overwhelming, irrational sense of security instantly enveloped her. Are we using enough materials? Jiang Yi patted non-existent dust off his hands, breaking the suffocating silence. That's enough. Ling Shui nodded mechanically, feeling as if her brain had burned out and she was completely unable to think. If that's not enough, there's more. Jiang Yi added casually. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ling Shui and Einstein exchanged a glance. Then, the two did something that shocked everyone. Thump. They both knelt down at the same time, in front of the pile of materials. It's not reverence, it's not fear. It was the purest and most fervent pilgrimage from the depths of the soul of two top scholars who had dedicated their lives to science, upon seeing the endless resources that could change the world and realize all dreams. God, you are the living God of science. Einstein grabbed a piece of sun gold thicker than his waist, tears streaming down his face, and cried like a 300-pound child. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. You asked me to build the Prism Tower, but I will never touch a Gundam. Captain. Ling Shui was also so excited that her face turned red. She grabbed a piece of cold, deep-sea cold iron, and her eyes were burning with fervor. Give me 20 days. No, 15 days. In 15 days, I will return to you an ultimate battleship that can treat the Mariana Trench like its own private bathhouse. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Professional matters should be left to professionals. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Lin Jixiao. He turned to look at the woman beside him. You stay here and keep an eye on them. If they need any manpower, bring in people from all over the city. Remember, I only care about the results. Good. Lin Jixiao nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Jiang Yi. This man always manages to give you a huge surprise, just when you think you know him well enough. Or rather, frightened. Chapter 258 Training to the Death. The City of Gold, Port Training Area. This former container yard has been leveled and transformed into a huge open-air mud training field. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, pungent vapor, roared like a wild beast, brutally washing over everyone in the room. 300 figures, shirtless, were struggling in the mud. They were elites selected from tens of thousands of new members, with a minimum talent level of B. In any survivor base, they would be treasured geniuses. But here, They're just a bunch of dogs that are about to be worn out in the mud. You in the 7th row? Yes, you. Lower your elbow another inch. Didn't you eat? Wang Ba, like a moving black iron tower, was shirtless, his bronze muscles bulging and reflecting the gloomy skylight. The specially made stun gun in his hand, thicker than an average person's thigh, was buzzing. As far as the eye could see, there was a young man whose movements were slightly distorted, and he hadn't had time to adjust. Wang Ba has arrived. No warnings, no nonsense. The stun gun lashed down with a thunderous roar. Sizzle. A blinding blue arc of electricity exploded, filling the air with the smell of burning flesh. The young man convulsed violently, let out a blood-curdling scream, and collapsed straight into the mud, never to rise again. Waste. Wang Ba kicked him out of the line, the sound drowning out the waves. 100 weighted push-ups, and you're already exhausted after 80? You're still thinking about going to the Mariana Trench with the captain? Go home and drink milk. That's more for you. On the other side, atop the watchtower, Lu Yuan's figure was like a lone wolf sculpture, calm yet deadly. He held a menacing-looking sniper rifle in his arms, and the training ground beneath the muzzle was his hunting ground. Compared to Wang Ba's tyranny, he was much gentle. Beside him were a row of wooden buckets filled with foul-smelling sewage, a mixture of various unidentified substances dredged from the sewers. Number 37, your breathing is wrong. Your heart rate exceeds 180 beats per minute, and your innate abilities are starting to go out of control. Lu Yuan's voice, amplified, coldly and clearly, penetrated everyone's ears. The young man whose name was called turned deathly pale instantly. The next second, bang! A faint gunshot. A specially made bullet coated with fluorescent green pigment tore through the air and exploded precisely on his buttocks. The bullet wasn't fatal, but the burning pain and the humiliation of the conspicuous green mark on his buttocks were more devastating than Wang Ba's stun gun. Everyone listen up. Wang Yiba's roar rang out once again. From this day forward, you are no longer flowers in a greenhouse. You are the blades of the Pangu arc. You are the captain's warriors. Your lives were saved by the captain from a pile of corpses. Your future glory can only be earned through your own fists. Half a month. I'm only giving you half a month. In 2 weeks, who will still be a coward? Go to the logistics department and brush the pig's hair. One had a red face, and the other had a white face. Wang Ba's tyranny and Lu Yuan's precise strikes were like 2 mountains, crushing all the pride of these geniuses. On the high ground surrounding the training ground, Jiang Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, watching all of this with a blank expression. Beside him, Su Tao was holding a data tablet, her face tense, her fingers flying across the screen as she recorded data. This was a task assigned to her by Lin Jixia, to coordinate the data for the training camp. Although the little girl is socially awkward, she carries out Jiang Xingzhou and Lin Jixia's orders meticulously, as if it were the most important thing in the world. On the other side was Ying Yao, who had just escaped from the medical room. She was still wearing a large hospital gown, her face slightly pale, but her bright golden dragon eyes burned with an eager flame. TCH, a bunch of spineless wimps. Ying Yao curled her lip, her tone filled with undisguised disdain. With this level of training intensity, if I were to unleash a single breath of dragon's breath, they would be crying for their parents. It's simply not enough. Sister Ying Yao, Mr. Huatuo said you need to rest, Su Tao whispered, her voice weak. Rest my ass. My injury healed a long time ago. Ying Yao waved her hand impatiently, then eagerly approached Jiang Yi and tugged at his sleeve. Jiang Yi, boss, captain, can I go down and have some fun too? If I keep lying here like this, mushrooms will grow on my bones. Jiang Yi turned his head and glanced at her, his eyes calm and expressionless. Hua Tuo's original words. He said my dragon essence was severely depleted, and it would be best if I lay in bed for another half-month. No, rest quietly. Ying Yao's voice grew softer and softer, and her eyes began to wander. Then stay put. Jiang Yi uttered 4 words, instantly extinguishing all her hopes. When you can take a punch from Wang Ba head-on and still stand up, then come talk to me about training. Ying Yao was so angry that her cheeks puffed up like an angry pufferfish, but she didn't dare to utter a single word in rebuttal. She knew Jiang Yi meant well. but I just can't stand it. The girl stomped her foot angrily, venting all her pent-up frustration on the cement block beside her. Snap! A crisp sound. The sturdy concrete block, like a biscuit struck by a heavy hammer, was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks and shattered with a crash. On the training field, the new recruits caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of their eyes, and they all shrank back in fright, their push-ups speeding up considerably. Are all the people on this ship monsters? Jiang Yi looked at the group of elite soldiers who were being tortured to death, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. Mariana Trench. That's not the beginner's village. It's the final forbidden zone where even mythical creatures can perish. The more sweat you shed now, the greater your chance of survival later. What he needs is not a group of spectators who will only cheer from behind. Instead, they are a pack of wolf cubs who can follow him and cause a huge mess. Captain. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's arrival, Wang Ba and Lu Yuan immediately jogged over, their previous fierce demeanor vanishing instantly, replaced by utmost respect. How are you feeling? Jiang Yi asked casually. They are all top-notch talents. Wang Ba grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, as if he were evaluating a batch of livestock about to be sold. They're just full of bad habits and need to be disciplined. Give me 10 more days, and I guarantee I'll train them all into ruthless killers. Jiang Yi nodded and turned his gaze to Lu Yuan. Have the underwater combat equipment been distributed? Reporting to the captain, all have been distributed. Lu Yuan answered meticulously. It is the Sea Ghost Type 3 combat suit, which was recently rushed out of Miss Ling Shue's laboratory. It comes with a micro-oxygen circulation system and an intelligent water pressure balance module. Theoretically, it can maintain 80% of the user's land combat capability at a depth of 5,000 meters. Very good. Jiang Yi was very satisfied. Ling Shui, that woman, may have a sharp tongue, but her abilities are truly top-notch. He paused for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, his right index finger unconsciously tapping lightly on his left forearm, producing a dull tap, tap sound. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan held their breath. They knew that every time the captain made this move, it meant something big was about to happen. Even the sea breeze seemed to stand still at that moment. Increase the intensity of training. Jiang Ye's voice was colder than the ice of the deep sea. Pass down the message. The final assessment criterion is not underwater combat at a depth of 5,000 meters. He paused, then looked up at the two of them. But at 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. These two words were like two invisible hammer blows, slamming hard into the foreheads of Wang Ba and Lu Yuan. Wang Ba's smile froze instantly, and Lu Yuan's hand gripping the sniper rifle tightened suddenly, his knuckles turning slightly white. 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. What does that mean? That's terrifying water pressure, enough to instantly crush a submarine into a pancake. Even with combat suits, the human body. Captain, isn't this is too much. This standard is simply impossible. Lu Yuan's voice was somewhat hoarse. There is no way out. Jiang Yi interrupted him directly, his eyes sharp as knives. Those who cannot do it will be eliminated. Penguark does not support waste. After saying that, he stopped looking at the two of them and turned to leave. Wang Ba and Lu Yuan stood frozen in place, exchanging a glance. They both saw extreme shock and a hint of ignited, frenzied excitement in each other's pupils. Are we really going to go this far? The captain is sending them to wrestle with the gods. Ha ha ha. Wang Ba suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter maniacal. He turned abruptly to face the training field, gathering all his strength in his throat. Listen up, you bunch of little brats. His roar, like thunder, echoed throughout the entire harbor. The final assessment results are here. Extreme combat at a depth of 10,000 meters. Those who survive, come aboard the captain and eat meat. Those that don't survive, they'll just stay there and feed the fish. Boom. The movements of the 300 new recruits on the entire training ground came to an abrupt halt at that moment. The muddy ground was deathly silent. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have vanished. Everyone's face was frozen in shock, bewilderment, and utter disbelief. 10,000 meters. That's a forbidden zone for humanity. It's synonymous with death. This isn't training, this is murder. However, This extreme silence lasted only 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, a madness born of despair spread like a virus among the people. Roar. It is unknown who was the first to let out a beastly roar that was unlike any human being. Immediately afterwards, it was like lighting a powder keg. Roar, roar, roar. At almost the same time, 300 people looked up to the sky and roared hysterically. Their eyes instantly turned bloodshot, veins bulged from their necks to their foreheads, and their faces no longer showed fear, but rather a ferocious look of desperation after being driven to the brink of despair. Rather than dying a pathetic death someday in the future, I'd rather go crazy right here. The atmosphere in the entire training ground completely changed at that moment. It's no longer training. It was a gamble with one's life, a pledge of allegiance to hell. Su Tao looked at the group of soldiers who seemed to have gone mad. Her face turned as pale as paper, and she subconsciously grabbed Jiang Ye's clothes tightly. The captain and his crew seemed to have gone mad. You'll get used to it. Jiang Ye didn't turn his head, but simply raised his hand and gently rubbed her head. In this apocalypse, to survive, sometimes you have to be crazier than everyone else. He raised his head and looked at the distant, turbulent, unfathomable dark sea, his eyes as profound as the universe. In the laboratory and the training camp, the engines of 2 war machines have been ignited. Next, we should check with the intelligence team to see what they've caught. Chapter 259 The Shock of the World Channel. Penguark, Bridge Command Room. The lighting was soft, and the air was filled with a faint scent of metal mixed with seawater. Lin Jixia sat in the adjutant's seat, her back straight, her fingers flying across the holographic screen. More than a dozen light screens were floating in front of her. Resource allocation, personnel arrangement, project progress, energy consumption. Every screen is filled with dense streams of data. The heart of the entire Golden City and the Pengu Arc beats in her hands. The hatch to the command center slid open silently. A familiar aura approached. Lin Jixia didn't look up, but the corners of her mouth were already curved. Are you done with work? Jiang Ye walked over, but instead of sitting in the empty seat next to her, he went around to her from behind, put his arm around her waist, and rested his chin on her shoulder. Lin Jixia's finger paused on the screen for a moment. A faint blush rose to the base of her ears. But she didn't flinch. Instead, she leaned back slightly, pressing against his chest. The dry, crisp scent emanating from him was like a warm current rising from the deep sea. Peace of mind. How's it going? Is everything all right? Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the dense data, and he casually asked a question. Any normal person would get goosebumps seeing these things. But he knew very well that in Lin Jixia's hands, this was a game that had already been set up. It's mostly within the plan. Lin Jixia raised her hand, her slender fingertips tapping a screen to bring up the data. The lab is a bottomless pit. A third of the materials brought back from the shipwreck have already been used up. Ling Shui and her group of research fanatics are burning materials faster than they're burning firewood. At this rate, we can only last another 10 days at most. She swiped again. Wang Ba's training camp is very effective, but there are also many wounded. Hua Tua's medicinal reserves are almost empty, and he has urged me 3 times already. Draw it again. There's also the creation space. Flora and Astria are building a marine ecosystem, which requires a large number of live biological samples. I can't solve that for now. Each line is clear and concise. She speaks in a way that is just like her. Not a single word is superfluous, and every sentence hits the nail on the head. After listening, Jiang Ye didn't rush to speak. He tapped the edge of the table twice lightly with his right index finger. This is his habit when he's thinking. Don't worry about the materials, I'll take care of that. Biological sample. I tapped my finger again. Have Astria issue a public quest to recruit fishermen from the entire ship to fish in the nearby waters. The rarer the species caught, the higher the contribution points. Lin Jixia's eyes lit up. Good. This will solve the sample problem, stimulate economic circulation within the ship, and keep the non-combat personnel busy so they don't get bored. After she finished speaking, her fingers flew across the keyboard, and in less than 10 seconds, the command had been sent through the terminal. Jiang Ye looked at her profile and nodded silently in his heart. This woman has an absurdly strong ability to execute. Give her a direction, and she can pave the whole way. But Lin Jixia's voice suddenly slowed down. She raised her hand to bring up a new screen, her brow furrowing slightly. Some things can't be built up by quantity alone. 2 item information panels pop up on the screen. Jiang Yi looked down. Tears of the Sea God, legendary special material. Description: crystallized teardrops left behind when an ancient sea god fell, possessing ultimate sonic resonance properties. Uses: upgrades sonar systems to abyss level, enabling them to operate normally in water pressure environments at tens of thousands of meters. Ancient dragon blood, legendary special material. Description: the essence of blood flowing within an ancient dragon, containing extremely powerful biological enhancement factors. Uses: greatly enhances the stress resistance effect of deep dive potions. Lin Jixia turned her head to look at him. Without these 2 things, diving to a depth of 10,000 meters is just empty talk. Sonar can't withstand the water pressure, and you'll be blind once you go down. The reagents aren't effective enough, and if a person reaches that depth, their bones will be crushed. Jiang Yi stared at the screen, his right index finger slowly tapping on the edge of the table. Legendary. It might even reach mythical level. These things cannot be transformed out of thin air by his system. What about the trading market? I keep an eye on it every day. Lin Jixia shook her head. Sometimes someone posts epic level rare materials on the world channel, but they're gone in a second, snatched up by the major powers. Legendary level. She gave a soft hum. I've never even seen a shadow of him. We have a lot of resources, but they are all below epic quality. We want to exchange them for legendary quality, but no one wants them. Jiang Yi remained silent for 2 seconds. She's right. They are now like nouveau riche with a box of copper coins in their hands. There's more than enough money to buy cabbage. But what I want to buy is gold. No amount of copper coins can buy it. The index finger stopped. The tomb of the sunken ship. Jiang Yi suddenly spoke. Does anyone want the things we brought back from there? The starwood from the ancient Elven dynasty, and the wreckage of those damaged warships? Lin Jixia was taken aback. You're going to sell those? Those are all epic level, top-tier materials. Ling Shui also plans to use starwood to upgrade the armor of the outer fleet. Need not. Jiang Yi spoke in a flat tone. I directly converted the outer fleet's armor into mythical grade void alloy using infinite iron blocks. Lin Jixia's lips twitched. She forgot again. The man next to me is someone who has an incredible cheat code. Mythical grade void alloy was used to make the armor for the outer fleet. If those captains outside, who even used their best quality iron plates sparingly, knew this, he'd probably be so angry he'd flip the table on the spot. Understood. Lin Jixia took a deep breath, suppressing the feeling of helplessness that poverty limits my imagination. They trade what others consider treasures for the trash they despise. A dimensional reduction attack. She immediately began organizing the list on the terminal. 10 minutes later. World Channel. It exploded. Panga's Arc. Golden Sea selling 100 units of epic grade material starwood. Seeking to purchase legendary grade materials or blueprints. Private message if interested. Panga's Arc. Golden Sea selling 100 units of the epic grade material, deep sea crystal. Seeking to purchase legendary grade materials or blueprints. Private message if interested. Pangu Arc. Golden Sea selling the wreckage of the epic warship Scorpion, 45% intact. Seeking legendary materials or blueprints. Private message me if interested. 10 in a row. Quietly toss it into the world channel. Effect. It's like throwing 10 depth charges into a calm lake. The world chat channel was instantly flooded with messages. The messages scrolled so fast they were almost invisible. Passerby, ordinary sea area, holy crap. Starwood? Isn't that the top-grade material the ancient Elven dynasty used to build airships? Where did Panga's Arc get this stuff? Jack of the Black flagship team. Stormy Seas wait. The wreckage of the Scorpion? That's the Black Dragon Society's flagship. They said they were going to cause trouble in the Golden Seas, and then we heard nothing. So it got sunk by Panga's Arc? Scientology Cult Newton, Misty Sea 100 units. 100 units of starwood. Did these people dig through the entire Elven ruins? Our entire guild's inventory doesn't even add up to 10 units. Yamamoto of the Sakura Group. Rainbow Sea, we painstakingly farmed dungeons for a month to collect just 3 deep sea crystals. And they're selling them for 100 each? That's not fair. Smith from the Freedom Alliance. Frozen Sea no. Just how many good things is Jiang Yi hiding? Is his warehouse a bottomless pit? Captain of an unknown small faction. Ordinary sea area bro. Please, can you spare a piece of starwood for me? I'll trade my wife for it. Captain of an unknown small force 2. Ordinary sea area wake up, upstairs. Lin Jixia is on their ship. What level is your wife? Lin Jixia's private chat channel received more than 200 messages within 30 seconds. All sorts of forces, big and small, legitimate and illegitimate, flocked over. Some people wanted to exchange ordinary supplies for it. Some people want to exchange intelligence for it. Some people are willing to trade people for them. There was even one short-sighted individual who suggested using a marriage alliance to secure a long-term cooperative relationship. Lin Jixia glanced at the message expressionlessly. With a swipe of the finger. Shield. Block. Permanent. Then, from hundreds of messages, she calmly picked out 3, like picking vegetables. Carl, Eye of the Abyss. Miss Lin Jixia, I'm interested in Starwood. I have a legendary blueprint, the Siren's Song Megaphone, which can greatly enhance the range and power of mental attacks. Interested in discussing it. Arthur of the Templar Knights. Madam, our Templar Knights urgently need deep-sea crystals to reinforce the Holy City's defenses. I am willing to exchange them for 3 drops of Angel's Tear. A legendary healing relic, a truly sincere offer. Horn of the Alchemy Guild. I want all the wreckage of the Scorpion. In exchange, a fragmented sea chart with the approximate location of the ancient dragon habitat marked on it. Lin Jixia's pupils contracted slightly when she saw the last message. Ancient dragon habitat. Where there are ancient dragons, there is the blood of ancient dragons. She immediately turned around and pushed the 3 messages in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi glanced at it. My gaze lingered for a moment on the words, ancient dragon habitat. He tapped his index finger lightly on the edge of the table one last time. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Make a deal. However, the trading location is the City of Gold. He straightened up, released his hand from Lin Jixia's waist, and walked towards the porthole. Outside the window, the golden city shimmered with metallic luster under the sunlight. The port was bustling with people, and faint roars could still be heard from the training ground. Let them come over themselves. Jiang Ye's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable certainty. Want to start a business? Okay, let's talk on Grandpa's turf. Lin Jixia looked at his silhouette against the light, a slight smile playing on her lips, and quickly replied on the terminal. Half an hour later, all 3 parties replied, agreed, depart immediately. A top-level deal, spearheaded by Pangu Arc and capable of shaking up the entire ocean landscape, is about to unfold. On the World Channel, the discussion about Pangu's Arc has not yet subsided. Those 10 transaction records were like nails, piercing the eyes of every survivor. This forces everyone to face a fact. The Ark in the Golden Sea is no longer just a ship. It is a mobile empire. Meanwhile, the empire's master is placing his pawns, one by one, across the vast ocean. Chapter 260 World. Pangu Arc, Intelligence Analysis Room. This is the brain center of the entire ship. The 4 walls are covered with a special dark gray sound-absorbing coating. It can block any mental wave probes, and also shut down all electronic capture signals. The circular alloy table took up almost half the room. It was a mess, like a paper mill workshop. When Sa scratched her short, ear-length hair in frustration, a few stray hairs fell. Her eyes were sunken and bloodshot. A small mountain of paper documents lay beside her. Ghost Hand sat directly opposite her. He was always hidden in the shadows of a black robe and hood. His right hand twirled a dark purple dagger with practiced ease. The blade flashed, slicing through the stagnant air. They were the sharpest eyes and the fastest blades on the Arkansas. Yet today they've suffered a setback here. Spread out on the table were tattered blueprints made from sea monster hides, bought at great expense from the world chat. There were also faded nautical logs left behind from salvaged wrecked fleets, and several medical records from an asylum, covered in twisted red lines. All the tangled threads point to the same damned coordinate. Mariana Trench. That term was synonymous with forbidden zones and hell in the seafaring community. Useless. It's all just rubbish that contradicts each other. When Sa slammed a stack of papers onto the table, this workload was enough to make anyone's head spin. She stared intently at a faded, yellowish nautical chart. Her fingertips tapped out muffled sounds. This lousy map marks the place where the sea god sleeps. It says there are mountains of gold coins, and you can pick up any artifact you want down there. She swept the pictures aside and kicked over a bloated survival journal. Look at this one. It's about the abyss again. Any living thing that gets close will be dragged to the bottom of the water by a dark force, leaving not even a bone fragment. The ghost hand abruptly stopped spinning the dagger. The tip hovered between its fingers. He reached into his black robe and pulled out a blood-stained miniature storage device. He pushed it across the table, the sound like two pieces of dry sandpaper rubbing together. Look at this. I pried some dead meat out of a major who defected from the Black Flag Squad. When Sa pulled over the desktop reader, she plugged in the storage device. The holographic projection above the desktop lit up with a pale blue light. These were the last words of the 3 missing main battlecruisers of the Black Flagship fleet. The projector flickered, producing a piercing noise. The text translation was accompanied by distorted audio jitter. The communications soldier's voice initially sounded relaxed. Calling Mothership. This is the Pioneer. Coordinates located at the edge of the Mariana Islands. This ship is preparing to submerge. The sea is calm. Not even a small fish has been spotted. The minesweeper is functioning normally. Sizzle. The audio suddenly stopped. When the call came again, the communications soldier's tone had completely changed. It was trembling noticeably. Wait. The sonar is giving high-frequency feedback. Something is coming up from underwater. Sir, it's a shadow. It's huge, damn it. The radar screen can't hold it anymore. The system cannot determine its level. Its size exceeds that of a main battleship by 100 times. It is extremely fast. It is ascending. The piercing, highest-level red light alarm cuts to audio. A frantic, beeping sound blares. The operator was screaming like a madman in the background. Water pressure off the charts. Shield energy has collapsed. 80, 60, 30. Engine overload. Can't hold on. The sound of steel tearing apart echoed from inside the ship's cabin. The communications soldier screamed hysterically, his voice completely ripped apart. It has eyes. It's staring at me. Everyone on the ship is being watched. Pull up. Pull up, even if the reactor burns out. Don't come any closer. A deafening roar. The audio was abruptly cut off. The screen filled with static. Only the crackling sound of electricity echoed in the empty intelligence room. When Sa felt ice crystals rising from the soles of her feet. A monster 100 times larger than a main battleship. Eyes opening in the deep sea. Just imagining that scene is unbearable. The diary in the mental hospital is correct. When Sa swallowed hard, her throat felt tight and painful. There's something real down there. A deadly monster. Ghost Hand's hand, which had been toying with the dagger, fell completely to his sides. He slowly raised his head, revealing a chin covered in deep scars. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I tried. Used the shadow stealth talent to probe the situation. When Sa suddenly looked up, this was an S-rank killing move known for its all-pervasive mental power. What did you encounter? Ghost Hand remained silent for a few seconds. His left hand, resting on the iron table, showed prominent veins on the back. My spiritual reach just touched the edge of that sea area. That's it. I was completely crushed by an extremely unreasonable and brute force. I couldn't even cut off the connection to take proactive defense. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, and cold sweat slid down his temples and cheeks. The moment my mind broke down, I heard a word in my head. Food. When Sa felt a chill run down her spine. Food. What a joke. Those elite battlecruisers, armed to the teeth like the Black Flagship fleet, are nothing more than a buffet appetizer in its eyes. They can't handle this with their current level of expertise. They need to call in reinforcements. They must notify Captain Jiang Yi immediately. She took a deep breath. She reached for the red, highest-level communication button on the table. The heavy alloy door slid open silently. There was no alarm. There was no password verification prompt. Achin walked in. He wore a striking plain-colored long robe. His face always wore that gentle, harmless smile. In his hand, he held a yellowed, wordless book that had stood for millennia. His feet moved with incredible lightness. He didn't disturb a single movement of air. He was like a ghost. It seems the two of you have encountered an intractable problem. Ah-Chun walked slowly to the table, not even glancing at the messy mess on it. With a flick of his wrist, the ghost hand gripped the dagger in a reverse grip. His entire body tensed instantly. This charlatan always exuded an eerie, physics-defying aura whenever he appeared. Have you wandered onto the wrong set? When Sa narrowed his eyes. His right hand was already on the trigger of the matchlock gun at his waist. His tone turned icy. I'm just a passing storyteller. I've caught the scent of a good beginning, and I'm itching to write. Ah-Chun pulled out an iron chair and sat down. He gently turned the pages of the white paper book in his palm with his fingertips. The yellowed pages were turned. A sliver of pale golden light peeked through the gaps between fingertips and the paper. You two are so anxious about what's lying under the Mariana Trench that your mouths are practically blistered. Right. When Sa and Ghost Hand tacitly didn't respond. But their fixed gazes had already given the standard answer. There's a messy account recorded in an ancient book. Ah-Chun looked down at the blank pages. His voice became ethereal and distant. Long, long ago, the sky was connected to the vast sea. The land was connected to the endless expanse of land. It was a complete, solid planet. Until a seed fell from the sky. It landed precisely in the center of the endless deep sea. Ah-Chun's slender index finger lightly drew a circle in the air. Those seeds have a huge appetite. They use the Earth's core as fertilizer and suck up the planet's energy source like a madman. It took root and sprouted. It grew into a towering tree that could pierce the sky. How big? Its roots run through the entire underground network. Its branches and leaves could block out the light of the entire galaxy. This is the world tree from the fragments of mythology. When Sa frowned as she listened. What did this fantasy lecture have to do with the underwater dangers of swallowing warships whole? Ah-Chun ignored her gaze. He continued to fidget with the pages. Ripples of swaying tree shadows flickered across the paper. The tree has lived too long and has grown an independent brain. It looked down and saw that everything on the ground running, walking, flying, and panting was just taking advantage of its second-hand spiritual energy. Who could tolerate this? It found it disgusting, so it decided to crash the place and liquidate it. They personally launched a great purge that swept from Antarctica to the Arctic. A towering black tsunami swept across the land. Entire supercontinental plates were torn apart by tree roots. 99% of the land was forcibly submerged in underwater tanks and drowned. This is the history of how this world of great maritime exploration came to be. In the 2,000 square meter intelligence room, only Ah-Chun's unhurried recitation could be heard. When Sa and Ghost Hand's heartbeats were pounding. If this ancient calendar was real, then what were they, these survivors risking their lives at sea, descendants of smuggled parasites? This is absurd. And then, when Sa couldn't help but break the silence. This revelation was a bit too much. We got counter-killed. Ah-Chun laughed as he turned to the next page. The ancient gods still alive on Earth have huddled together for warmth. They've burned away their golden divine essence, using the lives of their believers as fuel to fill the pits. I risked everything on a huge gamble. They forcibly severed the roots of the tree that was planted in the heart of the world. They stuffed that trunk, along with the most core seed of evil, into the largest wound that had been torn open on the planet's surface. Put the lid on and weld it shut. That scar. Your generation calls it the Mariana Trench. As for the countless tree roots that were chopped and scattered, they fell all over the sky. The largest and hardest section turned into stone, which is the spine of the world on the map. All the connections are made. The logic is completely closed loop. When Sa felt a tightness in her chest and a lack of oxygen. The final piece of the terrifying puzzle about the forbidden zone in the deep sea had been completed. So, the monster that's happily feasting at the bottom of the trench is that tree, she blurted out, staring at Ah-Chun. Ah-Chun sighed softly and slammed the book shut. The golden light vanished instantly. No, the trunk has been dead for a long time, rotten into a pile of stinking mud. But the seed survived. Ah-Chun slowly raised his eyes. His gaze pierced through the thick metal wall, landing straight on the unseen abyss of black water. It was locked in a small, dark room. It gnawed on the remnants of energy released from the seal. It chewed up the remains of the world tree's counterpart. Over a long period of time, it hatched itself out of the mire. A new species that has inherited all of its mother's destructiveness and morning grumpiness. Achen's usual smile vanished. He parted his lips slightly and clearly uttered a name. Leviathan. Tick-tock. The intelligence room fell into an absolute, deathly silence. Even the sound of the ventilation fan seemed incredibly shrill and abrupt. Leviathan. A colossal beast that devours the world. Achen stood up and patted off non-existent dust from his clothes. That's all for today's storytelling session. I wish you both a successful on-site inspection. He turned around decisively. With the same light steps he had taken, he stepped halfway into the deep shadows outside the door. He didn't even leave a trace of his shadow. The alloy door re-engaged and locked. Wen-sa slowly turned her head to look at Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand slammed the purple-bladed dagger in his hand onto the iron table with a loud thud. What kind of bullshit intelligence analysis is this? This is essentially issuing a suspended death sentence notice to everyone, leaving them to await their fate. Chapter 261 Tranquility. With the departure date for the Mariana Trench fast approaching, the countdown clock in the control room has already turned bright red. The entire Golden City in Panga's arc resembled a giant meat grinder that had just undergone maintenance, with all the gears meshing and turning frantically. The crew members along the way walked at breakneck speed, their shoes slamming against the metal deck, creating a dense drumbeat. Mechanical arms carrying supplies swung back and forth, the air thick with the pre-battle smell of engine oil mixed with sea salt. As the captain of the ship, Jiang Yi became the most idle person. The final round of operational orders had been issued. Fleet formations and fire network deployments had been broken down to the individual commanders. He loosened his collar, deciding to take a stroll through the hold. In this warm-up period before the Cold War, worrying was useless. He needed to see the true capabilities of his trusted subordinates. The first stop was the medical room. The alloy sensor door had just slid open when a pungent, overpowering smell of medicinal herbs assaulted my senses. This is no ordinary hospital ward. Looking around, it's practically a cyberpunk-inspired fantasy workshop. Rows of 3-meter-tall tempered glass jars stand against the wall, churning with bizarre red and green liquids. Pipes are tangled together on the ceiling. Hua Tua, dressed in a white coat, was directing several shirtless apprentices to move tons of deep-sea mutant seaweed into a shredder. Captain. Hua Tua, with his sharp eyes, turned and put down the electronic dropper in his hand. He casually grabbed a towel and wiped away the sweat mixed with medicine residue. What's the progress on the deep-sea diving potion? Jiang Yi stepped over a jumble of pipes and got straight to the point. I have fulfilled my mission. Hua Tua grinned, his old face crinkling with wrinkles, exuding the madness of a scientific research fanatic. He walked to the center console and slapped the control panel with one hand. With a hissing sound as the pressure valve released, a fist-sized explosion-proof glass enclosure slowly rose. Inside, a test tube was quietly inserted. The liquid in the test tube was pure gold. It didn't look like water, but rather like molten gold dust, churning wildly without needing to be heated, crashing against the tube walls with a soft, tinkling sound. Is it done? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Hua Tua rubbed his hands together smugly. The medicinal ingredient wasn't difficult to prepare. I used that extremely pure ancient dragon blood you gave me. Added to that my 13 most potent, secret herbs, I managed to suppress the rejection. I'll call this stuff dragon blood boiling agent. He tapped the test tube with his finger. Do you understand the value of this stuff? One gulp, and your heart becomes a high-pressure pump. The water pressure of a 10,000-meter trench is nothing. As long as your blood is boiling, an ordinary person's physical capabilities triple. Theoretically, you could withstand half an hour in the abyssal black water without a deep-sea suit. That's enough. Jiang Yi picked up the test tube, golden light reflecting in his pupils. Half an hour would be enough for him to stuff the face of that hatching leviathan with high explosives. Where's Yao? Jiang Yi tossed the test tube back to Hua Tua and asked casually. The ward was empty. The patient who was always making a fuss was nowhere to be seen. Don't even mention it. Hua Tuo's face fell, and he rubbed his temples with a wry smile. 3 days ago, Her wound had barely scabbed over when she started insisting on being discharged. When I refused to give her the necessary permission, she disassembled the hospital bed in the middle of the night and used it as dumbbells. Right now, he's probably looking for someone to fight in the Genesis space. Jiang Yi chuckled. This girl's hospital bed certainly couldn't hold back a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Stepping out of the medical room, Jiang Yi followed the main passage to the teleportation hub that opened to Genesis space. Step into the light curtain. Before my eyes could adjust to the brightness, the sweet, pungent smell of soil mixed with grass filled my nostrils. What meets the eye is a whole expanse of green that is completely unreasonable. There was no oppressive darkness of the ocean floor, no pungent smell of engine oil. Above was a simulated azure sky, with a few white clouds drifting lazily by. In the distance, snow-capped mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, and at their foot, an endless grassland undulated in the wind. A great river cuts through the grassland from the snowmelt, makes a bend, and plunges into a huge freshwater lake in the center. Flora, wearing overalls and a large straw hat, was leading a newly formed logistics unit of several hundred people, their trousers rolled up, planting seeds in the muddy ground. Golden waves of wheat were already beginning to form in the distance. The scene on the other side of the lake was even more lively. The mermaid Queen Astrea, swishing her beautiful silver tail, led dozens of mermaids in a water fight on the surface. Her ethereal singing drifted across the water, possessing a naturally soothing and hypnotic quality. Jiang Yi walked forward with his hands in his pockets, stepping on the soft grass. This scene is so beautiful, I could watch it hundreds of times and still not get enough. In this damned apocalyptic tsunami, to be able to carve out such a place where one doesn't have to sleep in fear is practically an incredible stroke of luck. Captain, a soft, sweet voice came from the small hill on the left. Su Tao, with her hair in pigtails and wearing a little dress splattered with mud, charged down the slope like a cannonball. The little girl ran up and suddenly stopped. She was holding a huge, black watermelon that was twice the size of her head, and she presented it to her like a treasure. Look, the first batch of fruit from the experimental fields. I've already tested it, and it's definitely sandy. Jiang Yi smiled and took the watermelon, holding it in one hand while ruffling Su Tao's hair with the other, making a mess of the little girl's ponytail. Well done. Have the kitchen prepare a watermelon feast tonight, Jiang Yi said. He found a clean, flat patch of grass and sat down cross-legged. Su Tao cleverly pulled a switchblade from her pocket, sliced the watermelon into several large pieces with a snap, and arranged them at Jiang Yi's feet. This is the ultimate sense of accomplishment from simultaneously farming and building infrastructure. Anyone who tries to take this kind of life away, Jiang Yi plans to smash their skull. Jiang Yi. The clouds high in the sky were suddenly torn apart by a violent gust of air. Accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, a half-red, half-blue shadow descended from the sky. Ying Yao transformed into her full battle form as a half-dragon girl. A pair of lightning fire wings covered in fine dragon scales suddenly unfurled from her back, forcefully carving a sharp bend in the air above the lake. The shockwave pressed a deep trench into the water's surface. She rolled and landed 10 meters in front of Jiang Yi. The grass smelled burnt from the high temperature. A thick dragon tail swung impatiently behind her. Come on, let's fight. I'm dying to have a fight. She put her hands on her hips, her vertical golden pupils sparking with a fighting spirit. Jiang Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. He reached out, picked up a slice of watermelon, and took a bite. Juice is overflowing. It's so sweet. This girl had just recovered from her serious injuries when the fighting spirit in her bones became completely uncontrollable. Hey, did a sea monster bite your ears? Get up and warm up with me. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Ying Yao swung her tail even louder, making a slapping sound on the ground. No fighting. Your injury hasn't fully healed, don't fuss over it. Jiang Yi spat out 2 watermelon seeds, his tone calm. You. Ying Yao was speechless with anger. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, I've recovered 80% of my dragon essence. Now I can punch right through that alloy hatch. Oh, Jiang Yi took another big bite of the melon. Try saying it again. Ying Yao's patience ran out instantly. She pushed off with her heel and shot out like a compressed spring. The speed was extremely fast, and the resulting wind pressure forced Su Tao to take several steps back. She didn't intend to hurt anyone. Instead, her hands transformed into claws, lunging straight for the half-eaten red watermelon in Jiang Ye's hand. You won't fight, huh? Then let's steal your food. The idea was good, but the execution was too rough. Jiang Yi didn't even stand up. Holding the melon in his left hand, he used his right hand to press down on the ground. His body swayed to the side with fluid grace. Ying Yao's fingers barely grazed the watermelon rind. She lost all balance and plummeted headfirst to the ground. A muffled thud. Ying Yao didn't bite into the mud. She bumped right into Jiang Ye's arms. The scene froze instantly. The girl's herbal scent, mixed with her unique fragrance, wafted directly into Jiang Ye's arms. Her body was soft, but the hard dragon scales were painfully rough on him. Ying Yao was dumbfounded. Her chin rested on Jiang Ye's firm chest muscles. With her ear close to his, she could clearly hear his steady, rhythmic heartbeat. The fighting spirit was instantly extinguished, like being doused with ice water and evaporated into white smoke. Her cheeks flushed crimson at a visible speed, the color spreading all the way to her ears. Even her golden vertical pupils began to dart aimlessly. You're being a scoundrel, taking advantage of me. Half a second later, Ying Yao sprang to her feet like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She stumbled back 3 or 4 steps, pointing at Jiang Yi. She stammered out a sentence, her tongue twisting in knots. Let's be reasonable. Jiang Yi slowly stood up, brushing the grass clippings off his trousers. You're the one who flew over and hit me. I'm already being lenient by not asking you for compensation for emotional distress. That was an accident. Why didn't you catch me? No, why didn't you move further away? Ying Yao remained stubborn to the end. She didn't know what to do with her hands. The dragon wings on her back had long since retracted, and her tail had disappeared completely. Her pretty face was flushed crimson. Su Tao, who was munching on a melon seed nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her shoulders twitched. What are you laughing at? Don't you know any manners, kid? Ying Yao was furious and embarrassed. She glared fiercely at Su Tao. Taking the opportunity to cover her embarrassment, she snatched the remaining watermelon from Jiang Ye's hand. He took a big bite, even biting off a small piece of skin. His cheeks bulged out, making him look like a hamster guarding its food, as if to hide his heart pounding in his throat. Jiang Yi watched the girl's wild and unruly back, a smile appearing in his eyes. The calm before the storm. It's truly comforting. But the time for comfort is running out. He looked up at the sky, at the virtual blue light. His mind replayed what Ah Chun had described, the stinking sludge in the Mariana Trench, and the enormous shadow that hatched from the corpses of gods. Regardless of whether the remnants of the world tree or some damned leviathan lurk beneath that black water. Who dares to overturn the basin and touch this paradise that belongs only to him? I personally smashed all its bones, inch by inch. Chapter 262: The Birth of the Ultimate Battleship. Time flies. There are only 3 days left until the 30-day deadline. Penga's Ark, a dry dock. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. All the welding torches at the workstations went out, and the electric arcs were extinguished. Thousands of people stopped what they were doing, stood still, and looked up in silence. His gaze was fixed on the enormous object in mid-air. Penga's Ark. At this moment, it has been completely transformed. The ship's originally sleek, dark gold hull was now completely encased in a layer of heavy armor 30 meters thick. The armor gleamed with a deep blue light, its surface rough and menacing, like the scales of some ancient behemoth. Every seam of the deck is engraved with dense, complex runes. These runes are not static. They flow, breathe, and flicker slowly, like some kind of living vein. The energy fluctuations they emit can send chills down your spine, even hundreds of meters away. The entire warship was no longer an elegant interstellar vessel. It's more like a prehistoric behemoth, covered in bone armor, that crawled out of the abyss. Arrogant, overbearing, unreasonable. Just the sight of it hovering there made everyone present unconsciously breathe shallower. The final step. Ling Shui stood on the high control panel, her voice hoarse from days of exhaustion, yet unable to suppress the trembling excitement within. Dual-phase circulation shield, core access. Her eye sockets were deeply sunken, but her bloodshot blue eyes shone with an eerie light. Her lips were chapped and peeling, and there was a smear of engine oil on her chin. More than 20 days. She and Einstein practically lived in the lab. They counted their sleep time on their fingers, capping it at 3 hours a day. Sometimes, when calculating critical points, they even skipped those 3 hours. I've kept going until now thanks to caffeine and sheer madness. They painstakingly welded the mythical materials that Jiang Yi had acquired into the skeleton and veins of the Ark, bit by bit, inch by inch. She gave the order. 2 massive robotic arms started simultaneously, lifting 2 energy cores the size of basketball courts, and slowly sending them into the open power compartment at the bottom of the Ark. The one on the left radiates a 7-colored halo, as if an entire aurora borealis has been stuffed into a crystal ball. Where the halo overflows, you can even see tiny, faint green vine shadows growing. The heart of the siren, full of boundless vitality. The one on the right was the complete opposite. A blue storm and purple lightning intertwined and crackled with arcs of electricity, just getting close enough to feel an aura of violent and unreasonable destruction. The heart of the demon tiger, utterly ferocious. Both cores were deployed simultaneously. Buzz. One is gentle, the other is firm. 2 completely opposing energies collided violently within the cramped engine compartment. The entire Pangu Ark shook violently. Runes on its 30-meter-thick heavy armor flashed wildly, as if it could not withstand the tearing from within. Cracks appeared in the dry dock floor. 7 or 8 overhead light tubes exploded. Broken glass was falling down with a clattering sound. The alarm went off like wildfire. Energy conflict. The shield system is extremely unstable. The core temperature is soaring and has exceeded the safety threshold by 300%. Cracks have appeared in the hull structure. Keel sections number 3, number 7, and number 12 are all cracking. The researchers at the control panel were deathly pale, their voices trembling. Some had already reached for the emergency ejection button. What's the panic? Ling Shui let out a loud shout. The noise of the entire dry dock seemed to be abruptly reduced, as if someone had choked it. A near maniacal glint flashed in her eyes. Her 10 fingers slammed onto the control panel with such speed that they left afterimages. Activate the void stabilizer. Force balance the dual-core energy output. All solar energy pipelines operate at overload. 120%. 150%. Do not store any excess energy. Channel it all into the main cannon's energy storage tank. Hold on tight. Her fingers didn't hesitate for a second. Every parameter adjustment is precise to 3 decimal places. Every instruction is on the verge of system crash, not a fraction more or less. She was practically risking her life jumping on the tightrope. The tremors of the Ark gradually subsided. The 2 colliding energies were held together by countless runes like chains, forcibly twisting them together. From mutual repulsion, to mutual probing, and then to slow fusion. Final. A shield has been formed. The inner layer is pure white, and the outer layer is deep purple. The 2 layers of energy circulate continuously, like the yin and yang fish in a Tai Chi symbol, never ceasing. The entire warship was completely enveloped by this shield. It's done. The first person to react let out a scream that was out of tune. Immediately afterwards, cheers erupted like a flood bursting its banks. Einstein held the head of a welding robot beside him, tears streaming down his face, snot and tears streaming down his face, muttering unintelligible words, laughing and crying like a child. It's not over yet. Ling Shui's voice wasn't loud, but it brought all the cheers to an abrupt halt. She stood on the control panel, her expression unusually cold. Take a deep breath. My finger pressed the last button. Activate the main gun. She spoke slowly and deliberately. Conduct an extreme stress test on the shield. The air in the entire venue froze instantly. Everyone thought they had misheard. Bombard your own ship with the main gun? Has this woman gone crazy from exhaustion? Ling Shui, you've gone mad. Lin Zhixia's voice burst out from the communicator. We don't have time. Ling Shui didn't turn around. She stared at the behemoth she had personally modified, and her voice calmed down. Test slowly? Is 3 days enough? No, it's not enough. Only after we get past this hurdle can I confidently say that once we reach the Mariana Trench, it won't let us down. She looked up, her gaze passing over the layers of steel structure, towards the bridge. Captain, give the order. Jiang Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the bridge. With his hands in his pockets, he quietly looked down at the grotesque, unrecognizable monster below. He could sense it. The Pangu arc at this moment is no longer the same thing as before. The runes were pulsating. The armor was undulating slightly. The two cores contracted and expanded, like breathing, like a heartbeat. It is no longer a pile of cold alloys and wires. It came to life. Jiang Yi tapped the window frame twice with his right knuckles. Approved. 2 words, spoken very softly. However, when the signal is transmitted to every corner of the dry dock via full-frequency communication, it weighs over 1,000 pounds. All personnel, evacuate to the safe area immediately. Lin Jixia gritted her teeth and gave the order. 3 minutes later, the vast dry dock was completely empty. Only the Pangu arc remained suspended in the center, along with the thin figure on the control panel. Ling Shui didn't leave. She had to press the launch button herself. Main gun dominator. Her voice echoed in the empty dock. 100% charged. At the very front of the arc, the main cannon barrel, with a diameter of over 10 meters, slowly lit up. A dark golden light surged from the depths of the cannon barrel, spreading outwards in concentric circles. The surrounding air began to deform and distort, as if an invisible hand was kneading reality. The metal armrests of the control panel began to hum. The steel plate beneath Ling Shui's feet was slightly deforming. That energy is still rising. All the crew members hiding in the safe zone watched through the monitor screen as the dark golden death light grew brighter and brighter, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Charging complete. Ling Shui's eyes were bathed in the golden light of the cannon muzzle. Her lips trembled slightly, but her arms swung down swiftly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Emission. A dark golden beam of light tore through space. There was no sound. Or rather, the sound was swallowed up in that instant. Everyone's eardrums went deaf simultaneously. The surveillance screen turned pure white. The walls of the safe zone shook, and dust fell from the ceiling. The beam of light, with its unparalleled destructive power and absolute suppression at the level of laws, slammed heavily into the Pangu Arc's own shield. At that moment, the world lost all color. It lasted for a full 3 seconds. Then, the light faded. The surveillance footage has been restored. The Pangu Arc remained completely still. Its bipolar shield, white on the inside and purple on the outside, flickered violently a few times, rippling out several circles of energy, before returning to normal after 3 seconds. 30-meter thick, deep, sea-cold, iron-heavy armor. There wasn't even a scratch the thickness of a hair. Unharmed. The safe zone was completely silent. Thousands of people stood there with their mouths agape and their eyes wide open, like a group of wooden stakes struck by lightning. It lasted a full half-minute. I don't know who was the first to speak up. A hoarse, off-key roar, as if the throat had been torn open. Ooh, 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 ooh. Immediately afterwards, everyone went crazy. It worked. Holy crap, it worked. What kind of defense is this? It's a mobile superfortress. The Mariana Islands are nothing. With this ship here, even Leviathan would have to bow down to me. The crew members jumped and danced, hugging each other's necks and howling. Some laughed and then started wiping away tears. Others sat on the ground and pounded the floor. On the control panel, Ling Shui's legs couldn't hold on any longer. She slid down the control panel and plopped down on the cold steel plate, looking at the perfect monster he had created with his own hands. He laughed. As I laughed, tears started streaming down my face. One by one, they fell onto the back of my hand, which was covered in engine oil and burn marks. More than 20 days. It was worth it. On the bridge, Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, a very faint curve, but it was definitely there. He could feel the arc beneath his feet vibrating slightly and rhythmically. Like a heartbeat. Like breathing. Like a giant beast that had been asleep for 10,000 years, it finally opened its eyes. He raised his hand and pressed the ship's communication button. All crew members. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly penetrated everyone's ears. Prepare to board the ship. He paused for a moment. Our journey is about to begin. Chapter 263 Oath-taking ceremony before the expedition. Night fell. The central square of the Golden City was as bright as day. Hundreds of temporary lighting pillars cast a warm yellow light on everyone's face. Tens of thousands of crew members and residents spontaneously gathered here. No one organized it. No one notified them. The news was passed from one person to another, from the port to the workshops, from the workshops to the residential areas, and from the residential areas to every corner of the square. They didn't speak. He just stood there. Men, women, the elderly, and children. Their gazes were all turned in unison towards the port. There, a colossal, dark blue behemoth, so large it blotted out the sky, lay silently in a deep water berth. Penga's Ark. After the final transformation, it was completely reborn. 30 meters of deep-sea cold iron-heavy armor encased the ship's hull, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the lights. The dual-phase shield, white on the inside and purple on the outside, was in standby mode, with a thin layer of light film adhering to the armor surface, like a breathing skin covering the behemoth. The main gun Dominator at the bow, with a caliber of over 10 meters, has its muzzle slightly raised, pointing towards the night sky. Cold, silent, filled with an overwhelming sense of power. Everyone who looked up at it instinctively held their breath. It's not fear. It gives me peace of mind. A deep-seated sense of security, a feeling that, with this, even if the sky falls, I'm not afraid. On the high bow deck of the ship, Zhang Yi stood at the very front. He was dressed in a black combat uniform, the cuffs tightly bound, with the short knife he never parted from at his waist. The sea breeze blew in from the front, ruffling the hem of his clothes and stray hairs. He just stood there, without saying a word. But everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Behind him, the core members stood in a row. Lin Jixia, Ling Shui, Wang Ba, Wen Sa. Everyone's expression is different. Lin Jixia's gaze was calm, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Ling Shui crossed her arms, her eyes slightly narrowed, as if calculating something. Wen Sa remained expressionless, his fingers habitually resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Wang Ba? Wang Ba grinned. He had a look on his face that said, I'm going to cause trouble today. He took a step forward. Stand at the edge of the deck. I glanced down. A dense mass of heads. Brothers and sisters. His booming voice exploded out. At least 3 rows of people in the square were jolted awake by the shockwave. What were you like 30 days ago? He stretched out a thick finger and pointed down. To put it nicely, they're survivors. To put it bluntly, a bunch of spineless wimps who can be chased all over the street by even level 3 sea monsters. Someone in the square touched their nose sheepishly, but many more people clenched their fists. Because what Wang Ba said was true. What about in 30 days? Wang Ba suddenly turned around, flicked one arm behind him, and pointed at the 300 figures behind him who were also dressed in black combat uniforms. Those 300 people stood ramrod straight. Their breathing was all in the same rhythm. The aura emanating from them was completely different from what it was a month ago. Calluses on his hands. A light in his eyes. Broad shoulders. He's an insurmountable wall when he stands out. Look at yourselves. Wang Ba's voice suddenly lowered. Look at the people around you. Your eyes have changed. There's none of that messy stuff anymore. Only 2 items remain. He held up 2 fingers. War intent. Glory. Pause for 1 second. Tell them who you are. Pengu Ark. 300 people roared in unison. The sound waves visibly spread outwards, causing the flags at the edge of the square to flutter loudly. The palpable killing intent caused the residents in the front row to involuntarily take a half-step back. A young mother holding her child stared wide-eyed, her lips trembling slightly. It's not fear. It was shocking. She recognized the young man standing in the front row. A month ago, that person was squatting at the entrance of the ration station, arguing with someone over getting an extra half a compressed biscuit. Now, he stands ramrod straight, his eyes sharp as knives. Very good. Jiang Ye's voice rang out. Not big, but everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. As if he had completed his mission, Wang Ba took a step back. Jiang Yi stepped forward. He glanced down. Tomorrow, the Pengu Ark will set sail. Destination. He paused. Mariana Trench. The square was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, the sound of gasps for air spread like dominoes. Mariana Islands. In the post-apocalyptic world, those 3 words are almost synonymous with death. A forbidden zone that no fleet dares to touch. A legendary abyss where ancient behemoths slumber. But no one showed any fear. Nervous? Yes. Excitement? Yes, there was. Fear? It does not exist. It's not because they're not afraid of death. It was because the person standing in front of them was Jiang Yi. I won't lie to you. Jiang Yi's voice was flat. This trip is fraught with peril, with only a slim chance of survival. What you might encounter is 10 times, 100 times, more terrifying than any sea monster you've ever seen. It could be an ancient behemoth, or something even more outrageous. I can't guarantee that everyone will come back alive. That's a very direct and ruthless statement. Other leaders would at least make some grand promises before setting out on a campaign. Jiang Yi, no. He never talks nonsense. So, I'm giving you one last chance. Those who want to leave can leave now. The Ark will leave enough supplies and defensive facilities. Those who stay behind will have no problem surviving. I won't stop you. Nobody will stop you. His gaze swept from left to right, and then from right to left. 10,000 people remained silent in the square. No one moved. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The sea breeze swept across the square, causing the lights on the pillars to sway slightly. Everyone seemed to be nailed to the ground. Silence was their answer. Then, deep within the crowd, a hand covered in calluses and scars was raised tremblingly. He was an old man. White hair, hunchback, deep wrinkles on his face. The old shipwright who worked for 12 consecutive days without sleep while remodeling the Ark. Captain. His voice sounded like it had been sanded. His voice was hoarse and dry, but every word struck the ground with a resounding clang. I have lived for 62 years. He spent his whole life repairing ships before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he almost starved to death on the dock. It was you who fished us out. It was you who allowed us to live like human beings again. Now you say you're going on an expedition? His voice was trembling, but he raised his hand even higher. Why should we hide in the back? This sentence is like a fuse. Yes, we're not going anywhere. Follow the captain. I will follow you to the death. Long live the Pangu Ark. The sound waves rose in waves, spreading outward from the center of the square. They grew louder and louder. The voices of tens of thousands of people combined sounded like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. Each one is heavier than the last. The ground beneath our feet trembled slightly. That's not just about shouting slogans anymore. That is the will of a city. Lin Jixia stood half a step behind Jiang Yi. She didn't say anything, but her eyes reddened. Looking at the unwavering trust and fervor on those tens of thousands of faces, she knew very well. From this moment on, Pangu Ark had a true soul. It's not steel. It's not a weapon. It's not a shield. It is a person. Jiang Yi raised his hand. With palm down, I gently pressed down. The voices of tens of thousands of people vanished within 3 seconds. This kind of control is more terrifying than any threat or command. I assure you. Jiang Yi looked at everyone, emphasizing each word. I will bring each and every one of you back safely. After saying that, turn around. No turning back. Everyone has it. Board the ship. 300 elite soldiers marched forward. The footsteps were synchronized. The black combat suits formed a flowing underground river under the lights, flowing down the gangway and into the Ark's belly. Residents spontaneously made way for each other on both sides of the gangway. Some people were clapping. Some were wiping away tears. Some were clenching their fists, their lips moving, but no one knew what they were saying. That night, no one in the Golden City slept. Captain's cabin. Jiang Yi stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling porthole. The city below was brightly lit. The distant sea was pitch black. His right hand rested on the metal frame of the porthole, his knuckles tapping rhythmically. This is his habit when he's thinking. Thump, thump, thump. The Ark's hull was also shaking slightly. The frequency was exactly the same as the sound of his knuckles tapping. Jiang Yi noticed it. He glanced down at the deck beneath his feet. It paused for 2 seconds. He didn't say anything. The door opened. Lin Jixia walked in carrying a cup of hot milk. She changed into a white loungewear dress. Her long blonde hair casually draped over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of soft-soled slippers. She was a completely different person from the strategist on deck who was making all the decisions. "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" What are you thinking about?" Jiang Yi took the milk and took a sip. "The temperature is just right. The load on my shoulders has gotten a bit heavier." He spoke very casually. "It's like saying the weather is nice today." Lin Jixia did not respond. She walked to his side and naturally leaned on his shoulder. "This isn't just your boat." Her voice was very soft. "Ling Shui is here. Wang Ba is here. Wen Sa is here. I'm here too." Jiang Yi remained silent for a few seconds. Then he reached out a hand and pulled her close. The two of them leaned against the porthole, looking at the night outside. A long time passed. Lin Jixia's breathing became long and even. She leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep. Jiang Yi glanced down at her. The curve of her lips was very shallow, but it was definitely there. He didn't move. I stayed in that position, looking out the window. The Milky Way stretches across the night sky. On the sea, undercurrents surged. Something awaited them at the far end of the horizon. He didn't know what it was, but he knew it was there. It's always been there. The Ark's hull shook again. Chapter 264. The Guest. The last hour before departure. The bridge of the Pengu Ark was brightly lit. Dozens of crew members took their positions and began the final system checks. Engine 1, rated power, normal. Engine number 2, rated power, normal. Weapon array, all lines ready. Life support system, circulation stable. Navigation coordinates have been locked onto the target sea area. The reports came one after another, dense yet orderly. Lin Jixia stood in front of the command platform. She changed back into her dark blue uniform, her long blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, looking completely different from the woman who had fallen asleep on Jiang Yi's shoulder just a few hours earlier. His gaze swept across the data screens, and his fingers moved quickly across the control panel. Each instruction was delivered crisply and efficiently. "Everything is ready. Everything is ready." With just Jiang Yi's command, the Pengu Ark will set sail and head towards the unknown deep sea. However, beep, beep, beep. Without any warning, the lights on the entire bridge flickered simultaneously. The images on all the data screens jumped violently, and then a piercing alarm that sent chills down your spine exploded and resounded in every corner. The red warning light is spinning wildly. Everyone froze in their tracks. Alarm. The radar officer's voice changed, and his fingers pressed hard on the control panel until his knuckles turned white. Ultra-high energy spatial fluctuations detected. An unidentified object is performing a long-distance space jump. Target. He swallowed hard. The city of gold. The air inside the bridge suddenly turned cold. The fervent enthusiasm that had been building before the expedition has completely dissipated. Instead, a chill creeps up from the base of the spine. "What is that?" Jiang Yi's voice came from above the command platform. "It's very flat. There were no ups and downs. It was like a solid iron plate pressing down on everyone's heads, so stable, it was frightening." The radar officer's lips were trembling. "The energy level is impossible to estimate. This has already exceeded the limits of the radar detection system." He turned his head, his face completely drained of color. "Estimated arrival in 30 seconds. This statement caused an uproar in the bridge. Lin Jixia's hand froze in midair. Exceeding the detection limit? The radar system of Pengu Ark was recalibrated by Ling Shui and Einstein over a full 20 days. The energy fluctuations of mythical beings can be precisely pinpointed to 3 decimal places. What kind of thing could cause this system to report an overflow limit? Her pupils contracted slightly. The arrival of this person is extremely unlucky. Everyone has one. Jiang Yi did not hesitate at all. The moment he stood up from his seat, his entire aura changed. Not the captain. He is a general. Level 1 combat alert. Boundary shield at full power. All Dominator secondary cannons. Remove safety restrictions. Fire freely. Notify Wang Ba and Lu Yuan to declare martial law throughout the city, and the city defense troops to immediately go to their combat posts. Within 30 seconds, I want all the cannons pointed skyward. Commands came one after another without pause or repetition, like a precisely operating machine. Everyone on the bridge was jolted by the cold, sharp voice. and their movements instantly tripled. The entire Pengu arc began to spin with a roar. A deep, rumbling sound came from deep within the ship's hull. That was the engine operating at full power. Below, in the Golden City, air raid sirens suddenly sounded. Countless searchlights pierced the night sky, sweeping across it in a crisscross pattern. One after another, the weapon platforms on the city wall lit up with red lights. The entire city was awakened from its slumber by violence. Like a giant beast whose tail has been stepped on, its fangs and claws were revealed at the same moment. On the main screen of the bridge, the star map image kept zooming in. A red dot. It was blindingly bright. They are hurtling toward their coordinates at a speed that completely defies the laws of physics. 10 seconds. The red dot is bigger now. 5 seconds. The red dot began to expand. 3 seconds. The energy readings on the main screen were jumping wildly, the numbers becoming so large as to be meaningless. They're here. The radar officer's voice nearly cracked. Everyone looked up at the same time. The sky above the Golden City was torn apart. It's not a metaphor. It really was torn apart. A massive crack burst open from the very center of the night sky, the dark fissure stretching out to both sides, like an invisible hand tearing the heavens in two like paper. Inside the crack, there was no starlight, no clouds. It was pure, thick, and suffocating black. Immediately afterwards, that thing squeezed out of the crack. It's described as crowded because it's too big. Even the crack that spans half the sky resembles a narrow birth canal. That was not a ship. It was a nightmare. Countless twisted and deformed metal fragments, along with pulsating, twitching biological tissue, were pieced together and stitched together by some indescribable force. It is irregular in shape, lacks symmetry, and has no aesthetic appeal. Only madness. There was only chaos. The surface of the fortress was densely covered with scarlet eyeballs of varying sizes. Every single one is spinning. Every single one is watching them. And everywhere you look, even the air itself is decaying. The Reaper. War Fortress. Moreover, it was 3 times larger than the ship that Hill had smashed outside the Golden City last time. It's the Reaper. Lin Jixia's voice trembled slightly, without her even realizing it. That name is a fear etched into the bones of every resident of the Golden City. How did they find this place? Ling Shue's holographic image appeared next to the command console, her face showing obvious shock. She was frantically calculating something, and the data on the screen was scrolling wildly. Not surprising. Jiang Yi stared at the screen. His tone was calm, as if he were explaining a math problem. The moment Pengu Arc was born, it was like setting off a signal flare across the entire ocean. They have a keen sense of smell, and they follow the energy fluctuations just like a shark smells blood. He paused, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. We're here now. Perfect timing to try out the new equipment. The words had barely left his mouth. The Reaper Fortress moved. Thousands of crimson eyes on the surface lit up simultaneously, their light converging like 10,000 red suns igniting at the same moment. The next second, a gray beam of light descended from the sky. Hundreds and thousands. It's everywhere. That is the embodiment of the law of entropy. Wherever the beam of light passed, water molecules in the air decomposed at an accelerated rate. The molecular structure on the metal surface began to become disordered, and all order was crumbling, decaying, and heading towards its end. This kind of attack is the most lethal to any high-tech creation. The more sophisticated your weapon, the faster you will die. However, those gray beams of light, powerful enough to turn an entire epic fleet into rust in 3 seconds, fell upon the Pengu Arc. They've all disappeared. It disappeared quietly. There wasn't even a sound. Dual-phase cyclic shield. On the outer layer, purple wind and thunder power surged and roared, violently tearing apart the energy structure of each gray light pillar, breaking the law of entropy into fragments and returning it to its original form. In the inner layer, white life energy flows gently, repairing and restoring the affected microscopic particles. One is responsible for destruction and the other for repair. One attack, one defense, a perfect combination. The Reaper's prized entropy power crumbles before this shield. It's like scratching an itch. A suppressed cheer erupted from the bridge. Someone slammed their fist on the table, nearly cracking the control panel. Ling Shui and Einstein's 20 days of overtime work finally paid off. Lin Jixia breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension in her eyes eased considerably. Fire. Jiang Yi did not give the opponent a second chance to attack. Not a single word was said. Around the Pangu arc, hundreds of Dominator secondary cannons simultaneously turned, their muzzles aimed at the enormous nightmare hovering in the sky. Dark golden energy was compressed, condensed, and exploded inside the cannon barrel. A barrage of beams of light. Dense beams of dark golden energy intertwined into a net, completely engulfing the Reaper fortress. The explosions continued in succession. Twisted metal was ripped into pieces, flying flesh and blood evaporated in the air, scarlet eyeballs exploded one by one, and viscous liquid rained down from the sky. But the Reaper fortress did not fall. A layer of dark red biological shields surged from its surface, trembling violently amidst the artillery fire, yet stubbornly holding on. The wounds that were blown open are visibly wriggling, growing, and healing. They're as hard to kill as cockroaches. Captain, Wang Ba's voice burst out from the communicator. The city defense troops are in position. Shall we fire a few rounds too? Need not. Jiang Yi was decisive and efficient. In a battle of this magnitude, you'd only cause trouble. Keep things under control in the city. Wang Ba remained silent for 2 seconds, then said nothing more. He could tell that this wasn't just a polite remark. That's the truth. Jiang Yi looked at the massive object on the main screen, which was riddled with holes but was still healing and regenerating, and tapped the armrest twice with his right index finger. There aren't enough secondary guns. It's an order of magnitude different. We need to use a larger one. Ling Shui. Exist. Main gun, how's it? Ling Shui's holographic image lit up, and light danced in her eyes. That's the kind of excitement a technician feels when their masterpiece is about to be put into practice. It can't be hidden no matter what. Report to the captain. The Thunderbolt Overlord, which has merged with the heart of the Demon Tiger, is fully charged and ready to fire at any time. She took a deep breath. The power is 3 times that of the previous shot. 3 times as much. This statement caused a stir in the bridge. What was the significance of that previous shot? That was the ultimate weapon that blasted through a Reaper outpost. 3 times the power. What does that mean? Very good. Jiang Yi stood up. His gaze pierced through the main screen and landed fixed on that ugly, massive fortress. The curve of the corners of her mouth was very faint, but the smile was cold. Let these blind cosmic locusts taste the farewell gift from our Pangu, Arkansas. He raised his right hand. Extend your finger and pointed at the enormous thing on the screen that is still desperately trying to heal itself. Target, enemy ship's energy core. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone on the bridge could hear it clearly. Give it to me and blast it to smithereens. Chapter 265 Target, Mariana Islands. Thunderbolt Overlord, charging begins. Ling Shui's eyes gleamed with the fervor unique to scientists. She suddenly pressed the bright red button on the control panel. Buzz, an energy surge, several times more terrifying than before, erupted wildly from the core power compartment of the Pangu Arc. The boundless vitality of the Siren's heart, the domineering divine power of the God Lord's heart, and the raging wind and thunder of the Demon Tiger's heart. 3 distinct mythical powers surged toward the main gun at the bow of the ship in an almost boiling state through the energy pipelines laid by Sun Gold. The entire Pangu Arc hummed and trembled in response to this attack. At the bow of the ship, the massive cannon with a diameter of over 10 meters began to condense a terrifying energy sphere, interwoven with dark golden light and purple lightning. The energy sphere continued to expand and compress, emitting a powerful pressure that caused the surrounding space to groan under its strain. Inside the Golden City, all the survivors looked up in horror at the gods fighting in the sky. The evil aura emanating from the flesh and blood fortress that emerged from the crack almost suffocated them. But when they saw the terrifying main cannon of the Pangu Arc gathering power, a strange sense of confidence welled up in their hearts. That's their guardian angel. They are their only support in this apocalyptic world. Energy replenishment, 50%, 80%, 100%. Overload mode activated. Final power increased by 500%. Ling Shui roared at the top of her lungs. She has completely gone mad. With this shot, she wasn't just going to win. She was going to win spectacularly. She wanted to show these Reapers what true fear was. The Reaper fortress on the opposite side also seemed to sense a deadly threat. All the eyes on its surface were fixed on the main cannon of the Pangu Arc, revealing a human-like fear. It abandoned its attack and concentrated all its energy on its defensive shield. The dark red biological shield became thicker and more viscous than ever before. Emission. Jiang Ye's icy voice rang out from inside the bridge. That instant, a terrifying beam of light, over 20 meters in diameter and composed of pure destructive lightning and golden light of law, burst forth from the muzzle of the Thunderbolt Overlord. Where the beam of light passed, thunderclouds dispersed and space shattered. It was as if even time itself stood still in the face of this attack. The Reaper Fortress's prized biological shield melted and evaporated silently the moment it came into contact with the beam of light, just like summer snow. There was absolutely no resistance. Immediately afterwards, the beam of light swept through the massive body of the Reaper Fortress, made of metal and flesh, with unstoppable force. Boom! A deafening roar, deep and muffled, exploded in the very depths of everyone's soul. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was no dazzling firelight. The Reaper Fortress, comparable to a mountain, began to crumble and annihilate from the inside the moment it was pierced by the beam of light. All the metal, flesh, and soul were broken down into the most primitive particles under the domineering power of thunder and law. Just 3 seconds. That once invincible war fortress, right before everyone's eyes, silently transformed into countless specks of light and vanished completely into the air. Not even a trace of remains was left. It was as if it had never existed. The whole world fell into a deathly silence. Inside the bridge, everyone stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. In the Golden City, tens of thousands of survivors all looked up, forgetting to breathe. One shot. Just one shot. A Reaper Fortress, even more powerful than the last one, a super mythical level one, is gone just like that? What terrifying power this is. What an overwhelming and domineering power this is. A long time. You won. The radar officer's trembling voice broke the deathly silence. We won. We won. Wow. Captain's awesome. Pengu Ark's awesome. After a brief silence, there came a fervor more intense than ever before, a thunderous roar of cheers. Everyone's gone mad. They jumped, laughed, and cried, using every means to express their excitement and ecstasy. Jiang Yi looked at the sky on the main screen, which had returned to calm, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Finally, it's resolved. He glanced at the system panel. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the mythical level unit Reaper Raider Fortress. World reputation plus 200,000. Received. Unlimited conversion attempts X1. Obtained. Dimensional beacon Reaper X1. Another unlimited conversion. A hint of joy flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. This trump card came at the perfect time. With it, this trip to the Mariana Islands has an extra layer of security. As for that dimensional beacon, he doesn't plan to use it for the time being. When Panga's Arc is upgraded to the point where it can traverse the universe, then we'll go to the Reaper's homeland and collect a good protection fee. Alarm lifted. Jiang Yi issued the order. All departments, report on the extent of the damage. Captain, the report. The domain shield has consumed 3% of its energy and is automatically replenishing. Captain, the main cannon Thunderbolt Overlord has entered cooldown mode. The estimated cooldown time is 24 hours. Captain, the hull is undamaged. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction as he listened to the reports. Although this raid was thrilling, it was also a perfect practical exercise for the modified Pangu Arc. The result was very encouraging. Lin Jixia, he looked at the woman beside him, announced to the entire city that the victory celebration banquet is cancelled. All personnel, return to your posts immediately. 10 minutes later, we set sail on time. Yes. Lin Jixia immediately responded. Although it might seem a bit cold-hearted, she understood that now was not the time to celebrate. The threat of the Reapers is like a Damocles sword hanging over our heads. They must become stronger as soon as possible. The hope of becoming stronger lies in that unknown abyss. 10 minutes later, the massive hull of the Pangu Ark slowly detached from the port and rose into the sky, under the fervent and reverent gaze of the entire city's residents. It turned around, its bow pointing directly at that pitch-black sea, a place of death and taboo. Lightning engine, start. Space jump, commence. Target, Mariana Islands. With Jiang Ye's command, the stern of the Pangu Ark spewed out a dazzling, ghostly blue tail flame. The surrounding space began to twist and fold violently. The next second, this ultimate warship, carrying the hopes of countless people, transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon in an instant. An exploration into the deepest secrets of this planet has officially begun. Chapter 266, Arrival at the Forbidden Zone of Death. The stern of the Pangu Ark spewed out a long, dark blue tail flame that stretched for several kilometers. The surrounding space seemed to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand, violently twisting and folding. The next second, this ultimate warship, carrying the hopes of hundreds of thousands of people in the Golden City, transformed into a streak of light piercing the darkness and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Inside the captain's cabin, Jiang Yi sat in his seat, his body rising and falling with the slight tremors brought about by the spatial jump. On the holographic screen in front of him, countless star trails sped backward, eventually converging into a dazzling tunnel of light. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced this feeling, but every time, it is still breathtaking. This is Ling Shui and Einstein's masterpiece, the superspeed engine. It's no longer just about propelling ships. It's about truly tearing through space and traversing short distances between planes. Reporting, Captain. The space jump has entered a stable course and is expected to arrive at the target coordinates in 3 minutes, the outer edge of the Mariana Islands. All systems are operating normally, and energy reserves are at 97%. Lin Zhixia's clear and steady voice came through the ship's communication system. No, Jiang Yi responded, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. 3 minutes. Soon, he turned his head and looked out the window at the shimmering, colorful void. The information left by Ah Chan involuntarily surfaced in my mind. The seeds of the world tree. The scars left by ancient gods. It devoured the seal and hatched the ultimate creature, Leviathan, in the abyss, which had existed for countless ages. Every word exudes a chilling sense of heaviness. This trip will not be easy. Drop. A soft sound interrupted Jiang Ye's thoughts. It has deviated from its space lane. Coordinate calibration in progress. Calibration complete. Current location, Mariana Trench, coordinates. The view outside the window instantly changed from flowing bands of light back to deep and oppressive darkness. It's not the night sky. It is the sea. The sea was pitch black, without a single ray of light, and even starlight could not penetrate it. A faint smell, like a mixture of rust and ozone, filled the air. The sea breeze on my face wasn't moist, but rather carried a strange dryness and burning sensation. Is this the Mariana Islands? Wang Ba's voice came through the communication channel, tinged with surprise. It doesn't look particularly special. It's not as scary as the stormy sea with its lightning. Don't be careless. Lu Yuan's voice followed closely behind, as calm as ever. The calmer the place, the more dangerous it often is. He had barely finished speaking. Alarm. Alarm. An ultra-high-density energy field has been detected in the sea area ahead. All detection signals are distorted and absorbed. Radar system malfunction. The piercing alarm sounded once again throughout the bridge. On the main screen, the once clear nautical chart instantly turned into a chaotic jumble of static. All the probes pointing forward spun wildly as if they were insane, and then burned up in a burst of electric sparks. What's going on? Lin Zhixia's voice carried a hint of urgency. Report. We think we've hit a wall. The radar officer's voice was trembling. An invisible wall. Jiang Yi suddenly stood up and walked to the porthole. The Pangu Ark has come to a stop. It was less than 100 meters from the bow of the ship. The seawater there presents an extremely eerie sight. It was no longer a liquid, but rather like a huge, slowly flowing black crystal. When light shines on it, it is neither reflected nor refracted, but is directly absorbed. The surrounding seawater, as it approached this area, was forcibly torn apart and broken down by an invisible force before merging into the blackness. It was as if that were the end of the world, the graveyard of all matter and energy. Return to the ruins. Jiang Yi uttered these two words softly. The most terrifying feature of the Mariana Trench. A death realm capable of disintegrating all matter and devouring all energy. It acts like a natural barrier, completely isolating the entire trench from the outside world. Anything that tries to get close to it will be ruthlessly broken down into its most basic particles. Captain, the domain shield's energy is rapidly decreasing. 95%, 93%, 90%. This thing is absorbing our shield energy. Ling Xue's holographic image suddenly appeared next to Jiang Yi, her face filled with solemnity. This is not just physical energy absorption, it's distorting the space around us at the level of laws. If we don't retreat immediately, our shield will be completely destroyed in 10 minutes at most. Einstein's image also appeared, and the old man was so anxious he was jumping up and down. My God, this defies physics. This is not scientific. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. No one expected that they would be cornered at their own doorstep before they even caught a glimpse of Leviathan. Moreover, the opponent is a pure law of nature that is fundamentally impossible to contend with. Back off. Jiang Yi stared at the black waters that resembled a gaping abyss, his eyes showing no sign of retreat. Since he came, he never intended to go back. Ling Xue, he asked without turning his head. What is the theoretical maximum withstand capability of the dual-phase circulating shield? Under normal conditions, it can withstand a full force attack from a super mythical unit without collapsing. Ling Xue answered immediately. But what's happening right now isn't an attack. It's a continuous erasure effect. It's devouring our shield energy like food. In other words, it's a competition of consumption. Jiang Yi grasped the crux of the problem instantly. That's right. Then let's not waste time with it. Jiang Yi turned around, his gaze sweeping over all the tense faces on the bridge. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a reassuring pill, instantly calming everyone's minds. Since it's a wall, let's break through it. Everyone was stunned. Pierce through? How do I fight? What should we use to fight? This is something at the level of laws. Jiang Yi offered no explanation. He sat back down in the captain's seat and tapped the armrest twice with his right hand. Ling Xue Einstein. Follow my orders. Reduce the power output of Siren Heart to a minimum, just enough to maintain the basic structure of the shield. Connect all the energy of the heart of the demon tiger to the Thunderbolt Overlord. Main gun, begin charging. His words caused both of these mad scientists to widen their eyes in surprise. Blast a path through with the main gun? This idea is insane. Chapter 267 Blast Through This Dead Sea. Captain, are you insane? Einstein was the first to call out, his white beard trembling. That's the Void Return force field. It's an annihilation effect at the level of laws. If you bombard it with energy, you're just handing it food. Not only will you not be able to break through it, but you'll also make it stronger. That's how it is in theory. Ling Xue's expression was also extremely serious, but in her eyes, there was a glimmer of eager anticipation that was completely different from Einstein's. But what if our attack intensity exceeds its absorption limit for even a moment? It's like pouring water into a cup. If you pour slowly, the cup will fill up. But what if you use a fire hose to spray water all over the rim of the cup? As a result, only one cup will be washed away instantly. Einstein was stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found that he couldn't find any reason to refute it. This metaphor, though simple and blunt, gets straight to the heart of the matter. That's right. Jiang Yi's voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable determination. We don't reason with it, and we don't play energy-consuming games with it. We only do one thing. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if trying to pierce through the screen and into the pitch-black ruins of return. Use the most extreme force to tear a gash in it before it can react. But the risk is too great. Einstein was still hesitant. If we fail, The main gun's energy will be absorbed by it, and we won't even have a chance to escape. No buts. Jiang Yi interrupted him. Penguark, there is no option to go back. Execute the command. The last 4 words were spoken with resounding force. Inside the bridge, everyone felt a chill. That belonged to the captain, absolute authority. Yes. Ling Shui took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. The seriousness on her face was replaced by a feverish excitement, and her fingers moved so fast on the control panel that they left afterimages. Order received. Switch to power core mode. Siren's heart energy output reduced to 10%. Boundary shield switched to low power maintenance mode. Heart of the Demon Tiger energy is beginning to redirect. All energy pipelines are overloaded. Target, main cannon Thunderbolt Overlord. Buzz. The entire hull of the Pangu Ark emitted a muffled roar. That was the sound of wind and thunder power surging wildly through the pipes. The massive cannon at the bow, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, once again glowed with that terrifying energy sphere, a mixture of dark golden light and purple lightning. This time, there was no gentle life energy from the siren's heart to harmonize it. The energy ball appeared to be more violent and unstable than before. Purple electric snakes darted wildly around the cannon muzzle, crackling and popping as if they were about to explode out of control at any moment. Energy replenishment, 30%. 60%. Captain, energy overload. The gun barrel temperature is soaring rapidly and has exceeded the safety threshold. Continue. Jiang Ye's voice remained completely calm. 90%. Warning. Warning. Structural damage to the gun barrel. If this continues, the main gun will explode. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on Ling Shui's forehead. She stared intently at the red alarm data on the screen, her heart pounding in her chest. Is it fully charged? Jiang Ye's voice remained calm. 100% charged. Ling Shui gritted her teeth and roared. Should we activate overload mode again? Activating overload is equivalent to draining all the power of the Demon Tiger heart in that instant without reservation. Its power will reach an unprecedented peak. However, the cost is that the main gun will be completely destroyed because it cannot withstand this force. This is a one-time, high-stakes gamble. We won, and the path was opened. If they lose, they become targets trapped in a cage, losing even their strongest weapon. All eyes were focused on Jiang Ye's back. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Jiang Ye did not answer immediately. He simply stared silently at the bottomless blackness on the screen. Then, he slowly raised his right hand. Ling Shui, he said softly, do you believe in the things you create with your own hands? Ling Shui was stunned for a moment. She gazed at the ultimate weapon that embodied countless efforts from her and Einstein, and incorporated the most advanced technology and materials from the Pangu Ark. In my mind, every day and night of the past 20-odd days flashed by. She suddenly smiled. She smiled radiantly. I believe you. That's enough. Jiang Ye's hand suddenly swung down. Overload Aho mode activated. Target, directly ahead. Give me. Blast through this Dead Sea. Emission. Ling Shui used all her strength to press the red button. Boom. A beam of lightning, even thicker, more solid, and more violent than the one that had been used to bombard the Reaper fortress, burst forth from the cannon of the Thunderbolt Overlord. This time, the beam of light was no longer a mix of dark gold and purple. Instead, it was pure, destructive, as if it wanted to dye the whole world a pale white. When energy is compressed to its extreme and reaches a critical point, it returns to its original simplicity and loses all its color. Wherever the beam of light passed, the seawater evaporated instantly, and the space was torn apart with spiderweb like black cracks. The entire Pangu Ark was pushed backward dozens of meters by the terrifying recoil of this attack. The beam of destructive light that contained the strongest attack of the Pangu Ark crashed straight into the Guishu force field, which was known as the Death Forbidden Zone. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was no loud noise from the energy collision. Only zzz. It was like a red-hot iron being forcefully pressed into a large block of butter. The seemingly indestructible returned to nothingness force field, capable of devouring everything, began to twist and boil wildly the moment it came into contact with the pillar of light. It instinctively wanted to devour this enormous energy. But this time, it is going to devour a nuclear bomb whose fuse has already been lit. The tip of the beam of light was being annihilated and decomposed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the power of the pillar of light continued to replenish itself, forcefully withstanding the pressure of annihilation. Two completely different laws of power engaged in the most primitive and savage struggle at that point of contact. On one side is the end that devours everything. On one side is destruction that tears everything apart. Stalemate. It lasted for less than 3 seconds. Click. A crisp cracking sound, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul, rang out. In the very center of that solid return-to-nothingness force field, which was as solid as black crystal, a thin, white crack appeared. Immediately afterwards, the cracks spread wildly in all directions like a spider web. Boom! The beam of light, unstoppable and devastating. They forcefully blasted a huge hole with a diameter of over 100 meters through the middle of this wall of laws that had stood in the middle of the sea and separated the world for countless ages. On the other side of the hole, it was no longer pitch black. Instead, it was a strange and magnificent deep-sea world shimmering with a ghostly blue light. A path leading to the abyss has been forcibly opened. It's a success. I don't know who shouted it first. The entire bridge erupted in deafening cheers.